Family, who would have thought? Admiral Akainu swung his magma fist at me, only to be stopped by a giant skeletal hand, and a super cool voice said, "Who dares to touch my brother?" This all started when I crossed over into the world of One Piece and got a god-level role-playing system, starting with playing Uchiha Madara. It gets even more exciting from here. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was unbelievable. Admiral Akainu launched a magma fist right at my face. The heat was so intense, I felt like my eyebrows were about to catch fire. And guess what happened? A giant skeletal hand glowing with blue light came down with a bang and stopped him. Then a chilling voice echoed, "Who gave you the courage to attack my brother?" I'm telling you, it was incredibly cool. But this story has to start from when I first crossed over. Jiaosu, a month ago, closed my eyes and opened them again, and bam, I was directly dropped into the world of One Piece. Family, who understands? One moment I was lying on my bed, and the next, I became an orphan in a small fishing village in the EC. But luckily, heaven didn't completely screw me over and gave me a cheat, a god-level role-playing system. So, how does this system work? It focuses on becoming him. It gives me a character template, and the more I resemble it, the stronger the power I gain. Once I reach an 80 resemblance, I can perfectly inherit all the abilities of the character, and exceeding 80 can make me even stronger than the original. Then, the beginner gift pack the system sent me was heavyweight Uchiha Madara. I was dumbfounded at the time. Madara, he almost single-handedly ended the entire ninja world. But the problem was my initial resemblance level was a big 0. Why? Because I didn't even have a decent outfit. Just imagine, with my handsome face, wearing ragged clothes, running around the village, shouting, "Do you want to dance?" Even the dogs at the village entrance would roll their eyes at me. What progress could I possibly make? No way around it. I had to get started. The hairstyle was easy, I just needed to chop my hair a bit. That iconic fan, I carved it from a big wooden board myself. The hardest part was Madara's red layered armor, that thing you wouldn't even see in our small village. I persevered for over half a month, and finally found out that a passing merchant had a set of antique armor. At that time, my pockets were emptier than my face, so to buy that junk, I chased that merchant like a grandson, from the village to the ship, and finally, I gave up everything I could sell to get that armor. When I got it, I found it was all rusty. In the lowest third-class cabin of the ship, I took a brush and scrubbed it vigorously until my hands almost sparked, finally cleaning it up. Ready, finally done. I tell you, when I put on that armor and picked up my handmade fan, a sounding rang in my head. Uchiha Madara, resemblance level, 20. The next second I was stunned. All of Madara's combat memories and training experiences from 6 years old throwing shurikens, to practicing fire techniques at 9, to killing for the first time at 11, all of it flooded into my mind like watching a 4K movie. My body started cracking, and a surge of energy began to rush through me. Chakra. That's right, chakra. I felt something was off. This look was still a bit lacking. Madara's iconic long black hair, my malnourished hair, just wouldn't cut it. So without hesitation, I formed hand seals, moved my chakra transformation technique. Boom. A lifelike Uchiha Madara appeared in the mirror. The system prompt came in. Uchiha Madara, resemblance level, 30. Damn, incredible. Just changing my clothes and styling my hair boosted my resemblance to 30. I felt the power. It was definitely at the elite Genin level, and it was Madara at his peak at 15. The combat experience and understanding of ninjutsu were simply leagues ahead. I was so excited. This was only 30. What if I reach 80, 100, even exceed 100? I felt like I was about to take off. Now, I can finally start my performance. The corners of my mouth lifted crazily. Just as I was about to go find a place on the deck to show off, suddenly, there was a loud boom, and the whole ship shook. Then came the heart-wrenching screams. Pirates. Wow, here comes the action. I rushed out of the cabin and saw a pirate ship flying a leopard skull flag, firing cannons at us. The deck was in chaos, and everyone was pale with fear. It's the scarred leopard pirates. The ones with a bounty of 60 million. We're doomed. How do we run into these lunatics? Those pirates were incredibly arrogant. The one-armed cannon man leading them laughed heartily and jumped onto our ship with his crew, hacking at anyone in sight. Passengers and sailors were scrambling into the cabin. I thought, isn't this just giving me a chance to boost my resemblance level? Just when a pirate was about to kick open the cabin door, with a bang, the door and several surrounding pirates were blasted away by a tremendous force. Then Uchiha, oh no, Uchiha Madara, slowly walked out of the hole, arms crossed over my chest, my red Freedomo Sharingan contemptuously sweeping over the crowd. The captain of the scarred leopard turned green. He must have sensed the killing intent. Without saying a word, he ordered fire. Blow him to bits. 3 cannonballs instantly turned the spot where I stood into a sea of flames. That guy was quite smug. Fool. But the next second, my cold voice echoed in his ear. I am Uchiha Madara. That guy jumped in fright, turned around, and found me standing next to him, completely unharmed. I glanced at him, then scanned the group of stunned pirates, and casually asked, "You all want to dance too?" Family, who understands? Saying that line sent shivers down my spine. Those pirates were still brave, charging at me with a roar. I immediately took a step forward, punching, kicking, disarming, and slashing. Let me tell you, the feeling was marvelous. It was my first fight, but my Bodis instincts were faster than my mind. Every move was as precise as if calculated, with not a single extra action. It was all about elegance. In just 3 minutes, there was not a single living soul left on the deck, except for the terrified captain. I walked towards him step by step, and he kept retreating in fear. What's with that expression? You already knew the gap between us, didn't you? As soon as I finished speaking, I sent him to meet the Sea King. After the battle, I was still a bit excited. The system prompt came again. Uchiha Madara, resemblance level, 37. Not bad. It seems this performance had a good effect. My strength was probably already touching the shadow level threshold. As for cleaning the battlefield, I'm a professional. I jumped onto that pirate ship and rummaged through boxes, and sure enough, in a fancy chest, I found a fruit that looked like a pineapple covered with strange patterns. Devil fruit? I was excited when the system gave me an even bigger surprise. Ding dong, special energy detected, can forcibly increase character template resemblance level. Do you want to absorb it? What else is there to ask? Compared to a fruit with unknown abilities, directly increasing my strength is the way to go. Absorb. Uchiha Madara tigagulo tujo udamadari umpatgulo. A pirate too. His expression turned furious as he shouted, "What do you mean by that? You think you can just interfere?" I could feel the tension in the air, and I knew I had to act quickly. "I'm just trying to keep the peace here," I replied with a calm demeanor. My brother is not one to take kindly to disturbances, especially when it involves the likes of you. The atmosphere grew heavier, and I could see Hancock's eyes narrowing at the confrontation. "You dare speak to a Marine like that?" Akainu growled, his fists clenched, ready for a fight. "Please, there's no need for violence," I insisted, stepping slightly forward. "You both know how this can end. Let's not escalate things unnecessarily." Just then, Hancock stepped in, her presence commanding attention. "This is not your concern, boy," she said, her voice smooth yet authoritative. I glanced at her, recognizing the power she held. What could be if things go south? Let's just keep this civil, shall we? The tension hung in the air as both sides assessed each other, and I could only hope my words would diffuse the situation before it spiraled out of control. The remnants of the cold leopard snorted, just trying to attract attention. "Since we're pirates, let's clean this up." A torrent of molten lava surged into the sky, and a massive lava fist came crashing towards my clone's face. At that critical moment, with a loud boom, my main body moved. The enormous blue skeletal arm instantly took shape and firmly grasped Akainu's lava fist, crushing it into countless sparks. I suddenly opened my unique kaleidoscope Sharingan, filled with endless killing intent, and slowly spoke. "Who gave you the courage to lay your hands on my brother?" Akainu and Hancock were both stunned, probably wondering what kind of devil fruit ability this was. I couldn't be bothered to explain to them. Susanu's arms swung fiercely, scattering the remaining lava completely. Then, I suddenly leaped and directly jumped onto the surface of the sea. I also smashed down like Susanu with a bang. Wow. The noise was such that the entire surface of the sea sounded like it was boiling. I tell you, Akainu's face turned green in an instant. He must have been frantically scrolling through the comments in his mind. Isn't this guy a devil fruit user? How can he parkour on water? This is unscientific. But his hands didn't slow down, and he launched a massive magma punch. I used my Susanu to slap it back, and with a bang, the splashed water was higher than a battleship's mast. At this point, Akainu was completely stunned. He stood there on the swaying deck, like he was stepping on a giant weeble, unable to find a stable spot. Then he looked at me, standing firmly on the sea like an old dog. To make matters worse, when he turned his head, there was also a fierce Empress Hancock watching closely. Who understands? This is the Pirate Empress. Although Akainu came to negotiate, who knows if she would suddenly stab me in the back. So, this old guy's mind worked quickly, weighing the pros and cons in half a second, and directly made a decision that went against his ancestors. He ran. Yes, you heard it right. The Marine Admiral, one of the three great powers, Akainu, left the battleship without looking back. Everyone present was dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground. I too was too lazy to chase. After showing off, I just ran away. It was really thrilling. I directly released Susanu and strolled back to that dilapidated pirate ship. The Empress Hancock is also a sensible person. She squinted at me for a long time, probably feeling uneasy in her heart, wondering where this mysterious figure came from. Better to avoid trouble. She immediately ordered, "Return to Amazon Lily." 2 giant sea snakes turned around, and their ship also left. But they absolutely did not expect that in a small shadow of their cabin, I had already quietly slipped in. With a smooth journey, I returned to their homeland, the legendary Daughter Island. Wow, it was quite impressive, all Chinese-style architecture, with female warriors all over the island, each one looking as if they had trained before. When the Empress returned to the palace, the scene was grand, with a red carpet laid out and the streets empty of people. And the most outrageous thing happened. She wanted to take a bath. Let me tell you, the setup for the Empress's bath was more exaggerated than a battle. The city gates were closed. The entire nation was under martial law, and there were layers of guards inside and outside the palace. Even her 2 sisters, who were as strong as vice admirals, stood at the bathroom door. I thought to myself, is this really a bath? Are you launching a nuclear bomb? She was so tense because she had a huge secret behind her, a slave mark that absolutely could not be seen by anyone. So every time before taking a bath, she had to use her observation hockey to scan the surroundings like a radar. This time was no exception. She scanned around, and after confirming it was safe, she confidently took off her clothes and walked into the bath. The next second, I popped out from the shadows and even made a couple of clicking sounds. Who is it? Hancock was so scared she curled up. Her 2 sisters, hearing the noise, kicked the door open and rushed in, and when they saw me, their eyes nearly popped out. "It's you." "Oh no, now everyone has seen it." Hancock's expression at that moment was a mix of shame and anger, but more the fear of having her secret exposed. Her sister exploded on the spot. "What are the guards doing?" I just sat cross-legged on the ground, shrugging my shoulders like nothing was wrong. Joking aside, I'm a ninja. Infiltration and assassination are my specialties. The security you amateurs have set up is like kindergarten level in my eyes. The 3 sisters immediately felt murderous intent, exchanged glances, and prepared to surround and kill me. They knew my brother could go toe-to-toe with Akainu, so they figured I, as his younger brother, couldn't be too far off, which made them particularly cautious. I watched their anxious expressions and slowly spoke up. "Don't be so excited. My brother, Uchiha Madara, and I are ninjas. We take on jobs, do some assassinations, infiltrations, and we also accept contracts." Hancock, while stalling for time, asked with a cold face, "Contracts?" I watched their little movements, feeling amused, and then I threw out the big bomb. "Yeah, we can accept your employment to take out certain big shots like—" I deliberately paused, watching as the 3 of them were about to act before casually finishing the sentence, like taking out the celestial dragons. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All 3 sisters froze in their movements, their expressions resembling that of a CPU overheating. The celestial dragons. Those 3 words were their lifelong nightmare. Their tragic experiences were all due to the celestial dragons. Now, I was actually saying I could help them eliminate their enemy? The temptation was too great. But Hancock quickly calmed down. She gritted her teeth, thinking I had seen the mark on her back and was deliberately using this to save my life. She said fiercely, "Stop playing tricks. You must die here today." "Don't rush," I said with a smile. "It's not a loss for you at worst. I could be your hostage." This sentence completely swayed them. Then came an extreme tug of war. They came up with 1,000 reasons not to trust me, and I used 1,001 reasons to persuade them. Finally, Hancock relented. "Okay, take us to meet your brother." The plan was successful. In reality, there was no brother. It was all me acting alone. I left a shadow clone with them as a hostage, sneaked out secretly, and transformed into the aloof and domineering Uchiha Obito. When they brought my clone hostage to meet me, I deliberately put on a brotherly act, intimidatingly questioning them. "So, this is your reason for aiming arrows at my brother?" Hancock was frightened by my aura and repeatedly explained. In the end, the deal was finally struck. The task was to assassinate the celestial dragons. The reward was all the devil fruits in the stock of Amazon Lily. They weren't foolish either, insisting that the devil fruits be handed over to me, the brother hostage, for safekeeping, and only releasing me after the assassination was successful. I obviously had no problem with that since they were all mine. As soon as the fruits were in hand, my system panel immediately notified me that the realism of the Uchiha Obito template shot up from just over 50 to 57. Awesome. So I, Uchiha Bito, set off alone on the journey to the holy land of Mariewa. Before leaving, I gazed affectionately at my clone and said to Hancock, I once had 5 brothers, and now only he remains. Therefore, I will protect him at all costs. TSK, TSK, family, Oscar owes me a little golden statue. After I leave, my clone is going to have a tough time. He was taken back to the 9-snake pirate ship and became a rare animal. Those female warriors, let me tell you, they're as strong as oxen, with arms thicker than my waist. They were curious and surrounded my clone, giving him a good feel. One squeezed his muscles, another poked his chest, shouting, Look, men have no chest. Family, who understands? My clone experienced what it means to be a high-end companion. It was simply occupational hazard. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Akainu is still worried about my situation. He slammed the table and roared. Have you investigated it clearly? Who exactly is Uchiha Madara? His subordinates stammered, reporting that apart from the name, they couldn't find anything, as if he had appeared out of thin air. While they're still in distress, I have already begun to act. I directly used chakra to adhere to the cliffs of the Red Soil continent, climbing up as easily as walking on flat ground, reaching the top in just a few minutes. Infiltrating the Holy Land, Mariewa, was incredibly easy for me. I casually found a patrolling soldier, activated my Sharingan, cast a Jinjutsu, and immediately turned him into my puppet, obediently spilling all the information. My goal is that scum of the Celestial Dragon named Henrietta Saint, an enemy of Hancock. According to the intel from the little soldier, I transformed and sneaked my way to his luxurious courtyard with ease. Good grief, this scum's tastes are too twisted. His favorite thing is watching slave gladiatorial fights. When I infiltrated, he was sitting on a high platform, his face all fat and flushed with excitement, watching 2 slaves tear each other apart like beasts, blood flying everywhere. He was screaming madly, That's it. Fight. Bite him to death for me. And guess what? That fisherman's slave, despite being severely injured, managed to take down his opponent with great difficulty. Just as he caught his breath, that brainless Henrietta Saint was still not satisfied. He walked over, looking disgusted, and said, Didn't I tell you to bite him to death? Why didn't you use your teeth? I tell you, I was watching from the shadows, and everyone was dumbfounded. The fisherman's slave was just about to explain when, bang, a gunshot rang out. Henrietta Saint pulled out a gun and shot the fisherman who had just won, killing him instantly. The body fell to the ground with a thud, and the people around didn't even blink. The butler waved his hand and had the 2 bodies dragged away, as if tossing out garbage. Goodness, this is the daily life of these scumbags. Just when this idiot wanted to call up 2 more slaves to continue playing, I made my entrance. A cold voice echoed right behind him. Henrietta Saint. Is it? He turned around and saw me, with a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes. His butler reacted quickly, stepping in front and shouting, Who are you? But as soon as he finished his sentence, I had already teleported in front of him. With a light swipe of my kunai, I opened a gash in his neck, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. I couldn't even be bothered to say a word to such trash. The surrounding guards were stunned, shouting that the butler was killed. But the next second, they surprisingly gritted their teeth and charged at me. Let me tell you, it wasn't that they were particularly loyal. It was that they were scared. If the Celestial Dragons were even slightly frightened, their whole family would be done for. Then the most ridiculous part came. Henrietta Saint, seeing his strongest butler killed in an instant, was not afraid at all. His eyes lit up instead. He pointed at me and laughed like a fool. You're really strong. I've decided you'll be my new slave. It will definitely be so much fun to have you fight with my slaves. My family, who understands? I was completely stunned at that moment, and then I just got angry and laughed. This idiot is truly hopeless. Meanwhile, the entire defense department of Mary Geos was in an uproar. They discovered through surveillance that a patrolman's body was headed towards Henrietta Saint's courtyard. The commander turned pale and shouted on the spot, Quick, notify the Navy headquarters. Although these people were trash, they weren't really stupid. If someone could silently sneak into the Celestial Dragon's territory, this was a huge matter. Akainu, yes, the Magma Admiral, with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, rushed over. He really didn't want to deal with these Celestial Dragon issues, but the Navy headquarters was right next door. When Akainu and a group of elites arrived, they found a bunch of guards gathered at the courtyard entrance, being blocked by a few gatekeepers. Prince Henrietta Saint is enjoying a gladiatorial match. Do you dare to disturb his pleasure? The gatekeepers were tough on the surface, but were actually terrified inside. It wasn't until Akainu arrived and shouted, "Enough! Open a door," that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Akainu strode inside, but as soon as he entered, he felt that something was off. It was too quiet. Can a gladiatorial arena be this quiet? He hurried a few steps, and sure enough, there were bodies everywhere, and in the middle, dressed in extravagant clothing and wearing a bubble helmet, was none other than Henrietta Saint. Just then, I leisurely walked out from the back passage. A smile on my face, Akainu. Akainu was seething, staring at me intently. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? I walked up to Henrietta's corpse, stepped on the bubble on his head, and casually said to him, "Oh, it turns out that this friend suddenly got a disease called brain damage." Akainu squinted his eyes. "So what?" I chuckled softly. "So I helped him get better." "How did you treat him?" Akainu's anger was almost uncontrollable. I replied, "I chopped off his head. No matter who it is, once the head is severed, they will never be foolish again." After saying that, I disdainfully kicked the severed head away. On that face, until death, there was still an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "How dare you? What a great method." Akainu, furious to the extreme, suddenly laughed, and the magma on his arm erupted in an instant, launching a hellhound attack towards me. The entire palace was as hot as a furnace. I just smiled and said, "Right, I think so too." The next second, boom, a deep purple Susanoo arm appeared and collided fiercely with his molten lava fist. The entire hall shook. Akainu, seeing this, went crazy and threw punches continuously. After all, he is a Logia type, relying on the fact that I don't have hockey. His attacks went right through me. But I didn't care. Susanoo has both offense and defense, so he couldn't hurt me. As we fought, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. And wow, the Navy reinforcements were pouring in like a tide. I thought to myself, the job is done. I've put on a good show. It's time to retreat. I suddenly punched Akainu into a puddle of magma, then controlled Susanoo and dashed out. Oh no, he wants to escape. Akainu instantly transformed back into his human form, and his expression changed. When he saw the direction I was running, it was toward the cliff. Below the cliff is the sea. If I get away, what will happen to the world government's reputation? You won't get away. Akainu roared in anger and unleashed his power. A massive fire attack. Countless lava fireballs rained down on me, each one powerful enough to destroy a warship. I clasped my hands together, and Susanoo followed suit. 8-span mirror. Countless gigantic Magatama shurikens were launched, colliding with his massive fire breath, resulting in a thunderous explosion. I used the force of the blast to run even faster. In just a few strides, I reached the edge of the cliff. But at that moment, a beam of light shot over, hitting Susanoo's shoulder and almost piercing through it. A lazy, elongated, lewd voice rang out. How scary. But if you escape just like that, our Navy will lose face. Admiral Kizaru. I didn't even notice when he had circled around behind me. Akainu also caught up, and the two admirals trapped me from the front and back. The Navy soldiers behind us began to cheer, thinking victory was assured. Akainu even reminded Kizaru, "Be careful, this guy is strong." Kizaru looked at Susanoo, which he couldn't penetrate, and his expression turned serious. So guess what I did? I burst out laughing. Huh, an admiral of the Navy? Interesting. Then let me, Uchiha Madara, exert a little strength. In the next moment, my chakra surged skyward, and a deep blue giant began to grow wildly. Its form completely changed. With a Tengu mask, enormous wings, and dual swords in hand, I resembled a small mountain, truly a god descending to earth. I stood on the forehead of Susanoo, looking at them coldly. With this complete form, Susanoo, Akainu, Kizaru, and all the Marines were left dumbfounded. Kizaru, refusing to believe it, fired another laser, but it hit the armor and didn't leave a mark. He was completely unsettled. I slowly drew my sword and calmly said, "The only one who can stop me is Senju Hashirama. Unfortunately, he is no longer here. Watch out." Akainu and Kizaru are unleashing their ultimate attacks at the same time, with a giant magma dog and a barrage of light bullets coming at me. However, in the face of that enormous blue sword light, the full force attacks of the two admirals were like paper, instantly suppressed and crushed. My final words echoed. If it's just me, the rewritten map won't be that large. Boom! The sword light fell. With a loud crack, the red Earth continent was directly split open by my sword, creating a massive rift. Akainu and Kizura managed to dodge the blow thanks to their elemental forms, staring blankly at the bottomless canyon. This move completely fried their CPUs. By the time they came to their senses, I had long vanished. What a thrill to show off and then run away. Moreover, I realized that showing off in front of the generals this time gained me more progress than eating a dozen devil fruits. The next day, the whole world went crazy. Newspapers were flying everywhere. Extra edition. The Holy Land Mariewa was attacked, and the Red Earth continent was severed. Whitebeard laughed heartily while reading the newspaper and said he wanted to meet me. Kaido, soaking in a poison spring, muttered whether I could kill him. Mihawk stroked his black sword, and Don Quixote da Flamingo let out his classic ho-ho-ho laughter. My bounty has been issued as well. Avenger, Uchiha Madara, with a reward of 5 billion. This title came about because I casually left a grudge for the Empress. I've already got my revenge, but the Navy misunderstood and even concocted a scenario where I was avenging my family. Fine, as long as you're happy. While the whole world is searching for me. Where am I? I am calmly walking into a bar on Sabati Archipelago, Shaki's bar. The owner, Shaki, saw me, her pupils constricted, but she quickly regained her composure. I ordered a Bloody Mary, and before I could take a sip, a silver-haired, old handsome man walked in. The King of Hell, Rayleigh. I calmly called out his name. He laughed heartily and directly sat next to me. You just took down a celestial dragon and you're wandering around. You're braver than I am. This round is on me. I nodded. Thank you. I happened to come in a hurry and didn't bring any money. Rayleigh smiled even more happily. While we were chatting, he and Xiachi suddenly changed their expressions. Rayleigh lowered his voice and said, "The Navy is here. Hurry up and follow me." He had sensed with his observation haki that there were a large number of soldiers outside. Xiachi was also anxious. What are you drinking for? If we don't leave now, it will be too late. But I, on the other hand, remained calm, picked up my glass, took a sip, and said very calmly, "Don't worry, it's fine." Xiachi's face was almost pale, and she kept giving me signals, meaning, "Bro, stop pretending. If we don't run now, with the 3 admirals and Sengoku here, we're going to be in big trouble." Just then, with a loud bang, the bar door was kicked open, and I tell you, a group of elite Navy soldiers rushed in, led by a rear admiral. That guy had a voice like a broken gong, shouting, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals?" I almost wanted to laugh at that moment. Rayleigh and Xiachi's eyes were about to pop out. Their expressions practically screamed, "Suspicious individuals? Isn't that right here? Are you blind?" Family, who understands, I was just a big living person, sitting at the bar, leisurely drinking, yet those Navy elites from the rear admiral to the soldiers seemed to collectively develop cataracts, their gazes sweeping over me as if I were just a puff of air, completely ignoring me. I'm telling you, this is not them slacking off. The pressure from the world government this time is driving the Navy crazy. They've almost turned the Sabiti Archipelago upside down 3 times. The 3 admirals and Sengoku are personally involved, and it's said that even the commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong, is stationed at headquarters, ready to teleport over for support at any moment. In times like this, they're definitely the top elites, but still useless. A flash of crimson swept through my eyes, the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Those who understand will understand. Once a group illusion is cast, let alone these small fries, even if the general himself came over, he would be dazed for a few seconds. In my world, this move could bring even the Raikage to his knees, let alone them. It's simply a dimensional strike. That old man Rayleigh was the first to react, taking a deep breath, and the shock in his eyes instantly turned into a mischievous smile as if he was enjoying a show. He probably imagined his old rival, the Wano general, being driven crazy by the celestial dragons, only to find himself utterly helpless. That old man is quite something. The Navy Rear Admiral saw that Rayleigh and Shaki's expressions were off and thought something was fishy, waving his hand to send people in search. Of course, Shaki was already prepared. Nothing could be found. In the end, they paid a fine, and those guys left in disgrace, having to continue their KPI of searching the island 3 times a day. Once they left, Rayleigh immediately poured me a drink and said with deep emotion, "All right, now I believe it. You really are impressive, just coming to see this old man." I took a sip of wine and said, "I said that from the beginning." He asked me where I was going next, and I set out to sea. He squinted his eyes and said that there are Navy patrol ships everywhere outside, like iron barrels. Unless the 4 Emperor's fleet comes, there's no way to sneak out. I smiled. I have my ways. He was very curious and insisted on following me to take a look. I didn't mind. It was fine by me. Half an hour later, we were standing by the coast. Riley was completely petrified, staring blankly at the enormous sea creature in front of me. That big guy had my Sharingan pattern reflected in its eyes, behaving as gently as a little kitten, lowering its head to let me walk into its mouth. And then it dove into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace. I can already imagine Rayleigh's disheveled figure by the shore, probably muttering to himself, "Are all the newcomers these days monsters?" Just as I was giving a little shock to the vice captain of the Pirate King on the other side, aboard the Snake Princess's pirate ship, Hancock and the others finally received the latest newspaper. When Hancock saw the headline about the celestial dragon being killed, along with the bounty notice of 5 billion berries, she was completely stunned. Her hand holding the newspaper was trembling. He really did it? I told you, when she first approached me, she probably thought of it as a last-ditch effort, never really believing I could succeed. And what happened? I even left a message in the Celestial Dragon Palace. "Revenge, I have taken." The Navy couldn't understand it, but could Hancock not understand? That message was meant for her. In that moment, she and her 2 sisters exchanged glances, and all 3 of them burst into tears, hugging each other and crying uncontrollably. That nightmare that had weighed on their hearts for so many years was finally crushed by my own hands. What about my clone left on the ship? During this time, to save some chakra, I've been putting up a do not disturb sign and pretending to sleep in my room every day. As a result, those female warriors from 9 Snakes have been crowding at my door every day, even taking notes in their little notebooks. Men are a species that can sleep a lot. I really can't believe it, sisters. It's not that I can't sleep. I've activated power saving mode. If you come over to pinch my face again, my clone will be pinched away. As a result, that day, Hancock and her 3 sisters personally came over. As soon as they entered, without saying a word, all 3 of them bowed at a 90-degree angle to my clone. "Thank you." Goodness, as proud as the Empress is, she actually lowered her noble head. My clone, of course, just smiled slightly and said, "It's just work." Hancock shook her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "It's not the same. Who would risk offending the whole world just to kill a celestial dragon for a few devil fruits? Your brother is now on it for 5 billion. I thought to myself, the other side is really having a great time. She told me that now, just by providing a little information about myself, I could exchange it for 1 billion. But she solemnly promised that the 9 serpents would never betray their friends. Then, to show her gratitude, she took out a plate with 3 devil fruits treasured in their 9 serpent treasury. This move is called vision. Of course, my clone accepted it with a smile. Afterwards, they sent my clone to a small island in the East China Sea. The clone found a place, used earth release to bury those 3 fruits securely, and then with a bang, the chakra was exhausted, and it disappeared. Almost at the same time, I, still in the mouth of the Sea King, felt a slight tremor in my body as all the memories of the clone flowed back. I got the fruits. I was just thinking about it when suddenly a sound rang in my head. "Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 2nd character template." I was stunned at that moment. Wow, they're new characters? My Uchiha Madara template's playability is only at 65, and they're already introducing new ones? I quickly opened the system interface, and when I saw the name of the 2nd template clearly, my eyes narrowed. Wow, this is a heavyweight. A truly invincible man in every sense. Well, to play this role well, I need to find a pretty good stage. I poked my head out from the mouth of the Sea King and saw a small island not far away, shrouded in smoke, as if a battle was taking place. I grinned, and there it was. It was a rundown place called Daz Island, home to a naval recruit training camp. What a coincidence. A bunch of pirates were attacking this training camp. The leader was called the Sword Demon, with a bounty of over 100 million. In this newbie village of the East Sea, he was basically a boss-level figure. The Navy recruits were no match for him, getting beaten back and suffering heavy casualties. A girl who looked about 12 or 13, with pigtails and glasses, probably couldn't stand it and charged at him with a knife. The outcome was predictable. His knife was the famous blade Shigeru, and with one strike he broke her knife. It seemed like he was about to finish off the little girl with a single blow. Just at that critical moment, I made my entrance. Let me tell you, at that time I was wearing a yellow bodysuit, red gloves, and red boots, with a white cape behind me. The most eye-catching thing was my shiny bald head. The whole place went silent, and everyone was staring at me in shock. That sword demon's eyes were wide open. "Who are you? A commoner?" I scratched my smooth bald head, put on a silly expression I had practiced for a long time, and said in a tone that was calm and even a bit lazy, "My name is Saitama, and I'm a hero for fun." After I finished speaking, the group of pirates was stunned for 3 seconds, then erupted into earth-shattering laughter. A hero? Ha ha ha. Is there really someone who calls themselves a hero in this day and age? How uncool. I ignored them and calmly looked at the Navy lying on the ground, saying, "This is no longer a problem that can be solved with an apology." The sword demon laughed so hard that tears came out, saying, "Apologize? You want me to apologize? You bald." Before he could finish his words, I had already thrown a punch. It was just an ordinary punch. The next second, that sword demon, with a bounty of over 100 million, was blasted into the sky like a cannonball, becoming a small black dot. And then, there was nothing more. The entire battlefield was instantly muted. Everyone's laughter got stuck in their throats. The scene was simply quantum-level awkward. After a full 3 minutes, that guy's body finally fell from the sky, landing with a splat and turning into a puddle of flesh. At this point, the pirates finally reacted, letting out a scream of awe, and scared out of their wits. They scrambled and rolled back to their ship. I, just like having done something trivial, yawned and turned to leave. As a result, that girl with glasses, the one named Dasky, quickly called me back and handed me the famous sword Shigeru, saying, "Sir, this is your trophy." I waved my hand, saying I don't want it. It's not necessary. You can keep it if you like. She asked me again what I meant by hero earlier. I thought for a moment and solemnly told her, "There are countless villains in this world, and those who dare to stand up and confront them are the true heroes." After saying that, I walked away without looking back, leaving the little girl alone, holding the knife and staring blankly. By the time I had walked far away, the naval reinforcements finally arrived, and the leader was surprisingly an old acquaintance, former Admiral Zephyr. He had heard about my situation, especially my remark about heroes driven by interest, and he was very eager to meet me. Of course, by then, I was already gone. When he heard Dasky's recounting of my definition of a hero, he first fell silent, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted. "Well said. That's right. Such a person is a true hero." Right then and there, he made a decision, looking at Dasky with admiration, and said, "Little girl, your name is Dasky, right? Would you like to follow me after you graduate? I tell you, that old man Zephyr has a little scheme in his heart that's making a lot of noise." The major beside him still looks confused and asks if he has his eye on someone. Zephyr is decisive and nods directly. Of course, a young man with such a sense of justice. Not becoming a Navy member would be a waste of talent, right? I want to invite that guy named Saitama to join us. Goodness, he has been thinking about me. And where am I? I'm on my way to some small island in the East Sea. What for? To pick up a delivery. Didn't I leave a clone of the devil fruit before? Now I'm going to retrieve it. Life is so leisurely. Every day, I just watch the news, and the newspapers are still shouting about the blockade of the Sabati archipelago. In fact, I've long disappeared, and their blockade is just for show. But think about it. It's been almost a month. The people on the island are running out of food, relying on the Navy's meager relief supplies to survive. I figured that Rayleigh, the dignified vice captain of the Pirate King, couldn't possibly be lining up every day for Navy lunchboxes, right? That would be embarrassing if it got out. No way. I have to help them out. I directly sent out another clone, wearing Uchiha Madara's face, to casually show up on an island in the Grand Line. Just to tell the Navy, stop struggling with Sabati. I've already slipped away. Of course, I know they can't catch me. After all, with my transformation technique, who could tell if my chakra isn't glowing? Their blockade has been purely for the celestial dragons to watch. The main point is to show an attitude. Anyway, my main body is completely free, directly sporting Saitama's cute face, strutting through the East Sea. See a pirate? One punch. See something I don't like? One punch. Even that sword demon who came back from the Grand Line of Fish with a bounty over 100 million, one punch too. Family, who understands? Using Saitama's template in the weakest EC is simply a dimensional strike. Soon I arrived at the place and dug out that devil fruit. Hey, it's still good. Not sprouting or rotten. I took a look and directly had the system absorb it, pouring all the energy into the Saitama template. Guess what? The template progress jumped from 43 to 54. Awesome. Just as I was feeling good, I looked up and saw the name of the country next to me. The Goa Kingdom. Oh, ISNT, that Luffy's hometown? Just then, two warships were sailing side by side. One was Zephyr's, and the other had a dog head on the bow. I tell you, besides that old man Garp, there's no one else. Zephyr was speechless when he saw him. Garp, what are you doing here? Garp, while picking his nose and eating senbei, replied, I came back to Windmill Village to see my grandson. What about you? Zephyr's mind raced, thinking this is bad. I can't let this old rogue know about Saitama. Otherwise, he'll definitely try to snatch him away. He then said, without a change in expression, Me? I came to catch up with you. Garp's expression was strange, clearly not believing him at all. I had already strolled to the city center of the Goa Kingdom. I found a corner to squat down and continued to play my role as a silly, bald strongman. Before long, I heard a crash. Goodness, a window upstairs shattered, and three little kids holding water pipes fell from the sky. The boss behind them was roaring. They're dining and dashing. Quickly catch those little brats. The three little rascals were incredibly agile, scaling down the wall, and they were shouting to each other, Ace, run. We'll come back next time. I can eat 3 more bowls. I looked closely and thought, wow, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, future figures of renown, and they're acting like this now? They were running fast, heading straight towards me. Sabo even shouted at me, Get out of the way, bald guy. Ace joined in, yelling, We are fierce pirates. Bald guy? At that moment, I felt the veins on my forehead pop out all of a sudden. 3 minutes later, I dragged the bruised trio back to the restaurant, each of them in one hand. The boss was calculating the bill, and these 3 little brats were still being stubborn. Ace gritted his teeth and muttered again, Damn bald guy. I squinted my eyes. Bang, bang. I added another set of bruises to Ace and Sabo's handsome faces. Luffy? He was still struggling to swallow the unfinished noodles in his mouth. After teaching these little brats a lesson, I headed out of the city and walked towards the mountains. Guess what happened? Those 3 mischievous kids actually ran out of the restaurant and followed me into the forest, ready to take revenge. Sabo shouted loudly, Attack! A true pirate must avenge. Ace yelled, You bite het. Mio. 3 seconds later, I looked at the row of corpses lying on the ground and sighed. What on earth are you here for? These 3 little brats are really stubborn. They came back the next day and got taken down by me in 3 seconds again. They came back on the 3rd day and still ended up lying down in 3 seconds. Luffy was confused, holding his head and saying, Strange, I'm clearly made of rubber. Why does it hurt so much when he hits me? Later, they got smarter, realizing they couldn't win in a fair fight, and started playing dirty. Ace chopped wood. Luffy carried logs, and Sabo dug a pit. The 3 of them worked hard for half a day to set a trap for me on the road. The next morning, we heard a scream. Someone fell into the pit. These 3 little brats were so excited, they grabbed a water pipe and rushed over, smashing down into the pit. As a result, Luffy rubbed his eyes and saw, This person looked so familiar, tall and strong with white hair. Next to the pit, Zephyr looked at this scene with a strange expression and asked, Carp, what are you doing? Ace and Sabo froze in place. The next second, Carp's big hand grabbed their necks and dragged them into the woods, giving them a good dose of Love's iron fist. Once Carp was done with his fun, Zephyr came over. After hearing the 3 little brats' complaints, his eyes instantly lit up. The bald guy you mentioned, does he wear a tight yellow suit? He knows. It's me. Now things got interesting. Carp insisted on going with him to meet me. Before long, the 2 old men found the shabby thatched hut I had built. Carp, with his loud voice, shouted from a distance, Bald little brat inside. Hurry up and come out. I yawned, opened the door, and sleepily looked at the 2 of them. My dead fish eyes met Carp's spirited big eyes, and after 3 seconds of silence, I sincerely said, Hello. We don't need to subscribe to a newspaper. Carp. Zephyr. I added another sentence. Oh, I don't need milk, insurance, or daily necessities either. Zephyr couldn't bear to watch any longer, quickly pulled me aside, and got straight to the point. Your name is Saitama, right? I am Zephyr, the former Admiral of the Navy. I'm here to invite you to join the Navy. Saying this, he directly took out a newspaper from his pocket, pointed at the handsome face of Uchiha Madara on it, and said earnestly to me, "Look, in this world, villains are rampant. This guy named Uchiha Madara is extremely evil. If it were you, you would definitely be able to bring him to justice." Me? Family, who understands? He asked me to catch myself. What is this called? This is called AI teammates hurting allies. I couldn't hold it in at that moment, but I had to keep acting, so I said that I didn't like taking orders. As a result, Zephyr confidently patted his chest and assured me, "No problem. You can join my team. You'll listen to commands, but not announcements. I'll provide you with intelligence. You can target whoever you want, and we'll even pay you a salary and bonuses. You won't have to live in that thatched house anymore." As soon as I heard about the salary and not having to live in that place, my eyes lit up. In the next second, I instantly appeared in front of Zephyr, tightly grasping his hands with a serious expression. I agreed to join the Navy. Just like that, I boarded Zephyr's warship, received a captain's rank, and was assigned a ship. Of course, I still prefer to wear my own yellow battle outfit, and Zephyr went along with it. Once everything was settled, I curiously asked him, "Old man, where are we headed?" Zephyr turned around, his expression incredibly serious. "The Grand Line. The Navy has a major operation, and I'm taking you to capture Uchiha Madara." I had this expression at that time. Winky face, let me tell you. This old man really dares to think and act. He directly brought me, a bald, caped hero, into the highest level naval combat meeting. I tell you, when I walked in, I was stunned. Kizaru, Akainu, Akiji, the future 3 admirals were having a summit here, and that naval chief of staff, Admiral Tsuru, exuding an aura of 2 meters 8. There was even a masked guy who clearly wasn't a good person, from CP0. This lineup, folks, is enough to take on the 4 emperors. Old Zephyr was so proud, thinking he was giving me a good experience. Along the way, whenever we encountered a clueless pirate, he had me take the lead. After his young naval subordinates got beaten up, I would leisurely walk over, land a regular punch, and KO the opposing leader, keeping my achievements hidden. Zephyr nodded approvingly, thinking I might be a bit dull, but I knew how to give newcomers a chance, a good seedling. Even that glasses girl, Dazuki, who I gifted a sword to, didn't he know how she got on the ship? Seeing me, her eyes lit up, calling me Lord Saitama. Then I opened my mouth. "Who are you?" She was completely thrown off. As soon as she explained, I followed up with, "A kid this small is joining the army? ISNT, there a labor law here?" Dazuki was instantly petrified. Who understands? Folks, I was just stating the obvious. Back to the meeting, Admiral Tsuru was pointing out strategies, saying they would surround the island and drag out that guy named Uchiha Madara. I tell you, that plan was an intricate net, and old Zephyr next to me was so excited, kept promoting it, saying, "Look, this is the power of organization." I thought to myself, what power of organization? The Madara you want to catch is just my shadow clone. His mission was completed long ago. He already dissipated. You're here, trying to encircle thin air? Then the masked CP0 guy started arguing with Admiral Tsuru, suggesting that just in case, they should eliminate all the villagers on the island. Of course, Admiral Tsuru disagreed, saying the Navy's duty is to protect the people. The two of them were at a stalemate. I was almost falling asleep, wondering how this drama would unfold. Forget it. As long as you're happy. I quietly slipped back to my room, undid my transformation, and reformed my seals. You want to catch Madara? Fine. I'll give you a stronger version. The operation began. At Admiral Tsuru's command, dozens of warships rushed forward. Then the phone bugs in the command room went crazy. Dingling. Report to Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Doberman encountered Uchiha Madara. Admiral Tsuru's eyes lit up. Hold him. Before she finished speaking, dingling, another one rang. Report. Vice Admiral Stoloberry also encountered Uchiha Madara. What? Dingling. Report. Vice Admiral Weasel discovered Uchiha Madara. Dingling. Report. Vice Admiral Gamir requests support. He also encountered Madara. Damn. At that moment, those dozen phone bugs in the command room were ringing like firecrackers during the new year, each admiral claiming to have encountered Madara. This left Admiral Tsuru speechless. She reacted quickly, shouting, "It's a clone. It must be a clone. Contact the generals and have them find the real body." Then the phone from Akiji rang, and Admiral Tsuru just shouted, "Hurry back for reinforcements. There are over 10 Madaras outside." Guess what Akiji said? In that lazy tone, he replied, "Well, there's S1 Uchiha right in front of us." Goodness, I was completely taken aback. In the center of the island, my Madara's real body stood right in front of the 5 top masters. Akainu, Akiji, Kizuru, Zephyr, plus that CP0, 5 people. My Madara stood there with his arms crossed, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was incredible. Akainu and the others still wanted to exert pressure, thinking with 5 against 1, Uchiha Madara was dead for sure. Then my Madara directly said to their faces, would release, would clone technique. Whoosh! 25 wooden clones popped up, forming 5 groups, standing right in front of the 5 top masters. Then Madara spoke up. The tone was too intense. Now this is what I call 5 against 1. Don't call me despicable. After all, you're the admirals of the Navy. I tell you, those 5 people turned pale. This operation was a classic example, directly stealing the opponent's tactics for a counterattack. The battle erupted instantly. The 5 masters fell into a tough fight. Kizaru tried to sneak attack my main body with a laser, but I tilted my head and easily dodged it. Akainu's magma fist couldn't even touch me. What's even more impressive is that these wooden clones coordinated flawlessly. After all, they're all me. The fight was incredibly smooth. Then, the most explosive moment came. My main body, Madara, casually watched as they were surrounded and beaten by 5 clones and suddenly asked, "Let me ask you a question. What do you think? Is it better to use or not use Susanoo for these 25 clones?" In that instant, everyone turned pale. The battle situation collapsed. The Vice Admiral was chased and beaten by my clones, and various distress calls flew towards the command room like snowflakes. Lady Crane was almost turning gray-haired from worry. The situation on the Admiral's side was even worse, although he was holding on thanks to elementalization. It was clear to everyone that he was at the end of his rope. Akainu, not believing in evil, charged straight at my main body, wanting to capture the king first. What happened? My clone struck down with a sword, applying a simple sealing technique. Poof! Akainu spat blood. He was dumbfounded. How could he be hit while in elemental form? Hey, little brother, have you heard of chakra? Kizaru desperately tried to save his comrades, and the scene turned into chaos. The 5 of them couldn't even touch the hem of my main body's clothes before they were about to lose. On the other side, on Zifa's training ship, a vice admiral was being beaten to the ground by one of my clones using Susanoo, and it looked like the ship and crew were doomed. The ship was full of new Navy recruits, trembling in fear. Just when that vice admiral was in despair, preparing to leave his last words, my teacher Saitama staggered out. He was mumbling, so shaky. That vice admiral was almost in tears, shouting, "Newbies, run! This is not an enemy you can handle." But my teacher Saitama silenced him with one sentence. In the face of disaster, if even heroes run away, who else can stand up? Then, just like that, with one punch, boom! That blue giant Susanoo that knocked the vice admiral down to call him daddy, along with the Madara clone inside, shattered into countless light points. The whole place fell silent. The vice admiral was dumbfounded, running over to grab me, his lips trembling. You were so strong. Why didn't you say it earlier? I have to tell you, I was almost laughing my head off at that moment. Of course, it was a perfect performance. My clone and my Saitama clone were working together in a two-way coordination. One was responsible for taking hits, and the other was showing off, and the effect was maximized. That old man Aldington over there had his face as red as a pig's liver, stammering for a long time, saying that I never claimed to be this strong before. I tell you, my Saitama clone was just about to roll his eyes, thinking, didn't I say I was strong? It's you who didn't believe it, big guy. But this wasn't the time to argue about that. He quickly pleaded with me. Mr. Saitama, please, hurry and support the other ships. My clone thought for a moment and said, all right, it's just the right time to continue the performance in a different place. Oh no, I mean to continue upholding justice. So with a sound, it jumped away. Meanwhile, let me tell you, the main battlefield was truly exciting. My true self was playing with those generals, when suddenly I sensed that my clone had been taken out by Saitama's clone. Goodness, I couldn't help but laugh out loud right there. How interesting, so very interesting. Those generals in CP0 were all confused, not knowing what I was laughing about. I intentionally said loudly, "Oh, I didn't expect you Navy to hide such a strong expert. One punch, and you took out my clone. Impressive." This caused quite a stir. One punch? Took out a clone of Uchiha Madara? Who was it? Those generals had been struggling for a while, almost being taken out by my clone's punch, and now you tell me someone outside is going on a rampage? Zephyr was the first to react, his face turning pale. Is it Saitama? Is he that strong? He regretted it deeply, wishing he had brought him along. Of course. If you had known, how would I perform this play? My true body calculated for a moment. 1, 2. Wow, 5 clones are gone. All right, enough is enough. If I keep playing, my reputation as a movie king will be ruined. So I casually said, "I'm leaving," and with the gaze of the 5 admirals upon me, I left gracefully. Now the Navy's face is completely on the ground, shattered. The admirals joined forces, yet they couldn't even stop my clones, and my true body just walked away. It was like a day trip to the Navy headquarters. In this battle, Uchiha Madara, directly ascended to the status of a god, renowned throughout the world. Of course, the Navy didn't leave empty-handed. As soon as the battle ended, Zephyr rushed over to my Saitama side like he had found treasure, looking at me with a beaming face. "Saitama, you are really strong." I was peeling a banana at the time, and the Navy's logistics were really great, with plenty of fruit. Zephyr was so excited, saying that I was the Navy's supernova, the light of hope, and that there would definitely be great rewards from above. I tell you, I was just responding with O and the whole time, not taking my eyes off his fruit basket. He was still there making grand plans. If all goes well, you might even get your own fleet. As soon as I heard that, I finally stopped eating the banana, looked up, and gazed at him with utmost sincerity. Zephyr thought I was stunned by the surprise and jokingly asked, "What's wrong? Can't believe it?" I swallowed the banana in my mouth and pointed to the fruit basket. "Not. I'm just asking, are you still eating those apples? If not, can you give them to me? Who understands family, right?" Zephyr's expression at that moment was like someone who had been constipated for a month. He must have been thinking, is it really reliable to entrust the future of the Navy to such a foodie? But no matter what he thought, the fleet admiral had to establish a typical example to restore the Navy's reputation. So I, Saitama, was rapidly promoted to rear admiral. This was a huge achievement, and no one could say anything. After all, I had saved so many vice admirals. The only problem was that I've been playing Saitama for so long that I became quite unruly. In the end, there was no way out, and the fleet admiral had to put me under Zephyr's name, making him my guardian. Then it was time to form the fleet, and Zephyr was very generous, saying that I could choose from the elite of his new recruits. I flipped my dead fish eyes directly. I really don't want to be in charge. Being a hero doesn't involve hierarchy. Zephyr furrowed his brows at that. How could a soldier not have superiors and subordinates? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a little girl with glasses next to us, the one I had given a knife to before, Dasky, mustered up her courage and said, "Report. Can we have the headquarters send a deputy to specifically handle the miscellaneous tasks on the ship?" Wow, that suggestion was simply brilliant. As soon as Zephyr heard it, he agreed. How could a tough guy like me possibly understand navigation and technical tasks like reading the wind direction? So he made a decision. It's settled. Your name is Dasky, right? You will assist Major Saitama. Just like that, my makeshift fleet was set up. Crew members, gunners, cooks, the whole Navy service was provided. All of them were rookies. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Navy were not idle. Sengoku and Garp were both troubled by this matter. Sengoku slammed the table in anger, while Garp, sitting next to him, was munching on sunbae, looking indifferent. He said, Uchiha Madara, didn't rob or massacre anyone. I just killed a celestial dragon that everyone wants to take down. What's the big deal?" This almost gave Sengoku a heart attack. In the end, Sengoku gritted his teeth and decided to accelerate the 7 warlords' plan, while also determining that Uchiha Madara must have a sky-high bounty. On the other side, on my warship, Zephyr personally came over to deliver the cloak with justice written on the back. His eyes were slightly moist as he expressed his hope that I could become a hero of the Navy's justice. I put on the cloak, and to be honest, I did look quite handsome. Then Zephyr took out a document, his expression extremely serious. "Major Saitama, headquarters has issued a special order for you." I was taken aback. "A special order?" "That's right," he said in a deep voice, just like when Gar pursued Roger back in the day. From today onwards, the Navy orders you, Major General Saitama, to immediately begin the pursuit of Uchiha Madara. I almost couldn't hold it back at that time. You want me to chase myself? You Navy guys are really something. This is obviously just a pure public relations strategy. The newspapers are full of how Uchiha Madara, can easily defeat the Navy, so the Navy has to show some stance. They turn me, Saitama, into the #1 opponent against Madara, with various vice admirals and admirals coming forward to endorse me, hyping it up to the sky, talking about the Navy's hope, about One Punch Man. Even that old man Carp publicly said, I believe he can definitely bring Uchiha Madara to justice, just like I did with Roger back in the day. Goodness. After this operation, the way the new recruits on my ship looked at me changed. Their eyes were all starry, completely in awe, especially that little fangirl, Dasky, who follows me every day asking, Major Saitama, how did you become so strong? Please teach me. As soon as I looked, hey, isn't the stage already here? I immediately put on a profound expression and said solemnly, do you want to know? Everyone around perked up their ears. I cleared my throat and slowly revealed the unbeatable secret. Listen up. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats in place, plus a 10-kilometer run. Every day, without fail. No air conditioning allowed in summer or winter. It took me 3 years, and I lost all my hair just to achieve this level of skill. This is the true way to become strong on your own. The entire venue fell silent. The Daskies were stunned, and after a long pause, one finally couldn't help but complain, Major General, please don't joke around. This training volume is even less than what we have in our recruit camp. I blinked my dead fish eyes innocently and said, but that's how I became stronger. From that day on, I set out with my fleet on a pursuit journey in the Grand Line. Of course, the pursuit of myself was a lie, but cleaning up the trash was real. No matter what kind of billion-dollar bounty pirate you are, in front of me, all of you will be taken down with a single punch. My reputation as a Navy supernova spread instantly. The progress of the template in my body is also rapidly increasing. My Abido has reached 71, and Saitama has reached 55. My strength is getting closer and closer. My Abido clone has also been busy, acting as my eyes everywhere and looking for suitable stages to show off. One day, after we dealt with a group of pirates, Dasky came over to report the next target, just as she listed a series of names. One of my clones in the distance suddenly disappeared, but before vanishing, it transmitted crucial information. Doflamingo, that pink flamingo, is planning to rob the heavenly gold mint for the celestial dragons. Such immense wealth? No, such immense merit. How could we possibly miss it? I immediately interrupted Dasky. Let's go to Nyoming Island. Although Dasky was puzzled as to why I chose such a place, he quickly began to arrange the route. At this moment, on the sea, Doflamingo was crazily bombarding the naval fleet, escorting the golden sky with his family subordinates. He stood at the bow of the ship, arms wide open, laughing maniacally. Fu-fu-fu. The golden sky. This thing rightfully belongs to me, the former celestial dragon. The rear admiral of the escort fleet was knocked down by Pika with a single punch, and it seemed like the entire fleet was about to be annihilated. Doflamingo was gleefully preparing to collect the spoils. Just then, Diamante on the lookout shouted loudly, Doflamingo, naval warships spotted ahead. I tell you, Doflamingo's face immediately fell. The Navy? What the hell? He calculated it perfectly. The Navy in this sea area wouldn't be able to support in time. He immediately asked, which unit is it? The lookout shouted back, unit number HS2. Good heavens, HS2? Doflamingo was first stunned, then burst out laughing like a villain. His sticky subordinate Toripole asked, Doflamingo, what are you laughing about? Do you know this unit number? Doflamingo couldn't stop laughing, saying, how could I not know? HS. One belongs to that old man Garp. He used it when he chased Roger around the world back in the day. So HS too. As soon as he said that, the officers on the ship instantly understood and all laughed disdainfully. Oh, is it the Navy's mascot? The lucky guy named Saitama? Who understands, folks? This guy is just a social media celebrity, rear admiral propped up by the Navy to save face. Think about it. If it weren't for that fierce guy named Uchiha Madara, who nearly made the Navy's face swollen, how could this bald head go from a rookie to rear admiral in a few months? And they're saying they're sending him to chase Uchiha Madara. It's simply a joke. Clearly, just a public relations stunt by the Navy. The Don Quixote family found it more and more amusing as they looked over at the warship. And sure enough, on the deck stood a shiny bald head, looking dazed. Doflamingo's sinister smile reappeared. Uchiha Madara. That's a monster that can go toe-to-toe with 5 admiral-level powers. I wouldn't dare to mess with him, but a mere Navy rear admiral. He shifted his tone and said to his family officers, "Hey, what do you think? If I take care of this Navy superstar, will Sengoku immediately send me an offer for the 7 warlords?" This line of thought opened up immediately. To become a warlord, one needs fame and strength. How does fame come? By causing trouble. Of course, causing trouble has its levels. Someone like Uchiha Madara, who directly slaughtered the celestial dragons, is too big of a deal to even qualify for an interview. But Doflamingo is different. He needs an achievement that can impress on the surface. I'll use you as my stepping stone. Doflamingo chuckled ominously, spread his arms, and suddenly flew up into the sky, landing directly on Saitama's warship. As soon as he landed, his arrogance surged. "Oh, isn't this the Navy's superstar? Let me tell you, if you surrender now, I can still make your suffering a little less, he. And guess what?" Saitama blinked his dead fish eyes and innocently asked the person next to him, "Who is this guy?" Dasky quickly whispered a reminder. "Don Quixote Doflamingo, bounty 340 million. After speaking, her gaze towards Doflamingo was subtle, as if looking at a fool. Asking Rear Admiral Saitama to surrender? Is this guy still half asleep? Saitama went then looked at Doflamingo with his harmless eyes and seriously asked, "Are you strong? You really think you can take me down?" This directly amused Doflamingo, who laughed so hard he almost fell over. "Am I strong? Of course I'm strong. You don't really think you have the qualifications to chase after Uchiha Madara, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates jumped onto the warship, each of them radiating killing intent as they surrounded Saitama and the others. One named Gladiolus clenched his fist and said, "Hey, please don't surrender. I haven't warmed up yet." Another named Diamante, even more straightforward, drew his longsword and said, "Since Doflamingo has given you a chance to surrender, I guarantee your safety. If you don't surrender," crack, with a single sword strike, he sliced off half of the ship's deck. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. He was about to continue his show-off, saying this was the consequence of not surrendering. Before he could finish, a fist wearing a plastic glove suddenly slammed into his face. Bang! Diamante's entire upper body, let me tell you, was instantly gone, turned into a mist of blood. Saitama's forehead erupted with a tick mark, furious. "Hey, you broke the deck. You have to pay for it." In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. The Don Quixote family members were about to pop their eyes out. One punch? Just one punch? The 99 million bounty Diamante, just like that, was gone? This was a tough character that even pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions might not be able to beat. The voice of the sharp-nosed Pikachu was stunned. "How is it possible? Who is this man?" Dasky sneered coldly from the side and directly retorted, "How is it impossible? Rear Admiral Saitama just killed a guy with a bounty of 190 million with one punch yesterday. Is it strange to kill someone with less than 100 million? Do you really think our Rear Admiral is just a product of the publicity department?" Doflamingo was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He wasn't surprised by the instant kill of Diamante. He could do it himself, but to do it so casually like swatting a fly. This strength, even the 4 emperors can't be that good, right? Just as he felt something was off, his clueless family members got heated again. "Bastard, you dare to kill Diamante? For family revenge." The youngest baby, 5 and Buffalo, rushed up without thinking. "Wait, you guys stop." Doflamingo was shocked, yelling urgently. But when he turned around, he found Saitama was already gone. The next second, he saw baby 5 and Buffalo head first, like 2 green onions pinned to the deck. Saitama clapped his hands, sighed, and looked at Doflamingo with an eerily calm gaze. "Well, the joke ends here. You guys, if you want to apologize, it's best to do it now." As soon as those words came out, the pressure skyrocketed. But Pikachu, whose brain seemed to be malfunctioning, was still shouting, "You actually dared to kill Diamante?" While shouting, he pressed both hands onto the deck, and suddenly several huge rocks flew up from the sea. As soon as the rocks touched him, they instantly formed a massive rock armor on his body, transforming him into a stone giant. Doflamingo originally wanted to stop him, but swallowed his words. He thought, Pikachu's ability is the strongest in defense in the family. Even if his bald head is fierce, he can't possibly punch. Right? Dance of Stones. Pikachu screamed, and 8 giant rock spikes shot toward Saitama. Let me tell you, Saitama's dodging moves are simply incredible. It doesn't look like a battle at all. It's like he's dancing. He twists left, jumps right, and his positioning is something even AI can't calculate. He effortlessly dodges all attacks. Then, with a push of his foot, he appears right in front of the stone giant, gripping with his plastic glove. A series of normal punches follow. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, his fists seem to multiply, raining down on the stone giant. Boom! The entire stone giant, along with the Pika inside, is blasted into a cloud of ash. Not even having a chance to say a final word. Rock fragments fall onto the deck with a clatter, and the whole world falls silent. Saitama expressionlessly retracts his fist and then glances lightly at Don Quixote Doflamingo. We surrender. Doflamingo stiffens, raising his hands above his head without a second thought. His movements impeccably standard. Young master, Doflamingo's subordinates are all bewildered. We surrender. Trouble, put down your staff. Everyone drop your weapons. Doflamingo's voice quivers. His eyes behind the sunglasses filled with fear. No joke, if they don't surrender, he'll be the next one to turn to ash. What kind of monster is this bald guy? Thus, the battle ends dramatically. Dasky, already used to it, calmly retrieves sea stone handcuffs from the cabin and cuffs them all one by one. At this point, Saitama points at the baby, 5 he had stuck in the ground, and asks, does this kid have a bounty? Dasky checks and reports, no, Major. Oh, then don't send her to prison. It's not good for a child to have a record. Saitama thinks for a moment and says, let's keep her on our ship. Give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. Dasky is filled with admiration, thinking their major is so kind. Saitama himself doesn't think too much about it. He glances at the obediently surrendering Doflamingo and then at the escort ship of the Sky Gold not far away. A glimmer of something not fitting his silly image flashing in his eyes. The ship of Sky Gold. It must have quite a few devil fruits on board, right? To be honest, even if Doflamingo didn't cause trouble, Saitama's ship wouldn't be able to leave. The ship's floor had been cut. Fortunately, there are many naval bases, so they used Doflamingo's ship to head towards the nearest G-13 fortress, conveniently taking along the escort ship of Sky Gold as well. The captain of that escort ship, named Catalu, comes over with a bandage wrapped around his head to thank them. After thanking them, he starts scolding Doflamingo. These bastards robbing Sky Gold. Don't they fear being hunted down by the Navy to the ends of the earth? At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. Afraid? Don Quixote Doflamingo comes from the celestial dragon lineage. Would the Navy dare to move against him? In the end, they would have to compromise and give him a position as a warlord. But then, Catalu suddenly shifted the topic and said to Saitama, by the way, Major Saitama, regarding our joint effort to capture the Don Quixote family, how about we report it this way? Dasky's face changed immediately. Joint effort? We saved you. And you want to take credit right away? Where's your face? Catalan knew he was being shameless, but he had no choice. The ship was in such a state that he would definitely be held accountable when he returned. He had to grab some credit to keep his position. He even put on a senior's demeanor. It's normal for a newcomer like you to team up with an old veteran like me. I've already written the report for you. Saitama still looked dazed, as if he didn't understand. When Catalu saw this, he thought Saitama had tacitly agreed, and he happily went back to think about how to write the report, claiming all the credit for himself. The ship was soon repaired, and Catalu's escort ship set off first. He stood at the bow, feeling quite pleased. That bald guy is strong, but his brain isn't working well. Ha. Now that I've captured Doflamingo, I might get promoted to Rear Admiral. Just as he was daydreaming, a communications soldier came rolling and crawling over. Major Catalu, it's bad. We're under attack. Catalu frowned and stood up with an air of authority. Who dares to be so bold? Don't they know I've just captured the celestial demon? Goodness, in just a few minutes, Doflamingo had already become his capture. The communications soldier, with a mournful face, said, It's Madara. Uchiha. Madara? Catalu was stunned, his face turning as white as paper. He staggered to the deck and saw that, indeed, that godlike man was standing on a massive blue giant, looking coldly at him. Catalu's legs went weak. This was someone even 5 admirals couldn't stop. What was he here for? Oh right, he was the mortal enemy of the celestial dragons, here to seize the treasures in the sky. His logic was completely sound. Catalu was so scared that his soul almost left his body, cursing Saitama in his mind. Aren't you supposed to be hunting Uchiha Madara? Now that he's here, where are you? Useless. Cursing aside, he definitely couldn't win a fight, so he could only force himself to put on a bold front. Uchiha Madara, you finally come. I just dealt with the Don Quixote family, and you're just in time to be my offering. He thought that by bringing up Doflamingo's name, he might scare the opponent away. But then, Uchiha Madara's expression turned particularly strange after hearing that, and he finally squeezed out a sentence. You really know how to have fun. Then, that enormous blue warrior swung down a sword. The entire ship was instantly split in two. The battle ended in a second. Uchiha Madara, that's me, saw Catalu being blown away by the shockwave, miraculously surviving. I instantly appeared beside him. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Looking at his terrified expression, I couldn't help but revert to my normal form. Although this wasn't very in line with Uchiha Madara's character, I really couldn't hold back after watching her performance. My tone shifted from overwhelmingly imposing to lazily goofy. Saitama, Catalu's eyes were about to pop out. The Navy major chasing Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Madara himself were the same person. He wanted to shout this enormous joke out loud for the whole world to know. Unfortunately, a person with a sword through their throat cannot make a sound. After resolving everything, I happily began to salvage my loot. Wow, there were so many treasures in the sky. I pulled out 13 devil fruits alone, and the system progress bar increased significantly. Plus, there was that massive pile of gold, silver, and jewels. I estimated it was worth at least 50 small targets. I used a storage scroll to gather everything, and thought that I had been using this Saitama disguise for quite a while. So it was time to change my identity for a bit. I left a few with clone jutsu behind to continue playing the bald guy, while I took this batch of goods to an island called Hanabar, preparing to sell them off. This place is a mix of all sorts, making it perfect for dealing with these items. However, I wasn't familiar with the market, and I was pondering whether to find someone knowledgeable to avoid being scammed by black market dealers. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a woman in a black robe with a fantastic figure, hurriedly walking by not far from me, occasionally glancing back as if she was trying to avoid someone. I was stunned at that moment. Isn't that Nico Robin? How did she end up here? Then, in the next second, I understood. Wow, this girl is being chased. The streets were filled with pirates wielding knives, shouting, Robin, you bastard, come out. I could tell at a glance that she had just run away from her previous employer and was about to switch to the next one. Let me tell you, Robin is quite something. Her methods of changing jobs are simply amazing. She directly used the secret of ancient weapons as a stepping stone, fooling those uneducated pirate captains by claiming she could lead them to world-destroying power, and then naturally got on their ship. The last one, called Hurricane Dora, was completely hoodwinked by her. She probably later realized Robin was just making empty promises every day and, in a fit of anger, wanted to sell her to the Navy for a bounty. But Robin found out in advance and escaped. Now, she turned around and used the same tactics to successfully board another pirate ship, captained by a guy named Stormdoor, with an even higher bounty than the previous one. Robin must be feeling pretty good about herself, thinking she is safe now. But guess what? Her former employer, Hurricane Dora, showed up with people to block the door. At that moment, I was watching and wondering, thinking that the new owner's bounty was even higher. So what was there to be afraid of? Just go for it. But who could understand? As soon as those two pirate leaders met, they didn't even throw a punch. Instead, they started chatting in a refined manner. I felt a chill in my heart, sensing that something was off. Sure enough, those two revealed their true intentions. Longi Duo AO put his arm around Hurricane Dora's shoulder, grinning widely at Robin. I forgot to introduce ourselves. We are biological brothers. Damn, these two are putting on a show, just to trick Robin onto the ship, and then the two of them planned to sell her for money. Robin's face went pale at the time, surrounded by a group of pirates with no way to retreat. Those two sleazy guys were still leering, saying they would break her limbs first and then enjoy her. Unbelievable, these beasts. Just at that critical moment, Robin suddenly had a clever idea and shouted, "Do you dare touch me? I have someone backing me." The two were actually taken aback and asked her who it was. Robin lifted her chin, exuding confidence. "Uchiha Madara." I almost burst out laughing from the top of the ship. "Wow, you really know how to talk. You actually do have someone behind you, and that someone is me, Uchiha Madara." When those two heard the name Uchiha Madara, they were immediately shocked, and they even speculated that Madara's goal must be ancient weapons. However, they weren't easy targets either. They quickly thought that it didn't matter if it was real or not. As long as they killed her here, there would be no witnesses. And how would Madara find out? With the intent to kill, the pirates' expressions changed instantly. Just as they were about to make a move, I descended from the sky and said in a light voice, "Are you planning to attack my people?" When they saw me, their faces turned green. Zhao Su. Robin was also dumbfounded. Probably her mind was blank, thinking, what kind of script is this? I casually mentioned a name, and the real person's brother actually came. The guy named Erishur no DOA was quite brave. Once he snapped back to reality, he shouted, "Don't panic. He's just Zhao Su, not Uchiha Madara himself. His strength can't be that great. Let's all go together and kill him." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I told you, after playing the roles of Ban Yi and Saitama for so long, constantly boosting their stats, today, it's finally my turn to show off as Zhao Su. They have no idea that I am the one who possesses all the power as a complete being. Those little minions rushed at me, shouting, and I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. When I opened my kaleidoscope, I cast an illusion, and instantly, everyone froze as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, standing there like wooden dummies. Seeing their little brothers all taken out, those two brothers panicked and pulled out 2 Gatling guns, unleashing a barrage of fire at me and Robin. The bullets rained down like it was pouring. Robin turned pale with fright, and I immediately wrapped my arm around her waist. Let me tell you that feeling. Cough, cough, that's not the point. The point is, amidst the hail of bullets, it was like dancing as I led her to dodge and weave. Not even a scratch on our clothes. 10 seconds. 2,000 bullets, completely useless. Once they ran out of ammo, I turned my scarlet Sharingan and locked eyes with them. Tsukuyami. Done. The world fell silent. Robin was still in shock, probably wondering what kind of monster I really was. I released her waist and gave her a gentle smile. "Let's go. Didn't you say you were my brother's subordinate? I'll take you to see him." Robin's face turned even whiter in an instant. I could tell she was thinking, "Oh no, just escaped from the wolf's den, and now I'm entering the tiger's lair." I brought Robin back to the base, and my clone had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they met, the clone turned into a drama queen, exuding killing intent and staring coldly at Robin. "Who allowed you to impersonate my person?" Robin, having seen the world, quickly explained that she borrowed the name in a moment of desperation and immediately threw out her value. "I could decipher historical texts and help you find ancient weapons." However, my clone, after hearing this, showed a look of disdain. "Blowing up an island? I can do that myself. Why do I need that?" With that one sentence, Robin was left speechless, her biggest bargaining chip instantly rendered useless. Then came a most explosive part. My brother shifted his tone, looked Robin up and down, and then pointed at her and said, "Since you have offended the Uchiha clan, your punishment will be to become my brother's concubine and help our clan expand." I almost couldn't hold it back at that moment, and Robin was even more flushed. What a bizarre turn of events. I felt like I was being abducted into a makeshift marriage. I quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Bro, you can't arrange marriages like this. It's 2025. We were there, one playing the bad cop and the other the good cop. My brother even threatened that if she didn't agree, he would kill her. In the end, I insisted against the majority opinion, saying that we shouldn't rush into marriage talks, and that she should work with us to handle some goods we had just obtained. As for feelings, we could develop them slowly." Robin's grateful little eyes, wasn't that just perfect? The key was the contrast. Later I found out that the pile of goods I had her help with was all the treasure stolen from the celestial dragons. Goodness. This fortune directly exchanged for over 6 billion berries. Just as we were preparing to go to the black market to get some devil fruits with a huge sum of money, I suddenly felt something was off. My clone also sensed it and called out to the empty street corner, "Come out, do I need to invite you?" As soon as I finished speaking, a man in a green coat slowly walked out, with strange red square tattoos on his face. Robin, who was behind me, was directly shocked and exclaimed, "Monkey D, dragon? Damn, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? How'd he come knocking on our door?" Longo is quite straightforward, fixing his gaze on my brother and me, and says bluntly, "Brothers, I see you have a grudge against the celestial dragons. Our goal is also to overthrow them. So what do you say? Are you interested in joining us and starting a revolution together?" My brother fell silent at that moment, his Sharingan fixed on Long, and he slowly asked, "Are we brothers?" Long nodded vigorously. "That's right." Let me tell you, at that moment, Banya's expression suddenly darkened, and that melancholic aura was just overwhelming. He spoke in a particularly calm, yet heavy tone. "Once I had 4 younger brothers, but they all died when they were very young. Now, only Zhao Su is left." After saying that, he glanced at me, and I immediately understood the meaning in his eyes. No matter what happens, I will protect this younger brother at all costs. Wow. I was right there listening, and Long and Robin instantly imagined a grand 80-episode revenge drama. They absolutely pinned the blame for the deaths of my brother's younger brothers directly on the celestial dragons. Family, who understands? This misunderstanding was definitely more than the berries in my pocket. Brother Long was so excited at that moment. He seized my brother's hand. "Then you should join us. Our goal is to overthrow that decaying world and ensure every child can live in a safe environment." As soon as I heard this, I almost laughed out loud. This line is just a rehash of how Senju Hashirama convinced Madara to build a village back in the day, right? My brother's character is set now. He paused for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll join. Hey, the plan works." I sneakily glanced at the system panel, and Madara's participation level jumped from 71 to 74 in an instant. Awesome. Then the two of us followed Dragon and directly parachuted into their stronghold, the White Earth Island of Baldigo. Let me tell you, that place is full of yellow sand, and the living conditions are like cave dwellings, extremely barren. But strangely, the locals all have smiles on their faces, and life seems pretty happy. Robin was stunned, saying that the governance level of this revolutionary army is way higher than that of the world government. Once we entered their headquarters, a bunch of officials gathered around. My brother maintained his usual aloof demeanor, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Then, Brother Dragon gave us some study materials, saying we need to understand the Revolutionary Army's ideology. I took a look, and wow, it was just 2 or 3 pages of paper written like a pirate version of Das Kapital for beginners. It talked about things like labor is the most glorious and the nobility are parasites, which made me laugh. Robin, this academic overachiever, was enjoying it thoroughly, while Long Good beside me asked with a serious expression, "Do you not understand?" "That's okay. This concept is a bit profound." I couldn't hold back at that moment and directly used the dragon-slaying techniques I learned in my previous life, like rural encirclement of cities, the United Front, and liberating thoughts to seek truth from facts. I picked what I could say and delivered a dimensional blow to the 2 of them. Brother Long was instantly stunned, you know? His eyes went blank, and his mouth was agape, as if he could fit an egg in there, as if he had seen the door to a new world. Robin also looked at me in shock, probably wondering what kind of stuff was in this kid's head. As a result, Brother Long went into seclusion to digest everything, and before leaving, he granted me the highest authority, allowing me to roam freely in the base. What can I do? Of course, I can take my little concubine Robin for a stroll. Then I saw an incredibly hot scene. A purple-haired babe, wearing sunglasses, with her top open, waving a big flag, was there conducting military training, shouting at a group of little kids. "Can't you do 1,000 push-ups? Useless. Do you want your families to continue being bullied by the nobles?" Wow, it's Bello Betty, the inspiring fruit user. I recognized her at a glance, mainly because of her outfit. Going in without anything on, I checked several times, and she's really not wearing anything. She noticed me too, coming over with the flag, looking all vigilant. "Who are you guys?" I pushed Robin forward. "The newcomer, you must know her, right? The light of the revolution." Betty's vigilance eased a bit, but the look in her eyes was still off, probably because I was staring too intently. I deliberately teased her. "Practicing so late? That sweat doesn't smell good." "You know, this little girl has quite a temper." She exploded on the spot, saying she would drag me along to practice and teach a lesson to this guy with the inappropriate gaze. "Practice what?" "Fishman karate." As soon as I heard that, I thought, great, it's just right to learn a new skill. Betty let out a cold laugh and said her training was quite strict. She first tried to use her Inspire Fruit ability to give me a debuff, but it had no effect on me at all. I was too strong. I made a bet with her, saying, "Your fruit ability is not impressive. How about we do something practical? If I learn the basics in one night, you have to let me hug you, deal? That would definitely motivate me." She blushed and gritted her teeth. "All right, but if you can't learn it, don't blame me for being rude." So what happened? Once I activated my Rinnegan, let alone her mediocre skills, I even copied how to breathe clearly. In less than half an hour, I had completely drained this little girl, teaching her everything from the basics to advanced techniques. And then I demonstrated it all back to her unchanged. She was stunned, collapsed on the ground, questioning her life choices. The group of little kids, including a girl named Kurla, had their eyes light up and immediately betrayed her, shouting for me to be their instructor. I smiled and said, "Sure, but first, we need to make your instructor, Betty, fulfill her promise." The kids immediately cheered, "Hug, hug." After more than 10 days, I became the new recruit instructor, teasing Betty every day, and finally, Dragon emerged from his seclusion. As soon as he came out, without saying a word, he gave me a deep bow. I was stunned. "What's going on?" Robin quietly reminded me that this was a master-disciple ceremony, and me not dodging it meant I accepted. Wow. Do people in the world of One Piece bow to their masters so smoothly? Is it all about acting first and explaining later? Dragon enthusiastically called me teacher and asked what the Revolutionary Army should do next. What could I say? I casually replied, "Let us keep going like this for now." He then went on to imagine a whole bunch of things like building up strength and waiting for the right moment, saying that I was truly worthy of being a teacher. I was really impressed. Later, when we got to serious matters, the Revolutionary Army was so broke it was ridiculous. I simply spent 1 billion berries to exchange for 5 devil fruits, which was like giving them a lifeline. They took the money to buy food, and when I heard the destination, I thought, hey, Frostmoon Village. So we followed Dragon to this peaceful little village in the EC. Dragon and the master of Isen Dojo, Gung Shiro, turned out to be old acquaintances. The two of them were reminiscing, and Dragon even introduced me as his teacher. I was sitting around bored, so I decided to take a stroll by myself. I thought to myself, I don't know if Zoro is around, but Kuna should be, right? As soon as I opened my senses, hey, I really found her. She's right in the dojo's warehouse. I quietly sneaked over to take a look, and wow, this little girl was struggling to move a ridiculously heavy sharpening stone on a high shelf. I thought to myself, take it easy. Before I could finish my sentence, she accidentally stepped into empty space and fell down like a heavy stone. Damn, if she hit the ground, One Piece would have ended right there. I reacted quickly, without thinking much, and used a technique to pull her and the stone toward me in an instant, safely catching her in my arms. The little girl was startled, and when she came to her senses, her face turned bright red. She hurriedly jumped out of my arms, lowering her head to thank me. I casually teased her about her dad, saying, your dad is so stingy. Why doesn't he even install a proper staircase in this warehouse? It's quite ridiculous. After a short chat, Van appeared like a ghost and said her dad was looking for her. Seeing her face instantly fall, I knew she was in for a rough time when she got back. Sure enough, later that evening, while I was enjoying the sea breeze, the little girl came over, crying, and sat next to me in silence for a long time. Finally, she managed to say something that left me speechless. Do you think women can really never become the strongest in the world? Who understands her situation? Her dad, just because she almost fell while sharpening a knife, pulled out that old cliché about women being naturally weaker and that they would never catch up to men as they grew up to manipulate her. I was a bit angry at that moment and said, it's 2025, who still discriminates by gender? Your dad is just narrow-minded and hasn't seen much of the world. I gave her an example and said, isn't Big Mom from the New World a woman? She still insisted, saying that Big Mom isn't the strongest. I said, okay, let me tell you a secret. My brother, Uchiha Madara, is pretty strong, right? But there's one woman who completely outsmarted him, and she's the true final boss. Seeing her still half convinced, I thought talking wasn't enough. I stood up and said, come on, little sister. I'll show you something big. Open your eyes. The next second, Susan, complete form, stood up. A giant dark blue figure, taller than a mountain, just slammed down at the seaside. Kuina was dumbfounded. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. I let her see it clearly. When that earth-shattering giant sword was drawn, and aimed at the boundless sea before us. It was just one strike. Boom! The entire sea, can you believe it? It was directly split in half by me. In the middle, a canyon dozens of meters wide and unfathomably deep opened up, with no end in sight to the seabed. That scene was simply incredible. It took a good 10 seconds for the waters on both sides to come rushing back. I released Susanoo, patted her shoulder, and calmly said to her, "Remember, if anyone ever tells you that women can't do anything, just let them come here and have a go at me first. After they VE fought me, then they can talk. Hey, I tell you, this trick really works." The next day, Kuina's whole demeanor was different. She was so confident. The confusion in her eyes was gone, and her sword felt much more agile. Her father was dumbfounded, and Zoro looked bewildered after their fight, probably wondering what kind of miraculous potion she had taken to change so drastically in just one night. With that matter settled, I heard a ding in my head, and good gracious, the system notified me that the third character template was unlocked. As soon as I saw that name, I laughed. Let me tell you, this time the one being unlocked is a heavyweight, an ultimate source of fun. I was thinking, with such a big shot making an entrance, he definitely needs a stage that matches his status. Where to go? Got it. Impel down. I just happen to want to pull off something big, and, while I'm at it, establish a stable supply chain for devil fruits. So I went for it, splitting myself, donned in shiny golden armor, and charged in. The scene was simply a dimensional suppression. My golden doppelganger made its way straight into the front gate of Impel Down, taking out the external fleet in an instant. I descended layer by layer, demolishing everything like a demolition team director on the job, with terrifying efficiency. The people in the monitoring room were so shocked that they were dumbfounded, and their reporting speed couldn't keep up with my descent. By the time I reached the 6th level of hell, those legendary pirates, upon seeing a newcomer, started shouting louder than anyone else. But my doppelganger ignored them completely, countering with a move called King's Treasure, with golden light flashing behind me as countless treasures rained down, instantly silencing the entire area and turning it into a river of blood. The main point was to show them who allowed these insects to look up at me. After clearing the area, I slipped over to Doflamingo's cell. This guy was quite composed, grinning and asking me who I was. I directly retorted, "Who gave you the right to ask this king's name?" I shot him down. Then I told him, "You little brat, selling devil fruits, those are all my treasures. Now I'll give you a chance. Submit to me or die." Mingo is also a smart guy. He knows this is the only chance he has to get out in his lifetime, so he immediately expressed his willingness to submit. I let him out, and he had some ideas, wanting to recruit other prisoners from the 6th level as cannon fodder to rush out together and deal with Magellan. I thought it was fine. After all, they were just a bunch of nobodies, so I arrogantly said to him, "Do whatever you want." Guess what happened next? This flamingo was really not polite at all. He immediately started gathering people, pulling out all his weird-looking old subordinates from jail. There was Aunt Jorah, Tory Bull, and a guy whose hair could explode, Galadius. Goodness, it seems like the whole family had to go to jail together. I stood on the rooftop, watching with ease. The flamingo was gathering people while sneakily glancing at me, its eyes full of drama. Let me tell you, I saw through its little schemes at a glance. It must be thinking, does this guy have such a big heart? Just watching me expand my power? Isn't he afraid I might turn around and stab him? Naive. This group of people, pushed our way up as if we were invincible, and the guards in the prison couldn't stop us at all. Soon, we reached the 3rd level, and trouble came. A guy who looked like a demon blocked our way. I heard, it turned out to be Warden Magellan. This guy is really ruthless. Without saying a word, he opened his mouth and spat out a toxic pufferfish attack, filling the air with purple toxic balls, as if it were raining. Those prisoners who got hit fell down, and those who brushed against it met their doom, with screams filling the air, instantly clearing a large area. I took a glance, and even Doflamingo's arrogant face couldn't hold up anymore. After all, if you got touched by this poison, you'd die, and no one wanted to take that risk. Then, the most amusing scene came. This flamingo suddenly put on a flattering smile, turned to me, and shouted, "My king, what should your humble servant do? I'm just a miscellaneous cultivator. My friends, who understands, he is acting for me. He wants to provoke me with words, to make me the scapegoat and, by the way, test my limits. Does he think I can't see through his little schemes? He still wants to negotiate with me. saying that if I retract the title of Miscellaneous Cultivator, he will fight alongside me. I laughed at that moment, glared at him directly, and told him, since you're a mixed cultivator, show me the appearance of a mixed cultivator. What you need to do now is to close your mouth and properly appreciate my majesty as a king. With just this one sentence, I silenced the flamingo, whose face became longer than a horse's as it obediently retreated to the side. It must have been furious inside, but didn't dare to explode. It could only stare at me intently, trying to gauge my weight. On the opposite side, Magellan also fixed his gaze on me, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to swallow me whole. I was annoyed and directly said, "Who allowed you to stare at me, you?" As soon as the words left my mouth, a flash of golden light appeared behind me, and with a buzzing sound, countless golden ripples spread out. Then, with a crash, over 100 divine weapons emerged as if they were free, swords, spears, and halberds, each shimmering with golden light, complete with their own BGM. Magellan was instantly dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He probably had never seen such a scene in his life, feeling that the aura of each weapon was even more terrifying than the supreme great knife from the Five Elders. Doflamingo's pupils also trembled. He had seen the power of this move before. Back then, the ruthless crew on the 6th level, along with the Sea Prism Stone Cage, were all defeated by me in one blow. I was too lazy to even lift my hand, just hugging my arms and glancing at Magellan out of the corner of my eye. At least, let your dead appearance please me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of treasures were instantly launched, washing over Magellan like missiles, completely drowning him. The thunderous explosions shook the entire prison. But in the next second, a roar came from the smoke. Poison Dragon. 3 gigantic purple poison dragons roared out, their corrosive power so strong that it melted the stone floor. Magellan also emerged from the center of the explosion, his body riddled with large holes, but he quickly healed, the venom flowing over him as if nothing had happened. Oh, elementalization. Quite interesting. Doflamingo watched nervously from behind. Magellan was indeed tricky. With poisonous attacks and elemental defenses, he was practically a bug. I looked at him with a bit of impatience. How dare he let this king, who should be revered, stand on the same ground as you? This disrespect deserved 1,000 deaths. The golden ripples behind me expanded instantly, and the number of treasures multiplied several times, densely filling the sky as if it would block out the heavens. Magellan panicked as well. More poisonous dragons gathered behind him, roaring at me with a fierce yet hollow threat. "Who exactly are you?" I let out a cold snort, my golden hair swaying in the absence of wind, and even I felt that I looked incredibly handsome with that aura. "Listen well, you mixed cultivator, for I am the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, the oldest and strongest king in human history." As soon as these words left my mouth, Magellan was stunned, and Doflamingo began to frown. Let me tell you, that flamingo has a quick mind. His CPU was almost overheating as he linked it to some celestial dragon ancestor and the immortal from the surgery fruit, imagining a whole bunch of nonsense. Magellan didn't think so much. He took my words as bragging and roared for the poisoned dragon to charge at me. The king never lies. I was completely infuriated by this mixed cultivator stupidity. It seems I've been too gentle with you. In an instant, countless noble phantasms were unleashed once again. Magellan didn't dodge at all, relying on his ability to elementalize, thinking he could take it head on. He even mocked me. "You can't use Haki, can you? Without Haki, you'll never break the body of a devil fruit user." Doflamingo behind him probably felt half cold, thinking I'd encounter my nemesis. What a pity. Haki? I laughed disdainfully. I don't need such things at all. As soon as I thought of it, a red spear flew out from Wong's treasure, moving in incredible speed. Magellan wanted to do the same as before, letting the spear pierce through his elementalized body. But the next second, there was a puff sound. Blood spurted out. The red spear was firmly lodged in his arm. Magellan's eyes nearly bulged out, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? My elementalization failed, I coldly told him, in front of my demon-breaking red rose. Any defense made of magical power is utterly useless. The devil fruit is originally my treasure. Who gave you the illusion that you could use my things to fight against me? He was completely stunned and wanted to draw that gun, but it was already too late. In the sky, hundreds and thousands of artifacts that I had prepared long ago fell like a torrential rain. Boom! Magellan, the absolute pillar of impelled down, didn't even have the qualification for me to take action myself, and was instantly killed. The rest was simple. No one in the prison could stop us anymore. The warden named Shiryu of the Rain found it more interesting to follow me and directly defected to our side. Doflamingo took the opportunity to recruit a few tough characters from the 6th level, like that big drinker and the giant warship. Oh, by the way, there was a fool who called himself the Tyrant King. Because he dared to call himself a king in front of me, I casually eliminated him. We hijacked 3 warships and surged out of the propulsion city, crashing through the gate of justice. Let me tell you, the whole world is in an uproar. Over at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku received the report and turned pale. The 5 elders couldn't sit still either. They held an emergency meeting and even talked about seeing Lord him. All the headlines in newspapers around the world are my name, Hero King Gilgamesh. Now, we are on the ship, and Doflamingo is seriously analyzing the sea chart, saying that if we want to escape completely, we either have to storm Judiciary Island or confront the Navy headquarters head-on. He mumbling, trying to figure out how I managed to break into impelled down all by myself. Of course, he can't understand. Because my throne can soar through the skies. Let me tell you, this thing burns mercury, powered by solar energy. It's simply ancient black technology. All physical laws are nothing in its presence. It flies at high speed, equipped with various powerful systems, and even has ancient nuclear warheads. Who among the family understands this? This moving airborne fortress is simply a walking tyrant. Of course, you want Golden Flash to be the driver and take you for a spin? What a beautiful dream. The king's throne is not something you mixed-up crowd can sit on. At this moment, that Tory bull leaned over to Doflamingo and asked in a sticky manner, "Young master, where do we break through from?" Little Ming's mind started to work. He rolled his eyes, didn't answer his subordinate, but turned to Golden Flash and asked in a frivolous tone, "My king, where should we break through from?" Wow, he is getting cocky. Just out of prison. He feels like he is back in action, with wings hardened, daring to play tricks with the king. Let me tell you, his little calculations in his heart are just that he thinks Golden Flash is also an outsider and wants to see if he can seize leadership back. The prisoners around all focus their eyes on him. After all, the composition on this ship is quite complex. Most of the people on the 5th and 4th levels are following Little Ming. But the tough guys on the 6th level, like Rain's Hilliu, don't care about Little Ming at all and are nominally loyal to Golden Flash. In this situation, who do they really listen to? Isn't this a matter of choosing sides? Everyone was staring at Golden Flash on the lookout, waiting for him to speak. And guess what? Golden Flash didn't even lift his eyelids. Just looked at them like they were a bunch of ants, and, mixed up crowd, what as the first door will pass through next? Little Ming was taken aback for a moment before realizing that mixed up crowd was referring to him. He frowned, feeling unhappy, but still honestly answered, "Naval Headquarters." Oh, Golden Flash nodded and then said something that almost made everyone on the ship faint. Then let's break through from there. No one is qualified to make this king take a detour. I was right beside them, and wow, everyone gasped in shock. Breaking out from the Navy headquarters? What kind of place is that? The center of world justice. The stronghold of the marshals and admirals. Are you planning to dance in their spring water? Xiaoming's face turned pale. He is a celestial dragon, after all. How could he not know that above the Navy headquarters is Hua? This is simply insane. Just as he was about to say something to dissuade them, a sudden burst of laughter erupted nearby. Interesting, truly interesting. Rain Shiru was holding his famous sword, Thunderstorm, and was getting all excited. Sure enough, following you leads to such fun things. The Navy headquarters? I wanted to break in for a long time. Burp. The Navy headquarters? The big barrel Basque also burped, his face full of excitement, as if he was watching a show. Xiaoming's expression was a sight to behold. It shifted from green to white, and finally, gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "Fine. I won't care what happens then." On the other side, at the Navy headquarters, it felt like they were having a tea party. Sengoku and Karp were analyzing the situation. They believed there were only 2 escape routes, the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island. It's obvious they would choose Judicial Island. So Sengoku waved his hand and dispatched Akainu, CP0, and even one of the 5 elders to Judicial Island to guard it tightly. And what about them? Kizaru, Akiji, Carp, and Sengoku himself, the four great kings, were stationed there as steady as old dogs. Carp was munching on sunbae, chuckling and asking, "What do you think they will burst out from?" Sengoku squinted. "It must be Judicial Island. Anyone with a normal mind knows what to choose." Yes, in terms of strength, the defensive forces on both sides are about the same. But in terms of reputation, can Judicial Island compare to the Navy headquarters? Can CP0 compare to the three admirals? Everyone knows the Navy headquarters is a den of tigers and dragons. Just as they were filled with confidence, suddenly, a messenger rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face pale with fright. Report. Marshal Sengoku. Behind the Gate of Justice, 3 warships without communication signals have been discovered. Carp dropped the sunbae from his mouth, then laughed heartily. Interesting. They are actually heading straight for us. Sengoku slammed his fist down, smashing the desk to pieces. His usually serious face was filled with towering rage. Give up on Judicial Island and charge straight for our Navy headquarters. Let us go. Carp, follow me to the Gate of Justice. I want to see just how much these guys look down on our Navy. In no time, we arrived in front of the Gate of Justice. Let me tell you, that door is massive, almost like a mountain. Our warships look like little toys in front of it. Xiao Ming sneered beside me, probably thinking, "Let us see how you plan to blast this thing open. Even if you do break it, behind it is the entire Navy headquarters." Earlier, he had pretended to persuade Goldie to take a detour, only to be countered by Goldie with a line about his advice and wanting him to retreat. He really had guts. He was almost bleeding internally from the rebuttal. He was furious. Clearly, he was the first to surrender, yet he didn't even get a name. And our big boss Goldie at this moment was leisurely sitting on the observation deck. Let me give you a little insight. The protagonist's Gilgamesh template has reached a realism level of 47. What does this mean? New skills can be unlocked. At that moment, atop the Gate of Justice, Sengoku's figure appeared, draped in a coat of justice, looking like a gate deity, and shouted sternly at us, "Prisoners on the other side, how dare you come to our Navy headquarters? You are truly seeking death. You call yourself Gilgamesh, right? Your foolish fantasies will be destroyed by our Navy headquarters." Oh my, this line is so over the top. As a result, Gilgamesh slowly raised his head and looked at him calmly, his gaze resembling that of someone observing a clown. Destruction of fantasies? The corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful arc. Such things? This king had done over 4,000 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. "Prepare the arrows. This king has given permission." In an instant, a gigantic phantom of an ancient city wall appeared behind him, that phantom flickering in and out of existence, yet so real that one could almost hear the bustling voices behind the wall. The eyes of the warring states narrowed suddenly. What is that? The ground was soaked with the king's resolve. Gilgamesh's voice resounded through the skies. "Watch closely as the supreme treasure protects Uruk." In the next moment, countless golden rays shot out from that illusory city wall, like a golden rainstorm pouring down. The king's cannon. I have to say, this operation left me dumbfounded. Focusing on a physical onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Countless light cannons crashed against the Gate of Justice, shaking the sea, and Sengoku felt the iron door beneath his feet groaning. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Not good," and "Jump aside." In the next second, the Gate of Justice, which had stood for countless years, shattered with a loud bang. Huge steel fragments mixed with seawater rained down, instantly throwing the naval fleet behind the gate into chaos. Xiao Ming and the others were all stunned. Just because of one man's attack, the symbol of justice shattered. The next second, Xiao Ming reacted, letting out his signature crazy laugh. "Haha, now's our chance. Charge. We can break through the Navy headquarters." All the prisoners surged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting loudly. Sengoku's eyes turned red with anger as he rushed over recklessly, but he was blocked by Xiao Ming, Shiryu, and the others. Carp and the other 2 admirals were busy protecting the fleet and couldn't break free. Just like that, right under the noses of the fleet admiral and the admirals, while our top fighters held them back, the 3 warships filled with prisoners leisurely crossed the front line. Sengoku and Akainu were so furious they were about to spit blood, but all their attention was fixated on the golden figure at the highest point of our ship. They saw the golden flash cast a disdainful glance at them and then, without looking back, walked away proudly. At this moment, the whole world exploded. Newspapers headlined him. Hero King Gilgamesh, who is he really? 50 warships are helpless before him. The name Golden Flash became a sensation overnight worldwide. Whitebeard, Shanks, Mihawk. All the big shots were discussing this suddenly emerged mysterious powerhouse. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku locked himself in his office, feeling increasingly emo. First, it was Uchiha Madara. Now it's Gilgamesh. The Navy's face has been thoroughly slapped. He even started to doubt his life. Am I really not fit to be the fleet admiral? Just as he was feeling down, a communications soldier burst in. Report. Sengoku smiled self-deprecatingly. Is it the 5 Elders' punishment? Were they asking me to step down? No. The soldier paused for a moment. It's a communication from Major General Saitama. Saitama? Sengoku was taken aback. Yes. The soldier nodded. Major General Saitama is inquiring about the direction Gilgamesh fled in, seemingly wanting to lead troops to pursue the fugitive. Pursue the fugitive? While everyone else was demoralized by this crushing defeat, only that man, that hero driven by interest, continued to uphold his justice as always. Sengoku was silent for a moment, as if the silly and naive figure appeared before him. He suddenly stood up, shaking off his despair, his posture becoming tall again. He strode out of the room, his voice steady and decisive, echoing throughout the Navy headquarters. Send the direction of those prisoners to Major General Saitama and ask him to pursue them. I tell you, the Marshal of the Warring States just gave an order, and those guys who broke out of the Advanced City have already started causing trouble. Goodness. Just out of the wolf's den, and they want to split up and take their belongings, right? This bunch, to begin with, was just a temporary ragtag group. And now that they've successfully escaped, each one of them is starting to plot their own little schemes. After all, anyone who could be locked up in the depths of the Advanced City is a big shot in their own right. If you want them to obediently listen, there's no way that's happening. When the ship reached a rundown place called Fancy Island, that guy Doflamingo started getting ideas, wanting to recruit this bunch. And what happened? They completely ignored him. Except for a few weaker ones from the 4th level, the big shots from the 6th level looked at him as if he were a clown. Instead, that glimmering gold guy, let me tell you, he was something else. He just stood there, not saying a word, and his imposing aura was off the charts. Yasop was stroking his blade, sneering, saying, following him seems even more interesting. That Moonlight Hunter Katarina was practically drooling over him, almost directly saying, hello, big brother. You're so handsome. I love you. The most ridiculous was that big barrel, Bacchus, who said he smelled good wine on Gold Glimmer. Seriously, who understands that? This reason is just too abstract. Doflamingo was dumbfounded beside them, feeling incredibly sour inside. He was also the chosen one back in the day, and people were bowing to him at 10 years old. How come when it comes to Gold Glimmer, his charm gets completely crushed? His little kingly aura, in front of Gold Glimmer, was like the difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show. In fact, this ISNT some kind of metaphysics. Gold Glimmer has an A-level leadership halo that makes you kneel and sing Conquered. In a world of One Piece, isn't this just the top-tier version of Conqueror's Hockey? Of course, not everyone was on board. There were a few rebellious ones, like that Bondi Wald, who directly went solo. In Gold Glimmer, he didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. If you want to leave, go ahead. Those who stray don't deserve a name. Doflamingo wanted to run too, but he didn't dare. He knew that if he dared to betray, Gold Glimmer would definitely blast him into smithereens with a single king-esque treasure. So he could only endure, play the little brother first, and wait for an opportunity if there's an opportunity. And just like that, a luxurious lineup comparable to the 4 Emperors cadre was instantly formed, each one with a bounty over 100 million. Just pulling one out could match a Marine Admiral in a couple of moves. And guess what? Gold Glimmer still had that is this it? Expression completely calm. Switching scenes. Let me tell you, the other side was even funnier. Saitama, my bald-headed treasure, was sitting on a warship yawning. Dasky was beside him, as nervous as if she were about to take a college entrance exam, standing at attention. Report. Major General. Ahead is Fancy Island. Dasky was worried sick. If the Marshal couldn't stop them, how could we? Then she turned around and saw Saitama still indecisively saying, seriously? Why do these guys have to cause trouble today, of all days? I missed the supermarket's big sale. I can't stop laughing. What a contrast. In teacher Saitama's eyes. What does it matter if there are great pirates when there are supermarket discounts? Speaking of which, over here, Gold D. Roger has formed a team and started a general meeting. He kicks it off with a bombshell. Let me tell you, all the treasures in this world, whether it's devil fruits or ancient weapons, originally belonged to me. Now I, the king, want to reclaim them one by one. The tough crowd below exchanged glances. Doflamingo tentatively asked, My king, what about artificial devil fruits? Gold D. Roger rolled his eyes. Of course, as long as it's a treasure, it's mine. Doflamingo continued then. What about the legendary ancient weapons? Gold D. Roger became even more impatient. Are you stupid? Of course they're mine. Finally, Rainy Shiryu held back and asked directly, Is One Piece also considered a treasure? Gold D. Roger didn't think twice, of course. Wow. As soon as those words came out, the whole place exploded. Isn't this declaring war on the whole world and directly challenging the four emperors? And guess what? These madmen were not only unafraid, but they were all excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Ha ha, this is interesting. Now that's fun. I think I've figured it out. None of these people are normal. They're all battle maniacs. Jin Shanshan looked at these fanatic fans, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to Doflamingo. Xiaoming, I specially brought you out. It's your turn to show off. Doflamingo, being clever, immediately started flattering. Your Majesty? I think what we lack the most right now, ISNT intelligence. But a ship worthy of your identity. Jin Shanshan asked if he had a target, and Doflamingo sinisterly smiled. Have you heard of the terrifying three-masted ship? Meanwhile, those unfortunate souls who weren't with Jin Shanshan were busy burning, killing, and looting on Discus Island. A guy named Heavy Armor Barton, with a bounty of 260 million, had just recruited some little brothers and was shouting about seeking revenge on Carp. However, when he looked up, he saw Saitama's warship docking. Upon seeing Saitama's silly bald head, he mocked the Navy for having no one. Let me tell you, this guy paid for his big mouth the very next second. He yelled and charged forward. Die, Navy! You will become a sacrifice for my pirate crew to set sail. Before he could finish bang, Saitama simply threw a regular punch. Goodness, that Heavy Armor Barton didn't even have a chance to use his devil fruit ability. His upper body was gone, just like that. Dasky, standing nearby, was stunned in thought. As expected, it's still the familiar formula, the familiar taste. Then Saitama cleaned up the remaining riffraff on the island like clearing out trash. And after finishing, he leaned on the side of the ship and sighed. Sigh, there's no one here. The guy named Gilgamesh might be able to excite me. Dasky went to call Sengoku to report the results and was pondering that the ship's prison was running out of space. Meanwhile, Saitama returned to his room alone. Then, let me tell you, the most amazing operation was about to happen. In the room, our true protagonist Zhao Su had been waiting. It turned out that Saitama, Madara, and Jin Shanshan were all alternate accounts controlled by him. At this moment, it was the main account coming to recharge the alternate accounts. Saitama's clone was running low on energy, and Zhao Su's main body sent over more than 20 new clones to take over and synchronize information, ensuring that neither side would clash. This time management can be said to be far ahead in the world of crossing over. After the handover was complete, Saitama's clone poofed away. On the other side, Zhao Su's main body, playing Jin Shanshan, had already led a large force to the terrifying three-masted ship. It was an unstoppable momentum. The zombie army was like paper in front of these big shots, shattering upon contact. Jin Shanshan was admiring this future vehicle, saying he would sail it into the sunlight. A king doesn't need to hide in the shadows. Just as he finished speaking, a few white little ghosts floated over. These big shots were quite cautious, wondering what these things were. The next second, one little ghost directly passed through a pirate's body. That pirate knelt down with a thud, starting to question his life. Living until now, I really owe everyone an apology. In my next life, I want to be a frog. Damn, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of mental attack is this? Before they could react, that bunch of ghosts rushed over all at once. There was no way to dodge. Then you witnessed the funniest scene in history. The big barrel, Bacchus Chote, knelt down. In my next life, I want to be a tadpole. The crescent hunter, Katarina, knelt down. In my next life, I want to be an ant. Even the rain of Shilu knelt down. In my next life, I want to be a plankton. A row of big shots all fell to their knees, mumbling that they were really sorry to everyone after living this long. Collectively, EMO. Family, who understands? Just a moment ago, they were all full of bravado, wanting to confront the four emperors. And now, they've all turned into introverted kids. It was simply a large-scale social death scene. At this moment, a sinister laugh echoed. Hee hee hee. Even the strongest breaking through the gates of justice is nothing much after all. I told you as soon as that sound came out, I knew something bad was going to happen. I looked up, and there he was, a big guy in a tailcoat who looked like a demonic giant. Doflamingo squinted his eyes and directly called out, "Moonlight Moria?" The big fat guy laughed even more joyfully, hee hee hee, and said to a little lowly beside him, "Perona, your ability is impressive. At this rate, we can take down this bunch that just escaped prison in one go. You know, as a dignified Shichibukai, helping the Navy catch fugitives, shouldn't they give me a 1-ton heavy metal?" The little lowly next to him with pink pigtails is Perona, and she giggled along. Who knows? Lord Moria? These people look quite intimidating, but in front of my ghost fruit, they're all just a piece of cake. Let me give you a brief introduction. Perona's ghost fruit is simply at a bug level. She can release many negative ghosts, and as long as you pass through them, no matter how strong you are, you'll instantly become socially anxious and feel like garbage in the world, thinking that living is just wasting air. This move ignores defenses. Who understands this, family? It's like using a cheat for mental attacks. When Doflamingo heard it was this little girl's move, his heart sank, and he panicked immediately. He fears nothing in the world but this kind of unreasonable magical attack. He suddenly wanted to rush over and deal with this little lowly first, but the next second, countless translucent little ghosts flew straight towards his face. Doflamingo is fast, but he can't keep up with ghosts that can fly and pass through walls. Physical attacks are completely ineffective. The result is the 10 Yakuza, who was still arrogant a second ago, suddenly knelt on the ground the next second, starting to doubt life. Being human, I'm very sorry. If there's a next life, I want to become a bacterium. Incredible. I can't even bear to look at this scene. After Perona took down Doflamingo with one move, she smiled even more happily and turned her gaze to the only person still standing in the audience, the shiny golden figure. Ho hurrah ho, you're the last one. Moria also looked confident, waving his hand. Go, Perona. He was calculating in his mind. Perona is a treasure he just dug up. Her ability is simply invincible, and her only weakness is her fragile body. But with him, a warlord, protecting her, isn't that perfect? If he could take down the golden figure that even the world government has a headache over, wouldn't challenging Kaido be just around the corner? He was already fantasizing about becoming one of the four emperors. Suddenly, the little ghost passed through the golden figure's body. It worked. Moria was so excited that his face distorted, with a grin like a gourd, thinking that someone who couldn't be dealt with by the world government was just. Ha ha! With this power, I will. He was daydreaming when a cold voice poured a bucket of cold water on him. You seem very happy, Moria. Moria froze all over. The next second, countless golden halos appeared above his head, and then thousands of treasures rained down on him with a fierce smash. Boom, boom, boom. He couldn't even hold on for a second before being turned into a porcupine and dying on the spot. Let me tell you, this is a classic case of showing off and getting struck by lightning. There was a gap in strength to begin with, and he dared to lose focus in front of the golden figure. If he didn't die, who would? Perona next to him was completely stunned. Her eyes wide. How is this possible? How could my ability not work on you? She was confused. You should know this move can't even be blocked by hockey. Among the pile of people who just fell, there were quite a few hockey experts. The golden figure looked disdainful and casually reached out to grab a floating little ghost, his hand naturally passing through. He sneered. Ability? You mean this? A little negative emotion, compared to the curses this king has endured, is simply a joke. Even if it's the worst evil in this world, it can't pollute this king's mind. If you can't even withstand this, what kind of king are you? A so-called king must bear the fate of everyone in the world. Curses and negativity are just things this king has long since borne. Family, this attitude is just maxed out. Let me translate for you. What he means is, back in the day, I took a bath in the black mud of the Holy Grail and was fine. You little ghosts aren't even worthy of scrubbing my back. Perona was completely dumbfounded. All her combat power comes from her fruit. She is just an ordinary young lady. Encountering an enemy who is completely immune to her skills is like facing a natural enemy. About 5 minutes later, the scene became very interesting. Shiryu, back as Chote, and Doflamingo gradually recovered from their negative states. Let me tell you, the scene was spectacular, one angrier than the other, with murderous intent. Their eyes red as if they were going to eat someone, staring fiercely at Perona. They all had one thought in their hearts. Kill her, at all costs. Kill this little girl who embarrassed us. Think about it. Which of these people isn't a top criminal who is proud and honors ferocity? The result was that they had all knelt down just now, crying and wanting to become bacteria. If this dark history spreads, how will they mix in the underworld? Then, a single sentence from the golden figure left them speechless. He slowly spoke. Hey, don't use such murderous intent on your own people. He pulled the trembling Perona behind him and announced to everyone. Come, this king will introduce you to a new partner, Perona. Let's get along well from now on. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Perona hiding behind the golden figure like a frightened little rabbit, all with expressions that said, Are you kidding? We just got made socially dead by her, and now you want us to be colleagues with her? The golden figure still maintained a proud and indifferent appearance, but inside he was already bursting with laughter. He did it on purpose. Using this little girl Perona, he could not only recruit a unique crew member, but also take the opportunity to knock some sense into these unruly guys, making them understand the gap between them and the king. It was simply two birds with one stone. On the other side, at the Navy headquarters, Saitama's clone had already cleaned up the remaining fishy prisoners and put them back. Just as he was escorting the prisoners, Sengoku's phone bug suddenly rang. Saitama. Sengoku's voice sounded particularly heavy. What happened, old man? Saitama still had a lazy tone. I have news for you. Warlord Gecko Moria is dead. Oh, Saitama's reaction was as flat as if he were hearing the weather forecast. He was clear in his heart. Of course. With my main body bringing such a big group of monsters, if Moria could still survive, that would be news. And then? Saitama asked. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, as if making a difficult decision, and then said in a tone that was almost hard to utter. There is now a vacancy in the warlords. The Navy hopes. You can invite Gilgamesh to become the new warlord. Good heavens. I was shocked at that moment. Saitama was stunned for a moment. You want me, Saitama, to go find my own main body and discuss letting him join the warlords? Marshal, what kind of divine operation is this? This vast wealth is actually to be given to myself? Sengoku painstakingly explained on the other end, saying this was to restrain those prisoners just released from prison. A necessary compromise for greater justice. He spoke so sincerely that it was as if he was about to burst into tears. Saitama, on the other hand, had to cooperate and act, pretending to be a righteous rookie, asking, Old man, aren't you afraid they will cause any trouble? Sengoku sighed, saying the Navy had its own considerations, and revealed that this was actually not his idea, but a direct order from the 5 elders. This became even more interesting. The 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government, had just been slapped in the face by the golden figure on Judicial Island, and now they were hastily trying to give him a position? What kind of trick is this? Sengoku himself couldn't figure it out. To give Saitama, this envoy, more weight, Sengoku directly decided over the phone, Saitama, the situation is urgent. The promotion ceremony is canceled. From now on, you're a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Execute the mission immediately. Saitama, all right, I came out and inexplicably got promoted. Zhongguo told Saitama all the negotiation bottom lines and then hung up the phone. He was in his office, worried to the point that his hair was almost turning white, completely confused about what the 5 elders were thinking. Meanwhile, over here at Goldflash's place, a celebration banquet was underway. This group of guys had just come out of prison after at least 10 or 20 years, and now that they were free, they had to drink and eat heartily. They were like hungry ghosts reincarnated, and the scene was quite lively. Of course, their manners were just so-so. After a couple of drinks, they started fighting, but they all had the sense not to get too close to the central area. Because Gold Flash had said, at the king's banquet, miscellaneous people must not approach. Those who could sit next to Gold Flash were big shots like Shiryu and Don Quixote da Flamingo. While everyone was drinking, there were some complaints about the king not allowing them to rob. Even this feast was bought with money. Gold Flash's reasoning was quite domineering. All the world is my subjects. Robbing my own people is too low. This king does not deign to do that. Although this sounded arrogant, everyone had to accept it, since the money was coming from Doflamingo. Shiryu was polishing his beloved sword and glanced at the nearly untouched cup of wine in front of Gold Flash, asking, "Your Majesty, aren't you going to drink?" Gold Flash shot him a glance, picked up the wine jug, sniffed it, and disdainfully put it down. "What cheap stuff is this? Do you think this can satisfy this king?" Doflamingo chuckled. "This is already the best wine on this island. That's because you haven't seen real wine, miscellaneous." Gold Flash smirked, raised his hand, and a golden ripple appeared above his palm, slowly bringing down a wine jug made of pure gold and encrusted with jewels. "Look closely. This is the wine of the king." As he spoke, he conjured several golden wine cups and threw them to the crowd. The big wine barrel, back his chote, sniffed, and his eyes lit up. He was the first to grab a cup and fill it with wine. Let me tell you, the aroma of the wine instantly filled the entire venue, rich enough to make one's bones feel soft. He gulped it down, and his whole being transcended. Wow, good wine. So delicious. Even Doflamingo, who had been a celestial dragon before, was shocked. This wine was better than the tribute wine the celestial dragons drank. Gold Flash elegantly took a sip and said calmly, "Whether it's wine or swords, in my treasury, there is only the best. This is the king's vision." Just at that moment, Gold Flash suddenly frowned. Almost simultaneously, Doflamingo and the other elites also raised their heads to look towards the outer perimeter of the banquet. They saw a man dressed in a yellow tight suit, draped in a justice cloak, with a bald head and a sleepy expression, casually walking in and politely asking, "May I have a cup of tea?" The moment Doflamingo recognized the visitor, he jumped up, his eyes filled with fury, and his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Saitama?" The whole place fell silent, and all eyes focused on this uniquely styled Navy man. Saitama ignored the killing intent around him and repeated, "May I have a cup of tea?" Gold Flash instead laughed, finding it amusing. "Ha ha ha, interesting. Here is the king's wine. Would you like a cup?" "No need. I don't like drinking, just tea is fine," Saitama said, as if he was really just visiting a neighbor for tea. Gold Flash waved his hand. "Get him a cup of tea." Saitama didn't hold back and found an empty seat, calmly sitting down among a group of fierce-looking pirates to drink tea. Doflamingo squinted his eyes and asked in a sarcastic tone, "Saitama, what is a Navy man like you doing here with us?" He was also thinking about whether he could provoke Gold Flash into killing this enemy who had captured him. Saitama took a sip of tea and, in his eternally calm tone, said something that made the whole place explode. "I came to invite your boss to become a Shichibukai." The pirates were first taken aback, then erupted into loud laughter. "Interesting. So interesting. The king just stepped out, and the government is here to recruit. Shichibukai? Be the government's dog? Our boss would do that." Doflamingo sneered even more coldly, feeling jealous to the point of almost exploding. He remembered how hard he had fought for the position of Shichibukai back in the day. He purposely picked a fight, inviting our king? You just sent a mere major over? Isn't that too disrespectful? Saitama took another sip of tea, pulled out a brand new medal, and tossed it on the table, calmly saying, "Oh, sorry, I'm a vice admiral now." Doflamingo turned green. "You became a vice admiral that quickly?" Saitama looked at them sincerely. "Oh, thanks to you guys. I got promoted." This statement completely changed the tone in the ears of the pirates. It was nothing but blatant mockery. "I got promoted by capturing you worthless guys. Thanks for the performance, bosses." "What do you mean? Looking for death?" In an instant, a group of hot-tempered pirates drew their swords, their killing intent overwhelming. "Everyone, stop it!" Gold Flash shouted coldly, and the whole place fell silent again. "This guy came alone, and you all want to show off? Don't embarrass this king." He turned to Saitama and asked with a hint of arrogance, "You want to invite this king to become the so-called Shichibukai?" "Yes, that's right," Saitama replied with a blank expression. "To become the subject of those rats who call themselves kings?" "Well, That's roughly the case. Oomph. You really dare to say such audacious words. Is there? Thank you for the compliment. Gold Flash twitched his mouth, rendered speechless by this bald guy. He took a sip of wine, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. I suddenly have an interesting idea. To give the position of Shichibukai to Doflamingo. I told you, the warring states on the other end of the phone exploded at that moment. What the hell? Gilgamesh doesn't want to take action himself, but wants his subordinates to do it? What does he take the 7 warlords for? Company department managers? Can they still be promoted internally? That old man warring states was so angry that his beard almost stood on end, and I could feel his blood pressure rising to 250 through the phone. He was about to refuse right on spot, right? Saying this ISNT in accordance with the rules. If the 7 warlords are pirate subordinates, then who do they listen to? The world government or your pirate captain? ISNT that nonsense. As a result, I let Saitama casually float a question over. All right, he also wanted me to ask, has Magellan from Impelled Down healed yet? Good heavens, just that one sentence made the other end of the phone crash instantly. Warring States was just furious, and suddenly he went silent, quiet as if the call had dropped. After a long while, a hoarse voice that sounded like a deflated tire came through. Not healed. I've tried everything, but the wound just won't heal. Hey, that's the effect I wanted. When I gave Magellan that little push initially, letting him live wasn't because I was soft-hearted and forgot to finish him off. I was waiting for this. That gun called the Deadly Yellow Rose. Just the name sounds so over the top, right? But the effect is truly domineering. Just one poke, and that wound carries a permanent debuff. No divine intervention can save it. Unless I myself, or that gun is gone. At that time, I thought to myself, what if the Navy dares to be stubborn and directly amputate the injured part of Magellan? So I specifically chose a location slightly above the abdomen. Let's see how you would amputate. Now, the chips on the table instantly changed. A mere position of Shichibukai versus a top-tier strength at the level of an admiral. Which one would you choose? The Navy isn't stupid. They could answer this question with their eyes closed. So it wasn't long before Saitama returned, and the matter was settled. Doflamingo was completely stunned. Who could understand what he was going through? He had just been thrown into prison for wanting to become a Shichibukai, and now, right after being released, a Shichibukai appointment letter fell from the sky and hit him in the face. The ups and downs of life were too thrilling. His bewildered expression almost made me laugh out loud. However, this was indeed what he had always dreamed of. The look in his eyes when he looked at me was incredibly complex. I knew this guy had always been unconvinced and was itching to cause trouble. But I just held my wine glass and casually told him, the title of Shichibukai, I grant it to you. Take it and enjoy. Doflamingo still couldn't help but ask me, don't you really want to become one at all? I laughed at that moment. Of course not. I am a king. How could I allow anyone to command me? He twitched the corner of his mouth. Just because of this? Then if you let me take the position, wouldn't it mean your subordinates are bowing to the world government? I shook my head. This guy still didn't get it. I stood up and said to him word by word, take a good look at this title. What does it say? King. Under 7 warlords? That's right. I clapped my hands. King under 7 warlords. Literally, it means the 7 enforcers under the king. This title is tailor-made for my subordinates, isn't it? I tell you, as soon as these words came out, all the pirates present, including Doflamingo, widened their eyes like copper bells. They instantly understood. I was not accepting a surrender. I was reverse recruiting. I was directly defining one of the 3 major forces of the world government as my own private army. This maneuver was simply a masterclass. In the next second, the entire hall erupted, and all the pirates screamed like crazy. No wonder he's the king. The 7 warlords of the sea are originally the king's subordinates. Doflamingo looked at me, and his gaze completely changed from defiance to utter awe. All right, this bunch of troublemakers was temporarily subdued. I casually lifted the curse on Magellan, so the Navy had their explanation. Doflamingo also began to work diligently, using his title as a warlord to lead my subordinates in various campaigns, building a resounding reputation. As for me, I finally managed to take some time off to visit the East Blue and check on my clone in the Revolutionary Army. As a result, when I arrived, I happened to stumble upon a grand scene. My clone, Uchiha, was on Dragon's ship, docked in a rundown place called the Goa Kingdom. The nobility of this place completely refreshed my understanding of the term scum. to welcome the celestial dragon's inspection. They found the trash mountain where the poor lived unsightly and decided to set it on fire, burning the entire trash mountain along with all the people living on it to the ground. When I arrived, the fire had already started. Those nobles even hired pirates to do the dirty work, then shut the city gates, planning to burn the pirates alive inside and wash their hands of it. The civilians in the garbage mountain cried and rushed towards the gates, but the soldiers blocked the entrance, coldly saying, "We protect the citizens, not you trash." Of course, Dragon and the others came to save people, and one by one, they took action. When Dragon made his move, a fierce wind surged, forcibly creating a path. But my clone, seeing the hellish scene, had a face as dark as a pot bottom. He said nothing, turned around, and left the group, heading straight towards the tightly shut city gates. The cross-dresser king, Ivankov, quickly stopped him. "Ban, calm down. We can't start a war with the world government here. We don't have that strength." Van just coldly glanced back at him. "I know, I'm just going to kill a few people." Saying that, he walked away. This was a moment where I had an immature little suggestion, and then he flipped the table. "What is top-notch execution? This is top-notch execution." We climbed over the city wall. Dragon followed him. As soon as they entered the noble district, they saw a young boy lying on the ground, covered in wounds, with a steel pipe thrown beside him. It was Sabo. Sabo groggily woke up, grabbed Ban's pant leg, and tearfully said, "Uncle, the culprits of this fire are the royal family and the nobles. This city emits a smell of decay worse than the garbage mountain. I feel ashamed to be a noble." A little kid was forced to say such things. Dragon fell silent upon hearing this, saying they still didn't have the power to change this country. Then my clone suddenly said, "Not enough power? No, I think I'm enough by myself." He turned to look at Dragon, his eyes as calm as death. "I plan to become the savior of this world." Dragon was stunned. "What do you want to do?" "Very simple." Ban's voice was devoid of any ripples. "First, kill all the people who know but do nothing, who stand by. Then, aren't the celestial dragons coming? Just kill them too, and the problem will be solved." Dragon was completely speechless. Is this even human talk? But looking at Ban's unquestionable face, he ultimately said nothing. He returned to the ship, raised his fist to all the refugees just rescued, and shouted with all his might, "Anyone willing to fight for freedom, get on this ship." The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Ivankov watched all this and couldn't help but ask Dragon, "What about Ban?" Dragon was silent for a long time, then slowly raised his head, looking at the burning city, and said word by word, "That man intends to single-handedly carry the banner of revolution here." As soon as these words came out, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army turned pale. One person? Against the entire world government? Has he gone mad? This is not something one person can do. Everyone urged Dragon, saying this was sending him to his death for nothing, and that they should leave quickly. Dragon said nothing, only ordered a few administrative personnel to go help Ban handle the follow-up affairs. As for the rest, he shook his head, indicating he was powerless as well. This meant he was going to give up on Ban. After all, no one thought he could survive. But this old brother Dragon, while saying to give up, his body was very honest. Let me tell you, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, blood flowing out. Was he putting on a tragic act? Saying he had no way, no strength, but the next second, good heavens, he directly began to rally people. His voice was hoarse, as if he had smoked 10 packs of fake cigarettes, issuing orders. "The celestial dragons won't arrive until the day after tomorrow, right? Fine. Send a wave of people over to help Ban stabilize the situation. He's fierce in a fight, but managing isn't his specialty. Too many nobles are dying in the city. It will get chaotic. We need to help. Also, transfer some people from headquarters. Pick those who can run fast. Don't let them end up as heads on a platter." I couldn't help but laugh. Aren't they still going to save him? A proud person who is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside, right? He even specifically mentioned, "Isn't Nico Robin nearby? She knows Madara. Bring her over too. What about my brother Zhao Su? Call him as well." A series of orders went down, and those revolutionary soldiers moved like robots, responding to commands with terrifying efficiency. Dragon stood alone at the bow of the ship, looking up at the sky, letting out a long sigh, his craving for drama resurfacing. "Uchiha Madara, if you can survive, I will definitely find the best wine and drink with you until we drop." Family, who understands this? This flag is set. And I'm already afraid he LL gets slapped in the face the next second through the screen. Meanwhile, our Zhao Su, disguised as Madara, has gone completely mad. Let me tell you, that scene was like the Dark Knight descending upon the kingdom of Goya. He moved as fast as a ghost, clearing one villa after another. Without a word upon entering, he directly grabbed the nobles and subjected them to illusionary torture, asking them what they thought about the fire that burned the poor to death. If even one person thought it was good, that it cleared things up, okay, next second, off with their heads. No one was allowed to escape. From the 80-year-old mother to the toddler just learning to walk, all dragged into the illusion to go through a moral education lesson. And the result? Guess what? The whole night, he couldn't find a few with a conscience. Those kids might have initially asked why those people weren't considered human, but after being taught by their parents, they understood in an instant, oh, it turns out it's their fault for not being born into noble families. They are so stupid. My values are running with my appearance. These nobles look presentable, but their hearts are darker than ink. Even the servants and soldiers from common backgrounds become numb after spending too much time with these people. Zhao Su couldn't be bothered to analyze why they had turned bad. The outcome was the same, kill. In one night, from the palace to the noble estates, and then to the barracks of the servants' army. He single-handedly killed all night long with a knife. By dawn, when the revolutionaries sent someone to find him, he was covered in blood, as if he had just been pulled from a pool of blood. Yet his tone was as calm as if he had just finished breakfast. You're here. He arranged things as if he were settling his affairs. Tomorrow's matters are up to you. After killing so many nobles, make sure there are no disturbances among the common people. Handle the appeasement work, maintain order, and let those who want to leave go with the dragon's ship. Clearly, he was to anything in the revolutionary army right now. Not even an official position, but the aura he exuded had the revolutionaries listening like elementary school students, standing at attention and shouting in unison, yes. Master Ban nodded, turned, and entered the palace basement. What for? The celestial dragons are arriving the day after tomorrow, and the iron fist of the world government will come soon, so he had to prepare some local specialties. The kingdom of Goya is neither too big nor too small. How to defend it all? Zhao Su clasped his hands together and formed a seal. 1,000 shadow clones. Would that be enough? At that moment, I wanted to say, bro, is this defense? You're trying to start World War III. The Revolutionary Army folks who engage in politics are indeed professionals. They casually pulled a few surviving nobles and made them publicly admit the truth about setting the mountain on fire. As soon as the commoners heard this, they instantly exploded with rage. It's the sorrow of the rabbit when the fox dies, my friends. Today, it's the people of Garbage Mountain being burned. Tomorrow, will it be their turn? The Revolutionary Army then threw out a pile of ironclad evidence of nobles oppressing the commoners, winning the people's hearts just like that. Of course, this is only temporary. Robin knows this well. While dealing with the mountain of documents, she complained to Ban, I really don't know what you're thinking. She had been tricked into coming here by Zhao Su's clone using the location of the historical texts. And let me tell you, this trick was spot on. Robin initially wanted to run. This place was too dangerous, but when she heard about the historical texts, she couldn't move her legs. Unable to resist, she asked Ban, does your brother really know the location of a historical text? Ban, the clone, didn't even raise an eyebrow and calmly replied, not just one. Robin suddenly looked up, thinking, that's it, I've been fooled. We know a total of 8 pieces. 8 pieces. Robin's eyes were about to pop out. Well, Ban continued. 2 of those pieces are in Charlotte Lingling's hands. With that level of power, you can forget about ever seeing them. At this point, Robin completely believed him. The 4 emperors have historical texts. This logic is completely airtight. After wandering for 10 years to find 1 piece, and now someone is directly offering information on 7 more. Who can resist that? This immense fortune has finally come her way. She took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and started working like crazy while still trying to make conversation. By the way, why hasn't Zhao Su come over? You're about to die, and he doesn't even show up? Ban probably thought to himself, where the hell am I supposed to conjure up Zhao Su for you? My main body is still underground. I'm busy with my clone, but he only said blandly, it's just as well that he's not here. This way, I can go all out without any reservations. Just then, someone reported, Mr. Ban, a ship has arrived at the port. It should be the celestial dragons. Here they come, the biggest clown of the entire show. On that giant ship at the port, a fool wearing a bubble helmet was raging. What's going on? Have all the people of the Goya kingdom died? My esteemed self arrives, and there isn't even a single person to welcome me? What a filthy, inferior country. This esteemed Jermark saint was still calculating how to punish the nobles of the Goya kingdom. Then he looked up and saw a figure standing on the dock. The figure slowly raised a hand, and a pair of purple spiral eyes emitted an ominous glow. Shinra Tensei. Boom! With a loud bang, that enormous ship was shattered like a soda can hit by an invisible giant hammer, along with all the dreams of the people on board. Sinking to the bottom of the sea, Ban withdrew his hand and turned to leave, hiding his achievements and fame. It was over. Robin watched him come back, stunned, and sighed, "Can't you capture someone alive as a hostage?" Ban looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Why capture him? Negotiation? I don't need that. I will deal with the enemy entirely." This news reached the Navy headquarters, and the phone in Admiral Sengoku's office was almost blown up. What? The Goya kingdom has revolted? Jermark Saint's ship was destroyed? Who did it? I don't know. The escorting rear admiral is also unreachable. Sengoku initially thought it was just the Revolutionary Army making a little ruckus and didn't take it seriously at all. East Blue? Isn't that a newbie village? What kind of waves could they possibly raise? He was still pondering how to explain this to the five elders. But before long, a second call came in, and after hearing it, Sengoku's face turned pale. What? The dispatched warships were all annihilated. The voice on the other end shouted, "It's Uchiha Ban. He's allied with the Revolutionary Army." Good heavens, Sengoku jumped up from his chair. Uchiha Ban. That disaster. His expression instantly turned serious enough to drip water, and he roared towards the door. "Get in here. Bring all the admirals to me, and Carp Ahe. Hurry. This time, we old bones will probably have to mobilize everyone." The Navy's efficiency was absurdly high. In less than 10 minutes, the three admirals and Carp had all gathered. Sengoku got straight to the point. It's Uchiha Ban again. He has teamed up with the Revolutionary Army to take down the Goya kingdom, and the celestial dragon Jermark Saint's life or death is unknown. The vice admiral forces I dispatched are suspected to be completely annihilated. Akainu was the first to explode, his fists turning red with rage. "Let me go, Admiral Sengoku. This time, I absolutely won't lose." Carp sighed. "I'll go too. Maybe I can see my son." Sengoku slammed the table and issued a death order. "I will personally lead the team, except for Kizuru and Zephyr to stay at headquarters. Everyone else, go." The meeting ended, and they immediately formed a fleet, heading straight for East Blue. This time, there could be no mistakes. The entire Navy headquarters instantly transformed into a high-speed war machine. Dozens of warships set sail from the port, grand and imposing, even more exaggerated than a Marineford war. Sengoku stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fierce. "Uchiha Ban, this time I will kill you here. Otherwise, where's the justice in the name?" However, just when he felt everything was foolproof and everything was under control, a phone call came in that directly broke his defense. "What did you say?" Sengoku roared into the den mushi. "Saitama is not participating in this battle." Zephyr's voice on the other end also sounded helpless. "Yes," he said. "He's just a hero out of interest. Matters like two countries fighting don't concern heroes." After hearing this, Sengoku fell silent on the spot. He remembered that Saitama's thought process was quite unique. His sense of justice was even purer than Akainu's, to the point of being unreasonable. In his eyes, there were no navy, no world government, only heroes and monsters. To him, the Revolutionary Army and world government clashing was no different from two countries at war. It didn't count as committing violence, so he wouldn't fight. Worse still, Zephyr added. He also asked about the truth behind the Goya kingdom fire. I didn't dare to answer. Sengoku was completely speechless. He knew that if Saitama, this godlike figure, found out about the celestial dragon's misdeeds, he couldn't even imagine the scene. At that time, Saitama would probably treat the celestial dragons like monsters, taking them out one punch at a time. Sengoku sighed deeply. He and Zephyr both understood that Saitama, with his bug-level combat power, was also a political time bomb. "I understand." Sengoku wearily hung up the phone. This time, he wouldn't mobilize him. "And I, Zhao Su." Didn't care at all about who they did or didn't mobilize. Let me tell you, I'm so busy right now that I'm losing my mind. I'm in the basement of the Goya Kingdom's palace, frantically summoning clones. No, I mean summoning my clones. This damn island has a long coastline, and that little girl Robin doesn't believe I can hold it alone. I just have to show her I can. I directly transformed into the appearance of Banya, with my Rinnegan glaring and my chakra fully charged, creating a shadow clone. When my chakra runs low, I sit down to meditate and recover it. Once it's full, I create another one. The clones don't run around. They just stand beside me like terracotta warriors. In no time, there are almost 1,000 of me standing around. Each one has 50% of my strength, much stronger than the clones I had during the last battle against the general. Just as I was getting into it, suddenly, a ding sounded in my head. The system panel popped up right in front of me. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 4th character template. I was stunned at that moment. The 4th template? It's here? I quickly opened it, and the next second I was both crying and laughing. Template 4, Ita Makoto. Does anyone understand? Family? The system sent me a template of Makoto, the legendary top of the 4 infamous scumbags, a humanoid walking cannon. You laugh at Makoto for dying early, but Makoto laughs at you. Cough, cough. What use do I have for this thing? An ordinary high school student. Trash in fights, average in studies, and the only special skill is a deadly charm towards girls. But the problem is, this is the world of One Piece. It's full of rugged men and superpowers. Where am I supposed to find a school to play his role? I can't really go to the Navy boot camp. Treat the physical test as a final exam, and my fellow recruits as classmates, can I? That's just too abstract. I shook my head and decided to ignore it for now. Anyway, the template is random, so it doesn't matter if one doesn't play along. However, I still couldn't help myself and used the transformation technique to turn into Brother Cheng's appearance. Hey, guess what? The realism shot up to 24 just like that. At that moment, I glanced over and suddenly discovered something amazing. My band's template. I don't know when, but the realism skyrocketed from 74 to 80. Damn, this is the peak period of 6 Paths Madara. I was wondering when the intelligence from the Revolutionary Army would arrive. The Navy has finally come. Robin is beside me, looking at the dark fleet on the horizon, her small face turning pale, filled with worry. I tell you, it was a scene to behold. 20 giant warships advancing like an impending apocalypse. The intel said this time it's the whole package. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Carp, Admiral Akainu. All of them. There are even reinforcements sent by the world government. Robin sighed and looked at me deeply. Even you, how long can you hold out? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I turned my head and looked at her with the condescending gaze of a master, calmly saying, "Woman, how much do you really understand about my full strength?" She was taken aback, probably still thinking that my last big move was my full strength. I didn't give her any time to react. In the next second, I transformed right there. With a swish, the pitch-black 6 Paths staff appeared in my hand. My outfit instantly changed to a snow-white 6 Paths robe. My eyes became the swirling Rinnegan, and 6 dark black, truth-seeking orbs floated behind me. Then, I slowly began to fly up. Let me tell you, Robin's expression back then was so intense that her eyes were about to pop out, and her mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. Meanwhile, on the Navy's flagship, Sengoku was turning pale, and there were several new faces standing next to him. One was a burly man, the army marshal, whose strength was comparable to that of an admiral, constantly mocking Sengoku for being timid and slow. There was also a masked man, the head of CP0. These people were reinforcements from the world government. The lineup was indeed luxurious. On the Navy's side, there were Carp, Sengoku, Akainu, and Tsu, while the Army dispatched a marshal, and CP0 also sent 2 elite members comparable to admirals. Carp was still quietly complaining, saying that our Navy actually had to take the people of a kingdom hostage just to fight the enemy, which was simply embarrassing. I thought to myself, did you just realize that? Just when they thought I was trapped on the island and wouldn't dare to run, I made my move. I flew directly up into the air, heading straight for their mighty fleet. Huh, Uchiha Madara moved? What is that outfit he is wearing? I didn't give them much time to react at all. I suddenly appeared right above their fleet. Looking down at the shocked faces below, I slowly spoke. My voice not loud, but everyone could hear me clearly. Too slow, world government. So I came to find you. Uchiha Madara. Instantly, chaos erupted below. A group of admirals jumped off the warships like dumplings, rushing towards me in a flurry. I maintained a blank expression, set my staff aside, and extended my hands. How foolish. Celestial technique. Een escaped thunder style. In the next moment, purple lightning erupted from my hands, like a giant tree blocking the sun, instantly enveloping the sky. With a series of explosive sounds, those middle-ranked generals who charged up were like kites with broken strings, falling down with screams. In one move, I cleared at least 20 of them. Sengoku's eyes narrowed into slits. Has he become stronger again? I ignored him, took a deep breath, and aimed at the flagship beneath his feet. Celestial technique. Storm escape light tooth. Whoosh. A purple beam faster than a laser shot out from my mouth, slicing through the massive warship as if cutting through butter, without any obstruction. With a thunderous roar, the warship split in two and began to sink. Uchiha Madara. With a furious roar that BlocksAkainu finally couldn't hold back, he transformed into boiling lava and charged at me, launching a canine bite Red Lotus. As the enormous lava dog head opened its mouth and lunged at me, I stood still, not moving at all, allowing the lava to splash all over my face. Did it hit? Even Akainu was taken aback. In the next moment, the lava slid off my body, and I was completely unharmed, even brushing off non-existent dust from my clothes. With the Rinnegan, I can absorb all ninja techniques. What is the difference between your magma and the magma release in Naruto? I looked at his shocked face and smiled. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Should I say congratulations? Akainu immediately broke down, going crazy and unleashing a barrage of magma fists at me like rain. And what happened? It was completely useless. All the magma was twisted and absorbed the moment it got close to me. I was practically an infinite power bank. The army marshal, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw the Navy lose such a big figure and thought he could take advantage of the situation. As he gracefully approached me, I didn't even turn around. I sent a Tao-seeking jade flying behind me. Pop! With a soft sound, that army marshal, comparable to an admiral, lost his head instantly. It wasn't blown up. It just vanished as if erased by an eraser. A headless corpse fell straight down. The entire place fell silent. I slowly turned my head and looked at the group of high-ranking officials below, whose faces had drastically changed, and calmly said, the entertainment program should come to an end. Be careful of that black ball, Sengoku shouted at the top of his lungs, but it was already too late. Everyone present was terrified by the earlier scene. That was the combat power of a general, protected by a powerful haki, and yet, after being touched by a black ball, their head was gone. How could they fight now? At that moment, the surrounding warships finally reacted, and hundreds of cannons fired simultaneously. Shells rained down on me. I merely focused my thoughts, and the Tao-seeking jade behind me instantly transformed into a layer of black liquid membrane, enveloping my entire body. The shell struck it, not even making a sound, and simply disappeared as if swallowed by another dimension. It could absorb elemental attacks, but physical attacks could only be blocked by the black ball. Using physical techniques, Sengoku's mind raced, and with a roar, his whole body erupted with golden light, instantly transforming into a gigantic golden Buddha several dozen meters tall. With a loud bang, he crushed the deck and leaped into the air, his massive fist coming straight at me. However, just as he was about to reach me, he suddenly slammed the brakes. He saw the six-path tin staff in my hand, and his mouth twitched, unwilling to gamble whether his arm would vanish like that of the army marshal. Let me do it. Akainu roared as he charged forward, his fist shrouded in pitch-black haki. Without his devil fruit ability, he was still a top-tier martial artist. But I could fly freely in the sky, while he had to step with moonwalk one step at a time, making his mobility far inferior. I easily dodged him, and he almost got caught by the Tao-seeking jade, having to retreat in embarrassment. And I, old man, a voice, old yet full of energy, roared, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of me. A plain yet powerful iron fist came crashing down with unparalleled pressure. I raised my hand to block, only to be shaken back several steps. Hero Cap. I looked at the old man before me and finally became serious. This old man had no weaknesses from devil fruits. His martial arts were at their peak, and he could move freely in the sky, Indeed, the most troublesome opponent at the moment. Uchiha Madara. Garp asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" All eyes were on me. I calmly looked at them and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "I should be considered the savior of this world." As soon as I said this, the faces of the Navy across from me turned like a pallet. Sengoku sneered. "Savior? The savior who has killed countless people? Are you referring to those Navy soldiers who wanted to kill me?" "That's unavoidable," I replied, "for the sake of a peaceful world. Some minor sacrifices are inevitable. After all, this world is too filthy to bear." I directly left them speechless. After all, the celestial dragon's misdeeds are clearer to these so-called righteous Marines than anyone else. There's no point in saying more. Garp sighed, stopped wasting words, and said, "Let us go to war." In the next moment, the old man charged at me like an angry lion. Akainu followed closely behind, and Sengoku, the giant Buddha, was also ready to strike. The two CP0 powerhouses moved around me like shadows, searching for weaknesses. Goodness, 4 against 1, they really think highly of me. Garp's fists were fast and fierce. I tried to block with my cane, but I couldn't even touch the wind from his punches. Akainu was crazily harassing me from the side, forcing me to divide my attention, just as he successfully distracted me for a moment. The two CP0 powerhouses seized the opportunity and launched a deadly sneak attack from behind. I sneered coldly in my heart. Is this it? Rinnegan boundary hell. Suddenly, the two CP0 powerhouses looked as if they had seen a ghost, clearly seeing nothing, yet the hair on their bodies stood on end. With a beast-like intuition, they forcibly twisted their bodies and jumped away in midair. They wore expressions of confusion, completely unaware of what they had just dodged. What they dodged, let me tell you, was the shadow released by Madara. This move is called Rinnegan, like having a parallel universe version of oneself as an external aid, completely invisible and intangible, impossible to defend against. Madara looked at them and thought, "Hey, your observation hockey can actually provide early warning? Not bad, huh? All right, no more pretending. Let's reveal the cards." Madara grinned and suddenly threw a punch, landing solidly on Garp's stomach. Goodness, Garp's eyes bulged like copper bells, and he was completely dazed. His expression was as if asking, "Brother, did you just switch to energy-saving mode?" Just then, the Navy below was still firing cannons, buzzing like mosquitoes, making a terrible noise. Madara frowned, punched Garp away, and couldn't be bothered to chase him. He simply used the truth-seeking ball to block the cannonballs and then looked down at the dense fleet below. "You all like to unite, huh?" Madara's voice was eerily calm. "Fine, then I'll give you a team-building experience. Go build in the sky." As soon as he finished speaking, he extended a hand, and a mass of dark material emerged, then swooshed off, flying towards every warship. It just hovered above the foreheads of each warship. Sengoku's face turned pale with fright, shouting to stop him. Garp on another ship was also in a panic. Akainu rushed over like a madman. Too late. Madara suddenly clapped his hands together, looking down at them with the gaze of someone looking at ants, and roared 4 words. "Earth explosion star? Family, who understands?" In that moment, the entire world began to convulse. The ground cracked like a torn cookie, and the sea surged upwards, forming terrifying water tornadoes. The underwater reef's entire warships, along with countless Navy soldiers on top, were all pulled towards the sky by an invisible massive force. What the hell is this? Akainu was dumbfounded, only able to awkwardly dodge the rocks and debris from the warships that were crashing down. Sengoku watched helplessly as the soldiers were sucked up like dumplings, then instantly swallowed, compressed, and fused by countless rocks and seawater. Let me tell you, this move is simply a bug. That little black ball in the sky is a core of gravity, pulling everything around it in. In the end, it took tens of thousands of Navy soldiers and the entire fleet to create an enormous, floating rock planet. Just one move. 20 top battleships of the Navy, tens of thousands of elite troops, along with most of the vice admirals, all gone. They were all sealed in that artificial moon in the sky. The whole world fell silent. The only ones left were Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, those two CP0 agents, and a few lucky vice admirals, totaling less than 10 people. Madara slowly lowered his hand, floating in the sky, and said, "Are you in despair? This is the power of Uchiha Madara, the power of a god. I tell you, that scene was simply a large-scale workplace PUA live show. The CPU was about to burn out from the heat. The head of CP0 was the first to react, his voice trembling. Sengoku, retreat. Quickly retreat. This guy is even stronger than Whitebeard. Of course, can Whitebeard take out an entire naval fleet in one move? But Akainu's temper flared up, his eyes reddening as if they were about to bleed, shouting that they couldn't retreat. He said, "Didn't you notice? This guy's strength is like riding a rocket, getting stronger each time. If we let him go this time, how are we going to fight next time?" Hearing this, Madara chuckled, turned his head to look at him. "Getting stronger? Don't joke around. I'm just not using my full strength." After all, he changed the subject, his voice cold. What adult would get angry at a child? The next second, he disappeared in an instant, directly in front of Akainu's face. Akainu's pupils shrank to a point. Just as he was about to move, a pitch-black, truth-seeking orb smashed down, directly vaporizing one of his legs. "Oh!" A scream. Admiral Akainu was knocked out on the spot. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, realizing there was no point in continuing the fight, and the Navy strategist, Crane, decisively pulled these two old buddies and turned to run. Madara couldn't be bothered to chase, letting Robin and the others from the Revolutionary Army come over to clean up the mess. Good heavens, the whole world exploded. Newspapers flew everywhere as if they were free. The front page headlines all read, "Navy annihilated. One man destroys a nation." All the pirates were ecstatic, and the four emperors couldn't sit still. Kaido wondered if this guy could take him down. Big Mom fell silent, and Whitebeard laughed so hard on his ship that his beard shook. At the highest level of the world government, the five old men, the Gorosei, held an emergency meeting. Each one of them was so worried that their hair turned white, saying this guy is fiercer than the four emperors. Who was the blind celestial dragon that provoked him back then? They couldn't even figure out. In the end, they had no choice but to call for reinforcements. Go. Summon all the warlords of the sea. On the other side, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was feeling emo. I tell you, he felt like, "Brothers, we've worked hard for 10 years, but we can't compare to Madara's KPI in a single day." But he was also a ruthless character, immediately deciding to double down, sending people and supplies, going all in on the kingdom of Goya. Just then, while they were in a meeting, new news came in. A new tough guy, named the World Destroyer Bondi Warlord, escaped for the underwater prison, and like Madara, started taking down celestial dragons. Now, the Gorosei couldn't sit still. If this sets a precedent, won't the celestial dragons have to wear bulletproof vests when they go out in the future? They quickly changed the orders, telling the warlords not to go after Madara, but to seal this high imitation first. Doflamingo had just received the order and was secretly pleased, thinking that fighting this guy was much better than delivering heads to Madara. Just then, the golden glimmering gentleman next to him, Gilgamesh, swirled his wine glass and spoke. "Oh, my subordinates are having a meeting? Very well, I shall join the fun." Let me tell you, Ming's face turned green at that time. It felt like this trip was much murkier than expected. However, this matter is not over yet. The world government is going to hold a 7 Warlords conference, such a big event. How could Ban Yi, or rather, not go take a look? So I went ahead and created a small account, hopped on a shiny airship, and joined in on the fun. This shiny airship, I must say, is really fast, saving time and effort. It's simply a must-have tool for high-level players to navigate. Moreover, everything was all part of my plan. That guy named Bondi Waldo was actually bait I deliberately released to lure the world government. Think about it. The Navy had just been severely weakened by my Banya's actions. Their combat power was seriously lacking. And now there's someone daring enough to take action against the celestial dragons. How could they not panic? In their rush, they had to gather people, and thus, the 7 Warlords Conference was naturally convened. My brother's kingdom is quite stable, with a lot of professionals sent by the dragon to help with infrastructure. Plus, I've left over 3,000 clones there to manage the Skynet surveillance, so it's as solid as a rock. That's why I can come out and have fun so carefree here. However, I didn't go directly to the Navy headquarters. Instead, I calculated and figured out that something was going to happen at the Empress's place. Sure enough, that blind guy Bondi Waldo, in an attempt to make a big news story, carelessly kidnapped the Empress's 2 younger sisters. Let me tell you, the Empress was furious. Initially, She was going to withdraw from the 7 warlords out of consideration for my old master. But now, they serve her the opportunity to retaliate directly. Just when she was about to gather the 9 snake pirates and go rescue them alone, I, Zhao Su, suddenly appeared from the shadow of her palace. Who understands? This kind of hero saving the beauty situation, I had to personally step in while also making some extra cash on the side. On the other hand, on the Navy's warship, it was chaos. Doflamingo, Hawkeye, Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Jinbei, all familiar faces. Oh right, there was also a new hothead named Conqueror Cassie, who was shouting to see how beautiful the Empress was. These veterans completely disregarded the leading Navy Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, acting all high and mighty. Hawkeye was still thinking about sparring with my old master, while the others had no intention of being free henchmen for the world government, all expressing their desire to take a vacation after this battle. Doflamingo, the one who knows how to stir the pot, directly asked, "Who's leading us?" "It can't be you. Vice Admiral, right?" The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Guess who the leader was? It was my one-punch man alter ego Saitama. He came out wearing that yellow tight suit, draped in the Navy's justice cape, and with a silly expression said, "It's me." Doflamingo's face turned green, his pupils shook, and I bet 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his mind, wondering how this bald guy was everywhere. I have already followed the Empress to the lair of Bondi Valdo, a giant battleship as big as a small island. That old man was quite arrogant, keeping the Empress's sister in a cage as bait, and then firing all cannons for some kind of welcome ceremony. I cast an illusion, and right on the spot, it turned into a civil war in 2025, with allies fighting each other, a complete mess. The Empress looked stunned, probably thinking my brother's skills don't seem too bad either. Once on the ship, finding a way? Not a chance. I directly punched the ceiling, focusing on a vertical strike, smashing my way up layer by layer. The Empress followed behind me, her long legs, TSK. In no time, we found the cell where her sister was held. The Empress kicked the iron cage to pieces, and the 3 sisters embraced, crying. Just then, the final boss, Bondi Valdo, finally made his appearance. He had just struck a pose and was ready to say something fierce when I swiftly slapped him against the wall, leaving him stuck there. The Empress was once again dumbfounded, probably wondering how someone with such combat power could be taken down with a single slap. I didn't have time to explain. I told her the Navy reinforcements were on their way, my mercenary mission was complete, and to remember to pay me. After saying that, I vanished in a flash. Come on, I, Zhao Su, specialize in logistics and transportation, with a side job as a cheerleader. Fighting is the dirty work of Ban Yi and Saitama. Just as I left, the Navy and the 7 warlords surrounded the giant ship completely. My Saitama clone on the battleship yawned and told Dasky next to him that he needed to go to the bathroom. His newly recruited maid, Baby 5, even asked if he needed help getting paper. What a joke. Of course, this was just a ruse. Once the bathroom door closed, I executed a classic escape. The one who went in was a clone, but the one who came out was me. I stepped out of the bathroom with Saitama's silly and cute face, a hint of a mysterious smile on my lips. I walked onto the deck, scanned the area, and asked Dasky, "There are no innocent people left inside, right? Just these heinous criminals?" Dasky nodded in admiration. "All right." I nodded, then slowly assumed a punching stance directed at the giant battleship. The nearby General Onikomo still looked confused, not understanding why we suddenly started anchoring the ship. Dasky proudly told him, "Just watch. General Saitama never needs dirty pirates to help." However, the guy opposite us, named Bondi Waldo, was completely ungrateful and complained that we were in the way, yelling at his little brother to push out a giant cannon. Let me tell you, that thing is really outrageous. The cannon barrel is thicker than our ship, and the shells are taller than a person. Good heavens, is this the Italian Cannon Plus version? Even the 7 warlords of the sea under Doflamingo are stunned, each with expressions as serious as if they were about to take an exam. Then I saw that guy named Bondi, a big dude who looks like a muscular potato, holding the cannon with one hand, his eyes gleaming fiercely, and he shouted, "Momo 100 times cannon." Boom! As soon as the shell left the chamber, my goodness, it expanded like a balloon in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a big iron ball into a moving small mountain, casting a shadow over all our ships. Family. Who understands this sense of oppression? It's insane. Just when the 7 warlords were in shock, probably already thinking of their last words, I was thinking, isn't it my turn to make an appearance now? Ultimate Serious Series. I jumped straight off the deck and threw a simple punch at that dark mass. A serious punch. In that moment, I felt as if I had shattered the sky. Let me tell you, the force of that punch was so strong that it tore a huge gash in the sea, with the water crashing to the sides. And that mountain-like shell? It didn't hold for even a second. In an instant, it shattered into pieces, turning to dust, leaving not a trace behind. But that wasn't the end. The force of my punch continued unabated, directly crashing into the warship across from me, which was as big as a small island. That so-called steel artillery, that ship's hull, along with the bounty of 500 million on the world destroyer Bondi Waldo himself. Didn't he even have time to utter a word before vanishing in a thin air along with the ship? The world fell silent in an instant. Only the waves stirred up by my punch continued to crash against the ship, and the navigator aboard was shouting at the top of his lungs for everyone to hold steady. Other than that, there was truly not a sound to be heard. I turned around and, good heavens, all the members of the Shichibukai were petrified. Jinbei's big eyes were wide open like copper bells. Hancock's small mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, and Mihawk instinctively gripped his black sword, probably due to his profession. Even our ship's vice admiral, the Ghost Spider, was completely stunned, standing there motionless like a statue. After a long while, he finally trembled and turned his head to look at me, his eyes filled with confusion about who I was, where I was, and what had just happened. I guess his little calculations in his heart were completely shattered by my punch. Previously, he probably thought that my promotion to general was too fast and that I lacked experience, especially since I didn't go to fight that Uchiha Madara last time. I'm sure many people in the Navy were talking behind my back. But now, the way he looks at me has changed, from who is this kid to you are my only father. The transformation was incredibly smooth. He must be thinking, no wonder Admiral Sengoku is so tolerant of me. With this strength, I can do whatever I want. Dasky was secretly laughing beside me. She probably also noticed that Goeiju's attitude had completely turned 180 degrees. On the other side, on the ship of the 7 warlords, the atmosphere was even more bizarre. That Doflamingo kid actually went to ask their golden-haired leader, named Gilgamesh, my king, what do you think of that punch just now? I have sharp ears and can hear everything clearly. That golden figure is drinking red wine, yawning, and pretending, what's so interesting? From the beginning, this king wasn't watching at all. A bunch of miscellaneous cultivators actually need to join forces to deal with such a character. It's really embarrassing. Doflamingo's lips twitched, and he directly asked, King, I'm talking about the one called Saitama. The golden figure glanced at me and calmly said, much stronger than you, miscellaneous cultivator. Your power is insignificant in front of him. I couldn't help but laugh. This shiny guy is quite an eye. But Doflamingo, still not giving up, probed, what about you? Implicitly asking how he compares to him. This really irritated the shiny guy, who scoffed. That's why you're just a jack of all trades and will never become a king. A king is very reserved. Why need to take you jack of all trades seriously? It means I've already lost. Great. Here we go again with the incomprehensible talk. Anyway, this matter was resolved, and the warlords left looking like they were wondering what they were even doing there. Ghost Spider quickly reported the good news to headquarters. After a long silence, Admiral Sengoku issued an order. I was to return to the Navy headquarters for a ceremony to reissue my promotion to Vice Admiral. All right then, back we go. On the way, I conveniently caught a few clueless pirates, which moved Ghost Spider, who praised me for always remembering to punish evil as Vice Admiral Saitama. When I arrived at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, wow, what a scene. Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa were all standing on the dock waiting for me, followed by a line of honor guards. Old Zifa was particularly happy to see me, coming up to slap me on the back and laugh heartily. I just nodded. Old man, you seem to be doing well. Dasky behind me was so excited her face turned red. Having these 3 big shots personally welcome me was quite the spectacle. Sengoku cleared his throat, waved his hand. Salute to the hard-fighting Vice Admiral Saitama. In an instant, all the Navy personnel moved in perfect unison, looking incredibly impressive. I felt a bit embarrassed and scratched my head. No need to exaggerate. The warring states had a look that said I deserved it. saying that my punch had instantly boosted the morale of the Navy, which had previously been knocked down by Uchiha Madara. I am a hero of the Navy. All right, a hero is a hero. Anyway, for the next few days, I stayed at the Navy headquarters, indulging in big feasts every day. I have to say, the cafeteria at the headquarters is really nice. I especially love their fries, and I even asked the chef to make them long. Just as I was eating, a tall woman with pink hair walked up to me in high heels, glaring at me, and said, "Are you Saitama, my next superior?" I was still chewing on a French fry when I looked up at her. She crossed her arms and raised her chin, Tina, very dissatisfied. At that moment, I thought, who are you? What does it have to do with you if I'm eating fries? This person called Tina's sister seems to be my future deputy. But the way she looked at me was like she was looking at an enemy. She went on, saying how I didn't listen to military orders, that I was a deserter during the fight against Uchiha Madara, and how many people in the Navy sacrificed their lives because of me, claiming that someone like me doesn't deserve to be a soldier. Folks, I just wanted to respond to her, focusing on staying emotionally stable. I became a hero out of interest, not to pass a civil service exam. So why should there be so many rules? I haven't said anything yet. And she snorted coldly again. I don't want to be your subordinate, staying under someone who can't even be called a soldier. As soon as I heard that, I was taken aback. Looking at the cigarette in her hand, I sincerely replied, "Although you're quite beautiful, I don't like girls who smoke, so get lost." She was so angry her face turned green, nearly swallowing the cigarette. What I meant was I didn't want to be your subordinate. Oh, subordinate? I tilted my head. I don't have any subordinates. How could a hero have subordinates? After hearing this, her gaze at me became even more contemptuous, as if she were looking at someone with a mental disability. She dropped a line, "You don't deserve to be a soldier," and stormed off. I stroked my chin, looking at her back, then turned to the chef and said, "Oh, the fries are here. Thank you." In the following days, Tina never showed up again, and I was glad for the peace, spending every day in the cafeteria researching 100 ways to eat fries. The others in the group noticed my laid-back attitude and sighed in relief, probably fearing I would go out and cause trouble. Until one day, I was lying in my room, feeling like I was about to get tired of fries and a bit bored. I thought I should find something for these people to do and also test out a new technique I had been pondering. So, I secretly formed a seal in my room, sky-blocking star. The next second, the alarm of the entire Navy headquarters suddenly echoed through the skies, and a sobbing voice came over the loudspeaker. "Alarm! Alarm! A giant meteorite has appeared above the Navy headquarters. All personnel, evacuate immediately." I listened to the chaos outside as I slowly began to put on my tight yellow suit. The entire Navy headquarters was in disarray, with everyone desperately rushing out. The scene was no less entertaining than electronic pickled vegetables. On the rooftop, the old men like Sengoku and Garp were crazily firing at the giant stone in the sky with lasers, icebergs, shockwaves, and yet it was all useless, like a futile scraping. Just then, that silly girl Dasky surprisingly ran against the crowd, madly heading towards my dormitory. She probably noticed that I was missing among the fleeing people due to my conspicuous yellow outfit, and specifically came back to look for me. She kicked open my door and then froze, staring at me in confusion. "Vice Admiral Saitama, what are you doing?" I was leisurely tying my cloak, looking at her expressionlessly, getting dressed. She was almost crying in a panic. "General Saitama, don't you know a meteorite is about to fall?" "I know," I replied as a matter of course. "That's why I'm getting dressed. Otherwise, how can I go out and meet people?" Darsky was dumbfounded at that moment, frozen there, probably with her mind completely blank. "General Saitama, at this rate, there's no time to run." I smoothed out the last wrinkle and strode past her, leaving behind a casual remark as the wind gently blew. "I wasn't running. I mean, I never thought about running. Nonsense, where would I run to?" Let me tell you, at that moment, the entire naval headquarters rooftop was packed with people, from admirals to low-ranking soldiers, all looking like they were on adrenaline, focused on one thing: companionship. Everyone was going crazy, talking about elemental attacks, superhuman abilities, and there were even guys who brought a giant cannon up from below, blasting away at that thing in the sky. Sengoku's face turned green, and while he was riding the shockwaves, he shouted hoarsely, "Retreat. Didn't you hear the orders? Get the hell out of here." But who was listening to him? These brothers were really stubborn, their eyes red, shouting things like, "As long as the naval headquarters stands." We stand. Family, who understands this? This overwhelming sense of justice was almost moving. Seeing the situation, Sengoku couldn't hold back anymore. Gritting his teeth, his eyes reddened. And finally squeezed out a word. All right? Then let's go together. Great. Now everyone was in death mode. Everyone's attacks became even fiercer. But looking at the meteor that was getting closer and closer, with even the crater visible, everyone understood that this was purely a last struggle before death. Attacks? Useless. Despair? That was pure. Just when everyone was slumped on the ground, ready to wait for death, I tell you, the BGM started playing. Tap, tap, tap. I came up with a stride that seemed to disregard all relationships. All right, I had a leg accessory, dashki, hanging on my leg, crying and shouting for me to run. As soon as I came up, Tina's eyes went wide. It's you? I gave her a signature silly smile and said, oh, you're here too. Then I pointed to the dashki on my lap and said, hey, can you help me check this? Tina's face darkened. She was probably thinking, you can't even remember my name? Huh? But she didn't say anything. After all, at times like this, those who come are all warriors. I ignored her little emotions and walked straight ahead, leaving behind a sentence. I am someone who happens to act as a hero. Then, let me tell you, the explosion came. I slightly crouched down, and in the next second, the rooftop beneath my feet cracked with a snap, and I kicked out a web of cracks. My whole body shot up like a cannonball with a bang, heading straight towards the blazing red meteor. Below, the warring states and Carp were all stunned, each one of them tilting their heads back, with mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. I charged right in, my right hand clenched into a fist, and with a simple strike, I hit that stone that was bigger than the entire Marine headquarters. Don't fall on my city. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the whole sky lit up. That massive meteorite shattered like a broken glass ball, instantly exploding. From a world-ending disaster, it transformed into a grand meteor shower. And I was the one who set it off. Did I break it? The people on the rooftop went insane, their eyes nearly popping out. Sengoku was the first to react, shouting, Akainu! I knew. Akainu also snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and unleashed a freezing chill. Ice Age. A gigantic ice wall, as large as it could be, instantly took shape in the sky, blocking all the meteor fragments with a clang. When I lightly landed on the ice wall, I dusted off my hands and calmly said, well, problem solved. Good gracious, after that. The entire Marine headquarters was in an uproar. Soldiers who hadn't run far and the big shots on the rooftop were either crying or laughing. As for me, I was directly deified. Later, there was even a ceremony for my promotion to Vice Admiral, with Sengoku personally leading it and thousands of Marines below saluting me in unison. Let me tell you, my face turned a bit red at that moment. After all, I was the one who caused that meteorite. I directed it, I starred in it. And in the end, I had to accept the award. What kind of situation is this? Even Tina, that proud little girl, came to bow and apologize to me afterward. From then on, my status in the Navy was at its peak. Even the cafeteria lady had to give me double the fries when she saw me. I thought I could relax for a few days, but before long, Sengoku called me over again. The old man handed me a new mission with a serious expression. Negotiating with Uchiha Madara to return prisoners? I was dumbfounded at that moment. That's right, Sengoku nodded. Admiral Akainu had been captured, and we couldn't afford to lose that combat power. I listened to his grandiose justifications, internally rolling my eyes. You want me to negotiate with myself? Zhanghua, you really are a logic genius. Am I supposed to play myself? But what can I do? I can only go along with it. So, I boarded the latest naval battleship made of sea stone, big and fast, with my two aides, Daki and Tina, and set sail again. Tina, that girl, kept mumbling along the way, saying I didn't look like a proper officer and wasn't following the rules, yet behind the scenes, she managed the ship's affairs clearly and efficiently, talking back while being upright, I suppose. Soon, we arrived at the Kingdom of Guya in the East Sea. This place is now under Ban Yi, which is my territory. From afar, I spotted my doppelganger, Uchiha Ban, and Robin standing on the shore. As soon as my ship docked, Tina started bickering with Robin, both women exchanging words with a lot of tension in the air. I couldn't be bothered to intervene and got straight to the point. All right, I'm here to negotiate with you. Once we entered the palace, both sides took their seats, and the negotiations began, resembling a market argument. One side wanted to lift the blockade, while the other insisted it was impossible, and after a long argument, we ended up with nothing. I sat calmly across from Uchiha Madara. Finally, we exchanged a glance, and we both understood. In the next moment, my clone Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke up, his voice not loud, but the entire room fell silent instantly. That's enough, he said calmly. We will release the person. You will lift the blockade and sign an equal trade agreement. This is the bottom line. Agree, and we will sign. Disagree, and you can leave. As soon as these words were spoken, Robin's face turned pale, and she was probably cursing inwardly, wondering how negotiations could be conducted like this. The group of negotiation experts from the world government had even more expressive faces, looking at each other, their eyes filled with the words. Do we have a mole? One of them, still unwilling to give up, tried to struggle. This condition is absolutely unacceptable. Oh, Uchiha Madara directly raised a hand, making a gesture to invite him to continue. Then you don't need to say anything else. Please, go ahead. You can leave. The negotiator's remaining words got stuck in his throat, his face turning purple. Leave? Akainu is still in prison. How can we leave? We can't leave. The faces of the world government's negotiation representatives turned green. Uchiha Madara slammed his hand on the table, asking, are you in or out? If you're out, Akainu will rot in prison. If you're in, this condition is incredibly frustrating. I'll tell you, they will never understand until death why their bottom line is so clearly grasped by others. Little do they know, the traitor is actually one of their own. It's that person, Saitama, who is sitting there with his hands in his pockets, looking all dazed and sipping tea. Goodness. When the main body and the clone are close enough, with just a glance, they directly held an online meeting in the spiritual world at a time flow rate of 1 to 10,000. Outside, only a second has passed, but inside, they've been in a meeting for a whole day. What intelligence wouldn't they strip you down to your underwear? What is there to negotiate about? So, this negotiation is just a formality. As things were getting tense, it was Robin who was considerate, quickly coughing a couple of times and offering a way out. The people on the other side are also sharp, immediately taking the hint, saying, oh, we should discuss this, let us sit down and talk properly. In fact, there is really nothing much to say. The entire kingdom of Goya was conquered by the old man alone, and the navy was also held up by him alone. Who among our revolutionary army would dare to speak against it at this time? As for the world government, although it hurts, at least it's still within the bottom line. If the deal fails, they face penalties upon return. So with a few slaps, they stamped, signed, and completed the deal. After it was done, these people hurriedly wanted to meet Akainu. I'm telling you, in that dungeon, Akainu was in a terrible state. He had one arm broken, the other hand was still shackled with sea prism stone, and he was so thin he looked like a stick with cracked lips. But this guy is really tough. Forget about eating, he didn't even take a sip of the water we offered him, insisting on a hunger strike as a protest. He was just holding on with his abnormal physique, probably calculating every day how to escape. When he was brought out, the sunlight made him squint. He looked up and saw Saitama, and in a hoarse voice said, looks like I gave you a joke. But then he scanned the surroundings and saw Uchiha Madara, and just like that, his anger exploded. Wow. The fury in his eyes felt hotter than the temperature of his magma fruit. It was like he was going to incinerate Madara on the spot. The world government officials were so scared their legs went soft. My goodness. If they started fighting right there, wouldn't the agreement just become scrap paper? But guess what? Akainu actually managed to hold it in. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, opened them again, and hey, his emotions stabilized. He coldly dropped a harsh line. One day, I will arrest you. Madara didn't even acknowledge him, just huffed. Instead, Robin, quick to catch the key point, immediately turned to the world government officials and blasted. Hey, what do you mean? We just signed the agreement. The ink isn't even dry, and your people are threatening our officials right in front of us? You want to tear up the agreement, right? The officials hurriedly smiled and said it was a misunderstanding, that Akainu had just come out and wasn't aware of the situation. In fact, everyone knew it was just a pretense. The agreement was nothing more than toilet paper. Both sides just wanted to take a break, go back and regroup, then continue fighting later. Akainu didn't want to waste words, coldly snorted, and turned to leave. Just then, Madara suddenly spoke up in a bland tone. Is the transaction just ending like this? The world government official still smiled and said, Yes, we should be leaving. Leaving? Madara smirked. Are you sure you want to leave? Saitama cooperatively asked. What? Is there something else? Nothing much, Madara said, pulling out a teacup from somewhere and leisurely blowing on it, just asking if you want to redeem. Other prisoners. Other prisoners? Let me tell you, everyone present, including us who were unaware of the inside story, was petrified on the spot. Madara was as calm as if he were talking about the weather. Yes, it seems there are still a few vice admirals among the Navy soldiers captured with Akainu before. You don't plan to take them back? They're still alive. The official's eyes nearly bulged out. Families, who understands? During that battle, Madara's meteor move directly turned that elite Navy fleet, along with the people and ships, into several big dumplings. And now they were hanging on the coastline of the Goya Kingdom like landscape lights. Everyone thought those inside had long become space debris. Sengoku nearly had his heart broken over it. The Navy's future backbone was directly shattered. And now you tell me they're still alive? Madara nodded. Yes, they're still alive. My move was a sealing technique, not a fatal strike. Do you want to redeem them? Do you even need to ask? Those officials immediately took out their transponder snails and called the Gorosei. The speed was as if they feared we would change our minds if they were a second late. The reply from the Gorosei was also immediate. At all costs, get those people back. Good heavens, round 2 of negotiations activated. The world government still wanted to play tricks, saying, oh, they're just soldiers, they should be included in the previous package. Robin directly threw the contract in their faces, clearly written in black and white, saying that they had just redeemed Akainu and the soldiers from the recent illegal maritime activities, but it didn't include those old goods hanging in the sky. In the end, they could only sign a bunch of treasonous treaties with tears in their eyes and pay a hefty sum. Only then did Madara snap his fingers and release the meteor technique. People started dropping from the sky like dumplings. All right, we'll return the people to you. But those 10 or so warships must stay. Now they belong to the revolution. This operation was simply a huge win. After the Navy left in disgrace, Robin worriedly asked Madara what would happen now that they had released the Navy's elite. What if they healed and came back to fight us again? Madara didn't care at all, waved his hand, and said, the money is in hand. You should think about how to boost the economy of the Goya Kingdom. Then he changed the subject. When will the school I mentioned before be opened? Robin was taken aback and said, our revolutionary army has its own training base. Why do we need to set up a school in the Goya Kingdom? Moreover, your school only teaches cultural subjects, not how to fight. How is that useful on this sea? Even we, as civil servants, must be able to fight and endure. Madara replied, I fight tooth and nail to ensure that children won't have to experience our suffering again, so they can have a normal childhood. Well, the boss has spoken, and since it's his money, he gets to decide. Soon, under Robin's management as the new principal, the first high school of the Goya Kingdom was officially established. Then the most outrageous operation came. The main body actually had nothing to do and created an alter ego named Ito Makoto to sneak into the school as a student. The main focus was to balance work and rest, experiencing campus life. You wouldn't believe it, with that handsome face, in less than a day, 2/3 of the girls in the class actively came to talk to me. However, this account was purely for entertainment, with no combat power. I just sent a shadow clone over there to deal with it. If something really triggered a bad ending in the future, it wouldn't be me dying, right? I'm such a clever little guy. While I was enjoying the leisurely days of a campus harem, my other alter ego, Gilgamesh, was in a much less harmonious atmosphere. The tough guys he pulled out from him impelled down, like Shiryu of the Rain and the Hunter of the Crescent Moon, were all on the verge of bursting, sharpening their knives and drinking every day, shouting that their bones were about to rust, and they needed to find something to do or they'd go insane. Just then, Doflamingo swaggered in with his characteristic flamboyant gait. As soon as he arrived, these guys started mocking him sarcastically, saying he was living the good life as a warlord while they were bored out of their minds. Doflamingo chuckled and said, don't worry, my preparations are complete. We can proceed to the next step. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden figure appeared behind them, and the aura of dominance silenced everyone. He didn't even look at the impatient crew members, just stared at Doflamingo. Have you contacted your people? Yes, my king. Doflamingo's signature smirk returned. Caesar Clown has agreed to serve you. Now we just need a base where he can conduct his research in peace. and I already have an idea for that place. A kingdom called Dressrosa. He then began to introduce his plan, which, in short, was to use his identity as a former celestial dragon to extort the current king of Dressrosa for 10 billion berries, which the other party would certainly be unable to pay, and then they could justifiably take over the country. This guy, the turkey brother, had a belly full of bad ideas and was still thinking about how to provoke us into a fight with the world government. But after hearing this, the golden figure didn't even acknowledge him, acting as if he hadn't heard, and walked ahead, casually saying, "I'm going to inspect my territory." This was his old habit. The whole world was his backyard, and if he didn't stroll around every day, he felt uncomfortable. Others were not surprised and quickly dispersed, some looking for fun, others warming up for the arena. Only Doflamingo, with a glint in his eye, followed closely behind the golden figure. Guess where he ended up? He wandered around, and in the end, he actually dove straight into the casino. Doflamingo hurried in after him, reminding, "My king, do you want to play a few hands? But your golden treasures can't be exchanged for chips here." He thought to himself, this guy is a treasure all over, but probably didn't bring a single berry. However, the golden figure paused, didn't look back, and with a full attitude, said just one thing: "This king never lacks money." Then, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. The golden figure started playing with the lowest value chip he picked up from the ground, discarded by someone else. In less than an hour, all the chips in the casino were piled up in front of him, stacked higher than a person. The dealers changed over a dozen times, each one sweating profusely, and no matter how they cheated, how they rolled the dice, or how they spun the roulette, the results always landed precisely where the golden figure had placed his bets. As if they had eyes, Doflamingo was dumbfounded next to him, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. He finally understood that this was no longer luck or skill. This was an external force at the level of causality. Only then did he truly grasp the meaning behind the golden figure's words when he walked into the casino. This king never lacks money. I tell you, Doflamingo's mind was buzzing at that time. He definitely believed that my king was wealthy. After all, in this day and age, being strong is like having a money printing machine. But this is just too exaggerated. My king's ability is called the Golden Rule, which simply put, means he's a chosen money cat, here to experience the life of a billionaire. It's to the extent that even the god of wealth would have to bow down to him. His fighting style? It's just throwing money, using the world's treasures and artifacts to crush you, highlighting an extravagant and ruthless nature. I, the king, yawned, feeling relaxed and carefree. Well, they have had enough fun. It's time to get down to business. Here, Doflamingo, you take care of the finishing touches. After saying that, I directly strolled out. Doflamingo took a deep breath behind me and respectfully shouted, "Yes, my king." Goodness, we weren't idle either. We had already figured out this place, Dressrosa. That fat guy named Daz was so focused on the winery that his eyes seemed to be glued to it. The big sister of the Xianyu hunters was dragging Jorah around, crazily raiding clothing stores. Even Shirey, the battle maniac, found some fun, grinning widely. I heard there's an undefeated gladiator with 3,000 matches here. Sounds interesting. Then, our group, clearly not a bunch to be trifled with, swaggered toward the palace. Those guards wanted to stop us? What a joke. They were directly brushed aside by Say, or one of Doflamingo's subordinates, without a sound. So, we made our way unimpeded, right to the palace entrance. The king, Riku Dold III, emerged surrounded by a crowd of soldiers and looked at Doflamingo, asking Shichibukai, "What are you doing here?" I Wong couldn't help but laugh at that moment, sneering. Hey, is there really a rat in this world that dares to ignore me and calls itself king? Guess what happened next? The king of Liku just glanced at me and then turned his gaze back to Doflamingo. Family, who understands? He didn't even recognize me. He only knew Doflamingo. Doflamingo quickly waved his hand, chuckling. Don't look at me. I'm just a small soldier under our king. But I can tell you what we're here for. Dressrosa, we want it. The king of Liku's face turned green. A loyal soldier beside him exploded with rage, pointing at us and cursing. Who do you think you are, daring to? Before he could finish his words, bang, the big drunkard Basque rolled up like a small mountain and appeared in front of him, delivering a punch that sent him flying, turning him into a star in the sky. Burp. Basque let out a drunken belch and said, "Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt." I Wang was quite calm and said, "Loyalty is a virtue. You can kill him, but don't insult him." Bask laughed a couple of times and said no more. This stirred up a hornet's nest. All the soldiers around immediately drew their swords. Doflamingo squinted and took a step forward, beginning his performance. "Riku King, you should know my identity and power. So, give his country back to me." Huh. When I said that, not only did the opposing side look stunned, but our own people were also taken aback. The killing intent from Shiryu and his group suddenly surged, directly locking onto Doflamingo. Goodness, is this going to turn into infighting right here? How dare he play us? Doflamingo must have been on the verge of tears. His old subordinates, like Toribol and the others, actually hesitated for a moment before siding with him. Decades of friendship couldn't compare to my presence for just a few months. This charisma is simply a dimensional crushing defeat. But on the surface, he remained as steady as an old dog, seemingly unaware of the killing intent behind him, and continued to pressure Riku King. "If you refuse, Dressrosa will be bathed in blood. Of course, I'm not a demon. I'll offer 10 billion and buy this country from you." At that moment, I wanted to scoff, thinking he was making quite a roundabout proposal. Sure enough, he added then, "I will naturally present this country to my king." Upon hearing this, Shiryu and the others' killing intent lessened a bit. Doflamingo was furious inside, but he had been plotting for Dressrosa for a long time. His original plan was quite sinister, to force Riku King to gather 10 billion from the citizens, tarnishing the king's credibility, and then control him to massacre the citizens, allowing himself to appear as the savior. Unfortunately, his calculations were all for naught, as I Wang simply wouldn't take the bait. Boring. I nonchalantly uttered 2 words. "Doflamingo, I didn't expect you to be this boring." Doflamingo's expression was like a color palette, yet he didn't dare to explode. He had already told my king about his plan, but it was completely rejected. Just now he played that quasi-betrayal trick, and my king didn't even raise an eyebrow. Borrow money? Conspiracy? My king took a step forward and walked straight up to the king of the underworld. Why bother with such tricks? Care to have a chat? After all, you're a man referred to as king. The king of the underworld's face changed several times, and finally he nodded heavily. All right, then the two of them really went into the palace to have a private conversation, leaving everyone else outside. Shiryu and the others were not worried at all, but Doflamingo was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, muttering, "What does he want to do? Why is my plan not working? What does he really want?" While he was brainstorming over here, Cyrus, who had just rushed back, was already fighting Shiryu and was covered in blood, and he didn't even notice. After a while, the palace gate creaked open. I Wang walked in front, and King Likuku follows behind. Then King Likuku takes a deep breath and, in front of everyone, drops a bombshell. "I have decided to submit to Gilgamesh and hand over Dressrosa to him." The entire venue falls silent. Everyone is dumbfounded, with only one word in their minds. Huh? The muscular man named Cyrus, covered in blood, stares wide-eyed. "My king, what on earth is going on?" King Likuku ignores him and instead requests of me, "My king, could you please heal him?" I nod, and with a wave of light, Cyrus's wounds are healed. But he is still in a daze. "Father, why?" "Cyrus, I'm old," King Likuku says solemnly. "I have no sons, and my daughters lack the capacity to be a king." Cyrus is taken aback. "Do you mean you want to recruit him as a son-in-law?" It seems everyone understands now. Oh, so it's about recruiting a son-in-law, then it's fine. However, King Likuku's next move completely shocks everyone, dropping their jaws. He leans towards me. In a humble manner, "My king, I hope my daughter Violet can accompany you as a maid." My gaze instantly turned cold. A mere subject wants to command me? No, you misunderstood. King Riku shook his head in fright, saying that I felt my king needed a maid, and she has that ability. If you don't believe it, you can hold a nationwide maid competition. Family, I really couldn't hold back at that moment. Princess, my own daughter, to be sent off as a maid? What if she gets rejected? Holding a nationwide audition to prove my daughter is the best maid? This operation is too much. Doflamingo finally couldn't hold back and rushed forward to question. "What are you thinking? Why bow down?" King Riku looked at him as if he were a fool. "Why not bow down? The king's charisma is the strongest I have ever seen. I believe that under his leadership, Dressrosa will definitely take off. What is wrong with me bowing to him?" Doflamingo opened his mouth, unable to say a word. He looked around at Shiryu and others, even his own subordinates, who looked at him strangely, as if saying, "Yes, isn't it normal to submit to my king? What are you jumping around for?" "Doflamingo," my king said lightly, "seeing that I have taken in another subject, are you that dissatisfied?" With this one sentence, Doflamingo was pinned to the spot. He gritted his teeth and lowered his proud head. This subordinate does not dare. Thus, the coronation ceremony for Dressrosa was quickly arranged. Doflamingo could only watch helplessly, his former royal identity useless. He was screaming in his heart. There must be a problem. Absolutely a problem. Is it brainwashing? Is it a threat? He actually guessed correctly. There's indeed a problem here. To put it bluntly, my king was too lazy to play the dirty and exhausting schemes like Doflamingo. What he thought was, since I can't use force to take it, why not let King Riku willingly give it to me? For this, he searched through his treasury, trying to find some kind of charm-type treasure. After searching for a long time, he found either some girly skills or things that turn into vampires, which were completely useless. Just when he was troubled by a mirror treasure, he suddenly saw the reincarnation eye in his own eyes. Oh, the idea opened up. Gilgamesh's skills are not usable, but I can use other identities. Thus, he directly used an ultimate bug skill from the Uchiha Madara template, Kodo Amatsukami. This thing is known as the strongest illusion, capable of permanently changing a person's thoughts and will without them realizing it. He used it directly on King Riku, writing the idea of absolute loyalty to Gilgamesh into King Riku's base code. The key was efficiency. So now, King Riku is like a fanatical supporter. Forget about sending his daughter as a maid. I bet he would willingly give himself up. Of course, the side effect is this little princess, Violet. She is now forced to wear a maid outfit, looking defiant, with tears welling up in her eyes. My king asked her to pour a drink, and when she turned around, her small teeth were chattering, probably already replaying 100 assassination plots in her mind. However, this maid really has to be kept, not only because she is a princess, but more importantly, because of her ability, the stare fruit, which can see through all lies. This ability is simply a super cheat in future Dark World transactions. Violet brought the drink and the poison in it. Let me tell you, looked like a paste. Afraid others wouldn't see it. My king took it without even looking and drank it all in one go. Violet panicked on the spot. She just wanted to vent. Who would poison like that? She really didn't intend for my king to drink it. As a result, my king finished drinking, shook his head, turned, and left with a remark. As expected, this kind of wine is really not good. Little maid, next time don't randomly add things to my wine. It simply spoiled my good wine. The little princess stood there stunned, her face turning red as she shouted at my king's back. I don't care. I want to add. I want to poison you. Thus, the news of the change of kings in Dressrosa spread instantly throughout the world. The world government was also baffled, but since it was King Riku who voluntarily abdicated, they didn't even have an excuse to find fault. After I Wong took over, things moved quickly and decisively. Relying on my leadership qualities, within a month, I had the entire kingdom under control. Then, I directly ordered Doflamingo to use the military factories here to trade with the underworld. The key was to bring that Caesar clown over to start working on artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo's face turned green. This was originally all part of his plan, and now, the platform he had painstakingly built had turned into a backdrop for my performance. He, the dignified night demon, was now just a high-level worker. Furious, he smashed the ground and muttered wildly, Damn it! Damn it! This is not the result I wanted. Of course, being someone's subordinate is nowhere near as enjoyable as being the boss. But let me tell you, just when Doflamingo was furiously venting his frustration alone, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind him. It seems you have some emotions? Doflamingo looked up, his pupils narrowing in shock. A tall figure wearing a white cloak and a strange mask had somehow appeared there. Who is this? CP0, the top ace agents of the world government. The strongest shield of the celestial dragons, far beyond CP9. Doflamingo's mind worked quickly, and he squinted to mock. Oh, what business does a CP person have with a pirate like me? The CP0 envoy remained calm and said leisurely, Don't talk nonsense. You are a noble celestial dragon bloodline after all, so it's not strange for me to be here, right? Doflamingo let out a cold laugh. Of course it's strange. Wasn't it CP9 that contacted me before? Now that my master has become king, have you all upgraded too? Let me tell you, the most explosive news has arrived. The CP0 envoy actually nodded without hesitation. Not bad. It is precisely because he has become king that your deal with the world government cannot continue. Which is why we are here. Who understands this? Family. If outsiders heard this, the entire sea would explode. The dignified 7 warlords, a general under my king, has long been colluding with the world government, acting as a traitor. Now it's all clear. This ambitious Doflamingo never intended to truly submit. He originally wanted to use the power of the world government to take over Dressrosa first, and then turn against my king. What happened? My king was one step ahead and directly placed the 7 warlords title on him, completely disrupting the entire plan. The world government also had no choice but to go along with it and continue to let this celestial dragon traitor act as an undercover. Then the CP0 envoy asked, "Is there any new information about Gilgamesh?" Doflamingo replied irritably, "No. That guy's a mystery. What has your government found out? I just know he claims to be the 5th king of Uruk, but I can't find that place on the map, no matter how I search." The CP0 personnel didn't care about his attitude and calmly said, "We have investigated all of this. Right now we are lacking strength and need to recuperate, so intelligence comes first." To be honest, my king had no idea these two were scheming behind his back, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. But here's where it gets interesting. After a while, Doflamingo hurriedly ran to my king and started raving about a woman, saying she was outstanding and wanted to recommend her as our liaison with the dark world. My king's expression at that moment was one of confusion, but the corners of his mouth were already wearing that knowing smile. He directly asked the woman, "Woman, what is your name?" The woman, tall and dressed in a secretary outfit, calmly replied, "Calipha." "That's right. It's that Calipha from CP9. She was supposed to be undercover in Water City, but now this butterfly effect has directly brought her to my king's front. I, Wong, am well aware that this must be Minggu plotting again, but he gave enough face, promoting Calipha on the spot to manage the black market. This move is simply brilliant. Think about it, as an undercover agent, to rise up and get closer to my core target, Wong. She has to work her butt off to show her worth, right? Not only does she dare not easily contact the world government, but she also has to be fair and build good relationships with her colleagues, swallowing grievances on her own. Isn't this like getting a free labor force at the level of A? Truly impressive. You really delivered. Just when Minggu and the others thought their plan was foolproof, I, Wong, had already shifted my attention to another matter. I looked down at the system, and a line of prompts appeared. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 5th character template." The next second, the scene switched. Wano country. This place is closed off, and the people are suffering. Kaido and General Orochi have joined forces to turn a once prosperous country into a huge factory filled with smoke and pollution. The rivers are contaminated. The sky is filled with black smoke, and those who resist are ruthlessly suppressed. At this moment, in the midst of a sea of flames, Hold'em from the Beast Pirates is leading a group of subordinates to burn, kill, and plunder. They ride on dinosaurs, wielding swords, laughing maniacally as they chase a fleeing little girl. But just as they chase into a forest, an invisible pressure suddenly descends, making everyone and their mounts gasp for breath. Hold'em's expression instantly turns serious. He sensed something was off in this forest. Who is it? He drew his sword and formed a circle with his subordinates, nervously looking around. At that moment, a voice that sounded like a sigh clearly reached his ears, the strongest in here. "Is it you?" Hold'em looked up sharply to see a man casually sitting on a tree branch. The man's face was fierce, with a grotesque scar on his left cheek, an eye patch over his right eye, and a wild hairstyle with small bells tied to the tips. He wore a tattered yet elegant black and white haori, and his violent aura was simply overwhelming. "This is my 5th template, Kurosaki Ichigo, the #1 combat god of Soul Society, a madman born purely for battle." Ichigo grinned, and that smile appeared more terrifying than a demon in Hold'em's eyes. He said, "I'm here to fight you." Upon hearing 13th Division, 11th Division Captain, Hold'em's mind became chaotic. What is this new organization resisting Kaido? 11th Division? Does that mean there are 10 more divisions ahead? What a joke! There are 13 monsters at this level. While he was still analyzing, Ichigo was already growing impatient. What's wrong? Didn't I say I came to fight? If you're not talking, does that mean we can start? Hold'em was so scared his heart was about to jump out. He instinctively shouted, "Guys, attack together!" But Ichigo just tilted his head and said in an extremely disdainful tone, "Attack together? Although I specifically came to find you to fight. Clearing out a few ants is fine too." Then, he made a move that left everyone petrified. He pulled open his clothes, revealing a solid chest, and said to Hold'em, "How about this? Let me give you a little? You can take a stab at me first. Whether it's the neck, the belly, or the eyeball. It's all up to you. It'd be best if you could kill me with one blow. Come on, don't be afraid. Hurry up." Hold'em didn't care about any samurai code. The pirate dictionary has no room for politeness. "Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that." He roared, using all his strength to swing the sword fiercely at Ichigo's neck. However, the next second, the air froze. Hold'em stared blankly at his sword. The blade pressed tightly against Ichigo's neck, yet couldn't even break the skin. Instead, his own hand holding the sword was shattered, blood flowing freely. "Are you kidding me?" He was completely dumbfounded. Why? Why wasn't he injured at all? Immediately afterward, he heard the man's extremely disappointed sigh. "What's wrong? Is this all you've got? How boring." Hold'em was so scared he nearly lost his mind, retreating repeatedly and screaming in terror. What ability did you use? What kind of devil fruit user are you?" Ichigo disdainfully snorted. "Ability? Devil fruit? What's that? Let me tell you why your sword can't hurt me. It's simple. When spiritual pressures collide, the weaker one gets hurt. That's all. In other words, the spiritual energy I unconsciously emit is far stronger than your broken sword." Spiritual pressure? Spiritual energy? Hold'em and the others looked completely bewildered. Ichigo sighed and finally drew his sword. It was a terrifyingly large blade, with a blade covered in jagged notches, clearly a weapon that had seen countless battles. "Next, it's my turn." Ichigo raised his sword high, saying, "I beg you, real fight at least. Let my sword shine a bit, okay?" Hold'em's face turned pale, without thinking. He turned and fled. He didn't even care about his subordinates. He just wanted to survive. This guy is definitely a monster at Kaido's level. However, a voice gently echoed in his ear, "I don't like playing the game of eagle catching chicks with weaklings." Hold'em turned back in terror, only to see a flash of bright sword light. The forest returned to silence. Ichigo casually rested his sword on his shoulder, leaning against a tree. Around him had turned into a scene of carnage, with severed limbs and rivers of blood. Just then, the grass nearby shook and a little girl emerged. She was about 14 or 15 years old, with long emerald hair, dressed in a luxurious yet somewhat tattered kimono. She was the girl Hold'em and his men had been chasing. I recognized her at a glance. This is none other than the future first beauty of Wano, the courtesan Kamurasaki, also known as Kazuki Hayori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden. Kenpachi lowered his head, looking at this little girl who emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. There was no trace of fear in her big eyes, but rather a curiosity and admiration for the strong. She was unafraid of blades, and even dared to show Kenpachi a pure smile. Kenpachi looked at her, this little girl who wasn't afraid of swords, death, and even smiled in front of him. It seemed like he saw a small figure from long ago, in a similarly blood-soaked place. He grinned widely, and, with his fierce face, said the gentlest words. "From today on, your name will be Yutru. I told you." The little girl was stunned at that moment, subconsciously murmuring 8,000 streams. 8,000 streams? Goodness, this guy, Uchiha Jinpachi, looked calm, but his hoarse voice carried an undeniable strength. "Yes, it's 8,000 streams. Even if I change worlds, I hope someone can call that name." This little girl, Koyuki Hayori, was also quite clever. With a quick thought, she immediately smiled and agreed. "All right, then I'll be called 8,000 streams from now on." After all, she knew very well that her real name was a death sentence in this land of harmony. So changing it was just a change, right? Although the name 8,000 streams sounded a bit strange, it was better than losing her head, right? But little did she know, the man named Uchiha Jinpachi across from her was already plotting a big show in his mind. I thought to myself, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. He is looking for an actor. Sure enough, what he was thinking was, "Little sister, let's perform my 8,000 streams. Well, We have to make this show realistic. Since they had just met, the newly appointed 8,000 streams didn't dare to jump directly onto Yucatec Gianpachi's back like the original did. The two walked through the forest, one in front and one behind. As they walked, the girl couldn't help but ask, "So, you came all this way just to find a worthy opponent?" Yucatec Gianpachi responded with a light hum, but the next sentence made me laugh. What a waste of my time searching, and the result is so disappointing. I tell you, he really went around asking, "Hey, buddy, who's the toughest in this place?" As a result, a survivor from a village, probably beaten badly by Kaido's subordinate named Hold'em, pointed him in the right direction. And you know what happened next? He got taken down in one slice. Boring. When Kazuki Oden heard this, his mind immediately started calculating. A battle maniac? That's great. There are plenty of strong men in Wano, and she just wanted to take revenge on Kurizumi Orochi. Isn't this the perfect top fighter delivered right to her door? It's like a pillow arriving just when you're sleepy. But after thinking for a while, she ultimately swallowed her words. Why? Because she felt that Kaido is one of the 4 emperors. Kurizumi Orochi is no good either. Although this guy is fierce, facing those monsters, it would probably be futile. She still has a kind heart, thinking, sigh, although with his personality he'll eventually run into trouble. But living one more day is better than nothing. Who understands her family? She's just worrying for no reason. As for Grimjow Jagerjax, he's just here to tear things down. Just then, an awkward moment happened. Gurgle. A loud noise came from Kazuki Oden's stomach. Her little face immediately turned bright red. Grimjow turned his head. "Are you hungry 8,000 streams?" "No, I'm not hungry." She stubbornly denied it, saying that earlier was just the sound made when I stepped on a mud bubble. I almost laughed out loud at that ridiculous reason. Yamamoto Jinryusai let out a sound but didn't expose her, casually picking a fruit from a nearby tree and handing it to her. "Eat if you're hungry." As a result, the girl sighed and turned her head away. This fruit can't be eaten. Those bastards from Kaido have polluted the factory wastewater everywhere. The water, fruits, and beasts in this mountain all have poison. So what can we eat? Only in the big farm occupied by Kaido and the general are there clean vegetables and meat. Her voice lowered, and her eyes were filled with desolation. Who would have thought that after hearing this? Yamamoto slapped his thigh. "Hey, that's simple. Let's just go there." He took a big step forward. "Let us go, Yasu. Let's find something to eat." Kazuki Hiyori was completely stunned, following behind in a daze, almost crying. "If you do this, you'll become enemies of Kaido and the general." She was desperate to persuade this guy not to go to his death. There are plenty of ruthless, wealthy people in the city to rob. Why provoke the 2 biggest bosses, Kaido and the general? What do you think Yamamoto said? Upon hearing that the opposing side was strong, his eyes lit up with excitement. Stronger than the previous fight? That's great. Saves me the trouble of finding them. Well, now it was impossible to persuade him. This guy had directly locked onto the farm as his target, even planning that if those strong ones didn't come out, he would just charge in himself. Kazuki Hiyori was completely at her wit's end and could only lie on his back. Yes, because Yamamoto thought she was walking too slowly and was delaying the fight. He simply tossed her on his back, just like carrying a trinket. Where to go next? Yamamoto asked while running. Let me see. That fork in the road, go left. Half an hour later, the two stood at the edge of a cliff, staring at each other in disbelief. Hey, how did you point the way? That's strange, it shouldn't be. Kazuki Hiyori looked confused. She swore she was seriously pointing the way. So now what? Go back, at the next fork, go right. This time it definitely won't be wrong. 20 minutes later, the two looked at the identical cliff in front of them, lost in thought. Kazuki Hiyori was completely baffled, starting to doubt her sense of direction. I can't be this bad at directions, right? What's going on? After several attempts, Yamamoto grew impatient. This is really troublesome. Just follow my instincts. Thus, the next morning, they finally saw the shadow of the farm. They had run for a whole day. Kazuki Hiyori was almost in tears. At this rate, she figured they could have circled the land of Wano. She had no idea that this wasn't her fault at all. It was because this guy next to her was all about acting. He had secretly used a little illusion to completely ruin the navigation. All right, it looks like you'll be eating soon. Yamamoto grinned. It's for breakfast tomorrow. Kazuki Hiyori weakly retorted. Doesn't matter. Yamamoto's eyes instantly gleamed with fervor. There should be strong people in that farm, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out. Meanwhile, in the flower capital, in the castle of General Kaido, the phone suddenly rang. Kaido lazily picked it up, and, after listening for less than 3 seconds, he abruptly jumped up from his seat. His face dark. What did you say? My farm has been occupied? The true warrior Babanuki left by Kaido has been killed? The air in the entire castle froze. After hanging up the phone, Kaido's gaze was so sinister it could drip water. He turned to a skinny samurai with squinted eyes. Looking like he hadn't woken up. Kurosaki, it's your turn to act. Sleepy Kurosaki, the strongest swordsman of the land of Wano. He nodded and set out with a group of oddly dressed ninjas, the Onatoribans. Then, Kaido hurriedly called his lair, Onigashima. The one who answered was one of the 3 disasters. Queen, Kaido explained the situation, and the phone on the other end exploded. Who did it? Who dares to provoke our beast pirates? A man named Yamamoto. At that moment in the farm, another true warrior, Babanuki, had already turned into a corpse. Yamamoto had struck with one blow, easily killing him. Kazuki Hiyori was stunned, directing the excited villagers to frantically transport the food while fearfully walking next to Yamamoto. You must be ready. The general's people will definitely be here soon. Yamamoto didn't even lift his eyelids, slowly opening his eyes. No need, they're coming. In the distance, sleepy Kurosaki, leading the Onatoribans, approached with a murderous aura. They were still carrying the stench of blood, clearly having taken care of the villagers who were moving the food down the mountain. Kurosaki's face, half smiling, was the perfect villain look. I am the general's dog. Whoever the general tells me to kill, I will kill. Yamamoto yawned, standing up. Finally, something decent has come. I was almost getting annoyed waiting. Lord Kurosaki, you cannot let this little thief be so arrogant. The Onatoribans, those ninjas, yelled as they charged forward. The next second, a flash of blade light. With a few swipes, the previously lively Onatoribans all turned into corpses on the ground. Instant kill. Another total wipeout. Kazuki Hiyori's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Oh, this is interesting. Sleepy Kurosaki's smile finally faded. He hadn't seen such a strong warrior in a long time. Be careful. Kazuki Hiyori hurriedly shouted. He is the strongest swordsman in the land of Wano. Before she could finish speaking, Kurosaki's figure had already vanished from his spot. With a loud clash, the sound of blades colliding sparked like fireworks, followed by another flash of blade light almost at its peak speed. A blood mark was actually drawn across Yamamoto's chest. He was injured. That body which even true warriors couldn't break through had actually been hurt. Let me tell you, that blood is just like a faucet that can't be turned off, dripping down drop by drop, making my heart curse. Damn it. That pretentious guy, Zaraki Kenpachi, insists on holding back his strength during a fight. What's the point of enjoying a battle? And now look, I've been injured. If it weren't for the sake of acting, I would have split him in two with a single blow. But on the surface, I still have to grin widely, smiling like I just found money, walking over to that guy named Sleepy Ishigaru, mumbling, "Hey, not bad, this is fun. Just don't let your guard down." The guy across from me looked dumbfounded, probably thinking there's something wrong with me for being so happy after taking a hit. I tell you, he doesn't understand. The Kenpachi I'm playing is a pure combat brain. The more injured I am, the more excited I get. The next second, I charged straight at him, blades clashing, clinking sounds. That guy held his sword with both hands and had some strength, but I was overpowering him with one hand. He was stunned, saying my swordsmanship was not the way of a samurai. No kidding. I'm playing wild and unpredictable. As we fought, I got bored. So I reached out and grabbed his sword. Then I thrust the other sword straight into his chest. Good heavens. He was so scared that he kicked my hand away and quickly created distance. He looked at me, his expression so serious it could drip water, saying I'm not a samurai, but a berserker. I thought to myself, you just figured that out? He was about to strike a pose and unleash a big move. But when he looked up, I was gone. I had already flashed behind him, and he only realized it when he heard the bells in my hair ring, barely managing a last-ditch block to defend himself. I smiled widely and said, "Oh, I can hear the bell now? Not bad, not bad, this is interesting." He immediately got anxious and snorted, "You idiot, bringing a bell to a fight? Isn't that just exposing your position?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and directly mocked him. "I wear a bell and an unmask just to give a weakling like you a chance to last a bit longer. If you can't even make good use of this little advantage, how boring would it be for me to fight you? What if I accidentally take you out in one hit? That guy, along with the little girl named Hiyori Getsu beside him, fell silent immediately. Kirika Shunsui still wouldn't back down, stubbornly claiming that this was a strategy, a psychological battle. I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. I only had one thought in my mind. Bring it on. Fight. Fight. The ensuing scene was a bloody mess. I laughed maniacally, relentlessly hacking at him. Every time he struck me once, I felt my strength increase. When he hit me twice, my speed would rise. He was completely numb, probably roaring inside. What kind of monster is this? The more I hit him, the stronger he gets. Does anyone understand? Matsumoto Ranjika said that Kenpachi's physique is like a near-death power boost. Every time he dances on the edge of death, his strength skyrockets. I'm experiencing it right now. The opponent gets more and more exhausted, panting heavily, while my health bar gets redder and my attack power skyrockets. It's an explosive strength. And what happened? Just because he got tired, he lost focus and his breathing became erratic. Stab. I plunged my blade directly into his heart. I pulled the knife back, looking disgusted. Tisich. This is so boring. Just when I was getting excited, it ended. That little girl Hiyori and the others were dumbfounded. I had been the one getting beaten the whole time, covered in injuries, and yet, when I countered with one move, she seemed completely unfazed. She came over to bandage me up while I yawned and let her do it. After she finished, I thought to myself, isn't the strongest in Wano the Shogun in Kaido? I stood up and waved at Hiyori. Let's go. Find them. Meanwhile, in the castle of the flower capital, the Shogun Orochi was boasting with a big guy called Queen from Kaido's crew. Queen was frowning, saying that one of their beast pirates had actually died. Orochi chuckled. Don't worry, I sent Kaido's men after him. That guy is definitely dead. They were busy patting each other on the back when suddenly a samurai came rolling in, shouting at the top of his lungs. Report. Lord Shogun, it's bad. Kaido's man. He has done for. Wow, what a slap in the face. Orochi and Queen were petrified on the spot. They began guessing who I was, and upon hearing Zangetsu and Godei 13, they even thought I was some hidden force of the Kazuki clan, and even brought up prophecies from 20 years later. Then these two fools rushed towards the farm, but unfortunately, I had already taken Hiyori and run away. However, let me tell you a secret. This Zangetsu I'm playing has maxed out his Lost in the Woods attribute. We were originally supposed to go to the flower capital, but guess what? We got lost and ended up right in the lair of a group of mountain bandits. Without saying a word, we just started fighting, killing them all in a frenzy, and scared those bandits into kneeling and calling me daddy. Little Hiyori was over there feeling lucky, saying that it was a good thing we got lost. Otherwise, I would have gone to find Kaido while injured, just handing over my head. Just then, one of the bandits mustered up the courage to ask if they could join us. Hiyori's eyes instantly brightened, and she ran over to me saying, Zangetsu, let's take them in. I frowned impatiently on the surface, but inside I was already overjoyed. Hee, little girl, do you think this is just a coincidence? Actually, this was all part of my plan. I deliberately got lost here just to recruit these people. Fighting without gaining any benefits would be a waste. Rai still thought it was her brilliant idea and told me that these people could help us find enemies and gather intelligence. I absent-mindedly nodded, thinking, yes, you're right. Hurry up and start your plans for restoring your country. I'll be your muscle. What followed was quite interesting. One of us was in charge of killing left and right, while the other was responsible for recruiting underlings. Rai extracted the locations of other bandit leaders from the mouths of the surrendered mountain bandits, and then I led our men to attack. As long as there was a fight, I welcomed anyone. In a short time, we swept away 2/3 of the mountain bandits in the land of Wano. Kaido was still in the dark about this. After all, bandits were originally a blind spot for intelligence. Just as we were cleaning up a group called the Head Mountain Bandit Corps, during the fight, Rai suddenly exclaimed at the opposing leader, Uncle Azura, goodness. It was like the flood washing away the Dragon King Temple, hitting our own people. This guy named Jitenmaru was once a subordinate of her father and was also a tough guy. If Rai hadn't called out quickly, I would have almost taken him down with a single blow. After the two of them had their emotional reunion, Jitenmaru, with a serious expression, touched the wound I had inflicted on him and quietly pulled Rai aside, asking, Princess, please tell me honestly, what exactly is the background of that man named Gungmu Kinbaki? Let me tell you, Hiyori's expression at that moment was simply incredible, both moving and conflicted, like she was performing an interplay. She sighed and confided in Jitenru, saying, "Uncle, I've come clean. I've been pretending to have amnesia to deceive him all along. Now I feel like he has probably guessed who I am." "Well, isn't that obvious? No one is a fool. Am I someone like Yamamoto who can be easily fooled by a little girl?" At first, when she led me, I could barely explain it away with I have amnesia, but a bit of muscle memory. But later, you saw me about to fight with Jitenru, and you, an amnesiac, jump and stop me? That's clearly problematic. But I was too lazy to ask. That's just how I am. I dislike trouble. Hiyori probably figured out too, biting her lip, her gaze resolute, saying, "I'm going to talk to him." She had made up her mind, not wanting to act anymore. Finding me was too easy. I was just leaning against the wall of a run-down house, yawning, eyes closed, feeling like I could fall asleep at any moment. Then a fragrant breeze wafted by, and without even moving my eyelids, I asked flatly, "Yuchiro, what is up?" Goodness, she nearly froze in her tracks, probably short-circuiting right there. In her mind, she must have been in a frenzy. Oh no, how do I speak? I've deceived him for so long. Should I argue or play the victim? If it were another man, her little essay about being a princess unable to control her own fate would have probably worked like a charm. But looking at my face, she probably couldn't come up with a single lie. After holding in for a while, her voice came out like a mosquito's buzz, nervously asking me, "Do you know who I am?" I told you. At that time, I didn't even have the desire to get up. I just lay there and replied with my unique smoky voice, "Aren't you the 8,000 flow?" She was stunned, standing there like a wooden post. After a long while, she suddenly laughed, and it was a sweet laugh. She said, "Yes, I'm 8,000 flow. You see, that's settled it. Does it matter who she is? She is the 8,000 flow, mine, just that simple." After that, on the third day, I couldn't hold it in anymore. Eating wild vegetables in this mountain valley every day, when would it end? I took the more than 4,000 mountain bandits I had just gathered and headed straight for the capital of the Land of Harmony, the City of Flowers. There wasn't enough food, and we didn't have time to develop slowly. Instead of waiting for them to gather a large army and wrap us up like dumplings, it was better to go all in and do it decisively. Brother Jutian Wan was quite particular, coming to ask me, "Lord Kinpachi, do we have any detailed plans?" I thought this was nonsense. Of course. His eyes lit up. What plan? Find the enemy, kill the enemy, and it's done, right? I burned his CPU right on the spot. He stood there, his mouth twitching, unable to say a word. But there was no choice. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be shot. "Let's go." A large group of us charged forward, leaving the guards at the entrance of the Flower City dumbfounded. "Stop. Are you trying to rebel? Are you looking for death?" The response to them was my maniacal laughter. With a few swift strokes, the sword light flashed, and the 100 guards at the entrance couldn't even last 3 seconds before being cut down. I brandished my knife and impatiently shouted, "Where are the experts? Where are the enemy's experts? I'm not interested in wasting time with weaklings." Rai peeked out from behind me, excitedly pointing at the tallest building in the city, the Sky Watchtower. "The general is usually there." "Oh, that building, right? Let's go." I laughed heartily, completely ignoring the group of soldiers still struggling up the slope, and charged toward the castle by myself. Jitenru, riding his bull, watched from behind with his eyes twitching. I can tell you, he must have been cursing madly in his heart. "Come on, we are the rebels. Can't we have a bit of presence?" "Princess, why are you just hanging on that man's back like an ornament? Where is the dignity of the Kazuki clan?" But he couldn't care less at this point. He could only shout at the top of his lungs from behind, "Hurry, grab the knives from the enemy's hands. Those are our weapons. Charge, target the castle." Meanwhile, inside the castle, things were in complete chaos. A soldier came rolling in, his face pale with fright. "General, it's bad. We're being attacked." "What?" The officials inside exploded with anger. "Who is it? Who dares to attack the flower capital?" The general, named Kaido, with a face full of flesh, was so furious that the heads of the snakes behind him popped out, ominously leaning towards the soldier. "Who is it?" It's a swordsman." The soldier trembled with fear. "Oh right, I heard from the front that the leader seems to be Kazuki Oden." "What?" In an instant, Kaido's head directly grabbed the soldier, pulling him closer to his eyes with a gaze fierce enough to eat people. "Say it again. Who is it?" Kazuki. Kazuki Odin. With a snap, the soldier was swallowed halfway, blood splattering everywhere. Kazuki. Kaido's voice was as cold as ice. The Kazuki clan. Is there still someone alive? Then let her die here today. Just as he was finishing his cruel words, suddenly, a dazzling white blade light descended from the sky. Boom! The entire castle was split in half by my sword in an instant. Like cutting tofu. The building separated immediately, and the officials inside fell down like dumplings. Screams echoing one after another. The scene was extremely chaotic. I stood in front of the ruins, with Riho beside me, and we were joking around. You see, I told you with one slash, wouldn't they all come out? And surely, they would all be high-ranking officials. Riho smiled sweetly, yeah. Kenpachi, you're so smart. At that moment, Jotaro arrived on a bull, panting and looking at me as if I were insane. He was probably thinking, how did I barely manage to keep up with this man after just arranging a few people? Just how capable is he at killing? The one who has killed the most and charged the fastest. He is simply a war machine. But when he saw we had already reached the castle tower, he got excited. As long as we took down Kaido's big mom, we would win. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze. Bang! With a huge roar, gigantic snake heads rose from the ruins, transforming into Kaido's Yamada no Orochi form. But that wasn't all. With a dragon's roar, another massive dinosaur emerged from the ruins. It was one of Kaido's 3 disasters, Plague Quinn. Following that, Page 1 and Jack. Wow, the whole boss family from the opposite side has arrived. Jotaro turned pale. Why are Kaido's people here? This is bad. The rebel soldiers behind him softened their legs at the sight. How can we win this? Don't panic. Jotaro was still trying to boost morale. We have numbers. What good are numbers? Those on the opposite side. Aren't they all monsters who could take on 1,000 of us? Just when they were about to lose hope, I spoke up. My voice was not loud, but very calm. It's so noisy. I opened my mouth, looking at the 4 figures standing in the ruins, gripping my knife tightly. Who said you could go fight them? 4 against 1. If you want to be my enemies, you're not quite enough. As soon as I said this, the whole place fell silent. The hot-headed guy named Paijuan immediately got angry. What did you say? 1 person against the 4 of us? Lori was chattering away. It was so annoying. I pointed my sword at them and urged, come on, all together. Who knows, with a pincer attack, one of you might actually have a chance to hit me. Jushinwan's mouth was twitching up to the sky, and he couldn't help but ask, then what about us, Mr. Kenpachi? With a swing of my sword. I didn't even look back. You're just a hindrance, get lost. Nichio, however, understood me well, grinning as he pulled Jutian and the others along. Then we'll go handle other matters. Leave this to you. All right, I'll take them down and come right over. Jutian probably saw me as that tragic hero who stays behind to cover the retreat of the main force, as there was a hint of admiration in his gaze. As soon as the black charcoal serpent saw them about to leave, he immediately ordered, no one from the Kazuki clan is allowed to leave. One of his subordinates, a ninja named Fulu Sho, dashed forward in an instant. Did you all take my words as nonsense? In the next moment, a flash of the blade, and that ninja was directly engulfed. I shook the blood off my sword and grinned maniacally. Fools. I told you to come at me together. Coming one at a time will get you killed. Now, the black charcoal serpent and plague queen exchanged glances, no longer concerned with martial ethics, and charged forward together without hesitation. Paijuan also let out a roar, transforming into his half-dragon form, and pounced along with them. I looked at them, laughing even more happily. That's how it should be. Although I just killed one of them, it can barely be considered a warm-up after waking up. Boom! 3 forces struck me at the same time. Quinn's fist wind, the snake's sword energy, and Peggywan's dragon mouth. Dust and smoke rose, and they heard a puff, thinking I'd been bitten and were still feeling proud. It's over. This man named Gungmu Kinba is too foolish. Facing the 3 of us working together, he should have been proud. But the next second, my wild laughter echoed from the dust. Their pupils constricted as they watched the dust clear, and I was still standing there. Peggywan's dragon tooth had sunk in my shoulder, blood flowing continuously, but the expression on my face was one of extreme joy and madness. What? Is that it? I sighed, grabbed the huge dinosaur's mouth with both hands, and then suddenly tore it apart. Crack! That massive dinosaur was ripped in half right from its mouth. The corpse fell to the ground, and I was drenched in blood, looking at the two stunned people in front of me with a hint of madness and disdain in my eyes. I take back what I said. At this level, even sleepiness couldn't shake off. Those two were terrified to the point of madness, but they could only brace themselves and go forward. I kicked the black charcoal giant snake away, then grabbed Quinn's plump body and slammed it to the ground with a bang, shaking the entire earth. What kind of talk is this? I was wielding my knife, eyes full of madness. At this level, how could they still consider themselves the boss? They weren't dead yet, right? Stand up. Before you die, at least give it your all and then die. Now, they were completely pushed to the edge. The black charcoal giant snake revealed its true form as the 8-headed serpent, with 8 heads overwhelming everything. The plague Quinn transformed into a gigantic sauropod form. Good heavens! 2 super colossal beasts were unleashing a frenzied attack on me. As soon as I saw it, I burst out laughing. Hee hee, now, this is interesting. Then, I charged in while laughing maniacally. Slash, slash, slash. Every strike drew blood, and we were smashing through the entire Flower City. To be honest, those two were indeed quite formidable after transforming, with strong recovery abilities. As we fought, I found myself at a bit of a disadvantage. Just then, the black charcoal serpent knocked me flying with one of its heads, and the plague queen seized the opportunity to jump down from the sky, using a move called the Brachiosaurus Bomb to smash down hard towards me. Huh, what was that? As Queen descended, it seemed like something fell from me. Was it my mask? In the next moment, she was completely stunned. Buzz! An indescribably violent aura suddenly exploded from my body. I felt like my phone, which had been on airplane mode for days, suddenly connected to a full-strength 5G signal. The air in the entire Flower City became thick, heavy, and filled with a fierce atmosphere. Then, a flash of sword light swept across the Flower City. Crack! The ground of the entire Flower City was split in half by that one sword strike. When the light faded, that Brachiosaurus named Queen had already been cleaved in two, dead as a doornail. I calmly wiped my right eye, where my original eye patch was no longer there. I picked up the eye patch from the ground and glanced at the black charcoal giant snake, which was too scared to move. It's all your fault for knocking off my patch. This thing was made by the Technology Development Bureau and could infinitely devour my spiritual power. I used it to seal my strength so I could slowly enjoy the battle. Because of that, I couldn't control my power well and accidentally ended up killing him. The black charcoal giant snake was trembling. He finally understood that the one he had been fighting with for so long was just a weakened version of me. I looked at him and revealed a genuinely happy smile. The momentum behind me even converged into the shape of a huge, evil spirit. Let one die. It doesn't seem matter. After all, there's still you to play with me. A day later, the battle in the flower capital was completely settled. When Sakazuki and the others hurriedly ran to the ruins of the castle after dealing with the external minions, they saw Kazuki Hiyori pouting while bandaging my wounds. Next to her were the enormous corpses of Kaido and Queen the Plague lying on the ground. And as for me, clearly the MVP of the entire scene, I was so tired that I could barely keep my eyes open, just wanting to lie down for a nap. Who understands family? Fighting is even more exhausting than working. It's full of that work vibe. Hiyori wouldn't let me sleep and insisted on finishing the medication. Sakazuki watched this scene, glanced at the unblinking head of Kaido beside him, and could only shake his head helplessly. He walked over and respectfully said to Hiyori, "Princess, we still need you for the next steps." Oh! Hiyori reluctantly turned to look at me. "Sengetsu, I have to go take care of things." I waved my hand nonchalantly. "Go on, don't disturb my sleep." Although she let out a light hum, she still gently tied the final knot on the bandage before getting up to follow Jiotion-wan out. As soon as that old man came out, he started chatting with Kazuki Hiyori, saying, "Let me tell you, this old man is truly talented. The battle is over, and the flower capital has been taken." The first and most important thing he told Her Highness the Princess, "Guess what? It's not about founding the country or pacifying the people." He said, "Your Highness, the most important thing for us right now is to keep this man, Kiryu Kenpachi." At that time, I was thinking how to keep her. Are you going to lock me up in a palanquin? Guess what this old guy said? He actually looked up and down at Kazuki Hayori. With that look in his eyes, you know what I mean? He even suggested that Kazuki Hayori, a girl only 14 or 15 years old, use her charm to tie me down. Goodness, your calculations are almost hitting me in the face. He even said, Princess, although you are young, you have a good figure and beautiful looks. You will definitely be the most beautiful woman in Wano. He used her father Kazuki Oden's story of taking women and building a harem at 15 as an argument, saying it was no big deal. It's ridiculous. Just listening made me want to chop him in half. Fortunately, Kazuki Hayori is much more clear-headed than him. The girl directly rolled her eyes and complained, Uncle Sukiyaki, have you lost your mind? Imagine a man like Kenpachi being tied down by a woman. He would just chop her down. It's simply a moment of clarity. Sukiyaki thought about it too, and realized that the image was too beautiful for him to look at. Me gently holding a woman? Not possible. But me laughing maniacally as I chopped down a woman? That is quite easy to imagine. The two exchanged a glance, and both awkwardly laughed. However, Kazuki Hayori is really something. She said, if hard doesn't work, let us try soft, let us change our approach. Then she came over to find me. At that time, I was lying in my new squad-esque dormitory, recuperating, and she came over with a smile, saying she was very curious about my 13 court guard squads and wanted me to tell her about it. At that time, I was just bored out of my mind, so I chatted with her aimlessly. I mentioned how the Godei 13 was originally a killer organization and later became a security company for Soul Society. I mixed in some of my own comments, like how the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen, is quite strong, and next time I should take him down again. And that Byakuya Kachiki is such a pretentious guy. I'll get him sooner or later. It was all over the place, and any normal person would be annoyed listening to it. But Kiraka Shunsui just smiled and quietly listened. When I was about done talking, she finally revealed her true intentions. She asked, Kenpachi, does the Godei 13 mind accepting commissions from others? Commission? I raised an eyebrow. Yes. She nodded emphatically. Wano Country wants to officially hire the 11th Division to protect our territory from disturbances. She also added that Wano Country would allow me to recruit members locally to expand my 11th Division. As soon as I heard this, I thought, well, isn't this just perfect? This is my ultimate goal. Simply fighting and killing is so boring. What I want is to turn Wano into the backyard of our 11th Division. This is the only source of sea stone. We must take this opportunity. I stroked my chin and pretended to think for a moment, then said, The captain does seem to have the authority to recruit members, so it's settled. Once this was agreed upon, a major reshuffle began in Wano. Kazuki Oden directly ascended the throne, becoming one of the few female generals in Wano, the new generation's boss lady. And me, with the prestige of Kenpachi Zaraki, was absolutely at my peak. Let me tell you, those samurai in Wano look at me like I'm a living deity, filled with admiration. The mountain that Kenpachi Zaraki cut down and the forest where Kenpachi Zaraki fought have almost become popular tourist attractions. I heard that I was going to recruit members for the 11th Division in Wano, and everyone was clamoring to sign up. The most outrageous thing was the gossip tabloids, which portrayed me and Kazuki Oden as a CEO falls in love with me story. One moment, they said she fell in love with me at first sight. The next, they said I was so enraged that I slayed a giant serpent for her. And they even claimed that I was severely injured and unconscious while she took care of me for 3 days and nights. I thought this plot was more melodramatic than the worst annual drama of 2025. I wouldn't be surprised if that old rascal, Kaido, was behind it, intentionally spreading rumors. Of course, while talking, I didn't stop working. With Kaido stationed in the flower capital, I took Kazuki Oden on a nationwide tour to eliminate the remnants of Kaido's forces and gather those loyal to the Kazuki family. We rescued people like Denjiro and Inuarashi, just as we were making a ruckus on our side. On the other side, the real boss was about to make his move. Kaido, that guy, is also quite a character. His biggest hobby is committing suicide. He goes to the Navy base every day to provoke them, just looking for a way to die. But no one can kill him. One day, he was about to make a big move at the Navy G1 base when suddenly, his transponder snail rang. Brew, 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 brew. As soon as he picked up, let me tell you, his face turned dark instantly. Bam! He punched the ship's side, shaking the entire vessel 3 times. He suddenly turned around and roared at his subordinates. Everyone, set sail. Return to Wano. I want to see who dares to provoke me like this. When Kaido made this move, the eyes of the entire world turned to him. But they just watched. No one dared to take the opportunity to attack. Why? Because it's Kaido. The power of the four emperors lies in the fact that he alone is equivalent to a pirate crew, as long as he is still around. The beast pirates cannot be defeated. I'm feeling great here. After a few tough battles, the template synchronization rate shot up to 52. What a huge profit. I'm just lying here, savoring the moment when, a week later, the sky over Flower City suddenly turned dark. It wasn't T-clouds, let me tell you. It was a dragon, a massive green dragon, so big it blocked out the sun, emerged from the clouds. The people below were so scared their legs went weak. Even Jatianwan turned pale and exclaimed, "It's Kaido." Then, that huge dragon head suddenly dove down, and a deafening roar echoed through the heavens. "Genmu Kenpachi, I Kaido, have come for you." That voice carried an unparalleled sense of oppression, making everyone tremble in fear. But when I heard it, I jumped up from the ground and burst out laughing. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This is the charm of the strong. As soon as I stood up, the samurai in Flower City instantly looked like they were pumped up with adrenaline, their eyes shining again. Kaido descended from the sky, transforming into a towering man like a mountain, and fiercely asked me, "So, it's you who killed Queen?" I grinned widely, my eyes full of excitement. Yes. He has quite a good opponent. He made me happy for a moment. You'd better be stronger than him. Kaido was taken aback for a moment. Then he also smiled, his killing intent even stronger. Interesting. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Our momentum clashed wildly in the fields, and I unleashed all my spiritual pressure, stirring up the winds and clouds. Jiu Tianwan and the others rushed over, and without looking back, I shouted, "Get out of the way. If you dare to interfere, I'll take you down with them." Jiu Tianwan's mouth twitched. He probably wanted to say we should gang up on him, but when he saw my crazy eyes, he didn't dare to utter a word and obediently led his people to the coastline to deal with Kaido's crew. Kaido couldn't be bothered to look at them. His eyes were only on me. He even wanted to recruit me, saying that if I submitted, he would spare my life. I thought to myself, is something wrong with your brain? Well, load of nonsense. Clang. I couldn't be bothered with small talk and swung my sword to attack. He blocked with his spiked mace, and we went straight into battle. The force was immense. One swing, semi-flying. But I laughed maniacally as I stood up, my body filled with the thrill of the hunt. Quite impressive. It seems like we can have a good fight. Let me enjoy this. In the next moment, I ripped off the eye patch over my right eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A violent surge of spiritual pressure erupted from me, soaring into the sky. The air within 1,000 miles instantly became thick and fierce, as if the entire world was grasped by this power. Kaido's eyes widened. In terms of momentum, I was now nearly twice as strong as before. One exaggerated increase. Truly interesting. Instead of being surprised, Kaido laughed wildly, which was exactly what I was waiting for. This feeling is what makes it worthwhile. Boom! The massive spiked mace clashed with my Zanpakuto once again. The sky split open at the center of our confrontation. Ha ha! I let out a series of mad laughs and suddenly swung my sword, cutting over his mace and directly striking Kaido's body. Slash! A line of blood shimmered. Kaido's eyes widened slightly. His body actually bled. He was stunned, looking down at the not-so-deep, but indeed bleeding wound on his chest. Then suddenly tore open his clothes to reveal a massive cross scar on his chest, laughing maniacally as he shouted at me. Interesting. This must be after my battle with Kazuki Oden. It's been over a decade since I've received such a wound. The Great Blade Enma has the ability to absorb the wielder's haki at the moment of the strike, releasing all of it at once. Using this clever method, it left behind these two cuts. However, Kaido saw it all clearly. The opponent's sword, although sharp and sturdy, also carried an eerie feeling that he couldn't fully grasp. This is a good sword, but what as stronger is this man? In fact, this is true. Kenpachi has always treated his sword as a tool for combat. Before his own power was fully awakened, he couldn't hear the voice of his Zanpakuto. In his hands, his Zanpakuto was merely a tool to kill enemies. Unlike other captains who view their swords as fighting partners, the powerful one is him, not the sword. So Kaido narrowed his eyes. I ask you to die. He suddenly reversed his grip on the spiked mace, and the sound of thunder erupted, with dark lightning flickering on the mace, moving at an incredible speed. Thunderbawa. This strike once knocked Luffy in his Gear 4th form unconscious. Kenpachi's pupils contracted, and the next moment, the massive spiked mace appeared right in front of him. Boom! In an instant, it was as if he were hit by a golf ball, sent flying far away. Crash! He was directly blown away, crashing into a distant hill, which trembled and shattered into countless pieces. The tremor even felt like an earthquake, reaching Kaido's feet. Unlike a casual strike when waking up from drunkenness, this blow was delivered with all of Kaido's strength. However, a joyful laugh echoed from the pile of rubble that had turned to stone. What are you laughing at? Kaido squinted his eyes. Sorry. Kenpachi wiped his mouth, a trace of blood at the corner. He didn't care, casually wiping it away and standing up from the rubble, his eyes shining. I'm so happy that I accidentally laughed out loud. Happy? Kaido frowned. Yes. Kenpachi laughed wildly, and his aura grew stronger. His sword seemed to tremble, making a creaking sound. I haven't felt this in a long time. It felt as if the blade had been polished by spiritual pressure. Now, this is interesting. Boom. The next second, he charged out, swinging his sword to slash. Clang, 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 clang. There were no tricks, just slashing with all his might. But each strike grew heavier. Kaido, who was over 3 times the height of an average person, was surprisingly being suppressed by the shorter Kenpachi. The metallic spiked mace and Zanpakuto clashed repeatedly, sounding like the most beautiful music, making Kenpachi's strength grow stronger. Kaido was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Kaido's expression darkened. He suddenly exerted force, pushing Kenpachi back several steps. Kenpachi didn't hold back, laughing wildly as he charged forward. However, just as he got close, an enormous dragon appeared in front of him, the size of a small mountain, with claws larger than a person's height. Zoan-type mythical beast, dragon, roar. After a clear roar, the dragon's mouth opened wide. Heat breath. A wild breath erupted, sweeping across the field. Such a strike could instantly destroy an entire city. The breath continued for over 10 seconds, making the ground seem as if it would turn to lava. Kaido frowned. That man is still standing there. He was covered in blood and had significant burns, causing the blood that flowed out to dry into scabs. However, this man laughed maniacally, looking up. Kenpachi's coarse movements caused the dried scabs to burst again, blood splattering. But he seemed to not care at all, just laughing excitedly. So good, so wonderful. He laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness. It wouldn't be fun otherwise. Then, he charged forward madly, swinging his sword to slash. Kaido's expression changed slightly, but he also charged forward without holding back. Slash! His dragon claws were sharper than the great blade, with claws like knives. One claw reached out, leaving deep gashes on Kenpachi's body. Kenpachi swung back with his sword, but Kaido easily dodged it. Despite his massive body, he was faster than before. This is the ability of the Zoan-type devil fruit, enhancing overall physical qualities, meaning that even with a larger body, he didn't lose his original agility. Returning a claw, he viciously tore through Kenpachi's death god attire, leaving wounds deep enough to see bone. Yet that man continued to slash again and again. Kaido's eyes flashed with suppressed rage. Clearly, he had left numerous wounds on Kenpachi. Clearly, he had already inflicted extremely serious injuries on him. And clearly, a single scratch from him was heavier than Kenpachi's 10 strikes. But why? Why does it now seem like I'm the one being suppressed by him? Ha ha! Kenpachi's laughter echoed, his expression filled with wild joy. Ignoring his injuries, he continued to slash forward. A menacing aura rose from Kenpachi, almost taking on a tangible form. It even felt more terrifying than Kaido's dragon pressure. Go die. Kaido's eyes turned fierce. Pucci. On Yamamoto, Genrui's sigh, blood gushed out from his body. Front, back, left, right? Deep wounds were visible down to the bone. In the next moment, the battlefield seemed to fall silent. Yamamoto calmly touched the wound on the side of his neck, where blood continued to spurt out, as if he had hit a major artery. TCH, if this goes on, I really will die. His eyelids drooped slightly as he looked at his wound. pressing his hand against it gently. Even though his physical condition was strong, a few more wounds like this would truly be fatal. There was no way around it. He extended his hand, watching the fresh blood that had just stuck to his wound. It's rare to come across as so-called swordsmanship. Kaido squinted his eyes. What are you talking about? Yamamoto calmly picked up his sword and said, when I first joined the 13 court guard squads, I was once tricked by the old man and practiced swordsmanship. Because it didn't match my personality and I didn't like those outdated swordsmanship things, I never used it. But there's one thing I agree with. Swish. The edge of his Zanpakuto pointed directly at Kaido. Do you know? A sword is much more powerful when held with both hands than with one hand. As Yamamoto spoke, a smile reappeared at the corner of his mouth. Huh? What are you talking about? Kaido frowned. Is that something you even need to say? Two hands are inherently stronger than one. Is there really a need to mention this? Swish. In the next second, Kaido suddenly lunged forward. I see you don't understand at all. Yamamoto calmly looked at him. You don't know how much the difference is between holding a sword with two hands versus one. Saying this, Yamamoto gripped his Zanpakuto with both hands. Then he raised it high. Slash. Chapter 142. You're just lucky. Second update. Please subscribe. Chapter 142. You're just lucky. Second update. Please subscribe. On the coastline of Wano country. Hold the line. Don't chase. Hold the line. Jikamaru shouted as he split a cannonball in half with his sword. Boom. The cannonball was sliced into two pieces and immediately exploded. It's not the beast pirates. This is a bit troublesome. Jikamaru panted, his eyes narrowed. Here. A fierce battle was raging. The Kaido pirates were continuously shelling the coastline of Wano country while trying to land. The geographical environment of Wano country is easy to defend but hard to attack. However, the beast pirates have been allied with Wano country for over a decade, and they finally found a decent angle to attack. The brutal landing battle had begun. Some of Wano country's experts had already clashed with members of the Kaido pirates, including both masters and ordinary soldiers. Yokozuna Komatsu was fighting alongside the drought disaster Jack, while Jikamaru was constantly supporting various fronts to prevent the enemy from breaking through. Normally, landing battles are extremely difficult. Even with surprise attacks, equipment, and numerical advantages, it's almost impossible to achieve a good exchange ratio. However, this war was different. Wano country didn't have defensive artillery or other weapons, while Kaido's factories had some, but the people of Wano couldn't use them, so they could only let the Kaido pirates bombard them while relying on geographical advantages to continuously wear down the pirate landing forces. It can be said that both sides were fighting under relatively balanced conditions. It was all about raw strength. Fortunately, Wano country had the capital to ally with Kaido, and there were still some strong fighters to barely hold the line. But, is there any problem on Yamamoto's side? Jikamaru gritted his teeth. That man is Kaido, one of the four emperors, known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Enough thinking, just focus on your own fight. Jikamaru shook his head and continued to swing his sword towards the pirates. The cannon fire roared, but whether it was Jikamaru or Kawamatsu, their attention was partially drawn to the distance. There, a sound louder than cannon fire occasionally erupted. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been slashed multiple times, bearing countless cracks. That was the battlefield of Kaido and Yamamoto. Who will win? If it were earlier, Jack and the other pirates wouldn't have worried about such things. But now, they had already fought well. That man called Yamamoto Genre, Sai, can really fight against one of the four emperors like this? The battle situation seemed extremely tense. Suddenly, the eyes of NTI, Jack, and others narrowed as Komatsu and Jack, who were engaged in combat, suddenly paused. Jikamaru instinctively looked back. Crack! A loud sound echoed, and cracks rapidly spread out. The cracks were massive, resembling earthquake fissures, stretching from the distance to the coastline. This was the command of Kazuki Oden, and he froze for a moment before revealing a look of joy. Jack and NTI's expressions changed as their originally determined faces shifted. This is a sword mark. Each of them knew that Kaido used a kanabo and the power of a devil fruit. He doesn't use a sword, and at the location everyone was concerned about. Drip, drip, drip. Crimson blood flowed continuously. A sharp corner lay on the ground, but no one cared. Huff, huff. Kaido had already transformed back into human form, propping himself up on the ground, gasping for breath. The deep wound from his chest down to his abdomen was visible, and one could faintly see the injured internal organs. Blood continued to flow from the wound. What a surprise, such a sturdy guy. Yamamoto chuckled, shouldering his sword. Then, he casually shouldered his sword and turned to leave. Kaido's pupils constricted as he forcefully propped himself up, raising his head. Wait, what? Yamamoto turned his head, dissatisfied. Where are you going? Kaido gritted his teeth, his voice coming out as if it were suppressed deep within his abdomen. Go back, I've had enough. Yamamoto replied calmly. Before Yamamoto could finish his words, Kaido suddenly pushed himself up from the ground. What are you thinking? An angry voice erupted from his mouth, causing blood to splatter and stain the ground. Why won't you give me the final blow? You won. The outcome had been decided. Kaido could no longer stand, and his transformation from the devil fruit had completely worn off, making even movement difficult. On the other hand, although Yamamoto also had significant injuries compared to Kaido, it was almost as if he had not been hurt at all. The outcome had already been determined. Sorry. Yamamoto calmly looked at Kaido. I'm not interested in someone who can no longer fight. I also have no obligation to give you that final strike. What a joke. Kaido's face was filled with rage, resembling a mad demon. Ignoring the wounds that kept bleeding, he roared, Do you think I'm an idiot? Kill me. Kaido had not never lost. He had been captured by the Navy headquarters more than once and defeated by other Yonko. However, even when subjected to execution, he would break the chains. And even when brought to the guillotine, he could crush the blade. Even when pierced by a long spear, it would end with the spear breaking. He had survived until now not by the mercy of others, but with a fierce strength that allowed him to break free even when captured by the Navy headquarters. It was definitely not the kind of survival where he was spared by others. However, the next moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed Kaido and lifted him up. He then met a pair of calm eyes. Stop chattering here, Yamamoto said with a calm expression, looking down at the demon-like face. If you like fighting, then don't shout for someone to kill you. Don't think about dying just because you lost. Only when you're dead is it truly a loss. If you're still alive after losing, it just means you were lucky. At times like this, all you need to think about is how to survive. Kaido stood there in a daze. What are you talking about? Survive, and then think about how to kill the person who didn't kill you. Yamamoto said calmly, then revealed a smile. I didn't hold back against you. Not dying is your luck. Live on. Kaido was stunned, looking into the eyes of the man before him, listening to his words. Live on, and come and kill me again. Silence, a long silence. Yamamoto casually released his grip, shouldered his sword, and strolled away. Kaido lay flat on the ground, his eyes slightly squinted. After a long time, he let out a deep sigh. Yamamoto, huh? Chapter 143. The Yonko? Daring to call himself an emperor while ignoring this king? Third update, please subscribe. Chapter 143. The Yonko? Daring to call himself an emperor while ignoring this king? Third update. Please subscribe. Kaido has been defeated? This doubt lingered in the minds of the pirates fighting along the coastline. The key point was that after the sword scar extended to this point and exploded, they hadn't heard a single sound from that side again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That SR Beast Pirates Captain, Yonko Kaido. Soon, the Calamity Ember personally took action, transforming into a toothless winged dragon, wanting to fly over to investigate. Jikamaru would certainly not let Ember pass easily. Although it seemed Yamamoto had the upper hand, what if both sides were mutually destroyed? If Ember got through, wouldn't Yamamoto be dead for sure? Risking everything, he entangled Ember. Ember couldn't break free and simply ordered the pirates to fight desperately. The pirates indeed attacked frantically, especially another major calamity, Drought Jack. If it weren't for the geographical advantage of Wano country and the efforts of many samurai to entangle him, they would have probably been broken through. Whether it was the Wano country's samurai or Jikamaru, they were at a disadvantage against the two major calamities. The power of the Zoan-type devil fruit was vividly displayed on them, and the strength of the ancient dinosaur type was undoubtedly revealed. If it weren't for the assistance of others, they would have definitely lost. However, as time passed, especially with the prolonged silence from the battlefield over there, the morale of Kaido's pirate crew greatly dropped. Lord Kaido hasn't really been defeated, has he? Otherwise, why hasn't there been any other sound? Why can't we see Lord Kaido's massive dragon form at all? The worries became increasingly severe, and the atmosphere grew more somber. Fortunately, Wano country couldn't spare any manpower to go over. They were already at a disadvantage, and under the enemy's fierce assault, there was no way to draw out any troops. Ordinary soldiers could be drawn out a bit, but what use would those soldiers be? Even if Kaido let them slash, could they inflict any wounds? It would be better not to go. The high-ranking officers couldn't be drawn out, and ordinary soldiers were useless. Meanwhile, the pirates were stuck, unable to break free, and they remained in a stalemate. Until some time later, an exceptionally tall man walked to the shore. Kaido. Jikamaru's eyes widened. Captain. Drow Jack smiled. Kaido stood there, worthy of being called the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. The wounds on him had already formed scabs. Though every step he took caused the scabs to break slightly, blood oozing out. However, his appearance greatly boosted the morale of the pirates. The soldiers of Wano country, on the other hand, felt their spirits plummet. Whereas Yamamoto, Kazuki Oden stood there dazed, murmuring. He still lost. Jikamaru sighed deeply. Being able to reach this level with a Yonko was something to be proud of. Just retreat, everyone, Kaido said calmly, walking towards a ship. No soldier dared to stop him, and even the fighting ceased at this moment. Boss. Captain? The beast pirates were stunned, not understanding what was happening. I lost. Kaido said calmly. I lost. In an instant, it was as if time had been paused. Everyone stood there in a daze, unsure of what to say. They could only quietly watch as Kaido slowly boarded the ship. Set sail, retreat. The voice was not loud, somewhat inconsistent with Kaido's usual rough voice. Everyone then realized that this man had indeed suffered a heavy injury, possibly one that almost cost him his life. But what about Yamamoto? Kazuki Oden was taken aback. If Yamamoto was fine, shouldn't he have rushed to the battlefield by now? Suddenly, she smirked, thinking of a possibility. No way, he must have gotten lost, right? At this moment, the outside world, Wano country, was too closed off, and coupled with Kaido's swift actions. It was only now that ordinary forces finally learned of Kaido's news of going to Wano country. The world government and the other Yonko were similar. Basically, no one believed Kaido would lose. The Yonko would lose? What are you talking about? At most, some anti-Yonko pirate alliances in the New World would sneak into his territory to plunder, while Kaido was in Wano, taking out a few small fry left behind. Other than that, nothing would happen. Everyone treated this matter as casual conversation before meals. New World, Dressrosa. With Gilgamesh taking control of Dressrosa, significant changes were gradually occurring here. Doflamingo has shifted the black market trading location here, and the newly appointed black market chief, Khalifa, has quite good methods and some strength, quickly bringing a large amount of tax revenue to Dressrosa through trade. Under Gilgamesh's orders, the entire Dressrosa has started major infrastructure projects. Bridges, roads, and ports are all under construction. People like Shirey, who work under Gilgamesh, have become idle again. There's no choice. Although a few troublemaking pirates appear from time to time, they are not enough for Shirey and the others to vent their frustrations. But they can't just fight among themselves, right? So, the defeated Liku king received everyone's disdain for deciding to surrender. Why not hold out and let us have a fight before surrendering? Every day, they could only sit idle, drinking and having fun, which was quite boring. The four emperors are moving again. Shirey picked up the newspaper and looked at today's news. The others gathered around upon hearing this. Although Doflamingo has information networks, he still lacks a lot compared to the four emperors. Moreover, he doesn't truly care about everyone, so he naturally wouldn't tell them all the information. Thus, they only learned about this matter from the news. Wano country, that place is quite remote. Kaido, that old man, his house is on fire, what a waste. When are we going to blow him up? Lying around here every day is so boring. They grinned and laughed wildly. Suddenly, a jade-like hand reached over to take the newspaper from above their heads. Everyone was taken aback and saw a young figure dressed in casual clothes. Gilgamesh? The four emperors? Gilgamesh looked at the newspaper, his brows furrowing, his voice tinged with anger. Ignoring this king, how dare you call yourself an emperor? Chapter 144. Advancing towards the four emperors. Fourth update, please subscribe. Chapter 144. advancing towards the 4 emperors. Fourth update, please subscribe. For emperors? Gilgamesh looked at the newspaper, his brows furrowing, his voice tinged with anger. Ignoring this king. How dare you call yourself an emperor? Emperor and king are similar titles. In fact, in some places, emperor is even more prestigious than king. This is an offense. The surrounding pirates were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. The title of 4 emperors has long been recognized and hasn't changed for quite some time. Even before Kaido ascended to the position of 4 emperors. The title already existed. But now you're angry? Shirey twitched the corner of his mouth and attempted to say, "My king, didn't you hear about the 4 emperors before? How are they famous?" Gilgamesh coldly retorted. Shirey's lips moved. "No, it's nothing." A hint of realization flashed in the eyes of the others. So it turns out our king didn't even know about these 4 emperors. No wonder I felt something was off. Ever since our king took Dressrosa, he has been quiet for a long time, showing no intention of taking down the 4 emperors. Now it seems he must not even be aware of their existence. Wow, everyone was at a loss for words. Not knowing the 4 emperors, our king is really... Prepare the ships, Gilgamesh coldly commanded. I want to see what kind of rats dare to call themselves emperors in front of me. My king, who is our target? A curious subordinate asked. Everyone, let's start with that guy named Kaido. Gilgamesh coldly issued the order and then turned to leave. Subsequently, everyone exchanged glances and erupted in cheers. Battle. A long-awaited battle. Shirey touched his sword, and the drunken Basketchote let out a laugh, showing an excited expression. The others also had excited glints in their eyes. They weren't unaware of the existence of the 4 emperors, nor were they ignorant of their power. But such an opponent is exactly what this group of guys needs. And peaceful days are not suitable for them. This is what's interesting. Shirey's eyes sparkled with fierce light. Such a man is worth following. Then, everyone sprang into action. Over this long period, Gilgamesh had already infiltrated his prestige into every corner of Dressrosa. Perhaps there are still some hearts leaning towards the Liku family. But even they would definitely not disobey Gilgamesh's orders. The entire country immediately sprang into action. Supplies, ammunition, and powerful experts all gathered towards the ships, preparing to set sail. Finally, we reached this step. Gilgamesh's clone let out a light sigh. In fact, this action was just an accident. Really just an accident. Gilgamesh's clone happened to pass by where his subordinates were talking and just happened to hear their words. If it were just that, he could have pretended not to hear and walked away. However, Gilgamesh's clone keenly noticed that one subordinate had discovered his presence. Then, he could only make a choice. Just as Saitama would never allow evil to go unpunished, even if the opponent were a celestial dragon, Gilgamesh's persona also has its own taboos. Hearing the name of the 4 emperors, shouldn't he eliminate them? No, it must be eliminated. So he had to act according to the plan left by his main body. Gilgamesh's clone let out a light sigh. Jiaosu was already aware of the taboos of several character templates and had made plans early on. If no accidents occurred, these arrangements wouldn't need to be taken into account. But once situations like the current one arise, then make the choice to go after the 4 emperors. Fortunately, the management of Dressrosa was almost complete. The construction in various places was basically finished, and even schools had started enrolling students. Otherwise, if I leave like this, it would be somewhat troublesome. Gilgamesh's clone thought to himself. In fact, the focus of Dressrosa lies in the school that everyone is not paying attention to. Yes, in this school, there's also a student named Makoto. Zhao Su accidentally discovered that a prominent figure like Gilgamesh, who is famous all over the world, cannot possibly have another existence in the same world. However, it does not mean that ordinary templates cannot coexist at the same time. Although Makoto's name doesn't quite fit the typical naming standards of pirates. Who would pay attention to Makoto in the school of Dressrosa and Makoto in the school of the Goa Kingdom? If time were extended a bit longer, Zhao Su might even consider quietly modifying the student records, altering the teacher's memories, and then adding another Makoto in the next batch of students. After all, such ordinary existences don't need fame and attract too much attention. If everything goes smoothly in the future, Even Kenpachi Zaraki will arrange a school in Wano country and insert another Ita there, making it even easier to hide, without raising any suspicion at all. Of course, famous figures like Gilgamesh and Saitama would never approach a school, giving Ito Makoto a chance to make contact. Interacting with such celebrities could easily make Ito Makoto's reputation soar, making it hard to hide. It's better to first eliminate a clone to notify the main body. Gilgamesh's clone thought to itself. In this situation, the main body needs to take control. In Wano country, Yamamoto Jinryusai paused, narrowing his eyes. Is Gilgamesh going to take action against the four emperors? The Gilgamesh template is strong, but using a clone that can only display part of Zhao Su's abilities to defeat the four emperors is nearly impossible. It seems he can't stay here for too long either. However, Yamamoto Jinryusai's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even think about going to the restroom to create a clone. Wano country still needs Zhao Su to play a role for a while longer, because today marks the establishment of the 11th division of the Godai 13. After a long time, Wano country finally selected personnel to join the 11th division. Chapter 145. Kaido joins the Godai 13. First update request. In fact, Wano country had already begun forming the 11th division before the battle with Kaido. As a protective force for Wano country, this team was actually organized in a way similar to a mercenary group. Captain Yamamoto Jinryusai, Vice Captain Yichiro Unohana. Although every time Kazuki Oden expressed his desire to use the alias Yichiro Unohana as the vice captain, the old ministers like Kayashiro and others staunchly opposed it. It wasn't that they didn't support Kazuki Oden being the vice captain. Although the 11th Division was nominally just a cooperative relationship with Wano country, in reality, Wano country had essentially given them the position of city defense forces. Such power naturally needed to be managed by the direct descendants of Wano country. It was acceptable for Yamamoto Jinryusai to be the captain, but the second in command had to be a high-ranking official from Wano country. However, they didn't support Kazuki Oden using an alias. The Kazuki clan is so noble. How could they disguise their name? Nevertheless, Kayashiro and the others ultimately couldn't withstand the little girl's insistence. Other team members were relatively easy to find. There were plenty of ordinary samurai in Wano country, but the requirements for the 11th Division were stricter, which is why it took so long to gather the necessary personnel. No one dared to slack off on this issue, as the ships of the Beast Pirates were still not far from the coastline of Wano country. It's strange, although they didn't know why. They remained stationed not far from Wano country, neither leaving nor approaching. However, because of this, Wano country needed Yamamoto Jinryusai. Even though many people were dissatisfied with Yamamoto Jinryusai's lack of results regarding Kaido. In fact, Kayashiro was also a bit unhappy since Kaido had collaborated with Orochi to exploit Wano country. But faced with Yamamoto Jinryusai's statement, "I'm not interested in attacking someone who can't resist. If you want to, you can do it yourself," Kayashiro couldn't help but accept this reasoning. In fact, this was also very much in line with the values of Wano country samurai. Then, they could only silently expedite the formation of the 11th Division. At least they had to try to tie Yamamoto Jinryusai to Wano country. Although there were some conspiracy theorists who believed Yamamoto Jinryusai was doing this on purpose, deliberately using Kaido to force them to meet his demands. However, more people chose to ignore it, not attacking those without resistance. What a correct principle. This is what a true samurai is. Do you dare say he has ulterior motives? Dare not to trust Captain Yamamoto? Seeking death. Under the leadership of a group of die-hard fans, this rumor quickly vanished, and Yamamoto Jinryusai remained indifferent as always. In Wano country, Flower Capital, temporary barracks of the 10th Division, a group of people dressed in Shinigami robes and swords at their waists, wearing the insignia of the 11th Division on their shoulders. If some unclear individuals saw this, they might really think this was the world of Shinigami, not the pirate world. They all looked serious, beads of sweat on their foreheads, standing in 2 rows, waiting for the man who was about to arrive. Bang! The door of the temporary barracks suddenly burst open. A tall man dressed in a white captain's haori slowly walked in. "I am the captain of the 11th Division, Yamamoto." His steps were steady, and his imposing presence made the members instinctively step aside. Behind him, Kazuki Oden was casually draped over his shoulder, smiling. I don't care about your age, background, or experiences. Just listen well. He walked straight ahead, not even glancing at the members. None of that can be your reason or limitation for staying here. But there is one thing. Everyone instinctively looked at that man and swallowed hard. Then they heard him say, "My requirement for you is to be strong." His gaze was sharp. I like strong people, those who can fight. Direct, simple, and crazy. A pure pursuit of strength, disregarding everything else. Such words were calmly spoken from this man's mouth. For a moment, the new recruits instinctively swallowed hard, feeling the oppressive atmosphere. Not just a clash of ideologies, but the immense pressure brought by this man. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out. Everyone was taken aback, then instinctively turned to look, their eyes widening. The man who spoke just now was tall, had horns on his head, and one of them was gruesomely severed. He wore an ill-fitting Shinigami robe, and his loose clothing couldn't hide his muscular physique, as if a famous wild beast had intruded. Kazuki Oden's eyes widened. It was. "I'm here, just as you said." Bang! Bang! The man strode over and stood opposite Yamamoto Jinryusai. Yamamoto Jinryusai revealed a smile. At that moment, someone instinctively uttered the man's name, Kaido. Although Wano country is closed off, Kazuki Oden has already begun planning to open the country. At the same time, even if Wano country is closed off, the beast pirates are not. So news quickly spread to the leaders of various major factions. Is this true? Admiral Sengoku was dumbfounded, his eyes vacant. Is this a joke? Carp's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Kaido, you have fallen too. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with ferocity. Is this man also a swordsman? Mihawk squinted, instinctively reaching for his sword. Dragon stared at the intelligence he had received, remaining silent for a long time. Interesting, truly interesting. Whitebeard laughed heartily, then took a big swig of alcohol. There are indeed many nameless monsters in this sea. However, Whitebeard's eyes were filled with seriousness, because they all received a message. The four emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, was defeated in Wano country by a man in a one-on-one fight and then joined the organization established by that man. The organization is called the 11th Division of the Godai 13. The name of the man who defeated Kaido is Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 146. Change the target. Go eliminate Charlotte Linlin. Second update requested. Chapter 146. Change the target. Go eliminate Charlotte Linlin. Second update requested. That is a four emperor. The four emperors are the rulers of the seas in the later stages of the Grand Line, a group of four unparalleled powerhouses. Such a person actually submits? And that guy named Kurosaki Ichigo actually dares to take him in? How arrogant. When everyone heard this news, their expressions were extremely stiff. Stiff to the point that it made one wonder if they had already turned into zombies. First of all, one thing is clear. Kaido is definitely not a weakling. To defeat him and subdue him, regardless of whether it was through coercion, force, or threats, at least represents that the force called the Godai 13 has a certain level of strength. At the very least, with Kaido and the Kurosaki Ichigo who surpasses him. That makes two four emperor-level existences. This represents a crushing power over the other four emperors. There's a power gap between the four emperors, but it can't possibly be so great that two four emperors can't withstand one person's strength. This is really troublesome. The color on Sengoku's face at the Marine headquarters was terrifying. Originally, there was a balance of power at sea. The Marines counted as one force. The four emperors counted as another, and the warlords of the sea counted as yet another. The three major forces need to be roughly equal to maintain balance. If any one of them becomes too strong, it would lead to trouble and easily provoke war. This is also the reason why he decided to implement the warlord policy. It's not that he, as a Marine, doesn't want to eliminate those pirates, but the cost of doing so is too great, and he wouldn't gain much in return. In fact, the warlord policy was effective, at least during Sengoku's time. It was quite effective. The earlier stages of the Grand Line had basically calmed down from major conflicts, allowing the Marines to focus their efforts on the wars in the later stages of the Grand Line. This is also the second reason why Akainu dared to place the Marine headquarters in the New World. But now, Kurosaki Ichigo, Madara, and Gilgamesh, Sengoku's voice was low. It's all trouble. Uchiha Madara can defeat the marine forces, his strength is definitely at the 4 Emperor level. Even stronger, Gilgamesh doesn't show his strength, but he can easily cause the biggest upheaval. Kurosaki Ichigo was previously unheard of, but now he suddenly exploded onto the scene. How could there be so many strong people in this sea? Fortunately, we still have one gem Sengoku's side. This is also the only good news for the Marines. Then Sengoku, what are you going to do? Carp's face also lost much of its smile, instead carrying a serious expression. According to the intelligence from the world government, Kaido has already begun to replace the flags and the territories under his jurisdiction with the insignia of the 11th Division. This is not a sign of false submission. As a 4 Emperor, Kaido occupies a considerable area of territory. Of course, most of it is just countries under Kaido's flag, protected by him, similar to the relationship between Whitebeard and the Fishmen. However, now he even has to change the flag. If it weren't for their strong disbelief, they would suspect that Kaido had truly submitted. Damn it, how could Kaido submit? Just thinking about this made Sengoku's face turn iron blue. And that Kurosaki Ichigo, he really dares to take in Kaido. In fact, it's not just Sengoku who feels this way. Even the people of Wano country have some doubts. Why take in Kaido? Kaido is essentially a ticking time bomb. Once you are injured, he could rebel at any moment. Even without considering his grievances with Wano, he shouldn't have been taken in. However, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't even provide an explanation, and Kaido scoffed, not bothering to explain to those people. Not only the people of Wano, but also many from the 100 Beast Pirates have a lot of doubts. However, Kaido stated, if you want to submit, then submit. If you don't want to, then get lost. Compared to Wano, the 100 Beast Pirates are entirely his own, and there's no need for much discussion. There are hardly any in the entire pirate crew who dare to voice dissent. Voicing dissent is likely to get you killed. Therefore, although there are a lot of grievances among the 100 Beast Pirates, they ultimately obeyed Kaido's orders and joined Godai 13. Those who wanted to leave were beaten to death. The 100 Beast Pirates, is it a place where you can come and go as you please? It was Kaido himself who took action, and the people around seemed to have poor memories and completely forgot what Kaido had said before. If you don't obey, get lost. Or what he said later, should be if you don't obey, go die. The 100 Beast Pirates are relatively stable, but there are quite a few in Wano who hold opposing views, especially some samurai who allied with the pirates. They are completely unwilling to let these people join the 11th Division. And finally, Kaido spoke the first words to them. Is the 11th Division yours in Wano? This one sentence left everyone speechless. If it's not your force, why can't members who have grievances with you join? Just wait, he will rebel sooner or later. Many samurai secretly vowed in their hearts. However, what no one expected was that Kaido actually complied with the rules of the 11th Division, even if he occasionally made mistakes. He accepted the punishment. Once, a group of samurai whose family was killed by the pirate crew came to him for revenge, and he didn't pursue it. He simply used his strong body to endure the other party's attacks until they got tired and their swords dulled, before silently turning away. At this time, the news of a 4 Emperor submitting to an unknown man was already published in newspapers, spreading throughout the entire sea. It caught everyone's attention. A 4 Emperor actually submits? Many people's eyes nearly popped out. Even Gilgamesh and his crew, who were about to set sail to confront Kaido, showed considerable surprise. Kaido actually submitted. Shiryu widened his eyes. It's hard to believe. The Moonlight Hunter, Catherine Dupont, calmly said, can someone like that still be a 4 Emperor? They will definitely strip him of the title. Yes, this is our target, Doflamingo said with a smile, his expression relaxed quite a bit. At least we don't have to confront the 4 Emperors directly. However, that man named Kurosaki Ichigo was actually able to defeat Kaido and make him submit. This sea is indeed full of monsters. My king, what should we do? Doflamingo turned to ask. Gilgamesh held the newspaper, showing a look of disdain, as expected. A false king disrespecting me, and he can still submit to others. Fine, in light of him about to lose that title that offended me, I'll temporarily not care about him. Doflamingo, among the remaining 3 emperors, which one is closest to us? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's mouth twitched. He asked this. Could it be that he wanted to, but he still spoke? It's Charlotte Linlin from Whole Cake Island. Well then, Let's change our target and take her down, Gilgamesh said bluntly. Chapter 147. Big Mom is furious. Third update request. A fleet of ships set sail towards Whole Cake Island without hesitation. At the same time, news quickly spread. Gilgamesh is going to take down an emperor. Initially, Shiryu and others thought he was planning a surprise attack and instinctively wanted to keep the information under wraps. However, Gilgamesh directly stated, a king should stand in the most dazzling place, charging towards the enemy without concealment. Consequently, they straightforwardly shifted from hiding to being direct. After all, disguises didn't quite suit these powerful pirates. They were instead eager to confront the emperors head-on. Who would dare to announce their plans directly? We dare. As a result, just as the Navy received this information from a certain intel girl about Gilgamesh's actions, the next moment, Gilgamesh's plan was fully disclosed. Well, the plan was very simple and clear. Find her and kill her. Ignoring the so-called false kings who claim to be emperors, the true king has arrived. This left Sengoku and others looking at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the great pirates in the New World had never been restrained by the emperor's provocations, this was the first time they encountered someone so direct and unreserved, truly reckless. Is that Gilgamesh really so fierce? Old and cunning, the corners of the mouth twitched, letting out a long sigh. Haha, Carp laughed heartily. This is interesting, this is fun. I want to see if he can actually take down Charlotte Linlin. The Navy was aware of Gilgamesh's strength. Although he was ranked slightly lower than Uchiha Madara in the Navy's hierarchy, he was still a strong fighter. Attacking Whole Cake Island? Even if he fails, he would definitely be able to exhaust the opponent. Unfortunately, we in the Navy cannot intervene. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Our current strength is too weak. Although the injuries on the members of the Alliance have almost healed, the Navy's prestige was heavily struck by Uchiha Madara. Now the seas are in turmoil, and the Navy is stretched thin. Otherwise, we might be able to help Gilgamesh take down Charlotte Linlin. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Charlotte Linlin is also a major threat, greatly affecting peace at sea. If she were eliminated, it would be a good thing. At the very least, Gilgamesh's close relationship with Doflamingo of the 7 Warlords of the Sea would serve as an affirmation of Sengoku's 10 Warlord policy. But can we? Sengoku shook his head. The 4 emperors are the kings of the seas. How could they? Just as he was about to deny this, he suddenly thought of Kaido. Kaido, also one of the 4 emperors, and among the most vicious of them all. After a moment of silence, Sengoku let out a long sigh. If Gilgamesh defeats Charlotte Linlin, his rank in the Navy's intelligence hierarchy will rise again. What does that have to do with you? Carp casually munched on a rice cracker. If anyone should be worried, it should be Charlotte Linlin. Sengoku was taken aback, then smiled. That's true. In fact, just like Carp, Charlotte Linlin was very anxious. Or rather, furious. Bang! A house was smashed to pieces by her slap. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Charlotte Linlin's eyes seemed to be like copper bells, almost devouring. Mama, calm down. Calm down. Charlotte's eldest son, Perispero, quickly advised. It's nothing serious. Those who provoke you didn't just show up now. Before he could finish, he felt a gust of wind that nearly blew him away. Charlotte Linlin glared, rushing towards him. Yes, but this is the first time I've met someone who dares to come find me. I want to kill him, kill him. Her furious roars made the entire Cake Island tremble. The Charlotte family members covered their ears and didn't dare to speak much. Because just before Gilgamesh raised the banner to take down the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, she had been mocking Kaido for a long time in her room. She had even laughed at Kaido for quite a while. For example, this waste has such a bad reputation. If it were me, no one would dare to provoke me. And surrender? Waste? Surrendering to others is simply embarrassing me. Also, with this level, how can he be compared with me and called an emperor? The Charlotte family members all knew that Charlotte Linlin had a connection with Kaido, and they had once been on the same ship. Since they were both emperors and had similar backgrounds, it was inevitable to have a competitive mentality. Now that Kaido had surrendered to others while Charlotte Linlin remained an emperor, how could that not make her proud? However, just a few days after being proud, when she was preparing to go to Kaido's territory to seize land, this news suddenly came in. Someone dared to brazenly provoke her? How could this not make Charlotte Linlin furious? Mama, calm down. At this critical moment, it was still Charlotte's second son, the sweet Commander Katakuri, who managed to keep his composure. Holding his trident, he said in a deep voice, "Mama, if you go over in such a grand manner now, it will only let that guy named Gilgamesh gain fame, regardless of whether he succeeds or not. As long as we react to his reputation, it will grow significantly. It's better to wait for him to come, then crush him." Katakuri's suggestion was reminiscent of those celebrities in Jiaosu's previous life who sought attention. Going over actively? That would only play into the other party's hands. It's better to ignore him and wait for him to come, then strike him down. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's anger subsided somewhat. The Charlotte family members exchanged glances and finally felt a bit of relief. Pirates are different from celebrities. The second brother was clearly just trying to calm Mama down. But being able to ease Mama's fury was already quite good. "Katakuri, who is that Gilgamesh?" Suddenly, a small hand gently tugged at Katakuri. "How dare you provoke Mama?" Katakuri turned slightly and said, "Bruli, knowing this is enough for a dying person." Chapter 148. Let us go. I'll take you to find the historical text. Fourth update request. Charlotte Linlin was furious, yet awaited Gilgamesh's arrival in Whole Cake Island. Many people are paying attention to Gilgamesh's movements. Is he really going to fight Big Mom? Or is he just putting on a facade, preparing to engage in something else secretly? However, this does not prevent Doflamingo from using it as an excuse to demand benefits from the world government. For example, can the heavenly gold from Dressrosa be exempted from trade taxes? Is there a discount available? There are many other aspects as well, most of which are to benefit Dressrosa, but some are also planned by him. Gilgamesh knows this but does not care. It's a fool's errand to expect to make a horse run fast without letting it eat grass. Doflamingo can certainly seek some benefits for himself, but the premise is that you must complete the tasks assigned by me. However, in reality, contrary to what most people imagine, Gilgamesh does not charge straight towards the land of Wano to confront Charlotte Linlin. Instead, he starts from the territory belonging to Charlotte Linlin and her flag-bearing islands, gradually occupying the lands he has walked through. Those lands are now his territory. Gilgamesh calmly states that those false kings should return the territory to him. He plans to sail towards Wano while occupying all the territories along the way. It is said that after this news spread, Charlotte Linlin nearly destroyed Cake Island and almost killed Katakuri in the process. However, Gilgamesh is also helpless. There is nothing he can do. His main body has matters to attend to, so he can only rely on his clone to buy some time. As for Jiaosu, the main body, he indeed has important matters to deal with. And it's not just any small matter, but a big deal about flirting. "Jiaosu, when will you take me to see the historical text?" Nico Robin purses her lips, biting them. "Soon. Right away, I'll take you there." Jiaosu yawns in response. "Do you have any other matters?" Robin furrows her brow. "Now that the Goya kingdom is officially established, whether I go or not won't affect much. The world government has just suffered defeat and won't act rashly. The new world is in great turmoil, which is just right to cover our actions. What are you waiting for?" The last statement from Robin carries a hint of frustration regarding internal affairs, urging him to take her to see the historical text. Robin had previously agreed with Jiaosu to help him deal with the Goya kingdom during their online battle. Although it mainly relied on Uchiha Madara to suppress the navy, Robin also contributed significantly. Not to mention, while Uchiha Madara was fighting, there wasn't a single disturbance at the back, which is Robin's merit. Even Dragon, upon learning of this later, sighed, "No wonder she is our beacon of revolution." Robin is not a specialized politician or official, yet she accomplished what ordinary officials could not resolve. One could say she has this talent. Her accumulation as an archaeologist gives her sufficient foundation, but it must also be said that her effort is undeniable. After the Navy was repelled, Robin did not immediately ask for a reward. After all, there were many affairs with the Revolutionary Army that needed handling. However, at this moment, she could no longer hold back. "What are you waiting for?" Robin gritted her teeth. "Of course, I'm waiting for my main body," Jiaosu thought to himself, but comforted her with his words, "Don't worry, it will be soon." In fact, he had no idea what the main body would do. The news from the clone can reach the main body when the clone disappears, but the thoughts of the main body cannot be transmitted to the clone. "Sigh, main body, when will you come?" Jiaosu's clone sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Zhao Su himself was riding on a Vimana, hurrying back. Sigh, it's really pitiful. Everything has come together. Zhao Su sighed again, stepping forward. A capable man is indeed weary. 3 days later, on a rapidly sailing ship. Strange, why was I unable to request this before? But now you brought me directly? Robin's beautiful eyes gazed at Zhao Su at the bow of the ship. 3 days ago, she even said something like, just tell me the location of the historical text, and I'll go find it myself. However, Zhao Su firmly denied it, refusing with gritted teeth. Yet 3 days later, he seemed more anxious than her, gathering the fastest ship from the Revolutionary Army, taking several eternal pointers, and setting sail directly. He even caught 3 sea kings to pull the ship, crossing the calm belt into the Grand Line, as if there was something urgent. Indeed, there is something urgent. Zhao Su glanced at Robin. What about Gilgamesh? He is challenging the 4 emperors. Who knows when Charlotte Linlin might come out chasing in anger. Although the clone would not fear her, the portion of Gilgamesh's abilities that the clone could display would find it very difficult to subdue her. The clone can only possess a part of the main body's abilities, and Gilgamesh's heroic spirit ability is just one part of Zhao Su's abilities. A portion of a portion, and it is not the kind of realism that surpasses Uchiha Madara's peak state, making it very challenging for Gilgamesh's clone to fight against the 4 emperors. Is it unreasonable for him to be anxious? Sigh. There's nothing to be done. A man burdened by fame. Zhao Su feigned a sigh. In fact, there are still some troubles on Kenpachi's side. Kaido joining the 11th Division is not just for show. His actions were prompted by Kenpachi's words about living and then coming to kill me again. Whether the clone can disguise itself in front of a 4-level existence is still a question. After all, there are always some inexplicable wild instincts in One Piece that might not be able to discover anything. Zhao Su, Robin softly spoke, where are you taking me? Zhao Su turned around to Alabasta. Chapter 149, Landing in Alabasta. First update request. The Kingdom of Alabasta is one of the superpowers located in the Grand Line, with its capital being Alabasta. It has a standing army of 600,000. Although the entire country is in a desert, its national strength is formidable. The Nefertari royal family is one of the 20 royal families that first created the world government, just like the Celestial Dragons. However, unlike the Celestial Dragons, they did not hand over their country to others, but entered the Holy Land themselves, making them one of the few exceptions among royal families. They treat civilians gently. Although the country has long been in drought, the people's lives are still quite good. Is the historical text here? Robin squints her eyes, looking at the distant desert from a ship. They did not enter the normal port, but chose to dock near the coastline. Although the Revolutionary Army has signed a peace treaty with the world government, everyone knows that kind of thing is just a piece of waste paper, useful only for wiping. In fact, neither the Revolutionary Army nor the world government ever thought that a mere treaty could bind the other party. Dragon passionately spreads the belief in revolution everywhere, while the world government, their spies are constantly searching for the Revolutionary Army stronghold. Of course, since a treaty has been signed on the surface, neither side would madly take action against the other when they are not prepared. Robin glanced at Zhao Su. If the world government knew that this younger brother of Uchiha Madara was here, they might directly send 3 admirals over. Well, the main story begins here. Zhao Su not dead, then leaped up. Slap. He stepped on the water's surface and said, let's go. Robin blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, go? Yes, Zhao Su replied seriously. The ship's arrival will leave traces. It's best for us to go on our own. Robin narrowed her eyes, half smiling, but this is the sea, and I'm a devil fruit user. Devil fruit users can't swim. Oh dear, I actually forgot about that. Zhao Su exclaimed in feigned surprise. And I forgot to have a ship bring a small boat. The large ship would definitely not dare to approach the shore carelessly. The reefs near the shore could easily lead to their ship's destruction. So what do you suggest? Robin looked at Zhao Su on the water surface, her lips slightly adjusting. Zhao Su pretended to think for a moment, then opened his arms. Then I'll have to carry you across. Is it the only option? Robin looked at him with a playful gaze. That's the only idea I could come up with. Do you have a better one? Zhao Su deeply smiling. Yes, there's only this option, he continued. But people who accomplish great things don't sweat the small stuff, Robin, so don't be too polite. Robin snorted lightly, gave him a glance, and then leapt into Zhao Su's arms. She wasn't some naive little girl. Although she had never had intimate contact with any man, her years of wandering had taught her a lot about certain things. Despite a slight blush on her face, her expression remained calm. Let's go. Zhao Su nodded and walked forward slowly. He was genuinely walking slowly, about the same pace as an elderly couple taking a stroll, who would be foolish enough to walk fast while feeling the beauty in his arms and the faint fragrance mixed with the sea breeze. Feeling a pair of hands seemingly eager to move, Robin squinted her eyes and asked, "Can't you walk faster, Zhao Su?" Zhao Su replied calmly, "I can't. The waves are quite strong at sea, and I'm afraid it would capsize the boat." Robin glanced at the calm sea. Capsize? Yes, capsize. The place where Zhao Su and others landed was near a city named Almar. Almar, known as the Green City, is the city with the most plants in Alabasta. Their destination was Yuba, the green heart of Alabasta. However, a few years later, these two once rainy and prosperous places would be unrecognizable. The reason is that Zhao Su, one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, is in the Alabasta Kingdom. Robin walked on the dry desert and calmly spoke. Zhao Su nodded. "It's here. I heard he seems to have become a hero of this country." Robin glanced back at the Almar she had just passed, her eyes narrowing. The title of hero was something she heard from the residents of Almar. "Do you think the 7 warlords can become heroes?" Zhao Su asked with a slight smile. "Of course not." Robin squinted her eyes. "That guy is infamous for his brutality as a pirate. However, he indeed eliminates pirates. There are too many pirates encountered in Alabasta. If he wasn't brutal enough or powerful enough, how could he become a warlord of the sea? But Alabasta is a country close to the entrance of the Grand Line. In other words, pirates often invade the Grand Line here. Although these pirates are not as fierce as those in the New World, since they are pirates, they certainly aren't well-behaved. Moreover, their numbers far exceed those of New World pirates. From this perspective, Crocodile indeed has to wash his face. I advise you to be careful." Zhao Su yawned. "It's quite similar to our goal." "Similar?" Robin squinted her eyes. "Our goal seems to be the Poneglyph, right?" "Yes," Zhao Su nodded. "Then what does he want a Poneglyph for?" Before Robin could finish her sentence, her eyes suddenly narrowed. "It's not a road sign." The Poneglyphs that Robin pursues roughly fall into 2 categories. One record information about ancient weapons, and the other records the history of the blank 100 years. And obviously, Crocodile wouldn't be a passionate archaeologist who loves history and seeks the truth. However, if Crocodile also wants to pursue the Poneglyph, that means... Robin narrowed her eyes and glanced at Zhao Su beside her. "Is there really a Poneglyph here?" Chapter 150. Sand Crocodile. Second update. Seeking Automatic. Chapter 150. Sand Crocodile. Second update. Seeking Automatic. In fact, even before coming here, or even right now, Robin still didn't fully believe Zhao Su's words. Zhao Su had mentioned several locations of Poneglyphs. Charlotte Lean's whole Cake Island has the qualifications to possess a Poneglyph. Now, they're in Alabasta, a superpower in an ancient civilized country that might also have a Poneglyph. But whether it's whole Cake Island or Alabasta, it's just a qualification, a possibility. Without seeing a Poneglyph, Robin still had some doubts in her heart. She had wandered for 10 years, pursuing the Poneglyph for a full decade. But aside from finding a location of a Poneglyph in the basement of O'Hara's Tree of Knowledge, she had discovered nothing else. Yet Zhao Su claimed to know so many locations of Poneglyphs, which made it hard not to suspect he was just boasting. So this was also one of the reasons why Robin forced him to take her along. If there was no Poneglyph, sorry, I would listen to you like before. Robin was indeed initially a captive of Zhao Su and Uchiha Madara, but there are distinctions between captives who work hard and those who do not. There are even captives who work desperately. But now, hearing news about Crocodile, Robin suddenly began to believe. Attempting to seize a country is not a simple thing. Even Doflamingo, who is also a warlord, requires a lot of calculation. Alabasta is not a small country. It has a strong national power and some connections to the celestial dragons, making it more difficult to intervene than an ordinary country. Even Crocodile needed years of planning, up to 10 years, to truly take control of this country. Why would a warlord spend so much time on it instead of seeking a smaller, easier country? He must have something else he desires, not just the country, but something else as well, like ancient weapons. Robin bit her lips slightly, squinting her eyes as she walked forward. Zhao su quieli wachet zobin. After a long time, she asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Robin's cheeks flushed slightly. That gaze was too invasive, sweeping from head to toe repeatedly. "Because you're beautiful," Zhao Su replied with a grin. "Not only are you beautiful, but your clothes are nice too." He wasn't exaggerating. Not only was she beautiful, but her clothes were also. Alabasta's cultural customs and desert country are quite different from the rest of the world. For example, the dancer's costume, a short top exposing her snow-white navel, with long silk draped over her arms and various gold and silver ornaments adorning her delicate collarbone. The long dance skirt swayed with every step she took. Robin shot him an annoyed glance. "Aren't these clothes your idea? Crossing the desert in something like this? It's a wonder you even thought of it." However, she didn't say much more. Although these clothes didn't seem suitable for crossing the desert, the intense sunlight in the sky was obscured by the swirling sand above them. The sand beneath their feet had hardened into lumps, forming a straight path ahead. With every step Zhao Su took, a bit more path appeared beneath his feet. Although they were crossing the desert, it was not much different from walking in the city. This is what they call ninjutsu, Robin thought to herself. By now, the members of the Revolutionary Army had pretty much figured out the abilities of Uchiha Madara and Zhao Su. They were not users of devil fruit powers, but rather employed a peculiar ability called ninjutsu. It was diverse and seemed applicable everywhere: attack, defense, even walking. They didn't even need to worry about drinking water. Various water techniques were enough to meet their needs, and something called storage scrolls was also sufficient for both of them. So strong, Robin sighed softly. Not only was it a matter of strength, but there was also a kind of flawless power. Zhao Su didn't pay much attention. He continued to admire Robin's slender figure, as if enjoying the scenery, while extending his perception to search for historical texts. He wasn't randomly choosing a route to Yuba. He had come here specifically. Alabasta had 2 historical texts, one in the royal tomb and the other written in a manga, discovered by Luffy and others when they accidentally fell into a ruin while walking in the desert. What he was currently searching for was the historical text in this ruin. He knew the locations of the other historical texts well enough. He could go straight to them without much time estimation. Only this particular one required a slow search, and he had no idea how long it would take to find it. Therefore, he prioritized this one. Fortunately, his strength was considerable now, and his perception ability was also strong. If he had to rely solely on luck, he estimated it would be hopeless. Now Zhao Su and Robin were on the same route to Yuba as Luffy and the others, scanning the area as they went. However, the desert was vast, and Luffy and the others didn't even know if they were walking in a straight line, so they still needed to search slowly. Meanwhile, in Rain Base, the Rain Dinner, which was Alabasta's largest casino and also Crocodile's stronghold. Of course, Crocodile had only recently arrived in Alabasta, so the prosperity of Rain Base had not yet become apparent. However, as Crocodile's base, this place was not only his lair, but also the center of Baroque works. In the top room of the Rain Dinner, a man dressed in a fur coat and holding a cigar in his mouth answered the phone bug. "Hello, is this Mr. Boss? We've discovered an interesting person." Crocodile narrowed his eyes. "Who is it?" "It's the woman you asked us to keep an eye on. She has arrived in Alabasta." Crocodile's eyes suddenly narrowed. "You're saying Robin? She's here." Chapter 151. Vivi the Little Lowly. Third update request. Crocodile's face showed a hint of surprise, which was extremely rare for someone like him who rarely displayed emotions. This was enough to prove his delight. Crocodile had occasionally discovered some information about the historical texts and ultimately pinpointed the information about the Pluton within the Alabasta Kingdom. However, merely discovering the information was useless. The news about Pluton was written in the historical texts. Unless one could read the historical texts, who could decipher them? The world government might have such people, but he would never be able to get to them. The king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, might also be able to interpret the historical texts. But based on Crocodile's judgment of this king, he felt that Cobra would not tell him anything. It was understandable. Who would want to share such secrets with an enemy trying to take over his country? Wano country might also know how to interpret the historical texts, but they were isolated and had Kaido and that new guy named Yamamoto, who was not someone he could mess with. However, in reality, he had a fourth option: Nico Robin, the woman known as the Daughter of the Devil. Uchiha Madara would definitely not come out of Wano country at this time. They had already treated it as their base, and once he moved, the world government would not let that opportunity slip by. So, Nico Robin was alone. Crocodile's eyes lit up. Of course, she might not be entirely alone. But so what? Besides Uchiha Madara, would he care about anyone else? Quick, investigate Nico Robin's location. Crocodile commanded without hesitation. At this moment, Robin looked excitedly at the enormous stone block in front of her, her eyes seemingly sparkling. Zhao Su rolled his eyes, thinking how ridiculous it was that he had worked so hard to find such a ruin underground, and now Robin was completely ignoring him. Robin's eyes truly sparkled as she stared intently at the historical text before her, as if she were gazing at some exquisite delicacy. Zhao Su, help me lift it, Robin said instinctively after looking at it. Zhao Su cooperatively grabbed the square stone and lifted it. The historical text is inscribed by the ancestors of the Kazuki family from Wano during the blank 100 years, carved onto indestructible stone and sent to various parts of the world. Its characteristic is hardness, extremely hard, to the extent that even the world government cannot destroy it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived so long from the hands of the world government. With the long-term blockade by the world government and the rarity of the historical text itself, it has become very difficult to find any historical text now. Robin has wandered for 10 years and has only found one piece. Now that she sees the second piece, it is enough to make her overjoyed. Lift it a little higher. Yes, a bit higher. Be careful. What you have in your hands is a very precious artifact. If you drop it, how will you take responsibility for it? Robin casually directed, while subconsciously thinking. Zhao Su said, forget it considering your eager desire for the historical text. I forgive you. Well, those idioms didn't seem to fit this situation, he added. However, seeing Robin's expression seems somewhat similar to those situations. Could it be that this place is Robin's best wild battlefield in her heart? After half a day, Robin recorded the small characters on the historical text one by one, copying them onto a piece of paper, and after checking them repeatedly for over 10 times, she finally exhaled. In fact, although the historical text is huge, the writing is not small. In Zhao Su's view, it could at most record about 1 or 2 pages of notes. He couldn't understand what charm these few words had that made her look at it for 6 or 7 hours. All right, we should leave now, Zhao Su stretched and said. We still need to find another historical text. Robin nodded excitedly, her face glowing. Now, she finally lacked the mature expression of the past and had a bit of the liveliness of a girl her age. By the way, Zhao Su, Robin suddenly frowned. Can you help me block the hole we came in with sand? Robin hesitated and said, I'm worried that the ruins here will be damaged by others, so we shouldn't leave our entrance. After all, ruins are ruins. They're supposed to be a protected existence. However, if the world government found out about the historical text here, they would definitely send troops to take it back to Mariewa. This is definitely not the outcome Robin wants to see. I understand, Zhao Su nodded. Their next destination is the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. In fact, Zhao Su is not that concerned about the other historical text. The other piece records the location of Pluton, which is something Crocodile is after, not what Robin is pursuing. However, even if he said it out loud, Robin wouldn't believe it too much. After all, besides Robin, no one else can interpret the historical text. So how do you know that it records the location of Pluton? So the two of them still gathered together, and Zhao Su led Robin toward the royal tomb. The sacrificial hall of the royal tomb is where the historical text is located. Naturally, there are soldiers around the royal tomb, but for Zhao Su, they're almost completely useless. A single illusion allows them to ignore the presence of Robin and Zhao Su. Once Robin finds the historical text, she immediately immerses herself in its interpretation. Zhao Su doesn't mind and casually tells her not to make too much noise to attract soldiers, then leaves directly. Robin is absorbed in her interpretation and ignores everything else. This isn't the previous ruins, and Zhao Su doesn't have to just spend time here. He simply strolls around. He hasn't really explored the Desert Kingdom yet. The Palace of the Desert Kingdom has a unique style that is completely different from other palaces. Worth a look. Zhao Su walks and stops. Anyway, he is not afraid of the soldiers discovering him. At worst, he can cast another illusion. If it really doesn't work, can he not fight back? As he walks, suddenly, who are you? Why are you here? Zhao Su turns his head, and a beautiful little loli comes into view. She is wearing an elegant desert dress, neat and cute, with braided hair, cheerful and lively. The little girl in the palace. She must be the one. Chapter 152. The bad guy who steals the little girl's lollipop. Fourth update request. Nefertari Vivi, princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, former member of the Straw Hat Pirates. And now she is 9 years old. Who are you? I haven't seen you in the palace before. Vivi squints her eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Because I just arrived, Zhao Su calmly nods. Just arrived? A newly arrived guard? Vivi tilts her head adorably. No, a newly arrived rogue, Zhao Su answers calmly. Vivi blinks. What is a rogue? This question is hard for me to explain to you, but generally it refers to guys who often tease little girls. Zhao Su thinks for a moment and says, even those who steal little girls' lollipops. Aren't they bad people? Vivi stares at him with her round eyes in surprise. You're not wrong to say that. Zhao Su nods, then the next second, he takes a lollipop out of his pocket. Want to eat? The lollipop is palm-sized, and with the long stick, it is almost as long as Vivi's arm. The colorful candy looks like a rainbow, swirling together and finally condensing in the center. And Vivi's eyes follow the lines of the lollipop, gathering in the center. This is candy that Zhao Su had previously looted from the sky, belonging to the highest quality, and could even be considered a tribute. Alabasta is also an ancient country with decent economic strength, but the Nefertari family has very strict family rules. Such things she cannot eat often. Vivi swallows and says with a martyr-like expression, Father said I can't eat other people's things. I see. Zhao Su is silent for a moment, then puts the lollipop aside. This is no longer my thing. I don't want it now. Then I want it. Vivi immediately adds and leans over. She tears open the wrapping paper and starts to lick it. Her mouth is small, and it's hard to fit the whole lollipop in, so she can only lick it little by little. Her eyes squint slightly, revealing a lazy and content expression, truly adorable. However, just as she enjoys it, a hand suddenly reaches out from the side and swiftly snatches the lollipop from Vivi's hand. Huh? Vivi is stunned, looking at Zhao Su with a bewildered expression. Don't look at me like that. Zhao Su smiles and says, Already told you, I'm a bad guy who teases girls and even steals little girls' lollipops. And then he licks it. Zhao Su, you little girl, so angry that your face is all puffed up, yet you don't know any insults to say, only able to exclaim, you bad person. I'm indeed a bad person. Zhao Su smiled and continued to lick. Isn't it nice for everyone to share candy together? If it's not enough, I can treat you to another candy later. A meaningful, mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Su's mouth. Seeing this, Wei Wei's eyes turned red, and then the little girl suddenly pounced. Give me back my candy. Meanwhile, are you sure? Nico Robin is right inside. Crocodile squinted his eyes, looking at the heavily guarded royal tomb. Yes, Mr. One nodded. According to the information, it's right here. Although Robin was quite wary of being followed, it was impossible to eliminate the vendors along the way to cover her tracks. After all, it wasn't necessary to go that far. It was enough to notice the tracking. With just tracking ability, the Balak studio couldn't follow her. But that didn't mean they couldn't discover her whereabouts through later investigations. In fact, when they first discovered Robin, they had already sensed her presence, but couldn't find her tracks and could only search slowly afterward. As long as Robin didn't wander around aimlessly and had places she needed to stay, she would eventually be found. Normally, Robin was used to covert operations, but that was because she rarely stayed in one place for long. Even if someone did discover her, they wouldn't have time to track her. But now, she had a destination related to the historical text, so she had to endure this risk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to wait for the world government and the Navy to be busy dealing with the likes of Kaido and Gilgamesh before setting sail. Based on previous timings, she had left herself enough time to read and then leave. However, now Crocodile had already made his move. His appearance invigorated the entire Balak studio. Our boss is one of the 7 warlords. The ideal country promised by the studio for everyone seemed even more real with the existence of a warlord. This was enough to excite everyone at Balak Studio to give their all. Originally, Crocodile didn't want to show himself. After all, Balak Studio had done many jobs for him that required him to stay hidden. But now it had reached a point where he had to expose his identity. So what if he was exposed? As long as I get the Pluton. Crocodile squinted his eyes. Let S confirm again. Someone must have seen Nico Robin go in, right? Yes, it seems there is a man accompanying her, Mr. One whispered. The soldiers around didn't react, and it was unclear what the situation was. All right, Crocodile nodded. So what should we do? Mr. One asked. What to do? Crocodile narrowed his eyes and without hesitation struck out. The next moment, a storm of sand rose, charging straight towards the royal tomb. Of course, they broke in. Boom! The ground shook. What happened? Robin was startled, almost stumbling as she snapped out of her obsession with the historical text. What is going on? She looked towards the entrance, where the sounds of guards wailing and fighting were already faintly heard. Is it Zhao Su causing trouble? Robin thought instinctively, but then shook her head. No, it should be someone else. Zhao Su had boldly brought her in. If he could run into trouble, then she wouldn't be able to calmly look at the historical text here. Although it shouldn't be Zhao Su, with someone causing a disturbance. It was no longer a time for her to leisurely read the historical text. This trip already required her to cover her tracks, and it was best if she didn't reveal herself. She should escape quickly, but Robin glanced at the ruins around her, her eyes filled with a hint of apprehension. If a battle broke out in such a place, then the ruins would be at risk. Should she see who exactly had arrived? If they were weak, she could quietly capture them and prevent them from affecting the ruins. Robin squinted, listening intently. She could already faintly hear some sounds of slaughter, wailing, and the wind and sand. Robin's pupils constricted. The next moment, a gust of sand blew in, quickly taking shape in front of Robin. Crocodile! Robin exclaimed. Chapter 153. Robin, I'll come to find you. 5th request for automatic updates. Unexpectedly, our Miss Devilchild also knows my name. Crocodile sneered coldly. Who doesn't know the name of the warlord? Robin's expression changed slightly as she took a deep breath. Really? I thought I was the one with the worst reputation among the warlords. Crocodile squinted at Robin. Although he spoke with a hint of jest, it was also a fact. The strength of the warlords was undeniable, but even just looking at the bounties, it was clear that Crocodile was among the lowest tier. Of course, that didn't mean he was weak. In fact, Crocodile was quite strong. His Logia-type ability was a threat in itself, ignoring enemy attacks and capable of causing disasters. Such abilities could achieve great things even for a weakling, let alone someone like Crocodile. However, Crocodile's ability also had a glaring weakness, a fear of water, which was nearly an intolerable flaw in this era of great seas. Thus, he became the one with the lowest bounty among the warlords. If it weren't for his Logia-type ability, he might not even have been invited by the world government. But in this desert country, he was invincible. What are you doing here? Robin swallowed hard, narrowing her eyes. What I'm doing here is exactly what you're doing here, Crocodile replied with a cold smile, then looked at the historical text beside him. This is the historical text, right? The existence that records the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Crocodile suddenly turned his head to look at Robin. Nico Robin? The devil child, you've been here for quite a while now. You should have translated it by now, right? Robin bit her lip. Yes, she had already translated it. In fact, it was just as Crocodile said. This historical text recorded the location of Pluton. This historical text documented the blank 100 years of history. Robin opened her mouth. It's not the location of Pluton that you want to know. She tried to argue, attempting to deceive him. However, Crocodile didn't even listen, directly sneering. Isn't it the location of Pluton that your revolutionary army is pursuing? Robin's mouth twitched. She truly couldn't refute that, because her current identity was indeed that of a member of the revolutionary army. As a revolutionary army, why aren't you properly conducting a revolution or managing internal affairs in the Goya Kingdom? What are you doing here? If I were her, I wouldn't believe it either. But the fact is, this really has nothing to do with the revolutionary army. At the same time, it does record the location of ancient weapons. I have been pursuing the historical text, and now that I have discovered it, I have come here. Robin said quietly, making one last effort. Yes, it just so happens to discover the king's historical text. Crocodile sneered. Robin's expression stiffened, and she replied, Aren't you afraid of the revolutionary army's retaliation? Now that I've come, do you think I'm still afraid? Crocodile said impatiently. My patience is limited. Do you really think I won't take action against you? In the next moment, his eyes suddenly became sharp. What if you do? Robin also stood firm at this moment. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? She had already participated in several major battles and had fought alongside Uchiha Madara against the Navy, even if she only cheered from the back and contributed nothing in battle. But that doesn't mean she would fear a warlord of the sea. Six-petal flower. Robin crossed her arms. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and 6 arms grew from his body. In the next moment, the 6 arms grabbed Crocodile's neck, arms, and legs, then exerted force simultaneously, bending his body backward. This move was enough to break the enemy's bones. However, Robin's expression did not improve. Instead, it became more serious. Swish! The arms grasped empty air, and Crocodile turned into sand, then reassembled. The nature-type devil fruit is truly tricky. Robin squinted her eyes and sighed inwardly. Her ability is strong, but not that strong. Robin is a paramecia-type flower fruit user, able to make any part of her body grow on any tangible object within her line of sight and perform attacks or other functions. However, no matter how much she says, it is just a standard joint attack. Against a nature-type user who cannot use joint techniques, her ability is completely useless. If only I could use Haki, Robin muttered. Haki is the power that allows people to seize devil fruit users with their physical bodies. Unfortunately, although Robin fights using joint techniques, she is not the type to directly confront. Moreover, without receiving systematic education like that on Amazon Lily, it is difficult for her to awaken armament Haki. However, now, without Haki, she cannot attack Crocodile at all. It will be difficult to use Sea Prismstone weapons as well. Robin's ability relies on suddenly growing arms, and these arms do not come with weapons. Not to mention, she herself is also a devil fruit user. It seems you have no intention of surrendering honestly, Crocodile said coldly. Anyway, translating text doesn't require much effort. In the next moment, a storm gathered. Desert sword. Crocodile's arms turned into sand blades, then suddenly slashed out a wave of sand like a sharp sword, rushing straight towards Robin. Not good. Robin's expression changed slightly. Just as she wanted to dodge, her footsteps suddenly froze. Behind her was the stone monument of the historical text, as well as precious relics recording cultural remnants. If Crocodile's attack destroyed these, she would be a sinner of history. History is more important than her life. Gritting her teeth, Robin turned around, facing the attack. She planned to use her body to block Crocodile's attack, at the very least, to reduce its power. However, after a while, the expected attack did not come. Robin instinctively looked over and saw a man standing in front of her, extending his hand to block the massive wave of sand. The figure paused for a moment, then turned his head, revealing a smile. Robin, you're just looking at a historical text. You're a bit slow, so I came to find you. Jiaosu. Chapter 154. Fists are indeed easy to dodge. First update request. Chapter 154. Fists are indeed easy to dodge. First update request. Robin, you're just looking at historical text. You're a bit slow, so I came to find you. Jiaosu said with a light smile, his voice calm and relaxed, as if he were asking why you hadn't eaten yet. However, in his hand, he firmly grasped a piece of sand sharper than a blade. The sand was swirling wildly, but no matter what, it couldn't escape his grasp. Jiaosu. Robin relaxed at the familiar voice, but quickly regained her composure. Be careful, the opponent is Crocodile, the nature-type sand fruit user. Jiaosu slightly turned his head to look at the man draped in a fur coat and wearing a golden hook. Then, with a bang, he squeezed his palm, crushing all the sand. You are Jiaosu, the brother of Uchiha Madara? Crocodile narrowed his eyes, looking at Jiaosu. It seems you Revolutionary Army members really have your eyes set on the Underworld King. Robin is the one who calms the entire Goya Kingdom during the incident, and Jiaosu is simply Uchiha Madara's brother. With these two together, a fiery gleam flashed in Crocodile's eyes. This historical text is indeed true. However, Jiaosu and Robin exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness. All right, they really couldn't refute these words. In fact, if it weren't for Robin thinking that Uchiha Madara was powerful enough not to need any Underworld King, she might also suspect that Uchiha Madara and Jiaosu had some ulterior motives regarding the Underworld King. After all, such a thing is not something that should be left behind. But now they really don't think that way. Forget it. There's no need to care about him. Zhao shrugged and said to Robin, things outside are quite chaotic. If it weren't for his subordinates blocking the way, someone would have rushed in long ago. You and I are not suitable to appear in this situation. Let's prepare to leave. Robin nodded, knowing that their appearance as members of the Revolutionary Army would cause many unnecessary misunderstandings, especially since this historical text truly records the location of the Underworld King. I want to leave. Crocodile's face was fervent. Leave Robin behind. I still need to show mercy when facing Robin, but against you. In the next moment, sand and dust rose. A furious wind swept through, and the sandstorm was like a knife. Your brother won't come to save you now. Swish. The sand blades flew, slicing straight toward Zhao Su. Save me? Zhao Su's mouth twitched. Bang! Countless sand blades rushed over, but in front of Zhao Su, they made a series of clashing sounds. The sand blades all stopped before Zhao Su, but did not touch his body at all. Why should I need my brother to save me? Robin looked at Crocodile's frowning face and gently sighed. No one knows that among the identities of Uchiha Madara, Gilgamesh, and you, the strongest, is actually Zhao Su. Zhao Su, the entity, possesses Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu, Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, the physical abilities of a jewel, the spiritual pressure and swordsmanship of Kenpachi Zaraki, and the scumbag power of Makoto Ito. He himself is essentially a combination of countless identities in the present. Uchiha Madara is famous worldwide. Gilgamesh is audacious. Saitama frightens pirates into fleeing. However, none of this compares to Zhao Su, who quietly roams about relying solely on the title of brother of Uchiha Madara. Wheel Tomb. Border Hell allows him to use the Wheel Tomb to split off his own shadow, which can block attacks aimed at his main body or be used for surprise attacks. Go! The next moment, Crocodile's expression changed, and he suddenly transformed into sand, scattering everywhere. Did I just receive an attack? Crocodile was taken aback. Then a serious expression crossed his face. Regathering his body, he took a careful look at this young man who had almost no reputation at sea. If it weren't for the title of brother of Uchiha Madara, probably very few people would recognize him. But fine, as expected of Uchiha Madara's brother, he still has some abilities. Crocodile said coldly. However, do you really think this kind of speed can defeat me? Hand over Robin now, and I might let you live. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How could he possibly lose to an unknown person? Even if he's Uchiha Madara's brother, it's the same. Robin also wore a serious expression. The 7 warlords of the sea are definitely not just a trivial title. This name signifies a pirate capable of battling the 4 emperors. Perhaps they won't win, but they have the capital to fight. If Uchiha Madara himself were to make a move, Robin would definitely not be worried. But Zhao Su and Crocodile is still a Logia-type user. Without Haki, how can one defeat him? Zhao Su, should we retreat for now? Robin hesitated. It's fine. Wait until I take him down with one punch. Zhao Su replied nonchalantly. Will Tomb, Border Hell cannot use sealing ninjutsu to disperse a Logia-type body. But that doesn't mean he can't. The next moment, the seal of the sealing technique appeared on his arm. Ninja sealing techniques can act on energy, ninjutsu, serving as a means to attack Logia-type users. But a fist? Crocodile sneered. Do you think I can't dodge something like that? Fists are indeed quite easy to dodge. Zhao Su surprisingly nodded in agreement. The next moment, he suddenly appeared behind Crocodile. Bang! With one punch, Crocodile was violently slammed into the ground, cracks spreading across the earth, nearly destroying the entire room. Crocodile himself instantly turned pale, spitting blood, and fainted. The 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, was instantly defeated. Zhao Su calmly stood up, casually shaking his hand. What's hard to dodge is my fist. Chapter 155. Heading to Fishman Island. Second update requested. Crocodile's strength relies 50% on his Logia advantage. Among the remaining 50%, 20% belongs to the desertification of Alabasta. In the desert, he could fight several opponents of the same level by himself. However, the problem is, this is the Royal Tomb, and the amount of sand he can utilize is limited. Additionally, if there are ways to counter Logia-type abilities, he could be considered the easiest to handle among the 7 warlords of the sea. But one punch, just one punch, defeated Crocodile. Robin's beautiful face showed surprise in an instant. In reality, everyone, including her, who knew a bit about Zhao Su's strength, did not expect him to be this strong. Can a four-emperor defeat a warlord so easily? Robin deeply doubted it. Anyone who could be taken down by a single punch from a four-emperor does not qualify to be a warlord of the sea that the Navy would recruit. But now, Zhao Su, how strong is he exactly? With such strength, why has he hardly ever made a move from the beginning to the end? Robin, have you finished reading the historical text? Zhao Su suddenly spoke up. Huh? Yes. Robin was taken aback and quickly nodded. Then let's go. Zhao Su shrugged. While no one is around, let's withdraw first. Although Alabasta's strength is average, there are still a few formidable warriors like the Falcon Bell and the Wolfjack. Currently, no one is coming to the royal tomb because Mr. One is blocking the entrance, but relying solely on him. It's uncertain how long he can hold. Zhao Su and Robin are not afraid of them, but there's no need to expose their whereabouts here. All right, let's go. Robin quickly reacted and immediately nodded. Then she saw Zhao Su casually pick up Crocodile. You're going to take him with you? Robin's mouth twitched, unsure of what expression to show. Of course, let us see if we can sell him for some money. Zhao Su nodded and then sighed. I've already made a move. I can't just leave without any return, right? A little girl can only repay you with her body. After all, the person I saved hasn't even said thank you yet. Robin blushed at his words. Then she glared at Zhao Su and walked past him with big strides. Such words I would never say. With a charming sway, she left before them. It wasn't difficult for them to escape from the royal tomb easily with Zhao Su's skills. It was light work. As for Mr. One, he was still guarding there, waiting for Zhao Su and Robin to leave Alabasta. By the time they reached the coastline, they had already learned from Alabasta's announcement that he had been defeated and captured. Well, although Mr. One is not weak, facing countless soldiers, plus a few strong ones among them, he ultimately met a fate of being captured. Meanwhile, the members of the revolutionary army that Zhao Su brought were all astonished. Did their superior just go out for a stroll and bring back a warlord of the sea? Fortunately, the revolutionary army also had some sea prism stone handcuffs. Otherwise, they would think their leader was going crazy. That's a warlord of the sea. Can you just bring him over so casually? Moreover, where did you get this warlord of the sea from? Everyone was internally astonished, but did not dare to ask further, treating it as just one of the revolutionary army's operations, and then silently set sail. However, Robin squinted her eyes and said, Zhao Su, what do you plan to do? The warlords of the sea are not allies to us. They could potentially become enemies. In fact, it should be said that they are the enemies. If it weren't for the previous world destroyer, Bondi, and Waldo suddenly causing chaos by attacking the celestial dragons, the Navy would have already gathered the 7 warlords to besiege the Goa Kingdom. Now, although a treaty has been signed, it is merely a stopgap measure that will eventually be broken. The 7 warlords are the enemies of their revolutionary army. At the same time, while the revolutionary army also opposes the world government, it doesn't mean they stand with the pirates. They occasionally aim to eliminate pirates as well. What a pity it would be to kill them. Zhao Su shook his head. I finally made a move, and it should yield some results, right? What should we do then? Robin frowned. Let us just hold off for now, Zhao Su casually said. Anyway, I'm not afraid of him causing trouble. You're not afraid. But we are. Robin's lips twitched, and she ultimately decided not to say this out loud. She shook her head and continued to look at the route. The Revolutionary Army is not as well equipped as the Navy. They can't deploy fully equipped ships or guarantee their strength. This doesn't mean they lack top navigators. They have such talents. However, this operation is just Robin's one-sided wish to borrow the Revolutionary Army's ships. And even if she has manpower, she shouldn't expect to be assigned too many good members. After all, those members are also needed by the Revolutionary Army. So, she has to take charge herself, relying on some self-taught nautical knowledge to command a ship. Fortunately, she is not lacking in this knowledge. The next stop is Fishman Island. Robin squinted her eyes at Fishman Island and the historical texts. She couldn't help but glance at Zhao Su, and now she no longer doubted the credibility of his words. Just a casual trip to Alabasta could yield 2 historical texts. Why not believe him? Unfortunately, he refused to agree to continue taking me to find them, saying their ISNT enough time? Where exactly is the time insufficient? Robin sneered. showing an unusual hint of girlish innocence. Time is indeed really short. Zhao Su Sai Lai Di. I can't even find time to flirt. I really am a busy person. Charlotte Linlin has already started moving. If it weren't for the route to Fishman Island being in line with a new world and where Gilgamesh is, he would have already finished this trip. Anyway, the historical texts are right here. They won't run away. At worst, I could take Miss Robin out to stroll again. Next time, just consider a date. Shrugging, Zhao Su, unnoticed by everyone, walked into the ship's cabin prison. The cool-down time for the heavenly god has already ended. Chapter 156. Did Crocodile escape? Third update request for automatic damn. Crocodile gasped, but he couldn't muster any anger in his eyes. The most terrifying part of the heavenly god is that it does not change a person's inherent thoughts, nor does it affect their potential. Now he's like this. He clearly knows he has fallen victim to Zhao Su's methods, yet he has no way to resist. Just seeing that guy makes him involuntarily want to submit to him. This strange contrast truly makes him feel hopeless, wishing he could erupt in anger. However, even the reason for his anger has been erased from his mind. Crocodile finally gritted his teeth, controlling the sand and striking the sea fiercely before turning to leave. Now he's been released by Zhao Su and has regained his freedom, but he pretends to escape. A mere sea prism stone handcuff. I am one of the 7 warlords. It's normal to escape, right? No one would suspect it, except for Crocodile himself. Gilgamesh, huh? I wonder what my master wants me to do with him. Does it mean the Revolutionary Army wants to make a move against Gilgamesh? Are they looking for me to act as an insider? Crocodile narrowed his eyes and then excitedly prepared to steal a ship and sail towards the new world. Work. The master's command is the most important. This is really fragrant. Meanwhile, Zhao Su and his group have already begun to enter the seabed. I didn't expect you to actually find the king of the underworld, Robin said with a complex expression. Entering the seabed requires coating the ship, meaning applying a special layer of bubbles to the ship's surface, allowing it to sail underwater. Normally, this process would take a week or even longer. However, for Zhao Su, who is racing against time, it must be expedited. So he found the king of the underworld. Robin didn't know what to say. The deputy of the pirate king is actually a coding craftsman in Sabaody Archipelago. Of course, while the king of the underworld is faster than ordinary craftsmen, he is still just one person. So Zhao Su also dragged Crocodile around to find craftsmen. With his identity as a former warlord, no one dared to refuse him, and he found as many as 10 craftsmen. By the end of the day, the ship was coated. Unfortunately, Crocodile also accidentally escaped because of this. Robin shook her head. Even with handcuffs, he was still able to escape. No wonder he is the legendary former warlord. Robin had no doubts. Although Crocodile appeared weak in front of Zhao Su, he is still a top-tier powerhouse when looking at the sea. It's normal for mere handcuffs not to restrain him. If the Golden Lion could escape from impelled down, it would be much harder than Crocodile escaping. It doesn't matter. I can just catch him next time I see him, Zhao Su said nonchalantly. Crocodile is someone he let go. Why would he care? We need to speed up our actions. Crocodile might call the Navy. This coding might not be reliable. Robin said seriously. If they know you are here, the Navy might fully surround us. You are the brother of Uchiha Madara, and we are already close to the Navy headquarters. If Zhao Su's identity is exposed, Sengoku would definitely not hesitate for a second and immediately issue orders to encircle us. This is just to have even a slight impact on Uchiha Madara. However, maybe Crocodile thinks what he did is too embarrassing and won't mention it. Zhao Su Loget? How could that be? Robin said with a wry smile. For pirates, face isn't that important. If you have time to worry about such things, it's better to look outside. Don't say that. Maybe it really is that important, Zhao Su smiled. Diving into the deep sea, the tranquil and blue underwater world is a stunning and peculiar scene. Schools of fish, sea beasts, and strange marine creatures emerge one after another. Much more beautiful than any aquarium. You really have a big heart, Robin said with a bitter smile. However, she still listened to Zhao Su's words and looked towards the world outside the coating. The blue, clear, and beautiful world. If I had a boyfriend by my side in such a beautiful world, that would be even better. I can snuggle beside him, lie in his arms, feel his embrace, and enjoy this breathtaking view together. Robin turned her head expressionlessly, her eyes fixed on Zhao Su. Please don't randomly make up my thoughts. Thank you. Zhao Su chuckled lightly and turned his head away. Well, the words just now were spoken by Zhao Su and Robin's voice in her ear. As the ship continued to sail down, more and more unique landscapes appeared before everyone, beautiful beyond imagination, but there were also some signs of danger. However, for the crew on this ship, there was no need to worry about such things. Finally, the ship arrived at Fishman Island. The first thing that caught the eye was a giant tree, the Sun Tree Eve. This towering giant tree seemed to have existed for eternity. It absorbed sunlight from above the sea and then released it from its roots 10,000 meters underwater, illuminating this deep sea below 10,000 meters. This is why Fishman Island has sunlight and changes between day and night. The local fish people even describe this phenomenon as the grace of the sun. Is this the Sun Tree Eve? How magnificent! Robin was shocked. She had known about the existence of this tree from many documents. However, upon seeing it with her own eyes, she felt that those textual descriptions were so pale in comparison. Zhao Su nodded in agreement. The grandeur of nature can sometimes exceed human imagination. In such a country, it's no wonder there are historical records. Robin took a deep breath. Her eyes filled with joy. Zhao Su nodded, a smile appearing on his lips. This country not only has historical records, but also the Sea King, one of the 3 ancient weapons, and the only ancient weapon to have appeared before Zhao Su traveled here. A living ancient weapon. Suddenly, Zhao Su's gaze sharpened, and he reached out sharply. When he retracted his hand, a spear had already appeared in it. What is this place attacking us? Robin frowned. It's not aimed at us, Zhao Su said calmly, looking at the spear with a letter stuck on it. The envelope was heart-shaped, clearly a love letter. However, it's also not impossible to deal with it. Chapter 157. The Journey of Teasing the Princess. 4th update request. Fishman Island floats in the deep sea, surrounded by a massive double-layer bubble shield. From a distance, it looks like a fantasy world. It is similar to Sky Island. Outsiders usually have to undergo immigration checks, or they will be arrested by the Sea King's army of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. There's no way around it. They are probably forced by those pirates who secretly capture slaves. Zhao Su and Robin were not afraid of the Sea King's army of Fishman Island. But if they didn't enter through the correct route, the bubble shield would automatically peel away and merge with the protective shield on Fishman Island. Here, 10,000 meters underwater. Losing the bubble shield means there's basically no chance of escaping unless you are also a fish person. The historical records are located in the sea forest to the northeast of Fishman Street. Once you enter the country, you can go take a look yourself. Zhao Su said calmly. Aren't you going with me? Robin tilted her head slightly. After all, Zhao Su had taken her there twice before. The first time was to the ruins. If I don't follow you, how will I find the location? Zhao Su glanced at her. The second time was to the royal tomb. If I don't take you, can you easily get in alone? But here, I don't need to take you. You could just go there directly and see it. Why should I accompany you? Robin's face turned slightly red. Hadn't she gotten used to it by now? Speaking of which, Zhao Su didn't actually like looking at historical records. He wasn't particularly interested in history. Why did he subconsciously think that he should go there too? Or did he want him to go? Do you have something to say? Robin coughed a couple of times. Anyway, since we're here, let's not cause trouble. Let's go to the sea forest together. It's better than creating a scene here. Otherwise, we really want to be able to get out. I just want to take a quick look at a historical record. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Su's gaze made her blush deeply. Really quickly, Robin couldn't help but say, yes, quickly. If I hadn't run over, you would have almost been captured by crocodile, Zhao Su said unkindly. Once you start reading, you become completely unaware of the passage of time. In reality, Zhao Su had no idea why that short bit of historical text could take so long to read. It added up to only about 1,000 words, which would only take half a chapter in a novel. Even with translation, it shouldn't take too long, right? Yet Robin could sit here for half a day, feeling like she could even sit for 3 to 5 days without eating. Fools who can't appreciate the wonders of history, Robin muttered under her breath, shaking her head in embarrassment and anger, choosing not to argue with this guy. Zhao Su didn't mind. He actually had some things to do. He looked down at the spear and love letter in his hand, smiling silently. The immigration check was not a big problem. Although the Fishman Kingdom had a monarchy, it was not closely related to the Revolutionary Army. They had significant conflicts with the world government, so naturally, they wouldn't target the Revolutionary Army. However, when Zhao Su reported his name, it caused quite a stir. Isn't that Uchiha Madara's brother? How did that fierce man's brother end up in our Dragon Palace kingdom? Many Dragon Palace guards couldn't help but look at Zhao Su, making him feel like his corner of his eye was twitching. He even couldn't help but have a bit of doubt. Was it wrong for me to play the role of Uchiha Madara's brother? It felt like being treated as a giant panda. Robin secretly laughed behind him and then quietly slipped away. She still needed to go see the historical records. Not long after, a tall fisherman rowed over on a small whale. You must be Mr. Zhao Su. Welcome to our Fishman Island. Oh, I'm Neptune, the king of the Fishman Kingdom. Neptune let out a hearty laugh and said warmly, Hello. Zhao Su smiled. I didn't expect His Majesty to come directly. After all, you are a member of the Revolutionary Army, and a brother of that one, Neptune said straightforwardly. Our revolutionaries don't seem to have a good relationship with your world government member states, Zhao Su said meaningfully. Although the Fishman Kingdom has significant grievances with the world government, they had already joined as a member state 200 years ago. We also have connections with some pirates. But that doesn't change the fact that we are a member state of the world government. Neptune didn't mind, just smiling as he spoke. For example, Jinbei, one of the warlords of the sea, is one of our citizens. As expected of a national leader, his ability to communicate was already quite refined. First building relations, then subtly implying threats. Who doesn't know that Jinbei joined the warlords of the sea to protect the fish people? The kings in One Piece are actually quite lackluster. Whether it's King Riku of Dressrosa or Cobra of Alabasta, they always have to worry about this, and that when facing true strong opponents. The one in front of Zhao Su is even worse. He even has to hang the pirate flag to maintain his own country. What brings you to our Dragon Palace kingdom? Neptune asked warmly. I guess so, Zhao Su replied with a smile. Neptune generously waved his hand. Whatever it is, just say it if you need help. He certainly didn't know Zhao Su's strength. But just the identity of being Uchiha Madara's brother was enough to make him bow his head. After all, that was a monster that made the Marine Admiral generals, dozens of vice admirals, and even the old men like Garp and Sengoku all take action, yet still got annihilated. It's not me who needs help, but you, Zhao Su said with a smirk, holding the spear he had just caught. It seems your daughter is in a bit of trouble. Zhao Su squinted his eyes, saying it with a hint of amusement. In Alabasta, he teased Vivi, and now he was preparing to tease Shirahoshi. Speaking of which, was the journey with Robin to find the true history turning into a journey of teasing princesses? Chapter 158, Princess Shirahoshi. I'm here to canon you. 5th update request for automatic. Hearing Zhao Su's words, Neptune couldn't help but sigh. The flying pirate crew, led by Vanderdecken 9, had been making threatening proposals for quite some time, and almost the entire Fishman Kingdom was aware of it. But what could he do? Vanderdecken IX's whereabouts were unpredictable, and his strength was formidable. He was no match for him. He just didn't expect that even Zhao Su, who had just arrived, was aware of it. He had no intention of arguing or hiding the facts, especially since Zhao Su had brought Vanderdecken IX's love letter with him. What was there to argue about? This trouble was not just a minor one. Neptune sighed softly. Can you help me solve this trouble? Sure, Zhao Su nodded. But this is the seabed. Neptune was a bit skeptical. That advantage alone is nothing, Zhao Su said nonchalantly. The underwater mermaids do have advantages, but so what? Can ants take down a true dragon just because they are underwater? Mermaids don't need to breathe and have techniques that ignore water resistance, even unleashing stronger attacks. But that doesn't mean they are kings. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single mermaid among the 4 emperors. After all, mermaids have been oppressed by humans to the point where they can only survive in the sea. And even the sea might be taken away from them as slaves. There are indeed advantages, but it's not a huge gap. Neptune fell silent for a moment. He knew this, though he didn't want to admit it. But could he do it? He was just Zhao Su, not Uchiha Madara. Of course, Neptune didn't voice such thoughts. After all, even if Zhao Su failed, he could just try his best to save him. Even if he didn't save him, Vanderdecken 9 wouldn't dare to do anything to him unless he wanted to die. Of course, we won't work for free. We need to talk about compensation. Zhao Su smiled. How much? 100 million berries? 200 million berries? Neptune didn't care about such small sums. The Fishman Kingdom has a lot of deep-sea specialties. If it weren't for the mermaids lacking good sales channels, he could be considered one of the richest. But even without good sales channels, it didn't mean he would be poor. Do you think our revolutionary army lacks money? Zhao Su smiled. Then before Neptune could respond, he added, of course we do. But what we lack is not 100 million or 200 million, but a long-term and stable income. Neptune furrowed his brows and asked, what do you want? Cooperation. Win-win, Zhao Su said with a smile. Mermaids have a natural disadvantage on land and find it hard to have a complete sales channel. However, our revolutionary army has. You want me to cooperate with your revolutionary army? Neptune was taken aback. Of course, Zhao Su smiled. I love mutual benefits. Indeed, this was a tradition of Zhao Su's past life. Besides, there is something about setting aside disputes when poor and achieving prosperity through cooperation since ancient times. Laughs. Neptune's brows relaxed a bit. To be honest, Zhao Su's request was also what they hoped for in Fishman Kingdom. Even if it wasn't a substantial reward, he wanted to gain some trading channels. Cooperating with the revolutionary army? The world government had brought fishmen a lot of oppression. However, in negotiations, even if the other party struck a chord with you, one shouldn't easily show joy. Neptune pretended to think deeply, his face full of contemplation. Zhao Su smiled, casually saying, by the way, do you know why Vanderdecken 9 insists on pursuing a princess he has barely seen, Shirahoshi? That was because when Princess Shirahoshi was 6 years old, Vanderdecken 9 saw her with a group of super giant sea kings. Neptune's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, you don't have to say any more. I agree. Is this where Princess Shirahoshi lives? Zhao Su looked at the tower in front of him, frowning. The hard-shell tower served as Princess Shirahoshi's bedroom and a refuge from pursuers. The entire structure was made of steel, and various weapons were embedded in the tower's surface, looking eerie and cold. Regardless of the decorations inside, just the exterior of this building didn't seem like a place a girl should live. Not to mention a princess. My daughter, Shirahoshi, has been here for 2 years. She hasn't even dared to attend her mother's funeral, and even when meals are delivered, it can't exceed 5 minutes. Neptune sighed lightly. Unless I'm by her side, I can't let her leave this room. Who besides Neptune, this great knight of the sea, could guarantee resisting Vanderdecken IX's attacks? In fact, if Zhao Su hadn't come, Shirahoshi would have continued hiding in the tower for years before seeing her own dawn. It's okay. After a while, she will be able to move freely, Zhao Su said, then walked into Princess Shirahoshi's room through the open door. Unlike the cold iron walls outside, the room was decorated adorably, with a warm pink color as the main tone and plenty of large plush toys and trinkets. Clearly, Neptune had not mistreated his daughter. However, as a king, he couldn't be with his daughter all the time. Without his protection, Shirahoshi could only obediently stay in the tower. In the depths of the room, atop a huge white soft bed, a giant mermaid quietly lay there, her fish fins swaying adorably. It seemed she heard the sound of the door opening, and she lifted her head to look towards the entrance. Father, are you here to see me? She exclaimed. Oh, and there are guests too. Bai Xing looked curiously at Zhao Jia, her beautiful big eyes filled with curiosity. She seemed to wonder why Zhao looked different from other fishmen. This is Neptune. He was about to introduce, but was interrupted by Zhao Su. Hello, Princess Bai Xing. My name is Zhao Fu, and I'm here to, have fun with you. Chapter 159. Disturbing my chat with the girl is a capital offense. First update request. Bai Xing's upper body resembled that of a human female, with snow-white skin and light pink ribbons hanging from her shoulders, and her long pink hair flowing in waves. At her age, she was more cute than beautiful. Her skin was snow-white, but her fins were also a lovely pink color, making her appearance a combination of white skin and varying shades of pink. Although only 10 years old, Princess Bai Xing was already over 5 meters tall, towering like a giant. Hello, Princess Bai Xing. My name is Zhao Fu, and I'm here to, have fun with you. Zhao Su smiled, leaving Neptune dumbfounded. Wait, Zhao Su, what do you mean by that? Neptune couldn't help but ask. What do you mean by have fun? Bai Xing said, her face filled with confusion. This term was completely unfamiliar to her. It's nothing. Zhao Fu replied with a smirk, just a very interesting interaction, and you'll definitely love it. Oh, Bai Xing tilted her head, looking adorably curious. If it weren't for her towering stature, someone would have probably hugged her by now, like Zhao Su. Bai Xing's beauty was recognized as one of the 3 top stunning beauties in the pirate world, alongside Hancock and Kazuki Oden. However, compared to the other 2, Bai Xing, despite her height, had a cute charm that made people want to tease her. So this is the Sea King, huh? Zhao Su thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. Bai Xing was a mermaid princess who appeared once every 800 years and could communicate with sea kings, the royal class of sea creatures. Although both mermaids and fishmen could summon fish or communicate with them, only Bai Xing and the mermaid princess from a century ago possessed the legendary ability to control sea kings. Controlling sea kings. It sounded like Zhao Su could do that too, and Shanks could also force back the near-sea masters with his haki. But this truly could be called a world-destroying power. The largest known creature in the world, the giant warship Saint Juan Wolf, is 180 meters tall and is considered a strong contender under Gilgamesh's command. However, the super giant sea kings summoned by Bai Xing are the apex of all marine life. They are at least 5,000 meters long, possessing incredible intelligence and longevity, likely having lived since the time of the previous mermaid princess. If such a creature were to create huge waves and attack in anger, Zhao Su truly doubted any country could withstand it. In the world of One Piece, most lands are islands. However, contrasting with the fierce description of world-destroying power, Bai Xing was adorably naive and even pure, resembling a little lamb, making one feel like they could easily trick her with a lollipop. Perhaps it was precisely because she was so simple that she could gain the ability to control sea kings. Lord Zhao Su, did you come from the sea? Bai Xing asked excitedly, interrupting Zhao Su's thoughts. Yes, he replied with a smile. Can you tell me about things at sea? Bai Xing's face lit up with anticipation, her eyes dreamy. I heard there are many fun and delicious things at sea, especially at Fishman Island, where there's an amusement park. I really want to go there. Upon hearing this, Neptune secretly shed a tear. The amusement park was a dream in every mermaid's heart, but realizing that dream was incredibly difficult. All right, I'll take you there next time, Zhao Su said casually. I haven't been there either. Really? Bai Xing joyfully waved her fins, but then her face showed hesitation. But I heard the sea is very dangerous, and the amusement park is dangerous too. Yes, it's quite dangerous, Zhao Su nodded. But it's fine. If someone poses a threat to us, we could just deal with them first. Neptune watched as the 2 chatted and laughed. Zhao Su occasionally shared stories about the sea, leaving Bai Xing in awe, her face beaming with joy. Unlike Usopp's tales, Zhao Su's stories were all real, requiring no fabrication, mostly involving Gilgamesh and Yamamoto. Is that a gun? Damn it. Stop it. It's coming this way. A commotion arose outside the tower, and Princess Bai Xing seemed to sense something, her body trembling. Familiar scenes and habitual fears surged in her heart, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. However, the anticipated sounds of clashing swords did not come. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Zhao Su holding a few guns and swords, which were trembling as if trying to escape his grasp. But soon, with a strong effort, he turned all those weapons into scrap metal. It seemed this wasn't the time to continue chatting. Zhao Su sneered and then turned to ask, the direction of the swords is towards Vander Decken 9, right? Yes, Neptune nodded, asking, are you going? After a moment of hesitation, he continued, actually, even if you don't go, we can still proceed with this transaction. The deal with the Revolutionary Army benefits both sides. There's no need for any specific compensation. Of course. I'm going, Zhao Su said coldly. Disturbing my chat with the girl is a capital offense. Does that guy named Vanderdecken really know what mistake he made? This is a death sentence. With that, he directly stepped out. Chapter 160. Please go die. Second update request. Zhao Su was not equipped with anything and directly followed the direction from which the weapons had come. Normal people who come to Fishman Island usually wear bubble helmets and bubble armor, as it is located 10,000 meters underwater, where air is scarce and the water pressure is immense. However, Zhao Su did not bring any of that. He simply rushed out. Humans have always been at a disadvantage underwater. But if one wants to kill fishmen in the depths of the sea and cannot overcome this minor disadvantage, what use is that? Fortunately, Ninjas have a certain survival ability, even underwater. In this respect, the Mist Village from the Naruto world excels. And while Uchiha Madara is not particularly skilled in this area, he won't allow the underwater environment to become his weakness. True masters may have disadvantages, but they will definitely not have weaknesses. Gilgamesh also has some underwater combat treasures. Not to mention that Yamamoto from the Godai 13 already brings an otherworldly feeling to the table. And then there's Saitama, who is not afraid of fighting underwater at all. Zhao Su chased after the source of the weapons, occasionally sensing them. Fortunately, the weapons shot by Vanderdecken 9 were not fired all at once. Rather, they seemed to be shot sporadically, as if he were drinking and playing games. Losing a round meant shooting a shot. So while destroying Vanderdecken IX's weapons, Zhao Su followed the direction from which they came and quickly found his target. It was right there. Zhao Su squinted at the ship not far away. The ship was tattered, with even the sails in shambles. At the bow was a skull impaled with swords, making the entire ship look like a ghost ship. The Flying Dutchman. On the deck of the ship, a fisherman responsible for lookout reported loudly, "Lord Vanderdecken, it seems something is approaching us." Something? What is it? Vanderdecken 9, wearing a small top hat and a long cloak while encased in a large bubble, stood on 4 legs, one of which held a glove. He picked up a telescope, but the dim light of the deep sea made it difficult to see clearly. "I can't see very well. Is it a fishman coming towards us? Just kill it. It doesn't matter if it's a fishman or something else, right?" The crew also peered into the distance and discussed among themselves. Soon, the figure grew closer, and the sharp-eyed ones could see Zhao Su's silhouette approaching. A human? How could a human be in the deep sea? He seems not to be wearing a bubble. What's going on? Vanderdecken 9 widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Su, saying, "Human, how did you get here?" Although he was a fishman, he could only survive by wearing a bubble after eating a devil fruit. Yet, this increasingly close human was wearing nothing at all. Did he eat some special fruit or possess some unique ability? But that can't be right. Eating a devil fruit would turn him into a land duck. It seemed like this was the place. Zhao Su nodded, completely ignoring Vanderdecken IX's words, and then turned to face the fishman. "You are Vanderdecken 9, right?" "Oh, you know me?" Vanderdecken 9 squinted his eyes. "What do you want with me?" If it were an ordinary person, he would have acted without hesitation. However, facing this inexplicable human who could move freely underwater, he felt it was better to be cautious. "You're the one I'm looking for. I didn't make a mistake," Zhao Su said, completely disregarding the others around him. Then he slowly raised his fist. "Actually, I don't have much interest in White Star. I said I would fire her, but her height ratio is enough to make me helpless. She hasn't even fully grown yet, and she's already twice my height. By the time she grows up completely, she might be 3 or 4 times taller. According to normal female body measurements, even if I really did fire her, married life wouldn't be very harmonious unless I use some kind of multiplication technique. But using such things in marital life would be quite uncomfortable, wouldn't it? The reality is, even if I am exceptionally talented, standing at 1.8 meters, I cannot compete in length and thickness with a giant. Cute is cute. Beautiful is beautiful. But it doesn't lead to any impulse." Zhao Su casually spoke, ignoring everyone in front of him as if chatting with the air. Indeed, this was his true thought. He was such a practical man. Of course, while it's difficult, if he could fire, why not? "Do you also want White Star?" Vanderdecken 9 didn't pay much attention to what Zhao Su specifically said, but upon hearing the name White Star, his eyes immediately widened, exuding a murderous aura. He was a devil fruit user of the target fruit type. Once designated as a target, any items thrown by the ability user would automatically track the target to the ends of the earth, unless shot down or obstructed along the way, which made it a very powerful and bug-like ability. Otherwise, Neptune wouldn't have tolerated him for so long without eliminating him and freeing White Star. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a place like Fishman Island, where his reputation was not prominent, his bounty would definitely be in the hundreds of millions. His strength was formidable. However, that was in front of others. But forcing a little girl to hide in a place called a boudoir, which was in fact a prison for 10 years. Even if I, Wang Nuo, didn't want to do anything, I would still feel a bit angry. Zhao Su calmly said, completely ignoring the movements of the fishmen on the Flying Dutchman. They brought out cannons aimed at Zhao Su. These modified cannons could be used underwater, or they simply took out swords, guns, and other weapons, swimming fiercely towards Zhao Su. Fortunately, there weren't many people here, and I didn't need to hide like before, trying not to expose my abilities at all to avoid getting entangled with my identity. Zhao Su said calmly. Then fire. Vanderdecken 9 shouted loudly, and countless cannons fired simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. Zhao Su calmly looked below. Please go die. A serious punch from the must-kill serious series. Boom. Chapter 161. Keeping things to oneself. Third update request for automatic. Although the Sabaody archipelago was sealed off for a while due to Uchiha Madara's incident, it is still the island closest to the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land, Mary Geos. After the sealing, it gradually regained its prosperity. Of course, after the Navy's cleansing, while darkness still exists, it is weak and far from being firmly established like before. The people on the island still live relatively well. At most, people like Shachi who rely on darkness to make a living occasionally complain. Life continues as usual, pirates still come occasionally, and the Navy is still pursuing and attacking pirates. It seems that everything is gradually returning to the past, but today, things seem a little different. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The island is trembling. The enormous Yalkamandal tree is shaking continuously, and leaves are being shaken off. The waves seem to be rolling up, undulating endlessly. A tsunami is coming. What is going on? Why is the ocean suddenly in turmoil? Is it a tsunami? Quick, notify the naval headquarters. Everyone is astonished and can only struggle to maintain their composure. The foundation of their stability is that the naval headquarters is not far from here, with Admiral Akainu and Akiji stationed at the headquarters. Even if a tsunami breaks out, with the admirals present, it wouldn't be enough to destroy the Sabaody archipelago. Sure enough, Akiji quickly arrived and used his ice fruit ability to freeze the tsunami, saving the island. What the heck? Why did a tsunami suddenly erupt? Shaki complained, casually riding an overturned wine bottle. And why did an earthquake come along with it? What terrible luck. Business was already bad, and now this? What a hassle. Bad luck. Rayleigh, casually sitting nearby, suddenly lifted his head upon hearing Shaki's complaints. What's wrong? Shaki was taken aback. It's nothing. Rayleigh squinted his eyes, a glint flashing in them. If I remember correctly, that kid Zhao Su just went underwater not long ago. Shaki's eyes widened. Are you saying this incident was caused by that Uchiha Madara's brother? She wasn't stupid and could naturally grasp Rayleigh's implication. But can a tsunami and an earthquake really be caused by a person? If I'm not mistaken, Uchiha Madara didn't come this time, right? Shaki said uncertainly. That kid Zhao Su doesn't have much of a reputation, either. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, didn't even lift his head. Reputation? What does that have to do with strength? Moreover, Rayleigh couldn't help but reach for his sword. Before Zhao Su found him and revealed his identity as Uchiha Madara's brother, he had almost been unable to refrain from making a move, because he sensed a threat from Zhao Su, a threat far surpassing those he had previously dealt with. Like Garp and Sengoku, even his former captain hadn't dared to put down his sword after seeing him. Rayleigh sighed deeply in his heart. Without a weapon, facing this subtle sense of threat in his nerves was really uncomfortable, even though he knew that this person before him had no enmity with him. The surface of the sea was like this, and the seabed was even more so. The great bubble of the Ryugu kingdom was shaking violently, almost breaking. Many fishmen were scared and quickly rushed out to help stabilize the bubble. Occasionally, humans who stayed in Fishman Island were also frightened and spent a lot of money to buy bubble helmets, fearing that the enormous bubble might burst at any moment. However, what was reassuring was that the great bubble ultimately held its ground. What on earth is going on? Neptune's face held a hint of fear. The Ryugu kingdom relies on the sea, and this situation hasn't appeared in a long time. The ground is shaking, and the sea is undulating. If it weren't for the bubble still holding up, along with various protective measures from the fishmen, it would have truly been dangerous. However, once the shaking stops, I must quickly find Zhao Su. A hint of worry flashed in Neptune's eyes. This kind of shaking makes it difficult for humans to survive. In fact, it's not just humans. Even fishmen would struggle to survive in this shaking. Especially seeing the direction Zhao Su left, it seemed to be the epicenter of the quake. If something happens to Zhao Su, then the Fishman Kingdom will have to face that terrifying Uchiha Madara. Thinking of that existence, Neptune's expression darkened. Just a name was enough to terrify him. Even the flag of Whitebeard that the country hangs cannot make him feel safe. What are you doing? Why is everything in such disarray? Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, and Neptune looked over in shock, only to see Zhao Su, drenched all over, walking over with a human head in hand. Zhao Su, you're still alive, Neptune exclaimed with joy. Unable to help but want to rush over to take a look, but he was casually pushed aside by Zhao Su. I'm only after girls, not guys, thanks, Zhao Su said casually, then handed the head in his hand to him. Neptune instinctively took it, and upon careful inspection, wasn't this the head of Vander Decken 9? He actually killed Vander Decken 9 during such shaking. Well, with Neptune's imagination, he never considered the true source of this shaking. Zhao Su, suddenly a cold voice echoed. Zhao Su instinctively turned his head and saw a woman, drenched and with several purplish bruises on her head and long hair, walking over. Robin, what happened to you? Zhao Su's eyes widened. Who beat you up? With this appearance, it looks like you've been beaten up 10 times. No, I'm not you. I didn't have any conflicts with anyone, Robin replied with a look of hopelessness. Then what about you? You know there was an earthquake just now. Yeah, I was knocked down by the shaking, then stones and reefs fell on me, and after that I was somehow thrown into a creek and then inexplicably thrown up again, crashing into rocks. Robin's mouth twitched. She didn't even know why she was so unlucky. A series of events seemed like the world was targeting her. Puffed. Ha! Zhao Su instinctively burst into laughter, and after finishing he suddenly froze. Huh, the source of these vibrations seems to be me. He turned his head and glanced at the dirt-covered Robin. He was already a mature man and needed to learn to keep things to himself. Chapter 162, Charlotte Linlin Moves. Fourth update request. Chapter 162, Charlotte Linlin Moves. Fourth update request. So, while I was looking at history, you struck a deal? Robin's mouth twitched as she looked at Neptune beside her. Yeah, Zhao Su nodded. It should be considered a source of income. Or, this should be considered. That's a significant income. Robin rolled her eyes at him. The Revolutionary Army occupies very little land, and although Dragon has united many merchants, it's not easy to secure a steady income. They're not the world government, which squanders so much territory and can still feed the celestial dragons lavishly. Living off individual donations and battle plunder is quite tough, especially since most of the sea supplies still have to be reserved for the civilians. Beneath the sea, there are countless resources. However, it is a forbidden area for humans, yet there are piles of treasures like jewels and pearls that humans love. If the residents of Fishman Island were humans instead of fishmen, it would probably deserve the title of the wealthiest country. Of course, if fishmen were humans, they wouldn't qualify to live underwater for long. One side possesses a large amount of wealth, while the other has sufficient sales channels. This is a natural combination. Robin doesn't need to think twice about it. This long-term and stable income will definitely yield significant results for the revolutionary cause. The training of personnel, the accumulation of resources, and the arrangement of spies will greatly promote the development of the Revolutionary Army. You can negotiate the specific deal. I don't want to deal with these troublesome matters. Zhao Su waved his hand indifferently and said he planned to see Shirahoshi again before leaving. He could hardly wait for Gilgamesh's side. Once the matters of Fishman Island were settled, he could leave a clone to wait for Robin to return and then leave himself. Just as Zhao Su walked up to Robin, he suddenly heard her whisper a word. Thank you. Their only purpose for going to sea this time was to fulfill Robin's request to find a poneglyph. Although she indeed had the right to mobilize ships and made significant contributions as someone within the organization, it is easy for others to criticize her for using the organization's manpower and resources for personal gain. Now, with such an achievement, it is enough to silence any gossip and even possibly earn considerable merit. Zhao Su calmly replied, it's just a small matter. Then, he walked into Shirahoshi's chamber. New World. Ushan Island. Gilgamesh and the others have occupied the island today, turning it into their territory. This was already the 7th day of their invasion of Charlotte Linlin's territory. It was a straightforward declaration of war, boldly seizing your land, unceremoniously defeating your army, and ruthlessly eliminating your soldiers. Under such circumstances, Charlotte Linlin could not just sit back. In fact, she had already sent personnel to attack Gilgamesh and his group. This was also a standard countermeasure. If anyone could just let her take action, she wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. The one she sent was none other than the strongest of her troops, one of the Suite Commanders, Charlotte Snack. The Suite Commanders are the 4 highest-ranking officers under Charlotte Linlin, well known with extraordinary strength, and their bounties often exceed 1 billion, similar to the 3 calamities under Kaido. However, facing Charlotte Snack's attack, Gilgamesh didn't even retaliate. He was stopped by Shiryu, who was eager to fight. After a fierce battle, Shiryu was injured but emerged victorious. While Charlotte Snack was left on the brink of death, saved by Don Quixote Doflamingo, who felt that completely tearing the face would be inappropriate. There was no choice. Gilgamesh's subordinates were already very powerful. Shiryu and the others were entirely the original crew of Blackbeard Teach, plus the expert Don Quixote Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, who posed no threat to the Suite Commander. After all, Blackbeard Teach would also be one of the 4. How could they defeat the Suite Commander without the captain even lifting a finger? This fact finally made everyone realize the strength of this team, and Charlotte Linlin could no longer allow her subordinates to come over and seek death one by one. Therefore, she unceremoniously led her ships directly towards Gilgamesh. In fact, there was no other way. Even those who thought that one of the 4 emperors shouldn't take action had nothing to say. Besides Charlotte Linlin, who else would dare to confidently take on this team? It is expected that Charlotte Linlin should arrive tomorrow or the day after. Doflamingo whispered, "Shall we meet her here?" The result of Gilgamesh's gradual occupation of land was that no one felt he was just a false front. There must be some other purpose. Although he initially had no other purpose, Big Mom would go crazy. It was said that Cake Island had already been half destroyed due to her anger. Doflamingo's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that unless deliberately hidden, there are few secrets at the level of the 4 emperors. Even Whitebeard's crew, which could not leak secrets internally, had Navy surveillance ships following them, let alone Charlotte Linlin. "Then let's fight here," Gilgamesh said, nonchalantly yawning. As a king, he would gladly accept her challenge and then crush her like a bug. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Accept her challenge? Although this may seem a bit unfair to you, everyone, including me, feels like you are the one challenging her. The position of the 4 emperors is inherently one that invites challenges. As long as you are confident, that's good enough. Doflamingo didn't say anything else. He knew his boss's personality well. As a king, it has always been this way. Gilgamesh said lightly, "The confidence of a king?" Gilgamesh glanced at a certain direction. "Who made my true self come here? If it weren't for you keeping me here without time to disappear, I would already be talking to you as my true self." Chapter 163. Don't be self-assured. Mixed Cultivator. First update request for automatic. Chapter 163. Don't be self-assured. Mixed Cultivator. First update request for automatic. Ocean Island is just an ordinary island. What makes it extraordinary is that it is about to become a battlefield. Moreover, it will be a significant battlefield. Zhao Su clearly sensed that many people had left the island recently, but many had also arrived. They must be from the world government. Zhao Su thought to himself. Although he couldn't see the color popular in the pirate world, he could feel something similar through other templates. People with such strength clearly resemble the government's CP agents. Of course, he also noticed some other individuals, some of whom had clashed with the CP agents a few times, clearly from other factions. For example, the 4 emperors? It seems that Gilgamesh's strength has left an impression on everyone. Zhao Su thought to himself, if it weren't for Gilgamesh's strength, why would they come? Every year, countless pirates provoke the 4 emperors, but 99 of them are not even qualified to report their names to Charlotte Linlin. However, before Gilgamesh even started fighting, other intelligence agencies had already gathered, and Zhao Su even discovered traces of the Revolutionary Army. This is the difference in strength. Of course, even if they came, almost everyone still wouldn't believe the position of the 4 emperors would be shaken. After all, there are also many powerful experts on Gilgamesh's side. However, even if they fail, it is likely to cause considerable trouble for Charlotte Linlin. Perhaps they could take advantage of the chaos, but Zhao Su didn't care. He quietly enjoyed everything a king should have in the guise of Gilgamesh: the finest wine, the most exquisite maidens, and the highest quality food. Although they were in a place about to go to battle, it felt like a royal banquet, making it hard to distinguish the situation. He remained calm, but others were not so steady. Shirlu spent all day tending to his sword. Doflamingo was secretly preparing several escape routes, and the others were also taking action. Though not in the same way as Doflamingo's escape preparations, they were somewhat restless. After all, that was the world's strongest woman. Every 2 days, a series of fleets finally appeared on the sea. At the same time, a furious shout rang out. "You brat die!" The expressions of everyone resting on the beach changed. Charlotte Linlin had arrived, and she was doing so without any concealment. Countless ships that looked like they came straight out of fairy tale, led by a talking ship figurehead, and even cannonballs that could jump into the cannon by themselves. At first glance, it seemed like a world of fairy tale princesses. But this was the fleet of the fiercest pirates, and in front of all the ships, there was a place where clouds danced. Standing atop the clouds was a giant woman. She was a full 8 meters tall, dressed in a pink dress, stout and robust, with a pink captain's hat. Her fierce features twisted into a grimace. "You brat die!" Charlotte Linlin, the 4 emperors, the world's strongest woman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The atmosphere shook, and the earth trembled as an endless pressure swept over everyone. It was the Conqueror's haki. This woman's haki was surprisingly strong. Doflamingo's eyes widened, disbelief flashing in them. Haki, especially the Conqueror's haki, absolutely represented a person's spirit. The spirit of a 4-emperor was enough to turn intangible pressure into tangible power. Even Shirlu felt a bit of pressure at this moment, gripping the hilt of his sword, silent. However, at this moment, a voice of disdain rang out. "Finally here? You've made this king impatient." Gilgamesh stepped forward, his face carved with disdain. He wore golden armor, standing at the highest point, full of pride. Clearly, he didn't possess any similar conqueror's haki. Yet, without realizing it, everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief. The charm of Jade. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. It was this charm that caused his subordinates to gradually slip out of his control and bow to him. Gilgamesh's gaze was piercing as he swept across the crowd. The arrivals here were all rare powers of the sea: Perispero, Katakuri, Cracker, Bruley, Randolph, Baronegg. There were Charlotte Linlin's offspring and her subordinates. Of course, not all members of the pirate crew were present. Even if Charlotte Linlin was furious, the other rational individuals would still be on guard, naturally leaving behind some experts. However, even so, those present were the top powers of this sea. "This guy is Gilgamesh, the one who dared to offend Mother?" Perispero licked his cane. Baronegg squinted. "There are quite a few strong ones on the opposite side. It will be a tough battle." Bruley couldn't help but glance at the most dazzling presence. He looked quite handsome. What a pity he would soon die. With a handsome appearance, splendid armor, and a proud head of golden hair. Even as an enemy, many were captivated by him. "Hey, do you think, after Mother defeats him, she might let him join our pirate crew?" Smoker chuckled. "Maybe, but if he joins, someone will have to sacrifice themselves and marry him," Bruley said with a sly laugh, like a cold witch. However, her words made many of the women from the Charlotte family brighten up. A man so handsome, if he were to marry into their family. Should we plead a little when Mother defeats him? But at that moment, Gilgamesh's gaze finally landed on Charlotte Linlin, who was riding on Zeus. Gilgamesh's face instantly showed a look of anger. "You despicable dog, unworthy of floating in the sky that only kings should soar in. Don't get ahead of yourself, you mongrel." In the next second, he swung his arm. Countless ripples appeared behind him, and weapons surged forth. Chapter 164. The Great Battle Begins. Second update request. The space behind him appeared with patterns resembling water waves, and countless weapons emerged. In the next second, countless weapons roared and shot out. There were knives, guns, swords, and it was as if thousands of cannons roared simultaneously, but they were many times stronger than mere cannonballs. Countless weapons rained down, targeting the Bigmum pirate crew's fleet. Boom, boom. Ships were continuously shattered, people were constantly killed, and the sea trembled violently, with the few remaining vessels swaying unsteadily. One person's strength suppressed the fleet of the four emperors. How exaggerated. Whether it was the members of the Big Mom pirate crew or Gilgamesh's team, they were all dumbfounded by the scene. Damn it. Charlotte Linlin was furious, wielding the hilt of Napoleon's sword, countering the incoming weapons. Counterattack. Quickly. Fire. Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, reacted quickly, shouting orders. At that moment, everyone finally reacted and began to bring out their cannons, aiming at the shore. Fortunately, the cannonballs of the Big Mom pirate crew were all homies and could adjust their direction, jumping into the cannon. Otherwise, under such a fierce attack, it would have been very difficult to respond. Charlotte Linlin possessed the powers of a paramecia-type soul fruit, capable of manipulating souls. She could inject souls into objects or animals, thus creating species with human thoughts and powers, homies. The soldiers of the Big Mom pirate crew, as well as some cadre-level members, were powerful warriors derived from this. Of course, there are also ships, cannons, doors, candies, teas, and so on. At first glance, it resembled a fairy tale amusement park, under the overwhelming pressure of the king's treasures. The cannonballs struggled to be fired. Compared to those countless weapons, the cannonballs were too few. The cannons were also too few. Clearly, Gilgamesh had the least cannons, and his ships were not many either. Yet before this man, they were being suppressed to an unrecognizable extent. Ships, dock and charge in. Katakuri shouted angrily. At this rate, the entire fleet will be destroyed by that man. Charlotte Linlin, although a mother and a captain, hardly manages affairs. Rather, her fierce temperament makes her more like a warrior than a commander. The army is led by her offspring, and everyone naturally knows whose orders to follow at this moment. Without hesitation, they face the attacks of Enkidu, striving to reach the shore. Even if they cannot rely on the ships to dock, they will fly toward the shore with the help of some homies that can float in the sky. For instance, Bryn has the homies Jelly Nitoro and Tarlabian, the latter of which can fly. Other offspring also have similar homies to varying degrees. Even if they don't, it's not a big problem to find nearby siblings to ride on a homie. Although Gilgamesh's attacks clear out most of the minions, it is difficult for the experts to die under large-scale attacks. It's our turn. Shiryu grinned with excitement. Yeah, Baskerville Choate is drunk, said the drunken pirate. The Moon Hunter, Katerina Devon, pressed her lips together. A battle against the four emperors. Now that's interesting. Doflamingo shook his head. Then, without hesitation, he led everyone to charge the members of the Big Mom pirates. Shiryu confronted Katakuri, Doflamingo faced Smoothie, and others each found their opponents. They were not necessarily bound to follow the knightly rule of fighting one-on-one. Most of the time, even if you don't want to fight the other side, they will eventually seek you out. Eliminating minions is easy for these experts, and as they continuously eliminate minions, they will encounter other experts. The experienced minions know that once the experts engage in battle, they must immediately leave enough space for them. Otherwise, getting caught up in it means certain death. Of course, the space left is not fixed but slowly drifts with the combatants. As the high-level battles gradually stabilize, the situation becomes clearer. Doflamingo and other high-level fighters engage in fierce combat, forming the main battle circle, while around it are smaller battle circles where lesser fighters are fighting for their lives. On the outermost layer are ordinary minions, who form teams and coordinate with each other or fight using their numbers. Gilgamesh squinted, scanning the battlefield. What a bunch of useless trash. His troops were being heavily suppressed. The main composition of Gilgamesh's forces consisted of prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down, along with some pirates who later admired his reputation. Their combat power was uneven, and many were unaccustomed to group battles, often fighting individually and then being picked off by the enemy. Although they were not inferior to Charlotte Linlin at the top expert level, they were entirely suppressed by the four Emperor's pirate crews. After all, they stood at the top of the sea, even if they couldn't deploy their entire force. Even if they were heavily bombarded by Gilgamesh before even reaching shore, they still had the power to suppress ordinary teams. This couldn't be blamed on Gilgamesh. He rose too late and too quickly, lacking the time to slowly gather qualified warriors. Even though his charisma was strong, he still needed people to first pledge allegiance to him and gradually connect with him. With few numbers and weak strength, how could they fight? In fact, If it weren't for the ability of casters' territory creation, they would have likely been defeated long ago. Territory creation is a standard skill of the caster class. When Gilgamesh acts as a caster, he can construct powerful magical workshops that can turn a stronghold into a super fortress that even the likes of Li Ning would find difficult to invade. The Uruk fortress itself was designed by Gilgamesh. Of course, this temporary island didn't require too much effort from him. It was built casually. But it was enough to temporarily hold off the 4 Emperor's pirate crew. Enkidu snorted coldly. With his own skills, he was still suppressed by the 4 Emperors. Indeed, they were all mixed cultivators. However, it was what it was. Gilgamesh's gaze was deep as he looked at the massive woman charging toward him. After all, the true outcome of the battle would be decided on his side of the battlefield. Chapter 165, Charlotte Linlin versus Gilgamesh. Third update requested. The battle erupted. The expressions of the hidden observers around were quite astonished. The subordinates of both sides surprisingly did not immediately distinguish victory or defeat. How long has it been since Gilgamesh rose? Just a year or two. His subordinates are actually able to fight against the 4 Emperors' forces? Incredible. Everyone gasped in disbelief and then focused their gaze on the 2 main characters, Gilgamesh and Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin held a sword in one hand, standing on a thundercloud, with the sun above her head. She charged toward Gilgamesh like a raging wild boar, cutting through the minions in her path, whether they were Gilgamesh's subordinates or her own. Oomph. Mixed cultivators. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, redirecting his king's treasury toward Charlotte Linlin with a roar. Clang, clang, clang. Countless weapons suddenly rained down, but Charlotte Linlin blocked them with her Napoleon sword hat. Although some weapons got through, they merely struck the thundercloud Zeus beneath her feet. Both Zeus and Prometheus, along with Napoleon, are homies, but the souls infused in them are Charlotte Linlin's own. The difference in quality between the souls of the 4 emperors and ordinary souls is immense. Are they comparable to low-level noble phantasms? Gilgamesh squinted, not caring about the king's treasury behind him, and continued to bombard fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Precious noble phantasms, worth their weight in gold, were unleashed as if they were free. Even though Charlotte Linlin, as one of the 4 emperors, moved swiftly and possessed extraordinary strength, she could not approach for a moment. That guy, Charlotte Linlin, had a glimmer of realization in her eyes. She had considered simply taking a few hits and charging through Big Mom had an incredibly resilient body and formidable defense. Even the blades of giants broke when they struck the 5-year-old Big Mom, and even a hail of bullets couldn't leave a scratch on her, like a steel ball. This was a powerful force she was born with. However, just now, she had not cared much about the incoming weapons, but upon contact, her expression changed dramatically. Her body, which could withstand cannon fire, was easily marked with a wound by those weapons. Blood flowed out like a normal person. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin realized that she absolutely could not withstand those dangerous weapons. Her robust physique was not as useful as she thought in the face of such threats. Just like that, she had to be suppressed. Even though Charlotte Linlin was born with immense strength and could kill a bear with one punch at the age of 5. When she tried to help the giant race swat away mosquitoes, she ended up breaking several bones of a giant soldier with a slap. However, one careless moment, when Gilgamesh focused the king's treasures that originally covered the entire army solely on her, even the 4 emperors felt a bit constrained. You brat, if you have the ability, let us have a real fight. Charlotte Linlin shouted in anger, even picking up several pirate soldiers as weapons and throwing them at Gilgamesh. However, Gilgamesh merely scoffed arrogantly. A mere petty thief. Do you lack the ability to even approach this king? I must have overestimated you. The disdain in his voice was palpable to anyone. Brat. Charlotte Linlin glared, suddenly reaching upwards. The sun Prometheus was caught in her hand, and the originally gentle-faced Prometheus instantly turned furious. Heavenly fire. Infusing objects with souls allows them to obey one's commands, utilizing the properties of the soul fruit. Big Mom gained the ability to manipulate weather and natural phenomena. The sun Prometheus itself was merely a flame, but with Charlotte Linlin's power, it became extraordinary. A massive wave of fire, surged towards Gilgamesh. Yet, Gilgamesh merely scoffed again, showing no sign of movement. Boom, boom, boom. Countless weapons from the king's treasures were mercilessly fired. The enormous waves of fire couldn't even get close, as they were forcefully dispersed. Charlotte Lingling's eyes narrowed. Although the heavenly fire wasn't her strongest attack, the opponent hadn't even moved. Everyone around was fixated on the battlefield between the two. Even the high-ranking members were the same. Mom is actually unable to move? The members of the big Amoan pirates widened their eyes, and her children showed expressions of disbelief. They had never seen such a formidable mother. The king is actually this strong? Shiryu and others also stared in disbelief. They all knew that Gilgamesh was definitely not weak, but they never expected that the mighty four emperors couldn't even approach him. Could it be that he could win? Don Quixote da Flamingo squinted his eyes. He was the most perceptive of them all. He had even prepared some backup plans early on, like retreating or betrayal, and had made considerable preparations with spies from the world government. But now, none of those plans were useful, and he discovered that the opponent could win. Moreover, it was a crushing victory. That was a four-emperor. As everyone was in shock, Charlotte Lingling finally made her move. Although she didn't want to use it, it was time to act. Her voice was cold, like a chilling wind. Then she suddenly swung her sword, the massive blade carving a crescent-shaped arc. The fierce sword wind erupted. Elbaf Spear Waikoku. This was a technique of the giant race, using a large sword to unleash a giant sword energy forward. Due to her childhood experiences, Charlotte Lingling had been exiled from the giant kingdom and had always refrained from using the giant race's techniques. But now, she couldn't care less. The sword energy roared, like a meteor tearing through the sky. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, it blew away the weapons in front of her. Then, with unyielding momentum, it charged straight at Gilgamesh. In just an instant, the sword energy reached Gilgamesh, exploding. Boom! The ferocious sword energy stirred up massive dust. But it wasn't over. Charlotte Lingling suddenly leaped, wielding her great sword into the dust. First was the Four Emperor's ultimate move, and then the Four Emperor himself also charged in. Is he dead? Everyone's gaze turned towards the dust. However, the next second, everyone's pupils shrank. Gilgamesh remained calmly standing there, with a hint of arrogance and disdain. In front of him, several swords hovered in the air, firmly blocking Charlotte Lingling's sword. It seems you still have some ability to actually reach this king's side, Gilgamesh said with a smile. Calm and proud. If you surrender, this king might consider making you a vassal. Chapter 166. The sword only the king of heroes can have. Fourth update request. Calm words. With a tone both indifferent and proud. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at that man. To take a four-emperor as a subordinate? How could you say such a thing? How could a four-emperor possibly become someone else's subordinate? That was a four-emperor. However, the next second, everyone's expressions became strange. No, a four-emperor could also become someone else's subordinate. For example, Kaido. Don't compare me to that garbage Kaido. Charlotte Lingling exploded in anger, stepped back 2 paces, and then charged forward fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The giant sword swung, but was blocked by the swords floating beside Gilgamesh. Clang. In the final strike, she suddenly exerted all her strength. Gilgamesh slightly tilted his head, and the sword was grazed by Charlotte Lingling, creating a small cut. Ha ha, this is interesting. Gilgamesh didn't mind, instead laughing heartily. After all, you are someone who can make this king personally reach out to recruit. If you were too weak, where would this king's face be? His gaze burned brightly as he looked at Charlotte Lingling. Considering you managed to chip away at the most useless sword in my collection, let me show you my true strength. The real strength. This statement wasn't loud, but everyone was focused on the central battlefield, causing countless people to widen their eyes, even neglecting their own battles as they turned to the center. Shiryu narrowed his eyes. The drunkard Baskerville's eyes lit up, and Don Quixote da Flamingo took a few steps back, solemnly looking over. Even the top experts of the Charlotte family couldn't help but look over. The presence that had suppressed their mother from the very beginning. What would happen next? The next second, a red light rose from behind Gilgamesh. Then, as if a door opened, it continuously expanded. Gate of Babylon. Gilgamesh said with a smile, his handsome face revealing an elegance that suggested everything was under control. An invisible pressure spread out, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Charlotte Lingling's expression became serious. Even she dared not be the slightest bit careless. However, distant observers who had gathered a lot of intelligence on Gilgamesh's abilities flashed with a hint of confusion. Gate of Babylon? Isn't that something Gilgamesh has already used before? Yes. It's the technique that continuously launches weapons. Why is it now said to be real? In the hesitant gazes of the crowd, the red light kept expanding, almost enveloping all the space behind Gilgamesh. Then, from the red glow, it quickly turned to gold. Charlotte Linlin was stunned. She suddenly saw a short knife appear in Gilgamesh's hand. The short knife wasn't big, just slightly larger than the one above. Then she saw Gilgamesh slowly raise his hand, as if a gentle breeze casually flicking it. Whoosh! With his movement, a series of hurricanes surged towards Charlotte Linlin with the swing of the blade. Clang! Charlotte Linlin raised her sword to block the hurricane. But even with her immense strength, she was pushed back several steps by Gilgamesh's casual swing. As the hurricane roared past, Charlotte Linlin held her sword with both hands, but when she looked at Gilgamesh, her pupils constricted. Because Gilgamesh, she didn't know when, was already wielding a scythe. The scythe was attached to a chain, making a clattering sound with its movements. Gilgamesh casually swung it. Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin let out a cry of pain. Her arm was pierced directly by that unknown scythe. The blade that pierced her seemed to have sprung from thin air. Gilgamesh's feet hadn't moved at all. The blade had disappeared at some unknown point. Splat! Gilgamesh casually withdrew the scythe, and the blade pulled out from Charlotte Linlin's arm, reappearing on his scythe. Clang! Charlotte Linlin nearly collapsed to the ground, supporting her massive body with her sword, her eyes filled with disbelief. Not just her, but everyone around also had expressions of incredulity. What was this injury about? Shuntiapi said, "What is this man about?" Gilgamesh had collected countless treasures, and such treasures inherently possessed unique powers. Space traversal, hurricane generation, never healing. These treasures, which would shine in the hands of other heroic spirits, were merely one of the collectibles for him. The king's treasury was not just something that could be fired like artillery and be done with. The abilities within the collected treasures were their true power. This power was just beginning to manifest, instantly shocking countless people, especially Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had always harbored ulterior motives and was initially one of Gilgamesh's followers. He naturally noticed easily Gilgamesh rarely engaged in close combat, which inevitably led him to think that while he was strong at long range, if he suddenly attacked, perhaps closing the distance might bring him down. However now, Doflamingo was drenched in cold sweat from his previous thoughts. Winning in close combat. How naive I was to have such thoughts. And in the next second, he trembled even more, including Charlotte Linlin. Everyone had a look of astonishment as the light of the king's treasury emitted faint ripples. One weapon after another was slowly sent out from it. They were of various colors, diverse shapes, and the types of weapons were ever-changing. Yet the weakest among them emitted an aura that was no less than the scythe that had injured Charlotte Linlin earlier. I am the ancient hero king Gilgamesh of the oldest dynasty in human history. Prepare yourselves, big MOM pirates. I am the heroic king that you cannot defeat. Gilgamesh smiled proudly and spoke, his words filled with a haughtiness that no current royal could possess. Cannot defeat? Charlotte Linlin widened her eyes, suddenly gripping her sword tightly. How would she know without trying? All right. Gilgamesh smiled slightly, then he suddenly reached behind him, and countless weapons vanished in an instant, while he pulled out a uniquely shaped sword from the ripples behind him. I will let you see this sword that only the heroic king can possess. Chapter 167. The Star of the Divergence of Heaven and Earth. First update sought automatically. Chapter 160. The Star of the Divergence of Heaven and Earth. First update sought automatically. It was a uniquely shaped sword. The hilt was golden, seemingly forged from gold. The guard appeared to be 3 golden guards stacked together, adorned with unique blue patterns. The blade was red and black, with blood-red patterns resembling circuits. The tip was golden and square, unique, bizarre, and exuding an unusual pressure. The moment Gilgamesh drew it, an invisible pressure loomed over everyone. In the next second, blood-red stripes appeared out of thin air, gathering on the sword as if a storm. What on earth is this? Doflamingo widened his eyes. He could feel a sense of being cleaved from this sword. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, second only to the 4 emperors among the powerful on the seas. Others also showed expressions of shock and fear. Clearly, it wasn't just Doflamingo who felt this, and the one feeling it most intensely was none other than Charlotte Linlin herself. What is this? Charlotte Linlin's face changed dramatically, revealing a rare sense of panic. Or rather, it was the first time she had ever felt this way. Whether it was fighting giants as a child or battling countless pirates and marines as an adult, she had never felt this kind of pressure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of blood-colored energy blew around, causing her hair to flutter wildly. Gilgamesh held the sword with one hand, presenting a piercing stance. Don't hold back. Use your strongest move. Gilgamesh sneered, and then this king would crush it all with the demeanor of a king. Charlotte Linlin's pupils constricted as she suddenly swung out her sword. Elbaf Spear, Royal Might. This was her strongest attack, learned from the Kingdom of Giants, an attack she rarely used. And now this strike was faster and stronger than the one she had just unleashed. She was using all her strength. However, the star of the divergence of heaven and earth, Gilgamesh suddenly swung out. The powerful sword energy carrying blood-red energy swept across the field, piercing through heaven and earth. In an instant, a large area in front of him was cleared. Even the bounty hunters worth over 100 million, faced with this blood-red sword energy, had no ability to resist, even worse than paper. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Charlotte Linlin's sword energy. The two sides made contact, but there was hardly a moment to exchange blows before Charlotte Linlin's sword energy instantly collapsed. Charlotte Linlin's pupils constricted. In the next second, she was totally obliterated by the blood-red sword energy. The sword's momentum did not decrease as it roared forward in a straight line. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed. Mountains and rocks crumbled, and the sea trembled. People faintly heard cracking sounds, as if the entire world had been cleaved apart. The divergent sword is held by Gilgamesh, known as the sword that cleaves the world. Its initial form is the key to the king's treasury, and it must first analyze the laws of the present world to be used. It possesses power equal to, or even surpassing, Artoria's Excalibur. It could be said to be the strongest noble phantasm. The sword emitted a wind pressure that created a spatial fault, shattering enemies. Gilgamesh described it as the object from the star that separated heaven and earth before the abyss. Its target is not humans, not walls, not armies, but the world itself. The heaven and earth divergent star, Enuma Elish, refers to the state where the divergent sword is used at maximum power. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a deep chasm appeared, revealing a dry riverbed and the vast sea behind it. All the onlookers felt a chill rising from the depths of their souls. After that sword strike, everything was gone. Corpses, blood, not a trace to be found. Or rather, there was still one person. Charlotte Linling lay on the ground in the most wretched position. Her left arm along with her shoulder completely vanished. Oh, is this what they call observation hockey? Gilgamesh looked at her coldly. Or is it some wild instinct that at the last moment allowed her to dodge the fatal outcome? Even so, she was still not far from death. It seemed he should have shown a bit more mercy, even if this king had not used half of his power. It was not something mere practitioners could withstand. After all, she was just a mere practitioner. He actually showed mercy? The crowd gasped in shock. Such an attack. And yet he showed mercy? Indeed, he did show mercy. Not only because Gilgamesh did not unleash his true full power, which could annihilate countless Avenger clones in one blow, but also because of the host Jiao Su. He had character templates. 1. Uchiha Bito, 84. 2. Yato, 75. 3. Gilgamesh, 74. 4. Itamakoto, 48. 5. Zaraki Kenpachi, 59. The Gilgamesh template Jiao Su possessed was still not in perfect condition. Even after the battle with Charlotte Linling, it was not in its true peak state. Unlike Uchiha Bito's memories, abilities, and ninjutsu that were not at their peak, Gilgamesh's reduction was simpler. He possessed all the noble phantasms, but his stats were different. Strength, endurance, agility, magic, luck, and noble phantasms. These metrics of servant combat power were all reduced to some extent. Previously, Zhao Su could not even wield the Divergent Sword, which was rated EX. However, during this time, Zhao Su consumed the devil fruits obtained from Kenpachi Zaraki in Wano country, those acquired by Uchiha Obito, and those Gilgamesh obtained. Suddenly, Gilgamesh's realism shot up significantly. With a 74 realism, it was already incredibly close to his peak state. Now, Gilgamesh calmly raised his sword, looking at the completely unconscious Charlotte Lingling, who had lost an arm and should be weaker. At this rate, she wouldn't even qualify to be this king's subordinate. Saying this, he was about to bring the sword down. Charlotte Lingling had completely fainted and could not stop him. Even if she could, it would be useless. The crowd widened their eyes. Could it be that the mighty four emperors would fall today? Chapter 168. The Big Mom Pirates Surrender. Second update requested. Chapter 168. The Big Mom Pirates Surrender. Second update requested. Gilgamesh raised his sword, about to strike down. The crowd stared wide-eyed. Was the four emperors about to perish? However, in the next second, Gilgamesh's arm paused. In front of him stood a little girl, arms wide open, in a protective stance, shielding Charlotte Lingling. It was Bruley. She had also participated in this battle, but somehow had gotten so close to the front lines. Little girl, what do you plan to do? Gilgamesh looked at her calmly. Bruley swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and said, "We surrender." Huh? Gilgamesh was taken aback, and so was everyone else. We surrender. I am a 35th daughter of Mama. I want to represent the Big Mom Pirates and surrender to you. Bruley spoke firmly, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, continued, "The Charlotte family admits defeat. If we continue fighting, we will all die, but adults, your subordinates will also suffer some losses, so why bother? Although Mama has lost an arm, she can still get a prosthetic and retain some combat power. The pirate crew is also a Yonko crew with considerable strength. We are willing to surrender to you like Kaido." Bruley's voice was not loud, but in the suddenly quiet battlefield, it was clearly audible. Listening to the 8-year-old girl's crisp voice, the members of the Big Mom Pirates could not help but fall silent. If this continued, they would die. They would all die. That man could easily defeat Mama, and then proceed to slay everyone else. To live, they had to surrender. There was no other option but to surrender. Interesting. Gilgamesh squinted, looking at Bruley, who wore a stubborn expression, feigning calmness, but her eyes showed a hint of uncontainable panic. Although Bruley's words were few, they were very logical. First, she stated her identity, then explained the losses that would occur if the battle continued on Gilgamesh's side, and clearly articulated the benefits of accepting their surrender. At the same time, she provided a way out for everyone. If Kaido could surrender, why couldn't they? Who would want to die if they could live? Gilgamesh could clearly see that the crew members of the Big Mom Pirates had a look of indecision on their faces, and the children of the Charlotte family also showed some hesitation. The Big Mom Pirates were a crew centered around family bloodlines. Charlotte Lingling had given birth to 39 daughters and 46 sons. Of course, that was in the future. There weren't that many yet, but it was still a team based on blood and familial ties. Even if Charlotte Lingling was brutal, family bonds made it hard to let go. This made it difficult for them to shout, "I refuse to surrender. You worthless scum. Why can't you fight to the death?" Other powerful subordinates of the Shatter family have certain marital ties, which somewhat creates a bond of blood relationship, similar to the future relationship between the Flame Tank Pirates and the Sun Pirates. Although not every pair is that loving, this makes it difficult for them to develop a will to fight to the death. Of course, many people can understand this, but at the moment of Big Mom's defeat, very few can think clearly and take action. Bryn is indeed quite interesting. Gilgamesh said with a smirk, knowingly asking, "Little girl, what is your name?" Bryn was taken aback and then softly replied, "My name is Charlotte Bryn." "Very well. Can you tell me if you can represent her?" Gilgamesh pointed his sword downwards, indicating towards Charlotte Lingling. Bryn's expression stiffened. How could she make Charlotte Lingling listen to her? However, of course, Mom listens to me the most after all. I am her favorite daughter, Bryn said confidently. She was confident that outsiders would not know her true relationship with Charlotte Lingling. Bryn is the half-blood child of Charlotte Lingling and the Three-Eyed tribe, possessing 3 eyes. When she was young, she was often bullied by other children because of her third eye and was even despised by her mother Charlotte Lingling, who ordered her to cover her third eye with her bangs. The favorite daughter? More like the most disliked. And even if she is the favorite daughter, what difference does it make? When Charlotte Lingling gets angry, she can kill even her own son. But how many people know about this? She deliberately displayed a confident demeanor. If it weren't for Zhao Su knowing her true situation, he might have really been deceived. However, Gilgamesh pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right, this king accepts your submission. Your Majesty? Doflamingo and others exclaimed. Could it be that they made the 4 emperors submit? Isn't he afraid of Charlotte Lingling rebelling? No problem, Gilgamesh waved his hand. If they dare to rebel, then I will make them understand the consequences. Those who do not know how to appreciate this king's mercy do not deserve to live in this world. His unabashed words left Doflamingo and others speechless. He casually severed Charlotte Lingling's arm, causing her to faint, while Gilgamesh himself remained unharmed. With such a disparity in strength, how many would dare to resist? You all lay down your weapons. Gilgamesh directly commanded the big Moan pirates' crew. I order you to lay down your weapons and accept the custody of my subordinates. Although you have been spared your lives due to my mercy, it does not mean that your current wealth will be protected by me. Shiryu and others have fought for so long, and they deserve a reward. And this reward will obviously come from the big Moan pirates. Of course, there are also the devil fruits that Gilgamesh needs. After a moment of silence, it was unclear who dropped their weapons first, followed by a series of clattering sounds as weapons hit the ground. The bonds of blood relationship caused some powerful individuals, even those who could escape, to ultimately lay down their weapons and await imprisonment. Bryn let out a long breath. She didn't have much emotional attachment to Charlotte Lingling, but that didn't mean she didn't care for her own life. Surrendering could at least ensure her survival. However, before she could relax, she heard Gilgamesh say, "Little girl, you just follow this king for now." Huh? Bryn was instantly taken aback. Chapter 169. Doflamingo in action. Third update request. Bryn changed into a maid outfit, standing nervously to the side. Now that the big Moan pirates had fully surrendered, it was not strange for the pirate crew to surrender since the Charlotte family did not take the lead in resisting. Pirates, after all, can't be expected to fight to the death like the warriors of the founding emperor, right? They were all stuffed into a makeshift prison. Although it wasn't very scientific, and there weren't enough sea stone handcuffs, fortunately, their side had enough strength to suppress them, so it wasn't too concerning. Bryn appeared to force herself to be calm on the surface, but inside, she was actually in a panic. Unlike Zhao Su's imagined steady and orderly Bryn, she had actually prepared her lines in advance, only making slight adjustments before speaking to Gilgamesh. Why did she prepare her lines in advance? That had to do with why a group of daughters followed Charlotte Lingling. Bryn was just one of them. They had long been prepared to plead with Charlotte Lingling, and the content of the plea was similar to Bryn's, essentially arguing that the other party was very strong and useful to them, so it will be better to keep him. This script was even planned with Bryn's help. Having been bullied since she was young, including by her mother Charlotte Lingling, she had gotten used to reading people's expressions and following others' moods. Her sisters went from being hostile to her to getting used to her, and now to relying on her for advice, which could be considered proof of her abilities. Originally, several sisters planned to plead with Charlotte Lingling and then casually proposed that to help Gilgamesh perfectly integrate into the pirate crew. A gentle and virtuous daughter should marry him to win him over, and so on. Although Bryn did not plan to do this, she was pulled along to join in. After all, having one more person to plead would increase the chances of Charlotte Lingling being swayed. Although this set of lines was ultimately not used, Bryn sensed something was off and instead used it to persuade Gilgamesh. Mom hasn't woken up yet. If she wakes up and lets Gilgamesh find something wrong. Bryn's heart trembled, and her expression slightly changed. Although it was a bit scheming, she was just a year-old little girl, and many things couldn't be perfectly resolved. For example, her stiff expression. What's wrong? Gilgamesh's crisp voice sounded as he held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Your body is trembling. I didn't expect you to have clothes that fit me, Bryn stammered, quickly thinking of an excuse. Oh, that's Rebecca's. Gilgamesh casually remarked. She's about the same height as you. Indeed, the outfit Bryn was wearing was Rebecca's. After Violet, King Riku also sent Rebecca over to serve as a maid. Although Rebecca was only 8 years old, the same age as Bryn, it felt as if Scarlet wasn't already Cyrus's wife. It would be quite inappropriate for her to be a maid. He would probably have sent Scarlet over as well. Oh, really? Bryn responded. But inside she was thinking that the girl named Rebecca was indeed also a maid. A girl as young as this has to act as a maid, and it's under circumstances where she is not very willing. Is this guy named Gilgamesh a lolicon? It's a bit reluctant to let Rebecca leave her parents. At the same time, Rebecca used to be a princess of a nation. How could a princess become a maid? Bruin would definitely think it's the result of external forces, the power of the king. She would surely believe it's Gilgamesh's own will. In other words, Gilgamesh is a lolicon. Bruin showed a hint of hesitation. Honestly, this guess was very beneficial for her. At least, if Charlotte Lingling really doesn't listen to advice. She could use her beauty to escape. Zhao Su glanced at the little loli beside him, watching her face change rapidly, feeling a bit unclear about the situation. However, the Gilgamesh he was pretending to be didn't need to do anything. He just had to maintain his proud persona. Instead of that, he thought about how many devil fruits he could get from Charlotte Lingling this time, and whether she would be willing to surrender. Is it important? If she doesn't surrender, then just take her down? So one continued to act, while the other began to ponder how to present her beauty. And the two were quite cooperative. Charlotte Lingling was defeated. The big MOM pirates surrendered completely. This explosive news almost blew up the intelligence personnel hiding around the islands. One by one, they worked hard to relay the information back. No embellishments were needed. This piece of information was enough to shake the entire sea. While the news agencies, the world government, and Dark Forces intelligence personnel were all working hard, a man with a grim expression slowly approached the prison area. Damn, I didn't expect he could really win. Doflamingo's face turned pale. He could be said to be the one with the most schemes in Gilgamesh's team. Before this battle even started, he had secretly prepared an escape route in conjunction with the world government, ready to lead a group of experts to escape after Gilgamesh and Charlotte Lingling fought. Ideally, Gilgamesh would die in battle, Charlotte Lingling would be severely injured, and both sides would suffer, allowing Doflamingo to lead a group of experts to retreat. Then, naturally, he would command that group of experts to submit to Doflamingo's power. Unfortunately, everything turned into a bubble. Now that he thought about it, Doflamingo couldn't help but tremble inside, not realizing he was looking towards a particular cell. How could it be so strong? That S4. In that cell, Charlotte Lingling was imprisoned. What made him even more helpless was that, given Charlotte Lingling's physical condition and the superb treatment from the big MOM Pirates Guild ship doctor, she still hadn't regained consciousness. This showed how severe her injuries were. However, he couldn't let Gilgamesh's power continue to grow. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to escape. Doflamingo's face darkened. He didn't become a warlord just to be someone's S-dog. Among almost all pirates, this warlord was completely a joke. So, not far from the prisoners, a banquet was being held. These people were responsible for guarding the big MOM pirates. Shouldn't defeating a Yonko's pirate crew be celebrated properly? After all, the guards were already locked up and couldn't escape easily. If the Yonko's pirate crew went berserk against Gilgamesh, what would you do? Doflamingo's eyes narrowed as he walked over. He didn't need to use any sneaky door-opening tricks. CP could handle such things entirely. He just needed to attract the guard's attention. Chapter 170 Doflamingo, what's happening? Fourth update request. Chapter 171 Doflamingo, what's happening? Fourth update request, come. Drink. Doflamingo laughed heartily. For us defeating the Yonko. For our king defeating the Four Stinks. For our impending fame. A large group of pirates laughed heartily and raised their cups, although they had already celebrated for 3 days. For pirates, defeating a Yonko was something that could be celebrated for another 3 days without it being excessive. Gulping down drinks and eating meat was their best description, especially for defeating a Yonko. Does that mean we could become the strongest pirate crew? Oh, it seems that Captain Gilgamesh doesn't want to be a pirate. He seems to want to be a king and treat us as subjects. But doesn't matter if we are subjects? Then let us be subjects and create a huge kingdom together. Gilgamesh's charisma was indeed strong. Even this group of vassal pirates was sincerely devoted to him. After defeating the Yonko Charlotte Lingling, everyone respected him even more. Some people had even gradually changed their behavior, no longer acting like ordinary pirates who drink and get drunk today, but instead grooming themselves to look respectable with a gentleman's demeanor. We're going to create a nation. How can we be as rude as pirates? Suddenly, the residents of Pingwu Island noticed that the fierce pirates, who used to charge them money and seemed eager to sell them alcohol, suddenly became polite. Indeed, this couldn't go on. Doflamingo laughed heartily on the surface, but his eyes were icy, especially when he saw his former subordinate, Treble, laughing and drinking with those pirates. His heart grew even colder. Treble, as Doflamingo's direct subordinate, had once respected him as king alongside Diamante and the others. However, now he had started to blend in with Gilgamesh's crew. Doflamingo knew that Treble's actions were not surprising. After all, even he, the nominal superior, was under Gilgamesh. However, Doflamingo himself had always harbored rebellious thoughts, but Treble had none. In Doflamingo's crew, he was a subject, but under Gilgamesh, he would hardly be a subject. Gilgamesh had defeated a Yonko. In terms of prospects and charisma, wasn't he much stronger than Doflamingo? So this absolutely couldn't continue. If Gilgamesh managed to subdue the Charlotte family, then perhaps I would. Doflamingo's heart was cold, and he took a deep breath. Perhaps a hint of surrender was also arising in his heart. There was absolutely no chance of rebellion. But Doflamingo knew his situation. He wasn't that loyal to Gilgamesh and had been colluding with the world government, even selling Gilgamesh's information several times. Although this information didn't have much effect, who would trust someone who had ulterior motives? In the way of pirates, it would be normal to just kill him. He had no way out. However, as long as the Bigman pirates do not fully surrender, there is still hope. Doflamingo thought to himself, revealing a smile, and then raised his glass. Come, let's drink. Cheers. The pirates, without suspicion, laughed heartily and drank. Yet one shadow quietly stole the key from a drunken pirate and headed toward the prison cell unnoticed by anyone. Doflamingo watched this with a smile on his lips and continued to drink heartily with the pirates. The pirates trusted him. In fact, Doflamingo's reputation within Gilgamesh's team was quite good. He was generous and had a strong charisma, although not as much as Gilgamesh. He was relatively approachable compared to other high-ranking members. No one disliked someone who was generous and could drink with them. If his previous predictions were correct, Gilgamesh and Charlotte Linlin would be mutually injured, and he could indeed pull a large number of experts from Gilgamesh. Unfortunately, Doflamingo squinted his eyes, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the prison cell. The guards watching over the Charlotte family were not very strict. After all, although they were all imprisoned, who were the ones guarding them? Former pirates. Most of Gilgamesh's subordinates were pirates themselves. How could they understand what it meant to guard? They could barely manage to put sea prisms on each devil fruit user. So how could they be expected to have any other capabilities? Guards? What is that? Can it be eaten? Moreover, who in this world would dare to offend my king? Therefore, when the CPO stealthily approached, almost no one noticed. The guards on the surface, while not completely dozing off, were clearly somewhat negligent. Thus, the CP easily infiltrated the prison cell, and the first person he approached was Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family. Who? Katakuri suddenly looked up, staring at the shadow at the prison door. Katakuri, let me give you a hand, said the CP with a smile, and without hesitation, he opened the prison door. As part of the intelligence department, they knew one thing very well. While Charlotte Linlin was still unconscious, the most reliable person in the entire family was Katakuri. He was strong, with a bounty of 1.57 billion, and had the respect of his younger siblings. He was the strongest son of Charlotte Linlin and also the top of the suite commanders. With him stepping in, they could quickly rally a rebellion against Gilgamesh. Government people? Katakuri squinted his eyes. That's right. The CP smiled and walked into the cell, heading straight for Katakuri's sea prism cuffs. While unlocking the cuffs, he said, I will help you unlock your cuffs as long as you stay quiet. Katakuri's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said nothing. Doflamingo was still outside drinking, a smile on his lips. Calculating the time, CP should have already acted. They might have already rescued quite a few people. Come on, make a fuss. Only then can I. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the prison cell. Boom! A huge roar came from that direction. What happened? What's going on? The drinking pirates instantly sobered up halfway, hurriedly grabbing their weapons and looking towards the prison cell. In the next second, a figure was thrown high into the air, then crashed down in front of everyone. Spitting blood. Doflamingo exclaimed in surprise. What happened? His exclamation showed no signs of being fake, because that figure spitting blood was actually the CP agent who had contacted him earlier. What happened? Why did the CP agent get beaten and thrown here? What happened? Did the operation fail? Doflamingo's expression changed dramatically, his heart filled with unease. Despite his considerable strength as a warlord, he was a symbol of dominance. However, in front of that man who had almost killed Charlotte Linlin with a single sword, he truly felt powerless. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as a tall man slowly walked out. Katakuri. Everyone was stunned and immediately recognized the name of the man. What do you want to do? I am merciful enough to spare you. Are you seeking death? Doflamingo shouted, but internally he felt a bit shaky. He didn't dare to say who was stronger when compared to Katakuri, and he didn't know how many of his siblings had been freed. Don't panic, Katakuri said in a deep voice. I have no intention of escaping, nor do I intend to resist. He pointed at the CP agent lying on the ground, bleeding. Just now, he suddenly came to my cell and opened the door in cuffs for me, seemingly wanting me to escape. His voice was steady, showing no signs of panic. However, the pirates exchanged glances, wide-eyed. In other words, Doflamingo couldn't help but say, someone wanted to let you go, and you ended up beating him half to death? Yes, Katakuri nodded. You don't want to escape? No. Why? Escaping would mean death, Katakuri said calmly, then glanced indifferently at Doflamingo. The person I've already defeated, the cuffs are still over there in the cell. How you handle me is none of my concern. I'm going back now. Saying this, he actually turned around and walked back in front of everyone. Someone hesitated for a moment, and under Doflamingo's gaze, followed him back to the cell. After a while, they returned with disbelief. What happened? Doflamingo asked. He really just walked back obediently, the pirate said in a daze. He locked the door of the prison cell, put the C-prism cuffs back on himself, and then threw the key to me. Saying this, he took out a set of keys. Among them were not only Katakuri's prison keys, but also those of other prisoners. This was the key that CP had stolen. Then I also checked the other cells, and there were no signs of the cuffs being opened. The pirate added, Katakuri really only took out those who wanted to let him escape, and then returned to his cell. Everyone looked at each other, all dumbfounded. If they were in Katakuri's position, they felt they would definitely escape immediately. Even if they didn't rescue their siblings, they would run for their lives. How could there actually be someone who wouldn't even attempt to escape? However, everyone's gaze gradually fell on that CP agent. Are you trying to secretly release a member of the Bigman Pirates? Doflamingo suddenly shouted. I, a CP0 agent, spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to say something when Doflamingo directly interrupted me. Are all our efforts to have my king defeat Charlotte Linlin in vain? Doflamingo angrily shouted. Do you want our blood to flow for nothing? Then, before the CP0 agent could speak, he suddenly struck. Color of the Supreme King. Transparent threads shot from his hands, clawing like a beast. Swish, swish, swish. The already blood-spitting CP0 agent was instantly sliced into several pieces. The final words stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. Doflamingo took a deep breath, his panicked heart finally calming down a bit. Although his actions were too hasty and would definitely leave some clues, Doflamingo glanced at the people around him. Although the surrounding pirates were also furious, there were still a few who showed a hint of doubt in their eyes. He acted too quickly. He didn't give the CP0 agent any chance to speak. It was as if he was killing to silence. Coupled with his recent actions, someone would definitely be able to guess something. But Doflamingo had no choice. If he let the CP speak, he would definitely reveal his own matters without hesitation. Would killing to silence still be useful then? As for why Doflamingo felt the other party would definitely expose him, Gilgamesh had already grown to the level of an emperor, and both his strength and influence would experience a surge. If he didn't create some matters to make his team suspicious, how could he suppress him? For that, exposing Doflamingo was nothing. On the other side, Katakuri, why are you coming back in? Charlotte Joskerpone couldn't help but speak up. Yeah, brother, you could have left. Charlotte Opera complained. Yeah, it's so uncomfortable with these handcuffs, Charlotte Zekit huffed. Even Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, couldn't help but say, Katakuri, you finally got a chance to escape. Why give it up so easily? Although his strength wasn't the strongest among the Charlotte descendants, he was still the eldest son, and his words carried some weight. There is no chance, Katakuri suddenly spoke. Everyone looked over. Katakuri sat on the floor of the cell, arms wrapped around himself, his body slightly trembling. You all know my observation haki, right? Everyone nodded in unison. Katakuri's observation haki was incredibly strong, possessing top-tier abilities. He had even reached a level where he could see the future. Not only could he see, but he could also hear sounds. Katakuri could instantly understand the developments of the near future. It was akin to predicting the future. I saw that after Mom's defeat. Daifuku oven cracker and Smoothie acted together, Katakuri said solemnly. Daifuku, oven, and cracker could almost be said to be the top existences in the Charlotte family. Although their strengths varied, they were not far apart, all possessing the power of bounties in the billion range. And then, Smoothie, the only female among the 4 sweet commanders, asked. Katakuri's arm seemed to tremble. He fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Then I saw us all being killed by that man with a single sword. I could escape, but I didn't dare to. For a moment, the prison fell into a dead silence. Chapter 172, The Aura of Kings. Second update request. Chapter 112, The Aura of Dominance. Second update request. A commotion thus calmed down. The next day, Gilgamesh received the news and didn't say much. Just called for Doflamingo and Katakuri. You didn't escape yesterday? Gilgamesh looked at Katakuri with great interest. Couldn't escape, Katakuri said solemnly. With you here, we have no possibility of escaping. He was frank, completely avoiding flattery like your charm has captivated me. The meaning of his words was clear. With a presence like yours suppressing us, we had no chance of escaping. Interesting, Gilgamesh squinted at Doflamingo beside him. It seems he is much more interesting than you, Doflamingo. Yes, indeed. Doflamingo secretly felt sweat in his palms, but on the surface he showed no unusual reaction and smiled. With such a man allied, my king's great cause is promising. Is that so? Gilgamesh squinted, then continued to look at Katakuri. Do you want anything? Since you are still a somewhat interesting subject, I can show a bit of my benevolence. Katakuri did not refuse and directly said, Then could you please remove the handcuffs from my brothers and sisters? They are not used to wearing such things. Although the Charlotte family was not liked by everyone, even the less favored BRL, he had never experienced being handcuffed. After all, they were children of the 4 emperors. How many people would treat them this way? Even if most of them had strong wills, many still couldn't help but complain. Fine, I grant it, Gilgamesh nodded. You may go now. Go back and tell the people guarding you. Katakuri nodded, said nothing more, and directly turned to leave. Just as he was about to walk out the door, he paused and said, The person who opened the door for me looks a bit like someone from the world government. After saying that, he no longer cared and left directly. Only Gilgamesh remained, along with a somewhat uneasy Doflamingo. Gilgamesh's eyes quietly looked at Doflamingo, bringing immense pressure. Doflamingo swallowed hard. He knew his actions were not very discreet. His sealing actions were too decisive, inevitably raising some suspicion. But he had no choice. In that situation, if he didn't seal, would he wait for CP0 to spill everything before sealing? If he clarified the matter, it would be a fight. Doflamingo encouraged himself inwardly, his hands and feet stiff. No matter what, my life, isn't so easy to take away. However, although his inner thoughts were strong, he did not feel he had any chance of winning. Doflamingo was very self-aware. He clearly knew the vast gap between himself and the 4 emperors. And in front of Gilgamesh, who possessed power beyond the 4 emperors, he had no qualification to cause any trouble for him. Silence is silence. Just as Doflamingo was about to consider whether to strike first, he suddenly heard Gilgamesh say, What about the artificial devil fruit? Doflamingo, hearing the pardon, quickly said, No problem. Caesar has already arrived in Dressrosa, and the research institute we built has also been completed. We can start work within 7 days at the latest. Did you bring back my devil fruits from the black market? Gilgamesh calmly asked. Yes. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and replied, I guarantee that when you return to Dressrosa, you will see at least 5 devil fruits. Too few, at least 10, Gilgamesh said calmly. Doflamingo bit his teeth and nodded. All right, I understand. Gilgamesh then nodded, and the heavy atmosphere lightened. Doflamingo let out a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter was settled. However, he did not notice the dangerous glint in Gilgamesh's eyes. Unfortunately, the god of destruction is still on cooldown. Zhao Su squinted and looked at Doflamingo. He wasn't a fool. He could easily guess what role Doflamingo played in that prison break just by listening casually. But he knew he still needed Doflamingo. No one was better at acquiring devil fruits from the black market than Doflamingo. The cooldown time for the god of destruction is still 2 months. So let us just keep you happy for 2 months. Zhao Su squinted, his eyes dangerously focused. The actions of the subordinates are somewhat problematic, but the Bigman pirates are indeed very dangerous. Although Doflamingo let out a sigh of relief, he hesitated and said, My king, are you not worried that Charlotte Linlin will wake up and use the power of her pirate crew to overshadow you? Although he had just committed a crime, his following suggestion was somewhat problematic, but he was speaking the truth. The mid to low-tier combat power of the Bigman pirates far exceeds the upper-tier combat power of the team composed of Gilgamesh. It could be said that if we do not count Gilgamesh's own strength, even if Charlotte Linlin surrenders, 2/3 of the power on Gilgamesh's side would be composed of the other party. This is a very dangerous ratio that, in Zhao Su's previous life, would have been enough for the other side to take over the company. However, Gilgamesh frowned and said coldly, Do you not believe in my charisma? As a subject, it is only natural to be loyal to me. What of Charlotte Linlin? A mere mixed blood. How could she possibly compare to me? Doflamingo was momentarily stunned and opened his mouth. Honestly, he did acknowledge Gilgamesh's charisma, but could it really be the same? How could the crew of the 4 emperors be so easily swayed to submit? They are the subordinates of the 4 emperors. Charisma is not the same as domineering power. How could one simply raise their arm and command complete submission? Just then, someone came to report. Report, my king. Shichibukai Crocodile has arrived. Crocodile? Doflamingo was taken aback. What is he here for? He should be here to show his submission to me, Gilgamesh calmly replied. As a subordinate Shichibukai, it is rather unqualified for him to come to see me only now. Let him in. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. If it weren't for a bit of rationality left in his head, he would have directly questioned Gilgamesh. Who gave you the confidence to think that Crocodile is here to submit? After all, he is also a Shichibukai. Do you think he's like me, pretending to submit for some reason? 3 minutes later, Doflamingo stared blankly as he watched Crocodile bow his head to Gilgamesh, his expression dazed. Could it be that there truly exists such a domineering charisma? Chapter 173. Charlotte Linlin's Response. Third update requested. Chapter 113. Charlotte Linlin's Response. Third update requested. Gilgamesh certainly possesses considerable charisma, and others like Uchiha Madara, Saitama, etc. also have similar charms. Even if we take a step back, even someone like Chang'e has a certain charm, particularly towards women. However, no matter how strong Zhao Su's charm is, it could never be like the domineering aura in novels that makes people submit out of thin air. Then, Crocodile must have been controlled by the god of destruction to come here. Zhao Su did not reveal his identity. He merely ordered him to come to Gilgamesh. If there were no additional commands, Crocodile would probably think he was sent here as a spy. And now, it seems that all the Shichibukai might gather together. Zhao Su squinted, glancing at the stunned Doflamingo beside him. Doflamingo was just waiting for the god of destruction to be ready to use him. Crocodile had already submitted. Out of the 7 positions of Shichibukai, 2 7s had already submitted. The rest were not without weaknesses and were not so difficult to figure out. Back then, when I casually mentioned the Shichibukai as Gilgamesh, wasn't that just the Shichibukai under me? That jest is gradually becoming reality. For now, you should return to Alabasta, Gilgamesh said. For the time being, I don't need you here. Crocodile, in fact, if it weren't for him learning that one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was defeated by this man, he would have almost wanted to confront him directly upon hearing such words. However, since even if Four Emperor was so lightly defeated, what exactly does Zhao Su want me here for? Crocodile secretly speculated, but did not show it. In the end, he nodded and was about to leave again. Gilgamesh looked at Crocodile. He had arrived early, and not many people knew him. This matter might still be suppressed and become a plot against the world government. Of course, there are many spies on our side, making it easy to leak information, like Doflamingo. However, since Doflamingo himself killed CP, even if it was justified, it would still take quite a while to re-establish contact with the world government. As long as we control the situation a bit, it will be enough to delay until the God of Destruction's cooldown is over. After Katakuri returned, the prisoners of the Charlotte family had improved quite a bit. Without the sea-stone handcuffs, everyone felt a bit more relaxed. Of course, some people were still unwilling and plotted to escape, but they were stopped by Katakuri. He is the strongest in the Big Mom Pirates, aside from Charlotte Linlin, and with his foresight from observation hockey, he usually commands great authority, making it not difficult to suppress such matters. On the other side, BRL, he also occasionally came to visit, discussing with the Charlotte sisters how to seduce men. She seemed to think she had grasped Gilgamesh's preferences and was preparing for when Charlotte Linlin woke up, hoping to at least preserve her life. As for sacrificing her chastity, she didn't see it as such a serious matter. The Charlotte family often engages in marriages with outsiders and seldom plays with emotions, always following the words of their matriarch, Charlotte Linlin. What does it matter to sacrifice one's chastity? As long as life is preserved, there is always a chance for a fresh start. Many girls from the Charlotte family envy Brulee's decision. What a handsome and charming man. If the current situation were not so different from what they had originally envisioned, they would probably be begging Charlotte Linlin for favors right now. Most of the men in the Charlotte family remain silent, and Katakuri says little. Everything now waits for their mother to awaken. 3 days later, Charlotte Linlin finally woke up. So it turns out, I have failed, she whispered, disbelief in her eyes. That's right, you have failed, Gilgamesh calmly replied while sipping his drink, proudly stating. You have two choices, surrender or let your children die with you. Underneath them, the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates swallowed hard, waiting for the fate's outcome. Brulee stood quietly behind Gilgamesh, still wearing her maid outfit, but she had put a lot of effort into her appearance otherwise. Earrings, rings, necklaces, various little decorations showcased her exquisite beauty, even giving her a hint of allure despite her youth. These accessories were borrowed from her sisters. Brulee used the excuse of I will charm Gilgamesh to plead for you to borrow these items and received help from some aesthetically pleasing sisters to create this look. But Mom, you have to agree, Brulee thought nervously. Even though I'm ready to seduce him, there's still a chance of failure. Agree to him. Agree. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perispero, was also extremely anxious, saying, Mom, please don't go crazy at this moment. Katakuri's expression was cold and silent, just quietly staring at Charlotte Linlin. Others similarly watched Charlotte Linlin, waiting for her response. What benefits would surrendering bring me? Charlotte Linlin sneered. For example, my Tato land will belong to me. Gilgamesh replied calmly. His blunt words shocked everyone. Charlotte Linlin's pupils were filled with bloodshot veins. The fairy tale homies created by my power must obey my orders, Gilgamesh replied calmly. My desserts. Charlotte Linlin squinted. I don't care. Gilgamesh's voice remained calm. But by siding with me, you naturally lose many rights to demand this and that. Even if you can still eat what you want afterward, the quality will be worse than before. Brulee tightly clenched her fingers. Rosinante gulped nervously, and Katakuri appeared calm, but upon closer inspection, his eyes had narrowed to the limit. The situation was perilous, and conflict was about to erupt at any moment. However, at that moment, Charlotte Linlin suddenly spoke. All right, I understand. Then I will temporarily refrain from surrendering to you. Charlotte Linlin sighed, but uttered words that surprised everyone. Surrender? The four emperors surrender again? And Mom, he has rejected the conditions you mentioned earlier. Gilgamesh nodded, not caring whether the other party was deceiving him, just waving his hand. Countless weapons appeared out of thin air, shattering the doors of the prison that held the Big Mom Pirates, releasing them. Is it really impossible for the four emperors to surrender? Not necessarily. The four emperors are also human, and as humans, they have attachments. Charlotte Linlin's attachment is her family. To be precise, she is someone who craves family presence, to the extent that her subordinates call her mom. When encountering a strong opponent, her first thought is to marry her daughters to them to subdue them. Although Charlotte Linlin is naturally fierce, she also has aspirations and emotions. For instance, even now, she still thinks of that nun from Carmelo. And to fulfill the young nun's dream of a place where all races can live happily, she even created the Land of Nations. In a land of nations, everyone is treated equally, various races coexist, but there has never been discrimination. At least, no overt discrimination. She longs for a utopia where all races and species can coexist harmoniously. This dream, initially brought by the nun, has been realized under her command. Although that nun was actually an evil child trafficker, Charlotte Linlin, despite her brutality, also gleaned some things from Gilgamesh's words. I treat everyone equally. Whether they're your subordinates or you, I do not care. Everything belongs to me, and everything will be borne by me. Thus, there was a basis for her surrender. The dignity of the four emperors is indeed a hassle, but one must know that the four emperors did not initially desire to go solo. They are not the kind that refuses to bend. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were all once members of the Rocks Pirates. And Shanks also once followed the Pirate King. This means they are not inherently proud beings who cannot bow to others. Kaido is a very obvious example. Although there are reasons he was defeated by Odin, his surrender is indeed a fact. No matter how problematic this surrender is still surrender. The four emperors can also surrender to someone. However, this question has never been contemplated. Including Broly and others, they all stared wide-eyed at Charlotte Linlin, especially Doflamingo, whose eyes nearly popped out. You are one of the four emperors. How can the four emperors surrender? First, focus on healing your injuries. Gilgamesh stood up. If you can demonstrate enough value, I might not be unwilling to show my mercy and restore your arm. Just an arm, although in the pirate world, even Zephyr ultimately had to live with a mechanical arm. But in front of Gilgamesh, enough treasures represent enough power. Oh, by the way, Gilgamesh suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said, "You all go to the Land of Nations and bring back the treasures inside to me in Dressrosa. Considering your sincere surrender, I will allow you to keep a quarter for yourselves and then distribute a quarter to my subordinates. Of course, the devil fruits and other treasures are all mine." This is based on Katakuri's actions, which also allowed the Bigman pirates to breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were defeated, they could still leave with something. Gilgamesh's subordinates had no major objections, as everyone knew who truly determined the victory. "Then let's disband," Gilgamesh said. "We should leave. This small island has already received too much favor from this king, and it can't bear any more." There is no need to elaborate on the following matters. The nations and some vassal territories needed to change their flags. The flag of Charlotte Linlin's IGMOM pirates would also become a thing of the past. Unless Gilgamesh died or Charlotte Linlin defected, there was basically no possibility of this flag appearing again. Gilgamesh set sail again, this time heading directly back to Dressrosa. With so much new territory added, he clearly did not plan to visit each one. However, Doflamingo couldn't help but express some objections to letting the Bigman pirates return to the nations, such as what would happen if they rebelled after being released. Before Broly could hurriedly defend her family, Gilgamesh simply replied disdainfully, "Then just crush them like an ant. They have no value in surviving after ignoring this king's mercy." Broly's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and she decided to contact her brother and sister later. Doflamingo's heart was also racing. He felt that Gilgamesh's words had deeper meaning, as if they were directed at him. However, his relationship with the world government had already been severed, making it impossible to contact them in the short term, and he dared not reach out. Gilgamesh pondered for a moment, said nothing more, and quietly gazed at the calm sea. The ship continued its journey. The sky of the Grand Line was unpredictable, and the journey was not short. For ordinary sailors, sailing required constant attention to the wind direction, adjusting the sails, and even when there was free time, they couldn't be idle, needing to balance the ship to improve sailing speed. But for Gilgamesh, such things were unrelated to him. "It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed," Zhao Su thought to himself. If it were just one person like Gilgamesh, it would be much easier. However, Zhao Su was quite troubled. He needed to play the role of Gilgamesh here, and when he could relax, he could only rely on his clones to take over, while his main body had to rush to another template to play a different role. It had been a long time since he had such a relaxing moment. Once they brought the devil fruits from the nations and absorbed them, they would have to change locations again, Zhao Su thought. Kazuki's Kimbaki also asked Kaido for a batch of devil fruits. The Saitama template was easy to handle, but Uchiha Madara was also collecting them. Fortunately, several major powers were simultaneously gathering intelligence, allowing Zhao Su to keep track of various movements and not waste opportunities. Otherwise, he would have to be 10 times busier. Now it could be considered a rare moment of rest. So Zhao Su turned his gaze to the several girls in front of him. Speaking of which, Gilgamesh had quite a few maids. Chapter 175. They really don't know. First update request for automatic. Chapter 115. They really don't know. First update request for automatic. What do we rely on to pass the time? Of course, it's to look at the girls. Coincidentally, Gilgamesh happened to be the character in Zhao Su's disguise who had the most maids. Broly, in order to survive, currently served as Gilgamesh's maid. Princess Violet was sent by her father, Riku, to be a maid. Princess Rebecca was sent by her grandfather, King Riku, to be a maid. The ghost Princess Perona was taken as a subordinate when Gilgamesh defeated Moonlight Moria and currently held the position of head maid. Since Zhao Su came into this role, he had only Robin by his side, and the other Revolutionary Army girls were not particularly close. Yet Gilgamesh brazenly had so many maids. Indeed, being an emperor is a man's ultimate dream. The only problem was that these maids were quite young. The oldest, Perona and Violet, had only just escaped the 3-year death sentence range. Wait a minute. Zhao Su suddenly rubbed his chin. The laws in the world of One Piece seem quite different from those in Zhao Su's previous life, more like the laws in Neon. For example, women can marry at 16. Looking at it this way, although Rebecca and Broly were still quite young, the other two. No. As a king, I have the right to set the laws of my country. Should I take the time to change some laws? Zhao Su rubbed his chin. In fact, even if I were to take them, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? Being a king, having multiple wives is acceptable. Although Gilgamesh's legend doesn't mention how many wives he had, such questions can entirely be resolved by me. Gilgamesh was the king of ancient Uruk. In that mythological era, how many people would record whether he had wives? Why not spend that time recording his great achievements instead? That kind of thing like Xuanyuan's night with 100 women and ascending in the daytime doesn't count. It seemed that the girls sensed Gilgamesh's gaze and looked over. Broly quickly showed a good smile. She had been used to being bullied because of her eyes since childhood, accustomed to guessing others' thoughts and being cautious. She had not yet grown up and had not transformed from guessing others' intentions to using a kind exterior to disguise herself and deceive others. She only looked pitiful and not detestable. Violet also noticed Gilgamesh's gaze. Although she didn't know why he was looking at her, she knew how to respond. Violet snorted coldly, standing with her arms crossed, revealing an unyielding expression. Yes, she was most accustomed to expressing her dissatisfaction in this posture. She was unhappy with her father for sending her here, unhappy with Gilgamesh for completely ignoring her, and unhappy with her father for later sending her niece over. Rebecca was a bit dazed, but seeing her aunt snort, she simply put her hands on her hips and let out a cute snort. Although she didn't know why she was snorting, she just did. Perona looked confusedly at Violet, then at Rebecca, and then turned her head to look at Gilgamesh. What's wrong? What happened? Zhao Su's eyelid twitched, and he gently shook his head. Forget it. Just consider eye candy. After all, he didn't expect to rely on them for anything. Although the maids were called maids, they were practically akin to flower vases, because none of them were suitable for serving people. Wait a minute. Broly being exploited as a girl under 10 years old seemed a bit interesting. Zhao Su revealed a familiar smile in his heart. However, in reality, the character Gilgamesh didn't seem like one who would be captivated by beauty. Although he had pursued Saber, it was less about Saber's beauty and more about his interest in Saber herself. Did he like her stubbornness? Did he appreciate her personality? The problem is, how many pirates are like Saber, an independent woman who could be a queen on her own? Charlotte Linlin? In the end, Zhao Su helplessly discovered that the few characters he played didn't seem like ones that could attract women. Gilgamesh valued temperament, Saitama had no feelings for women. Kenpachi Zaraki preferred fighting, and Madara Uchiha loved his buddy Hashirama Senju. As for Makoto, forget it. He had just appeared and should be spared from the axe for a while longer. The ship continued to sail forward, and there were always various kinds of people encountered at sea. There were pirates, merchant ships, and the navy. Everyone was no longer a novice, and had already gotten used to occasionally encountering some vessels on the sea. After all, most people would actively avoid Gilgamesh's Uruk flag. Of course, there were exceptions. "My king, a fleet is approaching us," Doflamingo said with a grin. "Who is it?" Gilgamesh asked without looking up. Doflamingo replied, "According to the flag, it should be Germa 66. Germa 66, also known as the Germa Kingdom, is the name of a unique maritime nation without a fixed territory. It usually operates with dozens of ships separately, but when combined, it becomes a kingdom. Germa 66 is the name of the army of the Germa Kingdom. But people are more accustomed to referring to the name of the army to represent the country. This country is most famous and powerful because of its military. They can even act as mercenaries or war profiteers in various countries, and their formidable army can often easily deal with enemies. This is also one of the main sources of income for the Germa Kingdom. What do they want? Gilgamesh yawned. It seems they want to attack us. Doflamingo hesitated to say, unsure himself. Attack? A small Germa kingdom dares to attack us. He was rarely unaware that we had just defeated the pirate crew of the Yonko Charlotte Linlin. Meanwhile, on the Germa warship, "Father, is it really good to attack directly?" Reiju hesitated. "What, are you scared?" Ichiji said dismissively. "They're just a bunch of famous pirates. What is there to fear?" Niji snorted. Just as Reiju was about to say something, the commander of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge, waved his hand and said, "We are here at the invitation of Charlotte Linlin to attend her banquet. If we see pirates daring to provoke her, and we don't even lift a finger, won't that invite gossip?" Judge narrowed his eyes. "Germa wants to regain dominance in the North Sea, and we need the help of the Yonko. We must take action." The world is truly intricate. They really don't know that the help Vinsmoke Judge eagerly anticipated has just been eliminated by Gilgamesh. Chapter 176. We are the ones who will laugh last. Second update requested automatically. In this vast sea, the transmission of information has never been an easy task. The Dindin Mushi is not a real phone. Its frequency is limited and cannot achieve global communication. Even in Zhao Su's previous life, maritime communication relied on satellites, land-based stations, and ships. Compared to land, even without mountains and other obstructions, is still more troublesome. In various kingdoms, however, there are many newspapers, and a relatively complete communication system has been established. But at sea, one can only rely on newsbirds that come at unknown times to learn some information. Unfortunately, after experiencing battles with the Yonko, although many informants worked hard to relay the situation, everyone in the news agencies recognized the changes brought by the fall of the Yonko. However, even if they rushed to get the news out the next day, the people of the Germa Kingdom still couldn't receive sufficiently new information. Then they made this mistake. It can't really be called a mistake. Before this battle, who could have anticipated such an outcome? Judge himself had the idea of relying on Charlotte Linlin to regain the dominance of the North Sea. Now that he had caught a chance to buy goodwill from Linlin, how could he not take action? Without knowing the situation of that battle, his actions were actually quite reasonable. If he slowly contacted Charlotte Linlin, even if both sides had intentions, the continuous adjustments would still require a lot of time. Judge thought to himself, but if he could take this opportunity to fight Gilgamesh, it would quickly bring the two sides closer together. For this, it was worth it. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Judge had long wanted to gain Charlotte Linlin's support to seize the North Sea, but it would take several years to arrange a marriage alliance. There was no way. The union of two powers had various troubles, and the adjustment period would inevitably lead to conflicts. Perhaps at first, Charlotte Linlin also wanted to team up with Judge, just like Kaido and Wano, but ultimately decided to take direct action when the adjustment period didn't go well. Of course, discussing these things now is pointless. Attack! Judge waved his hand, and the German ships immediately opened fire. Boom! 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 The cannons roared. As someone qualified and confident enough to ally with the Yonko, Judge indeed had considerable capital. Vinsmoke Judge had once worked with Dr. Vegapunk in an illegal research team as a scientist. When Vegapunk discovered the bloodline factor of a life design diagram, the world government eliminated that organization, taking Vegapunk and his team away, while Judge escaped. In the end, Vegapunk unlocked the conditions for transmitting the abilities of devil fruits and enabled objects to possess devil fruit powers, while Vinsmoke Judge developed replicated soldiers, modified humans, and combat suits. Though he looked rough, he was a very formidable scientist. With his technology, he built the Germa's strength to dominate the region. The 7 soldiers, who obeyed orders absolutely and had strong battle awareness, were exceptional, equipped with weapons of his own design. A battle-hardened army with strong combat awareness. Even if Gilgamesh is strong, we can retreat, Judge thought to himself. Aligning with Charlotte Linlin could also serve as a reason to get closer to her. Bailey without harm. Let's do it. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire on the sea continued to roar. The battles on the ocean often begin with the thunder of cannonballs. Compared to ships and artillery, Gaji was confident he wouldn't lose. And indeed, as the artillery battle began, Gilgamesh's ships began to rock continuously, with several vessels carrying other sailors getting hit. They actually dared to attack. Gilgamesh was taken aback, but did not forget what he should do now. Doflamingo, Shiryu. My king, we have both Doflamingo and Shiryu stepping forward. Let's get rid of them. Yes. Soon, a figure flew through the sky, heading towards Germa's ships. Another person took a small boat, braving the waves, and charged straight ahead. Gaji frowned. It's Doflamingo and Shiryu. Fire. Don't let them get close. He knew he had to take these famous sea powers seriously. Of course, if they came over, should he leave them behind first? Gaji thought to himself. Inside Gilgamesh's ship. Hey, aren't you going out? Perona couldn't help but ask. What for? Gilgamesh leisurely held his wine cup and replied. Perona said, your subordinates are in battle. Gilgamesh calmly replied, if I need to personally intervene in such a minor skirmish, I wouldn't need such vassals. Perona tilted her head in confusion, looking adorably silly. However, 3 minutes later, she suddenly noticed the cannon fire outside had diminished. 5 minutes later, the cannon fire gradually ceased. 2 minutes later, Shiryu and Doflamingo returned to the ship. My king, the matter is resolved. Gilgamesh nodded. What are the results? It's quite embarrassing. We left a few of their ships behind, but Gaji and his few daughters didn't manage to keep Doflamingo. He shrugged. They sent a group of fearless soldiers to entangle us, taking the opportunity to escape. In fact, if they really wanted to pursue, it wasn't impossible to catch up. After all, Doflamingo could fly. However, he wasn't kind enough to entangle the enemy to create opportunities for others. Gilgamesh casually said, you couldn't take down the enemy completely. Huh? Considering you didn't let the blood of the miscellaneous fly around in front of me, you can go down. This matter didn't need to be overly concerned about. On the other side, Gaji's face was dark. Huge losses. Huge losses. He had brought over 20 ships, and half of them were left behind. If he hadn't decisively sacrificed several ships and soldiers to the cannon fire and quickly escaped, he estimated everyone would have been left behind. The lower-tier combat power of Germa wasn't a problem. However, in terms of higher-tier combat power, each of Shiryu and the others could be called their ancestors. Especially now that Reiju and the others had not yet grown up, their strength was considerably weaker than in the future, making it even more difficult to withstand Doflamingo and others' attacks. And just like that, Gilgamesh himself hadn't even made an appearance. Truly a renowned powerhouse of the sea. His strength was impressive. Gaji sighed deeply, looking at his somewhat disheveled children, encouraging them. Don't worry, they won't be arrogant for long. Soon we will ally with Charlotte Linlin, who will also have to face Gilgamesh once. We will be the ones who laugh last. Gaji clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. All his children nodded in unison. The next day, Gaji stared blankly at the news in his hands, his expression dazed. How is this possible? Chapter 177. Gaji is a bit about to cry. Third update request. Chapter 178. Gaji is a bit about to cry. Third update request. The Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin has been defeated and surrendered to Gilgamesh. Upon seeing this news, people all over the world couldn't help but fall into a strange silence. Another Four Emperor has been defeated. At the same time, Another four emperor has surrendered. Those a bit older even felt they could hardly understand this world anymore. Can the four emperors really surrender? The title of four emperor is a title that only those who reign over the sea possess. At the same time, it is also a title of invincibility. Unless facing other four emperors or top experts of the Navy, how could they possibly be defeated? Yet they have indeed been defeated. And not just one, but defeated and surrendered. Sengoku's expression was grave as he called together numerous vice admirals and admirals, holding several days of meetings at Navy headquarters. At the beginning of the meeting, his first words were, "This sea is about to become turbulent again." Sengoku is no weakling. He is experienced, and his various honors could fill several walls. He wouldn't be like some ordinary people exclaiming about how the four emperors could be defeated, which is a trivial topic. How could the four emperors not be defeated? Originally, there was another notorious pirate who was revered as a four emperor. But a few years ago, he was taken down by red-haired Shanks, who then became the new four emperor. The four emperors can be defeated, not to mention Kaido, who has sought out stimulation at Navy headquarters and has been captured and executed more than once. Although he has not been truly killed, being defeated and captured is still a defeat. However, the four emperors being defeated and surrendering is still a first. At the same time, this has happened consecutively twice. Sengoku took a deep breath. Do you know what I just thought of? Beside him, Garp, rarely not joking, had a serious expression as he said, "Roger?" Sengoku nodded. After Roger's death, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido took turns rising to power, taking out several pirate strongmen, solidifying their positions. He twitched the corner of his mouth, not finishing his sentence, but everyone present understood what he was implying. The era of great pirates. The sea was turbulent, with various pirate strongmen running rampant, as if raising a king of goo. This turmoil has not completely dissipated to this day. And now, a new round of king of goo competition has begun, especially since Kenpachi Zaraki and Gilgamesh have taken down Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, becoming the newer kings of goo. On one side, they are about to face challenges from pirates wanting to become kings of goo, while on the other side, Whitebeard and other old kings of goo must also face challenges from pirates. The pirates, once suppressed by the three major forces of the four emperors, warlords, and navy, are about to get excited again. More strong individuals will emerge from among them, and the navy will face even greater challenges. Sengoku took a deep breath, glancing at Saitama, who was nonchalantly chewing gum and blowing bubbles, his expression finally not so serious. Among the pirates, there are people like Gilgamesh, but we in the Navy also have existences that are not inferior to him. This competition, we may not necessarily lose. The warring states raised their heads and began to arrange for the Navy to prepare for the Goo King election work. In the New World on a small island, a shiny blade pierced through a man's body, white blade in, red blade out. Seriously, do they really think our boss is the youngest among the four emperors? So he can be underestimated? Beckman coldly snorted and knocked the pirate in front of him to the ground. They were fighting a group of pirates. Of course, the battlefield was completely one-sided. Ha ha, our boss has been underestimated. Jesus Boo laughed heartily and took the opportunity to shoot and kill a pirate. Yes, our boss has been underestimated again. Lucky Lou fired while still munching on meat, and didn't he forget to mock his own boss? Boss, you really have no authority. Exactly. It's a waste of our hard work. The others also laughed, killing enemies while mocking their boss a few times. Shanks didn't care, instead laughing heartily. Well, if I were those little pirates, I might as well try to challenge too. The sea has never lacked strong hands. Maybe one day someone will kill Whitebeard and become the next four emperor. Everyone laughed, but no one said anything like, why not just take out our boss? Because they were confident that with them around, no one could defeat their boss. However, Shanks squinted at the newspaper, treating the battlefield as nothing. Recently, there had indeed been too many explosive news and too many sudden challengers. In fact, Whitebeard was similar to Shanks, facing similar pirates challenging him. Of course, they were also easily crushed and killed. Just like Shanks' subordinates, the captains under Whitebeard never thought anyone could defeat their boss with them around. And in reality, although the New World was full of powerful pirates, the reason the four emperors were the four emperors was that they were truly strong. Even though two of the four emperors had already been defeated, and their reputation was rapidly declining. Pirates couldn't come up with any trouble for Whitebeard and Shanks. The impact of the news brought by Zhao Su would gradually sink under their undefeated records. However, this impact didn't mean much for Whitebeard and Shanks, but it was different for others. For example, Katakuri's face was devoid of color. He repeatedly flipped through the newspaper, even going to several islands to confirm the news was correct. Then he lifted his head in front of his equally pale children and said in a tone that wanted to cry, "It seems we provoked the wrong person." Chapter 178. Let us go find Kisuke Urahara. Fourth update requested automatically. Katakuri's expression was frighteningly ugly. Reiju's face was also not good, while Ichi Niji and others laughed heartily. This was indeed a huge blunder. Ha ha ha. Father originally wanted to please Charlotte Linlin, but now Big Mom has surrendered to her. Haha, fortunately, that Gilgamesh didn't make a move himself. Otherwise, we would have been dead for sure. Katakuri's expression was dark. How could his sons still laugh? Well, they really could. They were all modified individuals, devoid of fear. But Reiju and Katakuri were not. Katakuri was a scientist and a warrior, and although Reiju was also modified, she didn't have modified emotions. They were all too clear about the consequences of offending the Emperor of the Sea. Gilgamesh didn't even need to make a move. Just two subordinates had pushed them back. What did that represent? Previously, with Charlotte Linlin as a psychological support, he hadn't cared much. But now, don't forget, Charlotte Linlin was also just Gilgamesh's subordinate. Katakuri knew very well that he and Charlotte Linlin had not yet established a relationship, although he had ideas. Turning thoughts into reality needed time. "Father, what should we do?" Reiju said with a heavy expression. Although Germa was a kingdom, many kingdoms have been taken down by the four emperors. And most importantly, Germa's income mainly came from mercenaries, which required running around various countries. They had to deal with the sea. Unless Katakuri wanted Germa to perish, he had to solve this problem. Katakuri's expression was grim as he took several deep breaths. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Gilgamesh can already be said to have replaced Charlotte Linlin as a four-emperor. Then let us go seek refuge with the other four." Seeking protection. Other four emperors? Reiju frowned and said, "Father, who shall we seek refuge with?" Kaido had just been taken down, and although Whitebeard and Shanks were known as pirates, they actually acted very gently. As mercenaries, they might have blood on their hands that was more than those two pirates combined. Seeking refuge with them would surely be difficult to get along with. And don't forget, Katakuri still wanted to use the power of the four emperors to conquer the North Sea. Would they lend him their strength? Absolutely not. The guy who took down Kaido, I believe he is not weaker than Gilgamesh, right? Katakuri clearly thought about this problem and didn't hesitate. Moreover, he had the Wano country under him, so it wouldn't be strange for Germa to seek refuge with him. And it wouldn't anger the world government as much as seeking refuge with Charlotte Linlin. Kisuke Urahara should be able to defeat Gilgamesh, right? He could only rely on his strength. Katakuri thought resolutely. Zhao Su, of course, didn't know about Katakuri's ploy and wouldn't care. Unless he obtained a research-type template similar to Orochimaru or Urahara Kisuke, otherwise his abilities wouldn't be of much use to Zhao Su. After all, why use technology for problems that could be solved with a basic attack? He simply sat casually on the ship, calmly returning to Dressrosa, preparing to accept the legacy of the Big Mom pirates. According to the current news, Charlotte Linlin hadn't even considered betrayal. She took some of the people sent out by Gilgamesh and returned to Whole Cake Island, then packed up the wealth, preparing to transport it to Dressrosa as if she had truly surrendered. Doflamingo temporarily lost contact with the world government, although Khalifa, who was appointed as the black market chief by Gilgamesh, tried to contact Doflamingo several times. He was rejected. Right now, he didn't plan to show his face. Showing up would really get him killed. On the other side, in Mariewa, 5 old men with white hair sat in a room, their eyes blazing deep in thought. Charlotte Linlin had been taken down once again. It should be submission. According to CP's intelligence, she is quite obedient, and her eating disorder hasn't flared up much. It seems she has truly submitted to Gilgamesh. He is indeed very strong. We already knew he was strong, but that suddenly appearing Kenpachi Zaraki is also very powerful, able to fight Kaido. And Uchiha Madara. How did so many strong individuals suddenly emerge in this sea? The expressions of the 5 people turned grim. They had originally prepared to maintain the balance of power at sea, but one strong figure after another had shattered their plans. According to CP's intelligence, Whitebeard has already been provoked by 3 not-weak pirate crews, and red-haired Shanks has also been challenged by 4 or 5 major pirates. The sea is in turmoil, all because of those suddenly appearing experts. But the Navy's Saitama hardly listens to the Navy's orders. Damn it, because of the sudden emergence of so many experts, it has given us the opportunity to operate within it. Let's stay calm. The sword-wielding elder spoke in a deep voice. We should think positively. Opportunity? The other 4 frowned and looked at the sword-wielding elder. Exactly. The sword-wielding elder nodded. What is currently our most troublesome existence? The 4 exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Uchiha Madara, pirates are just a nuisance. The Revolutionary Army is the primary enemy of the world government. Indeed, it's Uchiha Madara. The sword-wielding elder nodded and then revealed a smile. What do you think if we use some means to let Uchiha Madara confront others then? Uchiha Madara is very strong, but if he can end up in a mutually destructive situation with others, that would be perfect. The Navy and the world government can take their time to act and reap the benefits. But who should we let confront Uchiha Madara? Everyone looked at each other. The curly-haired elder hesitated and spoke. Gilgamesh? No. The sword-wielding elder shook his head. From the intelligence, Kenpachi Zaraki is more useful. Send a warship to contact Wano country. We will seek out Kenpachi Zaraki to take action. Chapter 179. Caesar Clown is a talent. First update, please auto. Chapter 119. Caesar Clown is a talent. First update. Please auto. To be honest, Kenpachi Zaraki is indeed a very good candidate. He has a straightforward and brutal temperament. Although Wano country is closed off, even a bit of news is enough for the experienced world government to see through him. A berserker who loves battle above all else. Such a person, even if not provoked, would eventually charge in a battle. Moreover, the world government can leverage its relationship with Wano country to coerce him. This time, the 5 elders are lucky. They did not send Saitama again, but sent a series of world government officials and a marine vice admiral. It was not easy, and Zhao Su nodded when he learned this news. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a scene where I don't have to play a role myself. And he didn't mind continuing to stay in Dressrosa, waiting for Charlotte Linlin and the others to return. There's no need to rush. Wano country's geographical environment is quite harsh, and the surrounding seas are extraordinarily peculiar, which is why it has long maintained a closed-off state. Even the world government wouldn't easily enter, especially since Wano country doesn't even know they are coming. About half a month later, the group, led by Charlotte Linlin, finally arrived at Dressrosa, the Kingdom of Fairies. Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes, her thick lips carrying a somewhat ambiguous glint. Katakuri stood beside her, his expression calm and serious. During this time, he had intercepted quite a few who tried to persuade Charlotte Linlin to betray Gilgamesh. The reason is unnecessary to explain. No one likes having an extra person above them. However, Katakuri had ruthlessly executed those people, and occasionally, a few who had actually seen Charlotte Linlin did not see the next sunrise. It seemed that Charlotte Linlin had truly submitted. Katakuri, how's Bruley doing? Charlotte Linlin asked, her voice melodious. Still the same, Katakuri replied calmly. Gilgamesh hasn't made any moves, and Bruley hasn't found an opportunity. Katakuri understood what Charlotte Linlin wanted to say. The Charlotte family has a habit of marrying off subordinates. Although she has been subdued now, it seems that her mother also wants to continue this habit. For example, marrying Gilgamesh? If she still can't seize the opportunity, it will be better to just switch people. Bruley. Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes, disdainfully snorting. Katakuri replied calmly, Mother, although I suspect my sisters have said something, I hope you want to do that. In some minor schemes, she might not be able to compare to Bruley. He understood his sister's thoughts. Gilgamesh is strong, handsome, and charming. He had already seen what his sisters were thinking when the war began. After the battle ended and his sisters were imprisoned, it was fine, but now, some small thoughts inevitably arose. Jealousy towards Bruley, resistance towards Bruley. And some people even had the delusion of directly asking their mother to take the maid position from Broly and give it to them. However, mother, do you think Gilgamesh is the kind of man who can be easily charmed by women? Katakuri's expression was calm. Although it's somewhat problematic for him to say this as the elder brother, he felt that his sisters were thinking too highly of themselves. Can an ordinary man defeat someone like their mother? Moreover, his sister Broly is absolutely top-notch in appearance. She is also cautious and prudent. Much better than a bunch of unreliable characters. They're still used to being princesses and have not shifted their thinking. Katakuri thought to himself, we are just subjects now. Subjects are different from kings. Mother is just a subordinate now. Why do you still think of yourselves as princesses? Of course, as the elder brother. He couldn't say such things directly and could only start with Charlotte Linlin, preventing her from having any wild ideas. Charlotte Linlin nodded and said, I understand. Let's go meet our king. The few of them arrived at the palace, but there were already others inside. King, you can rest assured and leave the research to me. A man with deep purple-blue long hair and horn-like decorations on his head patted his chest and assured, when it comes to research, no one is my match. Artificial devil fruits, huh? That's indeed a very good idea. Leave it to me, as long as there is enough funding. I guarantee that I will develop not only the devil fruits, but also countless large-scale destructive weapons. This is what I excel at. Caesar Clown, a former scientist of the Navy Headquarters Science Unit, was expelled by the Science Unit and is now wanted for conducting various inhumane experiments. Long ago, Don Quixote da Flamingo had suggested researching artificial devil fruits, and the candidate he proposed at that time was Caesar Clown. Now, with the situation between da Flamingo and the world government, they naturally cannot delay any longer. Today, Caesar Clown has arrived. Caesar? You're under his command too? As soon as Charlotte Linlin saw him, she opened her mouth. Her voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Caesar Clown instinctively wanted to dodge. What's wrong? Do you know each other? Gilgamesh asked calmly. Of course I know him. Charlotte Linlin sneered. There are not many who dare to swindle my money. After falling out with the giant clan, Charlotte Linlin wanted to develop a giant drug that could transform people into giants to serve as soldiers and enrich the races of the world. The one researching this was Caesar Clown. As a result, when Caesar Clown discovered that the research was almost impossible, he fled without hesitation, taking a large amount of research funding with him. Ultimately, that funding was spent on hiring ladies to soothe his wounded heart. Facing the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, he felt immense pressure and needed some comfort. In summary, this scientist is indeed a talent. Chapter 180, A Wave of Energy. Second update requested automatically. Zhao Su's intelligence capabilities are quite impressive. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence is received by Uchiha Madara's clone, and every time it disappears, it passes the memories back to himself. Kaido's intelligence is obtained from Kenpachi Zaraki, although Zaraki is not one to carefully listen to intelligence details. It is still possible to occasionally ask if there are strong enemies and listen in. As for Saitama, relying on the Navy's intelligence organization and the world government's intelligence, he is also not bad, although Saitama often can only inquire about pirate-related intelligence. It is still a decent harvest. In terms of intelligence capabilities, no one dares to say they're stronger than the world government and the Navy. Gilgamesh also has a good intelligence organization. Doflamingo has considerable connections in the dark world, and Charlotte Linlin is praised by Kaido as an intelligence expert with decent abilities. With several clones alternating, Zhao Su can be said to be very familiar with everything happening at sea. There is also quite a bit of information about Caesar Clown, such as when Doflamingo found him, he was chatting with ladies at a bar. On the way there, Doflamingo even specifically found a few ladies to comfort his wandering heart. This made Zhao Su feel that Caesar Clown seems to be much happier than himself. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Caesar Clown shrank his neck and instinctively wanted to hide. The residual might of the four emperors still lingered, and Charlotte Linlin's momentum far surpassed that of a scientist like Caesar Clown. However, Caesar Clown is indeed very clever. He immediately noticed Gilgamesh's presence and the fact that Charlotte Linlin had already become a subordinate of others. So he quickly argued, "This is not my fault. I have tried my best, but the kind of thing you mentioned is simply impossible to study. It is a non-existent entity. It is normal for me to fail. Transforming someone into a giant? You are first ignoring countless critical factors, such as volume and mass increase. How could I possibly achieve that? You didn't say that back then. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, her small eyes filled with murderous intent. Caesar Clown shrank his neck. Was I forced to say that? If I didn't say so, I would be killed by you immediately. Well, the real reason was greed for research funding. But how could he say such a reason in front of his new master? Enough. Gilgamesh waved his hand lightly. I did not come to listen to your trivial chit-chat. Caesar Clown. Gilgamesh turned his head to look at him. Can you achieve the artificial devil fruits that I want? Of course I can. Caesar Clown nodded without hesitation. In fact, when I was in the Navy, I had similar research, and Vegapunk also conducted experiments with some theoretical overlap. Give me enough funding, and I will definitely accomplish this goal. Although there was a hint of a scheme for research funding, Caesar Clown was indeed not lying. Vegapunk had already researched a way for inanimate objects to consume devil fruits, and due to the life design blueprint, he had deep research on devil fruits. This knowledge is well known to him, a defector from the Navy's research department. Very good. Gilgamesh nodded. Then let's do it this way. I will provide you with enough funding and enough time. However, if you cannot accomplish it, Caesar Clown smirked. Cannot accomplish it? Charlotte Linlin, I command you. If Caesar Clown fails in his research, then no matter where he is, you must kill him. Gilgamesh said calmly. Charlotte Linlin snorted and nodded, acknowledging the order. As for Caesar Clown, he was almost scared to death, being personally hunted by the former 4 emperors, who can play this game as intensely as he does. It felt like unless he hid in the Navy headquarters or Mariehua, he could not think of anywhere safe. But could someone wanted by the world government hide in these 2 places? Fortunately, he was given time and did not say anything foolish about completing it in a few weeks. Caesar Clown swallowed hard. If he works hard, he might still be able to produce results. It's just that in the short term, he has no time to chat with ladies anymore. Charlotte Linlin, worthy of being one of the 4 emperors, has quite a stockpile. Not counting other treasures, Zhao Su doesn't care about those. Just in terms of devil fruits. She has contributed 14. Even the worst devil fruit is worth at least 100 million, and she casually brought in 14, each of which is a rare gem. Although they're not as powerful as the natural type fruits, they're still not weak. Most of them can be priced around 500 million berries. And Zhao Su did not hesitate to take the opportunity to enter the treasury as Gilgamesh, absorbing all the devil fruits. Then, he opened the system template. Host, Zhao Su. Template characters, 1. Uchiha Madara, 84-2. Saitama, 75-3. Gilgamesh, 74-4. Ita 49-5. Kenpachi Zaraki, 61. The major templates have seen little significant gains lately, as most of them are already quite high, except for Ita. Among them, the highest is Uchiha Madara, whose realism has reached 4, surpassing his original peak period. Besides Kotoeme Tsukumi, he has also acquired many other powerful ninjutsu, even improving significantly in ninjutsu like water, which was relatively weak for the original Uchiha Madara. Zhao Su estimates that when the Uchiha Madara template reaches 100, he will likely be able to learn all the ninjutsu from the Hokage world. With 80 realism, he can gain the power of his peak period. Exceeding 80 will grant abilities beyond the original template. Zhao Su is also very curious about what others will gain when exceeding 80. However, he shook his head and decisively added the energy from the recently acquired devil fruit to the Kenpachi Zaraki template. The higher the realism, the lower the influence of the devil fruit on realism. Zhao Su's eyes sparkled as he thought. Putting points into templates with lower realism can yield the greatest benefits. Moreover, I will soon be using this template's identity. Chapter 181. The world government's envoy arrives in Wano Country. Wano Country. Kaido actually controls a significant territory, and after acquiring Kenpachi Zaraki, the 11th Division's protective area has expanded to encompass all territories. The New World was originally composed of territories occupied by the 4 emperors, along with their vassal states and other scattered countries occupied by pirates. The territories under the 4 emperors account for more than 80 of the area. In other words, the nominal territory of the 11th Division now constitutes 1/5 of the New World. Wano Country was once quite important to the 11th Division, but after Kaido's surrender, its significance diminished greatly. Fortunately, there are many samurai from Wano country in the 11th Division who still hold substantial influence. However, everyone knows that the real decision-maker is that man. How boring. Kenpachi Zaraki sighed and turned to say, "Hey, that guy named Ash, how about we have a cut? I'll let you cut me first. How about that?" NTI Ash. The people behind Kaido couldn't help but twitch their mouths, unsure what to say. In fact, Kenpachi Zaraki has said such things before. He even said this to Drought Jack, and that fool really believed it. After Jack cut Kenpachi Zaraki once, he nearly got killed in the subsequent battle. This monster is not someone who can be easily taken advantage of with just 1 or 2 cuts. However, it's a bit strange. Kaido squinted, thinking, I feel like Kenpachi Zaraki has been weaker than before recently, but that feeling has disappeared lately, and he actually feels a bit stronger. Is it my illusion? Kenpachi Zaraki glanced at Kaido's expression and inwardly shook his head. It's not your illusion. The previous Kenpachi Zaraki was just a clone, and naturally, a clone is weaker than the original. Now that Zhao Su's main body has returned, and the realism has increased due to the energy from the acquired devil fruit, his strength has naturally risen. At the same time, with the return of the main body, he has also harvested the stored devil fruits from the beast pirates. The clone is Uchiha Madara's wood clone, which Uchiha Madara praised as. Only he could see through this as an enemy. And even if Uchiha Madara saw through it, it was thanks to his ocular power. In the pirate world, unless there's some special fruit, it's almost impossible to see through. Of course, not seeing through is not a big deal. The combat power of a clone is inferior to that of the main body unless there is overwhelming strength. Otherwise, it can only be used for reconnaissance, to confuse the enemy's sight, and so on. However, the problem is that Zhao Su does have overwhelming strength. Saitama's physical quality, Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu, Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual pressure, Gilgamesh's treasures. Even though the clone is significantly weaker than the main body in terms of abilities, at this moment of continuously enhancing realism, it is no less than the top experts in the pirate world. Unless fighting the 4 emperors, the chances of exposure are low. However, even so, that guy Kaido still has some doubts. Is it intuition? Zhao Su squinted his eyes and inwardly sighed. The 4 emperors are indeed the 4 emperors. However, even if he faintly feels something is off, he doesn't take action, proving that he can continue to stay hidden. Anyway, as my strength increases, his intuition should become less reliable. Besides, are there even a few enemies stronger than the 4 emperors in the pirate world? Zhao Su remains very stable and unflustered. The unification of Wano country continues. Although Kazuki Odin has regained his identity and continues to rule Wano country with a bloodline of the Kazuki clan, being female is indeed a problem. Fortunately, many remaining pirates from the Beast Pirates have joined the 11th Division, suppressing some malcontents and intimidating dissatisfied citizens. However, even so, Kazuki Odin has not been able to fully control all the powers of Wano country. Gender issues, age issues, and various problems left by Kaido have troubled her. The most troubling issue for her is food. Kaido controlled all the good food in Wano country, and ordinary citizens could only eat food contaminated by factory wastewater. Now that Kazuki Odin is in power, she naturally cannot act like Kaido. However, the arable land for growing food is limited, and yields cannot be increased immediately. Kaido also did not store too much food, leaving Kazuki Odin worried about the mouths that are crying for food. Fortunately, the world government people have arrived. Kazuki Odin squinted her eyes, gazing at the enormous ship. This is a vessel that Wano country currently cannot build. I heard that this time the world government people came to discuss Wano country's joining the world government issue, Sakazuki whispered. Uncle Sakazuki, how do you know? Kazuki Odin asked in surprise. Sakazuki's face turned red, and he looked away. Can he say he learned it from some people in the former Kaido pirates? Now, the 11th Division? The Kaido pirates and Wano country have a deep grudge. Although the greatest hatred is directed at the General Kaido, there is still animosity. Seeing Sakazuki's expression, Kazuki Odin immediately thought of the reason. There's no way. Wano country has been closed off for years, and although they have decided to open up, it's not that simple to connect with the outside world. General, be careful, Sakazuki said, his face flushed, but he still whispered, We have been away from the outside world for so long. They might come with some traps. Kazuki Hayori nodded, a hint of pressure flashing in her eyes. The weight of the entire country rested on her shoulders, a burden far too heavy for a little girl. However, she instinctively turned her head and saw that familiar figure. Fortunately, she was not without help. Yamamoto Jinryusai looked at the world government's envoy and was also taken aback. It turned out to be a familiar face. Chapter 182. The Small Conditions of the World Government. Fourth update requested. The leader of this envoy was none other than Spandam. Spandam's father, the direct superior of the Secret Special Forces CP9, had received the authority to issue the extermination order from the former Marine Admiral Sengoku over a decade ago, leading to the destruction of Robin's hometown, O'Hara. He was also the one who initially issued the first bounty on Robin. Why on earth did they send him? Zhao Su wondered, feeling helpless. This time, the world government had come up with a clever move by making Yamato the main officer. Zhao Su's intelligence network could never penetrate CP9. Of course, Spandam now seemed to no longer be part of CP9. It was unclear whether he had been promoted or demoted, but his official identity was that of a government official. As soon as he disembarked, he revealed a sycophantic smile. This is the Queen of Wano, right? You should be addressed as Lord Kazuki Hayori. As expected of someone who leads a nation, your personal charm and feminine allure far exceed that of ordinary rulers. You must be Lord Sakazuki, the man who defeated the legendary Yonko. He continued, but as he got closer, an imposing aura made even the smallest of hearts tremble. Before Kazuki Hayori and the others could say anything, he began to pour out various compliments without hesitation, his expression utterly servile, his eyes filled with admiration. If Zhao Su hadn't known who he was, he might have almost believed it. What a sycophantic official. Zhao Su couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Spandam's flattery, while Yamamoto Jinryusai showed clear disdain, completely ignoring him. He seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to flattering others from head to toe while boasting about Wano's people. Even Kaido's subordinates were not spared from his exaggerated praise. Kazuki Hayori, being relatively young and lacking much experience in external communication, blushed from the flattery and invited him back to the capital, Flower Capital. This time, the Navy did not enter through the only safe passage, the dark cave behind the waterfall, but instead used a giant koi fish method, which was quite troublesome and still left some distance to the capital. The journey took a considerable amount of time, and throughout it, Spandam's flattery never ceased, and he managed to avoid repeating himself, demonstrating an impressive vocabulary. Upon reaching the castle of the capital, Spandam finally revealed the purpose of the world government's envoy, to invite Wano to join the world government. Joining the world government was not merely a nominal submission. It entailed a series of rights and obligations in return, including trade, communication, taxation, and protection of the kingdom. While the world government often played the role of a villain, many countries were eager to join because it significantly boosted their economies and politics. Of course, there were downsides, such as having a celestial dragon hovering above. However, since the celestial dragons resided in Mariehua, they only occasionally caused trouble for your country, which was a minor issue. From a broader perspective, joining the world government would bring considerable benefits. So why couldn't all nations join the world government? The reason was simple. Joining required the payment of celestial gold. This money was nominally given to the celestial dragons, but aside from their personal expenditure, it was also distributed to the Marines and CPs as military funding. This was why the Navy had to obey the celestial dragons' commands. Even the admirals had to act on their behalf. The amount of celestial gold was substantial. For economically weaker desert nations like Alabasta, it often required them to allocate a third of their national revenue as celestial gold. This was still manageable for Alabasta, given its large territory. Otherwise, with over 170 member nations in the world government, it wasn't that other countries didn't want to join, but they simply couldn't afford to pay such a large sum of wealth. Fishman Island, which had many Fishman slaves under the celestial dragons, still joined. Why? Because joining the world government, even after excluding the massive celestial gold, was beneficial for the country. Kazuki Hayori and Sakazuki exchanged glances, a hint of joy passing through their eyes. They had long discussed the future of Wano and had naturally considered the issue of joining the world government. To open the country, Joining the world government was essential. Especially now that Wano was lacking in food, it was the perfect opportunity to obtain assistance from the world government. Kazuki Hayori thought to herself, but she remained calm and began to bargain with Spandam. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, even when Kazuki Hayori made bold demands, Spandam still agreed without hesitation. This included, but was not limited to, the upcoming assistance from the world government to help Wano establish a complete diplomatic system and exemption from celestial gold for 10 years. Such good conditions felt as if a feast was being served right to Wano's doorstep. Of course, there were still some conditions. In return for agreeing to these terms, we would like to ask Lord Yamamoto Genryusai to help us with a small task, Spandam said with a smile, speaking softly. What kind of help? Kazuki Hayori, who had just been moved by the favorable conditions from the world government, instantly changed her expression. Please, Mr. Yamamoto Genryusai, participate in our next encirclement operation against a dangerous target. Of course, this is said in jest for those of us who are powerless. For you, it should be nothing. Spandam continued to boast, his eyes fixating on Yamamoto Genryusai. Kaido and Sakazuki squinted. So the world government was here for him. Chapter 183. You want me to attack? First update requested. The purpose of the world government was to target Yamamoto Genryusai, or rather, the entire 11th Division, which included powerful figures like Kaido and the Three Calamities. They had practically integrated the original Yonko beast pirates into it, and not utilizing such strength would be a waste. In the eyes of the world government, although Kaido is not weak, he is not much different from Sengoku. However, in front of Uchiha Madara, he is undoubtedly inferior. But if it is the Kenpachi that can subdue Kaido, then it would be worth sending him out to support Wano country with food, support Wano's officials, help Wano join the world government, exempt from the 10-year heavenly gold. Isn't it all just a matter of money? In front of the world government, which holds the entire world, what is money? They can print their own berries. What does money matter if it can be used to crush Uchiha Madara? The world government would unhesitatingly choose this solution. However, before Kenpachi could respond, Kazuki Oden suddenly stood up. Who do you want Kenpachi to deal with? Spandam was taken aback, then smiled and said, It's just a person who has occupied a place. Please don't be anxious, Lady General. Who exactly is it? Kazuki Oden was not a fool, and with a fierce expression, pressed further. Can an unimportant person make the world government come to invite someone to take action? Uchiha Madara. Spandam no longer argued and comforted. Please rest assured, our navy will also go along, and will definitely not let Kenpachi face him alone. No. Before he could finish, Kazuki Oden's expression darkened and interrupted. Although they had little contact with the outside world, in order to open the country, Kazuki Oden and Yamato had investigated some outside forces and strong individuals. In fact, there was Uchiha Madara. The various ideologies of the Revolutionary Army have little to do with Kazuki Oden, who had just become a general. But even she knew the legend of this man. Strong, really strong. He had defeated the Navy's encirclement several times and even captured a general known as the strongest combat power. You actually want Kenpachi to fight against such a person? Kazuki Oden's eyes turned red, and she repeatedly said no, absolutely not. Spandam frowned and threatened, General, then we will have to renegotiate the treaty we discussed before. Renegotiate? Fine. Kazuki Oden said coldly. At worst, we won't join the world government. What can you do about it? Although joining the world government is very beneficial for the country, what can happen if they don't join? Do you really dare to attack Wano country? Spandam twitched the corner of his mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. It was the first time he had seen such a queen who would not take risks for her subordinates, even refusing such a good opportunity. Oh, Wano country is called a general. No wonder they are missing a few screws. Spandam's thoughts had some issues, such as Wano country and the 11th Division are not the same organization and have no hierarchy. After all, Wano country had been closed off for so many years. He was unaware of too many things. However, Kaido and the others were very clear. They looked at Kenpachi, waiting for his answer. Only he could command Kenpachi. So, what do you want me to fight Uchiha Madara? Kenpachi suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse but with a hint of eagerness. We from the world government can offer some more rewards for this. Spandam was taken aback, then said without hesitation, Kenpachi was no longer polite, directly nodding. Sure. Really? Spandam showed a look of surprise. Kenpachi. Kazuki Oden frowned, showing a hint of worry. However, Kaido and the others exchanged glances, having no doubt about this outcome. Kenpachi was someone who pursued battle. As long as he could fight, he would go even without money. However, unexpectedly, Kenpachi changed his tone and asked, "Are you planning to go with me to fight that Uchiha Madara?" Of course, Spandam replied without hesitation. Our navy will do everything we can to help you. The admiral, the generals, and even the warlords of the sea will be mobilized to encircle him. We absolutely won't let you take risks alone. The last sentence was said by Spandam with great assurance. However, Kenpachi frowned. Encirclement? How can I enjoy a good fight then? If you want me to fight, you all get far away and let me take it on alone. Otherwise, I will take you all down with me. His blunt words stunned everyone. Kaido was taken aback, but a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Kenpachi never played around with mobbing. If he could cut down someone alone, he would never let a second person interfere. What he wanted was not victory, but battle. This was completely different from what the world government wanted. Spandam's eyes widened in disbelief. No mobbing? Just want a good fight? This completely contradicts my expectations. And regarding Kenpachi's suggestion of you all get far away, he couldn't accept it. What if you lose after we leave? The world government wants victory. Even if you severely injure Uchiha Madara, what if he escapes? The world government does not lack land from the Goya kingdom. They only worry about Uchiha Madara. No way. The world government absolutely cannot agree to this, Spandam said without hesitation. I won't mob with others. How can I enjoy the fight like that? Wait until I fight to death, then you can come in, Kenpachi said bluntly. And internally, he was even less polite. Damn it, you want me to mob? I would never agree to that. Chapter 184. Spandam didn't know. Second update requested. Chapter 184. Spandam didn't know. Second update requested. Forcing Zhao Su to fight Zhao himself was not something the world government had only done this once. Previously, Saitama disobeyed orders because he didn't want to fight Uchiha Madara. Of course, to maintain his character, Zhao Su, playing Saitama, gave a very good excuse: justice. The Navy is indeed an entity that upholds justice. But what they uphold more is the justice of the world government. This point Sengoku and others were well aware of, which is why they did not treat Saitama harshly. Moreover, at that time, they were confident that the forces they gathered would be enough to defeat Uchiha Madara. So Saitama did not face any difficulties. After some time, when Sengoku and the others were defeated, Saitama shone brightly during the meteorite incident. This completely eliminated the impact of Saitama's disobedience. Kenpachi naturally could not choose Saitama's argument, but he had his reasons. No mobbing? A one-on-one fight? Damn it! Does he even know how strong Uchiha Madara is? Spandam cursed internally while still having to constantly persuade the other party, exaggerating Uchiha Madara's strength. If it weren't for Kazuki Oden suddenly saying, "With such a strong enemy, why do you want Kenpachi to go?" After a brief confrontation, it seems that even Spandam could praise Uchiha Madara to the heavens. With one punch to shatter the sky and one kick to destroy the earth, that had already become routine for him. In Spandam's words, Uchiha Madara could easily collapse the Red Earth continent with a single fart, killing billions of civilians. I didn't even realize I was this strong. Zhao's mouth twitched, and then he continued to use the characteristic impatient tone of Kenpachi Zaraki to dodge the issue. After a while of evasion, making the other party fully understand his firm inner resolve, he finally suggested, "How about this?" Kenpachi Zaraki impatiently said, "You world government send someone to face me. As long as you can find someone to defeat me, I will immediately obey whatever you say. After you win, I will listen to you on everything." Kaido and Kazuki Oden's corners of their mouths twitched. This sounds like Kenpachi Zaraki style. Spandam also moved his lips. The world government needed help. How could they waste useless combat power here? Besides, who didn't know that it was this man who defeated Kaido and made him submit? This man is not so easy to deal with. Do they really have to let him fight Uchiha Madara first? Spandam frowned, but then he heard Kenpachi Zaraki speak again. You world government are quite strong, right? I heard that the Navy has quite a few experts. His eyes seemed to shine as he excitedly said, "No matter if it's one person or 10,000, I will take them on. As long as you can defeat me, you can make me do anything. Upon hearing this, Spandam's eyes brightened. Is that true? Of course. Kenpachi Zaraki said bluntly, I only want to fight strong opponents. Although Spandam, the head of the delegation, had his share of bluster, he was indeed quite adept at reading the room. Not only did he see this fact from Kenpachi Zaraki, but he also drew similar conclusions from Kaido and others. All right, then it's settled. Spandam immediately agreed without hesitation. Don't underestimate the world government. Its strength is astonishing. Among the Navy, there are experts like Sengoku, Garp, and Admiral Tsuru. There are also many strong individuals in the world government's ranks. If it's one-on-one, Spandam couldn't guarantee a win. However, if they dared to let them surround him, Kenpachi Zaraki is just Kenpachi Zaraki. Does he think he is Uchiha Madara? Spandam scoffed disdainfully in his heart. Of course, he wasn't a fool. In that case, please have Kenpachi Zaraki compete with our people first. Spandam revealed a smile and then looked at the Navy Rear Admiral escorting them. Perhaps we can decide today. A Rear Admiral, of course, couldn't defeat Kenpachi Zaraki, who had beaten Kaido, but he could at least test some of his strength. After all, Wano country was too isolated. No one knew how strong Kenpachi Zaraki truly was. It was indeed impressive to defeat Kaido, but how he did it left many questions. After all, there are numerous devil fruits with strange abilities in this world. Perhaps there is one that is uniquely effective against Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Interesting. Kid, I like you. He laughed heartily and patted Spandam on the back, then excitedly looked at the Navy Rear Admiral. Come on, let us have a brawl. The Rear Admiral escorting the world government's delegation into Wano country, facing the Yonko's pirate crew, was certainly not a weakling. Kimo Spider. Although his strength might not match an admiral, he was definitely among the top in the Rear Admiral ranks. All right, Kimo Spider replied. Let's find a place without anyone around. He understood Spandam's intentions. He was testing. If he discovered that the opponent was too strong, of course, he would immediately back out. After all, the treaty wasn't signed yet. Neither side had written their names, so what was there to worry about? Moreover, even if a contract was signed, it wasn't unbreakable. Between countries, so-called treaties are just pieces of paper, merely a matter of weighing the cost and worth. If it was the kind of existence that could take down Kimo Spider with one move, I would immediately back out. Spandam thought to himself, if there was a person with absolute Yonka-level combat power, and if I couldn't find a weakness, I couldn't agree to such conditions. However, if it wasn't someone who could defeat the Rear Admiral in one move, or if there were certain weaknesses that could be targeted, then this contract could be signed today, and when I return, the 5 elders would have to commend me. However, Spandam didn't know that the person in front of him always sealed himself in battles, only seeking to fight freely. Chapter 185. Spandam's Report. Third update requested. Chapter 185. Spandam's Report. Third update requested. Kenpachi Zaraki's explosive action style was consistent. Thus, just 10 minutes later, after casually finding an open space next to the flower capital, he directly drew his sword and engaged Kimo Spider in battle. Kimo Spider, being one of the top Rear Admirals, though not on par with an admiral, was still someone that no one in the Kaido pirates dared to claim they could defeat, except for Kaido himself and the 3 calamities. He also wielded a sword like Kenpachi Zaraki. Using the 6 powers, he manipulated his hair to form 6 arms resembling a spider, in addition to his own 2 arms, creating a spider-like appearance. Upon seeing this, Kenpachi Zaraki's smile gradually morphed into something more sinister, and he swung his sword without hesitation. The two fought fiercely, and after just a few exchanges, Kenpachi Zaraki was slashed by Kimo Spider. As proof of his strength, Kimo Spider's blade indeed cut through Kenpachi Zaraki's body, leaving a wound. Kaido, as expected, the captain is holding back again. Drought Jack. Just like when he fought me, the captain let him land a few hits first. Play Queen. He's bleeding again. This habit of bleeding in every battle isn't good for the captain. This was the scene in their eyes, while the Spandam, it appeared differently. He was actually injured so easily by Kimo Spider. It seems that this Kenpachi Zaraki isn't that impressive after all. He excels in political struggles, but isn't adept in combat. His evaluation of combat power was based on several points: duration of the fight, who gets hurt first, who gets killed first. Although the battle hadn't reached its conclusion, it was clear to see that Kumo Spider seemed to be at an advantage. Spandam stroked his chin and glanced at Kaido. Kaido's strength was unquestionable, and his submission indeed indicated that the man called Kenpachi Zaraki used some means, right? A slave fruit? A submission fruit? A sovereignty fruit? What good fortune to acquire such a fruit and even gain a subordinate of Yonko level. If I obtained such a fruit, I would definitely make the celestial dragon submit to me and enjoy various beautiful slaves, establishing a harem. Spandam thought to himself as the battle scene began to change. Kangmu Jinba grew more excited the bigger his sword became, swinging it to strike, regardless of the fact that hitting his opponent could lead to his own injury. Under this frenzied offensive, after about a dozen exchanges, the ghost spider finally fell, nearly being bisected by Kangmu Jinba's strike to the abdomen. However, he survived, and the Wano country immediately dispatched medical personnel. Kangmu Jinba also did not have a habit of killing those who were close to death. The novel Spandane did not mind either. He had initially intended for Ghost Spider to test the waters. It was already quite good that Ghost Spider could still remain alive after treatment without any aftereffects. After thinking for a moment, Spandane looked at Kangmu Jinba, who was covered in blood and casually walking back with his sword, and immediately revealed a smile, then continued, discussing the upcoming contract with Ju Tianwan and others. Kangmu Jinba was not weak, but he was not particularly strong either. He was probably around the level of a general, maybe a bit stronger. After all, he defeated Ghost Spider, and despite his injuries, he still maintained enough combat power. But this was about his limit. At this level, he would eventually be defeated by the experts sent by the world government, who would go to besiege Uchiha Bido. Plus, with Kaido as his subordinate, he had enough value for the world government to woo him. The treaties he discussed could naturally continue. Thus, Spandane revealed a gentle smile. And after negotiating with Ju Tianwan and others, he made enthusiastic concessions again. As for Kazuki Hiyori, she went to apply medicine for Kangmu Jinba. After friendly discussions and exchanges, Wano country joined the world government and formed a series of treaties with it. Only then did Spandane board the ship and slowly depart. This time, they would be able to enter Wano country through a safe secret passage under the waterfall, without needing to take risks like this time. Wano country would also open up to the outside world, welcoming assistance from the world government, especially food aid. Ghost Spider slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his gaze. And then he realized where he was, the military medical room. The Navy had equipped all kinds of personnel, and the military ship that Spandane had secured was particularly well staffed with medical personnel. Spandane might be stingy about other matters, but he was always generous when it came to medical staff. After all, it concerned his own life. Ghost Spider had also benefited from this, enjoying high-quality medical care. You've woken up. Spandane happened to be nearby, watching Ghost Spider regain consciousness. What are you doing here? Ghost Spider squinted and asked. He didn't think that this person was here specifically to see him. As expected, he immediately heard Spandane complain, I can't help it. Who knows how many pathogens exist in a primitive world like Wano? How can I be at ease without a thorough check? Oh, right. Spandane paused, pulled out a report. Since you're awake, sign this here. Ghost Spider glanced over. It was a report that essentially outlined their group's work, although more than half of it was about how Spandane had put in tremendous effort and how he had been troubled by the people of Wano. While it wasn't as extreme as the 72 trials, it was close enough. Ghost Spider was not in the mood to pay attention to Spandane's various thoughts. He only noticed at the end that his pupils constricted. Your evaluation of that man's combat power isn't a bit low? Ghost Spider frowned. Low? It shouldn't be low, Spandane replied with dissatisfaction. Although you were defeated, you still made him bleed all over. My description of his combat power is already quite fair, right? Hearing Spandane's words, Ghost Spider hesitated and did not continue the conversation. He always felt that the man named Kangmu Jinba seemed to be hiding something. But fine, I got it. Ghost Spider finally sighed and signed the report. Chapter 186. Admiral Akainu decides to resign. Fourth update request for Auto. Wano country has joined a world government. This news quickly spread throughout the world. Of course, most people were not concerned about this. The number of countries joining the world government was continuously increasing, and some had withdrawn due to domestic issues, which was not a big deal. However, the world government enthusiastically publicized for a long time. The Wano country had been isolated, closed off, and had consistently refused to join the world government. Now that it had finally opened up, although the relationship with the world government was not very significant, it could still be regarded as an achievement for the world government. The officials of the world government also needed achievements. As a result, Spandane was even personally received by the five elders and given good encouragement, especially since the report he privately submitted was very complete, logical, and convincing. Thus, the five elders began a plan who would challenge Kongmu Jinba, while on the other side, a fleet arrived in Wano country. "We want to join the 11th Division," Katakuri said straightforwardly, "and we also want to ask the 1st Division to protect our country," although they set out earlier than the world government. If it were not for the world government announcing Wano's geographical location and access methods, which Wano had to reveal for the sake of opening up, he probably would have had to search for a long time. After all, Germa Kingdom and the world government were completely two concepts. "Oh, Kinkmu Jamba smiled. Are you very strong?" "Not bad," Katakuri replied with a hint of a smile, but when he saw Kaido next to him, he instinctively shrank his neck. "I can't compare to you, but compared to ordinary people, our soldiers are absolutely excellent." Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, and others slightly lowered their heads, observing with a focused gaze. "Well, let's not talk about strength. Let's talk about soldiers." In fact, Katakuri was indeed not weak. His children were also strong in their own right. Although it was unlikely they could compare with the 3 calamities or the 4 commanders under the Yonko, they could still hold their own against the ranks below. However, in front of Gilgamesh and Kongmu Jianba, they still needed to be honest. Gilgamesh had subdued Charlotte Linlin, and Kongmu Jianba had subdued Kaido. Although both had been labeled as not living up to their names due to their defeats, Katakuri would not be so naive. After careful calculations, he concluded that gaining Charlotte Linlin's support could potentially unify the North Sea. And now that Charlotte Linlin had lost an arm, her strength might have greatly diminished. But Kaido was still intact. Kongmu Jianba stroked his chin and was not polite. "All right, then you can join my 11th Division. The 1st Division is still engaged in battle, but at least it aligns with the setting, as it is a team dedicated to protecting the Soul Society, the country. And it can even be justified to acquire resources from the country, Soul Society. However, protecting a country requires not only high-end combat power, but also a sufficient number of reliable soldiers. Gaji's artificial soldiers are fearless in sacrifice, low cost, and obedient to orders, making them the best candidates for soldiers. Although their upper limit of strength is not high, they are undoubtedly the most qualified as soldiers. Currently, the 11th Division has taken over various vassal countries under Kaido and is in urgent need of soldiers to deal with some pirate challenges. Upon hearing Yamamoto, Jinryusai's response, Gaji finally felt relieved. This way, he shouldn't have to worry about being attacked by Gilgamesh, right? Although he would lead some soldiers and a few of his children to join the 11th Division, it is impossible to bring all his soldiers into the 11th Division. His mercenary work can continue, bringing funds to the country. "By the way, Captain," Gaji quickly changed his tone, saying, "I had some conflicts with Gilgamesh." He didn't hide anything and detailed the conflicts between him and Gilgamesh. In fact, he didn't dare to hide anything. In such matters, would he want to offend the Second Emperor? However, Yamamoto casually replied, "Don't worry, if that guy named Gilgamesh comes over, I'll chop him down immediately." Well, anyway, Yamamoto knows that Gilgamesh won't issue any pursuit orders. After all, Yamamoto is Gilgamesh, so he simply took on everything, making Gaji even more touched. Perhaps I should change my thinking. While feeling touched, Gaji was also secretly plotting. Based on my understanding during this time, the 11th Division seems to be entirely Yamamoto's power. Whether it's Wano or Kaido, they can only influence but cannot control this power. If I gain Yamamoto's support, can I unify the North Sea? Gaji narrowed his eyes. He was willing to defect from the world government in the future just to ally with Charlotte Linlin and then seize the North Sea. And now, it seems I can modify my plan to use it on Yamamoto. For example, a marriage alliance? Unconsciously, he looked at his eldest daughter, Reiju. Reiju is tall, has an exquisite appearance, is graceful and dignified, and her demeanor is elegant. Perhaps, I need to plan this well. 3 months later, 2 emperors surrendered in succession, causing the seas to be tumultuous and ambitious individuals to be active in the shadows. However, as time passed and countless challengers to the emperors failed, the seas gradually stabilized again. Although the ambitious did not give up, their actions turned underground. The visible seas became much more peaceful. At this time, a piece of news from the Navy once again excited the entire sea. The strongest force of the Navy, the Admiral Akainu, who was once captured by Uchiha, submitted his resignation to Admiral Sengoku, stating that he was ashamed to continue serving as an admiral after being captured and decided to resign from the admiral position and start new. This news once again spread to all corners of the world, stirring up quite a wave. The biggest wave was stirred up in the Navy. Chapter 187. Is Saitama going to succeed the admiral? First update request. Navy headquarters. Akainu, are you sure you want to do this? Sengoku's voice was extremely deep, carrying a weight of seriousness. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Akainu's voice was also low. As the highest combat power of the Navy, I absolutely cannot have any stains. I didn't put forward this request earlier because I saw the sea was turbulent and unstable. But now I can say this. He took a deep breath and said, I wish to resign from the position of admiral and start anew as a recruit. In fact, Akainu had thought about this more than once. He is a proud person who adheres to absolute justice. Justice cannot be tarnished. He is definitely not the kind of man who would shamelessly occupy the position of admiral after being defeated multiple times. We have all lost. Why do you have to be this way? The yellow monkey behind shook his head. That man is not someone who can be easily defeated. You just lost. I was captured and redeemed by the world government. Akainu clenched his fists and took a deep breath. We are not the same. In the last great battle, other high-ups were able to retreat, but only Akainu was captured. This is absolutely something he cannot tolerate. Sengoku sighed. This was actually Akainu's mental knot. Just as Akainu said, if it weren't for his return from Uchiha Madara, Akainu would have taken some time to recuperate. The continuous fluctuations on the sea made him too afraid to resign. Otherwise, he would have resigned long ago. I'm willing to start as a recruit and go to the new world as a soldier, Akainu said again. Of course, I hope to participate in the next battle to encircle Uchiha Madara. As an admiral, he knows the Navy and the world government's plans against Uchiha Madara. Naturally, he does not want to miss such a major event. Once I kill Uchiha Madara, I will accumulate merits again and become an admiral once more. Akainu's eyes were bright, his voice low but as steady as a mountain. Sengoku was silent for a moment and sighed. Are you really not going to reconsider? No reconsideración. I have already thought about it a lot, Akainu said in a deep voice. From the moment I was captured, I was considering this. Moreover, I had already made my decision early on. His resolute words made everyone understand Akainu's will. Well, I respect your choice. Sengoku could only sigh in response. Akainu did not leave the Navy. He still served the Navy. Then let us respect his choice. Thank you, Admiral. Akainu slightly lowered his head, his words carrying a hint of formality. Sengoku sighed and did not let him change his mind. Since he wanted to be a recruit, then he should not always rely on his previous status and achievements. This was not an issue for Akainu. Of course, he also knew that although Akainu said he wanted to be a recruit with his status and achievements, no one would let him suffer any hardships, and even superiors might treat him as a superior. Considering his strength, even if he started as an ordinary sailor, he could quickly rise again. After a long silence, Sengoku spoke again. Since you have resigned as admiral, have you considered who will succeed your position? Although the admiral is appointed by the world government and the Navy admiral, as a former admiral, Akainu also has the right to nominate. However, Akainu looked at Sengoku. Are you suggesting I nominate Saitama? Saitama is the Navy's supernova, with formidable strength and a strong sense of justice. Even the older generation, like Karp and Zifa, praise him highly. His achievements are impressive as well. He has participated in battles more than once, and it was he who single-handedly defeated the world destroyer, Wald. Akainu immediately sees Sengoku's intentions, wanting him to lend a hand. But I don't like his personality. Akainu bluntly points out, no matter the reason, an order is an order. Those who defy orders are simply unworthy of being soldiers. His strict personality means he doesn't like Saitama's soft demeanor at all. Is that so? Sengoku sighs. But after you resign, who else can take your place? Peach Rabbit? Theapeak. They are considerably weaker compared to Saitama. Akainu pauses for a moment. Among the rising stars of the Navy, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig are already considered the strongest. However, they indeed seem unsuitable for the position of admiral. Akainu glances at Kizaru and ultimately nods. All right, I will recommend Saitama. Kizaru, you can nod all you want. Why are you looking at me? The news of Akainu's resignation quickly spread within the Navy, and many felt regret upon hearing it. In fact, Akainu's prestige is quite good. Compared to the lazy Akiji and Kizaru, he is the most serious and ambitious one. Although there are some negative effects, such as being too strict, overall, many hawkish Navy members admire this admiral. However, since Akainu has firmly decided to resign and Sengoku has already agreed, the process has begun, leaving others with nothing to say. Soon, everyone started pondering who would take over Akainu's position as admiral. Some well-informed individuals already knew about Akainu's recommendation. Congratulations, Saitama, Vice Admiral. Daisuke said excitedly. I heard you were about to be promoted? It's not completely decided yet. Tina snorted, but there was no longer any defiance in her eyes. During this time, Saitama seemed not to have participated in any major operations, but he has been continuously cleaning up pirates. Captured pirates with bounties of 10 million. Captured pirates with bounties of 1 billion. Pirates with bounties in the tens of billions. The 4 emperors, well, he hasn't encountered those yet. However, no matter what kind of pirate it is, even if they aren't pirates at all, as long as Saitama comes across them, he charges straight in to arrest them. His expression seems silly and soft, like a cotton ball. However, when it comes to issues of justice, he has never compromised. As a result, Sengoku has had to deal with some troubles he caused several times, such as reports from high-ranking officials of the world government. Yet, nothing has ever made this man, who looks nothing like a soldier, compromise. Whether he gets promoted to admiral or not is of little concern to Saitama. He casually said, after all, it's all about catching pirates. There's not much difference in being a hero with ranks. Besides, it's not confirmed that I will be promoted. There might still be some issues. How could that be? It must be you, Vice Admiral Saitama. Daisuke smiled sweetly. Tina rolled her eyes in annoyance. Now, besides you, who else can take this admiral position? However, Saitama's words turned out to be true. A problem did arise. The world government proposed another candidate. Chapter 188. World Conscription. Second update requested for automatic. Chapter 1. Character Template. Uchiha Madara. In the boundless sea, an ordinary passenger ship is slowly moving forward, creating gentle ripples. Zhao Su is sitting in a third-class cabin on the lowest deck, vigorously scrubbing a set of armor with a brush. Finally, is it done? Zhao Su sighed, his hands feeling a bit numb. He appears to be around 17 years old, although his hair looks a bit messy due to lack of care. His face carries a handsome charm. However, this handsome appearance is filled with helplessness. Zhao Su is a native of Blue Star, and about a month ago, he woke up and found himself transported to this world, quickly learning about its information. One Piece. It is a vast world full of grandeur and heroism. Pirates, the Navy, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea. One powerful figure after another rides the waves, performing a spectacular life. Along with him in the transition was a god-level role-playing system of unknown origin. The god-level role-playing system allows him to take on a character, and the more he resembles that character, the closer he gets to the character's strength. When his realism reaches 100, he will fully obtain that character's powers. If the realism exceeds 100, the power he gains may even surpass that of the original character. The first character template given to Zhao Su is none other than the legendary strongest antagonist of the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, his current progress is only 10. He hasn't yet gathered a complete set of Madara's equipment. It's not that simple to play a good role. Temperament, strength, appearance, and acting skills are all essential. Without equipment and strength, even if he recited a lot of Madara's lines, the surrounding villagers would only look at him like a fool, unable to gain recognition. Naturally, it wouldn't increase any progress. His hairstyle and fan were relatively easy to prepare, but Madara's armor was hard to find. Such armor in the style of Wano country was nowhere to be seen in the small village Zhao Su had traveled to. After half a month of waiting, Zhao Su finally found a merchant selling this set of armor. However, due to insufficient funds, he chased after the merchant to buy the aging armor, which was almost an antique, and finally obtained the merchant's approval by using all his savings to exchange for this armor. Currently, he is in the process of rust removal. Fortunately, the armor itself is red. Otherwise, he would have to paint it with red paint to match Madara's armor. But the preparation is finally done. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes and slowly donned the armor. He then picked up the Uchiha fan beside him. The next second, ding dong, the strongest character role-playing system. Host, Zhao Su. Character template, Uchiha Madara, 10. The next moment, a series of images seemingly deeply ingrained in his memory flooded into Zhao Su's mind. 6-year-old Uchiha Madara at the family residence, throwing shurikens at a target with a group of Uchiha youths. 9-year-old Uchiha Madara, practicing fire release ninjutsu under the guidance of family elders. 11-year-old Uchiha Madara, engaged in combat with a ninja wearing a headband of a certain clan. 13-year-old Uchiha Madara. Everything seems deeply imprinted in Zhao Su's mind, hard to forget. His body also seems to grow stronger in an unimaginable way as the images play out, while a wave of energy flows within him. This energy is the chakra used by ninjas in the Naruto world. Zhao Su opened his eyes after a long while, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. These outfits are still not complete, but fortunately, the first template is Uchiha Madara. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals according to the method in his memory, and chakra surged. Transformation technique. Bang! An Uchiha Madara from Zhao Su's memory appeared in the guest room. As expected, Uchiha Madara transformed into Uchiha Madara. The memory is about the final age and my strength. He gently moved his hand, and the memories from Uchiha Madara told him that he now possessed the strength of an elite Genin. At the peak of an elite Genin at age. This is only 30 of Madara's strength. Just changing into the gear and using the transformation technique gives a 100 realism, and he has elite Genin level strength. Zhao Su's eyes sparkled with brilliance. What about 100? What about 200? Moreover, above 100, can he be more like Uchiha Madara than Madara himself, surpassing 100? And it's not just about combat power. The memories of Uchiha Madara at age, battle experience, the secrets of ninjutsu, familiarity with interpersonal relationships. Everything is imprinted in Zhao Su's mind. It can be said that he can fully exert the strength of Uchiha Madara at age. And the most crucial thing is, I can finally start my performance now. Zhao Su's my. Suddenly, a loud bang. The guest ship shook violently. At the same time, a gasp entered Zhao Su's ears. There are pirates. Chapter 189. Saitama's wig. Third update requested automatically. Chapter 189. Saitama's wig. Third update requested automatically. The world conscription was originally a remedial measure taken by the world government to compensate for the loss of the highest combat power. Akiji, at the Navy headquarters, and the vacancy of 2 admiral positions due to Akainu's promotion to fleet admiral. Through a martial arts competition based solely on strength, outstanding warriors are directly appointed to positions and join the Navy. Future admirals Fujitora and Greenbull were both appointed this way, and now it seems they're going to do it ahead of time. Zhao Su blinked and heard Zephyr casually say, I think the 5 elders are probably overreacting. Do they want to prevent Saitama from ascending to the admiral's seat? If a conscription martial art competition could solve the problem, they would have found a way to deal with Uchiha Madara long ago. Zephyr was full of confidence in Saitama and was not worried at all. In fact, there was too much to worry about. Saitama, it seems there are some martial arts and swordsmanship experts involved in the competition, Zephyr said casually. You shouldn't underestimate them. Underestimate? Saitama blinked. Does that mean they are very strong? Very strong. Zephyr nodded. If they were weak, the 5 elders wouldn't bother with a martial arts competition and would have already forced us to comply. Saitama's eyes brightened. I'm suddenly a bit interested. Interested? Speaking of which, Saitama, you seem to say that you are too strong and feel no interest in anything. Zephyr laughed heartily at this. Have you forgotten so many pirates? And you still feel this way? Well, not at all. Saitama nodded, then added in his heart, especially now as the realism increases. The news of the world conscription quickly spread throughout the world. With the power of the world government, spreading the news was not difficult, and it also attracted a lot of attention. The world government is indeed the legitimate power of the world. Although it is quite corrupt internally, its exterior is very glamorous. Especially this time, with the world government's large-scale conscription even directly granting positions to experts, it attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, they are Navy admirals. No need to accumulate merits. No need to hunt down pirates. No need to toil away serving superiors, and can directly rise to power. As long as you are strong enough. Of course, this matter cannot be convened immediately. It requires a gradual selection process. Otherwise, if a flood of applicants comes in, even Mary Ahwal won't be able to handle it. Saitama is at least a vice admiral and is a seed sent by the Navy, so he naturally has some privileges, which means he can directly participate in the finals. Of course, there are others like Peach Rabbit and T-Pig as well. Anyway, since it's a competition, why not throw in two more? If they perform well, even if they can't get promoted, they can still be given some responsibilities and raise their salaries, right? Well, this is the idea of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Saitama naturally doesn't care whether the world conscription happens or not. The result is about the same. However, Dasky was a bit unhappy and said, "Why should everyone compete together? Clearly, this should belong to our Vice Admiral Saitama." Tina was very open-minded and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, he's so strong. There will definitely be no problem." Dasky pouted and thought for a while before nodding. Yeah, Vice Admiral Saitama is so strong. What can't he solve? Strength isn't everything. And Saitama stretched lazily, looking at the pirates he had just dealt with and the wreckage of pirate ships in the distance, lamenting, sometimes being too strong can also be a burden. "Oh," Dasky asked curiously, "you are already so strong. Is there anything that still troubles you?" "Of course there is." Saitama casually said, "Even if my strength is strong, there's still some things that can't be solved no matter what." "Like what?" Dasky asked curiously. "For example." Saitama paused for a moment, his expression slightly awkward here. Tina, Dasky, 3 seconds later, both covered their mouths and trembled with laughter. "No, we can't laugh. Mocking the Admiral is a great sin, and we might get beaten to death by Vice Admiral Saitama, but it was hard to hold back." Saitama smirked. "If you can't hold back, then don't. Look at how red your faces are." The next second, "Ha ha. Sorry, Vice Admiral Saitama. I really couldn't help it." In an instant, the two girls on the ship were laughing uncontrollably, filling the air with joy. The preliminary round of the world conscription began in various places, and the registration was simple. As long as you had no criminal record, anyone could sign up. Even some minor criminal records were not a problem. As long as they were not serious crimes like robbery or murder, they were acceptable. In fact, this is also the standard for joining the Navy. The conscription is meant for recruiting soldiers for the Navy. Many strong individuals have emerged from various places. They first compete in their own country's contests and then gather on the island where the Navy headquarters is located, Marineford, for the finals. Saitama only needs to participate in the tournament, which saves a lot of time. However, this has made the Navy busy. Saitama and others like Momo, who are participating in the finals, originally had Navy jobs. Now that they are here for the competition, their original duties naturally need to be handled by others. With a number of strong fighters gathering in Marineford, the Navy is compelled to allocate considerable manpower to maintain order. As a result, many vice admirals have gone to various locations to oversee things, and Zephyr has even gone to the New World to hunt pirates, unable to attend Saitama's match. Now, the finals have finally begun, with strong competitors coming together. Momotu, tall and graceful with clear features, carries a sword at her waist. She looks at the assembled opponents below, her big eyes slightly squinting. There seem to be quite a number of strong fighters. Vice Admiral Saitama, what do you think? As she speaks, she turns to look at the person behind her. However, upon seeing the person behind her, her expression becomes slightly strange. Vice Admiral Saitama, what's wrong? Saitama replies calmly. Your image. Momota hesitates, seems a bit different from what I understood before. Saitama remains silent for a moment, quietly touching the wig on his head. Well, don't mind those details. Chapter 190, Green Bull, 4th update request for automatic. Chapter 3, Devil Fruit, 3rd update request for collection and flowers. Do you also want to dance? Uchiha Madara's words are incredibly calm, yet they bring an unparalleled pressure. Facing the many pirates, he suddenly takes a step forward. His footsteps start off slow, but the speed increases, the armor clanging loudly. Damn it! The remaining leopard shouts, "Charge! Kill him!" Ah! The pirates shout as they rush forward. They have their own combat arts, their savage and violent roars lowering the morale of their enemies and instilling fear. But for the man before them, it means nothing. Uchiha Madara's steps become quicker, eventually turning into a run, and he crashes violently into the charging pirate army. Boom! At the moment of the clash, countless pirates are sent flying. A pirate swings his right fist, but Uchiha Madara merely sidesteps, dodging the attack, then punches the pirate in the abdomen, sending him flying off the ship and into the sea. Punches and kicks. Sometimes he even seizes the pirate's swords, using them as weapons. His attacks are swift, his movements fast. How strong? The remaining leopard's eyes widen. This isn't just about strength and speed. It's the might of someone who has experienced countless battles. Every move Uchiha Madara makes is precise, killing enemies without any unnecessary actions, while not exerting excessive force to conserve his stamina. Even when facing a group, and the enemies are merely a bunch of pirate lackeys, he never allows himself to fall into their encirclement, maximizing his killing efficiency. This guy, could he have crawled out of a pile of corpses? The remaining leopard stares in disbelief. How could someone possess such a level of killing skill without being battle-hardened? Zhao Su only gained about 30% of Uchiha Madara's strength, but that 30% is still Uchiha Madara's power. And Uchiha Madara is a man who emerged from the Warring States era, a time of constant warfare, even if not in his strongest state. He is more than enough to crush everyone present. The Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan constantly scans the surroundings, his subordinates showing no mercy. Every move inevitably leads to an enemy dying at his hands. Damn it! The remaining leopard suddenly raises the cannon on his severed arm, aiming at Uchiha Madara. Although there are still many of his subordinates around, he can't care about that anymore. But before he can fire, a Scarlet Three-Tomo appears in his pupils. The next second, it's as if an invisible force seizes his cannon, aiming it at the place where the pirates are most concentrated. Boom! A large number of pirates instantly lose their lives. 3 minutes later, the remaining leopard suddenly wakes up, only to find that he is the last one left in the arena. Looking at the figure in armor that is not even stained with blood or dust, he is filled with terror and retreats repeatedly. What kind of expression is that? Uchiha Madara calmly walks forward. Didn't you already know the gap between us? Yes. The remaining leopard thinks to himself. Otherwise, why would I let those pirates charge to the front? Thinking this, the next second, the remaining leopard completely falls into boundless darkness. It's over. Uchiha Madara, or rather Zhao Su, quietly sighs in his heart. As someone who crossed over from the peaceful Blue Star, he has no combat experience. However, when he starts to fight, it's as if he is Uchiha Madara himself, without any hesitation. Before the enemy even makes a move, he has already seen through their actions and decided on his next attack. Is this the power of the role-playing system? Excitement flashes in Zhao Su's eyes. This is still only 30% of Uchiha Madara's strength. What if it were 100%? If the role-play exceeds a certain percentage, it would surpass Uchiha Madara at his peak. And this is just a template. What if there are more templates? Myths, novels, anime, games. There are plenty of beings capable of destroying the world. Moreover, the strongest role-playing system, host, Zhao Su. Character template, Uchiha Madara. Has the progress increased? Excitement flashes in Zhao Su's eyes, momentarily disregarding the extra knowledge in his mind. Is it because of my performance just now? Am I becoming more like Uchiha Madara? He specifically learned many phrases to imitate Madara for this. It seems the effect is quite good. Now, I should have stepped into the shadow-level Madara. Zhao Su squints his eyes. Then, he directly heads towards the pirate ship. The pirates have been cleared out, and he has no intention of letting the remaining loot go. Although he is not familiar with the name of the remaining leopard, The panic among the spectators on the ship shows that he is definitely a ruthless character. It would be unacceptable not to have some good stuff on hand. As expected, after searching for a while, he really discovers something good. A deep purple fruit with bizarre patterns on it. This is a devil fruit? Excitement flashes in Zhao Su's eyes. But the next second, he becomes even more excited. Ding! Detected a special energy ahead can forcibly increase character template realism. Would you like to absorb it? Chapter 191. Just don't hit my head. First update request for automatic. Chapter 4. The 9 Snake Pirates attack. The devil fruit, known as the treasure of the sea, is a specialty of the pirate world. Even the worst devil fruit has a market price of at least 100 million berries. If it possesses powerful abilities, it could be worth 1 billion or even tens of billions. However, what excites Zhao Su is not just a mere devil fruit. It's a system's prompt. It can actually enhance realism. Realism directly relates to Zhao Su's strength, which is 1,000 times more important than money. Moreover, Zhao Su does not have any devil fruit encyclopedia and has no idea what abilities that fruit might bring. Eating it carries a great risk. Furthermore, considering the strength of that guy named Song Bao, Zhao Su doesn't believe he has any particularly powerful devil fruit. So, absorb it. Ding dong, absorbing energy. Converting energy, please choose the enhancement template. Uchiha Madara. Character template. Uchiha Madara 4. In the next moment, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. Zhao Su closed his eyes and immersed himself for a moment. Soon after, he opened his eyes. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, eventually transforming into a strange pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Zhao Su killed the pirates, the sailors who had retreated to their cabins began to peek out. Especially when the first brave sailor who dared to stick his head out saw the corpses all over the deck, he was first shocked, then immediately broke into a smile. Who did this? This is Songbao, the bounty of 60 million for this pirate, and he died here so quickly. Do we have such a powerful guest on our ship? Everyone was amazed, and some very brave sailors even looked towards the pirate ship. There, Uchiha Madara showed no concern for the gazes of the crowd, casually gathering the pirates' treasures. This demeanor reassured them, and soon after, some sailors, under the captain's orders, rushed over to help Uchiha Madara collect the spoils, while many merchants gathered together, preparing to raise some money as a thank you gift. A rather plump merchant hesitated for a moment as he looked at Uchiha Madara, then quietly walked into a cabin. Zhao Su. His voice was very soft. The cabin door opened, and Zhao Su stepped out, showing a smile upon seeing the person. Uncle, you're still alive? That's great. This merchant was the one who sold Zhao Su the armor. Although he had a merchant's stinginess, after several pleas from Zhao Su, he sold the armor at an extremely low price. He can be considered a good person. Are you okay? The merchant said with some concern. I think I saw him come out of your room just now. Oh, Zhao Su blinked. Here? He was just a small clone. Although the shadow clone technique was developed by the second Hokage, there was no existence of shadow clones in Madara's current abilities. However, he still had other clone techniques. For example, the one he was using now was the water clone. The purpose was to prevent such situations. So Zhao Su's clone thought for a moment and smiled. It's fine. Actually, I've been hiding it from you. Uchiha Madara is my brother. Brother? The merchant was taken aback. He knew Zhao Su and knew he was very poor. Yet, such a person had such a powerful brother? Yes, brother. The water clone nodded without hesitation. In fact, this was part of his scheme. The character role-playing system certainly cannot rely solely on the abilities of any devil fruit to get by. True strength must come from one's own practice. Uchiha Madara, aside from his strength, arrogant personality, and BSS identity, has the most obvious characteristic of the Uchiha clan's brother complex. Having a brother like Zhao Su not only conveniently adds to the plot and showcases Uchiha Madara, but also allows him to legitimately provide Zhao Su with some benefits. After all, Uchiha Madara would not demand anything that does not fit his character setting. At the same time, there's another issue. For example, Madara seems to ultimately remain single, but Zhao Su has no such problem. He can even use the guise of propagating and strengthening the Uchiha clan to leverage Madara's identity and strength to gain many benefits. Ahem, I see. The merchant, upon hearing this, indeed looked at Zhao Su with more respect. It was a respect for strength. Zhao Su casually came up with a few excuses to deal with the merchant. However, not long after, pirates! There are pirates! A sailor, standing on the lookout, shouted in terror. Everyone's expression changed, but when they looked towards the figure on the pirate ship, they felt somewhat reassured. Even the Grand Line, where experts gather, pirates like Songbao are rare. With that one present, there shouldn't be any problems, right? But before everyone could feel at ease, they heard the sailors shout in terror. Everyone run! It's the Kuja! It's the Kuja pirates! This sea area is the hunting ground of the Kuja pirates. Chapter 192. The host is a bit wanting a cry. Second update, please bookmark. Chapter 192. The host is a bit wanting to cry. Second update, please bookmark. So strong to this extent? Toe's pupils dilated, instinctively touching her own arm. She even felt a shiver. Strong. Really strong. No wonder Zephyr and Sengoku wanted to pull this man into the Navy. If his strength is as great as the rumors say, then his sense of justice is undoubtedly in question. He truly deserves to be a wave with Sengoku and the Gorosei. This man has that value. Even Green Bull narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder the world government would offer such favorable conditions. Because this man is strong. Can't I just get fat easily? However, this is troublesome. Green Bull sighed lightly. Really? Tashigi squinted, the corners of her mouth turning up, her expression unchanged. Saitama, of course, did not know the feelings of others. He walked straight back to the contestant area and then took off the wig. Wearing it made his scalp itch so much. Saitama looked helpless. Did Tashigi buy a counterfeit? Or is it that wigs inherently make the scalp itch? This is an unsolvable problem. But fortunately, he didn't need to wear the wig all the time. After this world recruitment ends, Tashigi Wu-Ti let him wear it normally, right? Saitama twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed. Competing in a match is one thing, but wearing it normally is too troublesome. Meanwhile, in a room in the martial arts arena, this is really strong. A man squinted his eyes and pressed his lips together. How are we supposed to complete the task assigned by the five elders? The bounty hunter Gary is already one of the strongest among the recruits for the world conscription, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he has the strength of an ordinary general. He is a hot favorite in the world conscription. Yet, he was eliminated by Saitama with just one punch. The others are not very reliable either. Among the remaining personnel we have prepared, the only ones comparable to Bounty Hunter Gary are Leopold, Tyler, and Elsie. The others are not even in the same league. A middle-aged man with a grim expression said, "We must ensure his failure. We cannot allow him to succeed." Someone else chimed in. For a moment, the room was filled with silence. However, after the silence, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should use some tricks. The world conscription continued. The competition lasted a long time, but true masters would naturally not be eliminated. Intense battles continuously occurred on the arena, with martial arts, swordsmanship, and even those with devil fruit abilities joining the fray. However, soon, Momonosuke's brows furrowed slightly. The world government is up to something again. She noticed that strong fighters were mostly matched against weak ones. There was basically no clash of strong against strong. But the problem is, for fairness, this time the matches were supposed to be randomly drawn. Out of hundreds of battles, no strong existence had the bad luck of encountering an equally strong opponent. The results were mostly complete victories. Although this approach is quite good for the Navy, it seems a bit unfair. This time, the ultimate prize of the competition is naturally the position of Admiral, but there are also numerous positions below that, such as Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and Brigadier General. These rewards depend on your strength and your ranking in the world conscription. And now that luck has been excluded and strong fighters won't clash, it seems quite beneficial for the Navy. After all, it can reward the strong without allowing a lucky fool to rise to a high position. But would the world government be so kind? Momonosuke scoffed at this. Sure enough, looking at the battle list displayed on the screen by the snail phone, the result was clear. Saitama versus Chibuta. In the internal Navy battle, Chibuta's strength is not weak either. These two can be considered the only strong fighters to clash. This group of people is truly something. Momonosuke's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly saw Chibuta speak beside her. "I forfeit." Huh? The host was taken aback. "I said I forfeit." Chibuta said, I can't beat Admiral Saitama. I surrender. The host was stunned for a moment and could only say, okay. Then Chibuta forfeits. Saitama wins. Chibuta smiled slightly, showing a righteous smile toward Momonosuke. Momonosuke breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that we don't need an internal war in the Navy. Although Chibuta probably wouldn't win, it also saved Admiral Saitama from being drained of energy in a meaningless battle. Chibuta, Momonosuke, aren't you going to take a look at me? Saitama, I didn't see what martial arts or swordsmanship is. In the conference room of the martial arts arena. Damn it. Chibuta actually withdrew. Adjusting the battle strategy, it seemed that Momonosuke might also withdraw, not giving Saitama any opportunities. In the next match, let him face the weapons dealer Tyler. Yes, this way I want to see how he rests. Let the host continue to suppress Saitama and not let him gain any good reputation. Don't forget that this match is being broadcast live worldwide. So the following arrangements involved a series of changes. Under the orders of the world government, the host tried every means to lower Saitama's evaluation. For example, Tyler used his exceptional speed to circle around Saitama, try to find a flaw. The host said, Saitama's power is quite impressive, but his speed might not be that strong. Tyler has a great chance. Bang! Tyler was instantly caught up by Saitama and knocked out in 1 second. Saitama, you circling around me is going to blow my wig off. Another example. Elsie took a deep breath and used a sword draw technique. The sword wind was fierce. The host said, Saitama's strength is okay, but he's too careless. Bang! Saitama countered the sword with a punch, shattering both the opponent's sword and the opponent himself. Saitama, why are you making such sharp winds? You've already cut off 2 strands of my wig. The host tried to salvage the situation. Saitama's opponent this time is not ordinary. Bang! The host was still trying hard. Saitama! Bang! The host was in tears. Who the hell can tell me how to speak to lower this man's evaluation? Chapter 193. Green Bull vs. Saitama. Third update request for automatic. Chapter 193. Green Bull vs. Saitama. Third update request for automatic. Saitama swept through, dealing with everyone he encountered with just 1 punch. In fact, there wasn't much to say. Saitama's realism had now reached 75, which can be said to be the peak of Saitama's era. What is the peak of Saitama's era? Playing a back-and-forth jump could make his speed claim to be the strongest ninja, leaping directly back to Earth from Moon. A serious punch could destroy enemies capable of annihilating the surface. Destroying a meteorite with 1 punch? That's just the most basic thing. In fact, Saitama himself is almost a conceptual issue. His character design is such that he can defeat any opponent, no matter how strong, with 1 punch. In other words, in his world, he is absolutely invincible. Strength is inevitable. Damn it, how can he be so strong? The few people backstage were almost pulling their hair out. 1 punch. All enemies are taken down in 1 punch. Who's left? Someone asked. Leopold. Leopold, also known as Green Bull, has also swept through and has yet to use his abilities. Calm down. I heard from CPQ people that it seems the strongest among the participants this time is Leopold. A middle-aged man said solemnly. He has also proven this in previous battles. Although he didn't go all out, his actual achievement of defeating Momonosuke indeed proved his strength. Since Momonosuke, we haven't arranged strong opponents for him, so he must be full of energy, while that guy named Saitama has always faced strong opponents. No matter how thorough the victory, there must be considerable consumption. This statement seemed somewhat reasonable. However, everyone still couldn't help but cast strange glances. Are you sure that the guy who can take down anyone with 1 punch has any consumption? It's just 1 punch. What consumption could there be? I heard that Admiral Saitama can take down anyone with 1 punch. Someone beside them suddenly interjected. Maybe he's using some kind of combat technique. Combat skills? Everyone looked over together. Not bad. The man nodded. For example, the drawing technique in swordsmanship, which pursues a 1-hit kill. The drawn sword is the strongest sword. As he spoke, he became more convinced that perhaps what makes Saitama so strong is just that 1 punch. Once that punch is used, he might not have any other abilities left. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded. Yes, it should be like that. Otherwise, how could that guy Saitama be stronger than so many renowned, powerful figures? It should be noted that even generals can't take down a bounty of over 100 million with every move. Yes, it should be like that. Then, Minister, the host over there is asking what to do next. An employee suddenly ran over to inquire. What to do? The middle-aged man with a big belly frowned and asked sternly. The employee said, he said that in the current situation, it's very difficult to suppress the evaluation of Saitama. No matter how much we force it, the audience won't believe it anymore. In fact, at this point in the finals, the host has already been dubbed the most blind host in history. If it weren't for the people behind him being ones he couldn't provoke, he would have changed it long ago. Every time he said something about Saitama, there would be an uproar below, which not only harmed his reputation, but also hurt his heart. Continue to suppress. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. With a hint of authority, tell him that Saitama will definitely lose in this final battle, and he can use that as a basis to create some suspense. Then don't hesitate, break the suspense, and turn his evaluation into reality. This reality is enough to break his previous mistakes. The employee was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yes, I'll go inform him right now. Saying that, he ran out with big strides. On the other side, in the arena, Saitama still had that standard lazy expression, while Green Bull shook his neck and walked onto the stage. This was already the final match. At this moment, with everyone else eliminated, it could be said that the next winner would become a general of the Navy. Meanwhile, the host also received a prompt from his superiors. His eyes flickered, not as clear as the analysis from his superiors. Instead, he imagined another scenario in his mind. Had he made some private deal with the world government to decide to abandon this match? But that's fine, it saves the impact on my reputation. The host thought to himself, then gathered his spirits and announced loudly. The World Recruitment Martial Arts Competition has reached its final stage. On one side is the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Saitama. On the other side is the only remaining powerful figure in this world recruitment, Leopold. Will the Navy continue to hold the position of general? Or will the suddenly rising Leopold break the Navy's monopoly and become the new highest combat power? Peach Rabbit and other naval experts frowned. The host was really not giving the Navy face at all, directly pitting the Navy against most people. But the problem is, the naval general should be someone from the Navy sitting in this position. At this moment, Chibuta also stood next to Peach Rabbit and whispered. A small host wouldn't dare to speak so casually. It's the hand of the people behind him. Who is behind him? Peach Rabbit didn't need to guess. It's the world government. The world government is the superior of the Navy. They wouldn't easily rebel against the world government. However, small host. Of course, the host was completely unaware of these matters. He just announced loudly. This final match fills the entire venue with expectations for the result. Of course, I believe our hero will not lose. And that hero is, of course, the ordinary, unremarkable, yet relatable Green. Green stood face to face with Saitama. He was a tall man with a thick beard. From a height above, it seemed like he was looking down at Saitama's head. Did Saitama also want to target the Wigbot from Dasky? But this is the last match. Should he hold back and see what so-called martial arts are about? Chapter 194. Green Bull's Ability. Fourth update requested. In fact, Zhao Su wasn't very curious about martial arts. There's no way, even though Saitama doesn't know anything. It doesn't mean other templates don't know. Yamamoto Jinryusai knows swordsmanship, even if he only learned it for a day. Uchiha Madara knows body techniques, even if it's not martial arts. But these things have similar principles, quite close. However, Saitama's plot includes a curiosity about martial arts, so Zhao Su pretended to be curious. So, it seems I should hold back. Zhao thought to himself, still appearing silly on the surface. In fact, Saitama usually holds back against most enemies. He often chooses to let enemies use their full strength before he punches them to death, not giving the other side a chance to strike, which is really too pitiful. Isn't it? So let's hold back. Green Bull stood in front of Saitama, looking down at him with a smile. The host seized the opportunity and said, Leopold smiled. Does this imply a sure victory? In contrast, Saitama seemed somewhat dazed, perhaps to relieve tension. This guy is really confident and dares to say anything. Saitama, with a blank expression, said, the match begins. However, for a moment, neither of them made a move. Vice Admiral Saitama, your eyes don't seem to show a pursuit of fame and status, do they? Green Bull grinned and said, so why not just let me win? It's troublesome to fight. Saitama was silent for a moment and said, sorry, I don't plan to lose. Why not? Green Bull asked curiously. Your eyes show no pursuit of fame and status? Saitama was silent for a moment and said, the salary of a general is double that of a vice admiral. That's enough to buy a lot of fries. Green Bull. Salary? How to say? In fact, whether it's the government or the Navy, salaries are generally average. Most naval officers only have a middle-class income. Generals earn significantly more, but they can't compare to merchants. However, everyone knows that with a little means, they can easily earn income far exceeding 7 or 8 times their salary. Moreover, most of the time, these means aren't even considered illegal. And Saitama actually said salary. Does he really need to care about that? Also, Saitama thought for a moment and said, I still want to see the so-called martial arts. However, the person in front of me, I ended it as soon as I made my move. At this rate, it seems I've been waiting for them to act for nothing, wasting time. Green was momentarily stunned by the words, then burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. It really is a waste of time, all for nothing. However, he revealed a smile, a serious look on his rugged face. I won't let you feel like your time was wasted. Let's get started. Whoosh! Green Bull suddenly charged over, stepping down and cracking the arena. He kicked out with great strength and momentum. Saitama quietly watched his foot until just before it was about to hit, then suddenly made his move, blocking it in front of his head. Whoosh! The immense force sent Saitama flying, stopping just at the edge of the arena. Fast! So fast! The host exclaimed. Compared to before, Leopold's attacks were even faster. Whoosh! Green Bull was unrelenting, charging in again, kicking out, and after Saitama dodged, he followed up with countless kicks. Then a kick upwards. Bang! Saitama, dazed and confused, was directly kicked into the air. Then he hurriedly pressed down on his wig. Damn, this wig is about to fall off. It turns out Dashki was fooled by a wig seller. I'll take her to find a seller to get compensation later. Green was relentless, pursuing closely, appearing beside Saitama in the next moment, and kicked him down again. Boom! Saitama was heavily kicked into the arena. Have we determined the winner? The host shouted. Is it over? Green Bull squinted his eyes. Just now you almost scared me. A lazy voice sounded, and Saitama calmly crawled out of the pit. Really, he almost scared him. His wig nearly fell off. Green's pupils constricted. Indeed, this man is very strong. However, this makes all the trouble I went through to reach the finals worthwhile. He laughed heartily, and then a flash of lightning suddenly flickered from his body. With a crouch, he lunged forward. Whoosh! A silver-white flash of lightning crossed the arena, instantly appearing before Saitama. Bang! 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 His fists kept pounding out, each punch crackling with lightning. Is this the electric fruit? Peach Rabbit and T-Pig squinted. They had heard that Leopold had the power of a devil fruit, but they didn't expect it to be the fruit of lightning. However, it felt somewhat off. Green laughed heartily, delivering a punch that sent Saitama flying far away. However, before Saitama could land, he directly extended a hand. Special magnetic field. Saitama's body hadn't completely flown away when it suddenly slowed down under a force and was forcibly pulled back. It's not electricity, it's magnetism. Saitama blinked, feeling a slight tingling in his body, and thought to himself, the magnetic field can not only attract but also generate electricity. Electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism generates electricity. It's a fundamental ability. Fujitora has gravity, weight, and he has magnetism, right? But Eustace Kid also uses magnetism. Huh? So many things have changed since Zhao Su came to the pirate world, letting the devil fruits change masters. Or is one a magnet fruit and the other a magnetic force fruit? But in any case, this is indeed a strong opponent. The next moment, Saitama was pulled back in front of Green Bull. Saitama, let me tell you the so-called martial arts is. Green suddenly raised a pair of iron fists. Just like this. Bang. Chapter 195. So he was still defeated by one punch. First update. Asking for automatic. Chapter 9. Snake's Commission. The celestial dragons are the world aristocrats, possessing nearly absolute power, protected by the Navy headquarters, and are the most noble existence in the world. Just offending them means being chased by a general, let alone assassination. You say your brothers took on the commission to assassinate the celestial dragons? Hancock froze upon hearing this. Her two younger sisters stood there in shock, their mouths moving, their bodies trembling. The tragic reason for their sisterhood is the celestial dragons. Hearing Zhao Su's words, not to mention the two younger sisters, even Hancock felt a unique impulse within. Commission him. Kill that damn guy. If it were someone else, it might be impossible to do this. But if someone of Uchiha Madara's caliber were involved, it might really be possible to kill a celestial dragon. However, Hancock quickly calmed down, one hand instinctively moving to her back, her gaze cold. If you think I would let you go just because you saw the seal behind me, then you are gravely mistaken. You should just die here. Upon hearing Hancock's words, the sisters also calmed down. In fact, Uchiha Madara, with an admiral-level combat power, could indeed kill a celestial dragon. Powerful commanders under the four emperors, with their strength, also have the possibility of killing a celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragons have been arrogant for hundreds of years without experiencing an assassination, because even the subordinates of the four emperors, or the four emperors themselves, fear provoking unnecessary trouble. Assassinating a celestial dragon isn't difficult, and the chances of success are high. But what comes next? Can you escape the Navy's pursuit? Will Sengoku not intervene? Can the Gorosei just sit back and watch? It's not that they can't be killed, but why bother? In fact, even if Hancock herself spared no effort, she could probably kill a celestial dragon. But she doesn't dare. Killing a celestial dragon might be momentarily satisfying, but the world government's crazy retaliation is something no one can bear. Not even the four emperors. Don't rush. I said I could take it, so naturally, I have my reasons for being able to take it. Zhao Su smiled. Anyway, for you, whether there's a loss or not, at worst, I can act as a hostage for you here. This sentence made the three sisters even more tempted. Hancock gritted her teeth, still not trusting. You might be trying to meet your brother. Zhao Su laughed. You can use knives, arrows, and whatever against me. If there's an accident, you can immediately act against me. Who knows if you will suddenly turn on me? You can also gather your 9-snake army. If you fail, just inform the world government of our news. Risks always need to be taken, but as a ninja, keeping secrets is our professional ethics. Hancock kept asking questions, finding one reason after another not to trust Zhao Su. However, each was countered by Zhao Su, and the two younger sisters became increasingly tempted. Even Hancock herself felt somewhat moved. They have always remembered the hatred behind them. If there were no hatred, no humiliation, why would they make such a big deal every time they bathed? After hesitating for a long time and considering for a long time, Hancock finally spoke. All right, take us to find your brother. If you can really do that, we can overlook this offense this time. Zhao Su finally revealed a smile. The next question is how to avoid their sight, use a clone to replace myself, and then transform into Uchiha Madara. In fact, this issue does not need to be worried about. The appearance of a man on Daughter's Island is not a trivial matter, let alone Hancock needing to entrust Zhao Su with something, which is also not something to be widely publicized. Following Zhao Su are only Hancock and her two sisters. So, is this your reason for aiming arrows at my brother? Uchiha Madara's expression was cold, and an overwhelming murderous intent surged into the sky. Please calm down. It was your brother who requested it. Hancock felt a sense of crisis, her eyes showing a hint of wariness. She couldn't help but feel that he seemed even stronger now than when he fought against Akainu. Calm down, brother, I'm fine. Zhao Su's clone smiled. Upon hearing the word brother, Uchiha Madara finally calmed down a bit, but his gaze towards Hancock and the others still carried an icy chill. Hancock coughed lightly. Let's discuss the specifics after we return to the city. Uchiha Madara nodded. Upon returning to the palace, the subsequent discussion didn't need much elaboration. The mission was accepted, and the reward was all the devil fruits in the inventory of Amazon Lily. Although devil fruits are expensive, Hancock, because of her own reasons, is reluctant to let the warriors of Amazon Lily eat them unless they are her sisters or animal-type devil fruits. Otherwise, her deception might be exposed at any moment. Of course, she didn't fully trust Zhao Su and his companion. Although Zhao Su wanted her to give the reward in advance, she insisted that the devil fruits be handed over to brother Zhao Su as hostages, and Uchiha Madara would go for the assassination. After the news spread, they would send Zhao Su to an island in the Grand Line. Zhao Su had no problem with this. He could just find time to transform again and absorb the devil fruits without issue. In the pirate world, there are no transformation techniques, so it is easy to find a flaw. So, Ding dong, detected special energy ahead, can forcibly enhance the character template realism. Would you like to absorb it? Chapter 196, Sudden News, Second Update Request. Chapter 9, Who exactly is Uchiha Madara? Second update request for collections and votes. This island will do. Hancock looked coldly at the man, slowly stepping off her ship. Uchiha Madara nodded expressionlessly, then looked at Zhao Su. Hancock had a smile on her face. At this point, she had regained some of her composure, lazily saying, "Oh, are you worried about us doing something to your brother?" Uchiha Madara did not answer directly, only saying calmly, "Once, I had 5 brothers." Once? Hancock was taken aback. Now only Zhao Su is left. Uchiha Madara said calmly. "Therefore, no matter what happens, I will protect this brother. At all costs." His words were very calm, yet carried an unimaginable seriousness. Clearly, he was truly determined to follow through. Upon hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but think of her sister, and no longer pretended as before, saying, "Don't worry, although Amazon Lily is remote, we won't mistreat your brother. Besides, we are on Daughter's Island. So many men want to come in. Your brother should be happy staying here on Amazon Lily." Uchiha Madara said nothing, just quietly walked into the island. Although Amazon Lily is very strong, it is not yet one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At most, they only dared to bring their ship close to the islands of the Sabati archipelago and let Uchiha Madara go by himself. Uchiha Madara nodded, not saying much, just quietly moving forward. Until the ship was out of sight, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then with a bang, he canceled the transformation technique. Finally resolved, Zhao Su let out a long breath. Acting is quite exhausting, especially when portraying a proud character like Uchiha Madara, fearing that if he slips up, it would lower the realism he had worked hard to enhance. However, the gains have also been significant. Zhao Su, my host Zhao Su. Character template, Uchiha Madara. He is getting closer and closer to the peak of Uchiha Madara. It should be noted that the peak, Uchiha Madara, also known as 6 Paths Madara, possesses 6 Paths level strength and is one of the strongest characters in the Naruto world. Can gain the strength of peak Uchiha Madara. And now it is getting closer. I'm a bit curious about what it will be like when it exceeds. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes. However, it seems that the further it goes, the harder it is to improve realism. At first, just changing clothes gave Zhao Su realism, and using the transformation technique directly reached. Eating the first devil fruit also gave Zhao Su improvement. But after obtaining 3 devil fruits from the Empress, the average improvement per fruit was only. During this period of acting and finally playing the brother complex, the improvement was also minimal, only about. Is it because his performance is not up to standard? Or is the improvement too difficult? Or perhaps different audiences might bring different feedback? Zhao Su pondered for a moment, shook his head. Compared to the hard-to-interpret acting, using devil fruits for enhancement is much simpler. Although the improvement from devil fruits also decreases over time, it is still a shortcut compared to aimless acting. However, shortcuts are not easy to take. Devil fruits are known as treasures of the sea, so how easy are they to find? Unless, Zhao Su looked in one direction, his eyes narrowing. Other places have few devil fruits. Even after years of accumulation, Amazon Lily only has 3. But the celestial dragons have enough to feed to slaves. That's why I want to find them. Amazon Lily pirate ship. So this is a man? It's my first time seeing one. It seems he was brought from Amazon Lily. Why did Lady Hancock bring a man over? And even seem to send one down from the ship? Usually, such guys are killed directly, right? The warriors of Amazon Lily all looked with great interest at Zhao Su, who was being held as a hostage. Even while working, they occasionally stole glances at him. In Amazon Lily, men are a rare species. Even those of them who often go to sea have little contact with men. After all, most interactions are just battles. Now, there's finally a man, and he is still alive. This group of women is really curious. Finally, one person couldn't help but reach out and pinch Zhao Su. The muscles are so hard. Is this what a man is like? Then a whole bunch of hands grabbed onto him. Huh, really? Look, men don't have chests. He doesn't have a chest. Is that true? Let me see too. Be careful, I just felt a dagger on his waist. Watch out for him going crazy. Zhao Su, it's impossible to be a hostage. I can never be a hostage in this lifetime. At most, I'll leave a clone to deal with this. But the clone's mouth twitched. Although being surrounded by Ying Ying and Yin Yin sounds pretty nice, who told you that the sisters of Nine Snake are all beautiful? Take Hancock's two sisters as an example. Those muscles, those thighs. Their arms are thicker than Zhao Su's waist. Yet Nine Snake values strength as beauty. There are some pretty and slender ones, but most are tomboys with arms strong enough to run a marathon and fists that can knock a person down. And as the strongest force of Nine Snake, the pirate crew is naturally robust. I'm just a small clone. Why should I bear the charm and wit that this identity shouldn't have? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Akainu said in a deep voice, "Have you investigated clearly? Who exactly is that Uchiha Madara?" Chapter 197, Edward Weevil. Third update. Seeking Automatic, Chapter 10. Infiltrating Uchiha. Third update. Seeking Collections and Flowers. In front of Akainu, a naval officer holding a report said, reporting to the general. According to the intelligence from a passenger ship, one of the brothers is named Zhao Su, who first appeared in Zanki Town, then boarded that passenger ship, while the other is named Uchiha Madara, seemingly Zhao Su's brother. The passenger ship Zhao Su boarded is not a secret. The Navy has been aware of it for a long time. Obtaining some information is only natural. But what next? Akainu frowned and said discontentedly, besides his name, "Do you not know anything else?" "Yes." The officer's face turned red but had to lower his head. "Besides the name, the intelligence system that the Navy prides itself on really hasn't uncovered anything else. It's as if these two people appeared out of nowhere." Akainu said unhappily, "How could such a powerful person just pop up?" "Keep investigating." "Yes," the officer replied. "Actually, he found out some other things. Like that guy named Zhao Su seemingly has no abilities. But he didn't report this and ignored it. How could someone who dared to provoke Admiral Akainu be an ordinary person?" However, the officer hesitated and said, "Admiral Akainu, could that Uchiha Madara be from Wano country? The name sounds like someone from Wano country. The swordsmen from Wano country are very famous, and so are the ninjas. If he is a ninja who takes covert action as his creed, plus Wano country's closed geographical environment, it would be quite normal for the Navy's intelligence system to not find any information about them." Perhaps. Akainu nodded. He had thought of that too. However, if he just happened to come out this time and then honestly return to Wano country, that would be fine. Akainu squinted. How many things would a person of admiral level cause in this sea, creating ripples? In fact, it was just as Akainu thought. At present, Zhao Su, or rather Uchiha Madara, is climbing the Red Earth continent. Wow, what strong wind. Zhao Su, in the form of Uchiha Madara, kept climbing up. The journey didn't have any issues. He directly arrived at Sabeti Archipelago, then walked on the water surface and started climbing the mountain. Although it's called climbing, it's not like climbing barehanded like Tiger. Instead, he walked forward using his feet. The ninjas from the Naruto world use energy called chakra. And by releasing and absorbing this energy from their feet, they can stand on water or walk on walls and trees as if on the ground. With the Uchiha Madara template, Zhao Su can naturally do this as well. The Red Earth continent is nearly 1,000 meters high, but if walking, 1,000 meters can be covered in just over 10 minutes. Finally, Zhao Su, or Uchiha Madara, lay at the edge of a cliff, quietly peeking out. Uchiha Madara's personality is extremely domineering, but that doesn't mean he can't lurk or use assassination techniques. Before Uchiha Madara gained such powerful strength, he often accepted similar tasks and naturally learned methods of lurking and assassination. Of course, with that kind of power later, he could just push through directly without needing the current lurking techniques. However, for Zhao Su, this meant that his actions still didn't exceed the scope of the Uchiha Madara character. So, he chose to carry out the assassination using this template's face. Uchiha is the center of the world, and assassinating here might attract quite a few audiences, allowing Uchiha Madara to perform well. As for Zhao Su himself, he could just honestly act as a younger brother. The next moment, a patrolling soldier walked not far in front of Uchiha Madara. After he passed, Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared without a trace. In a dead angle of the surveillance, Den Mushi. Bang! Uchiha Madara grabbed a soldier's neck with one hand, pressing him against the wall, his Sharingan spinning like a windmill. "Look into my eyes." The soldier was filled with terror, wanting to speak but unable to. However, soon, his emotions calmed down, his eyes losing focus. "Where is Saint Henrietta?" Uchiha Madara said calmly. Saint Henrietta, Hancock's enemy. Hancock had told Uchiha Madara almost all the intelligence, including Henrietta's surname, some locations of houses, and some strong individuals and mechanisms. However, she had escaped for several years, and she wasn't sure if this information was outdated. The soldier blankly said, "I don't know." Uchiha Madara frowned. After all, he was just a low-ranking soldier, so it was normal not to know the location of the celestial dragons. "Then, where's Saint Henrietta's courtyard?" The soldier, with vacant eyes, replied, "West of here." "We're exactly west of here. West of here is all." Uchiha Madara. Chapter 198. Finally arrived, fourth update. Seeking Automatic, Chapter 11. Assassinating the Celestial Dragons. The soldier was tossed aside at any moment. When Uchiha Madara walked out from the corner, he had already transformed into the appearance of that soldier. He walked towards the direction pointed by the soldier, encountering not a few checks along the way, even being blocked by guards. However, under the effects of transformation techniques and illusions, these did not pose any real threat. At the same time, he constantly asked for directions, continuously changed his identity, and occasionally used ninjutsu to conceal his presence. Eventually, he found his target. The Celestial Dragon is a descendant of the kings who established the world government years ago, considering themselves the progeny of the Creator. Because they see themselves as noble, they disdain breathing the same air as ordinary people, wearing bubble helmets, and treating people of other races as slaves, not considering them human. Henrietta Saint, among the Celestial Dragons, is known for having a particular fondness for slaves. In his prison, there are over 900 slaves. This is the result of accumulating them almost from scratch after Tiger liberated all the slaves about 3 to 5 years ago. In other words, almost every day or two, he had to buy a slave. Most celestial dragons do not engage with female slaves, except for a few. They feel that having relations with female slaves tarnishes their bloodline. They purchase slaves more for the purpose of being used like dogs for riding or for show to demonstrate their superiority over lower-class people. However, Henrietta Saint is somewhat different. He buys slaves not for appearances but for, "Are today's slaves ready?" Henrietta Saint asked, his face full of excitement. "They have been prepared for you long ago." The butler replied, bowing. "Good, then let us begin." Henrietta Saint said without hesitation. Yes. Soon, 2 people were dragged out and thrown into the central plaza. The butler introduced. "These 2 slaves today are a pirate captain who has eaten a devil fruit and a strong fisherman. I believe they will bring you considerable amusement today." "Then why aren't you starting? Let them fight." Henrietta Saint excitedly grasped the railing in front of him. Gladiatorial combat. This was his interest in collecting slaves. Sometimes, just to find some amusement, he would even purchase some devil fruits for the slaves to eat. "Let them begin." The butler instructed the people nearby. Yes, in fact, they didn't even need to be commanded. The 2 slaves exchanged glances and spontaneously began to fight. Delaying was useless. If they hesitated, they would be ordered by Henrietta Saint to kill both of them. Even if they lacked a bit of fighting spirit, they would be discarded. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 immediately began to battle, with guards already surrounding Henrietta Saint. As he watched the bloody scene, with fists pounding and blood surging, a look of intoxication appeared on his face. Yes, fight. Hit him. Bite him to death. The 2 combatants were indeed carefully selected, both equally matched, resulting in a bloody duel. In the end, the fisherman slave, at the cost of severe injuries, killed the pirate captain slave. However, Henrietta Saint was still very dissatisfied and said, "I clearly told you to bite him to death. Why didn't you do it?" I bang. Before the fisherman could say anything, Henrietta Saint simply raised a pistol and shot him dead. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground, but the people around were unfazed. The butler waved his hand, instructing the servants to take the 2 corpses away. This was just another day. Henrietta Saint, still not satiated, was about to order 2 new slaves to be brought in when suddenly, "Henrietta Saint, right?" A cold voice with a hint of chill rang out. "Huh? Who called me?" Henrietta Saint turned his head and saw a figure with crimson eyes. "Who are you?" The guards were taken aback. The butler's expression changed as he stepped in front of Henrietta Saint. He felt a bone-chilling aura from the figure before him. Suddenly, he froze as the crimson figure appeared right in front of him. A kunai sliced through, leaving a cut on his neck, blood flowing down. Zhao Su didn't even want to waste words on such garbage. Although he already knew how absurd the celestial dragons were, reality was even more ridiculous than he imagined. It's an enemy. He killed Butler Olin. The surrounding guards trembled, their faces showing fear. Butler Olin was the strongest among them, yet he died so easily at the hands of the intruder. However, they gritted their teeth and rushed forward. It wasn't that they liked to protect the scum in the middle, but if they didn't protect him well, it would bring disaster not only to themselves, but also to their families and friends. Perhaps the intruder feared the celestial dragon's revenge. But even if it was just to offend Henrietta Saint, they would. However, upon seeing the butler dead, Henrietta Saint did not feel sorrow. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhao Su. Good. You are so strong. It's decided you'll be my slave. Henrietta Saint grinned, revealing a smile. Let you fight with my slaves? It will definitely be very entertaining. He knew the person before him was strong, but so what? Rarely did anyone dare to harm a celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su was momentarily stunned, then immediately smiled nonchalantly. Brain dead, truly hopeless. Chapter 199. Continuous Ordinary Punches. First update request for automatic Chapter 12. I cured his brain damage. Second update request for collection and flowers in the Mary Geo's Defense Department. Not good. A soldier ran over with a serious expression. Huh? What happened? The officer looked at the soldier in surprise. The soldier gritted his teeth and said, We found a corpse of our patrol team in a location where the surveillance nail cannot see. The officer furrowed his brow. Isn't it normal to have a corpse? There will always be some young and strong guards who cannot stand the actions of the celestial dragons and seek death. They're often killed by the celestial dragons on the spot and then thrown aside. This has become routine. However, the soldier swallowed hard and said, But we saw from the footage that the soldier who was killed was heading towards Henrietta Saint's courtyard. What? The officer was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. Quick, go notify the Navy headquarters. Soon, the entire Mary Geos sprang into action. Although they were corrupt, they were not fools. A person who can transform their appearance heading towards the celestial dragons poses a considerable danger, regardless of their intentions. What if it's a Revolutionary Army member? Admiral Akainu rushed over quickly, his face grim. In fact, he didn't want to bother with the affairs of the celestial dragons at all, but unfortunately, Mary Geos was quite close to the Navy headquarters, leaving him no chance to refuse. Not only Akainu, but when he arrived, an elite team had already assembled and was heading to the courtyard of St. Henrietta along with him. The hostility towards the celestial dragons was not a new phenomenon. If security were too lax, there might not be many celestial dragons left by now. In fact, when Akainu arrived, a group of guards was already surrounding the entrance to the courtyard of St. Henrietta. No one passed by here. St. Henrietta was playing gladiator games. And if you disturbed his interest, could you bear the consequences? Several guards gritted their teeth and blocked everyone outside. The guards exchanged glances, but could not force their way inside. The celestial dragons were capricious, and being disturbed might lead them to eliminate the guards along with the intruders, even though they came for the safety of the celestial dragons. Enough! Akainu finally arrived and stood in front of the guards. Opened the door. He looked displeased, but did not get angry with this group. They were all forced by the celestial dragons. However, seeing the admiral arrive, everyone felt relieved. Although the celestial dragons were capricious, the admiral still had the capital to disturb them. Even the Gorosei would not punish Akainu for such a trivial matter. Yes, the guards immediately breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. Akainu strode inside, but as soon as he entered, his expression changed. Silent. Too silent. The celestial dragons were not quiet individuals, and, according to the guards, he should have been playing gladiator games. Was that something quiet? Akainu absolutely did not believe it. His expression darkened as he hurried forward. Sure enough, he saw the corpse lying on the ground, one of them wearing a bubble on his head, dressed extravagantly. Clearly, it was Saint Henrietta. At the same time, there was another person, Uchiha Madara. A flash of anger crossed Akainu's eyes. Oh, Akainu. Uchiha Madara walked out from a passage behind, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing here? Akainu's aura surged, ready to strike. Oh, it's like this, my friend, Uchiha Madara said, stepping on the bubble on Saint Henrietta's head, and continued, suddenly contracted a disease called brainlessness, so. Akainu narrowed his eyes and said, so what? Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly and said, so I cured him. Akainu's expression grew even angrier. How did you cure him? I chopped off his head. Uchiha Madara said indifferently. No matter who it is, once their head is chopped off, they won't be brainless anymore. Saying this, he casually kicked the head of the person under his feet aside. Saint Henrietta's face was filled with disbelief. He seemed completely unable to understand why this person in front of him dared to lay hands on a celestial dragon. The blood of the celestial dragons is red. Just like the guards who were killed, there is no difference at all. What a good method. Akainu laughed in anger, and the lava on his arm suddenly erupted. Hellhound! In an instant, the entire courtyard seemed to be in a furnace. And at the center of that scorching lava, it seemed even the flames could melt. The lava fist capable of burning everything smashed hard towards Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara simply smiled lightly and said, Indeed, I thought so too. The next moment, boom! Chapter 200, Heroes Driven by Interest and the Navy Driven by Interest. Second update request. Chapter 13, Complete Body Susanoo. Third update request for collection and flowers. The scorching lava collided with a deep purple arm, causing the entire hall to tremble. Akainu strode forward, continuously launching lava fists. Here, there was no sea level to make the admiral retreat. Uchiha Madara did not hold back either. Susanoo was no longer just a skeletal arm, but a humanoid form. Based on the skeleton, it was filled with meridians and flesh, wrapped in an outer layer of chakra. As the realism increased, his eyes had long since transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, no longer needing to use the simplest skeleton to conserve ocular power. Bang! The iron fist of lava collided with Susanoo's fist, producing a loud bang. Then, the scorching lava was shattered by the reinforced fist. So hard, Akainu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the changes in that massive figure greatly enhanced this man's power. Or could it be that this was the man's true strength? However, he was not afraid at all. He hadn't fully unleashed the power of the devil fruit, not to mention the characteristics of the natural type devil fruit. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to clash, with Akainu relying on the elementalization of the natural type devil fruit, and upon discovering that Uchiha Madara did not possess haki, he unabashedly tanked Susanoo's attacks. Uchiha Madara didn't care either. Susanoo was both offensive and defensive, and the opponent's attacks couldn't harm him. However, reinforcements were increasing. The Crimson Eternal Mangeki Sharingan glanced at the Navy soldiers behind. Below Mary Geos was the Navy's headquarters, with reinforcements pouring in continuously. Even the Celestial Dragons might send reinforcements. Although many Celestial Dragons were brainless, Zhao Su, being familiar with the original work, would certainly not underestimate this entity that had ruled the seas for hundreds of years. Not to mention, the numerous annoying behaviors of the Celestial Dragons had allowed them to remain unharmed under Navy protection until now. It couldn't be because generations of admirals and high-ranking officials of the world government had an absolute loyalty to the Celestial Dragons, right? Ordinary Celestial Dragons might not be a concern, but the Gorosei and that mysterious certainly made him wary. Well, since the deed is done, it's time to withdraw. A smile suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Akainu frowned. The next second, Susanoo's iron fist came smashing down again, knocking Akainu into his elemental form once more. Then, he stepped forward without hesitation and ran towards the distance. Not good. He wants to escape. Akainu quickly restored his form, seeing Uchiha Madara's actions, and his expression changed instantly. That way is a cliff, and below the cliff is the sea. For someone who could walk on water, running to the edge of the cliff almost represented a successful retreat, letting a man who broke into Mary Geos and killed a celestial dragon escape completely. The Navy's face. No, the world government's face would be completely lost. You're not getting away. Akainu roared in anger and threw a punch. Great fire. The massive lava fist blasted out in a manner akin to a volcanic eruption, transforming into dozens of countless volcanic projectiles. Each volcanic projectile had the power to easily destroy a super-large battleship. Shichibukai. Uchiha Obito embraced his arms, and the Susanu's arms turned, throwing several gigantic Magatama, connected by rope as if they were shurikens. Boom! The Magatama collided with a massive fireball, producing a tremendous roar. A storm swept through, and Susanu's body accelerated with the momentum. Although the giant steps of Susanu might not be fast, its enormous body could cover hundreds of times the distance of an ordinary person, enough to offset that seemingly slow motion. In just a few steps, it reached the edge of the cliff. However, in the next second, Susanu suddenly tilted its body, and a beam of light struck its shoulder, almost piercing through it. How terrifying! But if you escape just like that, our navy will lose face. A strange tone, a lazy demeanor. A man dressed in a Navy admiral's cloak stood not far behind Uchiha Obito. Admiral Kizaru, what are you doing here too? Akainu had also arrived by this time. If I don't come, he'll escape, Kizaru said leisurely. The two Navy admirals gathered. The soldiers who arrived later showed joy on their faces. We won. This time we can win. With two great Navy admirals, is there a stronger force than this? However, the parties involved were not as relaxed as the soldiers. Be careful. The opponent is very strong, Akainu said solemnly. I know. Kizaru looked at the Susanu that could not be completely pierced. A hint of seriousness flashed in his lazy eyes. However, this is where it ends. Even if the two of us work together, not even the four emperors can easily escape. Just Navy admirals. Interesting, ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito suddenly burst into laughter. Then I, Uchiha Obito, will exert a little strength. In the next second, his chakra erupted violently. Deep blue chakra surged into the sky, while he himself gently closed his eyes. No matter if it's the Navy admirals or anyone else, it will all be useless. Akainu and Kizaru were both stunned. The giant before them had shrunk to the size of a small mountain. At the same time, its form underwent a tremendous transformation. The armor grew larger. The face became that of a tengu. Wings sprouted from its back, and dual swords were gripped tightly in its hands. Like a god. This is Complete Body Susan. Chapter 201. Return to the Navy Headquarters. Third update requested. Chapter 14. Cutting through the Red Continent. So big. Whether it was Akainu, Kizaru, or other elite Navy members, they all stared blankly at the giant that resembled a small mountain. Huge does not necessarily mean strong, but most of the time, huge does represent strength. At the same time, Akainu, who had fought alongside Uchiha Obito, noticed that the energy of that colossal figure was far more stable than before. Laze! Kizaru suddenly struck, shooting a beam from his finger that crashed into Susanu's shoulder. However, the same attack yielded a completely different result than before. Although the previous Susanu was also strong, Kizaru's laser would have at least damaged a part of the armor and penetrated it. But now, my attack didn't even break that armor. Kizaru squinted, no longer the previous laziness. The only one who can stop me is Senja Hashirama. Standing on the forehead of Complete Body Susanoo, Uchiha Obito's expression was calm and indifferent. But unfortunately, he is no longer here. However, perhaps for you all, that might be a good thing. The deep blue Susanoo giant slowly drew its sword. Because, in the next second, the sword light shone. Be careful. Akainu's face changed. His arm transformed into magma, turning into a dog-headed shape, lunging forward. Dog bite Red Lotus. Kizaru also acted without hesitation. Countless shining energy orbs rained down. Magatama. However, under that sword light, the full force attacks of the two admirals were continuously suppressed and pushed back. The surrounding Navy soldiers couldn't even get close, blown away by the shockwave from that swing. Because Uchiha Obito's words were calm. If it's just me, the rewritten map range won't be that large. Boom! The two admirals could no longer withstand that sword light. Crack! A loud noise. The Red Continent was split apart by that sword. In a critical moment, the two admirals, who had elementalized to avoid death, stared blankly at the massive sword mark. This is Uchiha Obito? In fact, while the two admirals were astonished, Zhao Su had already retreated. Finished showing off and not running? Of course, the increasingly pleasing visuals from the system were also one of the reasons. Host, Zhao Su. Character template, Uchiha Obito, 4. Before this battle, when entering the Celestial Dragon's palace, he was only at a progress. Before Akainu arrived, Zhao Su had looted the entire palace inventory and found a devil fruit. That was already quite a lot. It was this Henrietta saint who liked to feed devil fruits to slaves. Otherwise, ordinary celestial dragons probably wouldn't collect so much. After all, they wouldn't use it themselves. However, absorbing a devil fruit only raised his progress from 2. A total increase of just 4. Almost 10 times less than when he was around 4. However, the subsequent show-off had dramatically increased his realism by. One show-off was worth 10 devil fruits? Obviously, even with devil fruits as a shortcut, acting was the best way to improve. No, perhaps it was because this show-off was so good. Using Uchiha Obito's own words, the audience was the Navy headquarters admirals, with a group of Navy elites as a backdrop. Zhao Su elite. The stage was also a factor. The incident in Mariehua would definitely be the focus of everyone's attention. The next day, this news would surely spread. In fact, it was similar to what Zhao Su thought. Even considering that the transportation between the islands of the Grand Line remained unchanged, normal newspapers were usually published weekly. However, that day, all newspapers unhesitatingly released urgent special editions. This was a major event. At the same time, Navy soldiers crazily dispatched, searching frantically for people on Sabeti Archipelago. The Navy never admits defeat. So what if Uchiha Obito displayed powerful strength? Roger was also chased by Garp back in the day. Uchiha Obito jumped off the cliff and disappeared without a trace. But even if he could walk on water, it was absolutely impossible for him to walk to another island on foot. He needed a ship, and speaking of ships, it naturally had to be from Sabeti Archipelago. In an instant, the pirates stranded in the Sabeti Archipelago found themselves in deep trouble. Sengoku personally led the charge, with all 3 admirals stationed at the front, and Tsuru and others mobilizing troops to seal off the sea area. Not to mention the pirates. Even some gray forces were ruthlessly killed. The 5 elders were on the verge of madness. At this time, every faction chose to cut their losses and survive, striking down anyone who dared to show their face. In a flash, over 10 pirate crews were taken down, more than 200 gray teams were eliminated, and thousands of criminals were apprehended. This caused many people who relied on gray forces for their livelihood to curse loudly. And even the local residents were significantly affected, until the next day, when the news from the newspaper broke. Everyone was in an uproar. Who exactly is this Uchiha Madara? Chapter 202. Admiral Saitama. 4th update. Seeking auto-subscription. Chapter 15. The World Shakes. 2nd update. Seeking collection of flowers and tickets. Extra. The Holy Land Mariehua has been attacked, and the Red Line has been severed. Newsboys shouted loudly as they sold newspapers. Have you heard? The Holy Land Mariehua was pierced by an unknown person with a sword. Oh, it's truly terrifying. Indeed. That day, I heard a loud noise coming from Mariehua. The people closest to Mariehua, on the Sabeti Archipelago, were frantically discussing what had happened. Newsboys had to be stopped several times as they walked a few steps, and many people, upon seeing the newspaper reports of the celestial dragon's deaths and the severing of Mariehua, clapped with delight. Mariehua is close to the Sabeti Archipelago, the place most bullied by the celestial dragons, especially ordinary people. Saying I wish they would die is not an exaggeration at all. But severing the Red Line? Defeating 2 Navy admirals? Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the newspaper. When this news spread, the world would shake again. New World. A ship as enormous as a whale lay quietly on the surface of the sea. The Mozambique. This ship's fame is rarely surpassed, even in the whole world, because it is the battleship of that man, the world's strongest man, and some even say that he possesses the power to destroy the world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Old man, did you see today's news? 1st Division Captain Marco walked to the center of the deck, raising the newspaper in his hand. Something significant has happened this time. Gwahaha. One can imagine. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Is this a special edition? The last time we had such a special edition was when the Golden Lion caused a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. Saying this, he took a big swig from a jug of wine and then snatched the newspaper from Marco's hand. The next moment, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Gwahaha. The young people today are truly remarkable. Whitebeard suddenly threw the jug aside, his eyes shining brightly. Yes, this bounty he just debuted. Marco shook his head. Marco, are you also very interested in him? Whitebeard shook his head, shaking the wanted poster on the newspaper, a smile on his face. To gain fame for the first time so crazily, the celestial dragons are probably going to drive that old man crazy. His coarse laughter echoed across the sea as Whitebeard looked up at the sky. To dare to kill the celestial dragons. If possible, I really want to meet that guy called Uchiha Madara. On a small island in the New World. The island is filled with poisonous creatures, and all water sources are toxic springs. The weather is hot, with the poisonous springs emitting steam, and even the birds in the sky cannot escape disaster. However, this island, known as a dead zone, welcomed a special guest. The toxins in the air couldn't even delay him for a second. The fierce, poisonous creatures didn't dare to approach him. Kaido of the Beasts, known as the strongest creature in the world of sea, land, and air, with super-spec destruction power and an undying body. Some often say that one-on-one, Kaido is the strongest. What a boring world. He lay quietly in the toxic spring water, as if soaking in a hot spring. After a moment of silence, he picked up a newspaper from the shore. Finally, a few interesting guys have emerged in this world. I just wonder if you can kill me? Uchiha Madara. Saying this, he casually let go of the newspaper, which fell into the spring, instantly emitting a corrosive sound, and in just a few seconds, it completely disappeared from this world. Similar situations occurred everywhere. Doflamingo looked at the newspaper and let out his classic hee-hee laugh. Interesting, they actually managed to. Mihawk looked at the newspaper, instinctively reaching for his sword. That giant transformed into Uchiha Madara seemed. To also use a sword, Dragon picked up the newspaper, silent, lost in thought. But whether it was indifference, excitement, or some other purpose, the gaze of everyone in the world was focused on that man's figure. At the same time, along with a piece of news, a bounty was also released. Avenger Uchiha Madara. Bounty 1. 5 billion berries. Note, if there is any news regarding the Avenger, report to the Navy for a reward of 100 million berries. If there is news about his brother, a reward of 50 million berries will also be given. The origin of this title seems to be due to Zhao Su killing the celestial dragons and writing a message intended to reach the Empress. He casually engraved the word revenge. I have avenged on a shuriken. Though the line is arrogant, the underlying message is, Miss Empress, how about giving me a raise? But it seems to have been misunderstood that Uchiha Madara has a grudge against the celestial dragons. Well, whatever, let it be. For instance, Uchiha Madara's 5 brothers, except for his brother Zhao Su, were all killed by the atrocities of the celestial dragons. Thanks to the Navy comrades for supplementing the plot for my disguise by Zhao Su. Chapter 203. Saitama goes to the East Blue. First update. Seeking auto subscription. Chapter 16. I said, it's nothing. Third update. Seeking collection of flowers and tickets, as the whole world was shocked by Uchiha Madara's audacity. What was Zhao Su doing? He calmly walked into a bar. Shaki's Shakedown Bar. The empty tavern had a tranquil atmosphere. Shaki was wiping down the tables. She used to be a pirate, but retired before the new year, having been pursued by Admiral Carp, Luffy's grandfather, and was a notable figure, though now she was nameless. She opened a bar on the Sabeti archipelago and also worked part-time as an intelligence dealer. Ding dong. Welcome. Upon seeing the visitor's face, Shaki's pupils constricted, but then quickly returned to calm. What would you like to drink? I'll have a Bloody Mary, Uchiha Madara said after thinking for a moment. All right. Shaki smiled. The ingredients for a Bloody Mary include milliliters of vodka, milliliters of lemon juice, freshly ground peppercorns, salt, a dash of Tabasco for dashes of Worcestershire sauce, and milliliters of tomato juice. The specific method of mixing is to take a tall glass, add an appropriate amount of ice, and pour in all the ingredients except for the tomato juice, stirring gently. Then, pour in the tomato juice until the glass is full, stir again, and finally garnish with a celery stalk or a whole shrimp. This is one of the most famous cocktails, and as a bar owner, Shaki was quite familiar with it. However, for some reason, this time the mixing seemed to take a bit longer. Before the drink was finished, a slightly robust voice appeared at the door. What a rare guest. A steady footfall echoed as a silver-haired man with glasses and a straight scar over his right eye strode in. The Dark King, Rayleigh. Madara said calmly. Is it really wise for you, the first mate of the Pirate King, to come out during this Navy blockade of the Sabaody Archipelago? Isn't it better than you, who just killed a celestial dragon, wandering around? The Dark King laughed heartily, sitting down next to Uchiha Madara, and added, This round is on me. Thank you, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. It just so happens I rushed out and didn't bring any money. Who gave you the confidence to come for drinks without money? Shaki was taken aback, then smiled wryly and shook her head, but her mixing speed picked up significantly. However, upon hearing this, Rayleigh laughed even more heartily. Interesting. Someone who can kill a celestial dragon is definitely more entertaining than the average person. He laughed loudly, his laughter carrying a wildness. Clearly, even after many years of not being a pirate, this first mate of the Pirate King still had the spirit of a pirate. After laughing, Rayleigh squinted at Uchiha Madara. So what brings you here? I didn't expect to do anything. I just felt that if I didn't take a look at the Dark King, it would always feel like passing through the Sabaody Archipelago in vain, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. Oh, Rayleigh squinted but said nothing. The Navy didn't even know his own news. How did this person know about him? However, do you want to leave the island? Rayleigh smiled and said, Well, I don't like celestial dragons either. I can help you with that. But you have the wrong person. Even I have to hide at this time. Sengoku has really gone mad, and I don't want to get on his bad side. Uchiha Madara's expression remained calm. I said, I just came to see the Dark King. Rayleigh looked at him, frowned, and said, The Sabaody Archipelago has already been sealed off by the Navy. Don't even think about moving. Even ordinary pirates, or even gray organizations that aren't breaking the law wouldn't dare act recklessly. What do you mean by dare not act recklessly? That's like a stray dog. Shaki indignantly handed the drink she had just mixed to Uchiha Madara, saying, Don't talk about them. My bar gets inspected dozens of times a day. Kid, how are you going to compensate me? Clearly, with the Dark King Rayleigh present, she had reverted to her true nature. However, the next second, both Shaki and Rayleigh changed color. The Navy is here, follow me. Rayleigh stood up, his expression serious. With his observation haki, he had sensed the soldier's presence. Although the Dark King Rayleigh was old and looked very different from his younger self, perhaps the Navy soldiers wouldn't recognize him. But Uchiha Madara, who had just committed a major crime, was definitely on their radar. Fortunately, Shaki was also an old pirate and naturally had a sense of safety, preparing plenty of hiding places. Rayleigh quickly took a few steps, wanting to lead Uchiha Madara away. However, when he turned around, he found Uchiha Madara was still calmly sitting in his chair, quietly savoring his drink. What are you still drinking for? I'll make you 10 more if you don't hurry. Shaki urged if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Although they weren't weak, they didn't want to give up their prepared safe haven because of such an unforeseen disaster. Don't worry, it's fine, Uchiha Madara said calmly. What do you mean it's fine? Shaki was about to go crazy. Fine? Of course it's fine. The weakest here, Shaki, could take care of that group of Navy soldiers. But what's the use? Sengoku and the 3 admirals are not far away. For the sake of face, you won't move? Don't worry, I said it's fine, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. Shaki was anxious, but the Navy soldiers were gradually approaching, and it was already too late. Bang! The door of the bar was pushed open. A team of elite Navy soldiers rushed in. Is there any suspicious person here? A Navy officer shouted sternly. Rayleigh's eyes widened, and Shaki was completely astonished. Suspicious person? Yes, right in front of you. The one quietly drinking is. However, all the Navy soldiers, including the leading Navy major, completely ignored the figure quietly drinking. Chapter 204. Zaraki Kenpachi is just generally strong. Second update requested. Chapter 17. Did he really do it? Rayleigh and Shaki both looked astonished. Are you all blind? This big living person right here. Of course, they also knew that this was absolutely impossible. The world government was putting pressure from all sides, and the Navy was almost driven mad by them, not even caring about the monitoring ships from the 4 emperors. The 3 admirals joined forces, and even Admiral Sengoku came over. It was even said that the marshal of the 3 armies, Steelbone Kong, had come to the Navy headquarters to oversee things. In case anything went wrong, he would immediately come to support. Didn't they see that the gray industries of the Sabaody Archipelago had been abandoned by those above. They didn't dare provoke the mad high-ups at this time. If anything went wrong, the Navy could easily say, it's all because of a certain force getting in the way. Otherwise, we could have captured Uchiha Madara and bring down any noble except for the celestial dragons. The soldiers who could be excluded from the search at this time were definitely the elite among the elite of the Navy. Just looking at the leader made it clear. An admiral could guard a bustling town or lead a fleet to hunt down pirates. Here, however, he could only lead a small search team of dozens. How elite must they be? Uchiha Madara quietly savored his drink, but a flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. Yet everyone overlooked the figure enjoying the drink. Illusion. The illusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was definitely not something these small soldiers could break. In the world of Naruto, even a Raikage would fall instantly, let alone these people. Unless the general is taken to lead the search, it is unlikely to break his illusion. Otherwise, so this is your confidence, huh? No wonder the Wano search has lasted 4 days, hitting up so many auction houses, yet failing to catch a glimpse of you. Rayleigh took a deep breath, hiding the surprise in his eyes. Then it quickly turned into a smile. He had long since retired, no longer caring about pirates, spending his days drinking and even auctioning himself off when short on cash. His greatest interest now was watching the new generation create trouble for the Navy. Just imagining his old rival being pressured by the celestial dragons made Rayleigh chuckle. Shaki's eyes widened. This man, who appeared like a comet, was unexpectedly strong. The Navy was at a loss, but the leading admiral, noticing Rayleigh and Shaki's expressions, felt something was off and immediately ordered soldiers to rush in and search. Of course, Shaki, being cunning, was fully prepared and nothing significant was found. Just a few minor issues that could be settled with a fine. In the end, the admiral waved his hand and led his team to withdraw. They still had a lot of work to do. They had to search the Sabati archipelago 3 more times today. Now, I believe you really just came to see me, Rayleigh said as he sat back down and offered a drink. I said that from the beginning, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. Sorry, I only truly believe it now. So, what do you plan to do after you've seen me? Go to sea. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. It's not a good time to go to sea. The Navy patrols daily outside. Unless the Yonko's fleet suddenly appears, there's no way to escape. I have my methods, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Oh, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Can I take a look? Feel free. 30 minutes later, Rayleigh stood on the shore, staring blankly at the Sea King before him. The Sea King, with blood-red Sharingan in its eyes, appeared fierce but obediently lowered its head, allowing Uchiha Madara to enter its mouth before diving into the sea. Rayleigh stood in a daze for a long time before finally exclaiming, the newcomers these days are truly terrifying. Meanwhile, on the Nine Snake pirate ship, although the news had spread worldwide, the calm belt where Nine Snake was located had no news birds. However, today they set sail again and obtained a news roll from a defeated pirate ship. Hancock stared blankly at the news and the accompanying bounty notice. He really did it? The celestial dragon was actually killed? In fact, when Hancock hired Zhao Su, she never thought he would succeed. It was just a case of hitting the grass to scare the rabbit. She didn't care about that devil fruit anyway. But the result, revenge, I have taken, this phrase engraved in the celestial dragon palace. The Navy didn't know what was happening, but didn't Hancock know? That sentence was directed at her. The price paid was a staggering bounty of $5 billion, and the ongoing blockade of the Sabati archipelago. Sonda Sonia and Marigold beside her fell into silence, and for a moment, the room was silent. When they finally reacted, they exchanged glances, and all three had tears in their eyes. Tears fell, hitting the floor with a muffled sound. Eventually, the three hugged each other. Sister, the two sisters cried uncontrollably. Yes, Hancock also shed tears. We no longer have to worry, and we must thank our benefactor. During this time, Zhao Su as clone had been obediently staying in the cabin assigned to him. There was no way around it. A clone was just a clone, and all its actions consumed chakra. Although Uchiha Madara had a significant amount of chakra, even when he hadn't reached his peak, it still far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. But after such a long time, Zhao Su as clone needed to settle down a bit and not move around too much. Thus, the women of Nine Snake, who wanted to see what men were like, could only helplessly stare at the sign that reads sleeping. Please do not disturb, lamenting the absence of men. Really, why can men sleep so much? If they sleep all the time, how can they work? Exactly. You all have touched men, but I haven't even touched one yet. The women of Amazon Lily chattered outside Zhao Su's door while diligently recording in their notebooks. Men are a species that can sleep a lot. Inside, Zhao Su's clone thought, I don't want to sleep, but can you all not come over to poke me every time you have a moment? Especially some of those strong women with arms like horses. You nearly poked me out of existence. Suddenly, Zhao Su's clone looked up. The women gathered at Zhao Su's door heard footsteps behind them and turned to look, their expressions changing. Lady Hancock, what are you all doing here? Hancock said with authority. The crowd hesitated, exchanging glances. Although they didn't know why this man was invited aboard by the Empress, the traditions of Nine Snake made them a bit anxious. Finally, one person mustered up the courage to say, we were just curious about men. Enough, go do what you need to do. Hancock said coldly. Yes. The women immediately scattered in fear. Hancock, with an imposing demeanor, knocked on Zhao Su's door with her sisters and walked in. Then, whoosh, the three did not hesitate to bend down simultaneously. Thank you. Hancock, proud and hot-tempered, but now, she lowered her proud head. Zhao Su's clone was taken aback and then smiled. It's just work. It's nothing much. It's different. Hancock shook her head. A few devil fruits? Who would kill a celestial dragon over such trivial things? I would, Zhao Su thought to himself. It's not just about the fruit. It's about making a statement. The reward obtained is far less than the price paid. Hancock said softly, you may not know, but your brother has already been given a bounty of 1.5 billion. Zhao Su, my real body is playing big on that side. Hancock, now, just providing the Navy with some information about your brother can earn 100 million berries, while your own bounty is 5,000 berries. Zhao Su, well, so what? Let us talk about transformation techniques. This time it's for me. Hancock's face flushed slightly as she tried to turn her head away. In any case, the Kuja will never betray their friends. If you need a devil fruit, I have some here. Some devil fruits have very strong abilities, while others are weak. As a nation, the Kuja naturally has reservations about two unknowns. Hancock still has several devil fruits that the Kuja painstakingly collected in her treasury. These treasures are already of strategic level and would not have been exposed earlier. Although they are not comparable to the flame fruit, selling them at an auction for hundreds of millions would be quite simple. Is that so? Then thank you. Zhao Su's clone smiled as he looked at the news. As expected of the main body, even leaving a message in the Celestial Dragon's palace. Well done. Saying this, Hancock presented a plate with 3 devil fruits on it. Although Zhao Su had never seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, he understood that these things treasured by the Kujo were definitely not inferior products. What do you plan to do next? Hancock hesitated and asked. Just take me to an island. My brother and I have special means of communication. Zhao Su's clone replied. Then, all right. Hancock hesitated for a moment and nodded. Sending Zhao Su to an island was no trouble. Hancock's trip this time was not only to continue raiding for the supplies needed by Kuja Island, but also to contact the world government to accept the title of warlord. Now, the world government, which was in a mess due to the killing of the celestial dragons, desperately needed strong individuals to join, and they could even make bigger demands than before. Therefore, sending Zhao Su to an island in the EC was nothing at all, and it was just right to contact the Navy in the West Sea. After parting with Hancock, the clone held the 3 devil fruits in hand, muttering to himself, I hope the devil fruits haven't expired or gone bad. Then he buried them in the island's soil, covering them with earth and submerging them. Fortunately, it was winter now, the weather was cold, and it was even snowing, so he used jutsu to wrap the devil fruits. There should be no accidents. After that, the clone disappeared with a bang. At this moment, the main body still on the Sea King trembled, receiving the memories of the clone during this time. The devil fruits have already been buried? Zhao Su pondered for a moment, and then stopped thinking about that question. Compared to the devil fruits, there was something more important that needed his attention. Congratulations to the host. The second character template has been unlocked. Chapter 206. The 11th Division is developing. 4th update. Seeking automatic. Chapter 19. I'm a hero out of interest. 3rd update. Seeking collection and flowers. In fact, Zhao Su's main purpose for using Uchiha Madara's identity to take a look at Rayleigh was naturally to show off. However, the effect seemed average. The realism only increased by a certain percentage, and since the system interface does not show decimal points, Zhao Su even suspected that this time the show-off only increased by a fraction of a percent. But a little is better than nothing. A good show-off scene like assassinating the celestial dragons is not easy to find. It's estimated that with the Pirate King's deputy acting as the audience, he could earn that percentage. After all, this time he did not perform much and did not use Uchiha Madara's lines from the original work. However, there is actually a second character template. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes and glanced at his system. The first template of Uchiha Madara now has a realism of a certain percentage, which is not an integer and not a particularly meaningful number. So why did a second character template appear? Is it because Uchiha Madara has gained some recognition worldwide? Is it because the realism has reached a certain level? Or is it just a coincidence and the system randomly generated a new character template? All of this needs Zhao Su to have a clear understanding. After all, some character roles are difficult to portray or are of no use, or make it hard for him as the actor to accept. For example, cross-dressing or other similar things. But the second template is actually him. Zhao Su looked at that name, his eyes narrowing. This is an invincible character. This character is full of characteristics with a unique personality, and from a certain angle, it can even be said to be more distinctive than the show-off Madara. However, it seems that to play this role, a good stage is also needed. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes and glanced at the small island not far away. This will do. Daz Island is an ordinary island with a normal climate. Apart from a good food yield, there's nothing else unique. Such small islands number in the thousands in the EC. If there's anything different, it's that there's a new recruit training base for the Navy on this island. And now, this training camp has been targeted by pirates. Kill, kill, kill. The fierce pirates, grinning savagely, charged forward with knives. The Navy recruits, led by their instructors, resisted step by step to protect the villagers behind them. However, they were falling behind. More and more Navy recruits were caught by the ruthless pirates and killed, continuously decreasing in number. Damn it! The major of the Navy recruit training base gritted his teeth while facing the enemy's attacks, his face dark as he looked around. Watching his painstakingly trained recruits being continuously killed, how painful it was for him as their teacher. But there was nothing he could do. The pirates attacking this time were the Sword Demon, with a bounty of over 110 million. Such a level of strongman was not something a major like him could resist. In fact, if it weren't for the number of Navy personnel in the training camp, it would have long since turned into a massacre. This is the East Sea, the weakest sea area. Ha ha ha. I knew you would do this. The Sword Demon laughed heartily. With those villagers, let us see how you escape. How could a Navy training base withstand a pirate crew of over 100 million? But they still attacked the village, forcing the training base to abandon its defenses and engage in field combat. Despicable pirates. A slightly thin female recruit couldn't help but curse angrily. Dasky, shut up. Focus on the battle. The major shouted, his face ugly. Pirates, who cares about being despicable or not? Humph. Don't blame us for targeting you seedlings. Who told that damn Zephyr only knows how to chase us? The Sword Demon showed a fierce expression. Killing all your recruits. That old bastard will probably feel heartbroken too, right? The Sword Demon pirate crew has been pursued by Zephyr for a long time. Even their deputy captain was killed by Zephyr. If it weren't for encountering a storm along the way, the entire pirate crew would have likely been wiped out. They dared not retaliate against Zephyr, nor could they. But that doesn't mean they wouldn't dare to retaliate against others. Damn it, Dasky's face turned even angrier. But she was only about 12 or 13 years old, not even a proper Navy yet, just a rookie who had just begun training. In her rage, she swung the sword in her hand and attacked. Unfortunately, the Sword Demon snorted coldly, twirled his famous knife Shiyu, and shattered Dasky's sword. The major tried to intervene, but was seized by the Sword Demon, who slashed him in the abdomen with a single stroke, instantly rendering him powerless. Damn it, Dasky gritted her teeth, watching the sword in the Sword Demon's hand, a wave of frustration rising in her heart. Such a famous blade, held by a deeply sinful person like the Sword Demon. What a humiliation. She was a sword lover, and what she hated the most was seeing such a famous sword in the hands of pirates and bandits. Yet in reality, even the swords in the Navy's hand were not as numerous as those in the hands of pirates. Of course, Daisuke didn't need to care about that now, because the sword demon had already raised Shiyu, ready to completely slay this Navy rookie. As the sword light flickered, Daisuke couldn't help but close her eyes. However, the expected pain did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw a person standing in front of her. He was a very ordinary person, wearing a bizarre yellow tight suit, red gloves and boots, and a white cape. His face was blank, with slightly droopy eyes, looking quite silly. The only striking feature was his completely bald head, which was either shaved or completely bald. But not a civilian? The sword demon squinted. Who are you? He and T even noticed when this bald man had appeared. The bald man was taken aback, then spoke in a flat and strange tone. My name is Saitama. I'm a hero for fun. Chapter 207. Come on, let us fight first. Is this Wano country? They actually teamed up with pirates. Wano country is nothing special. Akainu strode down, his gaze icy. After all, he was a general, and dealing with the four emperors was not a new thing for him. For example, the Drought Jack in the distance, they had fought more than once. General Akainu. Look at the world government officials beside him, who showed a hint of a smile. I'm no longer a general. I'm just a soldier in the Navy now. Before Akainu could finish, he directly said, I need to obey orders from superiors and stay with other soldiers in one place. Saying this, he didn't care about the world government official's ugly expression, just walked straight to the deck of the warship, standing in line with a group of rookies. Although the surrounding rookies and the officers beside them had strange expressions, this was a former general, standing obediently with the latest rookies. Moreover, not only that, this former Navy general would also undergo the most basic physical training with the rookies, obediently following orders for menial tasks like scrubbing the deck without any reduction. However, the Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was responsible for the Navy side of this operation, nodded upon seeing Akainu's appearance. Now that's what a general should look like. If he could still maintain the dignity of a general at the bottom level, then Akainu shouldn't have resigned from being a general. He also didn't deserve to purify his soul and further improve his strength after resigning. Immediately, she didn't pay attention to Akainu's actions and directly ordered the troops to prepare to disembark. The rookies lined up in rows, disembarking in an orderly manner according to the division of the troops. After all, he was a former Navy general. Even if he demoted himself to a rookie, he couldn't be put in a place to gather dust. Tsu, Sengoku, and Zephyr were of the same generation, and, as the Navy's chief of staff, her status was not inferior to that of a general. Moreover, with her elder identity, Akainu staying under her command also saved face. Of course, Akainu himself had no such thoughts. He simply obeyed orders without hesitation, and this atmosphere also influenced the surrounding soldiers. The world government official's mouth twitched, watching Akainu, who ignored him and honestly acted as a rookie, cursing inwardly. You deserve to come down from being a general. Then he walked at Tsuru's side and said, Vice Admiral Tsuru, we still need your help this time. It's Akainu who is making an effort. Tsuru calmly said, I'm just here to make up the numbers. Is the guy really as weak as you wrote in the world government report? I'm curious about that person named Kenpachi Zaraki. I haven't dealt with Kenpachi, but the 4 Emperor Kaido is an old opponent of the Navy. This guy often rushes into the Navy headquarters for some suicidal fun. Although the Navy can defeat him with strong forces each time, they can never kill him, and he always escapes boldly. A person like that, yet he submits to Kenpachi Zaraki? However, the world government's report states that Kenpachi Zaraki is very weak. Are you kidding me? Our world government report is like this, and the report from your Navy's Vice Admiral Spider is the same. The official said, both reports are like this. Do you have any doubts? Of course, according to our report, Kenpachi Zaraki likely has some kind of dreadful ability. So, please make sure General Akainu is careful. Tsuru nodded, not correcting the official's mistake of calling him general. Suddenly, Tsuru raised her head sharply. Akainu, who had just disembarked, also suddenly raised his head. In the distance, a figure was rushing over without reservation. Obstacle ahead. Someone is about to crash. Despite the collision, the person's speed did not decrease at all. Instead, it continued to rise. Ha ha! The person hadn't arrived, but the voice came first. You are the expert sent by the Navy. Ding dong. It was a tall, fierce-looking man with a scar on his left cheek, the hem of his captain's haori jagged. His hair tied into bunches, with bells tied on top. Tsuru and Akainu both had a name flash in their minds. Kenpachi Zaraki, the first man to subdue a fort emperor. The world government officials, seeing the incoming person, forced a diplomatic smile and walked over. Hello, I'm from the world government. However, Kenpachi Zaraki completely ignored him, striding past him as if he were invisible, directly heading towards Tsuru. The world government official's face instantly turned red, as if about to explode. A woman is surprisingly strong. The world government didn't boast. Kenpachi Zaraki showed a smile, which appeared as a grimace to outsiders. Is it you, the one sent to fight me? Or, he turned his head, looking at Akainu among the many soldiers. Is it you? Or, Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly laughed even more, like a demon. Come on. Akainu furrowed his brows sharply, while Crane calmly closed her eyes. An old woman would naturally not act recklessly. The one you fought with is someone else. Akainu, come out. Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly looked over, a smile spreading across his face, revealing his white teeth. Akainu paused for a moment before striding out of the ranks. Since the superior Crane has spoken, Akainu's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. Let's fight. Wait. The world government official's expression turned ugly as he said sternly, we have just entered the country, and we still need to submit the world government documents and unload the food we agreed upon with you. Your matters can be set aside for now. I buzz. 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 The overwhelming spiritual pressure was suddenly released, bearing infinite pressure, and it crashed down on the world government official. In an instant, his eyes glazed over, nearly fainting. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Kenpachi Zaraki smiled. How could it compare to a battle? Let's go. Fight first. The rest can wait until later. Chapter 208. Akainu vs. Kenpachi Zaraki. Second update requested. Chapter 21. Zephyr. I want to invite Saitama to join the Navy. Second update requested for collections and flowers. In fact, Zhaosu did not linger much and directly left Daz Island. This was merely a stopover. If it weren't for the fact that there happened to be a suitable place for Saitama to make an appearance, he wouldn't have shown up here. Meanwhile, host, Zhaosu. Character template, Uchiha Madara. Saitama. After Zhaosu transformed into Saitama, using the transformation technique, the realism increased too. This was different from the previous situation where Uchiha Madara's transformation ended at, even though the appearance was almost indistinguishable from Zhaosu's impression. The final ratio was completely different. Was it due to the differences in details between the two? Or was Zhaosu's transformation slightly inferior compared to the original work, with expressions not quite on point? Or perhaps Zhaosu's inner self was closer to Uchiha Madara, while there was a considerable gap with Saitama. Zhaosu was unsure, but it was indeed harder to imitate Saitama. Anyway, the previous performance almost made his face cramp, so he wrapped things up early and retreated. A plain expression wasn't that easy to pull off. Each character has different strengths. Uchiha Madara possesses a complete ninjutsu system, and Zhaosu even gained the Rinnegan and unlocked would release, significantly boosting his power. On the other hand, Saitama's abilities are purely based on physical prowess. Saitama, as a character, has no other abilities besides physical and mental attributes. He cannot be harmed by any enemy at all, regardless of the enemy. It's just a matter of one punch for him. He is a character that is completely invincible by design. Of course, it doesn't mean that Saitama is invincible, nor does it mean that Zhaosu, who possesses Saitama's template, is invincible. Saitama is strong enough to shatter meteors with a punch and move freely in space. But compared to the big shots from Dragon Ball who can destroy planets and shatter the universe, he is considerably weaker, and other conceptual attributes cannot be compared either. However, from his inherent strength, Saitama's power is indeed very strong. Just having this template allows Zhaosu to take down a bounty of over 100 million with a single punch, which fully demonstrates Saitama's abilities. Of course, there are also troubles. Saitama's design is that he can solve all enemies with one punch. So Zhaosu should basically avoid dealing with those who cannot be taken down in one punch. Otherwise, it would be exposed. It's best to quickly enhance Saitama's strength. Zhao Su pondered for a moment, secretly thinking. So far, the main source of the system's realism still relies on Zhao Su's own performance. Although it's not easy to define how to meet the character image. After all, 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. However, according to Zhao Su's speculation, the greater the audience's reputation, the higher the pretentiousness he portrays, and the wider the spread, the greater the enhancement he generally receives. Of course, such performance venues are hard to find. Although the devil fruit has a lower cost-performance ratio and becomes less useful as time goes on, it can rapidly enhance Saitama's abilities in the early stages. So, let's take a trip to the island where the clone disappeared and retrieve the devil fruit from there. Zhao Su secretly made a decision. Of course, the most important thing right now is to find a Sea King type for transportation. Saitama is a character who runs on foot to the location of monsters. Uchiha Madara is still more reliable. Meanwhile, with the sword demon killed, the other small fry were no match for the Navy. Just as the Major led the Navy in pursuit, reinforcements finally arrived. "Teacher Zephyr, you're here?" The Major exclaimed in surprise. Zephyr nodded calmly. "I came a bit late, but it seems you don't need help here." The Navy isn't foolish, of course. They asked for help early on. It is only natural for Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the Navy's new recruit training camp, to come to provide support. Moreover, the attack by the sword demon was due to him. It was because a strong passerby helped. Otherwise, the Major didn't take credit and directly mention Saitama's situation. Hearing this, a glimmer of interest flashed in Zephyr's eyes. A hero? He admired heroes when he was young. One day, he gathered his courage to defeat a bully who was picking on a girl with a teddy bear, which solidified his belief. The Navy was also joined to become a hero. And in this era of great navigation, there are still people shouting about heroes. "Take me to see him," Zephyr said immediately. Yes. However, when Zephyr arrived at the location where Saitama had acted, of course, he could no longer see Saitama's figure. Did he leave? Zephyr squinted his eyes, looking at the surrounding battlefield, especially when his gaze fell on the sword demon, which had almost turned into mush. He paused and said, "So strong. Strange. Where's that guy named Saitama?" The Major frowned, confused as to why Zephyr wanted to see him. Yet he was nowhere to be found. He left. Dasky, next to him, couldn't help but interject. "Left?" The Major was taken aback and noticed the shigure in Dasky's hand. This is the sword Mr. Saitama gave me," Dasky said nervously. She was just a new recruit after all. Zephyr looked at Dasky and asked, "Oh, he left, huh? Did he say anything?" Dasky gulped and said, "When I asked him what a hero is," Mr. Saitama said, "in this world there are countless evildoers, and those who dare to stand up against them are heroes." Upon hearing this, Zephyr fell into silence. Then he suddenly burst into hearty laughter, filled with joy. "Ha ha! Yes, such a person is naturally a hero. What he said is right." Zephyr laughed heartily several times before calming his cheerful laughter. He looked at Dasky and asked, "Your name is Dasky, right? Do you want to graduate from the rookie training camp and follow me?" "Can I?" Dasky's face was filled with surprise. Zephyr is a hero of the Navy. Of course, Zephyr replied with a smile. However, the Major next to them seemed to sense something and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you thinking of?" Zephyr nodded without hesitation. A guy full of justice like this would be a waste not to join the Navy. "I want to invite Saitama to join the Navy." Chapter 209. This man still has reservations? Third update. Please support Chapter 22. I'm here to catch up with you. Third update. Please collect flowers and tickets. The devil fruit was placed on an island in the East Sea by a clone, and Zhao Su was heading towards that island. He was quite relaxed and occasionally checked the news from the newsbird. The Navy's blockade of the Sabeti archipelago was still ongoing. In fact, with his early departure, the blockade of the Sabeti archipelago had already lost its significance. It was just a waste of resources. However, after considering it, Zhao Su decided to send out a clone, planning to show up on an island in the Grand Line in the identity of Uchiha Madara, act a bit before disappearing. The point was not to show off. The key was that the Navy had been blockading the Sabeti archipelago for nearly a month. The people on the island were basically surviving on the Navy supplies. After all, with a month of blockade, no food could flow in, and the stored food had long been exhausted. Even Rayleigh and Shockey were probably in the same situation. It was pitiful that the vice captain of the Pirate King could only eat food allocated by the Navy. The purpose of Zhao Su sending out a clone was to inform the Navy that Uchiha Madara has long since left the Sabaody archipelago. This way, they wouldn't continue to blockade the island and draw complaints from Rayleigh and the others. Of course, he figured the Navy also knew it was impossible to find him. A month-long blockade was just for show for the Celestial Dragons. They weren't fools. They could see from the surveillance footage that Uchiha Madara transformed into a guard, and they naturally knew he was proficient in transformation techniques, achieving effects similar to that of the mimic fruit. Want to catch someone like that? Even the demon-slaying order wouldn't be effective. First, you have to constantly check if any Navy soldiers have been infiltrated, and then thoroughly inspect every person on the Sabaody archipelago. This workload, unless you catch Uchiha Madara off guard, is basically impossible to complete, because aside from those with devil fruit powers that are hard to impersonate, it is very difficult for top-tier powers like the three admirals and their combat achievements to quietly impersonate someone else. Everyone else could potentially be impersonated by Uchiha Madara. You can forget about catching him. In fact, ninjas have always been known for their versatile response methods, despite the abundance of devil fruits in the pirate world. When compared to the variability of ninjas, there is basically no comparison. Even the Saitama from Zhao Su's second template, purely from the perspective of combat power during his undefeated period, might be stronger than Uchiha Madara. However, in terms of the functionality of power, he is far inferior to Uchiha Madara. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara's combat power is not weak at all. Zhao Su headed straight for the location where the devil fruit was buried. The East Sea is the weakest sea, so he didn't need to worry about anything. He even chose to use Saitama's face and flaunt his power, solving any pirates he encountered with a single punch. Even that swordsman, who had a bounty over 100 million and specifically ran from the Grand Line to the EC training base, was taken down by Zhao Su with one punch. There was no one else who could pose a challenge to him. After all, this was just the weakest EC. Even Hancock came here back then because she thought the East Sea was the weakest, and even if they actively sought out the Navy, they wouldn't be harmed or schemed against. Soon, Zhao Su arrived at the target island and then dug out his devil fruit. Not bad. The devil fruit showed no signs of change, no sprouting, no rooting. He wondered if it was due to the winter. By the way, can devil fruits be planted? And do devil fruits go bad? Forget it. Anyway, I'm not going to eat it. It doesn't matter to me. Zhao Su took a glance at the devil fruit and immediately had the system absorb it. Then he added the energy to the Saitama template. Host Zhao Su. Character template holders. Uchiha Madara. Saitama 4. The Saitama template increased rapidly. 3 devil fruits added a percentage point, and the flaunting along the way added 3 or 4 points. The main reason was probably that the strength of the opponents didn't significantly affect Saitama's ability to show off. After all, in the world of One Punch Man, no matter who it is, Saitama solves it with one punch. Whether the pirates of the EC are weak or strong, they cannot escape this range, so it has little impact. Speaking of which, the country next to this island seems to be called the Goja Kingdom. Zhao Su squinted his eyes. Meanwhile, 2 Navy warships sailed straight ahead. One was the most traditional Navy warship, almost without any decorations or modifications. However, the other ship had a dog head biting a bone at the bow. Garp, what are you doing here? Zifa asked. I went to Windmill Village to see my grandson. Garp replied while pinching his nose and eating sunbae. What about you? What are you doing here? Zifa's eyes turned, wondering if he let this old rascal Garp know about Saitama. Would he try to snatch him? Although they were all part of the Navy, who wouldn't want a good seedling when they see one? Thus, Zifa maintained a calm demeanor and said, I came to catch up with you. Really? Garp looked puzzled. Zifa was a rather dedicated and serious guy. Although he was very gentle with his students, something like catching up wouldn't happen with him. Chapter 210 We lost. 4th update, please support. Chapter 23 3 Little Brats Goja Kingdom. City Center, Central Street. The East Sea is the weakest sea and also the calmest sea. Although it cannot be said to be peaceful, most people live and work in peace. Or rather, the huge city walls surrounding the area isolated the entire central city from the outside. No matter how chaotic it was outside, it remained very peaceful inside, still filled with song and dance. A strange man dressed in a colorful tight suit and a white cloak walked in, looking dazed. He found a corner to sit down, still wearing that blank expression, until they arrived. Zhao Su's eyes sparkled for a moment, but quickly concealed it, returning to his silly and adorable appearance. Then, with a crash, glass shattered, and 3 children holding water pipes fell from the sky. Before they could land, angry shouts came from above. Eating a free meal. Quickly catch those 2 damn kids. However, the 3 little kids were very agile, safely landing by stepping on walls, clothes poles, and other objects. Ace, let's go. This meal is really delicious. Let's come back next time. What a pity. I could eat 3 more bowls of ramen. After saying that, the 3 little rascals exchanged glances and immediately took off running. Based on their experience of eating and running, the sheriff was already rushing over with a stick in hand. Saitama squinted his eyes, looking at the 3 little guys. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Just as the 3 little guys had anticipated, the sheriff had arrived, shouting, "Don't let them escape. Who will help catch them?" However, the residents here were not that kind-hearted. Sabo ran the fastest, shouting as he went, "Get out of the way. Move aside. Don't block the road." The 3 of them fled quickly, and whether by coincidence or fate, they happened to be heading in Zhao Su's direction. Zhao Su had already transformed into Saitama's appearance, feigning a silly and cute demeanor, saying, "Eating and running?" He then stood in the middle of the road, right in front of them. Luffy covered his mouth, as if he still had ramen in it. "Get out of the way, you bald guy," Sabo shouted at Saitama. Ace also yelled, "We're fierce pirates. If you mess with us." "Bald guy?" Saitama twitched the corner of his mouth. 3 minutes later, he dragged the bruised trio back to the restaurant. The damages were a ramen bowl and a glass. The owner counted carefully. "Damn it. If it weren't for you, how could we have gotten caught?" Sabo complained. "Damn bald guy." Ace gritted his teeth. Saitama squinted. Ace twitched his mouth, pulling at the swelling on his face, and lowered his head. Luffy was still busy finishing the food in his mouth. "It's impressive how you can be so audacious while eating and running." Saitama frowned and said, "Don't do this next time. Even though you're kids, this isn't good behavior. Mind your own business, bald guy." Saitama. Bang, bang, bang. After adding double the bruises to Ace and Sabo's faces. Eating and running isn't a big deal and won't result in severe punishment. However, considering how often the 3 of them did it, they would probably get a lesson. Of course, they likely wouldn't take the education quietly. Zhao Su continued wearing Saitama's appearance as he left the city. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, the future 3 influential figures, were like this now. Of course, Zhao Su wasn't in a position to judge them. He was quite poor at the moment. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Zhao Su himself, neither was a wealthy character, nor had they raided any pirates. On the other hand, Saitama had taken down quite a few pirates, but unfortunately, that identity prevented him from claiming any rewards. Speaking of which, how did Saitama manage to live so long in the original story? What job did he have? Zhao Su thought about it. Saitama seemed to have no profession, being a hero out of interest. After becoming a professional hero, it seemed he received a salary from the Hero Association every month. Before becoming a professional hero, did he live on government welfare? Zhao Su, you, the world's strongest man, are living off government welfare? No wonder you get so excited when there's a supermarket sale. From this perspective, Saitama's mindset is indeed frighteningly steadfast. After all, with such immense power, if it were Zhao Su, he would definitely not be living such a hard life. Not to mention becoming a villain or robber, at the very least. He would utilize his power to become wealthy legally. However, even though Zhao Su didn't have money, he wasn't worried about food. The Goya Kingdom, near Windmill Village, was close to Kolbo Mountain, where there was plenty of food in the forest. Of course, he still needed to deal with the 3 little rascals above him. "Go!" Sabo shouted loudly, and the 3 jumped down from the tree. "Did you think you could escape? Real pirates always take revenge." Deep Baltki. The brave pirates came back for revenge. Saitama, 3 seconds later. Saitama looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and sighed lightly. "What exactly are you guys here for?" Chapter 211. The 5 Elders Furious. First update, Seeking Automatic. Chapter 24. Trapped by Carp. Second update, Seeking Collections, Flowers and Tickets. Damn. Sabo and the others lay on the ground, having been fierce just moments ago, but now completely defeated in less than 3 seconds. Sabo grit his teeth, trying to get up, but couldn't manage it at all. Don't think we'll give up like this. Luffy covered his head. Damn it, I'm clearly rubber. But why does this person hit me so hard? Ace beside him also covered his head, trying to get up a few times, but ultimately gave up and angrily shouted at Saitama. Real pirates won't give up because of 1 or 2 setbacks. Just wait. Saitama rubbed his chin. How did you guys end up behind me? Of course, it's because we've been following you from the start. Luffy said confidently. Saitama, if I remember correctly, you guys ended up being punished to wash dishes at that restaurant to pay off your debt. So why do you have time to follow me? The Luffy trio. The next moment, their bodies trembled. After catching Luffy and the others again and sending them back to town, Zhao Su continued wearing Saitama's skin, preparing food while occasionally dealing with pirates in places like the Garbage Mountain. The pirates here, while not wealthy, might have fallen to the level of robbing children. But still, they had some wealth. Zhao Su didn't take anything. Saitama's character wasn't one to defeat enemies and seize their wealth. Instead, he would give his spoils to the police. Of course, in this context, it was the sheriff. Although Zhao Su felt that the sheriff, whose belly was bigger than a pregnant woman's, probably wouldn't be kind enough to return the treasures he received to their rightful owners. But that didn't matter. In any case, if he discovered that sheriff was causing trouble, a punch would be enough. However, Zhao Su discovered one of Saitama's advantages. His physical quality was incredibly strong. Of course, this was part of his original setting. But Zhao Su realized that using this body to lie in the forest, even without any preparation, he wouldn't be bothered by any little bugs. He once saw a mosquito trying to suck his blood, but it sat on his arm for half an hour and ultimately flew away without having taken a single drop of blood. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Even an attack powerful enough to shatter a planet couldn't injure the original Saitama, let alone a mosquito. Although Uchiha Madara is also very strong, he completely lacks this kind of defense. Although this kind of defense is not very useful, at least given Saitama's current level of realism, it is not very useful. When facing an enemy that is too strong, the defense is insufficient. When facing an enemy that is too weak, there is no need for defense. However, this does make Zhao Su feel a bit more comfortable staying in the forest. Of course, if it weren't for the occasional appearance of, "We're back," Baldy, followed by a series of punches and kicks, Saitama would be calmly yawning, using a makeshift toothbrush made from a twig, and beginning today's heroic deeds. Oh no, it should be called hero activities. And behind him, 3 little bruised kids lay quietly on the ground. Damn it, failed again. He is too strong, feels just like Grandpa. What should we do? A real pirate won't leave a grudge unavenged. The 3 of them looked at each other. Finally, the smartest Sabo thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We've been charging in directly these past few times. Next time, let's set a trap." Good. That's a great idea. That guy goes to Garbage Mountain, Central Street, and Windmill Village every day, so let's just set a trap on the road. When he falls for our trap, we can rush in for revenge. The 3 little kids exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then they started a busy schedule. Ace chopped trees, Luffy carried things, and Sabo set the traps. After working hard for most of the day, they finally dug a big pit, with plenty of rolling logs and other mechanisms around it. The 3 little guys were tired and simply lay down on a branch to sleep. And the next day, who dug this pit here? A startled shout, followed by the sound of someone falling into the pit, jolted the 3 awake. It was from the trap. We got him. Haha, we are indeed geniuses. Grabbing the nearest water pipe, Ace and Sabo excitedly pulled Luffy towards the trap. When they got there, without thinking about anything else, they just picked up the water pipe and started smashing. Meanwhile, Luffy at the back yawned, rubbed his eyes, and then saw the person in the trap. The guy who fell into the pit seemed a bit taller, stockier, and older than that bald guy. And upon closer inspection, his face looked somewhat familiar. Then an old man with purple hair walked over. He looked at the scene in front of him with a strange expression and said, "Kapu, what are you doing?" Pu? Ace and Sabo's body stiffened. The next moment, both of their necks were grabbed by Kapu. "It's nothing, just suddenly wanted to educate my grandson. Zephyr, wait for me over there for a moment." Saying this, he dragged the 2 into the jungle. Soon, a series of painful cries echoed from inside. "Damn it, wait, you old man, we're not targeting you. I'm trying to deal with someone else. Stop talking nonsense. You both bite the bullet and accept the old man's love of the Iron Fist. Chapter 212. Look into my eyes. Second update request. The communication from the five elders was still quite fast. Although after Crane's report, the five elders quickly cut off contact. After a while, Crane eventually received orders from the five elders. After delivering the supplies, they left Wano country. Their goals had not been achieved and could not be achieved. As for the world government official who had fainted from the beginning, after waking up, he would be ordered to cooperate with Wano country and meticulously handle all the details of joining the world government. Since the five elders had decided not to give up on Mihawk and had not achieved victory, they could only keep smiling. As for everything else, it remained the same. However, this time the world government as planned to establish authority could not be fulfilled. Originally, the world government scheme was quite good, bringing along dedicated reporters. As long as Akainu won, they would immediately make a big deal out of Mihawk defeating Kaido and Akainu defeating Mihawk. In other words, Akainu would be stronger than the former Yonko Kaido. This would greatly boost the Navy's prestige and be a great opportunity to re-employ Akainu. But the current result, the reporters brought by the Navy would at least keep some secrets for them. But since Wano country had already opened up, many new reporters were coming in to introduce Wano and discover new locations. These reporters had no reason to keep secrets for the Navy. This is troublesome. Crane sighed and led the Navy away. Next, they had to prepare personnel and find a way to defeat Mihawk. On the other side, the mood in Wano country was completely joyous. Kaido and the others need not be mentioned. They were originally pirates, inherently opposed to the Navy. At this moment, the three calamities were laughing heartily, saying they were going to hold a banquet to celebrate. The people of Wano, including Odin and others, were also smiling. They weren't fools and naturally understood the world government's reasons for wanting to cooperate with Wano. They just wanted to borrow Mihawk to participate in a battle. So if the world government achieved its goals, would they still treat Wano with the same privileges as now? Even a fool would know that it was impossible. Those who had been dispatched to fight alongside the Beast Pirates and Wano swordsmen as members of the Soil Team, such as Germa's Ichiji and Niji, upon hearing this news, would likely also be happy. Although the Yonko themselves were stronger than the admirals, and Mihawk, who could make the Yonko submit, was naturally stronger than the former Admiral Akainu. But such a victory was definitely good news. Although Mihawk was still covered in wounds, this time, due to Akainu's abilities, he had various burns and scalds on him. However, Kazuki Odin still showed a smile. No matter what, winning was a good thing. Of course, he still needed to treat his injuries well. Thus, a certain general of Wano once again abandoned his duties and began to pursue his side job as a doctor. Odin was so furious he wanted to chop someone, if only he could chop them down. Meanwhile, Mihawk was completely indifferent to the sensation of someone applying medicine to his back and silently squinted his eyes, finally got tied up again. What else needs to be done? Should the Revolutionary Army start working? What about Gilgamesh? Sigh. There are more and more aliases, and they are becoming more and more troublesome. Too many aliases make it hard for him to stay in one place for too long. Basically, he was either pretending to be someone with an alias or rushing to another alias's location, waiting to show off. However, first, Zhao Su felt his body and squinted his eyes. The deity is already healed. Let's use it on Doflamingo first. Mihawk's victory would still take some time to spread across the sea. This was not a plan arranged by the Navy early on, so it naturally requires time. However, in reality, most people do not care about what happens in the newly established Wano country. Ichigo Kurosaki and Akainu fighting? Who is Ichigo Kurosaki? Oh, the guy who suddenly appeared and took down Kaido, right? So what? What does it have to do with me? Ichigo Kurosaki is not a pirate, and Akainu is no longer an admiral. They can just fight. Anyway, the world government's confidentiality work is still good. They haven't released the news about defeating Ichigo Kurosaki, nor the fact that Ichigo Kurosaki went with the world government to fight Uchiha Madara. So for most people, this matter is completely irrelevant. For example, like Ichigo Kurosaki, Gilgamesh, who just defeated Charlotte Linlin and made the fourth emperor submit, along with his subordinates. Don Quixote, Doflamingo walked into the palace with a big grin, laughing. After all, he has the qualities of a master. even though he knows that Gilgamesh has discovered his little tricks. He initially acted a bit restrained, but quickly returned to his usual self. In fact, very few people really know that he has been up to something. In the minds of most high-ranking officials, he is still the same, with no changes. It's just a pity that the world government has been unable to contact him, and he didn't dare to approach that female secretary. Doflamingo thought to himself that Khalifa was the one he arranged to come in, so he naturally knew her identity. However, it's unfortunate that Khalifa is in charge of black market trade, and recently Doflamingo hasn't dared to do anything. Khalifa also didn't dare to approach, as she was not clear on how Doflamingo suddenly betrayed the world government. In fact, they both wanted to make contact and see what the other was up to. However, unfortunately, neither of them had any matters to discuss recently, which is quite regrettable. "My king, did you call me for something?" Doflamingo asked, kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. Gilgamesh slightly nodded. "Success. The deity has once again accomplished a feat, subduing this veteran powerhouse. Indeed, the abilities from another world are valuable." Zhao Su thought to himself. The deity has many methods of discovery and resolution in the Naruto world, but in the pirate world, there is nothing. Of course, one cannot say that the pirate world absolutely has no means to counter the deity. The variety of devil fruits unique to the pirate world is frequent. Who knows if there's a capability to remove all negative states or rejuvenate the body? Or one could say there must be such abilities. Perhaps there are even capabilities similar to the slave fruit, just that they haven't been heard of yet. However, it is likely that there are similar abilities within the Navy, as the world government is a master of the four seas. However, there's another question. Is this ability to counter the deity something Doflamingo will encounter? If he does, would he want the other party to break his control? This creates a paradox. Unless he is accidentally harmed by such an ability, who would think he is being controlled? After all, on the surface, Doflamingo is a subordinate of Gilgamesh, loyal to him. Who would think he inherently wants to rebel? If rebellion is to happen, it should be Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors who rebels first. So, not to say it is 100% secure, but at least it is very likely. Zhao Su squinted his eyes, thinking to himself. Sure enough, Doflamingo suddenly knelt down and said, "I'm sorry, my king, I have sinned. I have colluded with the world government behind your back and committed many acts against your beliefs, and my own selfishness is too great. Please punish me, my king." It seems the illusion Zhao Su set for Doflamingo is to obey the orders of the person in front of him and to worship him immensely, willing to give everything for him. Unlike with Crocodile, Doflamingo was already a subordinate of Gilgamesh, so the illusion set wouldn't be directly discovered by Crocodile. Rather, he himself would feel a shift in thinking. Why did I do so many things that wronged my king back then? If I had fully supported my king, perhaps he would have unified the world by now, and what great benefits would I have gained? In this line of thinking that Doflamingo would never have on a normal day, his actions have quietly begun to change. Never mind, Gilgamesh waved his hand generously. Just work hard for now on. I can't smile. Smiling will raise suspicion. Yes, my king, Doflamingo said, tears brimming with emotion, lowering his head deeply. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "My king, there are a few matters I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Gilgamesh asked. "There are spies from the world government within our ranks." Doflamingo said in a deep voice, "I know of 5 spies, one of whom is an elderly man who escaped from prison and has already been persuaded by the world government. Currently, the highest-ranking spy I know of is Khalifa, the woman I recommended back then." Doflamingo said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "These spies actually dared to target my king. They must be eliminated. My king, please allow me to clean them out for you," Doflamingo said fiercely. Gilgamesh slightly narrowed his eyes. In fact, he already knew about such matters. Gilgamesh's team was hastily assembled, and he appeared suddenly. Although he is renowned, there is still a certain gap compared to other pirates who have emerged from constant battles. When facing Charlotte Linlin back then, everyone thought he would lose, which is a side evidence. It is quite normal for a hastily formed team with extremely diverse members to have spies from the world government within it, isn't it? Although Gilgamesh is charismatic, there will still be people swayed by the world government. The highest-ranking spy among them is none other than Doflamingo himself. Never mind. Gilgamesh waved his hand lightly. I know these people. You can sweep away the others, but leave Khalifa. She is your connection to re-establish contact with the world government. It's better to keep her. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood Gilgamesh's meaning. He was being asked to be a double agent. He had no hesitation and nodded without a second thought. At your command. Oh, by the way, my king. Doflamingo thought for a moment and said, I would like to recommend some of my subordinates to you. They're all quite excellent elites. Although their strength is not on par with Shiryu and the others, they're still formidable. In fact, Doflamingo had never fully trusted Gilgamesh. Many of his subordinates, while famous, had not integrated into Gilgamesh's team. To prevent them from being influenced by Gilgamesh like Treble, he even hid them away, not allowing them to appear before Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh simply smiled and asked, for example, who? For example, Monet and Sugar. Doflamingo replied without hesitation. They are both wonderful women, perfectly suited to stay by your side as maids. Gilgamesh said, all right, it seems a bit different from what I imagined, but that's fine. After all, this is a kind gesture from a subordinate. So Gilgamesh nodded. The maid team seemed to be growing larger and larger. There's one last thing. Doflamingo thought for a moment and said, I would like to gift the king something. I wonder if my king has heard of a devil fruit called the gold fruit? Chapter 214. The Gaze of Hawkeye, 4th update requested. The difference between subjective initiative and passive cooperation is already evident. Originally, Doflamingo was also a subordinate of Gilgamesh. But what did he do? He searched for devil fruits and ended up with a bunch of ordinary ones, with average numbers. He sought Caesar Clown to create artificial devil fruits and took several months before finally bringing Caesar over. By that time, Charlotte Linlin had already submitted. However, now Doflamingo began to exercise his subjective initiative. What was the result? The first two suggestions directly took out his hidden items, and the most crucial one, the gold fruit? Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes. That's right. Doflamingo nodded. The gold fruit was something I stumbled upon a while back, and I intended to use it as a gimmick, pretending to sell the fruit, but I never actually planned to sell it. As a result, that devil fruit was stolen by someone, and I only recently caught sight of that person again. Doflamingo squinted his eyes and sighed, but that person has now awakened the gold fruit. I originally planned to use some gentle means to influence his awakening. The awakening of a devil fruit is a higher level ability. The awakening of a paramecia can have effects on things outside the user themselves. An awakened Zoan can significantly enhance recovery and combat abilities. The reason the Logia is regarded as the strongest devil fruit is that once someone consumes it, they immediately enter an awakened state. Elementalization is the ability of awakening. Doflamingo himself also has the ability to awaken a devil fruit, even able to influence all surrounding existence to turn into threads, commanding the threads to attack enemies. However, Doflamingo's ability can only be used for attacks, while the ability of that gold fruit can temporarily produce gold. Although it cannot produce gold permanently yet, who knows what the future holds? That person's name is Gil Tesoro, and he has already slightly influenced the world's gold prices and the issuance of berries Doflamingo introduced. Such a person has many uses. If you're interested in him, I am willing to recruit him for you. Gold holds a significant position worldwide and is a standard pricing item. The power of money is immense, if managed well. Even the celestial dragons can be influenced, let alone others. Doflamingo decided to abandon dealing with Tesoro because he recognized the awakened combat power of Gil Tesoro. Of course, if he could recruit him for his king, that would be even better. Okay, I allow it. You go ahead. Gilgamesh waved his hand. If you need help, just say so. Yes, my king. Doflamingo slightly bowed. Monet is a beautiful woman with wavy green hair, golden pupils, and a graceful figure. At this time, she had not yet been transformed by Trafalgar Law into a bird-like form with wings and claws. Instead, she had quite stunning long legs and arms. She is a user of the snow fruit, and her strength is not weak. Of course, her beauty is key. Sugar, on the other hand, appears as a little girl, wearing a spotted dress, with a single-sided glasses on her left eye and a bob cut. She enjoys embedding grapes between her fingers and eating them one by one. She is the user of the hobby fruit, capable of turning those she touches into toys according to her preferences. and the type and style of the toys are entirely decided by the user's preferences. Targets transformed into toys, including relatives or friends, will lose all memories associated with the object that was turned into a toy. While transforming, the targets do not lose their ability to speak or independent thought, but their bodies are controlled by Sugar, allowing her to set contracts, such as not harming humans, working for the Don Quixote family, or fighting to the death. With this ability, in the future, Doflamingo will turn Dressrosa into a country of toys, allowing the people to live in abundance without too much toil. And now, Gilgamesh directly ordered that using Sugar and Charlotte Lean's abilities, they should create toys and illusionary troops. They do not need to fight, but they can be used to produce various items, greatly expanding the income of Dressrosa's residents. As for the raw materials, there are so many pirates in this world, and among them, countless act recklessly, transforming the elderly's lifespan into soldier pawns and then turning their younger selves into toys is more than enough. As a king, isn't it reasonable to strike against the pirates roaming within one's territory? Gilgamesh directly issued orders for the former Charlotte family members and his own subordinates to repeatedly mobilize and sweep the surrounding seas. After all, they're just sitting idle. Of course, the expansion of the maid team made Bruley feel a sense of crisis, and it is quite normal for her to privately urge her siblings to help. Meanwhile, the news of Kenpachi Zaraki defeating Akainu finally spread across the entire sea. Yamamoto, Genre Isai's rise to fame was too sudden, and although he has achievements such as defeating the 4 emperors and making them submit, most people have a sense of disbelief about his strength. Now, with Akainu's defeat, Yamamoto, Genre Isai's reputation has been further solidified. However, at the end of the day, he is someone who can make the 4 emperors submit. Although his fame feels unreal, his track record is not bad. Now that he has once again defeated Akainu, it doesn't really count as big news in the eyes of most people, especially since Akainu is no longer an admiral. With the 4 emperors having submitted, isn't it quite normal to defeat Akainu, who is no longer an admiral? Being defeated by Akainu would be the real news. However, this news entered one person's heart. Defeated Akainu? Mihawk looked at the news in his hand, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. Yamamoto Genre Isai is special to him, because he is a swordsman. Chapter 215. The world government is up to something again. First update request for automatic. Chapter 215. The world government is up to something again. First update request for automatic. Mihawk Dracula Mihawk knows about Yamamoto Genre Isai. He knew about him when he first emerged and made Kaido submit. Such big news, not knowing about it would be strange. But for Mihawk, the reason he pays attention to this news is only one. Yamamoto Genre Isai is a swordsman. A great swordsman? Mihawk squinted his eyes, looking at the news of Akainu's defeat. Maybe I should go see him. Suddenly, he got up and walked out briskly. Mihawk likes to fight strong opponents. Even with one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, they didn't know each other at first, but eventually became acquaintances. When the government's Shichibukai recruitment order came, he was the only one who genuinely wanted to go and fight Uchiha Bito. However, Uchiha Bito is a different kind of existence, not a swordsman. First subduing Kaido, then defeating Akainu, Mihawk stepped onto his uniquely shaped small boat, revealing a smile. His strength should be genuine. So let's see who is stronger, you or me. In the next moment, he set sail. Before long, another piece of news emerged on the sea. The world's #1 great swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, decided to challenge Yamamoto Genre Isai. The news quickly spread, even shaking the newly established Wano country. However, unlike the outside world's keen interest in the new and old swordsman rivalry, the people of Wano country felt that Yamamoto Genre Isai was bound to win. In this world, there is no one who can defeat the god of swords. Yamamoto Gendusai. Well, before Wano country was established, if it weren't for Kaido staying too long in Wano, they might not even be familiar with the 4 emperors, let alone the great swordsman in the hearts of the people of Wano, who are known for their swordsmen. Perhaps some even think that the swordsmen of the world are just names, and Mihawk is called a great swordsman because they haven't met the samurai of Wano. And now this person actually dares to provoke Lord Yamamoto Genre Isai? Seeking death. On the contrary, after hearing the news, Yamamoto Genre, Sai laughed heartily. Interesting. Really interesting. Mihawk, huh? He should be quite strong. It's decided. I'll go find him. Saying this, he actually started to run towards the shore. Fortunately, Kazuki Odin and Kazuki Hiyori were present, and the two of them held him back. Calm down, Yamamoto. Mihawk doesn't even know where he's coming from, nor what ship he's on. He might have already arrived somewhere else. Why are you looking for him? Why not wait patiently for a while? After all, he will definitely come. They finally managed to calm Yamamoto down with their back-and-forth conversation. Yamamoto stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "But waiting like this is also a bit boring." "Well, you were right. Then I will wait for him a bit longer." Yamamoto Kaido. "How about we have a fight?" Kaido, who had said nothing beside him, was indifferent. Zhao Su himself doesn't care about Mihawk. Although Mihawk acts quickly, the Grand Line is not a stable place, and Mihawk is not Zhao Su, who must rush to some place. According to Zhao Su's estimation, he would leisurely take his small boat, not in a hurry, and slowly head towards Wano. Along the way, he would take out some pirates, progressing slowly. Just like when he first appeared, he chased after Click's fleet because it interrupted his nap. But in reality, by the time he caught up, Click had already returned to the East Blue, with most of his crew starving to death, and Akin had escaped from the Navy's ship and went to eat with Lick. His journey is actually quite leisurely, although using a clone to stay near Yamamoto Genre Sai is a bit dangerous. It doesn't mean Zhao Su would rush over as soon as he hears the news. There's plenty of time. Plenty of time. Of course, he also needs to go over there. Fortunately, Gilgamesh is the boss here. Otherwise, if he were under the influence of Don Quixote da Flamingo, there might be some conflicts in timing. Zhao Su thought to himself, "There's no way, too many aliases. Yamamoto Genre Sai, Gilgamesh, Saitama, Uchiha Bito." For aliases require Zhao Su to spend a considerable amount of time. If they all come together, it's fine, but if things happen simultaneously while being separated, Zhao Su wouldn't know what to do. Fortunately, the empty person who has never appeared in front of others and the sincere brother who is living a happier life than Zhao Su's main body in school don't require Zhao Su to worry about. One clone is enough for Brother Chung, and there is no need for the empty person to appear. For now, he just needs to take care of these 4 aliases, though it is quite hectic. So when can I get a skill that transcends space and allows me to go to the clone's location anytime, anywhere? Zhao Su Sai Set the Li, whether it's ninjutsu, treasures, or any other random stuff, even a devil fruit, he would risk eating one. But the problem is, at present, he hasn't found a way to move quickly. However, for now, the most needed one is Wano Country, where Yamamoto Genre Sai is about to face Mihawk's challenge. Gilgamesh can decide the action date as the boss. If necessary, he can directly order Doflamingo and Charlotte Linlin to deal with that guild Tesoro. But Mihawk must handle it himself. So Zhao Su decisively decided to head towards Wano Country, even though he had just rushed from Wano to Gilgamesh. However, just as he walked a bit, he had to change direction in a hurry, because Saitama was in trouble. Just after arriving in the East Blue, Saitama, who had just taken the position of the Marine Base Commander in Lowtown, immediately faced a report from lower-level personnel. As a Marine Admiral and a hero, he must act immediately to handle it. This time, it was not just an ordinary naval task, but it involved the Kingdom of Goya. However, Zhao Su, who simultaneously possessed the identities of Uchiha Madara and Saitama, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. The sons of the world government really don't want me to have it easy. That's right, the world government was up to something again. Chapter 216. Saitama sets foot in the Kingdom of Goya. Second update requested. After Saitama became a general, he was exiled by the 5 elders to the East Sea. Of course, it couldn't really be called exile. In fact, although the East Sea is remote, as a general, his arrival there made him the top authority in the East Sea, with an astonishingly high status, making it so that countries had to seek him out and flatter him. For an ordinary person, it could be considered an excellent position. However, for a general who pursued justice and sought to punish criminals, it didn't mean much. The 5 elders targeted Saitama's personality. However, this targeting couldn't be made obvious. In fact, even when Saitama leisurely cleared out surrounding pirates on his slow journey to the East Sea, they didn't say anything. Ultimately, no matter how disobedient Saitama was, he was still a part of the world government, and a very powerful part at that. They could suppress him, punish him, but they could not insult him, nor could they truly drive him away. Fortunately, Saitama himself had a rather laid-back personality. After sweeping through a large number of pirates, he settled in Logue Town in the East Sea. There it was the location where the Pirate King was executed, and it was also the closest location to the entrance of the Grand Line. He leisurely cleared out surrounding pirates while honestly investigating the discount situation at the Logue Town supermarket. As a result, the pirates of the East Sea directly extinguished any thoughts of entering the Grand Line. It was a joke. The general was sitting here. How many pirates would dare to approach? The East Sea was already the weakest sea. After Saitama single-handedly defeated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million along with a fleet of more than a dozen ships, it completely settled down. Until the officials of the Kingdom of Goya attacked a merchant ship, Saitama squinted at the report brought by Dasky. Yes, Dasky nodded. According to the investigations of the world government's intelligence personnel, it seemed that officials from the Kingdom of Goya had infiltrated the merchant ship under the guise of their official identity and then suddenly attacked from behind. Fortunately, a few old sailors were good swimmers and had decent luck. They managed to swim to an island and reported it to the governments of other countries. Saitama stared blankly at the report. After a moment's hesitation, Dasky continued. General Saitama, if the world government's investigation is correct, this seems to be an official action by the Kingdom of Goya. It appears that the Revolutionary Army of the Kingdom of Goya is secretly attacking merchant ships due to funding issues. Also, they seem to have some problems with smuggling. Saitama blinked. Then let's set sail. Sail? Dasky was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Tina, both showing a serious expression. General Saitama, do you mean? Of course, I want to go take a look and capture the murderers. It's Saitama's duty. Well, this was indeed Saitama's normal reaction in such situations. Tina hesitated and said, General Saitama, the other party may have some connections with the Revolutionary Army. No matter who it is, killing is always wrong. Saitama replied without hesitation. If they did something wrong, they must be punished. No matter who it is, it's the same. His words were bright and a bit lazy, showing no difference from his usual demeanor. However, both Tina and Dasky looked worried. You are right, but this time it involves the Kingdom of Goya. It's Uchiha Madara. The two women exchanged glances and sighed softly. But that's General Saitama, right? No matter who it is, as long as they violate his sense of justice, he will not hesitate to go and eliminate the evildoers. This is what General Saitama is like. Yet they did not see the hint of gloom that flashed in Saitama's eyes. I must inform the main body as soon as possible. Zhao Su had just received the notification from Saitama's clone, and he immediately began to curse the world government. This is definitely the doing of the world government. Saitama was Zhao Su's clone, but Uchiha Madara was too. If there was an incident of the Kingdom of Goya secretly attacking merchant ships, how could Uchiha Madara not know? He was the leader of the Revolutionary Army branch of the Kingdom of Goya. However, it wasn't the Kingdom of Goya that did it. It was certain that some members of the kingdom were involved. Zhao Su's eyes turned cold as he quickly flew over the East Sea on his Vimana. Although the Kingdom of Goya was the stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, it was still a country that had openly engaged in trade with the outside world. Not all civil servants could be members of the Revolutionary Army. There must be spies who had mixed in after signing trade agreements with the world government. They had the resources of the world government, so their promotions would be swift. If these people acted secretly, would Uchiha Madara and Saitama really fight? Even if they knew each other's identities, they would still show corresponding restraint, but the people of the world government would definitely not hesitate to fan the flames, even if it meant playing a few deadly games to make them fight. Once they fought, it didn't matter who won or lost. The important thing was that as long as Saitama took action, he could be summoned next time. You say that because the battle with the Revolutionary Army seems like a battle between two countries, you want to take action. But now Uchiha Madara has committed crime, and you still won't take action? What a good calculation. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes. The world government was indeed an expert in political struggle, and their methods were quite good. If it weren't for the fact that these two were my identities, a conflict would likely be inevitable. In fact, even with Zhao Su's identities, a conflict was not a 100% certainty. Saitama's inner justice and heroic actions were inviolable. That was his character. And Uchiha Madara's arrogance was also his nature. As long as the world government designed it well, they would inevitably clash. So I need to hurry. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes, and the Vimana beneath him flew even faster. 3 days later, General Saitama set foot on the territory of the Kingdom of Goya. Chapter 217. It's up to you, main body. Third update requested. In fact, the matter was quite simple. In this day and age, pirates were frequently emerging, and there were even some disguised as national military forces, such as the pirates led by Doflamingo in Dressrosa. However, in reality, it was not so easy for pirates to capture merchant ships. The vast ocean was not something that could be seen with just a glance through a telescope. Most of the time, if pirates do not plan to rely entirely on luck to accidentally encounter merchant ships during their voyages, they can only depend on intelligence. What kind of intelligence? The shipping routes and arrival times at ports. With this information, pirates can accurately capture their prey, especially valuable targets. It's impossible to just drift around the ports like casting a net, as if the Navy and the state were mere decorations. Of course, this refers to ordinary pirates. There are also notorious pirates who directly extort states, like Rob Lucci when he first debuted, encountering a group of pirates who threatened the country with 500 soldiers. However, how many great pirates are there in the East Sea? The biggest one was just killed by Yamato. Who would dare to commit crimes under such circumstances? In fact, the protagonist this time is an ordinary pirate who can only rely on ordinary methods to investigate the times when merchant ships enter and leave the ports. Then they estimate the position in the shipping route to launch an attack. However, merchants are not fools. They will naturally hide their port entry and exit times, adjust their sailing speeds, and some merchants even deviate far from their routes, as this is not the Grand Line after all. This time, however, the merchant ship had an official from the Goya Kingdom on board. Of course, this is not surprising. Officials are not nobles, and not all nobles are as wealthy as celestial dragons, able to afford their own ships. The merchants made excellent preparations before setting sail, even deviating far from their routes, and their precautionary measures can be said to have reached the limit. In such a situation, if they still encountered pirates, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Yet they truly encountered pirates. Of course, it wasn't because the pirates were lucky, but because of an insider, according to a sailor who barely survived by drifting to a small island. He heard with his own ears that the Goya Kingdom official used a transponder snail to contact the pirates. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. Were the state and the pirates working together? Was it because the Revolutionary Army was out of money that they targeted the merchants? I knew those damn guys in the Revolutionary Army must have bad intentions. Look, their true colors are revealed now. Instantly, such news spread all over the East Sea. The nobles had not started to look favorably upon the Revolutionary Army just now, and various smear campaigns began to surface. It all started with Ivankov, a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. Because she is a transgender, the Revolutionary Army is labeled as a group of transgenders. And the first requirement to join the Revolutionary Army is to cut oneself. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, originally from the Navy, is actually a spy sent by the Navy to capture all those dissatisfied with the world government, then eliminate them all. Nico Robin, inwardly extremely anti-human, wants to find the Pluto and use its power to take revenge on the entire world, regardless of the truth. A large amount of filth was fabricated and thrown onto the Revolutionary Army. The Goya Kingdom was instantly in an uproar, and all the officials of the Revolutionary Army gritted their teeth in hatred towards those who smeared them, their anger rising. Under these circumstances, Saitama's fleet suddenly arrived at the Goya Kingdom. They came very quickly. Does the Navy want to find an excuse to come and conquer us? Robin's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She is anti-human, wants to find Pluto and then take revenge on the whole world. Damn, I've known where Pluto is for a long time. If I wanted revenge, wouldn't I have acted by now? Uchiha Madara also wore a grim expression. With his proud character, how could he tolerate such slander? However, inside he thought, damn, they are really forcing me to fight with Saitama. But what he thought internally had nothing to do with actual actions. He could only conform to his character, suddenly stand up, and say with an angry face, let's go to the port to greet that admiral. Robin, however, had calmed down considerably at this moment and quietly advised, "Ban, calm down. Saitama has a good reputation. It doesn't seem to be targeted at our revolutionary army. Let us explain things clearly first. It must be said that Saitama's laid-back personality, combined with his unhesitating attacks on pirates and refusal to participate in battles against the revolutionary army, has earned him quite a few good reviews among the revolutionary army. Some even doubted if Saitama was a pawn of the revolutionary army. However, Saitama's position was too high. He was originally a vice admiral, and now he had become an admiral, so no one doubted him anymore. There were indeed sympathizers for the revolutionary army within the Navy. Dragon originally came from the Navy, and there were quite a few friends of his within the Navy, some sympathetic, others simply acting as spies for the revolutionary army. But how could an admiral possibly be a spy for the revolutionary army? Uchiha Madara's expression turned unfriendly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. A trace of worry flashed in Robin's eyes. As a senior member of the Revolutionary Army, she naturally knew that the Revolutionary Army had not done such things. However, the world government would definitely throw this slander onto them. Uchiha Madara, with his proud character, could never accept being slandered. Even if Saitama had a friendly personality, according to his rumors, he would at least conduct some investigations. If the world government employed some underhanded tactics, it would definitely lead to a confrontation between the two. Does that mean next time this admiral will also target us? Robin bit her lip. That would be troublesome. This time the slander will be hard to wash away. The world government would use this against the revolutionary army for a lifetime. But who could organize the occurrence of this event now? Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared on her face. "Bro, you stay here." Zhao Su suddenly walked over from the side, smiling. "How about I take care of this matter?" Uchiha Madara's expression slightly changed, seeming to hesitate for a moment, then said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you." After saying that, it seemed as if his anger had subsided a little, and he sat down angrily. But inwardly, he thought, "I'm leaving it to you, the real body. Just leave it to me with confidence." Chapter 218, CP0 Under the Shadow. Fourth update requested automatically when Saitama's fleet arrived at the port, even before they officially disembarked. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the port. People were actually not interested in nobles, politics, or anything, but that did not mean they were unaware that life in the Goya Kingdom had improved countless times compared to before. There were no longer people picking through garbage on the garbage mountain, and bandits and pirates gradually disappeared. People had meat to eat and wine to drink. Who wouldn't pursue such a rare and worthwhile life? The lower classes had even greater loyalty to the Revolutionary Army. The upper classes might not all be in favor of the Revolutionary Army's existence, but the arrival of the Revolutionary Army also provided them with enough new opportunities. At least the big merchants no longer had to worry about their property being arbitrarily taken away by the nobles. They had seen those news reports, but they absolutely did not believe the Revolutionary Army would do such a thing. It was definitely a hidden illness of the world government. They wanted to take away the happiness we worked so hard to achieve. This sentence silently appeared in the hearts of countless people, making them cast their angry gazes toward the distant warship. "This is troublesome." Tina squinted her eyes. Although she was young, her experience was not lacking, and she was wise enough to naturally notice the hostility of the people around her. Honestly speaking, as a Navy officer, it was her first time being treated like this by the ordinary public. They believed they were on the side of justice, although others couldn't understand the atmosphere around them. The oppressive feeling made everyone uncomfortable. Only Saitama, with his usual silly and cute expression, nonchalantly walked down the ship, his face unchanged, as if he was always wearing a carefree smile like a salted fish. Suddenly, a large group of people arrived at the port, with Zhao Su, Uchiha Madara's younger brother, leading the way. "Saitama, you're a bit younger," Tina whispered as a reminder. Zhao Su, accompanied by Robin, walked unceremoniously to the Navy personnel. The Navy and the Revolutionary Army exchanged glances. The atmosphere was heavy for a moment. "Hello, I am Zhao Su," he said with a slight smile. "What brings you Navy officers here?" "We are here to investigate the recent case of Revolutionary Army officials harming merchant ships," Tina replied directly without waiting for Saitama to answer. She was worried that her general might say something inappropriate. which could force both sides into a fight. She didn't care about Zhao, Su, or Robin behind him, but she had to be concerned about the man who had repeatedly defeated Navy ambushes. It's quite funny, despite the world government secretly doing all sorts of things. Both Robin and Tina were very worried about a conflict between their high-ranking officials. Although both sides believed in the strength of their leaders, it was still strange to suddenly clash with such powerful figures. Hearing Tina's words, Zhao Su just smiled and said, "Then please follow us, Navy officers. Let us not block the people behind us at the port. Let us head to the city hall first." "Okay," Saitama nodded, looking a bit silly, then subtly exchanged a glance with Zhao Su. "Yes," confirmed the eye contact. "That's the gaze of the main body." Tina was on edge the whole way, fearing that the Revolutionary Army might make a sudden move. There was no way. If the Revolutionary Army really had any schemes, how would they respond? Although she believed in Saitama's strength, the opponent was Uchiha Madara, the man who had defeated Sengoku, Carp, and even captured Admiral Akainu. Even if General Saitama could break through, they would probably. Under such tension, she widened her eyes, looking around nervously, fearing that a group of ambushers might suddenly appear. However, nothing happened along the way, and both sides directly arrived at the City Hall's conference room. "We know the reason you are here. It's about the merchant ship incident, right?" After Zhao Su and Saitama sat down separately, he spoke directly. "We, the revolutionaries, also express our sorrow over this matter and wish those who perished at sea to rest in peace. However, whether this matter is related to us revolutionaries, please do not jump to conclusions. Responsibility is not our issue. We are not easy to bully," Zhao Su said seriously. "Some things are known to everyone. What belongs to us, we can." He spoke confidently, while Robin blinked her eyes behind him, finally feeling relieved. Fortunately, Zhao Su could persuade Uchiha Madara otherwise. Robin sighed. Now was not the time to go to war with the world government. Zhao Su's performance was also commendable. He spoke with both softness and firmness, maintaining the dignity of the Revolutionary Army while giving both sides a way out. "Oh, are you saying this is not your doing?" Saitama asked, looking silly. "Of course. But according to the sailor's report, I don't know what that sailor reported, but we can investigate bit by bit. First, who were the people on that merchant ship?" Tina paused for a moment and interjected. "There was a male named Ellison." "Ellison, huh?" Zhao Su nodded and turned to ask, "Do we have this official?" Robin hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Yes." Meanwhile, in a dark corner outside the city hall, a figure dressed in a white robe and wearing a mask gazed at the city hall from a distance. CPO, the intelligence agency of the world government, known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. These are all descriptors of the organization this man belongs to. Despite wearing such a peculiar outfit, strangely, neither the people walking around nor the security guards at the city hall seemed to notice this man at all. Beneath the mask, a pair of smoky eyes stared unblinkingly at the city hall, as if they could penetrate the walls and see through the personnel inside. Suddenly, a smile appeared beneath the mask. "Revolutionary Saitama, the task assigned by the Gorosei has been completed." Chapter 219. You really overestimate your world government. First update. Please auto. Chapter 219. You really overestimate your world government. First update. Please auto. In the conference hall, the negotiations between both sides continued. "Robin, do we have this official?" "Yes." Robin nodded, then sighed. "However, we haven't received any news of his return after the merchant ship incident. He has been missing." Hearing this, Tina and the others from Saitama's side immediately narrowed their eyes. Clearly, they did not believe it. However, in reality, Robin was also quite helpless about this. This is the truth. The growth of the Revolutionary Army largely stemmed from absorbing other personnel, so it was inevitable that some spies would mix in. Robin believed that most people were not like that and could not cooperate with pirates to attack merchant ships. However, we are currently making efforts to find him, but unfortunately, we have not been able to locate him, Robin sighed. Up until now, she didn't know whether that Revolutionary Army official was dead or had betrayed the Revolutionary Army. If he was dead, it would be the world government's black hand behind it. If he was still alive, it would be a fatal blow if he suddenly turned against them after the Revolutionary Army worked hard to clear his name. Therefore, the people of the Revolutionary Army were hesitant to speak about this matter, fearing that it would cause problems. So, there is no way to determine for now? Zhao Su asked. Yes, Robin nodded. Zhao Su nodded and then turned to Saitama and the others, saying, you can see the situation on our side. I can assure you that we have not deceived you. However, I must remind you that even if that official attacked the merchant ship, he can only represent himself and does not represent us revolutionaries. Zhao Su calmly said, the revolutionary army is a whole, while an official is just an individual. Even if he committed some wrongdoing, we will punish him according to the law. This is also an attitude. It is impossible to expect every member of the revolutionary army to never make mistakes, that everyone is a saint. But an individual is an individual, and a group is a group. These two cannot be equated. However, in this situation, saying such words seemed to imply a kind of admission of guilt. Tina and Dasky frowned instantly, showing their dissatisfaction. Before they could speak, Zhao Su continued, let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about this matter first. It seems there are still a few surviving sailors. Can we meet with them? We want. Tina immediately became vigilant. Although the Revolutionary Army and the Navy were not yet in direct conflict, they were indeed in opposition to the world government, making them prone to being blackened in daily life. Therefore, it was only natural for Tina and the others to be cautious, especially considering the earlier admission of guilt. I don't want anything in particular, Zhao Su smiled. But we need to investigate. Our Revolutionary Army's official is still unaccounted for. We need to understand the situation. Only then did Tina and the others relax a bit and nodded to the soldiers behind them. As witnesses, the sailors followed them because, after all, the safest place in the world was beside General Saitama. With this man around, what could the Revolutionary Army do? Unless they completely tore off the facade. But at that point, there would be no need to confirm that the perpetrator was a member of the Revolutionary Army. Soon, a few timid sailors approached, each bearing the rough hands typical of men who have spent their lives at sea, with broad knuckles, not very tall, and faces marked by the sea breeze. Clearly, they were the bottom of the maritime hierarchy. However, the moment they entered, Zhao Su's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of unusual color. These people, go ahead and ask. The CPO outside revealed a meaningful smile. He was specifically arranged by the five elders and was the mastermind behind this plot. And this person was qualified to be directly arranged by the five elders because of her abilities. She was the user of the hypnosis fruit. In fact, contrary to what Zhao Su and Robin thought, although the five elders had been plotting against the Revolutionary Army and Uchiha Bido for a long time, how long had it been since Saitama was appointed as a general and thrown into the East Sea? A month? 2 months? Even considering the earlier World Conscription Martial Arts event, it wasn't a long time. How could they set up spies, manipulate cases, and tarnish the Revolutionary Army so easily? It's not that it couldn't be done, but even if it could, it would require considerable preparation time. And Saitama's arrival was too quick and too sudden. It wasn't what the five elders intended for him to become a general. They didn't have that much time, but a lack of time didn't mean they couldn't create something. For example, forcibly causing trouble. As Zhao Su said, trying to smear the Revolutionary Army solely by relying on 1 or 2 officials as spies was impossible. An official is an official, and a group is a group. Who would take the mistakes of an official as the mistakes of the Revolutionary Army? Even if that official was truly a spy of the world government, how much dirt could he really throw on the Revolutionary Army? Moreover, compared to this little bit of dirt, the actions of the nobles were far worse. Therefore, a glimmer of deep blue light flashed in the CP's eyes. In reality, the official on that merchant ship was not a spy. Instead, it was the world government that took action. Eliminating the official would give the spies under him an opportunity to rise, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. And as long as he hypnotized the sailors, making them truly believe that it was the Revolutionary Army that attacked, plus the Navy's people quietly taking action on Saitama's side, the outcome was naturally predictable. Of course, the ones truly greedy for a meeting at this moment were, Go silence them. In the next second, the 3 Revolutionary Army officials in the conference hall also emitted a glimmer of blue light in their eyes. Their expressions instantly became extremely ferocious, and they suddenly prepared to strike. Tina and Dasky both changed color. Did the Revolutionary Army really dare to act? If they did, their reputation would be ruined. However, in the next moment, a soft sigh escaped Zhao Su's lips. What is this? I thought you could use something substantial. In the end, it's hypnosis? I really overestimated you, world government. 6 circles appeared in his pupils. Chapter 220. The sound Tina least wanted to hear. Second update requested for automatic. Zhao Su was not someone skilled in political battles or espionage. Although he inherited the experience of the template, he did not inherit its inner workings. In fact, even if he had inherited the mindset, it wouldn't have mattered much, because aside from those who were home buddies, the others were mostly reliant on their fists. Chungur relies on. So in reality, he had somewhat overestimated the world government. The world government was indeed strong, without a doubt. CP1, CP9 were very powerful intelligence agencies, and CP could be considered the strongest espionage organization without any problem. However, even they could not create a perfect trap in such a short time. Although Robin understood espionage matters better than Zhao Su, her experience was more about fleeing rather than espionage. Plus, the fierce memories left by the world government from her childhood led both of them to amplify the strength of the world government countless times. Yet the result was what? It turned out to be hypnosis. 6 circles flashed in Zhao Su's eyes. Before the 3 officials behind him could fully stand up, they suddenly lunged forward. In the next second, they abruptly froze in place, motionless, as if they were wall paintings. Tina and Dasky's expressions changed. They had just wanted to strike when they saw the other party stop their own subordinates. So strong. In an instant, Zhao Su had restrained those 3 powerful individuals with bounties definitely over 10 million, although these 3 were not strong enough to threaten them. Just a moment was enough to subdue them. Zhao Su, this brother of Uchiha Bido, seemed no weaker either. Moreover, what was going on? A hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of both women. Interesting, what is this? Superpower? Saitama smiled with a lazy expression. However, Zhao Su did not pay attention to him, and instead suddenly raised a hand. After watching such a show over there, now that we actors are all here, why aren't you coming? WNexi ing TI New York. In the next moment, a sudden powerful attraction came. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The CPQ's color changed, and just as it wanted to leave, its entire body was drawn over and crashed directly into the town hall's wall, suddenly landing on the table in front of Zhao Su. See, the intelligence agency of the world government. Robin and Tina's expressions changed, and they stood up abruptly. That familiar face, that unique feeling. Who else could it be? However, Dasky looked puzzled. CP0? What is that? Isn't the intelligence agency of the world government just the 8 from CP1 to CP8? The intelligence agency of the government is not just limited to CP1 to CP8. Hidden beneath these 8 are CP9 and the CP, which is hailed as the shield of the celestial dragons, and they're the true powerful ones. However, these 2 are often unknown even to someone like Iceberg, the mayor of Water City. In other words, this incident was orchestrated by the world government. Tina's pupils constricted. Wise as she was, she immediately thought of this. Unlike Dasky, Tina, as an admiral's aide, had been informed of many things that ordinary people could not know. Naturally, she could easily think of some questions, such as who would most want to see Saitama and Uchiha Madara clash. But did they ever consider our safety? Tina bit her lip, her eyes filled with anger. Uchiha Madara is someone who could defeat Sengoku, Garp, and a whole bunch of vice admirals working together, and then capture Akainu. They know nothing yet charge into the enemy's territory? Perhaps General Saitama could rely on his own strength to fight his way out, possibly matching Uchiha Madara, but these people absolutely have no hope. There are many capable members of the Revolutionary Army, like Zhao Su in front of her. Those damned people. Tina cursed inwardly. She was not afraid of sacrifice. As a Navy officer, she had long been prepared for the possibility of sacrificing herself in battle. But that does not mean she would willingly let herself be sacrificed for no reason. At this moment, CPQ was also struggling fiercely without hesitation. As a CPO, he certainly would not pin his hopes on the enemy's negligence. Instead, he relied on himself. "Help me," he shouted loudly. The next second, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and the 2 Revolutionary Army officials, along with the 7 Navy officers across from him, moved simultaneously. their faces twisted with rage, as if they had seen their father's murderer, charging towards Zhao Su with murderous intent. Among them was Daski. Although her rank had risen several levels and her strength had been tested quite a bit, her heart was not as firm as in later years. Once the CP's ability was activated, she was instantly controlled and charged toward Zhao Su. At the same time, several ordinary sailors, witnesses, rushed forward, risking their lives. Considering the distance between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, they might really be able to create an opportunity for him to escape. But that means, this is the real bad guy, right? A voice with a somewhat lazy tone rang out. His pupils constricted, and, the next second, a fish shadow appeared in his line of sight. This CPQ was very strong. In fact, every CPO was quite powerful, comparable to an admiral, not just one or two. Although he did not possess that level of power, even without relying on a devil fruit, he could rival an ordinary vice admiral. However, with a bang, Saitama threw a punch, and the powerful punch directly shattered the upper half of the CPO. Blood splattered, and pieces of flesh were everywhere. In an instant, the conference hall was covered in blood. The next second, Daski and the others were momentarily stunned before returning to normal. The sailors who were hypnotized first looked around in confusion, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Why am I in this place? Meanwhile, the commotion that had forcibly drawn CPQ over grew louder. Many officials from the Revolutionary Army rushed over. What happened? Is it the Navy? Are they going to attack? Tension filled the air. Tina's expression tightened, showing a hint of seriousness. Just now, General Saitama acted too quickly. It could easily give the other side the impression that he wanted to kill witnesses. Tension escalated. At this moment, the last thing Tina wanted to hear sounded. What's wrong? Brother? What happened? Uchiha Madara had arrived. Chapter 221. The Dragon is Ambushed. 3,000-word chapter. Third update. Chapter 221. The Dragon is Ambushed. 3,000-word chapter. Third update. That blood-red armor, flowing long hair, and proud gaze belonged to Uchiha Madara, the man who had defeated the Navy's multiple encirclements and even captured Akainu. Tina and the others instantly tensed up, their expressions grave. In this situation, he might really make a move. After all, the one looking for trouble was the world government behind the Navy, and General Saitama was still in A-kill and silence mode. What's wrong, brother? What happened? Uchiha Madara spoke coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent sweeping over Tina and the others. Except for Saitama, who remained as laid-back as ever, everyone else felt as if a knife was being held to their throats. It was the aura of death. Robin suddenly took out a Den Mushi from behind and said, I recorded it. The recording Den Mushi. Tina's expression changed slightly. Now, even if they brought it out to challenge them, the Revolutionary Army would not suffer any loss of reputation. CPO was confidential to most people, even to someone like Iceberg. However, it was not unfamiliar to some high-ranking officials. Of course, the world government could deny it. After all, they have no shame. But for those present, Tina couldn't help but swallow hard. Saitama was indeed very strong, but he was just an admiral. Perhaps Daski might think that, without General Saitama, there would be no bad guys, but in the eyes of most people, Uchiha Madara, who could deal with Sengoku, Garp, and others working together, was not someone an admiral could provoke. Zhao Su smiled and said, It's nothing, just a small incident. It's already resolved. Is that so? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, glancing at the body on the ground with half of its body blown away. Is the world government being disobedient again? Or do they want it to go to Mariewa again for them to understand what it means to seek death? Uchiha Madara was filled with killing intent, his eyes icy. To attack my brother, do they really fear death this much? The Navy personnel felt a heavy pressure. Were they really going to die at the hands of Uchiha Madara today? However, the next second, they heard Zhao Su casually say, no need for that. At this level, it's impossible for me to get hurt. Then he smiled at Saitama and the others and said, Don't worry, everything is fine. We've heard some things about Saitama's situation. These little matters can be ignored. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback for a moment. Then they suddenly felt relieved. Indeed, the incident where Saitama defied orders had caused quite a stir, and those who had followed Saitama until now were naturally well aware of it. It seemed the other party considered this point and felt that Saitama and the world government that took action were not completely unrelated. Thus, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Saitama's strength is very strong. In the eyes of someone like Daisuke, he is probably not much weaker than Uchiha Madara. However, they are very weak. The strongest among them, Tina, could absolutely not compare to an ordinary vice admiral. To be honest, if Saitama hadn't been immediately sent to the East Sea after advancing to the rank of admiral, he should have at least had a vice admiral following him. Unfortunately, the strongest now is still Tina. Saitama looked dazed and confused, as if he didn't quite understand Zhao Su's words. Of course, based on Tina and the others' understanding, Admiral Saitama might not be pretending not to understand. He genuinely didn't get it. It could even be said that even if he understood, he wouldn't care because he is strong enough. In summary, everyone present can prove that this incident has nothing to do with us revolutionaries, right? Zhao Su asked. Tina and the others exchanged glances and nodded. With the CPO taking action, was there really anything more to ask? That's great. Zhao Su revealed a smile, then turned to Robin and said, Robin, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's prepare a banquet to treat the Navy. Robin was taken aback. Although she didn't understand Zhao Su's intentions, she still nodded. No need, Tina wanted to refuse, but suddenly saw Saitama looking at her with a face full of expectation. Is there food? Is it free? Tina thought. Actually, unlike Robin and the others' resistance to the world government's actions, when they discovered that the other party had hypnosis abilities, Zhao Su instead greatly relaxed. Sure enough, there are abilities similar to the god of heaven in this world. The world government has indeed collected such abilities. Perfect. This individual has already been pretended to be killed by Saitama under Zhao Su's instructions and then completely sealed away. Otherwise, what if this hypnotist also has the ability to break the hypnosis or discover others' hypnosis? So when Zhao Su discovered this person at that time, he had already decided he must capture him. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Crocodile's control cannot be easily lifted. The abilities of devil fruits are varied, but only after a person dies can another similar devil fruit appear. If this person doesn't die, then a new hypnotist will never emerge. Naturally, Zhao Su couldn't let the hypnotist die. However, in that situation, it was impossible to keep him without killing him. So Zhao Su, along with his two clones, staged a grand performance. Illusions, combined with Uchiha Madara's sudden arrival, left everyone with no time to notice any potential flaws. The banquet below also took everyone away from this conference room. Everything was perfectly resolved. So although Tina and the others were always on edge afterwards, in reality, nothing happened at the banquet because the banquet was not the focus at all. Saitama, completely unconcerned, enjoyed a hearty meal at the banquet and then shyly took several portions of fries and went back to his ship. Robin silently watched them leave and finally couldn't help but ask, Zhao Su, what are you thinking? The Navy and we may not be direct enemies, but they are still enemies. Why are you? She had a puzzled expression, thinking that after Saitama took action, there was clearly an opportunity to pin the crime of murder on him. Yet he didn't take action and instead treated them to a meal before sending them away. If timed correctly, they could have eliminated an admiral of the Navy. If she didn't know that Zhao Su could never betray them, she might even suspect that he had taken money from the Navy. It's nothing, Zhao Su smiled. Could he let Robin know Saitama's true identity? However, he had prepared another reason. Saitama could actually be brought in. Zhao Su thought for a moment and said, his sense of justice is quite different from the Navy's. It should be said that he has a significant conflict with the celestial dragons, providing many opportunities for manipulation. Moreover, the most important thing is that I didn't simply invite him to a meal. Robin tilted her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. I also told him some things. Zhao Su smiled and said about some matters in the EC. The Revolutionary Army has already stabilized its position in the Goa Kingdom and should consider expansion now. Although Saitama is a member of the Navy, his external persona and the fact that he is Zhao Su's alter ego mean he can also be utilized. If all goes well, Zhao Su narrowed his eyes. The world government forced him to suddenly run back to the East Sea. Do they really think he's a good guy and won't seek revenge? Saitama and Uchiha Madara did not clash. This news quickly spread, leaving many people disappointed. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army's innocence also disappointed many. The smear campaign was still ongoing. Even though Saitama had already proven the Revolutionary Army's innocence, the nobles wouldn't want the Revolutionary Army to be too innocent. So what if they slander? So what if they smear? We take money and let the newspaper smear as much as they want. Even if there are problems, if you have the ability, come fight me. Anyway, even if we don't smear, you would still attack us. Even Zhao Su couldn't do anything about this. The nobles are the targets taken down by the Revolutionary Army. Smearing the Revolutionary Army? It's just giving the Revolutionary Army another reason to eliminate them. He could only have someone warn the newspaper, like secretly pouring a bucket of dog blood on the newspaper president while he was sleeping, and similar small matters. The other thing he arranged was also in progress. And just as Zhao Su was preparing to leave the Goa Kingdom and head to Wano country to welcome Mihawk's challenge, a piece of news came out. The Elder Star's plots against the Revolutionary Army in the Goa Kingdom failed, but severely injured another Revolutionary Army. Originally planning to overthrow the New Lawn Kingdom in the West Sea and establish a revolutionary base not inferior to the Goa Kingdom, Dragon was ambushed by the CP and severely injured. He was ultimately rescued by the cross-dressing King Ivankov, while the Revolutionary Army's hidden fighters in the Lawn Kingdom suffered heavy losses, with over half injured. Chapter 222, Why Aren't You Speaking? Fourth update request for automatic. Chapter 222, Why Aren't You Speaking? Fourth update request for automatic. Dragon, with his wounds, had a grim expression. He had failed. The Revolutionary Army's plan had failed. The world government, indeed, possesses an abundance of manpower and resources, coupled with spies planted over many years, allowing them to discover the plans of the Revolutionary Army. 2 CPQ-level generals, along with several slightly weaker, powerful individuals, almost left him behind in the New Lawn Kingdom. If it weren't for Ivankov risking everything to save him, it would have come at a huge cost. Ivankov took the brunt of the enemy's attack, quickly recovered using healing hormones, and then dragged himself away. However, the side effect of the healing hormones is a reduction in lifespan. Ivankov's expression turned grim, and he felt a sense of dejection. Am I really this weak? Similarly, when Uchiha Madara acted against the countries of the Four Seas, he engaged in the East Sea, the most powerful navy among the Four Seas, easily mobilizing the navy to confront Sengoku and others. Yet, he forcefully snatched a whole country of Goya from the jaws of the world government. And what about him? When he acted in the most chaotic West Sea, he was repelled not by the navy, but merely by a few intelligence personnel from the world government. The gap is too vast. Long let out a deep sigh. His wounds were barely bandaged, and blood was faintly seeping through the bandages. However, he paid no attention to these wounds and lowered his head in dejection. Long, don't think too much, Ivankov said, also severely injured, with some wounds even worse than Long's. Yet, she still comforted him. Aren't you strong enough? The power of a Navy admiral is already among the world's top. The Kingdom of the Mermaids might not know this, but I have data here. Yet it pales in comparison to Uchiha Madara. Long whispered, do you know that currently, the personnel and supplies being sent to the Revolutionary Army from the Goya Kingdom are already comparable to the sum of all previous Revolutionary Army bases? The previous bases of the Revolutionary Army were all in remote areas of the Grand Line, places the Navy had no interest in conquering. And the world government also paid little attention to, such as White Earth Island and Baldigo. The economy was already weak, and coupled with contributions to the revolutionary cause in various places, they could not engage in large-scale trade with the world government. Although the living conditions of the residents improved significantly, it was only marginal. In contrast, the Goya Kingdom, located in the East Sea, had established trade agreements with the world government, and with Uchiha Madara's strength, there was no need to spend a lot of money maintaining an army. The result is that its economy rivals that of the entire Revolutionary Army base. This is also why Long is determined to make a breakthrough in the West Sea. Ivankov, how many years have we been in the Revolutionary Army? Long suddenly asked after a moment of silence. About 12 or 13 years, I think, Ivankov replied after some thought. Yes, 12 or 13 years. Long nodded and sighed. The accumulation of 2 or 3 years of resources is actually not as good as the chaos caused by Uchiha Madara in just 1 or 2 years. Ivankov, do you think we're really this incompetent? Ivankov's heart tightened. Long was the leader of the Revolutionary Army and rarely spoke such words of weakness. What has happened to him? Has he been too impacted by Uchiha Madara? The accumulation of resources is ultimately your credit, he said without hesitation. Long, Uchiha Madara also relied on us. He was just lucky. He said this with strong resentment. In fact, when Uchiha Madara first acted against the Goya kingdom, no one in the Revolutionary Army believed in him. As a result, they were all slapped in the face later, leaving Long too embarrassed to visit his hometown. The Goya kingdom properly. The elders care about their reputation, while new members like Robin are thriving in the Goya kingdom. Long's sudden decision to act against the new Lan kingdom in the West Sea was also encouraged by these elders. Perhaps after being comforted by Ivankov, Long sighed deeply. Uchiha Madara is indeed very strong. However, support personnel like Robin are also very important, and most of them are indeed the foundation Long has painstakingly built up. The achievements of the Goya kingdom also have a share of Long's years of accumulation. Seeing Long gradually regain his fighting spirit, Ivankov finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ivankov, being an old member of the Revolutionary Army, had more trust in Long and was not particularly interested in the suddenly emerging Uchiha Madara. They still trusted Long, who had founded the Revolutionary Army from the beginning. However, this failure indeed had some serious consequences. Both Long and Ivankov were severely injured, and the others suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the recent improvement in the Revolutionary Army's financial situation, this upheaval would likely force the Revolutionary Army into hibernation for 5 to 6 years to recover. Although Ivankov was somewhat wary of Long's despondency, he couldn't help but feel grateful for Uchiha Madara at this moment. Of course, the premise is that Long doesn't feel like he wants to hand over the Revolutionary Army's power to him, like just now. How long has Uchiha Madara been in the Revolutionary Army? Can he be trusted? Does he have enough ability to lead us revolutionaries forward? Suddenly, a revolutionary soldier ran over, full of excitement. Mr. Long, Mr. Ivankov, come quick. You have to see this. The soldier was beaming with joy. This is great news. What happened? Long's expression changed, as if the earlier disappointment had vanished. As a leader, he naturally understood the importance of maintaining composure in front of his subordinates. Only because Ivankov was an old member of the Revolutionary Army and also his friend could he afford to show a hint of dejection. The revolutionary soldier, unaware of these matters, excitedly presented the good news. Mr. Long, our Revolutionary Army's territory in the East Sea has expanded again. Mr. Uchiha Madara has taken down the 2 small countries next to the Goya kingdom, and now this area completely belongs to our Revolutionary Army. This is truly... Hey, Mr. Long? Mr. Ivankov? Why are you two not speaking? What's wrong? He looked at the days Long and Ivankov, puzzled. Chapter 222, Damn 5 Elders. First update requested automatically. Chapter 222, Damn 5 Elders. First update requested automatically. This attack on the countries adjacent to the Goya kingdom was also part of Zhao Su's plan. The source, of course, was somewhat derived from political maneuvering skills, having a broader perspective and understanding the calculations with the help of Kong. Although Kong can be said to have no way to appear in the pirate world, it does not mean that his abilities cannot be utilized. Specializing in psychological analysis and behavioral prediction, even if Zhao Su is currently only using about 30% of his abilities, it is enough to be comparable to an average strategist. The calculations he set up were actually quite simple. Before Saitama left, Zhao Su had sent him a few messages. They were not particularly significant news, just the locations of a few pirates. The few pirates in the East Sea are relatively strong, but they don't often plunder merchant ships. Instead, they often engage in human trafficking. After confirming the situation, Saitama took action and wiped out those pirates. This is something that no one could dispute. Even the world government would only be pleased to see this, with no issues arising. However, no one knew that although these pirates seemed ordinary, they had connections to the high nobility of the 2 kingdoms behind the Goa kingdom. In fact, these pirates might be the white gloves of the nobility, specifically using the power of the nobles to protect pirates who trafficked people and sold slaves. Of course, the profits naturally went to the nobles. Occasionally, there were times when pirates were wiped out, but they would quickly replenish their ranks and rebuild, which the nobles didn't care about. After all, in this era, Pirates were as numerous as cows, while adventure-like pirates, like Luffy, were extremely rare. However, this time Saitama was too thorough. In the past, the Navy would usually just eliminate one or two from the White Gloves, but it was impossible to sweep away a whole bunch of them across the sea. The Navy had its own defense zones and wouldn't pursue across borders. However, did the Navy Admiral care about such defense zones? Saitama was close to being exiled to the East Sea, and his authority covered the entire East Sea. As a result, no one expected that the white gloves of the nobility would be completely annihilated in such a short time, making it difficult for them to find new financial sources. The nobles naturally cursed Saitama, but it was hard to gather the former white gloves again. At the same time, since they were nobles, they had their dignity. Their expenses were bound to be high. Sometimes they would rather borrow than lose their so-called noble face. Expenses were fixed, and their accumulated finances were continuously decreasing. Could the nobles tolerate this? The only choice left was to exploit the commoners. After all, in the eyes of the nobles, commoners existed to serve them, and whether they lived or died was of no concern. They acted without any psychological pressure. In a short time, the commoners of the two kingdoms suffered immensely. However, this situation was not uncommon. As long as the nobles waited for new white gloves to appear, they would gradually ease the exploitation of the commoners. Although the nobles didn't care if the commoners were wiped out, they also didn't want to lose those who served them. However, at this moment, the Revolutionary Army, which had quietly infiltrated early on, made their appearance. They brandished evidence of the nobles' collusion with pirates and spread the word, quickly gaining the support of the commoners. They even forcibly broke into several noble slave prisons, taking away slaves who hadn't yet been sold. The commoners, fueled by anger under the Revolutionary Army's guidance, launched an attack against the kingdom. It goes without saying that the kingdoms in the East Sea could not withstand the Revolutionary Army's assault. Before the world government could react, the two water kingdoms had already replaced their flags with that of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy had just mobilized, and some fleeing nobles were trying to force the Navy to take action. Everyone saw the figure of Uchiha Madara standing on the coastline. Clones. This was a well-known ability of Uchiha Madara, but even as clones, they were capable of defeating admirals who would dare to act recklessly in the East Sea. Thus, the two small nations changed hands at an astonishing speed, leaving the world government stunned. The five elders were furious upon hearing this news, yet they ultimately had to endure it. The treaty between the Revolutionary Army and the world government had significant loopholes. The Revolutionary Army had never stated that they would not overthrow nations or spread their own ideology. The world government had never claimed they would not take action against the Revolutionary Army if encountered elsewhere. The so-called peace treaty was, in fact, merely an agreement made out of necessity under the threat of Uchiha Madara's strength. If they could defeat Uchiha Madara, they would have acted long ago. However, this ultimately led them to abandon any plans against the two nations. Defeating the two small nations was not difficult, but if they couldn't defeat Uchiha Madara, what would be the point of completely destroying the two small nations? Angering Uchiha Madara could potentially lead to the destruction of the entire East Sea. Both sides were wary of each other, especially since the five elders had just provoked Uchiha Madara through CP0 and had attacked Dragon once. Perhaps this was Uchiha Madara's revenge. In political games, losing means you must accept it. When you get hit, you must stand at attention. After all, they had always been preparing for a battle with Uchiha Madara. Victory could allow them to reclaim everything. Dragon learned the news quite quickly. After all, it was an internal matter of the Revolutionary Army. In fact, Uchiha Madara was aware of the situation of gathering some manpower for those two small nations after Saitama left. At that time, Ivankov had complained that this was affecting their manpower. However, since the number of people needed was not large, they didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought it would be so successful? The second and third nations in the Four Seas had turned to their side. Dragon was dumbfounded, and Ivankov's mouth was agape. They had gathered various forces and amassed most of their combat power, yet it was still not as effective as Uchiha Madara's small moves. It seemed that the idea had come from Zhao Su, while Uchiha Madara maintained his usual pride. However, they were brothers. Why should they separate the credit? They failed. while the other side succeeded easily with small efforts. Dragon sighed deeply. Ivankov, are we really this incompetent? This time was different from the last. Ivankov moved his mouth, but couldn't find any excuses to say. Dragon looked at the report, falling into a long silence. Although he had always been firm, he couldn't help but entertain the thought that perhaps handing the revolutionary army over to Uchiha Madara would be better. Meanwhile, Zhao Su didn't care at all about Dragon and Ivankov's thoughts. As the five elders had anticipated, he was merely retaliating against the five elders for their actions against him. Those two small nations had average economic conditions, mediocre geographical advantages, and a land area far smaller than the Goa Kingdom. Each country had only one or two small towns, and their combined territory was roughly the same size as the new Land Kingdom, where Dragon was preparing to take action. If it weren't for the five elders taking action against him, he would have probably let them be for a long time. After all, they were just easy targets. However, despite having the advantage and even gaining a considerable benefit, Zhao Su's expression was grim as he cursed while flying the Vimana at maximum speed. Damn it, Hawkeye! How did you get here so fast? I just delayed some time because of my revenge against the world government, and you've already arrived. Damn it! It's all your fault, five elders. According to the latest news from the clones, Hawkeye had already reached the land of Wa, aiming to challenge Dracul Mihawk. Damn it, how should I find an excuse to temporarily avoid a battle with Mihawk? Using clones and Hawkeyes to fight could easily lead to big mistakes. Chapter 224. Everyone is confused. Second update request. Chapter 224. Everyone is confused. Second update request. In fact, Zhao Su didn't stay in the East China Sea for long. He knew about the challenge from Hawkeyes. However, considering Hawkeye's personality, he probably wouldn't head straight to Wano. The weather in the Grand Line is very changeable, and although Hawkeye's is strong, his ship is too small and he doesn't have a navigator. When you consider the need for food supplies and other factors, Zhao Su actually has time. Because of this, Zhao decided to lay out plans in the East China Sea to take revenge on the five elders. But he didn't expect Hawkeyes to arrive so quickly. Yes, he has arrived. The problem Zhao Su was worried about didn't happen, but they all disappeared with the assistance of another party, which is the world government. The world government sent ships to escort Hawkeyes to Wano. Of course, it's not exactly escorting. The world government issued a summons to Hawkeyes, asking him to battle Mihawk. Hawkeyes didn't care. He wanted to fight Mihawk anyway, and the world government had made plenty of promises to him. After all, they never lack money or supplies. Although the five elders no longer underestimate swordsmen, Hawkeyes is not someone who would team up with others to gang up on an opponent. It would be better to let them have a fair fight. What if Mihawk still has hidden strength? Well, they guessed quite accurately. Mihawk indeed has hidden strength. At least he never used his swordsmanship in the fight against Akainu. Anyway, letting them clash has its benefits. And if Mihawk is defeated, wouldn't the world government achieve its goal? Thus, with the help of the escort ship from the world government, Hawkeyes doesn't need to search for islands for supplies, nor does he need to worry about being disturbed by pirates while sleeping. Everything is handled by the world government's escort ship, and he can naturally proceed with peace of mind. The world government and the Navy are not the same organization. Saitama was dispatched to the East China Sea without receiving much intelligence. The Revolutionary Army had just suffered a heavy blow, and with the addition of two small countries, their manpower was severely scattered. Besides these two disguises, Gilgamesh and Mihawk are not the type to study intelligence carefully. The lower-level personnel wouldn't pay much attention to the fact that Hawkeye's challenge had long been made public. Now it's just a slight change, and they might get punished if they report to the boss. As a result, Zhao Su has yet to reach Wano, but Hawkeyes has already arrived. Is this Wano? Hawkeye stepped onto Wano's territory, his sharp, eagle-like eyes sweeping over the land. Wano has been a nation for months now, and its citizens are no longer as surprised by the sight of an outsider as they were at the beginning. Of course, they're still surprised. Hawkeye's Mihawk glanced around, observing the people carrying swords everywhere, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wano is a country where nearly everyone is a swordsman, especially the samurai. Carrying a sword has almost become their symbol of identity. A country of swordsmen. Can there be one that satisfies me? Where is Mihawk? Mihawk calmly asked. The world government official beside him nodded and said, "We will contact the world government office immediately. Please rest assured, We will have results soon. In fact, I had already notified the officials of the world government here when we disembarked, so by now, Mihawk has probably received news of our arrival. Perhaps before we even leave the port, the other party will send someone. Mihawk nodded, not saying much. The main reason he agreed to accompany the world government officials was that he could leverage their power to quickly connect with Mihawk. Mihawk is an important figure in the country. Although his status is not low, going to see him out of the blue would likely be quite troublesome. Wano has just been established, and Mihawk's personality doesn't have much fame in the outside world. The world government knows a bit, but how could they tell Hawkeye's? The group continued forward, and in fact, among the warlords, Hawkeye's is already one of the easier ones to talk to. Compared to Doflamingo, who controlled Navy officers, Hancock, who turned entire ships into stone, and Crocodile, whose aura is incredibly cold, Hawkeye's is completely a good person. As they just walked out of the port, they saw an official sweating profusely, pacing around the port. What happened? The world government official recognized the person and immediately frowned, questioning him. The sweating official was someone sent by the world government. Upon hearing the questioning, he didn't even dare to wipe the sweat from his forehead, looking distressed. What's wrong? Mihawk asked calmly. Sir, what happened? The official questioned sternly. Didn't I ask you to inform Mihawk about our arrival? Did you do it? Don't be fooled by how Hawkeye seems easier to talk to than Doflamingo. He is still a warlord. The world government has demands of him. How dare they mess around at this time? If he discovers any problems, even if he kills me with one sword, the 5 elders definitely won't stand up for me. Sir, I did report it. The official's forehead was now even sweatier, trickling down his face. What was the response from the other party? The official asked, his anger easing a bit. He laughed a couple of times and immediately rushed to the port. Oh, I see. The official's expression improved a lot. It seems Mihawk's personality is similar to what the world government guessed. But where is he? Why haven't I seen him? The official looked around, puzzled. Mihawk is tall and fierce-looking. I've seen his photo. If I saw him, I wouldn't fail to recognize him. Maybe. I guess he might have gotten lost. Huh. Including Hawkeye's, everyone was left dumbfounded. Chapter 225. Mihawk. I've been looking for you for 3 days and nights. Third update request. Chapter 225. Mihawk. I've been looking for you for 3 days and nights. Third update request. Mihawk being directionally challenged in Wano is not a secret. Even the Beast Pirates have quite a few people who know that after defeating Kaido, Yamamoto Genre couldn't find the coastline, which led to the continued strength of the Beast Pirates. Later, they occupied a significant position in the 11th Division. To be honest, when the high-ranking officials of Wano learned about this issue, many of them shouted in anguish, "Damn it! If only we had left a tour guide for Genre back then." They didn't expect the guide to do much, just that he would know the way. Unfortunately, the past cannot be relived. As an official of the world government, he had also investigated many situations in depth and knew quite a few details. For example, the general of Wano was also quite directionally challenged. Before Yamamoto defeated the general, Kaido, he had taken the current female general to search for Kaido's farm. They searched for 3 days and nights, only to accidentally find their target while passing by. This was still under the condition of constantly asking for directions. Otherwise, it felt like these two might never find the farm until death. This was something the intelligence officer had heard of, but he just laughed it off, treating it as an amusing story. However, now that he became a supporting character in this amusing story, he not only didn't laugh, but felt like crying. Lost. The officials of the world government exchanged glances with Mihawk, and even the sharp-eyed Mihawk looked confused. Although being strong doesn't mean having a good sense of direction. One would think that perception would be a bit stronger, right? Getting lost like this, especially in Wano, which could be considered as territory, is quite impressive. Getting lost in your own home, that's really something. At this time, in the outskirts of Wano, with the opening of the country and the influx of foreign food, the living standards of the people in Wano had significantly improved. Especially with the shutdown of factories that generated pollution, the untouched land was preserved, and some less polluted lands gradually began to regain vitality. In fact, nature's ability to recover is quite impressive, as long as you don't continuously harm it. The reason why the common people were so miserable when Luffy and others arrived was that General Kaido had ruled for a full 20 years, continuously destroying the environment for 2 decades. Although it had also been destroyed for 10 years now, there were still quite a few lands that had not been polluted. These lands were now being vigorously reclaimed with the support of the general's shogunate. Although the harvest had not yet begun this year, the smiles of happiness were already on people's faces. Compared to their previous lives, that was enough. An old woman who was reclaiming farmland showed a sincere smile. Then, she noticed something strange in the distance. A cloud of dust was rolling in, getting closer. The next moment, a burly man running appeared in front of her. "Hey, woman," Yamamoto asked, his voice as hoarse as ever. "Where's the underground port?" The underground port was the only safe passage into Wano. Outsiders often entered the country through here, making it the only port in the country. The old woman was taken aback for a moment. Then she extended her hand and pointed to a direction in the distance, which was roughly where Yamamoto had come from, slightly off to the side. It could be said to be the opposite direction, but not completely so. TCH, did I run to the wrong place? Yamamoto pouted and without hesitation turned around and ran. These 8,000 streams. Why don't they put up a sign to make it easier for everyone? It's really a hassle. The old woman watched the figure that was gradually getting further away and scratched her head. What on earth was he here for? Moreover, she shook her head. How did he turn a corner while running? That direction is wrong. However, she didn't say much more and certainly wouldn't chase after him. Of course, she couldn't catch up. She was just an ordinary farmer and wasn't too clear about the changes in Wano. At most knowing that the general of Wano had changed and that everyone seemed to be living better, and there was something about a local army. She might have heard of Yamamoto's name, but she had never seen him in person. Wano didn't have things like cameras or phone bugs, so the old woman didn't pay much attention. For an ordinary farmer, farming was the most important thing. However, before long, a group of people dressed in the robes of Wano officials came running over. "Excuse me, did a very tall man just come by asking for directions?" They were panting, and the leader held out a photo that only existed in the outside world, clearly showing Yamamoto's face. "That's the guy." "Oh, you mean him? He was just here." The old woman nodded. "So where did he go?" The crowd immediately asked. "He asked me for directions to the underground port and then ran off in that direction." The old woman casually pointed. "But he ran the wrong way. I saw him running, and his direction was wrong. The officials of Wano immediately cried out in pain. Their pitiful expressions truly made one feel sorrowful and brought tears to the eyes of those who witnessed it. "Enough, let's chase after him." The leading official showed an expression that was unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Anyway, we had already anticipated this, right? After all, who can outrun that gentleman?" The crowd was in tears, sighing. Yet they had to drag their weary bodies and follow the direction the old woman pointed to. The old woman thought to herself, "How should I put it? Although life in Wano has improved quite a bit, it still feels a bit odd." 3 days later. "Are you that world's strongest swordsman?" An excited person looked at Mihawk. Yamamoto showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he carried his sword and said, "Come on. I've been looking for you for 3 days and nights. Let us fight." As he spoke, he pointed his sword at Mihawk, the fighting spirit igniting. However, Mihawk silently picked up his teacup, took a sip, forcibly suppressing his urge to not engage. "Looking for me for 3 days? Shouldn't it be me waiting for you for 3 days?" Chapter 226. The battle begins. 4th update request for automatic. Fortunately, Yamamoto's attribute of being directionally challenged is not a secret. When he couldn't find a farm back then, Zhao Su had to use illusions to confuse Guangri and then painstakingly turned around for several days before finally finding the farm. This happened again. He initially intended to go to the capital, Flower City, but ended up running toward the mountain bandits. In fact, being directionally challenged is often a hassle. For example, Zhao Su could have gone to the farm immediately, but he had to take a detour to add a bit of realism. However, sometimes being directionally challenged is also a good excuse. For instance, after defeating Kaido, if Yamamoto had rushed directly to the shore, the beast pirates could have been wiped out by 2/3. Moreover, there was no reason not to act. You are a battle maniac who even wants to fight your own people. So why wouldn't you want to take down the enemy? Injured? Is getting hurt a problem? Is being injured a reason to stop Kenpachi Zaraki? However, if the beast pirates were truly eliminated, what Kaido would ultimately choose is unclear to Zhao Su. But the 11th Division would basically become the dominant force among the samurai of Wano. Kenpachi Zaraki is not someone skilled at teamwork. He just knows how to fight, dares to fight, and wants to fight. Many might admire him, but the existence of such a reckless warrior will definitely be manipulated by some. However, right now, the Beast Pirates and the Samurai of Wano are mutually hostile and balancing each other out, with the Germa soldiers acting as a glue in between. The 11th Division, from top to bottom, listens to this man's orders. There are no discounts, no excuses. Anyone who does otherwise will be immediately pushed out by the other two factions. Besides, the biggest advantage is right now. Come on, I've been looking for you for 3 days and nights. Kenpachi Zaraki said excitedly, pointing his sword at Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk twitched his mouth, unsure whether to remind this man that it was not he who had been looking for him for 3 days and nights, but rather he who had been waiting for 3 days and nights. But it's fine. Mihawk nodded. Let us begin then. He came here to fight. Upon hearing this, Kenpachi Zaraki revealed a somewhat ferocious smile. Mihawk is one of us. If you lose, our agreement. The world government official beside them couldn't help but add, Mr. Kenpachi Zaraki, stop talking nonsense and let us fight first. The battle would take place in an open area outside the flower capital of Wano. However, unlike the last fight against Akainu, this time a crowd surrounded the area. The samurai and officials of Wano stood together, watching the two figures in the center from a distance. Wano has a strong admiration for the powerful. Even though Kenpachi Zaraki had left the Beast Pirates, many pirates still joined the 11th Division, and he remains an object of admiration for the samurai of Wano. Some even shouted that Kenpachi Zaraki is the strongest samurai in Wano, completely ignoring Zaraki's repeated claims of being from Soul Society. Now, his battle instantly attracted the attention of many. There were samurai, civilians, and even some merchants selling food and snacks nearby, seizing the business opportunity. The last time they fought Akainu, things happened too quickly, and they barely had time to learn of it. But this time, the officials had sought out Kenpachi Zaraki for a full 3 days. Not to mention the entire Wano, but in the flower capital, there were very few who hadn't heard the news. How could they not watch such a scene? Now, the crowd formed a circle around the two men to watch the battle. Of course, they didn't dare to get too close. The diameter of the circle was about 2 kilometers. Those with slightly weaker strength and eyesight couldn't even see the figures clearly, only spotting a vague black. Dracula Mihawk had actually been sought out by the world government. Reiju squinted at the figure in the distance. The world's strongest swordsman. Even in Wano, this name is well known. So what if he is strong? Kazuki Odin snorted. Kenpachi Zaraki will not lose. Reiju glanced at her, but said nothing. Kenpachi Zaraki is indeed very strong. He even defeated the Yonko Kaido. However, Mihawk's strength is not much inferior to that of the Yonko. Many people in this world use swords, including Shanks, the Yonko, the Marine Escarp, and the Samurai of Wano, not to mention many Marines who carry swords as weapons. It can be said that swords are the most commonly used weapon by everyone. Yet, Mihawk, known as the strongest swordsman, has held this title for years. This title has never been shaken. She knew that the general of Wano in front of her seemed to have some feelings for Kenpachi Zaraki and even regarded her, sent by her father, as a kind of enemy. But it doesn't necessarily mean he will win. Reiju squinted, watching the arena. The next second, the two men, under the gaze of thousands, suddenly made their move. Kenpachi Zaraki laughed wildly, swinging his sword and chopping down fiercely. At the same time, Mihawk also struck. The world's strongest black blade, Yoru, cut through the air in a straight line towards his opponent. The next second, the two blades clashed violently. Boom! A massive wave of energy roared out, spreading in all directions. The expressions of Kazuki Odin, Shitemaru, Reiju, and the world government officials all changed. Shitemaru even shouted, "Everyone, back up a kilometer. Otherwise, don't blame others if you get cut down." Originally, the reserve diameter was 2 kilometers, but now it seemed too little. Reiju didn't speak, merely tightening her lips. Even from such a distance, everyone could still feel the sharp sword energy from the two men's battle. The circle of spectators should now have a diameter of about 3 kilometers. But is that really enough? Are they just going to stand there and slash? Not moving at all. No wonder my father wanted me to be around this man, Reiju thought, feeling extremely complex. Chapter 227, Kenpachi Zaraki vs. Mihawk. First update. Please auto-subscribe. Chapter 220, Kenpachi Zaraki vs. Mihawk. First update. Please auto-subscribe. No one paid attention to the expressions of the surrounding people, whether it was Kenpachi Zaraki or Mihawk. Both focused all their energy on each other. Ha! Kenpachi Zaraki laughed wildly, slashing out with his sword, while Mihawk blocked with his sword. The two swords clashed, producing a crisp metallic sound. Unlike Kenpachi Zaraki's wild demeanor, Mihawk's eyes were filled with calmness. He moved steadily, and his sword was extremely steady, neither rushed nor flustered. Every slash was the strongest and the most composed. The world's strongest sword, the Black Blade Yoru, is a giant long sword. Its shape resembles a cross with a jagged blade, making it an unparalleled great sword. The long blade is not suitable for single combat, but in Mihawk's hands, there has never been a moment of negligence. This soft blade is Zoro's evaluation and is undoubtedly deserving of the title. The powerful sword energy can attack from a distance, and the gentle techniques compensate for all the shortcomings of the long sword. This man truly deserves the title of the world's strongest. Therefore, it is interesting. Kenpachi Zaraki laughed heartily, swinging his sword with even more force. Oomph! Mihawk's gaze sharpened, twisting his large sword and delivering a powerful slash. Aren't you going to take off your eye patch? Clang! The Black Blade Yoru struck fiercely against Kenpachi Zaraki's sword, the immense force causing his shoulder to drop, and the resulting sword energy sliced a bleeding wound across Kenpachi Zaraki's cheek. Mihawk's expression was stern, carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. The world government had already informed him about the eye patch situation. He didn't care whether Kenpachi Zaraki was hiding his strength. What mattered was that he dared to conceal his power in front of him. If he continued to hide, then let him unleash his strength when he was dead underground. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, you are indeed very strong. Kenpachi Zaraki didn't care about Mihawk's thoughts either. With one hand holding the sword and the other hand scratching at his eye, the next second, the eye patch fell off. Buzz, 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 buzz. The wild spiritual pressure erupted at that moment. A dense killing intent surged up. Mihawk's expression changed slightly. He had considered that Kenpachi might be hiding his strength. Although he didn't think that an eye patch could suppress any power, it seemed that he had been using his black blade to suppress Kenpachi's sword. But now, clang! Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly swung his hand, and Mihawk was pushed back a few steps by the force. In the next second, Kenpachi charged forward, holding his sword with one hand. He slashed down fiercely. Mihawk blocked it, but his hand sank. Just looking at the power, it was almost doubled compared to before. The speed was also increasing, and the attacks were becoming more ferocious. No wonder even Akainu could defeat Mihawk, he thought. A big sword swung without hesitation, clashing with Kenpachi Zaraki. The clash of sword produced a crisp and heart-shaking sound. The sword wind rolled up, spreading out, blowing everything away except for the two of them. As the two clashed, they moved, and soon the surrounding circle expanded again. The battle couldn't just stay in one place, chopping at each other. If you push me back, I would naturally pursue. To pursue, one had to move. To move, one couldn't always stay in the center, letting the surrounding people watch quietly. Both Kenpachi Zaraki and Mihawk were not the kind of people who would go easy on those around them. If they got involved, they would be cut down together. Clang! 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 The blades crossed, and Kenpachi Zaraki laughed wildly, already covered in numerous wounds. His clothes were torn, and his chest, ribs, and arms were all marked by Mihawk's sword. Blood flowed, but he didn't care. Instead, he swung down a heavier strike. Mihawk's injuries were considerably lighter compared to Kenpachi Zaraki. Although he wasn't unscathed, he only had a few sword wounds, which didn't affect the overall situation. However, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Clearly, he had inflicted injuries, and clearly, the other party was hurt more seriously, but this man could always strike back. Every swing of his sword was heavier than the last. This man, Mihawk squinted his eyes. Kenpachi Zaraki's swordsmanship wasn't structured. It was just cutting, just killing. It should have been a duel between swordsmen. In Mihawk's view, this man was merely wielding a weapon called a sword and swinging it. This wasn't swordsmanship at all. But I was actually suppressed by such swordsmanship. Mihawk suddenly revealed a smile. Now it was interesting. Swish. In the next second, Mihawk's sword technique changed. The blue-green sword aura wrapped around the blade and collided violently with Kenpachi Zaraki's sword. Huh? Kenpachi Zaraki raised his eyebrows. The sword aura suddenly scattered at the moment the two blades clashed. Kenpachi blocked his blade, but he couldn't stop the sword aura. Swish. Instantly, Kenpachi Zaraki had another cut on his body. Ha ha ha, interesting. Kenpachi laughed continuously, his expression filled with wild joy. Then, regardless of his injuries, he continued to slash. Mihawk's expression remained stern, showing no sign of being shaken by Kenpachi Zaraki's wildness, attacking steadily. However, each strike could leave several wounds on the opponent. Now, the outer circle was no longer a place where anyone dared to stand. Apart from powerful figures like Reiju, Jitenru, and Kaido, ordinary civilians had long since disappeared. They watched the center with serious expressions, seeing Kenpachi Zaraki continuously accumulating injuries. Kazuki Oden's face was grim, Reiju squinted her eyes, and the world government officials showed signs of joy. Could it be that Kenpachi Zaraki was going to lose? However, Kaido remained expressionless. Boss, aren't you worried that our captain will lose? Play Quinn asked, holding a cigar, smiling. Not worried, Kaido replied flatly. Why? Quinn asked, smiling. The others instinctively turned to look at Kaido. Kaido calmly said, because he hasn't used the sword that can defeat me yet. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they turned their heads to look at the center. In the next second, they noticed the change in the central battlefield. Kenpachi Zaraki gripped his sword with both hands. Chapter 228. The title of World's Greatest Swordsman changes hands. Second update request. Chapter 228. The title of World's Greatest Swordsman changes hands. Second update request. TCH. If this goes on, I'm really going to die. Kenpachi Zaraki touched the wounds on his body, blood still flowing continuously. In battle, how could you stop the bleeding? Mihawk squinted his eyes, holding his sword with both hands. Indeed, if this continues, you will lose. His gaze remained sharp, and his steps steady. This is the world's greatest swordsman. Although you are strong, I am stronger. Mihawk said calmly. This time, you will lose. However, Kenpachi Zaraki didn't even glance at him. He extended his hand, watching the blood that had just stuck to his wound. Sigh, there's really no way. After all, I don't want to lose either. Suddenly, Kenpachi Zaraki's blade turned, pointing directly at Mihawk. Hey, do you know? Holding a sword with both hands is more powerful than with one hand. Kenpachi said calmly, a smile returning to his face. Mihawk squinted his eyes, dissatisfied. Are you mocking me? He was the world's strongest swordsman. Did he need someone to tell him that? I have no intention of playing any tricks. Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly grasped his sword with both hands. In an instant, a completely different aura emerged from him. Both hands? Mihawk squinted his eyes. As the world's strongest swordsman, he could naturally see the anomaly in front of him. This is the way of his sword. Unlike the previous Kenpachi Zaraki's crazy yet unstructured slashes. But do you think this will let you win? Mihawk's expression suddenly turned cold, and he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The way of the sword? This is Mihawk's signature skill. He had once tested swords across the world. While he couldn't say he had seen and experienced every school, he was definitely one of the most familiar with the way of the sword. What does it matter if you use swordsmanship? Is it really that rare to win? However, in the next moment, Yamamoto Jinryusai swung his sword down. Yet, Mihawk's expression suddenly changed. Having experienced countless bloody battles and fought with numerous swordsmen, he felt a sense of not knowing how to respond to such a simple sword strike. He was well-versed in countless styles and had profound swordsmanship skills. Yet Yamamoto's technique was not complicated at all. One could even say it was simple. It was merely a straightforward strike, executed in the most ordinary way. There were no feints or changes, just like someone who had just begun to practice swordsmanship. But this strike was too fast, too heavy. When the sword tip struck Mihawk's black blade, he felt as if a great mountain had pressed down upon him. Then, it fell. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and the scar from the sword quickly spread across the ground, as if the earth were cracking. Indeed, it happened. A trace of frenzy flashed in Kaido's eyes. This is it. This is the power that even he, Kaido, could be killed by. Kazuki, Oden, Jiraku, and Reiju stood there in shock, a sense of disbelief washing over them like needles pricking their skin. Many of them should have anticipated this, like Jiraku and Kazuki Oden. They had fought against the beast pirates, and at that time, the earth had also cracked open. They should have guessed Yamamoto's strength. But no matter how much they thought about it, it could never compare to seeing it with their own eyes. Is this the world's strongest power? Reiju felt goosebumps all over. Trembling. Only trembling. Their strength was not insignificant. Yet they were like this. The nearby world government officials turned pale. Their lips moved as they swallowed hard. Whether it was the officials or Jiraku and the others, they all watched silently at the center. Finally, the dust in the center slowly dissipated, revealing two figures. Mihawk stood dazed for several seconds, looking down at the deep scar on his chest. And then he realized his sword had somehow been released from his grip. The world's strongest swordsman couldn't even hold onto his own sword. I lost. The world's #1 sword master has been defeated. This news spread instantly throughout Wano. However, the people of Wano felt nothing about it. What? The world's #1 sword master? Never heard of him. Who knows who he is? In front of our god of sword Yamamoto, isn't losing a given? Even the former #1 swordsman of Wano, the sleepy man, was defeated under Yamamoto's sword. Isn't the defeat of the unknown Mihawk expected? Well, these people who have been closed off from the world for who knows how many years don't really know how strong Mihawk is. But just because they don't know doesn't mean others don't. Especially the Gorosei. When they heard that Yamamoto had actually been hiding a trump card and defeated Mihawk with one sword, the Gorosei could no longer contain themselves, calling Spandam from cleaning the toilets, then stabbing him through the heart with a sword. Damn it, idiot! Did you really agree to defeat him just to participate in the battle against Uchiha Madara? What a fool! How can my world government have someone as stupid as you? It is estimated that without Spandam's influence, CP9 Spandam's future career will not be so smooth. In fact, it may even face some difficulties. Of course, the Gorosei were not only angry at Spandam, but even more so at Yamamoto. That damn guy. Hiding a trump card is one thing. But why do you have to hold back so much? Can't he just show it all? How many resources and manpower would it take to defeat him? If we also consider that it cannot affect the upcoming battle against Uchiha Madara, it would probably take moving the entire Navy headquarters over to have any chance of resolution. And that would have to be based on the assumption that the other side has no other hidden cards. Of course, the likelihood of that is slim. He is already this strong. While saying he is the world's strongest might be a stretch, it is not far off. At this point, can he still hide? Well, the Gorosei didn't know what the term release meant. However, one thing everyone knew for sure was that today, the title of the world's #1 swordsman has changed hands. Chapter 229, Kuna. Zhao Su said, women can also become the strongest. Third update request for automatic. Chapter 229, Kuna. Zhao said, women can also become the strongest. Third update request for automatic. This time, the battle between Yamamoto and Mihawk had been hyped up early in the newspapers. And Yamamoto had gotten lost. So it took 3 days before he truly fought Mihawk, giving the newspapers plenty of time to prepare. News spread quickly. And thus the message that the world's #1 swordsman has changed hands instantly spread throughout the world. The entire world trembled in an instant. Even Mihawk has been defeated? Shanks took a big gulp of alcohol, his eyes shining slightly. Interesting, truly interesting. He actually got this strong. Others may not know, but his old friend Mihawk certainly does. He is one of the 4 emperors, and Mihawk was able to battle him before. Although there was no clear winner, it was enough to show his strength. While many people think that the Shichibukai are 1 level weaker than the 4 emperors, Mihawk is definitely not inferior to the 4 emperors. He should even be considered the strongest among the Shichibukai, not on the same level as the others. Boss, what is up? Are you going to take revenge for him? Lucky bit down hard on a piece of meat, laughing heartily. I think it's possible. Aren't you also a swordsman, boss? It's just right to go take down Yamamoto and claim the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Mihawk was never stronger than the boss anyway. This title should have belonged to the boss. Exactly. It saves us from being bothered by a bunch of trash. Losing an arm isn't a big deal. We are still the red-haired pirates. Some laughed, Some cheered, and some were indignant. In fact, they had faced quite a few challenges during this time. Shanks, being the youngest among the four emperors, had lost an arm in the East Blue while saving Luffy, and inevitably felt a bit like the weakest among the four emperors. Although those who felt this way paid the price for it, being looked down upon doesn't feel good. However, Shanks didn't mind at all. Instead, he laughed heartily, saying that if he had time, he could go over and take a look. Of course, he wanted to see what Mihawk would be like after losing. Even with many newspapers preparing, they couldn't possibly report on Mihawk's specific actions after his defeat. However, since they didn't write that Mihawk was dead, he must have survived. If he survived, then they could meet again next time. Shanks laughed heartily. On this vast sea, people have never lacked opportunities to meet. The news of Mihawk's defeat spread faster than ever before. However, most pirates were not that surprised. Kurosaki Kenpachi was no longer a novice. He had defeated Kaido and Akainu, and he had a place at the pinnacle of the sea. If an unknown little figure had defeated Mihawk, it would have caused a huge stir. But the fact that the already well-known and exceptionally strong Kurosaki Kenpachi defeated Mihawk did not spark as much discussion as before, just like when Kurosaki Kenpachi defeated Akainu. However, in reality, there were far more discussions now than when he defeated Akainu. Compared to Akainu, Mihawk was not significantly stronger. Kurosaki Kenpachi did not need to use both hands when fighting Akainu, partly because Akainu's elemental transformation was countered by his Zanpakuto. Essentially, after experiencing a defeat, Akainu had already attained the combat power he would have as a future admiral. This was not weaker than the four emperors. Mihawk was also equivalent to a four emperor. Considering the lack of countering factors, the difference was minimal. However, Mihawk was the world's #1 swordsman. In this world, most pirates and navy members use swords. Not to say that half of them use swords, but at least 30% wield swords as their weapon. The remaining people use martial arts or firearms. As for devil fruits, those rare things cannot be popularized at all. And Mihawk is the ultimate goal for these sword-wielding warriors. The strongest swordsman is not just a boast. It is the recognition of everyone. And now, the strongest swordsman has changed. Many swordsmen who received the news were discussing this issue, and even those who do not use swords unconsciously joined the conversation. The impact was immense. For example, in East Blue, in Frostmoon Village, the strongest swordsman has changed? Zoro sat on the ground, staring at the newspaper in front of him. Specifically, he was fixated on the face of Kurosaki Kenpachi, which had a sinister look no matter how he smiled. It seems the person I want to challenge is going to be him, Zoro snorted. His goal is to defeat the strongest swordsman and then become the strongest swordsman. Someone as renowned as Kurosaki Kenpachi. But before he could firmly establish his ambition, his head was suddenly hit by a bamboo sword with a loud bang. You want to become the strongest swordsman? Kuina snorted lightly, casually waving her bamboo sword. Someone who has been defeated by me over 3,000 times? It was only 2,941 times, not 3,000 yet. Zoro huffed in dissatisfaction. Besides, Kuina, didn't you give up already? Why are you still practicing swordsmanship? Because I am the woman who will become the strongest swordsman. Kuina snorted, her chest slightly puffed out. It's strange. Originally, when Kuina was downcast, Zoro angrily scolded her to wake her up. But now, while Kuina practiced swordsmanship as usual, Zoro was the one who was sulking. Of course, there was a childish aspect to his dissatisfaction. He absolutely did not truly think that way. Kuina snorted again. Ever since Zhao Su arrived, she had regained her spirits. Although her father always believed in Zoro, constantly saying that a woman could never become the strongest, she didn't care at all. Instead, she would occasionally retort to her father, Zhao Su told me that women can also become the strongest. Why don't you defeat him first, and then prove your point? This made Gung Shiro nearly want to beat his daughter. However, Zoro's progress was indeed remarkable. Gung Shiro even expressed several times that he wanted to pass the dojo to Zoro. After all, Kuina felt her chest, which had already started to develop and was quite substantial, enough to be proud of as a woman. However, this proud part was tightly bound with cloth strips, firmly secured. So what if she developed? Kuina's eyes were very determined. Zhao Su said that women can also become the strongest. Chapter 230, Put more effort into Brother Chung. Fourth update requested. In fact, it wasn't just Kuina and Zoro who saw this news. Even the dojo master Gung, Shiro, saw this news. Kurosaki Kinpachi from Wano Country? His pupils deepened, and his hand subconsciously reached for a mark on his collar. Two swords crossed, resembling a pirate flag as swords, but without a skull and crossbones. It was simply two swords. That was the mark of the Frost Moon clan. Indeed, it was the Frost Moon clan of Wano Country. Gung Shiro, he came from Wano Country. Father, my habits are still hard to change. Gung Shiro recalled the inspiring shouts he had taught Zoro not long ago. It was a shout from the dialect of Kiri, which he subconsciously taught to his disciples. Actually, what flowed from Wano Country wasn't just this. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through walls, witnessing Kana hitting Zoro. To be precise, he saw the sword in Kuina's hand. The sword, Wado Ikamanji, was forged by his father, Frostmoon Gung Sanlang, and passed to him. Then it was passed from him to Kuina. However, Wano Country has also completely opened its borders. Gung Shiro squinted his eyes, silently picking up a cup of tea, but hesitating to drink it. Should I go home and take a look? Are the flowers at home still the same? He hadn't been back in decades. The world had been in turmoil. However, perhaps people were starting to get used to it. Kurosaki Kinpachi, Uchiha Madara, Gilgamesh. These people proved their strength with the corpses of countless older generations of strong warriors. Every action they took significantly impacted the entire world, especially with their consecutive appearances. The world had been in continuous turmoil. It was estimated that soon, ordinary people would get used to it. And perhaps even the death of a Shichibukai would not be taken seriously. 2 of the 4 emperors had already surrendered. What else was strange? However, for the world government, especially the CPs, the emergence of such a person made them want to die from frustration. Up to now, they had yet to uncover the background of their greatest enemy. Uchiha Madara. Where were they born? Where did they live? Where did they grow up? From whom did they learn this ninjutsu? Damn it. There was not a single piece of information. Originally, the CPs thought that Uchiha Madara and his brother were closed-off people from Wano Country, but putting aside Jiao Su, the name Uchiha Madara sounded quite like a name from Wano Country. As a result, it was better when Wano Country had not opened its borders. Now that it has opened, they still couldn't find anything. It was as if this world had suddenly produced such a person out of nowhere. But is that even possible? Such a strong presence, yet had previously done nothing, living a stable life. Based on the information that Uchiha Madara once said about having a grudge against the celestial dragons, the CPO has spared no effort in investigating the existence influenced by the celestial dragons, even not letting go of the mistakes made by the subordinates of the celestial dragons. However, the results still yielded nothing. Oh, that can't be said entirely. They did find quite a few individuals secretly hostile towards the celestial dragons and the world government, and cleared out a number of them. Yet, the key figure, Uchiha Madara, remains elusive. If it were just Uchiha Madara, it would be understandable. After all, the world is vast, and there are many countries that are not part of the world government, along with some nations that oppose it. It is quite normal that the CPs cannot find information on personnel from these countries. Not being able to find a record of a single person is also normal. Some countries have been destroyed by the world government to the point where even their history books are gone. However, it's not just Uchiha Madara. They couldn't find the origins of Gilgamesh either, nor could they trace the background of Kenpachi Zaraki. Even the origins of Admiral Saitama remain elusive. If it weren't for Saitama genuinely opposing pirates and achieving remarkable feats, such an unknown individual would never have become an admiral. Of course, Saitama is still manageable. After all, he is one of their own, and officials can directly inquire about his background. However, his response was, I used to live in the wasteland of the city. Who told me what City Z is? What is the wasteland? The CP spies were nearly driven mad, pulling their hair out to the point where they were almost bald. It should be noted that, despite the previous 4 emperors being powerful, whether it was Whitebeard, Shanks Kaido, or Charlotte Linlin, they all had clear origins. Yet these individuals have nothing at all. In fact, the CP agents were harshly reprimanded by the Gorosei. It was only recently that CPQ made some effort, dealing a blow to the dragons, which had a significant impact. Otherwise, the Gorosei would have considered whether to disband the CP altogether. With Kenpachi Zaraki's recent victory, the Gorosei issued orders without hesitation. Within a year, I need information on these individuals. The head of CP had a grim expression, but had no choice but to comply. In fact, it wasn't just the Gorosei who were curious about the information on Uchiha Madara and others. Even Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate, and Shanks were very curious about the identities of Uchiha Madara and others. These suddenly appearing strong individuals. And as soon as they appeared, there was such a large group. It is said that some people have wildly speculated that Uchiha Madara and others are powerful beings from another world. And the reason they came to our world is that the two worlds have begun to overlap. How should one put it? Although the person making this statement was directly scolded by those nearby for dreaming too much and having a broken mind, from a certain perspective, he was indeed correct. Zhao Su couldn't help but laugh at their words. However, it was indeed time to settle down a bit. Zhao Su sighed lightly because he was too tired. So far, after Uchiha Madara was done, he had to go to Gilgamesh's side. Once Gilgamesh's problem was solved, he would have to rush to Kenpachi Zaraki in Wano country. Every day was either experiencing an event or rushing towards one. He also needed a rest. No, that's not right. It should be said that Zhao Su also needed to put more effort into some auxiliary templates. For example, Ita Makoto, Chapter 231. How many Makoto itis died this year? First update requested automatically. Chapter 231. How many Makoto itis died this year? First update requested automatically. After a year, during this time, the sea has been unusually calm. Of course, saying it's calm is just a figure of speech. It only means that no experts have fallen, while below, various battles are still ongoing. However, as long as there are no waves like the previous 4 emperors' submission or the destruction of Impel Down, the sea remains the same. Never think that this vast sea will be peaceful. In fact, turmoil still exists, for example. In the East Sea, Gilgamesh, dressed in casual clothes, casually stood at the bow of the ship. Why did you specifically come to the East Sea? He asked, then curiously added, Isn't that right, my king? We have arrived. Bryn replied, The East Sea is the territory of the world government, especially now that there's another Uchiha Madara. It is quite complex. However, the reason this king came to the East Sea was, I heard that the food at the Bartai restaurant is quite good, so I came to take a look. Gilgamesh smiled. After all, the East Sea is also my land. What is strange about checking out my territory? No, the East Sea is not your land. That is the territory of the world government and the Revolutionary Army. Bryn's lips twitched, internally shouting, but still maintaining a cute smile, said you're right. Well, after spending so much time together, everyone had also gotten used to this king's temperament. Proud and self-important, yet possessing an extraordinary kingly charm. Even the proud members of the Charlotte family gradually bowed their heads in front of him. Bryn even knew that several of her sisters had started to dress up, even wanted to squeeze her out of her maid position. It's just a maid. What is so great about it? Bryn's lips twitched. If it weren't for her fear of dying back then, how could she have become a maid? Although Bryn is mature, she was still a little princess of the Charlotte family since childhood. Charlotte Linlin didn't tea like her, but her treatment was still not bad. Gilgamesh ignored the thoughts of the maid beside him and quietly gazed into the distance. More accurately, he was looking at the system template in front of him. Host, Zhao Su. Character templates. 1. Uchiha Madara, 86, 2. Yu, 79, 3. Gilgamesh, 78, 4. Ita Makoto, 87, 5. Kenpachi Zaraki, 76, 6. Sora, 51. All templates have seen significant growth. The Uchiha Madara template has risen by another 2 percentage points, and all medical ninjutsu has been mastered. Saitama is incredibly close to his peak, the kind where he can shatter stars with one punch. Gilgamesh is not far behind, and the same goes for Kenpachi Zaraki. Even Sora, whom Zhao Su has never played, has also increased by quite a bit. Some are due to his impersonation, but more rely on the energy of the devil fruit. Unfortunately, after such a long time, he hasn't received a single template. Zhao Su squinted his eyes. Does this indicate that his luck is relatively poor? But how unlucky could one be? Forget it. After all, this is a minor issue. Zhao Su shook his head, looking at his templates. Apart from Sora, everything else is close to its peak. Sora is slow because he can't play a role and can only rely on the energy of the devil fruit. Zhao Su's current identity is quite extraordinary. Uchiha Madara has connections with the Revolutionary Army. Although the income isn't much, and there isn't a very legitimate reason to take the devil fruits, there's still some gains. Saitama is basically low-key and doesn't rely on the Navy. He simply quietly guards the East Sea. Kenpachi Zaraki is similar to Saitama, as a battle maniac. He rarely seeks any devil fruits and has no reason to do so. However, Gilgamesh is not like that. He has taken in the Big Mom pirates, controlling 1/5 of a new world, and with Doflamingo's efforts, he can reap substantial rewards every year. He is Zhao Su's biggest source of income. Each of the 4 emperors is extremely wealthy. Kaido dares to form a group of ability users, and Charlotte Leanlean's children almost each have a devil fruit, with others not far behind. Especially now, Caesar's artificial devil fruits have been successfully developed, although the energy they provide is not comparable to normal devil fruits. Being less than 1/10 of a normal devil fruit, large-scale production has also brought in considerable income. This is the real reason for Zhao Su's significantly increased authenticity. Unfortunately, it's difficult to operate in the black market now, because as I keep collecting, the price of the devil fruits has already risen quite a bit. Zhao Su thought to himself, I'm driving up the prices. Unfortunately, it's hard to collect devil fruits, even with speculation. The devil fruits circulating in the black market have basically been gathered up. What's left is either extremely precious, tightly hidden by people, or stocked up by major forces like the world government and the Navy. But that's fine. Authenticity has increased, Zhao Su thought, glancing at the system, and couldn't help but twitch his eye. Chenggu, 87. Poor Sora, because his knowledge still has considerable use. Zhao Su has thrown a lot of energy his way. However, he hasn't thrown any energy towards Chenggu. Yet now, Chengji's authenticity has surpassed his peak period, being the highest among all the templates Zhao Su possesses. The reason is simple. After all, Chenggu has already taken several hits. This year has been relatively quiet, with much less happening on all fronts, allowing Zhao Su to take some time to rest and experience life, campus life. Chenggu is already very good-looking, and his romantic skills from his previous life are far superior to those in the pirate world. How could some little girls resist? So, Chenggu took some hits. Although the romantic methods in the pirate world are lacking, the killing methods are much more common than in his previous life. Little girls can also be ruthless. When it's time to use a machete, they will. Currently, Chenggu in Dressrosa has fallen, as has Chenggu in the Goa Kingdom. And the Chenggu in the 2 small countries behind him in the campus has also fallen. The only remaining Chenggu is the one in Wano country, who hasn't gotten involved in politics due to his character design, and the school has just begun construction. Just as Zhao Su thought, using a dispersed and low-profile method indeed makes it easy to expand character authenticity. Although such major incidents as murder can't be hidden by the school, Zhao Su can quietly apply pressure to suppress the news. Then he secretly transfers the girls who give out knives to other places and gives them a chance at great wealth. Zhao Su's mouth twitched as he touched his chest. So, others hit me, and I still have to give them wealth. You all made a big profit, didn't you? Especially since there are some I haven't even touched yet. I really haven't touched them. It's not some bullshit excuse about using a clone. In reality, when it comes to the crucial moment, it's always Zhao Su who takes action himself. However, the problem is that in the pirate world, girls are much more ruthless than in urban settings. If the most intimate relationship hasn't occurred, just discovering that you might have feelings for someone else could lead them to cut you. Without strength, you can't even manage to straddle 2 boats. Chapter 232. I really just came to eat. Second update request. The popularity of the Bartai floating restaurant has always been high. Although it hasn't gained the same fame as it would in the future, its unique operating style and exquisite food keep it in a state of high demand. In fact, the space in the floating restaurant is limited, and the difference between now and the future is not significant, mostly just some reservation issues. The restaurant resembles a giant ship, with a fish-shaped bow at both ends. To prevent battles from damaging the restaurant's interior, the entire ship can transform into a combat mode, known as the fish fin combat area. Of course, so far, the fish fin has never actually appeared. Today, the Bartai floating restaurant welcomed a new group of guests. A huge ship slowly approached. Compared to the massive vessel in front of it, The Baratai floating restaurant looked like a toy model. The ship glimmered with gold, and its bow resembled a sword, even sporting a personified face. "My king, we have arrived." The voice from the bow was lively, reminiscent of voice actors in some fairy tale movies. However, the guests at the Baratai floating restaurant were too shocked to laugh and nearly cried out, "Hero King Gilgamesh." This was the ship of Hero King Gilgamesh. Originally, the ability to personify objects and turn them into homies was Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit ability and a standard feature of the Big Mom Pirates. Now that Charlotte Linlin had joined Gilgamesh, this also became a standard feature of his subordinates. Why was Gilgamesh's ship here? When did he arrive? Where is Saitama? Why is the East Sea welcoming such a guest? The diners were suddenly flustered and appeared anxious. The Baratai floating restaurant was already somewhat well known, even quite famous. Many nobles came to dine, but no one thought that Gilgamesh would give them a favor. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared before everyone. A golden blanket flew out and automatically folded at his feet. This was also a homie. Gilgamesh, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, calmly stepped onto the blanket and walked down step by step. Then, ignoring everyone, he strode towards the restaurant's interior. Behind him followed Bryn, Perona, and others. "Is the boss here?" Gilgamesh glanced around. "I heard the food here is excellent, so I came specially." "I'm here." Zep gritted his teeth and walked out from the kitchen. He had no choice but to come out. No one else dared to receive this guest. Even though Sanji and Karn were older, they would probably struggle to speak in front of him. Sanji might manage, but he was too young. And if he offended this guest, "Make a meal for me," Gilgamesh calmly said, then seemed to remember something and added, "And there, referring to Bryn and Perona. "Yes." Zep gritted his teeth and nodded, although he didn't know where this person came from. But since he wanted to eat, then let us make it happen. The people around were in a daze, neither daring to run away nor to speak. For a moment, the entire restaurant was surprisingly silent. "My king, why do you insist on dining here?" Bryn asked somewhat unhappily. "Isn't our chef's food good?" Charlotte Lingling actually loved food too, and if the food wasn't too good, the chef would be in trouble. In fact, with just one chef, she absolutely had the best chefs in the world. However, why did Gilgamesh suddenly want to go eat somewhere in the East Sea? Was his chef really that good? Who knows? Gilgamesh didn't care, calmly lifting his wine glass, then reaching into the void to take out a bottle of wine. He opened a red wine, and a rich aroma spread throughout the restaurant. If it weren't for the pressure brought by the person in front of them, someone might have already asked for it. Gilgamesh casually poured the wine into the glass, gently swirling it, the floral grape wine exuding an enticing color. Bryn shrugged, subconsciously looking around the restaurant, as if trying to discover the reason why Gilgamesh had come here on a whim. Violet sat gracefully beside Rebecca, giving Gilgamesh a fierce glare. Rebecca looked dumbfounded. She had never been to a seaside restaurant, and her big eyes were filled with curiosity. Making me run so far. If the food isn't good later, it would ruin this place." Perona huffed in dissatisfaction. Although the ship was large enough, life at sea couldn't be said to be happy. The Ghost Princess was not a docile character. The faces of the surrounding diners tightened, feeling more intimidated. Although Gilgamesh could be said to be a respectable person in Dressrosa now, he was still a pirate at heart. While no one dared to brazenly escape, they began to quietly leave. Seeing this, the speed at which people left increased. Not long after, the once crowded seaside restaurant was left with only a few chefs. All the customers had vanished. Gilgamesh didn't care, but the chefs looked grim. Damn it, those people haven't paid yet. Well, money was a small issue. It could be set aside for now. But what about this esteemed guest in front of them? Gilgamesh, however, was completely oblivious, still casually swirling his wine glass, glancing toward the kitchen. In fact, he really just came to relax and have a meal, and by the way, to create some commotion. Chapter 233. Sanji, third update request for automation. Chapter 233. Sanji, third update request for automation. In reality, Zhao Su really just came to take a stroll. Of course, if he had to say it, he came to the EC to change his identity, allowing his clone to take on the appearance of Gilgamesh to save some time, which could be considered a purpose. Aside from that, it was to add some news to the sea. There had been too much turmoil before. Calming such things wasn't easy. Sometimes a little turbulence could be more reassuring than a calm sea. Of course, this was also because Gilgamesh had completely taken control of his subordinate pirates. Otherwise, Zhao Su wouldn't dare to play it calm. If there wasn't any commotion, how could those powerful figures be satisfied? Without a purpose, how would they be willing to submit? Now that Gilgamesh had defeated the four emperors, it had made them a lot more obedient. At most, they would just kill some outside pirates. It had almost cleared out the pirates around Dressrosa. Every time they came to conduct black market transactions, they needed to carry special flags. Otherwise, it might be impossible to even reach Dressrosa. Gilgamesh's subordinates were like this, and the Gorsei were pretty much the same. Occasionally creating a bit of disturbance allowed people to get used to it, which made them more likely to relax. After all, having rested enough, it was almost time for him to take action. Gilgamesh squinted his eyes, thinking to himself. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the seaside restaurant Baratai, diners could escape, but the chefs could not. Zep's first words upon arrival were, "You all should hurry and leave. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to later." His second sentence was, "Bring out all our ingredients. We need the best ones." He won't escape. Of course, escaping might be even more dangerous. After all, if it weren't for Gilgamesh not engaging in any pirate activities and rarely sailing, some might even call him the new four emperors. To please the new four emperor, it wouldn't be unusual for Zep to secretly kill someone and send them over, right? Zep used to be quite strong, but no matter how strong he was, it all depended on who he was compared to. In the East Sea, killing a Zep who had already lost a leg might be a bit troublesome, unless it was a top pirate from the East Sea. Otherwise, it would be hard to defeat him. However, people from the other three seas could come. People from the Grand Line could come too. There was no second method so simple to please a four emperor. So Zep couldn't escape. Escaping meant death. However, even though Zep had people leave, the chefs remained silent for a moment, yet no one left. There was no other restaurant that made them feel this comfortable. It was just cooking, right? Let's do it. Without hesitation, everyone took a deep breath. Although their legs were a bit shaky, they all began to work. "You bunch of bastards," Zep said with a hint of comfort in his eyes, then took a deep breath, looking serious. This was a battle. However, Potty hesitated for a moment and approached Chef Should We. Saying this, he revealed the insecticide in his hand. This was a special cleaning agent used by the restaurant. Although they cleaned very carefully, there was no avoiding the need for such things. After all, it was a restaurant. If you wanted to bring out cannons, you could, but there was only this much poison available. Potty's idea was simple. Why not just poison Gilgamesh? Maybe they could directly kill him. "Don't do anything stupid," Zep said coldly. "We are a restaurant. What we should do is feed the hungry, not use things like this." Potty's lips moved, lowering his head. He also knew Zep's principles. Moreover, Zep fell silent for a moment. At this level, it's impossible to kill a man of that caliber. "Don't think too much. Hurry and bring out the ingredients." "Yes," Potty quickly replied, then hurried out to prepare. Zep took a deep breath, looking at the chefs who were starting to get busy, and thought to himself that it would be better to make a bit more food. Gilgamesh opened his mouth, only mentioning his meal and that of a few maids. Zep is also someone who cherishes ingredients and basically does not allow waste. If the diners order their own food, he can understand if there are leftovers. However, if he takes the initiative to serve others, there will basically be nothing left. But this time, even though he didn't know Gilgamesh's appetite, how could he dare to make less? No, even if it was just serving the dishes a bit slower, he wouldn't dare. Taking a deep breath, Zep rolled up his sleeves, picked up a kitchen knife, and squinted his eyes. He had to bring out his strongest level. Usually, it's not just him cooking. His son also knows how to handle ingredients. Of course, the other cooks have varying skills. Some might be good at one dish, but not at another, and some might have good knife skills, but not in other areas. But now, all the cooks should help wash vegetables. He would handle everything starting from the knife skills. Huh, what is going on? A voice with a slightly sharp tone of a young boy appeared as a blond boy strangely pulled aside the curtain of the kitchen. He looked at the busy chefs around and frowned. "What is going on? I just wanted the restroom. Why are there so few people outside?" Sanji, now 15 years old, although he has matured a lot compared to when he first met Zep, still carries some youthful naivety. He looked puzzled, but as he stepped in a few paces, his expression suddenly changed. Old man, what are you doing? Sanji hurried a few steps and looked at the various ingredients already laid out in the kitchen. Bluefin tuna, purple mountain pork, and emerald snails. These are all top-notch ingredients. A few top ingredients from the storeroom have been brought out. Of course, that's not the problem. If guests ordered food, it's fine to serve them. But why are you making so much? Sanji showed a dissatisfied expression. There are only a few guests left in the restaurant. Can they finish all this? Are you crazy? None of your business. Zep snorted coldly. You little brat, you don't need to be here today. Go take the bluefin tuna head no. 1 to Vita's to buy ingredients. The bluefin tuna head number 1 is a pieced-together foot-powered boat from the Sea Restaurant Bar Thai. Originally the Bao Bar Thai. Shaped like a fish head, but can be separated and moved. Zep knew that Sanji was very averse to wasting food because of his past experience of almost starving. But this is not the time to worry about waste. Why should I? Sanji shouted in dissatisfaction. Clearly, you guys made a mistake. Why can't I say anything? Oh, I see. You're afraid of leaving the few people behind, right? Sanji suddenly realized. In fact, it's not that high-ranking officials Haven Tea come to clear the place before. But most of the time, they would directly buy out the positions of others during the reservation to clear the place. But now that high-ranking official is just too domineering. Of course, Sanji didn't care about that. If you can clear the place, that's your ability, and anyway, buying out someone else's position is also your own money. But food at sea cannot be wasted. The ingredients brought out are enough for 100 people. How much can they eat? Can you tone it down a bit? Sanji said in dissatisfaction. Even if it's the dishes they ordered, you could at least remind them. Shut up. Zep couldn't help but curse. It's none of your business. Get lost. Sanji's face turned angry. However, he at least knew Zep's character and respected him. So fine, if you're afraid to remind them, I will. Sanji's face showed anger as he rushed out of the kitchen. Chapter 234. My king needs an heir. 4th update requested. Gilgamesh was still waiting for his meal. He quietly swirled his wine glass, exuding an elegant aura. Despite wearing ordinary casual clothes, he emanated a unique charm. No wonder the sisters felt a bit moved. Bryn swallowed hard. This kind of charm really few could resist, even among those around her. She secretly glanced at her surroundings. Perona was still her proud self, chattering about how delicious the dishes were while turning them into zombies. She looked like she hadn't progressed at all. However, the others. Violet was holding Rebecca, occasionally sneaking glances at Gilgamesh, and then seemingly noticing her gaze, she huffed angrily and turned her head away. Rebecca looked adorably at her aunt, then at Bryn, and, after pondering for a moment, she seemed to think of something and revealed a smile. Then secretly leaned close to Violet's ear and whispered a few words. Bryn's strength was very strong, as she was still young. She could barely catch some words like, Annie, you have a rival now, Sister Bryn is gentler than you have to be careful, etc. Hearing this made Bryn's mouth twitch. Although she didn't hear it clearly, it was obvious what this little brat was thinking. I didn't plan to compete with your aunt for men. Also, Violet, don't act all shy and angry. Besides yourself, who else thinks you're hiding it well? My sisters are all plotting how to defeat you. Oh, and to defeat me too. Bryn's mouth twitched, and she cursed inwardly. So what does that have to do with me? I just wanted to survive back then, okay? I only wanted to survive back then. But now, Bryn shook her head, determined to ignore this issue. Suddenly, Gilgamesh slightly raised his head and looked towards the kitchen. Before the girls could ask, a furious young boy walked out of the kitchen. He had blonde hair, was wearing a chef's outfit, and looked furious as he said, Hey, what do you want? Ladies, our desserts are quite good. Would you like to? Before he could finish, Sanji shook his head fiercely. No, that is not what I meant to say. You guys don't waste food too much. Sanji cleared his throat, showing his anger as he spoke to Gilgamesh. Well, after all, there's only this one man here. Sanji has many principles, such as never laying hands on women, being infatuated with women. Yes, that is also a principle. And not tolerating others wasting food. Although he has to deal with some leftover food from customers every day in a restaurant, this time it was too much. There are only a few of them. How much can they eat? Gilgamesh just glanced at him without saying a word. Instead, Rebecca said innocently, Waste food? We haven't eaten yet. Idiot. You shouldn't say that at a time like this. Perona huffed, giving Rebecca a light knock on the head. Then what should I say? Rebecca giggled while covering her head, looking curious. Watch it. Rona turned her head, coughed lightly, and said proudly, Kid, who do you think you are to criticize us? I'm a chef. Sanji instinctively replied in the same haughty tone. Rebelling against a chef on the sea will only lead to hunger. And of course, I will never let you go hungry. But the expression behind changed. However, it was clear that Sanji was very proud of his profession. The only question was, didn't he recognize us? Bryn thought strangely, a chef really dares to speak like that in front of our king. Gilgamesh continued to calmly swirl his wine glass, as if no one else was around. Hey, did you hear that? Sanji's face showed dissatisfaction. However, before he could finish speaking, he was kicked hard. You little brat, don't be a nuisance here. Zep's corner of his mouth twitched, and his stiff old face forced out a smile. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. Our meal hasn't been served yet, Gilgamesh said calmly, then pointed at a few women around him. 5 portions of food are a bit slow. Making this king wait is a great sin. It will be ready soon. Zep answered without hesitation, then grabbed Sanji and walked back. In fact, his cooking speed was quite fast, especially since it could be divided into appetizers, cold dishes, soups, hot dishes, and desserts, which gave him plenty of time. If it weren't for catching Sanji, the ingredients should have already started cooking. Sanji stared blankly for a long time before strangely saying, but they only ordered 5 portions. That old man. What are you preparing so many ingredients for? How much good stuff have you wasted on 5 people? Shut up, you little brat. I don't need you to tell me. Zep cursed angrily and kicked him into the kitchen. Damn it, I don't know about wasting, but facing this one, it's better to be obedient. Sanji, however, with the fearlessness of youth, rubbed his head and remained sullen. But he didn't bother Gilgamesh and the others again, as they didn't seem to be at fault, right? It's just a few people. Even if they are high-ranking officials, they shouldn't waste like this. Sanji pouted, rubbed his butt, and began to wash his hands, preparing to cook. Although still young, Sanji's skill was second only to head chef Zep's level. Currently, the only one capable of assisting Zep was Sanji. He curled his lips and glanced at the hall. That guy claims to be a king. Is he from some country? Meanwhile, on the ship brought by Gilgamesh, Doflamingo leaned quietly to the side, and it wasn't just him, but also some of his subordinates. Although they had arrived, no one had disembarked. Everyone was quite perceptive. No one was foolish enough to disturb Gilgamesh while he was dining, especially when he was eating with the ladies. Although so far Gilgamesh had not made any moves. No one was that stupid. Moreover, our king needs heirs. Doflamingo thought to himself, it's a pity Monet isn't here right now. He also recommended 2 maids to me. Of course, considering Sugar's looks, it's better to place hopes on other women. Dressrosa needs heirs. And the vast territory that I've taken on also needs someone to inherit it. Having a king always single isn't good, right? Doflamingo casually leaned to the side when suddenly he looked up. A somewhat striking figure seemed to pass by inadvertently, Khalifa. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. Chapter 235, Khalifa in action. First update, please auto. Chapter 235, Khalifa in action. First update, please auto. Khalifa's expression was calm, but her heart was constantly pondering. She was a spy, a CP9 spy. This point Doflamingo knew, and she herself knew it as well. However, as of now, she was still the manager of the black market. She was 1 year ago, and 1 year later, she still was. Doflamingo's betrayal of the world government. She couldn't figure it out. If he had betrayed, he should have dragged her out, right? If he didn't betray, she had already appeared in front of him many times. Yet the other party seemed to be oblivious to her. What was he thinking? Khalifa couldn't help but think internally. Yet there was not a hint of change in her expression. She didn't even glance back at Doflamingo, not even once, and seemed to simply pass by. Even if she were to investigate, it would be determined that she just happened to walk by here because there was a need. As a spy, Khalifa would definitely not have the slightest oversight, especially in a situation where many infiltrating spies had died. It wasn't that they were caught, but rather they were killed in surprise attacks by some experts. Even the 4 emperors wouldn't dare to say they had no conflicts or battles with others. In the past, when it was Kaido and the others, pirates often shouted to take them down and become the new 4 emperors. Now with Gilgamesh, it was pretty much the same. Although those shouting guys basically had no chance of overturning the four emperors, taking down a few of the four emperor subordinates wasn't too much of a problem. Most of these people had died in places like this, and Khalifa hadn't discovered anything strange. Or is it that Doflamingo doesn't want to cooperate with our world government because he was almost betrayed by us, but he also doesn't want Gilgamesh to do too well? So he didn't betray us? Khalifa sighed deeply in her heart. This was the current decision of the high-ranking officials of the world government. But she always felt something was off. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Khalifa's pupils contracted, but her expression showed no change. She just paused her steps and turned around. Lord Doflamingo, did you call me? The first time? Since that incident, this was the first time he had spoken to her. What does he want to say? Will he use some code to hint at some intelligence? Or hint at the time and place for a meeting? Doflamingo spoke. The king is dining over there. You should go. Huh? Khalifa looked bewildered. Is this some code? No. Go in and accompany the king for dinner. Doflamingo said. I'm worried those few maids won't be of any use. Khalifa thought to herself, of course. Bryn and the others are too young. They don't seem suitable. This spy seems to have a good appearance and figure. Could she be the type the king likes? Very likely. Even if not, it doesn't matter. You just try it out anyway. What if it succeeds? As for whether a spy having a relationship with the king would have any impact, I just want heirs. It doesn't matter who gives birth to them. Doflamingo indicated that these were not issues. When Khalifa walked into the restaurant, the dishes had already started to be served. Are you here to eat too? Gilgamesh glanced at her and then said to Zep, who had just begun to serve the dishes, add one more to our table. Zep nodded. In fact, the dishes had just started coming out, and Gilgamesh ordered 5 servings. But he wasn't foolish enough to actually serve 5 full portions. Although it was a last-minute addition, it didn't really make a difference. Is this really the dish you insisted on having? Perona took a glance and muttered, if it's not good, we might as well get rid of everyone in this restaurant. I think that sounds good. Bryn nodded and then tied her napkin around herself. Despite appearing obedient in front of Gilgamesh, each of them had grown up among pirates, unruly and unpredictable. It was Rebecca who weakly said, Sister, it doesn't have to be like that, does it? Well, at least at the table, it was relatively simple, just this girl. Violet calmly picked up her knife and fork and casually asked, My king, why didn't you get angry with that little brat just now, who was so arrogant? Gilgamesh replied indifferently, A king must be tolerant. As long as he can cook well, this king can forgive his momentary disrespect. In other words, if he doesn't do well, then we will settle the score properly. Zep's mouth twitched, and he silently returned to the kitchen. Indeed, someone of this caliber is still a bit too dangerous. Khalifa was momentarily stunned, looking around. How should I put it? Everyone was calmly tying their napkins, and that was that. Neither Violet nor Perona was the type to serve others. Bryn was a bit more obedient, but she used to be the daughter of Shatterling, and she was only used to being served by others. How could she serve someone else? Doflamingo was really wise. He estimated very accurately. These few maids were indeed of no use. Khalifa's expression changed slightly. She didn't sit down, but instead stood beside Gilgamesh. She spread the napkin, adjusted the position, and placed some condiments aside. Then, she obediently stood next to Gilgamesh, her movements skilled and practiced. Compared to the few girls who had already started eating, she looked more like a maid. Interesting, Gilgamesh revealed a meaningful smile. Stay by my side for now. Yes, Khalifa obediently nodded, her eyes snow-white, sleeves white and graceful, lowering her brows in submission. It seemed she truly looked like a maid. Khalifa squinted her eyes, her expression calm, but her mind was racing. What exactly did Doflamingo want? Why do you want me to come here? But no matter what, this is an opportunity. An opportunity. An opportunity to get close to Gilgamesh. When faced with an opportunity, one must seize it. A flash of excitement passed through Khalifa's eyes. CP9 hasn't received any good intelligence yet. Perhaps starting from her, they could uncover something. Gilgamesh glanced at her, but said nothing. Chapter 236, Shipbuilding. Second update requested automatically. In fact, being served by someone feels really nice. Khalifa stood behind Gilgamesh, always able to hand him what he needed at the right moment. Whether it was condiments, extra dishes, or cutting food, she managed everything perfectly, just right. She was a bit older than the other girls and more mature. Coupled with years of spy training, She could always show her most considerate side. Bryn frowned. Did this woman want to compete for a man with her? No way. I've managed to survive. I don't need to compete for any man. This was also the reason why Miss Bryn hadn't officially entered the maid profession mindset yet. The little princesses didn't like serving others and hadn't experienced much sorrow, feeling the shift from princess to servant. Gilgamesh never scolded people either. Unless you spoke out of turn, this man seemed to always maintain his proud, kingly demeanor. It was quite normal for maids to occasionally serve fruit, and very common. But someone like Khalifa, who served so well, was rare. Not to mention the others didn't even have the thought. Even if they did, they probably couldn't do it as well as she did. Khalifa smiled slightly at the few girls who looked somewhat hostile, her eyes seeming to carry a hint of apology, but it didn't provoke their anger. Perhaps this older sister was also being forced, for example, by a Doflamingo, especially Violet, as Khalifa not only served Gilgamesh methodically, but could also take a moment to check on Rebecca, which left Violet with nowhere to vent her anger. What simple little girls they were, Khalifa thought to herself. For Spy, disguise was just the most basic skill. Keeping oneself unaffected was also the fundamental ability. If I perform well and blend in with this man, perhaps I can gather more intelligence. Khalifa thought to herself, serving even more attentively. Although she preferred to be a bit domineering, since she wanted to complete her mission, she would obediently act like a maid. After all, it was all for the sake of completing the task. With that in mind, she revealed an even gentler smile while serving Gilgamesh. The dishes were delicious. Regardless of the aroma, texture, or flavor, everything was top-notch. The fish was tender, the vegetables vibrant, and the garnishes were impeccable. From any angle, it was a perfect meal. Clearly, everyone was very satisfied. Even Perona, who had previously said, "If it's not good, we'll smash this place," was now excitedly discussing with Bryn whether they should bring the chef back to Dressrosa. Zep, who was listening from his side, felt both relieved and broke out in a cold sweat. He certainly didn't want to go to Dressrosa to be some royal chef. After everyone finished eating, just as Gilgamesh was about to speak, the door was suddenly opened again, and Doflamingo strode in. "What is going on?" Gilgamesh said calmly. "We received news from Water 7 that our ship is ready. It will be launched within 3 days, Doflamingo said. The ships from Water 7 were actually one of the gains of this year. Although Mr. Tom, who built the Pirate King's ship, had been executed, his disciple Iceberg had already begun to integrate the shipbuilding companies in Water 7. Originally, the meaning of Water 7 was the capital of 7 giant shipyards. Now he was trying to consolidate these 7 shipyards into one huge enterprise. Originally, he needed a full 8 years to accomplish this feat with his superb shipbuilding skills, and then cooperate with the world government to make the Carrier Company the shipbuilding company for the world government, preventing officials from taking action against Iceberg. However, now that the integration wasn't complete, there were always some who didn't want to give up their companies and accept Iceberg as consolidation. At this time, Gilgamesh, under the suggestion of Doflamingo, decided to build the strongest battleship and placed an order with Iceberg. Money was plentiful and materials were available. All that was needed was the strongest battleship. Iceberg was not someone with a cleanliness obsession against building ships for pirates. He had ambitions of his own and was ready to take this opportunity to unify the 7 major shipbuilding companies. After all, this was a commission from an existence on par with the 4 emperors. Thus, he accepted the order without hesitation and demanded a large quantity of materials, including precious ones like the wood from the world's strongest giant tree, Adam. He then integrated the shipbuilding companies while simultaneously starting the construction. Gilgamesh's subordinates were also willing to support him in unifying the shipbuilding companies, naturally requiring that their own orders be treated as a priority. After more than half a year, once Iceberg had completely unified the shipyards of Water 7, the news finally came that the ship was about to be launched. Gilgamesh nodded and smiled, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll go take a look." He stood up, glanced at Zep, and said, "Doflamingo, the food was great. I'll come back to eat again next time." With that, he walked out. Zep was momentarily stunned and then let out a long sigh. This seemed to indicate that Gilgamesh was satisfied with the meal, especially with Gilgamesh's words. It could be said that his seaside restaurant would have no troubles wherever it opened. No one would want to offend such a presence over a small restaurant. not even his enemies. After all, if he said he'd come back for a meal, what if he couldn't get it? He might even kill someone. At the same time, this was also a form of advertisement. Having a man like Charlotte Lin, one of the four emperors, say that this restaurant was good, who wouldn't want to try such food? Of course, if possible, it would be better not to play with such heart-pounding matters. Zepp forced a smile, watching Sanji, who was still mumbling in dissatisfaction. See, I told you it was a waste, and kicked him into the kitchen. For these days, we will eat what we made. Old man, that's enough for 100 people. How much can we eat? Even if we can't finish it, we have to eat it. Dare to waste it, and I'll kick you to death. Chapter 237. Fishman Pirate Crew? Third update requested automatically. Gilgamesh has appeared in the East Sea. The Marine headquarters was in chaos again. Gilgamesh did not hide his presence, allowing the diners in the restaurant to leave, which naturally could not escape the eyes of the world government. Sengoku hurriedly contacted many people, even calling Saitama, using a den mushi to give him a lengthy warning. Then hurriedly sent Saitama over. There was no choice. Gilgamesh's current status was not any less than that of the four emperors, and it was rare to think he was just there for a meal. When Whitebeard suddenly took action, he first took out 2 or 3 Navy surveillance ships. Although Gilgamesh had no intention of fighting the Navy, he could not openly let the surveillance ships follow him. However, an existence of this level was a threat in itself. If he really did something, the surrounding area would have no capable forces to confront him, which was extremely dangerous. Of course, by the time Saitama truly arrived, Gilgamesh had long since vanished without a trace. I estimate he just came to have a meal, Saitama said with a silly smile. So, nothing really happened. Tina shot Saitama an annoyed glance and continued to inquire with Zepp and the others about Gilgamesh. Well, I really just came to eat. You see, I'm even using a clone for Gilgamesh now. I've already turned into a clone, just casually looking around. Zhao Su smiled, spinning around and casually looking at the surroundings. Gilgamesh is just receiving ships. What could possibly go wrong? I came this time just to bring my main body along. Then he wanted to observe the reactions of the Navy and other forces. A year's time of being too leisurely wasn't good, as it could easily raise suspicions. So occasionally, it was necessary to move around a bit. During this year, he often played such tricks, occasionally pulling at Sengoku's nerves. And listening to him shout was quite interesting. Oh, by the way, Saitama casually said, Daisuke, help me pack a portion of fries. Okay, Saitama General. Daisuke nodded and went over. Saitama had been stationed in the East Sea for a year. Originally the most peaceful sea, it was even more peaceful now. Previously, the East Sea was said to be the weakest sea, but that only represented the strength of pirates, not their numbers. Now, Saitama dared to say that the East Sea was definitely the sea with the fewest pirates. In fact, there were reasons why pirates went to sea. Roger's call was certainly important, but besides that, many went to sea because their living conditions were poor. If they didn't go to sea, they would starve. So it was better to take a gamble. Now, Saitama not only eliminated pirates, but also took care of some wicked nobles in various countries, naturally reducing the number of people going to sea. Of course, there were certainly troubles. Nobles from all over filed various complaints, angrily cursing Sengoku, but Sengoku couldn't scold Saitama. He could just hang up the den mushi. At worst, he wouldn't be the general. It didn't matter to him. Saitama didn't care about being a general. It really was important to him. Thus, Sengoku could only bear the brunt of the anger, feeling extremely frustrated. However, it was just a few scoldings. In reality, there was no way to receive any punishment. The nobles that Saitama took care of had truly violated the law. Although the nobles were powerful, they hadn't reached the level where the celestial dragons were exempt from all laws. Furthermore, since they had exiled the general to the East Sea, was it not normal to bear some pressure? Of course, Saitama didn't eliminate all the nobles. The Navy usually only received intelligence about pirate activities. Unless Saitama truly saw nobles oppressing civilians, he wouldn't take action. In other words, the Revolutionary Foundation in the East Sea was still there. Over there, Tina inquired many times, and after clarifying the matter, she returned to report. Of course, Saitama mostly listened with one ear and let out the other. After hearing it once, he concluded that it was best to report it to the Marine headquarters. Well, According to the intelligence, Gilgamesh is going to the water city of the Grand Line. It has nothing to do with Saitama in the East Sea. On the other side, Daisuke had also bought the fries. Great, that essay wrap. Saitama clapped his hands and boarded the ship, preparing to return to Road Town. In the absence of any actions from Gilgamesh and the others, even the New World had calmed down considerably, let alone the East Sea. Saitama sometimes went several days without hearing news about pirates, and even when he did, it was just about some small-time pirates. However, today seemed a bit different. General Saitama. Daisuke walked out from the communication room with a hint of hesitation on her face. What's wrong? Did I drop my fries on the ground? Saitama asked casually. Daisuke hesitated and said, No, they're already on your table. It's about something else. What is it? Daisuke remained silent for a moment and said, Just now. The Navy's 18th Division received a distress call from Mingsing Town. It said that their town has been attacked by fishmen pirates, so they hope to send the Navy to eliminate them. Oh, then let's go, Saitama said casually. Prepare to set sail. We'll head over there. However, Daisuke hesitated again. What's wrong? Daisuke hesitated and said, Mingsing Town is under the jurisdiction of the 16th Division. Navy divisions are usually close to villages, relying on them for supplies. The area they govern is naturally the safest nearby waters. They didn't ask the nearby 16th Division for help, but instead asked the farther 18th Division. This is completely counterproductive. It would take at least 3 more days of travel. By then, the pirates would have probably finished what they needed to do. Although Saitama was a bit confused, he had been a general for a while and understood these matters to some extent. So he frowned and asked, What is going on? I don't know. Daisuke shook her head. I just asked the 16th Division, and they said everything was normal, and they hadn't found any pirates. What did the 18th Division say? Saitama thought for a moment and asked. Daisuke had obviously already asked this question. She replied directly. They said the townspeople expressed that they had also requested assistance from the nearby 16th Division, but no one came, which is why they turned to the 18th Division for help. Oh, Saitama blinked. Forget it. We'll just go over there anyway. Let's head to that Mingsing Town. Mingsing Town, Daisuke retorted, then began to prepare for the voyage. Hey, Saitama blinked and suddenly said, What about the fishmen pirates? Daisuke, who is the commander of the 16th Division? It's Colonel Mouse. Chapter 238. Saitama made a call. 4th update requested for automation. Along Paradise. A fishman and a Navy officer were engaged in a dirty behind-the-scenes deal. This is the money for this month. A fishman with a saw shark long nose sat in the boss's chair, his body a fishy blue, muscular, with a sun pattern on his chest. Arlong, former captain of the Sun Pirates, now captain of the Arlong Pirates. He laughed heartily and pushed a pile of money across the table to the Navy officer opposite him. The agreed 5 million, please take it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The man in the Navy colonel's uniform let out a few mouse-like laughs, unchanging in expression as he accepted the money. It's mutually beneficial. You benefit, and I benefit. Ha ha ha. Arlong laughed a couple of times. That's right. I control the village, and you come to report on the safety of the sea. This is a win-win business. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You're right, Colonel Mouse laughed. The Navy has assessments, and if there are repeated pirate appearances in your area, bonuses will be deducted, or even demotions. In severe cases, one may even go to a military court. Of course, such matters are more targeted at the 4 seas. While most of the Grand Line and the New World have already fallen into pirate territory, if those places were counted as assessment areas, then the Navy there wouldn't expect any bonuses. But Arlong, right now the EC just happens to have that naval general, so there's no way there will be any problems in my jurisdiction. Colonel Mouse squinted his tiny eyes and said meaningfully, What do you mean by that? Arlong narrowed his eyes. Very simple, I want more money. Colonel Mouse smiled. Arlong frowned, dissatisfied. You've already raised the price twice. It was originally 3 million a month, and now it's up to 5 million. If I hadn't established a decent foundation here, I wouldn't be able to offer this price at all. Don't say it like that. If that general finds out about my actions here, I'd be in big trouble. Colonel Mouse laughed. I'm also taking a huge risk, so I naturally need to increase the reward. Arlong's expression changed slightly. Risk? Risks are fixed. There's only a difference between being exposed and not being exposed. This has nothing to do with where the naval general is. Then it's 6 million. I'll definitely get it for you next month. Arlong fell silent for a moment and waved his hand. Okay. Colonel Mouse smiled. As expected of Arlong, you understand things well. Of course. Arlong smiled. I hate humans, but I like those who are reasonable. Naturally, I will also be reasonable myself. However, if you want that million, I need you to do something for me. Colonel Mouse frowned. What is it? Don't be so nervous. It's just a matter of catching a thief. Arlong revealed his sharp teeth. That is not a problem. Colonel Mouse said confidently. The East Sea is the weakest sea. The strongest is just someone like Arlong, and the next strongest would be Saitama, that inexplicably parachuted in guy. Although Colonel Mouse is just a colonel and doesn't stand out in the Grand Line, in the East Sea, he is a powerful official. Such a person naturally has the confidence to take on big tasks. The two chatted for a while longer before Colonel Mouse left with a smile. Arlong quietly watched Colonel Mouse leave, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Colonel Mouse was too bold. He actually dared to threaten him? Threatening a pirate? Threatening a proud fishman? But there was nothing he could do. He really had the qualifications to threaten him, because the naval general was right in the East Sea. And this naval general was not some lazy and useless guy. He was a workaholic who would immediately chase down any pirates he heard about. Arlong sighed softly. To be honest, if he handed over 4 million, his profit would be very small. After all, he still had a bunch of fishman brothers to support. However, the general was right here. He couldn't and didn't dare to go against Colonel Mouse. Once that general leaves, I'll show you what happens when you threaten a fishman. A fierce light flashed in Arlong's eyes. He knew that Saitama was completely exiled here as a punishment. After a while, it will definitely happen immediately. But looking at the current situation of the sea, it shouldn't take too long. However, for now, I can only put you in a difficult position, Nami. Meanwhile, the ship of Colonel Mouse, who just left not long ago, was on its way. Colonel Mouse, from the 16th Division, hearing the voice from the transponder snail, Colonel Mouse instinctively shrank his neck, feeling a bit startled. However, he still replied, Yes, it's me, General Saitama. General Saitama? That guy known as the Bald Cape Hero. Why is he suddenly contacting me? Despite being a figure in the East Sea, the gap between him and a general was even larger than that between humans and fishmen. Yes, it's me. Saitama's voice from the other end carried the usual clueless tone. Have you received a distress call from Mingxing Town recently? That's your patrol area, and it seems to have been attacked by pirates. Mingxing Town? Colonel Mouse thought for a moment, recalling that he seemed to have received a call not long ago. But since it was in the territory of the evil dragon, he just suppressed it. Could it be that something has happened there again? Yes, I received it. Colonel Mouse carefully chose his words. It was about last week. After I got the news, I came right over. However, I investigated around Mingxing Town for 3 days and didn't find a single fishman, so I thought it was a false report. You know, this kind of thing is quite common, so I withdrew back to the base and didn't take it seriously. Saitama's voice still sounded somewhat sleepy. Oh, I see. Then it's fine. Then, the transponder snail hung up. Colonel Mouse let out a long sigh of relief. That really scared me. I must give the evil dragon a good beating next month. Meanwhile, in Mingxing Town, Saitama put down the transponder snail and looked at the town that had turned into ruins, with corpses everywhere. Tina was angrily pressing down on 2 fishmen. Dasky also looked furious and said, General Saitama, that Colonel Mouse really has a problem. Chapter 239. He is already a hero. First update request. Chapter 239. He is already a hero. First update request. Dasky and Tina were both furious. In fact, they had already arrived here before Saitama made the call and had seen the fishmen here. Initially, the 2 fishmen had jokingly asked them if they were with Colonel Mouse, if they were there to find their boss, laughing and saying they would lead the way. This was already very suspicious. Of course, Saitama didn't simply assume that the other party was problematic. He took a phone call, but the words on the phone completely contradicted the situation here. Couldn't find anything after searching for 3 days? We just got off the ship and saw fishmen. Now the facts were basically clear. Colonel Mouse was guilty. Damn Navy. Just you wait. The evil dragon will take revenge for us. The fisherman trapped by Tina continued to shout angrily. Who is the evil dragon? Saitama slightly tilted his head and asked. The captain of the former Sun Pirates, now the evil dragon pirates, Dasky, who had read many documents, immediately replied. Bounty is 20 million. We wanted to catch him before, but we couldn't find his location. It seems he's been hidden by Colonel Mouse. Since Saitama came to the East Sea, he immediately began to sweep through the pirates in the East Sea. While it's not accurate to say there are no pirates left in the East Sea, it is basically calm now. But the pirates in the East Sea have already fled in large numbers to the other 3 seas. Even in the areas where the East Sea meets the other 2 seas, no pirates dare to linger. The local pirates of the East Sea have either fled early or simply died at Saitama's hands. However, news of the top pirate in the East Sea, the Evil Dragon, has not been discovered for a long time. He must have been hidden by Colonel Mouse. The bound fishmen continued to curse and shout various threats. However, neither Dasky nor Tina paid any attention to their threats. The 20 million bounty on the Evil Dragon can be said to be a significant target among EC pirates. However, with General Saitama standing right there, who would care about a small evil dragon? I can't find any survivors. You all stay here. Saitama thought for a moment and said as he looked around to see if he could find anything. And you? Dasky asked. I'll go check other villages, Saitama casually replied. I'll see what the situation is in other villages, and if they need help, I'll assist them first before going to the evil dragon's lair. Obviously, the first part about checking was genuine, while the latter part was about eliminating enemies. Yes, General Saitama. Dasky and Tina nodded in agreement. This was also Saitama's consistent style, saving people first, dealing with bad guys second. There have been attempts to take hostages, but so far, no one has been able to eliminate hostages in the moment Saitama takes action. Saitama walked forward calmly, then compared the mental map in his mind. Kokushiya village should be over there. Indeed, everything was just an excuse. He just wanted to check out Kokushiya village. Perhaps that little thief cat would be around here. However, as Saitama strolled forward, passing through the jungle, he suddenly froze. He saw a small boy hiding under a tree, holding a wooden stick, quietly approaching 2 fishmen in the forest. Both the small boy and the fishmen were not able to escape his line of sight. However, the power gap between the 2 sides was not that significant. The small boy quietly approached, raising the wooden stick slowly. Saitama's eyes slightly narrowed. This stick couldn't kill anyone. The fishmen were actually quite good warriors, with half of them having characteristics of fish and being able to walk upright, breathing with lungs on land and with gills in water. They could be considered a good source of soldiers at sea. At the same time, fishmen naturally possess more than 10 times the strength of ordinary humans. Even ordinary civilians have considerable combat power. Although the members of the Evil Dragon Pirates are not considered elites, relying on a small child with a wooden stick, he couldn't kill anyone. The small boy took a deep breath, gripping the wooden stick tightly, just about to charge forward. However, in the next second, he was picked up by someone. It was a blue-haired girl with a blue tattoo on her collarbone and short hair tied up with a red ribbon. She held the small boy tightly, bound his hands, and covered his mouth with one hand, quickly retreating. The small boy struggled hard but dared not make any sound. If he made a sound, he would lose all hope of revenge. The blue-haired girl forcibly dragged him a distance away, then let out a sigh of relief and released her hand covering the child's mouth, her expression changing as she shouted, "What are you doing? That's a fishman. I want revenge." The small boy's eyes revealed deep hatred. Those fishmen killed my dad, my mom, and I must take revenge on them. The blue-haired girl showed a hint of sadness in her eyes upon hearing this, but then said, "Don't be reckless, child. You should know very well that going against the fishmen will lead to death, right? But there are no buts. You're just a child. Why are you trying to be a hero?" As she spoke, she attempted to pull the little boy back. Her family also had to bear the heavy taxes imposed by the evil dragon gang and couldn't afford to take care of a child. However, she couldn't just watch him die, could she? Suddenly, a serious voice, somewhat like a salted fish, came from the side. "What you're saying is wrong." Huh? The blue-haired girl and the little boy looked up simultaneously to see a bald man in a tight yellow outfit standing nearby. Although his expression was somewhat silly like a fish, there was a hint of seriousness in his demeanor. He's not trying to be a hero. He already is a hero. There are extremely evil monsters and villains in this world, and those who dare to stand up against them are heroes. He has already stood up just now. It has nothing to do with age or ability. He is a hero. Chapter 240. Damn it. I killed him with one punch again. Second update requested. He is already a hero. His unwavering words, his powerful lines, and that serious yet silly expression. The little boy listened, dazed and confused, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and hesitation. He swallowed hard and said, then, my father went to fight the fishmen to save me and was killed by them, so he was also a hero. My mother put me in the cellar and stayed outside, so she was also a hero. The village police went with my father, so they were heroes too. Hearing Saitama's unwavering response, the little boy's eyes brightened, and he continued, then you should just stay put. The blue-haired girl said angrily, glaring at Saitama. Can you stop misleading the child? Also, who are you? She had just rescued him with great difficulty, and now he was saying things that would make him rush out to fight the fishmen again. Me? I'm a hero, Saitama said, his expression instantly turning from serious to silly, scratching the back of his head with a goofy smile. A hero? The blue-haired girl and the little boy exchanged glances, looking puzzled. Does anyone really call themselves that? Saitama blinked. Didn't they recognize him? Well, yes. They really don't know who Saitama is. There was no helping it. The existence of a naval admiral was too far removed from ordinary people. Saitama wasn't even wearing a Navy uniform. Perhaps they had heard his name or seen his photo in the news, but who would remember such things? Huh, there's a voice. Suddenly, a figure approached. A fisherman with a blue body and protruding lips walked over. So there really are people here. He scanned the area and immediately spotted Saitama. Damn it. The voice was too loud. The blue-haired girl's expression changed slightly. The little boy's face also shifted, his legs trembling. However, he still gripped his wooden stick, facing the fisherman. Huh, you're pointing a weapon at us, little brat. Do you want to die? The fisherman said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the blue-haired girl for a moment before moving on. He recognized her. Noki Gao, Nami's sister, was one of the few people from the evil dragon pirate group he wouldn't target. But as for the others, hey, brother Jew, I have a bit of an impression of this little elephant. Another fisherman walked over. When we destroyed Minxing Town, we lost a few people. Oh, so he's a survivor from Minxing Town? The fisherman named Jew smiled, revealing sharp teeth. That works out perfectly. I'll take care of all of you. As he spoke, a mur de roue aura émergé. Damn it. The little boy tightened his grip on the wooden stick, gritting his teeth. He trembled and suddenly broke free from Noki Gao's arm, swinging the stick and jumping high, charging at the fisherman. For my father and mother's revenge. Kid, come back. Noki Gao's expression changed. Because of her sister Nami. She also knew the fisherman before her. Jew, the kissing fisherman, a member of the evil dragon pirate group. His strength is formidable. Absolutely not something a child can handle. Jew sneered and took a deep breath. As a fisherman, he could hold a large amount of water in his mouth and spit it out to attack enemies. With power comparable to a cannonball, just one hit would be enough to crush someone to pieces. The little boy angrily ran forward, but the next second, he felt his body lighten, and he was lifted up. You should go to the back, Saitama said, grabbing the little boy by the neck and pulling him back. The boy fell to the ground, and Saitama scratched his head and took a few steps forward. Kid, actually, I don't recommend you go to your death. He strode forward, his righteous cape fluttering in the wind. The gap in strength had to be recognized. Earlier, you rushed out because you had to become a hero yourself in the absence of a hero's protection. But now, a hero has arrived. Saitama smiled, standing in front of Noki Gao and the little boy. At the same time, Ju suddenly spat. Water gun. Swish. A powerful stream of water shot out from his mouth, condensing together at incredible speed, shooting straight at Saitama like a bullet. No, it was even stronger than a bullet. Noki Gao's heart raced, and she was about to close her eyes. The next second, a rapid and powerful fist wind suddenly swung out. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a typhoon had struck. The deafening sound of the wind caused Noki Gao and the little boy to experience ringing in their ears. Saitama's punch not only hit Ju, but also the other fishermen beside him. The two fishermen were turned into minced meat right before the stunned eyes of Noki Gao and the little boy. So strong. How could he be this strong? Is this what a hero is? The little boy was dazed and confused. Noki Gao was also in shock. The two instinctively turned to look at Saitama. Saitama suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth and grabbed his own hand, his expression slightly distorted. The two felt their hearts tighten simultaneously. With one move, he killed such a powerful member of the evil dragon pirate group. Would such a powerful strike have any side effects? No, it should be normal to have after effects. Like, for example, his hand might be ruined. Hey, hero brother, your hand. Hey, your hand. Saitama said regretfully, damn it. I killed him with one punch again. Damn it. No Kigo, the little boy. Chapter 241. The Orange Orchard of Kokushia Village. Third update of the 3,000-word chapter. Seeking Automatic. Chapter 241. The Orange Orchard of Kokushia Village. Third update, Seeking Automatic. Kokushia Village, Orange Orchard. Come, you two have some tea. No Kigo poured out 2 cups of tea, which faintly carried the aroma of orange flesh. Rather than tea, it was more like orange juice. Oh, thank you, thank you. Saitama and the little boy thanked her in unison, then raised their cups and took a gentle sip. Their movements were incredibly coordinated and unified. No Kigo's mouth twitched. What kind of guy is this? His movements are almost like a child's. Saitama and the little boy were brought to her home. If there was a relatively safe human sanctuary in the evil dragon park, it would probably be her home. Because of Nami, the evil dragon would also give her face and not allow anyone to forcibly break into Nami and No Kigo's home. Who exactly are you? No Kigo leaned on her elbow, curiously asking. A hero. I mean, what is your profession? Oh, then I guess it's the Navy, Saitama casually replied. Originally he should have been a professional hero, but this profession isn't very popular in the pirate world now, and no one pays a salary. So let's just say he's in the Navy. The Navy? The little boy's eyes brightened with a hint of joy. Did the distress signal sent to the Navy finally reach them? Although it wasn't something you would typically tell a child, he had heard similar sounds outside while hiding. It has arrived. Saitama nodded and said, unfortunately, we came a bit late. Indeed, they were a bit late. Mr. Navy, how many soldiers did you bring to deal with the evil dragon this time? The little boy suddenly asked. No Kigo fell silent for a moment. Soldiers? Just me alone. Saitama calmly took a sip of orange juice and said, that's not wrong. He didn't bring anyone. Tina and the others were still in town and hadn't arrived. Even if they did come, he wasn't bringing them to deal with the evil dragon, but rather to clean up the aftermath of his battle. For example, throwing the pirates into prison or something. Just one person? The little boy's expression instantly darkened. No Kigo, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. Nami is also part of the evil dragon pirates. But Mr. Navy, although you are indeed strong, the evil dragon is not something that can be easily dealt with. He has subordinates and is said to have brought back a gigantic monster from the Grand Line. No Kigo sighed and said seriously. He not only possesses many powerful and cruel creatures, but your strength is formidable. However, facing such a monster is still very dangerous. After a moment of silence, No Kigo suddenly lowered her voice and whispered, "Did you see the ruins of Mingsing Town?" As she spoke, she glanced at the little boy. However, it seemed the little boy was still immersed in the realization that Saitama was alone, not paying attention. "I saw it," Saitama nodded. "That was caused by a monster from the Grand Line." No Kigo whispered, sighing, "Just think about it. Can you really deal with a monster of that level?" I can." Saitama calmly drank his tea. "It's just a matter of one problem. Isn't it just a sea king? He often eats these things." No Kigo's mouth twitched. Did this guy lie without even blinking? She had lived under the evil dragon's rule for several years and had seen that monster from the Grand Line more than once. It was enormous, comparable to a small mountain. Once it pressed down and rolled, the entire town would be reduced to ruins. This was not something that could be resolved by human strength. Forget it, forget it. Quickly drive him away. Don't let this guy die here, at least I can say I did right by him. Just as she was pondering how to send Saitama away, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "No Kigo, I'm back." Saitama and No Kigo turned their heads toward the door simultaneously. The crisp footsteps accompanied the sound of the door being pushed open. A girl with orange hair and a golden bracelet on her hand walked in confidently. "I think I heard a man's voice outside. Have you got a boyfriend?" "Nami, you're back." No Kigo was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to remember something and secretly glanced at Saitama. I made a few big deals this time." Nami smiled. "Maybe soon we'll have an easier time. By the way, who is this?" It seemed she had made quite a bit of money, and Nami, with a hint of a smile, squinted her eyes as she looked back and forth between No Kigo and Saitama. "Where is he from? And how did he charm my sister?" Get out, it's not what you think. No Kigo knocked Nami's head, her eyes filled with helplessness. He asked from the Navy. The Navy? Nami seemed to think of something, her expression cooling a bit. Saitama waved his hand. I'm Saitama, a hero. Well, I'm also from the Navy. Please take care of me. Nami glanced at Saitama. This bald guy looked a bit familiar. But whatever, it's not a big deal. However, seeing no Kigo's vigilant demeanor, Nami wasn't worried at all. This place is the territory of the evil dragon pirates. Although she didn't want to say it, she felt quite safe on the evil dragon's turf. Of course, wealth shouldn't be publicly displayed. She unhesitatingly pushed the strap behind her towards the corner, appearing rather ordinary. However, Saitama heard a faint sound of metal clinking. It was probably gold. How strange, while I was sweeping away the pirates, could Nami still be stealing some pirate money? Saitama thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. The pirates had already been almost wiped out by him. No Kigo didn't find it strange at all, and cooperatively moved a stool to subtly block the bag. Nami's money could no longer be classified as stolen. She relied on reporting pirates and then taking advantage of the Navy's defeat of the pirates to sneak in from behind. She doesn't steal, she only robs. After all, when being chased by the Navy, the pirates hardly had time to care about their treasures. The basic routine was to find pirates around the town, contact the Navy would strike, the pirates would start to flee, and Nami would take the opportunity to intercept a few trying to transport their wealth. In the pirates' hurried situation, there would always be some unimportant money left behind. She earned quite a lot through this method, although each haul couldn't be as substantial as stealing. The frequency of her actions could be greatly increased, and it was also very safe. Even if she couldn't beat the opponents, she could hold on for a bit or even retreat. The pirates wouldn't have time to chase her. By now, she had actually saved up around 50 to 60 million. The East Blue is so peaceful now, and Nami has a part in that. Of course, Nami herself is not clean either, as she bears the mark of the Arlong pirates and does not dare to meet the Navy. She does not know Saitama, and at her current level, she is not qualified to meet a Navy admiral. In fact, if it weren't for her being exiled here, these pirates in the East Blue would not even qualify to make Saitama take action. This person claims to be from the Navy. Is it really true? While Saitama is thinking about Nami, she is also thinking about him. Subconsciously, she turns her arm to hide the Arlong pirate's mark, not wanting Saitama to see it. However, before she can ask, there's suddenly a commotion outside the door. What is going on? Nami asks as Nojiko walks out. Suddenly, they see a group of people in Navy uniforms approaching. A group of Navy? Looking at this, the guy in a room is a fraud. Nami thinks, well, Nami, you should go inside first, Nojiko whispers. After all, Nami is a member of the Arlong pirates, so it's better not to cause trouble. Okay, Nami nods, her eyes filled with hope. The Navy has come. If they can take down the Arlong pirates, that would be great. She just needs to hide for a while and avoid the Navy. Even hiding for a year or two would be fine. At least the others in the village wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Without hesitation, Nami turns and goes inside. But before she can completely hide, she hears a voice at the door. Squeak, I am Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division of the Navy. I received a report that a thief named Nami is here. Hand her over obediently, or we will have to come in and catch her ourselves. In an instant, Nami and Nojiko's hearts sink. Chapter 242. Admiral Saitama? What are you doing here? Fourth update. Seeking automatic. In an instant, the expressions of Nojiko and Nami change. Even Akin, who had been smiling while accompanying Colonel Mouse, suddenly looks grim. They are not here to find Arlong. They are here to find Nami. They are the Navy. Nojiko can't help but speak up. Aren't you here to find Arlong? You should have received a request for help from the town to deal with him. In fact, over the years, many people under Arlong's rule have secretly sought out the Navy. Why was the village of Minxing destroyed? Because they began to contact the Navy. However, they contacted Colonel Mouse's 16th Division, and thus Arlong dealt with them, leading to the destruction of Minxing. No, we have not received any requests for help regarding Arlong. Colonel Mouse squeaks with a smile. I've never heard of what you mentioned. What we received was a report about a thief named Nami. The next moment, he waves his hand, and countless Navy officers silently surround Nojiko's house, simultaneously raising their guns. Don't resist. If you resist the Navy, you'll die. Colonel Mouse says with a smile. Is this what the Navy is like? Nojiko's eyes widen. We know what to do. We don't need a civilian like you to teach us, Colonel Mouse. He sneers and then looks at the house. Please behave yourselves. It will be bad if anything unexpected happens. Nojiko wants to say something, but Nami, with a pale face, has already walked out. She has traveled far and has had quite a bit of cooperation with the Navy privately. Although the Navy does not know who she is. Seeing their diligent appearance gives her a bit of hope. However, now she takes a deep breath and stands in front of Nojiko. Are you Nami? Colonel Mouse asks, hands behind his back, revealing a smile. I heard that you have hidden the treasures you stole from the pirates, right? The government now wants to confiscate your stolen goods. If you hand them over obediently, we might leave you a little like 100 berries? 100 berries? That's about the price of a newspaper, Nami scoffs. You're really enthusiastic about your work. Let me give you a piece of advice. I'm a cadre of the Arlong crew. If you dare to do anything, Arlong will not sit idly by. Although it annoys her to use Arlong's name to scare others, she has no choice. Lilajiru. What are you talking about? Colonel Mouse squints his eyes. We just received a report about confiscating the stolen goods of a thief named Nami. The next moment, he waves his hand. Damn it. Nami's face changes as she takes out her 3-section staff, blocking the door. No one is allowed in. Those are my things. You're all Navy. You clearly have more important things to do, right? Arlong is enslaving us. He is a pirate. You all know this. So why are you dealing with a thief at this time? Which is more important, a thief or a pirate? Are you blind? Sorry. I haven't received any reports about pirates. Colonel Mouse chuckles twice, then suddenly scans the area and points to the orange grove. Go search there. I find this orange grove very suspicious. In an instant, Nami and Nojiko's expressions change. The orange grove? Yes, that's where Nami hides her money. But why are these Navy officers searching the orange grove instead of the house? If they said they didn't find anything in the house, that would be one thing. But now they're heading straight for the orange grove. To be honest, the main reason Nami is blocking the door is not only that she does not want the Navy to search her money, but also to deliberately lead them to search her room. Currently, there is a treasure in the room. At worst, the Navy will take it away, and she can just work harder again. But the orange grove, the next moment, Nami's pupils constrict. She realizes that the Navy officers have come with shovels. In other words, their original purpose was indeed the orange grove. It's Arlong. In an instant, Nami understands everything. If no one tipped them off, how could they come straight for her? But who could it be? Nojiko wouldn't do it. The residents wouldn't do it. If they really wanted money, they wouldn't need to cooperate with the Navy, and they wouldn't even qualify to work with Colonel Mouse. The only one left is Arlong. He had made an agreement with Nami that as long as she saved up 100 million berries, he would let Cocoa Village and Nami go. But clearly, he has no intention of letting go. Of course, Nami does not know that although Arlong indeed has no intention of letting go, he has not planned to take away the money Nami stole so early either. But there is no way out. Now Saitama is rampaging in the EC, and Colonel Mouse keeps raising prices. Even the evil dragon is starting to feel the pressure. If he doesn't take Nami's money to make up for it, he won't feel good either. So why not let the old colonel do something again? Anyway, Saitama can't stay in the EC for long, and there haven't been many incidents in the past year. Otherwise, he would have been reassigned long ago. Nokigao moved to find Saitama for help. Although this bald guy doesn't seem to be in the Navy, he still has some strength. Maybe he can solve some of the Navy problems here. But the next second, Nokigao shook his head. It's meaningless. Even if they save the money, what's the use? Attacking the Navy could lead to the destruction of this village. Losing money is one thing, but if the village is gone, what can they do? However, the next moment, hey, stop it, old colonel. Saitama leisurely walked out of the room. He glanced at the surrounding Navy personnel. You guys, it's not too late to apologize now. Who the hell are you? Colonel Mouse instinctively responded, were you? What qualifies you to him? Bald head, bald head. I'm Saitama. Saitama revealed a lazy smile. He is a hero driven by interest. Unlike Nokigao and others who aren't familiar with the Navy and don't follow Navy news, Colonel Mouse is an active member of the Navy. In fact, he had just spoken on the phone with this man today. In an instant, Colonel Mouse's face changed dramatically. and his voice became extremely sharp. General Saitama, what are you doing here? Chapter 243. I need a navigator. First update request. Chapter 243. I need a navigator. First update request. Colonel Mouse was dumbfounded. How could General Saitama appear here? This person is too far above him. The colonel is already a strong rank. In the East Sea, he can command several warships and patrol large areas of sea. However, the colonel is still far from the rank of general. After colonel comes brigadier, then major general, lieutenant general, and only then general. Moreover, Colonel Mouse is a base colonel, which, while nominally equivalent to a colonel under the Navy headquarters, is actually one rank lower. Saitama calmly nodded. It's me. A simple answer, a flat tone, but it left everyone, including Nami and Noki Gao, in disbelief with wide eyes. This seemingly silly guy actually is a Navy general? A general that's the highest combat power of the Navy, etc. It's really. Nami's mouth twitched. The people she interacts with have too great a gap from generals, so she never thought of that direction. But it seems it really is. There are always photos of this man in the news. Of course, the photos in the news are heavily edited, and they capture Saitama has sharp expressions when he punches. Not the lazy expression he has now. So she didn't think of that direction at all before. But now Noki Gao, in disbelief, murmured, You really are in the Navy? Saitama nodded. Yeah. A general? But you said you were a hero? Driven by interest to be a hero. But you are a general. I'm also in the Navy. I said I'm in the Navy. Saitama scratched the back of his head, showing a silly smile. I really didn't lie. What I say is what it is. General Saitama, I really didn't know you had received news to capture this thief. Colonel Mouse swallowed hard, his forehead gradually sweating, his expression stiff. Oh, I'm not here to catch thieves. Saitama thought for a moment and said, I'm here to take down the evil dragon, and also to bring you along. Bring me along? Saitama nodded. Regarding the evil dragon that ignored the village's plea for help, I will order a fair trial for you. In other words, it means a military court. And you guys too. Saitama glanced at the Navy personnel who were also dazed, holding shovels ready to dig. You all who knew but said nothing and aided the tiger will also face punishment. Face a military court trial? What a joke. Colonel Mouse's expression changed slightly. The only outcome of that would be death. Although he often engages in bribery and has many connections in the world government, under a general's command, these people would rather distance themselves from him, even taking the opportunity to throw him under the bus to show their innocence. He's doomed. However, when he heard Saitama mention punishing ordinary soldiers, he suddenly showed a pleased expression. For now, the only way to survive is. You are not General Saitama. Colonel Mouse suddenly shouted. The general is clearly in Lowtown. I just spoke with him. You dare impersonate a general. That is a grave crime. Soldiers, I command you to open fire. Kill this imposter. This is his only way to survive. And it's also the only way for the soldiers to avoid punishment. Naturally, those he brought are all his confidants. Of course, the general is definitely strong, being hailed as the highest combat power of the Navy. Saitama should not be something a few foot soldiers can take down with guns. But who cares? If he doesn't die, he'll die himself. He might as well take the plunge. Fire. Quickly. Fire. Colonel Mouse shouted. However, contrary to his expectations, the Navy soldiers had stiff expressions, yet no one dared to take action. After all, they were just accomplices. They would need to serve a few years in prison. But attacking a superior would be seen as a rebellion and would definitely result in execution. And that is a general. A general. Who would dare to act against him? The Navy may have lost its reputation in the New World due to being beaten by many pirates, but in the East Sea, the only one who dared to act against the Navy is Uchiha Madara. For decades, it has been just that one Uchiha Madara. Perhaps there are some reckless pirates who would dare when pushed to the brink, but ordinary soldiers would definitely not. Why aren't you moving? Colonel Mouse finally realized that the situation was wrong and shouted in panic. Why aren't you firing? That criminal is standing right here. Shoot him. I'll reward whoever fires with 1 million berries. No, 5 million. No, 10 million. You all shoot. Unfortunately, no matter how much Colonel Mouse shouted, no one dared to move. This is the prestige of the Navy. In fact, Colonel Mouse's evil deeds also relied heavily on the Navy's prestige. He took Nami's money. Nami only dared to beat him after deciding to set sail with Luffy to deal with the evil dragon. She didn't even hit him to the point of death. "Take him away," Saitama said. "We'll talk about your matters later." And he looked at Nami, who shivered and suddenly remembered that she seemed to be part of the evil dragon's crew. And this person seemed to be here to exterminate the evil dragon. "Where is the evil dragon?" "Take me there," Saitama said in a lazy tone. Nami trembled, but a relieved expression appeared on her face as she said, "That way." "I'll take you there, Mr. Saitama," Noki said, her expression changing as she wanted to explain. "You don't need to tell me," Saitama replied with a blank expression. "Anyway, I haven't received any report from the owner, and I don't know if the so-called property is stolen or just something that hasn't been submitted to the government yet. Besides, the Navy is lenient towards those who have repented." He then glanced into the room, looking at the nautical charts, and casually remarked, "It seems my ship's navigator is a bit short on manpower." Hearing Saitama's words, Nami and Noki exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with unimaginable surprise. Chapter 244. I haven't made a move yet, second update requested. In the forest, a figure was swiftly darting through. Actually, to be precise, it should be 2 figures. General Saitama. "What's going on? Slow down." Nami gasped for breath as she was being carried by Saitama. "Hurry, too fast." "Isn't this too fast? Are my feet leaving phantoms?" Saitama sighed. "Why don't you just hold on tight? How about that?" General Saitama. Then it's decided, let's go. In the next moment, their speed increased again. Nami, 40. They were heading towards the Evil Dragon Pirate Group's base, Evil Dragon Park. To describe it as a park was actually quite reasonable. Although for pirates, calling their base a park seemed a bit lacking in dominance. It was essentially a theme park modeled after a park. This was also the place most longed for by the fishmen. Even though the evil dragon publicly claimed that mermaids were inherently stronger than humans, and that human resistance equated to defying natural laws, deep down, they still yearned for this place. At the same time, they wouldn't dare to actually run to this location. Even he would die if he went there. With Nami leading the way, finding the location of Evil Dragon Park was naturally not a problem. However, huff. "It took us only a minute to get here from my house," Nami said, her mouth twitching. The evil dragon ruled over 20 surrounding villages, and the distance between the villages was not short. Normally, it would take an ordinary person an hour to reach the entrance of Evil Dragon Park by running. Yet now, they were already here. Saitama calmly looked at the entrance of Evil Dragon Park. He could already hear the noisy voices of the fishmen inside. "Is this the place?" "General, why do you have to run?" Nami finally managed to calm down after several gasps. "Wouldn't it be better to fly over? That way, you wouldn't have to go around the road. The key is that every time you turn, I feel like my brain is being scrambled." "What are you saying?" Saitama looked at her oddly. "How could humans fly?" Nami was taken aback. "Can't they?" "Although I can't, I've vaguely heard pirates say that powerful Navy officers can fly." "Well, actually, it is possible. For example, with moonwalk. By the way, where are your subordinates?" Nami took a deep breath. "The evil dragon is very strong. And they also have monsters from the Grand Line. It's best to gather forces and rely on numbers to crush them. My subordinates will come after I'm done," Saitama casually mentioned. He then kicked open the large door. Boom! The huge iron door flew out with a loud noise. Who's there?" Countless fishmen were startled. "What's going on?" The evil dragon, with bloodshot eyes, suddenly turned his head. Amidst the smoke and dust, a bald figure slowly walked in. As Saitama brushed off the dust from his shoulders, he walked forward. The evil dragon squinted and slowly stood up from his recliner. "Who are you? This is not a place where lowly humans can enter." "Evil dragon." Before Saitama could speak, Nami couldn't hold back and rushed over. "Evil dragon, you sent the Navy to my house, didn't you? You actually broke our agreement. Didn't you say that regarding the monetary agreement, you would never?" Before she could finish her words, she found herself unable to continue, because the evil dragon's flipper was tightly gripping her neck. "What's wrong? Isn't this our navigator?" The evil dragon revealed his sharp teeth and sneered. "What's wrong with me? An agreement? Yes, I will never violate the monetary agreement. So when you bring 100 million berries in front of me, I will let you and your village go. However, it seems your money is lost. No worries. Just save it again. He laughed twice. Work a little harder and save up 100 million berries again. When you have saved enough money and bring it to me, I will naturally keep my promise and let your village go. Ha ha. The evil dragon laughed heartily, his sharp teeth exposed, his laughter unrestrained. Not only him, but the other fishmen were also laughing heartily. This woman actually believes in the promises of pirates? How naive and foolish. How could pirates have any sincerity with a little girl? Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Nami gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. All her years of suffering injuries to make money, the blood-stained money in her box. What was it all for? In the next moment, an arm reached out from the side. So, as I said, there's nothing to discuss with weirdos, I mean pirates. Just leave the next part to the hero. Saitama said, then casually broke the evil dragon's arm with a snap. Crack. The evil dragon's arm bone was instantly broken and then casually tossed aside. The intense pain made the evil dragon scream. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was the evil dragon's arm ruined? Saitama remained expressionless, as if he was just taking a walk. Even Nami was stunned. After all, the evil dragon was very strong. He was a living weapon. The jagged nose, steel-like bones, the strength to lift houses, the constantly regenerating teeth, and a jaw powerful enough to crush cannonballs in a single bite. All of these seemed utterly useless in front of this ordinary-looking bald man. Before the fishmen and the beauty could show any expression, suddenly a more terrified scream was heard. It was the roar of the dragon. What's wrong? I haven't even made a move yet, Saitama said strangely. Yes, he only made a slight move at the beginning, and hasn't done anything since. However, the dragon's eyes widened as he staggered back repeatedly. Admiral Chapter 245, I'm too strong. Third update requested. Chapter 245, I'm too strong. Update requested. The dragon had always been extremely arrogant, declaring that humans were inferior beings while fishmen were the noblest. He had promoted this during his time in Fishman Island, but after following Fisher Tiger, he was slightly better, only to revert to his old ways. But his arrogance was indeed real. Such an arrogant guy was now actually screaming in fear. Admiral 2, he exclaimed in terror, retreating continuously. I'm Saitama, Saitama nodded. Before the dragon could say anything further, the fishmen immediately became agitated. Damn humans! How dare the most inferior race harm the noble fishmen? They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Even if you are an admiral, what of it? We have so many fishmen brothers who can kill you. Kill him. Avenge Boss Arlong's arm. Countless fishmen rushed out from the pool, some with knives, others with fists, coming in all shapes and sizes. Careful, Nami exclaimed. Sure enough, rushing into Dragon's Paradise like this was a mistake. We should have waited for the other navy. However, just as she wanted to pull Saitama back, a terrified roar echoed. You fools, retreat quickly. The roar came from the dragon? Saitama casually glanced around and then threw out a punch. Boom, boom. Boom! The shadows of his fists flew, creating a terrifying and violent wind, as if a storm of blades spread, instantly sweeping all the fishmen around. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, as if everything was stirred by a blade, and the fishmen were turned into mush in an instant. That was over 100 fishmen. Nami's eyes widened, shocked into silence. This is still the power a human can possess? Aren't fishmen supposed to be 10 times stronger than humans? What about Xiaoba? Black Belt. The dragon's eyes turned blood red. When he was with the Sun Pirates, he had stormed a Navy ship in anger after Fisher Tiger's death, thinking it was revenge. However, facing the powerful strength of Kizaru, he instantly turned pale. Kizaru was an admiral, and Saitama was also an admiral, and the most prominent one at that. How did he not know? Fear is not something that hatred can erase. Of course, hatred can also drive one mad. Let's all attack together and kill him. The dragon bellowed, disregarding his severed arm, lunging forward like a rabid dog. At the same time, a ripple arose in the sea, and a gigantic sea creature broke through the surface. It had a head resembling a bull, complete with a nose ring, of course magnified countless times. Be careful, Saitama. Bang! Nami and T finished her warning when a loud explosion was heard. A hurricane blew, causing Nami's hair to dance wildly. When the storm calmed, Nami turned her head, only to see the half-body of the dragon left, blood and entrails flying everywhere. The dragon was killed by a single punch, and the one who struck was still that fish-like bald man. Is that how strong an admiral is? Nami sat dumbfounded on the ground, her face filled with astonishment. Yes, that is how strong an admiral is. Moreover, she didn't know that the one in front of her might be the strongest admiral in history, right? And a manatee. Nami's expression changed slightly as she wanted to remind Saitama. However, when she turned her head, her expression became bizarre. The manatee, the one that destroyed the town of Minxing, had a reputation as a vicious, mad, bloodthirsty monster in everyone's mind, including Nami's. Yet now, this giant creature was lifting half its body, trembling. It was really shaking, causing the water in the pool below to sway continuously. At the same time, it had somehow gotten a small white flag and was waving it. Its two eyes were watering, looking as pitiful as possible. Is this the monster the dragon brought from the Grand Line? What kind of cute pet is this? Nami shook her head, speechless. Turns out I was worrying for nothing all along. Maybe I should report directly to the Navy about the dragon and let you handle it. That way, I would have to waste years of time. Nami sighed. In fact, Saitama wasn't a newcomer in the East Blue. He had been there for a whole year. However, Nami worried that the Navy would mobilize heavily because of the dragon. And she was also concerned that the Navy wouldn't be able to deal with the dragon pirates and that she would be affected due to her report. She had originally thought that saving up 100 million berries would bring them happiness. However, unexpectedly, he was so powerful. If I were as strong as you, maybe I wouldn't have so many worries. Nami shook her head, a hint of envy on her face. I might also find happiness. No, in fact, I haven't felt the happiness you mentioned. Saitama calmly lowered his head and looked at Nami. You envy me, but how could I not envy you? You feel joy from victory, confidence from effort, and anger when pushed by others. Yet I have none of that. None of that. Nami was taken aback. Saitama nodded. I become too strong. Too strong to the point that any formidable enemy can be resolved with a single punch. I have now lost the emotions that a human should have, unable to enjoy the excitement of battle or the sense of achievement from reaching a goal. In the beginning, I became a hero to protect others, but in the end, I have only this interest left. His voice remained as laid back as ever, without excitement about his strength or sorrow over his lost emotions, still calm as water. But because of this, Nami couldn't help but look at this man. Clearly, this man was powerful enough to easily crush even a being like the dragon with a single punch. However, Nami now felt a bit heartbroken seeing this fish-like face. Chapter 246, General Saitama Never Goes Easy. Fourth update requested. General Saitama and Colonel Mouse's group had already been captured. Dasky saluted and said seriously, well, we have started gathering the surviving people from Minxing Town to help them rebuild their houses. Oh, is there any other issue over there? They should be lacking some funds due to the losses from the pirates, which the government probably won't compensate, Dasky replied. That's fine, Saitama thought for a moment. The income from exterminating the evil dragon should be about enough. If it's not enough, he slightly turned his head, his fish-like eyes calmly gazing at someone. Nami's pretty face turned red, and she turned her head away. Don't look at me. I have no money. Well, according to Colonel Mouse, we also discovered a sum of about 600 million berries, Dasky nodded. If General Saitama speaks up, we can leave this money. Wait, are you robbing my money? Nami's expression changed instantly. It's stolen goods and should be handed over to the government, then returned to the people, Dasky said expressionlessly. According to the law, it indeed should belong to the government and then return to the people. Of course, if the people can't be found, it naturally still belongs to the government. Nami's mouth moved, but in the end, she still lowered her head. Well, this law really hurts. After all, she didn't need to scrape together money to buy a village from the evil dragon anymore. But Nami instinctively covered her heart. It really hurt a lot. Well, let's leave it at that. Saitama didn't say much and nodded. There were no reports of stolen goods before, but now Colonel Mouse could be considered a whistleblower, right? He could not be treated as a person. Next, he would probably return to face a military court trial, and the death penalty was unavoidable. Others would also have to face several years of imprisonment. Oh, right, Saitama smiled and said, Dasky, Don't we still have a navigator on our warship? Huh? Dasky was taken aback. The general's ship is lacking a navigator? Are you kidding me? Do you really think the Navy is that poor? Indeed, there were very few particularly strong navigators and doctors in the Navy, but that didn't mean they couldn't muster even one navigator. The top-level ones might be troublesome, but for those one level down, the Navy could easily provide one for you. How much is our ship's navigator's monthly salary? Saitama suddenly asked. With some benefits. It seems to be about 3 million berries. I didn't pay much attention, Dasky casually replied. By the way, General Saitama, can you stop rushing to the supermarket in Road Town for discounts? The Marshal has said many times that the Navy pays you quite well. Your salary is in the tens of millions, and with various subsidies, it can total 20 to 30 million. Why do you still go to the supermarket for discounts? As Dasky spoke, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Navy's salary had always been good. Saitama's monthly income was in the tens of millions. Not counting the extra rewards he definitely received after defeating pirates. Although the Navy wouldn't receive rewards comparable to pirate bounties for defeating pirates, they would still give some rewards, albeit much less after distribution. The problem was that their boss was Saitama. If he wasn't in the East Sea, he was always heading towards places with the most pirates. Don't look at Dasky. She usually didn't show much, but with her current military rank and position, along with some subsidies, she could still earn around 100,000 berries a month. Is that how much you make? Nami's eyes changed instantly. Suddenly, she stood up, walked to Saitama's side, and bent down. General Saitama, I've decided to express my gratitude for saving my life. I want to join the Navy. Okay. If it weren't for the dollar signs flashing in her eyes, Saitama would have really believed it. Dasky wasn't surprised. In fact, similar situations had happened quite a few times. General Saitama was quite strong and very caring. Every time he saved someone from peril, he would occasionally encounter similar situations. Of course, not everyone could follow General Saitama. Most people still had to start as ordinary sailors. We're still short one navigator. Go wherever you want, Saitama thought for a moment and casually said. Oh, okay. Nami nodded heavily and then asked, General Saitama, do you need a personal assistant for managing money? Saitama silently turned his head. A personal assistant for managing money? No thanks. I'm afraid that if I manage it, I won't just owe you money. I'll end up in debt. Dasky narrowed her eyes and glanced at Nami, a hint of hostility flashing in her eyes. This woman didn't need Saitama's concern for the follow-up work, whether it was Cocoa West Village or other villages. As long as there was no bullying from the evil dragon, life would gradually get better. However, Nami actually went directly onto the ship. To be honest, both Dasky and Tina were quite puzzled. Although Saitama's subordinates were famous, like Dasky, Tina, and currently Ein, who was overseeing the Navy in Road Town, the entire ship's crew was elite. Be it combatants, medics, or cooks, they were all the best of the best. If they rebelled, the minimum bounty would be 1 million for pirates. Yet now, a newcomer suddenly came in, seemingly with some connection to the evil dragon pirate group. Dasky's small mouth pouted, and Tina frowned tightly. However, it didn't say much. Saitama was a general. He had the right to promote others. But Saitama didn't know what would happen this time. Dasky shook her head, hesitated, and still didn't say her words. The evil dragon was nothing. A pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries was considered strong in the East Sea, but in the New World, it wasn't even noteworthy. However, the evil dragon was captured after being defeated by Admiral Kazuru and was bailed out by that warlord. The evil dragon being captured, even having hands and feet broken, was not a big deal, but being killed directly, would that warlord say a word? See hero, Jinbei. Dasky was silent for a moment, but suddenly a smile appeared on her face. What if the pirates are dissatisfied? General Saitama never goes easy. Chapter 247. Searching for historical texts again. First update requested. Chapter 240. Searching for historical texts again. First update requested. East Sea, Road Town. Nami looked left and right, her eyes filled with curiosity. She wasn't curious about Road Town. Road Town was also a famous town in the East Sea, and she had been there before. But she was curious about the Navy. The military, naval bases, and the information database within the Navy are not accessible to outsiders. I wonder what it will ultimately turn into. Zhao Su secretly glanced at her. This pirate world has already been thrown into chaos by her. Originally, he was just toying around in the new world in the Grand Line, but now, it seems that there was news a while ago that a new student has joined the school in the Goya Kingdom, named Monkey D. Luffy. At that moment, the corner of Zhao Su's mouth twitched. Fortunately, school hasn't started yet. Luffy skipped class and ran away, and he still hasn't been caught. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to say. However, there might not be too many changes on Luffy's side. It seems that the members of the Goya Kingdom school have not discovered Luffy's true identity. His guardian is a female worker named Dayton, who used to contract construction work in the Goya Kingdom. Mountain bandits do not exist. The public security in the Goya Kingdom is quite good. However, Luffy's situation may have a minor impact, while on Nami's side, Zhao Su glanced at her. It should get better. The Navy has complete hydrological data from various regions and climate records from different countries. Although they do not have the freedom of pirates to sail around and collect information at will, this accumulation is something pirates cannot compare to. At most, I can write her a note later, letting her take a military ship to wander around the East Sea for a while. Zhao Su thought to himself, she probably hasn't collected all the information in the East Sea yet. Nami's dream is to draw a map of the entire world, which requires her to continuously travel to various sea areas and create maps. However, to be honest, the Navy is also working on this. Although many navigators cannot compare to Nami, their basic skills are still adequate, and the error rate is not high. But Nami probably wouldn't want a map with a low error rate. She wants a completely error-free map, which is quite troublesome. It really requires personal exploration to confirm. However, the maps from a Navy won't be bad either. At least the maps of the four seas are relatively complete. In the future, I should take her to explore the Grand Line, Zhao Su thought. Compared to the maps of the four seas, the maps of the Grand Line are truly lacking. Nami joined the Straw Hat crew and directly headed to the Grand Line because of this. The maps of the four seas are not a big issue, but the ever-changing Grand Line has very few maps. Even the Navy only has a rough map with a relatively high error rate. Perhaps I could consider tossing her into Skypiea, Verth Island, to study sky science. Of course, that essay matter for the future. Right now, Zhao Su squinted his eyes. 3 days later, East Sea, Goya Kingdom. Zhao Su glanced at the kingdom filled with construction sites and shrugged. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, or Zhao Su, has fully learned the wisdom of his homeland. When in doubt, go big on infrastructure. Construction sites are everywhere, and some knowledge related to agriculture, technology, etc., obtained from the reserves of knowledge from the sky, is also beginning to be researched. It is expected that soon, a brand new era will emerge. Not only the Goya Kingdom, but even the two small islands behind it have started massive infrastructure projects. This is also why someone like Dayton, a female mountain bandit, has now started working on construction sites. There are too many opportunities. If it weren't for the lack of GDP discussions among pirates, many people would clearly see that the economy of a revolutionary country is rapidly improving. However, although no one is keeping statistics on this data, the public does not quite understand what economy means. But everyone knows that compared to the past, the conditions now are better. Those people who used to live on the garbage mountain did not want to be there without relying on the garbage mountain. They couldn't survive. Now, the worst-off people can't say they have meat at every meal, but meat is no longer particularly rare, even during the new year. The living conditions of the people have improved, and various industries have stabilized, leading to increasing support for the Revolutionary Army. Some people who arrived in the Goya Kingdom through maritime trade felt the atmosphere within the kingdom and jumped off their ships to gain citizenship. The life in the Goya Kingdom has spread throughout the East Sea, and some people have even started selling tickets to the Goya Kingdom. Right now, Saitama is still in the East Sea, keeping it relatively quiet, and the lives of the residents in various countries have improved a bit. Otherwise, how could Saitama, a general, possibly stay here all the time? The corner of Zhao Su's mouth curved into a smile. He has already faintly heard news that the Navy headquarters plans to reassign Saitama back to the Grand Line. Sengoku originally wanted to transfer him back, and the five elders have been receiving constant complaints from EC nobles about Saitama, which is quite annoying. At the latest, in a month or two, Saitama will be sent back. So before that, let's finish up the matters here first. Zhao Su smiled and strode toward the town hall. The town hall, which had been partially destroyed during Zhao Su's unexpected attack on CP0 while discussing matters with Saitama, has now been rebuilt. Although it is less luxurious than the noble houses built before, it is much simpler and still has a good appearance. After entering, he casually greeted a few officials walking around and headed straight for Robin. 2 years have passed, and Robin has matured a lot, emanating a mature aura. She was wearing delicate black-framed glasses and was looking down at documents. As if sensing something, she suddenly looked up and smiled curiously. Zhao Su, what brings you to the town hall? Among the Uchiha brothers, Uchiha Madara has long been uninvolved in affairs, only responsible for combat. Although Zhao Su occasionally, or rather frequently, proposed many good ideas, he never cared about specific implementation issues, leaving everything to Robin. Can I come to see you when I have nothing to do? Zhao Su smiled and casually sat down next to Robin. After a long time, he could faintly smell her scent, but Robin was used to it and didn't mind. She took off her glasses, stretched lazily, revealing her perfect curves, but she complained, well, I advise you not to come here when you have nothing to do. My work is already very hard. I can't stand having someone with a higher position than me just relaxing while pushing all the work onto me. Zhao Su smiled and did not reply. After a while, he suddenly spoke, get ready to hand over your work to the deputies. Robin was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. What is suddenly going on? Nothing much. I just thought while things are still relatively calm, I'd accompany you to look for historical texts again. Zhao Su smiled, but a meaningful glint flashed in his eyes as he said, otherwise, it won't be so easy after a while. He, too, should start taking action. Chapter 248. Fly into the sky with Robin. Shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Second update requested. The Grand Line, Gaia Island. A ship quietly approached. Hey Zhao Su, what exactly is it that isn't so easy? Robin gritted her teeth and kept asking. Who knows? Zhao Jia leaned back casually in his lounge chair, relaxed and at ease. Can't you just tell me? Robin was so angry she was about to explode. They were currently searching for the new poneglyph, but Robin was thinking about more than just the poneglyph. She was also recalling Zhao Su's earlier words. While I'm with you, let us look for the poneglyph. Otherwise it won't be so easy after a while. What did that mean? Robin ground her teeth. What big event was about to happen? Would the Revolutionary Army clash with the Navy? Was someone going to ambush Uchiha Bido? Or for heaven's sake, what was it? Robin was furious. This guy casually said that, and then stopped talking. Does he really find it amusing to keep people in suspense like this? Robin gritted her teeth making a grinding sound. Zhao Su's lips curled up, yes. It really is amusing. Robin's angry expression and her relentless questioning were already very entertaining. Not to mention that occasionally she would play some beauty tricks, shaking Zhao Su's hand back and forth. Both of those soft places were also swaying back and forth. It really was amusing, and also very happy. No wonder so many novels have characters asking others questions, and then the others just smile. Looking at someone else in a panic is really fun. Not telling the protagonist. Saying their strength isn't enough to tell them anything. Those who write novels say not to tell the protagonist. Maybe it's because the protagonist's strength is insufficient. Hearing too much isn't good. It can easily affect their fighting spirit. Of course, it could also be because the author hasn't thought of the plot developments yet, so they don't dare to write it for the readers. But the reason Zhao Su didn't tell Robin was simple. He just didn't want to say, that's all. You should think about what's coming next. Zhao Su said nonchalantly, we still have to go to the Sky Island. Zhao Su wasn't hiding any news. The poneglyph was on the Sky Island, and the Sky Island was 10,000 meters above their heads. Robin took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, and finally managed to calm down. All right, speaking of the Sky Island, Robin squinted her eyes, looking at the clouds in the sky. How do we get there? The Sky Island exists in the White Sea, which is 7,000 meters above the sea level, above the White Sea, 10,000 meters up, and is the origin of the Sky People, who typically have 2 small wings on their backs. After joining the Revolutionary Army, Robin's knowledge and perspective had broadened a lot. The Sky People were relatively unknown in the early part of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. But in the later part of the Grand Line and the New World, they were still rare, but not surprising. The same goes for the Sky Island. However, the problem is that that's the back end of the Grand Line. There are ways to access the Sky Island there. But here, Robin gazed at the sky for a moment and casually said, "When I went to Gaia Island, no one believed there was a sky island here. In fact, when she inquired, she was laughed at as a joke. You say Sky Island? Ha! I can't believe there are still fools who believe in such legends. Don't you think? How could there be islands in the sky? I've been in Gaia for 10 years and never heard of anyone being able to go up." Similar mocking remarks continued. Robin didn't have the mood to argue with a bunch of short-sighted guys. But she got a piece of information from their words. There's no way to get to the Sky Island here, even if it exists. Of course, they can't be completely certain. Wimbulang Kuli Kai, that man said you could go up by relying on the ascending currents. Robin said softly, as someone skilled in gathering intelligence. She had also come into contact with a descendant of that big liar, Nolan. Yes, it really is possible. Zhao Su note that? The ascending current is a sea current that pushes seawater up into the sky. Some say it's due to an underwater explosion or something. The exact formation method is unclear. After all, no one really dares to get close to observe when the ascending current forms. According to Wimbulang Kuli Kai, if you take a ship and sail along the ascending current, you should be able to rush up. But it's deadly. Robin hadn't been here long, but she knew how dangerous that current was. In normal navigation, the ascending current would be regarded as a disaster. How could someone dare to sail? What a joke. Can a ship handle it? What if the ship falls from the sky? And even if his method is real. Now it's been 3 months since he predicted the ascending current. Robin said solemnly, and we can't afford to waste 3 months here. 3 months is not a short time. She hurriedly arranged matters back in the East China Sea, but it's impossible to be away for long. Not to mention that this is just the waiting time here. Didn't it take time to sail here? Once we get to the Sky Island, don't we also need to investigate for a while to find the poneglyph? Zhao Su suddenly smiled and stood up. No problem. We don't need to use the ascending current. We have other methods. Other methods? Robin exclaimed. As Zhao Su picked her up, the two were completely close together. In the next second, before Robin could say anything, Zhao Su's body suddenly transformed. A pitch-black staff appeared in his hand, ringing like a bell. His clothes transformed into a snow-white feather robe, highlighting his handsome features. His eyes turned into 6 patterned ripple pupils that could swallow people whole. 6 black orbs floated behind him. 6 paths mode. Let's go. We're flying up to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Zhao Su lauget her titili, and suddenly took off into the air with Robin. Chapter 249. Is there someone behind Enel? Third update requested. They actually flew up. Robin was dumbfounded. Flying? Can we really fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters? Wait, Zhao Su's appearance seems a bit similar to Uchiha Obito's abilities during their previous battle. Uchiha Obito also displayed a similar stance. These two brothers are really strong. Huh? Not bad. Zhao Su shrugged. It's just flying, not difficult. I don't believe you. Robin shot him a glare. How long do you want to hold on? I want to go down and see the clouds here. Now those 2 arms are resting on my legs. That's fine. After all, I need to be held when flying up into the sky. But during the flight, I always feel like there are hands touching me. Is that just an illusion? What did Zhao Su say about the air pressure, the change in pressure? Is it the pressure from the chest and hips? Or is it the shape of the hands? Wait, when he was holding me, how did a few extra hands end up touching me? Robin suddenly turned pale. She recalled a question. It's not difficult to confuse her, after all. Uchiha Madara's illusion techniques are quite famous. When flying, she didn't pay much attention, but later, upon reflection, is it really necessary to hold someone while flying? Is it truly required? Uchiha Madara seems to have the ability to control gravity, and, theoretically, Zhao Su should have that too. Robin's expression was growing darker. Zhao Su chuckled awkwardly and let her go. She glanced at Zhao Su but didn't say much. Instead, she bent down and pinched the clouds below. The clouds are actually a collection of water vapor and some floating dust. However, the clouds here seem to have a tangible form, soft and fluffy. But when Robin herself jumped several times, there was no change at all. Clearly, no matter how you look at it, it's just ordinary clouds. There are really so many incredible things in this world, Robin sighed. Well, there are probably even more amazing things, Zhao Su shrugged. Anyway, I think it's hard to explain clearly with science. Robin shot him a glance. You're the same. During the ascent, she felt the water vapor here, which should theoretically be similar to seawater, making her feel somewhat weak. However, Zhao Su felt nothing at all. Clearly, he wasn't a devil fruit user. In fact, both Robin and the Navy had watched Uchiha Madara's battles multiple times, and some even fought against him personally. Yet, Uchiha Madara's techniques were diverse and incredibly powerful. Surprisingly, he wasn't limited by Sea Prism Stone. A non-devil fruit user can possess so many abilities? In the pirate world, there had been no mention of other peculiar powers. Only devil fruits and haki. If Uchiha Madara possessed these two powers, does that mean he found a way to eliminate the weaknesses of devil fruits and could continuously consume a bunch of them? Let us go check it out. Zhao Su smiled and looked into the distance. Robin looked over as well. In the distance, there was a place somewhat resembling a town, with people moving back and forth. They didn't know where they had landed. It seemed like Sky Island had some sort of entry inspection and national gates. However, Zhao Su was too lazy to look for it and went straight over. The two exchanged glances and, not caring much, walked toward the town. Although Zhao Su had mentioned the location of the ruins Robin wanted to find, she still needed to clarify her position first. Gathering information and communicating is up to you, Zhao Su casually said. Well, Robin nodded without hesitation and strode forward. However, as they walked, Robin's brows furrowed. There were many pedestrians in the town, but more were elderly, women, and children. There were indeed adults, but they were scarce. The remaining adults were either injured, disabled, or incredibly weak. Old man, we just came from the blue sea below. Robin hesitated and asked a slightly hunchbacked elder, "What is this place?" The old man had slightly poor hearing, but after Robin repeated herself, he answered normally, "This is Angel Island." "Oh, did a war just happen here? Why are there so few men?" Robin asked. "The environment here is worse than those exploited villages in the East Sea. What is going on?" The tone was all about that damned god and the elder side. "There hasn't been a war, but it's almost the same." "Hey!" Before the elder could finish, someone nearby changed their expression and hurried over. "Don't speak carelessly, or you'll die." The old man, however, sighed nonchalantly. "If I die, then I die. After all, my eldest son and second son have been sent by the god to repair ships. Who knows if they're alive or dead now? At my age, living without vigor is pointless." Robin frowned, looking at Zhao Su with curiosity. "Is this really the Sky Island you mentioned?" Zhao Su was even more puzzled. This was indeed Sky Island. He hadn't misremembered. Why doesn't it look quite like the Sky Island in his memory? "Old man, what happened?" Robin thought for a moment and continued to probe. "If you're in trouble, you can come find us, the Revolutionary Army. We, the revolutionaries, are partners of the common people and will not stand by idly." Well, having been with the Revolutionary Army for a long time, Robin was accustomed to their promotional style. However, upon hearing Robin's words, the elder shook his head helplessly. "It's useless. The god is too strong, not to mention the monster behind the god. Resisting will lead to death. You two should leave quickly. If you don't leave, you might get caught and never be able to leave." Saying this, he weakly pushed Zhao Su and Robin away, as if trying to shove them out. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes. "The god and the monster behind the god? The god refers to Enel, right?" Zhao Su suddenly spoke up. "Who is the monster behind the god? You know the god?" The elder, along with the person beside him, was taken aback. "People from the blue sea know about our god?" Zhao Su frowned. It really was Enel. "Then who is behind Enel? Is there someone?" Chapter 250. This god is a bit weak. Fourth update request. Chapter 250. This god is a bit weak. Fourth update request. At this moment, even Robin frowned. Zhao Su brought Robin here, naturally not caring for any concealment, and had shared quite a bit of information with her, which naturally included why Kaido appeared on Sky Island, the location of the historical text, and the existence of Enel. However, in Zhao Su's description, Enel was just a guy who claimed to be a god. His rule was indeed cruel, but it hadn't reached the level of such crazy exploitation. At the same time, he had no one behind him. The information is insufficient. Robin sighed softly, but that is all there was to it. Information cannot be 100% accurate. Everyone can only gather information as much as possible, and it's very difficult to determine the strength of the enemy with absolute certainty. However, Robin didn't plan to be too concerned. If the information is insufficient, then just confront it head on. Zhao Su's strength is not weak, and she herself is not weak either. Dealing with an Enel is not difficult. As for who is behind Enel, they would see later. Zhao Su was confident in the power he displayed when flying. But it was the power shown during Uchiha Madara's battle with Sengoku and others. Perhaps it can't compare to the great Uchiha Madara, but it is definitely not weak. Don't worry, old man, leave this matter to us. We are the Revolutionary Army, and we will deal with those brutal rulers and nobles. Robin smiled slightly, then exchanged a glance with Zhao Su and nodded. In fact, when they came, they intended to claim this place as the territory of the Revolutionary Army. The Sky Island is isolated from the world and rich in gold, which can definitely become a strong supplement for the Revolutionary Army. The only trouble is the transportation, but it's not unsolvable. Suddenly, they heard footsteps coming from the horizon. Zhao Su and Robin looked up to see a group of Sky Island people wearing berets rushing toward them. Oh no, it's the God's Guard. The old man's face changed drastically as he thought of Zhao Su and Robin. You two hurry and leave. It would be disastrous if you get caught and have to endure the labor of the monsters behind the god. But how could he possibly push them away? Before long, the God's Guard had surrounded Zhao Su and Robin. Are you two the criminals who entered the country with permission? The leading soldier scrutinized the two with a piercing gaze. Then he waved his hand. Take them away. We are short on labor for the god anyway. As he spoke, soldiers took out ropes without hesitation, preparing to bind the two. It's over, the old man sighed, sitting helplessly on the ground. There are not many young people left in the village. Only a group who cannot become laborers. Now the two people from outside are also going to be taken away. Robin and Zhao Su exchanged glances, and Zhao Su asked, Do you want to go, or should I? I'll go, Robin replied with a smile. Saying that, she crossed her arms, forming a shape, and petals began to dance around her. 6-petal flower, anchor flower. In the next moment, 6 arms sprouted simultaneously from the bodies of the many God's Guard in front of them. Each of the 6 arms swiftly grabbed hold of the enemy's necks, arms, and legs, and then yanked back forcefully. With a crack, their bones dislocated. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen God's Guard were all down. Although Robin's reputation wasn't prominent, she was also a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, and she had made significant progress while following Zhao Su. They sure are quick to find us, Robin said, retracting her hands with a smile. Zhao Su, is this the heart network you mentioned? Yeah, Zhao Su nodded. The entire Sky Island is under his surveillance. An island must have a radius of at least 10 kilometers. What a formidable ability. Hearing this, Robin sighed. Enel is the user of the Thunder Fruit and possesses considerable observation haki. In the words of the Sky Island, it's a heart network that can hear the voices in people's hearts. He combined the heart network with the Sound Fruit's ability, which can accept radio waves, greatly enhancing the ability and range of the heart network, allowing him to hear the voices of the entire Sky Island. In other words, his observation haki covers the entire island. Robin is not weak either. After joining the Revolutionary Army, she has encountered quite a few strong figures. However, the strongest observation haki she has seen hasn't reached this level. This is still the auxiliary ability of the Thunder Fruit, which itself is also a powerful Logia-type devil fruit. But since he can sense us then, Robin narrowed her eyes and suddenly looked up. Zhao Su also looked up. In the sky, a thick lightning bolt suddenly appeared. It came at an incredible speed, thick and strong, with a diameter of about 10 meters, flashing with dazzling white light. In the next second, it was about to engulf Robin and Zhao Su. However, before it could strike, a hand met it. Then, it quickly devoured the lightning. The lightning of the devil fruit is quite similar to the energy attacks of ninjutsu, Zhao Su said without changing his expression, but his hand continuously absorbed the lightning. Seeding technique, absorption. At this level, it can't be called a god. Robin smiled slightly beside him. I know of a god who is much stronger than this. Oh, really? The next second, a somewhat cold voice rang out. A man wearing a white headscarf, adorned with long earrings, and whose upper body was completely bare, suddenly appeared before the two. He carried a thunder drum on his back, wore golden rings on his hands, and held a golden staff, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Ignorant fools, I want to see who besides this god has the right to call themselves a god. His appearance was sudden, as if he had materialized in an instant, exuding a murderous aura. His face was icy, seemingly in a bad mood. The villagers' faces changed drastically. Even the old man who had expressed a desire not to live was taken aback, exclaiming, "God!" Enel looked down arrogantly. The power of a deity, the ability of a deity, represents the divine punishment of thunder. He called himself God, far surpassing the previous old man. However, the next second, his expression changed. Just as he wanted to evade, his body suddenly froze, and he was violently sent flying. Zhao Su yawned and retracted his fist. This god is a bit weak. Chapter 251. Are you provoking the Golden Lion? First update, Chapter 251. Are you provoking the Golden Lion? First update request for automatic. Zhao Su calmly retracted his hand. This god is really weak. The Logia type ability is quite good, but elementalization is of no use to Zhao Su. Although he is not yet Master Haki, just disrupting the opponent's energy flow prevents elementalization. In this regard, sealing techniques can completely achieve the goal. Gilgamesh's anti-magic treasure can also do it. With a single punch, it can turn the true elements into ion levels. Indeed, he is a bit weak. Robin remained composed, a smile curling at her lips, radiating elegance. A mere Logia-type ability doesn't faze her. There are many Logia-type users in this world, but those who truly develop their abilities to the level of a general are few. There are quite a few Devil Fruit users in the Revolutionary Army, and she has seen many. Compared to these masters, although this god is not weak, and one could even say he is strong, he is just SOS. To call him a master would not be an exaggeration, but to call him too weak. Enel was punched by Zhao Su and sent flying dozens of meters away, his face dark and blood at the corner of his mouth. Hearing Robin's words, he became even angrier. Foolish mortals! Boom! 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 Thunder roared in the sky. Now, I will let you witness the power of God. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. He suddenly struck the thunder drum behind him, and the next second, lightning flickered. Countless bolts of lightning emerged from the drum, forming a massive lightning dragon, which roared with a loud thunder and shot up into the clouds. The entire sky suddenly turned dark, with lightning rolling through the clouds and thunder roaring. Then it charged toward Zhao, and this was not the same kind of thunder that could be compared to before. However, Zhao, yawning, did not even stretch out his hand this time. Yet when the thunder struck him, it instantly disappeared, as if something around his body was endlessly devouring energy. The Thunder Dragon was unleashed, but was of no use. The lightning just now was ineffective. Why did you think it would work now? Zhao shook his head. Probably because it's stupid, Robin added with a smile beside him. Yes, that's probably it. Anilu was almost furious upon hearing this, with veins popping on his forehead and the sound of thunder flashing around him. A mere mortal. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed the golden staff beside him. Thunder flickered on the staff, and its shape rapidly changed. Originally just a normal stick, it transformed into a trident under the lightning. Thunder metallurgy, using high-voltage electricity to generate a large amount of thermal energy to melt gold and reshape it into his desired form. Anilu's development of the Rumble fruit was not weak at all. However, Robin smiled slightly and threw with force. A hidden weapon? No, looking at its shape, it resembled handcuffs. Anilu frowned, but with a slight tilt of his head, he dodged that thing. Did he think such an attack could hurt him? But the next second, his expression changed. Crack! The handcuffs unexpectedly latched onto his hand. I clearly dodged. Anilu's eyes widened as another hand grew from his back. It was that hand grabbing half of the handcuff, then turning back to lock the handcuff onto his own hand. The next moment, a wave of weakness surged from his body, and Anilu staggered, feeling unable to support himself. It was the Sea Prism stone handcuffs. Robin revealed a smile, and they were specially made, one side Sea Prism stone, the other ordinary steel. With your divine perception, you didn't recognize this thing? The Sea Prism stone is a rare mineral that only produces in Wano country. It is composed of the crystallized essence of the sea, similar to the sea itself, and can negate the powers of devil fruit users. Originally, Sea Prism stone was very expensive, but with the founding of Wano and the mining of the mines, the price outside has dropped significantly. As a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, Robin was also qualified to use funds to purchase it. This became Robin's weapon. Originally, Robin's ability was to grow her own limbs everywhere, allowing her to use joint techniques to instantly subdue enemies. However, this ability was very hard to affect Devil Fruit users, especially those with Logia-type powers. They could simply elementalize and instantly ignore Robin's abilities. If it were something like lightning or magma, it would even harm Robin herself. But now, I am also very strong. Robin proudly raised her head, revealing a smile. She, Robin, was not much lower in status than Zhao, a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, you're also very strong. Zhao chuckled and shook his head. This guy is also a bit too proud. Are you worried you can't match me? Zhao casually thought of a reason, a very perfect reason. Although Robin didn't know what Zhao was thinking, she still rolled her eyes at him and then looked at Annalou, asking what to do. Should we kill him? It should be killed. Zhao nodded. The resources here are good, and the Revolutionary Army taking over is also a nice boost. Robin nodded, petals flying, and the next second, she grabbed Analu's body, preparing to snap him in half and eat him. Joint techniques do not require much strength, but can achieve deadly attacks. Analu's eyes widened. Even without using his heart net, he could clearly feel the danger at this moment. And he quickly shouted, "Wait, I have already submitted to the Golden Lion. Are you provoking it by doing this?" Zhao and Robin were stunned, exchanging glances. The Golden Lion? Behind Analu is the Golden Lion? Chapter 252. The sooner you die, the sooner you reborn. Second update requested. Chapter 252. The sooner you die, the sooner you reborn. Second update requested. The Golden Lion? Shiki? Robin frowned and asked. That's right, you know. Analu, now unafraid, sat on the ground. If they didn't know the name of the Golden Lion, killing him directly would be fine, but knowing the name of the Golden Lion. How did you get involved with the Golden Lion? Zhao asked. The Golden Lion Shiki is the captain of the flying pirate crew, the admiral of the Golden Lion pirate fleet, known as the Flying Sky Pirate. He is a user of the Float fruit and, aside from GOLD, Roger is the only person to have escaped from Impel Down. Originally, his strength and status should not be far from the Four Emperors, and he could even fight Roger. In fact, during the Battle of Ed War, if it weren't for a sudden storm, Roger's pirate crew might have been wiped out by him. However, when the storm hit, most of the flying pirate crew's large fleet was sunk, and due to an accident, their ship unfortunately got stuck in the Golden Lion's head. Because pulling the ship's rudder out would be life-threatening, the rudder remains embedded in his head to this day, significantly affecting his strength. However, even so, he is still very strong. After Roger was captured, the Golden Lion Shiki was furious, single-handedly storming the Navy headquarters, killing countless Navy soldiers, and ultimately destroying half of Marineford before being captured by Garp and Sengoku. When he escaped from Impel Down, it caused quite a stir. Even though the Navy repeatedly assured that he escaped because his feet were chopped off and his strength was greatly diminished, many did not believe it. However, what puzzled everyone was that after the Golden Lion Shiki escaped, he vanished without a trace for over a decade. And now he suddenly appears here? I have submitted to him for half a year now. Anila whispered, the population in the village is small, and it is also because he had me gather a large amount of manpower and resources to help him build some flying island. Submitting sounds simple, but Anilu himself felt a lot of humiliation. The Golden Lion forced him to submit. Of course, Anilu had no intention of truly submitting. He was constantly scheming and even secretly plotting how to retaliate. Naturally, he was not foolish and knew how to leverage the Golden Lion's name. What do you think? Robin turned her head and asked. They originally planned to manage this place well and turn it into a base for the Revolutionary Army. But if the Golden Lion is also here, the Golden Lion is not weaker than Roger or Whitebeard. Golden Lion, where is he now? Zhao Su stroked his chin and asked. Enel replied in a low voice. He still wants me to gather food and prepare for the pirate army. 3 days later, the Golden Lion will hold a banquet on Floating Island, and the sea will gather at the latest in 3 days. Then you'll know if I'm lying to you. He was indeed hiding nothing for the sake of survival. Although the Golden Lion forced him to submit, he was not stingy. After all, Enel's strength was formidable and his abilities were quite useful, capable of monitoring the entire Island S-Heart network, strong as thunder. If it weren't for this, a guy like Wei, who obviously had ulterior motives, would have been dealt with by the Golden Lion long ago. Oh, I see. Zhao nodded. Then you could die. Huh? Enel was taken aback. In the next moment, he felt the world shaking, then he was gone. Zhao Su could break his neck at any moment. Looking at Robin, prepared to notify Dragon and the others, wait for us to deal with the Golden Lion. Yes. Robin shrugged, I'll be ready. She had guessed he was going to make a move when Zhao Su asked where the Golden Lion was. Can you handle the Golden Lion? Do you need to call someone? Robin asked. That guy is not a small character like Enel. Zhao Su nonchalantly, no need. 3 days later, a massive flying ship slowly approached. That was the Golden Lion's personal vehicle. In addition, several islands were coming down in layers. The rivers on the islands flowed gently, cascading from the edges, creating a beautiful rainbow. At first glance, it was like a fairy tale. Incredible! Robin gazed at the distant islands, her eyes dreamy. Is this the power of the float fruit? All the islands seemed to have been forcibly pulled up from the ground. Should be. Zhao nodded later. The task of deceiving them will be handed over to you. Robin stiffened, smiling wryly. Yes. I will complete the work and then go see the ruins. In these 3 days, the two were not idle, liberating the villagers oppressed by Enel, conducting revolutionary propaganda, reconstructing a new political framework, and pacifying everyone, including the Scipians. With enough strength to intimidate and Robin's eloquence, they perfectly completed these tasks. Just as they wanted to take a break and properly explore the ruins on the Sky Island, the Golden Lion arrived. The Sandora on Kaya Island, known as the Land of Gold, had most of its buildings made of gold, though now they were covered in green vines. 400 years ago, an upward ocean current had swept half of Kaya Island into the sky, isolating this place from the world, and the ruins remained largely intact, only visited by people like Pirate King Roger. Such ruins were a deadly temptation for her. Let's go. Robin pouted. Zhao Su nodded and walked over. They couldn't make a move right away after the Golden Lion died. The floating island would lose its floating power and fall into the sea. So they had to move these islands to the White Sea near the floating island first, using its buoyancy to support the islands. Otherwise, these islands would have flown up for nothing. With so many islands, what a vast land. Although the people of the floating island had various ways to utilize the clouds, the land was still the pursuit of most people. Even Enel yearned for the infinite land, let alone others. This was also very beneficial for the Revolutionary Army. At least they would have a larger territory and more supplies. Islands like this would be very troublesome to transport if it weren't for the Golden Lion's intervention. Zhao Su could do it, but just think about how tiring it would be to move them from their location to the floating island. Now that the Golden Lion was delivering them, he naturally wouldn't be polite. However, this delayed Robin's archaeological work, so once the islands are moved, you should quickly kill him. Robin said expressionlessly. Kill him earlier, so he can reincarnate sooner. Zhao Su. Chapter 253. He is Uchiha Madara's brother. Third update request. The Golden Lion Shiki held a banquet, and new pirates were everywhere. Shiki's people asked about the preparations on the floating island, and the other side responded according to what Robin had instructed beforehand. Enel already had a strained relationship with Golden Lion Shiki, so it was normal for him to throw a tantrum. Anyway, Robin and Zhao Su also didn't expect to deceive them for long. Just a bit of distraction would suffice. The pirates on the islands were still noisy. Zhao Su smoothly blended in. Originally, he intended to sneak over, but it was completely unnecessary, as these pirates hardly recognized each other. The pirates gathered by Golden Lion Shiki were not strong. They were merely decent when looking at the four seas, but in the new world, they could only serve as cannon fodder. Thinking about it, if he had gathered strong individuals, how could a navy and revolutionary army have been completely unaware? To gather so many people without being discovered, it was probably because they were flying up from hidden places. Flying in the sky was much more discreet than on the ground. Navigating through the bustling pirates, Zhao Su arrived at a massive room. It was packed with people, countless pirates laughing heartily and raising their glasses, and at the front was a person with long golden hair. The Golden Lion, true to his name, had flowing golden hair, a head adorned with what resembled a rooster comb-like ship's helm, and below the knees, instead of legs, were two sharp swords, a dry wooden sword and a cherry blossom sword. By the way, this person was also a top, huh? Why use was? Zhao Su fell silent for a moment, quietly finding a place to sit. Perhaps I shouldn't play the role of Saitama for too long. Robin had already gone to deceive the people controlling the islands. The Golden Lion couldn't possibly carry several islands around every day. There must be personnel managing the island's movements. The Float fruit's ability only altered gravity. It couldn't change anything else. However, the Float fruit was not weak either. Zhao Su Squeen. Shiki had kept dozens of islands floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters for years and could maintain it continuously. Though it was related to his strength, it was evident that the Float fruit did not consume much, achieving an almost permanent enchantment. This ability was very useful. Once the Golden Lion was dealt with, he could look for places that might produce new Float fruits. Zhao Su thought to himself. Ace's Flame fruit appeared in Dressrosa not long after his death. So Shiki should be similar, right? His current influence was not small. He might also have the ability to gather such powerful devil fruits. Devil fruits have a wide variety of abilities, some strong and some weak. Zhao Su is always searching for devil fruits, but he would not absorb them all. Some precious devil fruits, he would still keep them. For example, among the devil fruits he has collected, the most promising ones should be the barrier fruit and the slip fruit. He also has some Logia-type fruits, but he does not think much of them. In fact, apart from fruits like Enel's Rumble fruit and Kizur's Light fruit, he doesn't care much about other Logia-type devil fruits. For instance, the Ice fruit and Magma fruit of the other two admirals are nothing but ordinary Logia abilities. It's just that the strength of the admirals makes their abilities seem powerful. The Rumble fruit can expand the heart network, and the Light fruit can achieve an almost instantaneous teleportation effect. However, the devil fruits of the other two can basically only be used for combat. They cannot be said to have no other uses, but at least their utility is limited. However, when it comes to combat, Zhao Su does not lack means. It is only those devil fruits with unique abilities that he pays attention to. Zhao Su casually found a place to sit down, and the surrounding pirates seemed accustomed to it, showing no concern. On the stage, Shiki the Golden Lion was laughing heartily as he spoke. It is truly my honor that you all have traveled such a long distance to respond to my call. Come, let's all drink to this. As he said this, he raised his wine glass. With his status and identity, being able to say such things to a group of people who were not much stronger than cannon fodder naturally excited everyone. They all drank without hesitation. Shiki was equally unreserved, saying with a smile, "You all know that the East Sea is the weakest of all the seas. So let us fight to our heart's content. Let us use the East Sea as a starting point to turn the world upside down." Ha ha! He laughed wildly and raised his wine glass. Oh! Countless people shouted, and the atmosphere was extremely heated. Come! Shiki the Golden Lion laughed heartily, taking a few steps forward, raising his glass. Raise your glasses. If you drink this cup of wine, we will be sworn brothers. Oh! Countless people excitedly raised their glasses, once again filling them with wine. They were waiting for Shiki to speak before they all downed the wine in their cups. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Shiki the Golden Lion raised his glass but did not drink from it for a long time. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became silent. Shiki's expression darkened, retracting his raised arm, and coldly said, "It seems there are still some people who do not respect me. Shiki, is there someone who thinks that being my brother is too degrading?" His gaze turned icy, and a chilling, killing intent spread out. The crowd instinctively followed his gaze and saw a calm man who hadn't even touched his cup. It was because he did not raise his glass that Shiki had stopped. Shiki stared for a moment and said, "Who are you? I don't seem to recall inviting your pirate crew." Although he hadn't specifically remembered the captains he invited, he clearly had no impression of the person in front of him, indicating there was some issue. It seems I'm not here," Zhao Su smiled and said. "So I'm not your brother." "Ah, of course, there's no need to raise a glass." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding pirates' expressions changed instantly. "Not one of us, yet inexplicably appearing here? What kind of joke is this?" One by one, they drew their swords, their faces filled with fierce expressions, looking at Zhao Su as if they were about to kill him in the next second. "Oh," Shiki narrowed his eyes. "Then who are you? I want to see who dares to disrespect me. My name is Zhao Su. You probably haven't heard of me." Zhao Su smiled and continued to eat calmly. "Zhao Su? Who is that?" The pirates were also confused, but the next second, someone's expression changed drastically. Zhao Su. Zhao Su, he is Zhao Su, the brother of Uchiha, Madara. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 254. Come be my right-hand man, Zhao Su. Fourth update. Seeking automatic subscription. Zhao Su. He is Zhao Su, the brother of Uchiha Madara. The brother of Uchiha Madara? The Avenger Uchiha Madara? In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Even Shiki, the Golden Lion's pupil, shrank. Then he laughed heartily. So you are Uchiha Madara's brother. No wonder you have the courage to walk into my banquet. Come, someone. Bring wine for brother Zhao Su. Hearing this, others also revealed smiles, and the pirate next to Zhao Su showed an expression of utmost honor. Only Zhao Su's mouth twitched. Well, I never flaunted my reputation, yet it seems my fame is indeed less than that of my alter egos. Now, when others introduce Zhao Su, they only say he is the brother of Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, Zhao Su knows the relationship between his alter egos and himself. Otherwise, one might think of making a name for themselves, leading others to introduce Uchiha Madara as Zhao Su's brother. With Shiki's command, a waiter came over with drinks. Upon closer inspection, she had wings behind her and seemed to be from Sky Island, with a slender and graceful figure. But she kept her head down and said nothing. Was she sent by Enel? Zhao Su had heard that Enel seemed to have plundered quite a few young men and women from Sky Island, but he didn't need that many people to build his golden ship. Just thanks, I prefer to drink. Zhao Su did not look at the head-down Sky Island girl and said directly. The female waiter's body stiffened, and the previously lively atmosphere instantly froze. Shiki squinted his eyes, looking at Zhao Su for a while before waving his hand. Since you don't like to drink, then drinking something else is fine. Juice, plain water, drinks, choose whatever you like. Coming here is like coming to your own home. Don't be polite with me. Then I'll have some juice, please. Zhao Su said calmly. Hearing the words of the two, the atmosphere began to recover somewhat. However, the eyes of the surrounding people were filled with a hint of jealousy. Although there were over 70 pirate crew captains here, with nearly 50,000 subordinates, none could receive the kind of treatment Zhao Su was getting. Who could refuse Shiki's wine and then let him speak again? Not a single one. These people nominally swore allegiance to Shiki, but in reality, they were just his subordinates. Their weight was even less than that of Shiki's old subordinates. Compared to Zhao Su, their status was not even on the same level. Watching Zhao Su calmly drinking the juice that had just been served, without any discomfort, many pirate captains secretly admired. No wonder he is Uchiha Madara's brother. So composed and confident, quite the demeanor of an admiral. In terms of clothing, appearance, and style, Zhao Su was no different from anyone else. Even among these pirate captains, there were those who were bold and daring. However, even if these people act like Zhao Su and have the same style, they could never receive the same treatment as Zhao Su. In fact, the moment they refused to drink, they could be shot on the spot because of the fist. Zhao Su himself, although not well known, has only fought against one famous figure, Crocodile. Even during that battle, he did not actually make an appearance. One could say that he has no fame on the sea. Otherwise, no one would have failed to recognize him at the beginning. However, the people behind him are someone even the Golden Lion would take into consideration. Shiki chuckled and stepped down from the stage. His feet had been severed and replaced with 2 swords, making a strange metallic sound with each step. He walked over to Zhao Su's side, unceremoniously pulled out a chair, and sat down. Zhao Su, you're quite interesting, Shiki said, squinting his eyes. His domineering aura was not weak. He vaguely sensed a sense of threat from Zhao Su. However, this feeling was not significant, and it didn't even reach the level of being fatal. So he extended his hand and said, Hey Zhao, why not become my right-hand man, huh? Zhao Su was taken aback. The people around him were also stunned, then immediately cast envious glances at Zhao Su. Being the right-hand man of the Golden Lion, this was a position they all dreamed of. Shiki's eyes held a hint of seriousness. He invited Zhao Su not only because of Uchiha Madara, but also because he sensed a vague threat from Zhao Su. Although this feeling was not strong, there were very few people who could threaten the Golden Lion. So, Shiki laughed heartily and boldly declared, I am the Golden Lion Shiki. You are the second person I have personally invited. Upon hearing this, the people around showed even more envy. Everyone knew that the first person invited by the Golden Lion was Pirate King Roger. The Marineford War was the most famous battle in Pirate King Roger's life. If it weren't for luck, which brought a sudden storm, Roger might have died, and there would be no great pirate era. The man who forced Pirate King Roger to such an extent was this man. So, Zhao Su, what is your answer? Shiki asked arrogantly. Zhao Su paused for a moment, then revealed a smile. Sorry, I just came to kill you. Kill me? The Golden Lion was taken aback by this statement. The others were also stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. Ha ha. Actually said you want to kill me? Shiki laughed heartily. Then his expression darkened. Do you really think that just because your brother is Uchiha Madara, I won't kill you? Of course not, but you can't beat me. Why should I be worried? Zhao Su displayed a calm smile. Huh. The Golden Lion Shiki was stunned. Where did this guy get the confidence to say such things? Zhao Su was indeed not weak. Although he had not made many moves, Shiki could feel a vague sense of threat from him, indicating that his strength was certainly not ordinary. However, this level of feeling was only slightly stronger than that of his subordinates. In the New World, with a bounty of at most 30 to 50 billion, how could he be his opponent? The others also laughed heartily. Zhao, Uchiha Madara's brother, is simply too arrogant. He will die. Zhao Su merely smiled, and then he made his move. Chapter 171. I Can't Escape. First update request. Chapter 111. I Can't Escape. First update request. What happened? Why did the CPQ members spit blood and get beaten to this point? What occurred? Did the operation fail? Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, and he felt anxious. Despite his own strength, being one of the 7 warlords, a symbol of dominance, he truly felt powerless in front of the man who almost killed Charlotte Linlin with a single sword. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as a tall man slowly walked out. Katakuri. Everyone was stunned and immediately recognized the man's name. What do you want to do? I can spare you all. Are you seeking death? Doflamingo shouted, but inside, he felt somewhat weak. In terms of strength, he didn't dare to say who would win or lose compared to Katakuri, and he was also unsure how many siblings he had and whether they had been released. Don't panic, Katakuri said in a deep voice. I have no intention of escaping, nor do I intend to resist. He pointed at the CPQ member lying on the ground, spitting blood. Just now, he suddenly came to my cell and opened the door in handcuffs for me, seemingly wanting me to escape. His voice was steady, without a hint of panic. However, the pirates looked at each other with wide eyes. In other words, Doflamingo couldn't help but say, someone wanted to let you go, and you ended up beating him half to death? Katakuri nodded. You don't want to escape? Why? Because escaping would lead to death, Katakuri said calmly, then glanced at Doflamingo indifferently. I've already defeated the person. The handcuffs are still in the cell over there. How you deal with me is none of my concern. I'm going back now. Saying this, he turned around and walked back in front of everyone. Someone hesitated for a moment, then, under Doflamingo's gaze, followed him back to the cell. After a while, they returned with an incredulous expression. What happened? Doflamingo asked. He really walked back obediently, the pirate said blankly. He locked the door of the cell, put the sea stone handcuffs back on himself, and then threw the key to me. Saying this, he took out a bunch of keys. Among them were not only Katakuri's cell key, but also keys for other prisoners. This was the one stolen by CPQ. I also checked the other people's rooms. There were no signs of the handcuffs being opened, the pirate added. Katakuri had indeed only taken out those who wanted to let him escape, and then continued to lock himself up. The crowd looked at each other, all stunned. If they were in Katakuri's position, they felt they would definitely escape immediately. Even if they didn't rescue their siblings, they would run away. To think there was actually someone who wouldn't even try to escape. However, the gazes of the crowd gradually shifted down to the CP member. So it was you who wanted to secretly release the big MOM pirate crew? Doflamingo suddenly shouted. One of the CP0 members who had just spat out blood was about to say something, but was directly interrupted by Doflamingo. Do you want to waste my efforts to have the king defeat Charlotte Linlin? Doflamingo yelled angrily. Do you want our blood to be shed for nothing? Then, without waiting for the CP0 member to speak, he suddenly made his move. 5-colored thread. A transparent silk thread shot out from his hand, suddenly grabbing like a beast. Swish, swish, swish. The already bleeding CPQ was instantly cut into several segments, unable to utter his final words. Doflamingo took a deep breath, his panicked heart finally calming down a bit. Although the actions were too hasty and would surely leave some DBC clues, Doflamingo glanced at the people around him. While the surrounding pirates were also furious, there were still a few individuals whose eyes flashed with doubt. He acted too quickly. He didn't even give CPQ a chance to speak. It was as if he were killing to silence him. Coupled with his recent actions, there would definitely be someone who could guess something. But Doflamingo had no choice. If he let CP speak, he would undoubtedly reveal his own matters without hesitation. Would killing to silence him still be of any use then? As for why Doflamingo believed the other party would definitely expose him, Gilgamesh had already grown to the level of an emperor, both in strength and influence, and would soon experience a surge. If he didn't create some incidents to make his team suspicious, how could he curb him? For this reason, exposing one Doflamingo was nothing. On the other side, Katakuri, why did you come back in? Charlotte Jazakaponi couldn't help but speak. Exactly, brother, you could have left. Charlotte Opera complained. Yes, it's really uncomfortable for me to be in handcuffs. Charlotte Zakit huffed. Even Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, couldn't help but say, Katakuri, you finally had a chance to escape. Why give it up so easily? Although his strength isn't the strongest among the Charlotte offspring, he is the eldest son, and his words carry some weight. Katakuri suddenly spoke up. Huh. Everyone turned to look. Katakuri was sitting on the floor of the cell, arms wrapped around himself, his body slightly trembling. You all know my observation hockey ability, right? Everyone nodded in unison. Katakuri's observation hockey was incredibly powerful, reaching the level where he could see the future. Not only could he see, but he could also hear sounds. Katakuri could see the developments of the upcoming events in an instant. It was akin to predicting the future. I saw that after Mother was defeated, Daifuka Oven Cracker and Smoothie all acted together, Katakuri said solemnly. Daifuku, Oven, Cracker, these individuals could almost be considered the top existences in the Charlotte family. Although their strengths varied, they were not far apart, all possessing the power of a billion bounty level. And then, the only female among the four sweet commanders, Smoothie, asked. Katakuri's arm seemed to tremble. He paused for a second, then spoke. Then, I saw that we were all cut down by that man with one sword. I could have escaped, but I didn't dare to. For a moment, the place fell into dead silence. Chapter 172, The Aura of Kings. Second update requested. A commotion thus calmed down. The next day, Gilgamesh received the news and said nothing more, simply summoning Doflamingo and Katakuri. You didn't escape yesterday? Gilgamesh looked at Katakuri with great interest. I couldn't escape, Katakuri said solemnly. With you here, we had no chance of escape. He spoke frankly, without any flattering words, like your charm has captivated me. The meaning of his words was clear. With your level of existence suppressing us, we had no chance of escape. Interesting. Gilgamesh squinted his eyes, looking at Doflamingo beside him. It seems he is much more interesting than you, Doflamingo. Yes, indeed. Doflamingo secretly broke out in a sweat, but on the surface he showed no unusual signs, smiling and saying, with such a man on our side, my king's ambitions can be expected. Really? Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes and continued to look at Katakuri. Do you have any requests? Considering you are a somewhat interesting subject, I wouldn't mind showing a bit of my mercy. Katakuri did not decline, directly stating, then could you please remove the handcuffs from my younger siblings? They are not used to wearing such things. Although the Charlotte family is not liked by everyone, even the less favored BRL, he has never experienced being handcuffed. After all, they're children of the four emperors. How many people would treat them like this? Even if most of them have goodwill, many still couldn't help but complain. Very well, I grant that. Gilgamesh nodded. You may go, and tell the guards looking after you. Katakuri nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out the door, he paused and said, the person who opened the door for me looks a bit like someone from the world government. After saying that, he ignored everything else and left. Only Gilgamesh and a somewhat uneasy Doflamingo were left. Gilgamesh's eyes quietly gazed at Doflamingo, bringing immense pressure. Doflamingo swallowed hard. He actually knew that his actions were not very discreet, and the sealing action was too decisive, inevitably revealing some clues. But he had no choice. At that moment, If he didn't seal it, would he wait until CP0 disclosed everything before sealing it? If he laid everything bare, it would be a fight to the death. Doflamingo silently encouraged himself, his hands and feet stiffening. No matter what, my life is not so easily taken away. However, despite his strong internal thoughts, he felt he had no chance of winning. Doflamingo was very self-aware. He clearly understood the vast gap between him and the four emperors. And in front of Gilgamesh, who possessed power beyond that of the four emperors, he had no qualification to cause any trouble for him. Silence, a silent silence. Just as Doflamingo was about to consider whether to strike first, he suddenly heard Gilgamesh say, "What about the artificial devil fruits?" Doflamingo felt as if he had received a pardon and quickly replied, "No problem. Caesar has already arrived in Dressrosa, and our constructed research facility has also been completed. We can start working within 7 days at the latest." "Then did you retrieve my devil fruit from the black market?" Gilgamesh asked calmly. "Yes." Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said, "When you return to Dressrosa, I guarantee you'll at least see 5 devil fruits." "That's too few, at least 10. Gilgamesh replied calmly. Doflamingo clenched his teeth, nodded, and said, "Okay, I understand." Only then did Gilgamesh nod, the heavy atmosphere finally easing. Doflamingo let out a long sigh, knowing that this matter had passed. However, he did not notice the dangerous glint in Gilgamesh's eyes. Unfortunately, the cooling period for the heavenly god is still ongoing. Zhao Su squinted, looking at Doflamingo. He wasn't a fool. Just by listening casually, he could guess what role Doflamingo played in that prison break. But he knew he still needed Doflamingo. No one was better at acquiring devil fruits from the black market than Doflamingo. The heavenly god's cooldown is still 2 months. So let's let you enjoy yourself for 2 months. Zhao Su squinted, his gaze extremely dangerous. There were some issues with his subordinates' behavior, but the Bigman pirates were indeed very dangerous. Although Doflamingo let out a sigh, he hesitated and said, "My king, are you not worried that Charlotte Linlin will wake up and use the strength of her pirate crew to overshadow you?" Although he had just committed a crime, his subsequent advice had some truth to it. The mid to low tier combat power of the Bigman pirates surpassed that of the team composed by Gilgamesh, and even the high tier combat power was not lacking. It could be said that if we do not count Gilgamesh's own strength, even if Charlotte Linlin surrendered, 2/3 of the power on Gilgamesh's side would still be composed of the opposing side. This was a very dangerous ratio. In Zhao Su's previous life, it would have been enough for the other party to take over the company. However, Gilgamesh frowned and coldly said, "Do you not believe in my charisma? As a subject, it is only natural to be loyal to me. What is Charlotte Linlin? Just a mere mixed blood. How could she possibly compare to me?" Doflamingo was left dumbfounded, opening his mouth. Frankly speaking, he did acknowledge Gilgamesh's charisma, but how could it be the same? How could the crew of the four emperors easily submit? Just then, someone reported, "Report, my king. Shichibukai Crocodile has arrived." Crocodile? Doflamingo couldn't help but be stunned. Why is he here? He should be here to pledge his loyalty to me. Gilgamesh calmly replied, "As a Shichibukai, it's a bit unqualified for him to meet me now. Let him come." Doflamingo's mouth twitched. If it weren't for a bit of reason left in his head, he would have wanted to directly question Gilgamesh. Who gave you the confidence to think Crocodile was here to submit? He is also a Shichibukai. Do you think he is like me, pretending to submit for some reason? 3 minutes later, Doflamingo stared blankly as Crocodile bowed to Gilgamesh, his expression dazed. Could it be that there really is such a commanding charisma? Chapter 173. Charlotte Linlin's Response. Third update request. Chapter 113. Charlotte Linlin's Response. Third update request. Gilgamesh certainly has considerable charisma, and others like Uchiha Madara and Saitama also possess similar charm. To take a step back, even Sengoku has a certain charm, especially towards women. However, no matter how strong Zhao Su's charisma is, it is impossible for him to make people submit out of thin air like the commanding aura in novels. So Crocodile was naturally brought under the control of the heavenly god. Zhao Su did not reveal his identity. He simply ordered him to come to Gilgamesh's side. If there were no additional commands, Crocodile probably thought he was sent as a spy. And now it seems the Shichibukai may all gather. Zhao Su squinted his eyes, glancing at the stunned Doflamingo beside him. Doflamingo was here, just waiting for the heavenly god to be ready so he could be used. Crocodile had already submitted, and a total of 7 positions for the Shichibukai had already been filled by 2. The remaining ones were not without weaknesses and were not impossible to figure out. Back then, when he casually mentioned the Shichibukai as Gilgamesh, wasn't that the Shichibukai under my command? That jest was gradually becoming a reality. You should return to Alabasta for now, Gilgamesh said. I don't need you here for the time being. Crocodile, in fact, would have almost wanted to retort directly if he hadn't learned that one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, had been defeated by this man. However, since even a 4 emperor was so casually defeated, Zhao Su sent me here. What are his true intentions? Crocodile speculated silently, but did not show it. In the end, he nodded, just arriving and already preparing to leave. Gilgamesh watched Crocodile. He knew that his arrival was early, and not many people knew him. This matter might still be suppressed, becoming a foreshadowing against the world government. Of course, there were many spies on his side, which made it easy to leak information, such as Doflamingo. However, since Doflamingo had killed CP, even if it was justified, it would take quite a long time for him to reconnect with the world government. As long as he controlled things a bit, it would be enough to delay until the heavenly god's cooldown was over. After Katakuri returned, the prisoners of the Charlotte family were much better off. Without the sea-stone handcuffs, everyone felt a bit lighter. Of course, some people were still unwilling and were plotting an escape, but they were all stopped by Katakuri. He was the strongest in the Big Mom Pirates aside from Charlotte Linlin. And with his observation hockey that could predict the future, it wasn't difficult to suppress these matters. On the other side, BRLE occasionally came to visit, discussing how to seduce men with the sisters of the Charlotte family. She seemed to believe she had grasped Gilgamesh's preferences and was preparing for Charlotte Linlin's awakening, ensuring she could at least keep her life. As for sacrificing her chastity, she didn't see it as such a serious matter. After all, the Charlotte family had many marriages with outsiders and rarely engaged in emotional matters. They all listened to Charlotte Linlin's words. Sacrificing her chastity, what of it? As long as she could keep her life, there would be a chance to start over. Many girls in the Charlotte family envied BRLE's decision. Such a handsome, charming one. If the current situation were not completely different from what was initially expected, they would probably all be begging Charlotte Linlin for favors. Most of the men in the Charlotte family remained silent, and Katakuri said little as well. Now, everything awaits Mama's awakening. 3 days later, Charlotte Linlin finally regained consciousness. So have I failed? Charlotte Linlin whispered, her eyes filled with disbelief. That's right, you have failed. Gilgamesh calmly sipped his drink and said proudly, you have 2 choices, submit or let your children die with you. Beneath them, the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates swallowed hard, waiting for the fate to unfold. Bruley stood quietly behind Gilgamesh, still dressed in her maid outfit, but she had put a lot of effort into her appearance in other aspects. Earrings, rings, necklaces, and various small decorations highlighted her delicacy, even giving her a hint of allure despite her youth. These accessories were actually borrowed from her sisters. Bruley had borrowed these items under the pretense of enchanting Gilgamesh to plead for them and received help from some aesthetically pleasing sisters to create this look. But Mama, please agree. Bruley thought nervously. Although I am prepared to seduce him, there is still a chance of failure. Agree to him. Agree. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perispero, was also extremely tense, saying, Mama, please don't go crazy at this moment. Katakuri's expression was stern, and he remained silent, quietly staring at Charlotte Linlin. The others also looked at Charlotte Linlin in a similar way, waiting for her response. What benefits would there be in my surrender? Charlotte Linlin sneered, for example. My Totland kingdom will belong to me. Gilgamesh calmly replied. His blunt words shocked everyone. Charlotte Linlin's pupils were filled with bloodshot veins. The fairy tale-like homies created by my powers must obey my commands. Gilgamesh answered calmly. My deserts. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. I don't care. Gilgamesh's voice remained calm. But if you submit to me, you will naturally lose many rights to demand this and that. Even if you can still eat what you want, the quality will be worse than before. Bruley clenched her fingers tightly, while Rosinante gulped nervously. Katakuri appeared calm, but upon closer inspection, His eyes had narrowed to their limits. The situation was precarious, and conflict was about to erupt in the next second. However, at that moment, Charlotte Linlin suddenly spoke up. Chapter 174 Gilgamesh has gathered quite a few maids. Fourth update requested automatically. Chapter 114 Gilgamesh has gathered quite a few maids. Fourth update requested automatically. Alright, I understand. Then, I will temporarily refrain from surrendering to you. Charlotte Linlin sighed, but uttered words that surprised everyone. Surrender? The Yonko is surrendering again? Moreover, Mama, the conditions you mentioned earlier have all been rejected by him. Gilgamesh nodded, not caring whether the other party was deceiving him, and waved his hand. Countless weapons appeared out of thin air, cutting the prison door that held the Big Mom pirates and releasing them. Is it really impossible for the Yonko to surrender? Not necessarily. The Yonko are also human, and humans have attachments. Charlotte Linlin's attachment is family. To be precise, she is someone who desperately longs for the presence of family. Even having her subordinates call her Mama. When encountering a powerful opponent, her first thought is to marry her daughters to them to subdue them. Although Charlotte Linlin is naturally fierce, she also has her pursuits and emotions. For example, even now, she is still thinking about that sister Carmel. And in order to fulfill the young nun's dream of a place where all races can live happily, she even created the nation of Totland. In Totland, everyone is treated equally, with a diverse range of races and no discrimination. At least, there is no overt discrimination. She longs for a utopia where all races and species can coexist harmoniously. This dream, initially brought by the nun, has been realized under her rule. Although that nun was actually a wicked child trafficker, Charlotte Linlin, despite her brutality, also picked up on some things from Gilgamesh's words. Everything belongs to me. Regardless of whether it's your subordinates or you, I don't care. Everything belongs to this king, and all of it will be borne by this king. This lays the foundation for her surrender. The dignity of a Yonko does pose some trouble, but one must know that the Yonko did not seek to go solo from the very beginning. They are not the obstinate type. Among the Yonko, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were all once members of the Rocks Pirates, and Shanks also once followed the Pirate King. This means they are not inherently proud beings who cannot bow to others. Kaido is a clear representative. Although he was defeated by Odin, he did submit. Regardless of how many issues there are within this submission, submission is still submission. The Yonko can also submit to others. However, this question had never occurred to anyone, including Broly and others who were staring wide-eyed at Charlotte Linlin, especially Doflamingo, whose eyes almost popped out. You are a Yonko. How can a Yonko surrender? First, focus on healing. Gilgamesh stood up and said, if you can demonstrate sufficient value, I might also show my mercy and restore your arm. It's just an arm. Although in the pirate world, even Zephyr ultimately had to live with a mechanical arm. But in front of Gilgamesh, enough treasures represent enough power. Oh, by the way, Gilgamesh suddenly stopped and turned around, saying, you all go to Totland and bring the treasures inside to Dressrosa for me. In light of your sincere surrender, I will allow you to keep a quarter and then distribute a quarter to my subordinates. Of course, the devil fruits and other treasures are all mine. This, considering Katakuri's actions, also relieved the Big Mom pirates. Although they were defeated, they could still keep something to some extent. Gilgamesh's subordinates had no major objections, as everyone knew who really determined the outcome of the battle. Well then, let us disband. Gilgamesh said, we should leave. This small island has already received too much grace from this king. Any more, and it won't be able to bear it. The following matters do not require much elaboration. The nations and some vassal territories need to change their flags. The flag of Charlotte Linlin's IGMOM pirate crew has become a distant memory. Unless Gilgamesh dies or Charlotte Linlin defects, this flag is unlikely to appear again. Gilgamesh sets sail once more, this time heading directly back to Dressrosa. With so much new territory acquired, he clearly does not intend to visit each one individually. However, Don Quixote Doflamingo could not help but voice some objections regarding letting the Big Mom pirates return to the nations, questioning what would happen if they betrayed them again after being released. Before Broly could hastily defend her family, Gilgamesh dismissively replied, it would be like crushing an ant. Just crush them. Those who disregard my mercy have no value in surviving. Upon hearing this, Brulee's heart skipped a beat, and she decided to contact her siblings later. Doflamingo's heart was racing. He felt that Gilgamesh's words were directed at him. However, his relationship with the world government had been severed, making it impossible to contact them for a while, and he did not dare to reach out to Gilgamesh. After a moment of contemplation, Gilgamesh said nothing more, simply gazing quietly at the calm sea as the ship continued to sail. The Grand Line sky is elusive, and the journey is not short. For ordinary sailors, navigating a ship requires constant attention to the wind direction, adjusting the sails, and keeping busy with tasks like trimming the sails, a balancing act to increase sailing speed. But for Gilgamesh, such matters were irrelevant. It had been a long time since he had such leisure. Zhao Su thought to himself that if he was alone, like Gilgamesh, it would be much easier. However, Zhao Su found himself in quite a predicament. He needed to act as Gilgamesh, and when it was easy for him, he could only rely on his clones, while his main body had to rush to another template to play a different role. He hadn't had such a relaxed time in a while. Once they brought the devil fruit from the nations, they would have to change locations again, Zhao Su mused. In Wano, Kinneyman also requested a batch of devil fruits from Kaido. The Saitama template was easy to manage, but Uchiha Obito was also gathering them. Fortunately, several major forces were simultaneously gathering intelligence, allowing Zhao Su to keep track of various movements without wasting opportunities. Otherwise, he would have to work 10 times harder. Now, this could be considered a rare moment of rest. Thus, Zhao Su turned his gaze to the few girls in front of him. Speaking of which, Gilgamesh had indeed collected quite a few maids. Brulee, in order to survive, currently serves as Gilgamesh's maid. Princess Violet was sent by her father, Licorice, to become a maid. Princess Rebecca was sent by her grandfather, King Licorice, to serve as a maid. The ghost princess Perona, after Gilgamesh defeated Gecko Moria, became one of his subordinates and currently holds the position of head maid. Since entering the scene, Zhao Su only had Robin by his side, and the other revolutionary girls had not been very close. Yet Gilgamesh had confidently gathered so many maids. Indeed, being an emperor is the ultimate dream of a man. The only problem is that these maids are all quite young. The oldest, Perona and Violet, had just barely escaped the 3-year death penalty range. Wait a minute. Zhao Su suddenly stroked his chin. It seems that the laws in the world of One Piece are quite different from those in his previous life. More akin to the laws in Japan. For example, women can marry at 16. Looking at it this way, although Rebecca and Brulee are still too young, the other two. No. As a king, I naturally have the right to set domestic laws. Should I take the time to amend some laws? Zhao Su stroked his chin, thinking that even if he were to take them, it wouldn't be a big deal. As a king, having multiple wives is reasonable, right? Although the legends of Gilgamesh do not mention how many wives he had, this issue can easily be resolved by myself. Gilgamesh was the king of ancient Uruk. In that mythic era, how many people would bother to record whether he had wives or not? Why spend time documenting his marital status when they could be recording his great achievements instead? Those who ascend by night with hundreds of women and fly by day don't count. It seemed that the girls noticed Gilgamesh's gaze and looked over at him. Brulee quickly put on a good smile. She had been bullied since childhood because of her eyes and was accustomed to guessing others' thoughts and being cautious. She had not yet grown up, still caught in the phase of reading others' minds rather than using a kind exterior to disguise herself and deceive others. She appeared only pitiful and not at all repulsive. Violet also sensed Gilgamesh's gaze. Although she did not know why he was looking at her, she understood how she should respond. Oof. Violet snorted coldly, standing with her arms crossed, displaying a defiant expression. This was her usual way of expressing dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction with her father for sending her here, dissatisfaction with Gilgamesh for completely ignoring her, and dissatisfaction with her father for later sending her niece over. Rebecca was a bit dumbfounded, but seeing her aunt huff, she also placed her hands on her hips and let out a cute huff. Although she did not know why she was huffing, she just felt like huffing. Perona looked confusedly at Violet, then at Rebecca, and then turned to look at Gilgamesh. What happened? Did something occur? Zhao Su twitched the corner of his eye and gently shook his head. Forget it. Just take it as eye candy. After all, he did not expect to rely on them for anything. Although they were called maids, in reality, They were more like decorative vases, because none of them were suitable for serving people. Wait a minute. Bruley seemed to be exploiting a girl who was not even 10 years old. That seemed a bit interesting. Zhao Su revealed a familiar smile of a man in his heart. However, in reality, Gilgamesh did not seem like the type to be infatuated with beauty. Although he pursued Saber, it was less about his fondness for her beauty and more about his interest in Saber as a person. Did he like her stubbornness? Did he appreciate her character? The problem is, how many pirates are like Saber, an independent woman who could even be a queen herself? Charlotte Linlin? In the end, Zhao Su helplessly discovered that the roles he was playing didn't seem to be the kind that could attract women. Gilgamesh valued temperament. Saitama had no feelings for women. Kenpachi Zaraki preferred to cut people, and Madara Uchiha loved his buddy Hashirama Senju. As for Chungu, forget it. He had only recently appeared, so let him face the axe later. The ship continued to sail forward, and the sea was always filled with all kinds of people. There were pirates, merchant ships, and the navy. Everyone was no longer a novice and had grown accustomed to occasionally encountering some vessels on the sea. After all, most people would take the initiative to steer clear when they saw the Gilgamesh Uruk flag. Of course, there were exceptions. "My king, a fleet is sailing towards us," Doflamingo said with a grin. "Who is it?" Gilgamesh asked without raising his head. Doflamingo replied, "From the flag, it appears to be Germa 66. Germa 66, also known as the Germa Kingdom, is the name of a unique maritime nation without fixed territory. Usually, it operates with dozens of ships, and when combined, it forms the kingdom. Germa 66 is the name of the Germa Kingdom's military, but people are more accustomed to referring to the military's name as the nation itself. This country is most famous and strongest because of its army. It can even act as mercenaries or war profiteers in various countries. The powerful army can often easily eliminate enemies, which is also one of the primary sources of income for the Germa Kingdom. What do they want to come over here for? Gilgamesh yawned. It seems they want to attack us, Doflamingo hesitated to say, feeling unsure. Attack? A small kingdom like Germa dares to attack us. He couldn't believe they didn't know we had just defeated the Yonko Charlotte Linlin's pirate crew. Meanwhile, on the Germa warship, "Father, is it really a good idea to attack directly?" Reiju hesitated. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Ichiji replied disdainfully. "They're just a bunch of famous pirates. What's there to be afraid of?" Niji scoffed. Reiju was about to say something when the commander of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge, waved his hand and said, "We are here at the invitation of Charlotte Linlin to attend her banquet. If we see pirates daring to provoke her and do nothing, it will only invite gossip." Judge narrowed his eyes. "Germa wants to regain dominance over the North Sea and needs the help of the Yonko. We must take action." Well, the world is truly marvelous. They really didn't know that the help Vinsmoke Judge was looking forward to had just been wiped out by Gilgamesh. Chapter 176. We are the ones who will laugh last. Second update requested. On this vast sea, the transmission of real news has never been an easy task. The transponder snail is not a real telephone. Its frequency is limited and cannot achieve global communication. Even in Zhao Su's previous life, maritime communication relied on satellites, land stations, and ships. Compared to land, even without mountains and other signal-blocking features, it is much more troublesome. In various kingdoms, there are many news agencies that have established a fairly complete communication system. However, at sea, one can only rely on newsbirds that come at unknown times to learn some news. Unfortunately, after experiencing the battle with the Yonko, although many informants worked hard to transmit the situation, all the news agencies recognized the changes brought about by the fall of the Yonko. However, even if they rushed to get the news out the next day, the people of the Germa Kingdom still did not receive sufficiently new information. Thus, they made this mistake. But it can't really be called a mistake. Who could have predicted such an outcome before this battle? Judge himself had the idea of regaining the North Sea hegemony with Charlotte Linlin's help, and now that he had caught a chance to buy goodwill from her, how could he not act? Under the premise of not knowing the battle situation, his actions were actually quite reasonable. If he slowly approached Charlotte Linlin, even if both sides had intentions, the constant adjustments would require a lot of time. Judge thought to himself, but if he could take this opportunity to fight Gilgamesh once, it would quickly bring the two sides closer together. It was worth it. In fact, he wasn't wrong in his thinking. Judge wanted to gain Charlotte Lean-Lean's support early on to seize the North Sea. However, it would take several years to create an alliance through marriage. There was no way around it. The combination of the two forces had various troubles, and during the adjustment period, many conflicts would arise. Perhaps at the beginning, Charlotte Lean-Lean also wanted to ally with Judge, just like Kaido with Wano, but ultimately decided to take direct action without proper adjustments during the transition period. Of course, discussing this now is useless. Attack! Judge waved his hand, and the Germa ships immediately opened fire. Boom! 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 The cannons roared. As someone qualified and confident enough to ally with the Yonko, Judge indeed had considerable capital. Vinsmoke Judge had once worked as a scientist with Dr. Vegapunk in an illegal research team. When Vegapunk discovered the bloodline factors of the genetic design, the world government discovered this and shut down the organization, taking Vegapunk and his team away, while Judge managed to escape. In the end, Vegapunk unlocked the conditions for transmitting Devil Fruit abilities and was able to give objects Devil Fruit powers, while Vinsmoke Judge developed clone soldiers, modified humans, and combat suits as weapons. Don't be fooled by his rough appearance. He is a very formidable scientist. With his technology, he built Germa's overwhelming military strength. The 7 soldiers, who are absolutely obedient and have strong combat awareness, are extraordinary, equipped with weapons of their own design, and have been in constant battle, making them a highly combat-aware army. Even if Gilgamesh is strong, we can retreat. Judge thought to himself, by allying with Charlotte Lean-Lean, I can get even closer to her for this reason. It's all benefits and no harm. Let us do it. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire continued to roar over the sea. Battles at sea often begin with the thunder of cannonballs. Compared to ships and cannons, Judge was confident he wouldn't lose. In fact, as soon as the cannon battle began, Gilgamesh's ships started to shake continuously, and several other ships carrying sailors were hit. They actually dared to make a move. Gilgamesh was taken aback, but didn't forget what he should do now. Doflamingo, Shiryu. My king, we have both Doflamingo and Shiryu standing out together. Decidedly, yes. Soon, a figure flew through the sky, heading towards Germa's ship. Another person took a small boat, braving the winds and waves, charging directly over. Katakuri frowned. It's Doflamingo, the Sky Knight, and Shiryu of the Rain. Fire the cannons. Don't let them get close. He knew he had to take these notorious sea powers seriously. Of course, if they come over, should we leave them behind first? Katakuri thought to himself. Inside Gilgamesh's ship. Hey, aren't you going out? Perona couldn't help but ask. What for? Gilgamesh leisurely sipped from his wine glass. Perona said, Your subordinates are fighting. Gilgamesh replied calmly. If even such a minor skirmish requires my personal involvement, then I don't need such subordinates. Perona tilted her head in confusion, looking adorably silly. However, 3 minutes later, she suddenly noticed that the cannon fire outside had diminished. After another 5 minutes, the cannon fire gradually ceased. 2 minutes later, Shiryu and Doflamingo returned to the ship. My king, the matter has been resolved. Gilgamesh nodded. What are the results? It's quite embarrassing. We left behind a few of their ships. But Katakuri and his few daughters didn't keep Doflamingo. He shrugged. They sent a group of fearless soldiers to entangle us and took the opportunity to escape. In fact, if they really chased, it wasn't completely impossible to catch up. After all, Doflamingo could fly. However, he wasn't kind enough to risk his life to entangle the enemy and create opportunities for others. Gilgamesh casually remarked, Couldn't defeat the enemy? Well, considering you didn't let the blood of the miscellaneous repair fly around in front of me, you can go down. This matter doesn't require too much concern. On the other side, Katakuri's face was dark as night. What a huge loss. What a huge loss. He brought over 20 ships, and half of them were left behind. If it weren't for his quick decision to sacrifice several ships and soldiers to the cannon fire and make a swift escape, everyone would have been left behind. In terms of lower-tier combat power, Germa had no problems. However, in terms of higher-tier combat power, every one of Shiryu and the others could call them their ancestors. Especially since Reiju and the others had not yet grown up, their strength was significantly weaker compared to later, making it even more difficult to resist attacks from Doflamingo and others. And just like that, Gilgamesh himself hadn't even made an appearance. truly a renowned powerhouse of the sea. His strength is remarkable. Katakuri sighed deeply, looking at his somewhat disheveled children, and encouraged them. Don't worry, they won't be arrogant for long. Soon we will ally with Charlotte Linlin, and Charlotte Linlin herself is set to confront Gilgamesh. We will be the ones who laugh last. Katakuri clenches fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. All the children nodded in agreement. The next day, Katakuri stared blankly at the news in his hands, his expression dazed. How could this be possible? Chapter 177. Katakuri feels like crying. Third update requested. Chapter 110. Katakuri feels like crying. Third update requested. The Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin was defeated and surrendered to Gilgamesh. People around the world, upon seeing this news, couldn't help but fall into a strange silence. Another Four Emperor has been defeated. At the same time, another Four Emperor has surrendered. The older generation even felt a bit lost as to what this world has come to. Can the Four Emperors really surrender? The Four Emperors is a title that signifies a being that rules the seas. At the same time, it is also a title of invincibility. Unless facing other Four Emperors or top Navy experts, how could they possibly be defeated? Yet they have been defeated. And not just one, but also surrendered. Sengoku's expression was serious as he summoned numerous vice admirals and generals, holding several days of meetings at Navy headquarters. At the beginning of the meeting, his first words were, "This sea is about to become turbulent again." Sengoku is no weakling. He is experienced and has various honors hanging on several walls. He wouldn't be like some ordinary people, exclaiming in shock about how could the Four Emperors be defeated. Such trivial topics. How could Four Emperors not be defeated? There was originally a great pirate who was revered as one of the Four Emperors, only to be taken down by red-haired Shanks a few years ago, allowing Shanks to become the new Four Emperor. The Four Emperors can be defeated. Not to mention Kaido has been captured and executed multiple times while seeking stimulation at Navy headquarters. Although he was never truly killed, being defeated and captured is still a defeat. However, the Four Emperors being defeated and surrendering is still a first. At the same time, it has happened twice in a row. Sengoku took a deep breath. Do you know what I just remembered? Next to him, Garp, usually joking, had a serious glint in his eyes as he asked, "Roger?" Sengoku nodded. After Roger's death, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido rose to power one after another, taking down several pirate strongmen and establishing their positions. He twitched his mouth, not finishing his sentence. However, everyone present understood what he meant. The Great Pirate Era. The sea is in constant turmoil, with various pirate strongmen running rampant, as if cultivating a king of worms in competition. This turmoil has not yet completely dissipated. And now, a new round of competition for the king of worms has begun, especially after Yamamoto and Gilgamesh took down Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. They became the newer kings of worms. On one side, they're about to face challenges from pirates wanting to become the king of worms, while on the other side, old kings of worms like Whitebeard will also face challenges from pirates. The pirates, once suppressed by the three major forces of the Four Emperors, the Seven Warlords, and the Navy, are about to become excited once again. More strong individuals will emerge from among them, and the Navy will face even greater challenges. Sengoku took a deep breath, glancing at Saitama, who was nonchalantly chewing gum and blowing bubbles, his expression finally less serious. There are people like Gilgamesh among pirates, but we also have existences that are no less than him in the Navy. This competition, we may not necessarily lose. Sengoku raised his head and began to arrange the Navy's work for the King of Worms election. In a new world, on a small island. Pucci. A sharp blade pierced through a man's body. White blade in, red blade out. Really, do they think our boss is the youngest among the Four Emperors? So he could just be bullied. Beckman snorted coldly, flipping the pirate in front of him to the ground. They were fighting against a group of pirates. Of course, the battlefield is completely in a crushing state. Ha ha! The captain is underestimated again. Jesus Cloth laughs heartily, and then takes the opportunity to shoot and kill a pirate. Indeed, the captain is underestimated again. Ricky Lou fires while not forgetting to eat meat, and then adds a jab at his captain. Captain, you really have no authority. Exactly. What a waste of our hard work. The others are also laughing and joking while cutting down enemies. poking fun at their captain. Shanks doesn't care and instead laughs heartily. Well, if I were one of these little pirates, I might also try to challenge them. The sea is never short of skilled individuals. Who knows? One day, someone might kill Whitebeard and become the next Yonko. Everyone laughs heartily. But no one says anything like, why not take down a captain instead? Because they are confident that with them around, no one could possibly defeat their captain. However, Shanks squints his eyes, looking at the newspaper, treating the battlefield as if it were non-existent. Recently, there have indeed been too many explosive news stories and too many sudden rising figures. In fact, Whitebeard is similar to Shanks. He has pirates challenging him as well. And of course, they're also easily crushed. Just like Shanks' subordinates, the captains under Whitebeard also never think that anyone can defeat their captain as long as they are around. Although there are many powerful pirates in the New World, the reason the Yonko are the Yonko is that they are truly strong. Even though 2 Yonko have been defeated, and their reputation has significantly declined, pirates racking their brains cannot bring any trouble to Whitebeard and Shanks. The shock brought by the news will gradually sink under their undefeated records. However, this shock is nothing for Whitebeard and Shanks, but it's not the same for others. For example, Katakuri's face is devoid of any color. He flips through the newspaper repeatedly, even going to several islands to confirm the news. Only then does he raise his head in front of his equally pale children and say in a voice that sounds like he wants to cry, "It seems we have provoked the wrong person." Chapter 178. Let's go find Yamamoto. 4th update request. Katakuri's face looks terrifyingly bad. Reiju's expression is also not good, while Iji and Niji are laughing heartily. What a huge blunder. Ha ha ha. Father wanted to please Charlotte Linlin, but in the end, Big Mom has already submitted to him. Ha! Luckily that Gilgamesh didn't take action personally. Otherwise, we should have already been dead beyond saving. Katakuri's face is grim. How can this group of sons still laugh? Well, they really can. They all belong to the modified ones, lacking the emotion of fear. But Reiju and Katakuri are not. Katakuri is a scientist and a warrior. And while Reiju also has modifications, she doesn't have modified emotions. They clearly understand the consequences of offending the Emperor of the Sea in this ocean. Gilgamesh didn't even have to make a move. Just 2 of his subordinates pushed them back. What does that represent? Previously, with Charlotte Linlin acting as a psychological support, he didn't care that much. But now, don't forget, Charlotte Linlin is just Gilgamesh's subordinate. Katakuri knows very well that he has not yet established a connection with Charlotte Linlin, although he has ideas. Turning those ideas into reality takes time. Father, what should we do? Reiju said heavily. Although Germa is a kingdom, many kingdoms have been taken down by the Yonko. And most importantly, Germa's income mainly comes from mercenaries, which requires interaction with various countries. They must deal with the sea. Unless Katakuri wants Germa to perish, he must solve this problem. Katakuri's face is grim, and he takes several deep breaths. He ponders for a moment and finally grits his teeth and says, Gilgamesh can already be said to have replaced Charlotte Linlin as a Yonko. Then we should seek refuge with the other Yonko. The other Yonko? Reiju frowned and asked Father, who should we go to? Kaido has just been taken down, and although Whitebeard and Shanks are called pirates, they actually act quite gently. As mercenaries, their bloodshed might even exceed that of those 2 pirates. It would definitely be difficult to get along with them. And let's not forget, Katakuri still wants to rely on the power of the Yonko to conquer the North Sea. Would they lend their strength to him? Absolutely not. The guy who took down Kaido, I guess he is not weaker than Gilgamesh, right? Katakuri clearly thought about this issue and didn't hesitate. Moreover, he also has the land of Wano under him. It wouldn't be strange for Germa to seek refuge with him. And it wouldn't anger the world government as much as seeking refuge with Charlotte Linlin. Yamamoto should be able to defeat Gilgamesh, right? We can only rely on his strength. Katakuri thought to himself. Zhaosu, of course, does not know about Katakuri's scheme, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Unless he acquires another research-type template like Orochimaru or Urahara Kisuke, otherwise his abilities are not very useful to Zhaosu. After all, why play with technology when problems can be solved with normal attacks? He casually sits on the ship, calmly returning to Dressrosa. preparing to accept the legacy of the Big Mom pirates. According to the current news, Charlotte Linlin has not considered betrayal at all. She returned to Tado land with some of the people sent by Gilgamesh, packed up the wealth, and prepared to transport it to Dressrosa, as if she had genuinely surrendered. Don Quixote da Flamingo has temporarily lost contact with the world government. Although Califa, who was appointed by Gilgamesh as the black market chief, has tried to contact da Flamingo several times. She has been rejected. Now, he has no intention of sticking his head out. If he does, he will really be killed. On another side, in Mariehua, 5 elderly men with white hair sit in a room, their eyes bright with deep thoughts. Charlotte Linlin has been taken down again. She should have submitted. According to CP's intelligence, she has been quite obedient, and her illness hasn't acted up much. It seems she has truly submitted to Gilgamesh. He is indeed very strong. We have known he is strong for a long time, but that suddenly emerging Yamamoto is also very strong. He was actually able to defeat Kaido. There is also Uchiha Madara. How did so many strong individuals suddenly appear in this sea? The faces of the 5 turned grim. They had originally prepared to maintain the balance of power at sea, but one after another, these powerful figures shattered their plans. According to CP's intelligence, Whitebeard has already been provoked by 3 formidable pirate crews, and red-haired Shanks has also faced challenges from 4 or 5 major pirates. The sea is in turmoil, all because of those suddenly emerging experts. But the Navy Saitama hardly listens to Navy orders. Damn it, the sudden emergence of so many powerful figures has given us the opportunity to maneuver among them. So let us stay calm. The sword-wielding elder spoke in a deep voice. We should think positively about this opportunity. Opportunity? The other 4 furrowed their brows and looked at the sword-wielding elder. Indeed, the elder nodded. What is the most troublesome existence for us at the moment? The 4 exchanged glances and said in unison, Uchiha Madara. Pirates are just a minor annoyance. The Revolutionary Army is the primary enemy of the world government. Exactly, it's Uchiha Madara. The sword-wielding elder nodded, then revealed a smile. What if we use some means to make Uchiha Madara confront others? Uchiha Madara is very strong, but if he can be made to fight others to mutual destruction, that will be perfect. The Navy and the world government can slowly take action and reap the benefits. But who should we let confront Uchiha Madara? The group looked at each other. The curly-haired elder hesitantly spoke. Gilgamesh? No. The sword-wielding elder shook his head. From the intelligence, Kuratsuchi Kenpachi is more useful. Send a warship to contact Wano country. Let us find Kuratsuchi Kenpachi to take action. Chapter 179. Caesar Clown is a talent. First update request for automatic. Honestly, Kuratsuchi Kenpachi is indeed a very good candidate. He has a simple and rough temperament. Although Wano country is closed off, even a little information is enough for the experienced world government to see who he is. A berserker who loves fighting above all else. Such a person, even without provocation, would eventually rush into battle. Not to mention that the world government can leverage its relationship with Wano country to pressure him. This time, the 5 elders were fortunate, as they did not send Saitama again, but instead dispatched a series of world government officials and a Navy vice admiral. It wasn't easy. When Zhao Su learned this news, he finally nodded. It's been a long time since I've seen a situation that doesn't require me to act out a play. He also didn't mind staying in Dressrosa, waiting for Charlotte Linlin and the others to return. There is no need to be too anxious. The geographical environment of Wano country is quite harsh, and the surrounding sea is extremely strange, which is why it has maintained a long-term, closed-off policy. Even a world government cannot easily enter, especially not knowing that they are coming. About half a month later, Charlotte Linlin and her group finally arrived at Dressrosa. The Fairy Kingdom? Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes, her thick lips carrying a hint of ambiguous meaning. Katakuri stood beside her, calm and serious. During this time, he had stopped many who wanted to persuade Charlotte Linlin to betray Gilgamesh. There is no need to elaborate. No one likes having an extra person above them. However, Katakuri had ruthlessly executed these people, and occasionally, those who truly saw Charlotte Linlin didn't see the sun the next day. It seemed that Charlotte Linlin had truly submitted. Katakuri, how is Bruley doing? Charlotte Linlin asked, her voice melodious. Still the same, Katakuri replied calmly. Gilgamesh hasn't he made any moves, and Broly hasn't he found an opportunity. Katakuri understood what Charlotte Linlin was hinting at. The Charlotte family has a habit of marrying off subordinates and vassals. Although they are now subdued, it seems their mother still wants to continue this habit. For example, marrying Gilgamesh? If she can't seize the opportunity, then it's better to change targets. Broly. Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes, disdainfully snorting. Katakuri said calmly, Mother, although it's likely that the younger sister said something, I hope you want to do that. In some small schemes, she may not be as capable as Broly. He understood what his sisters were thinking. Gilgamesh is honest and possesses strength, looks, and charm. He had already noticed what his sisters were thinking when the war began. After the battle ended and they were imprisoned, it was fine, but now they inevitably started to have some small thoughts. Jealousy towards Broly, resistance against Broly. Some even fancifully thought of directly asking their mother to take the maid position from Broly and give it to them. However, Mother, do you think Gilgamesh is the type of man who could be easily charmed by women? Katakuri's expression was calm. Although it was somewhat problematic for him to say this as an older brother, he just felt that his sisters were thinking too highly of themselves. The kind of person who could defeat their mother is an ordinary man. Moreover, his sister Broly is absolutely top-notch in appearance. At the same time, she is cautious and steady in her actions, much better than a bunch of unreliable guys. They are still accustomed to being princesses and haven't shifted their thinking yet. Katakuri thought to himself, we are just subjects now. Subjects are different from kings. Their mother is just a subordinate now. Why do you still think of yourselves as princesses? Of course, as an older brother, he couldn't say such things directly and could only start with Charlotte Linlin, preventing her from having any ridiculous ideas. Charlotte Linlin nodded and said, I understand, let us go meet our king. The group arrived at the palace, but there were already others inside. Shoo, your majesty, just trust me with the research. A man with deep purple-blue hair and horn-like decorations on his head patted his chest and guaranteed, in terms of research, no one is my opponent. Artificial devil fruits, right? That is indeed a very good idea. Leave it to me. As long as there is enough funding, I guarantee to research not only devil fruits, but also countless large-scale destructive weapons. I excel at this kind of stuff. Caesar Clown, former scientist of the Navy Headquarters Science Division, was expelled from the Science Division and wanted for his inhumane experiments. Earlier, Doflamingo had suggested researching artificial devil fruits, and the candidate he proposed at that time was Caesar Clown. Now, with Doflamingo and the world government having caused some trouble, they naturally couldn't afford to delay any longer. Today, Caesar Clown has arrived. Caesar, you're under his control too? Upon seeing him, Charlotte Linlin immediately spoke, her voice cold and filled with killing intent. Caesar Clown instinctively wanted to dodge. What's going on? Do you know each other? Gilgamesh asked calmly. Of course we know each other. Charlotte Linlin sneered. There aren't many who dare to cheat my money. Charlotte Linlin had fallen out with the giant race and wanted to develop a giant drug to turn people into giants to serve as soldiers and enrich various races. The one researching this was Caesar Clown. However, when Caesar Clown found that the research was nearly impossible, he immediately fled with a large sum of research funding. In the end, that funding was used to hire some girls to comfort his wounded heart. Facing the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, he felt a lot of pressure and needed some proper comfort. Overall, this scientist is indeed a talent. Chapter 180, The Energy of the Big Wave. Second update requested. Zhao Su's intelligence capabilities are actually quite impressive. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence is received through Uchiha, Madara's clone, and each time it disappears, it transfers the memories back to him. Kaido's intelligence is obtained from Urahara Kisuke, although Urahara is not one to pay close attention to intelligence details. Occasionally asking if there are strong enemies to listen in on is still possible. Saitama relies on the Navy's intelligence organization and the world government's intelligence, which is also not too bad. Although Saitama often can only inquire about pirate-related intelligence, it's still a decent harvest. When it comes to intelligence capabilities, no one dares to claim they are stronger than the world government and the Navy. Gilgamesh also has a good intelligence organization. Doflamingo himself has considerable connections in the dark world, and Charlotte Linlin is even praised by Kaido as an information expert with decent capabilities. With the alternation of several clones, Zhao Su is almost fully aware of everything happening at sea. There are also many pieces of information regarding Caesar Clown, such as when Doflamingo found him. He was chatting with girls at a bar. On the way there, Doflamingo even specifically found a few girls to comfort his wandering heart. This made Zhao Su feel that Caesar Clown seems to be much happier than I am. Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Caesar Clown instinctively shrank his neck and wanted to hide. The remaining power of the four emperors is still present, and Charlotte Linlin's aura far exceeds that of a mere scientist like Caesar Clown. However, Caesar Clown is indeed very clever. Immediately noticing Gilgamesh's presence and the fact that Charlotte Linlin had already become his subordinate, and he quickly argued, "This isn't my fault. I try my best, but the kind of thing you're talking about is simply impossible to research. It's normal for me to fail, turning people into giants. You first overlook the countless key factors like volume and mass increase. How could I possibly do that? You didn't say that back then." Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. Her small eyes filled with fierce light. Caesar Clown shrank his neck. "Wasn't I forced to say that by you? If I didn't say it, I would be beaten to death immediately." Well, the real reason was greed for research funding. But how could he say such a reason in front of his new master? "Enough." Gilgamesh lightly waved his hand. "I'm not here to listen to your trivial family matters." Caesar Clown. Gilgamesh turned to him. "Can you create the artificial devil fruits I want?" "Of course I can." Caesar Clown nodded without hesitation. "In fact, during my time in the Navy, I had similar research. And Vegapunk also conducted experiments with some theoretical overlap. Give me enough funding, and I will definitely achieve this goal." Although there was a bit of a plan to seek research funds, Caesar Clown was indeed not lying. Vegapunk had already researched how non-living objects could consume devil fruits, and due to life design diagrams, he had a deep understanding of devil fruits. This knowledge was clear to him, a defector from the Navy's research department. "Good." Gilgamesh nodded. "Then it's settled. I will provide you with enough funding and enough time. However, if you can't do it," Caesar Clown smirked. "If I can't do it?" Charlotte Linlin, "I command you. If Caesar Clown fails in his research, no matter where he hides, you must kill him," Gilgamesh said calmly. Charlotte Linlin snorted softly and nodded, acknowledging the order. As for Caesar Clown, his face turned pale with fear. Who would play such a dangerous game of being personally hunted by the former four emperors? He felt that unless he hid in the Navy headquarters or Mariehua, he wouldn't be safe at all. But could someone wanted by the world government hide in those two places? Fortunately, he was given time and did not say anything foolish about completing it in a few weeks. Caesar Clown swallowed hard. If he worked hard, he might still make it. Just that in the short term, he wouldn't have time to chat with the girls. Charlotte Linlin, worthy of being one of the four emperors, had quite a stockpile. Not counting other treasures, Zhao Su didn't care about those. Just in terms of devil fruits, she contributed 14. Even the least valuable devil fruit could be worth 100 million, and she casually brought back 14, each a rare gem. Although they weren't as powerful as the natural type, they were still not weak. Most could be priced around 500 million berries. Zhao Su also unhesitatingly took the opportunity to enter the treasury using Gilgamesh's identity, absorbing all the devil fruits. Then, he opened the system template. Host Zhao Su. Character templates. 1. Uchiha Madara, 84. 2. Saitama, 75. 3. Gilgamesh, 74. 4. Itamakoto, 49. 5. Urahara, Kisuke, 61. The major templates had very few significant gains. As aside from Itamakoto, the others were already quite high. Among them, the highest, Uchiha Madara, had a realism level that had reached 84, surpassing his peak period. Apart from the otherworldly powers, he has also acquired quite a few other formidable ninjutsu techniques, even enhancing the relatively weaker water techniques originally possessed by Uchiha Madara. Zhao Su estimates that when the Uchiha Madara template reaches 100, he will be able to learn 80 of all ninjutsu in the Hokage world with a high degree of realism, thereby gaining power equivalent to its peak. Furthermore, exceeding 80 will grant abilities that surpass the original template. Zhao Su is very curious about what others might gain beyond 80. However, he shook his head and decisively added the energy he just obtained from the Devil Fruit to the Kenpachi Zaraki template. The higher the realism, the less impact the Devil Fruit has on it. Zhao Su's eyes shone brightly as he thought. Investing points in templates with lower realism can yield the greatest benefits. Moreover, I will soon take on the identity of this template. Chapter 181. The world government's envoy arrives in Wano Country. Wano Country. Kaido actually has a considerable territory, and after belonging to Kenpachi Zaraki, the protection territory of the 11th Division has expanded to encompass all the territories. The New World was originally a region occupied by the four emperors, along with their vassal states, and the scattered countries occupied by other pirates. Among the territories under the four emperors, over 80 is accounted for. In other words, the nominal territory of the 11th Division now represents 1/5 of the New World. Wano Country was originally quite important to the 11th Division, but after Kaido's surrender, its significance diminished greatly. Fortunately, there are quite a few samurai from Wano Country within the 11th Division who still hold considerable influence. However, everyone knows that the one who truly decides matters is that man. How boring. Kenpachi Zaraki sighed and turned his head, saying, "Hey, that guy named Ash, how about we have a go at each other? I'll let you strike me first. How about that?" Enmity Ash. The Kaido and others behind him twitched their mouths, unsure of what to say. In fact, this isn't the first time Kenpachi Zaraki has said such things. He previously said the same to Drought Jack, and that foolish Jack actually believed him. After striking Kenpachi Zaraki once, the subsequent battle nearly ended with Kenpachi Zaraki killing him. This monster cannot be easily dealt with by just a few strikes. However, it is a bit strange. Kaido squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, I feel like Kenpachi Zaraki has been somewhat weaker recently, but that feeling has disappeared lately, and he seems even stronger now. Is it my illusion? Kenpachi Zaraki glanced at Kaido's expression and shook his head inwardly. It's not your illusion. The earlier Kenpachi Zaraki was just a clone. Clones, naturally, are much weaker than the main body. Now that Zhao Su's main body has returned, relying on the energy obtained from the devil fruit has increased his realism and naturally boosted his strength. At the same time, with the return of the main body, he has also collected the stored devil fruits of the beast pirates. The clone was a wood clone of Uchiha Madara, who was acknowledged by Madara as the only one who could see through this as an enemy. Even Madara could only see through it with his ocular power. In the pirate world, unless there are special fruits, it is almost impossible to see through a clone. Of course, not being able to see through it isn't a big deal. The combat power of clones is not as strong as the main body unless there is overwhelming strength. Otherwise, they can only be used for reconnaissance, confusing enemy and friendly sight, etc. However, the problem is Zhao Su has overwhelming strength. Saitama's physical prowess, Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu, Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual pressure, Gilgamesh's treasure. Even if the clone is significantly weaker than the main body at this moment, with the continuous enhancement of realism, it is already comparable to the masters of the pirate world. Unless engaging in fierce battles with the four emperors, the likelihood of exposure is quite low. However, even so, that guy Kaido still has some doubts. Is it intuition? Zhao Su squinted his eyes, silently sighing. For emperors are indeed four emperors. However, even if he vaguely feels something is off, he hasn't taken action, proving that he can continue to hide. After all, as my strength increases, his intuition should become less reliable. And how many enemies are stronger than the four emperors in the pirate world? Zhao Su remains steady and unperturbed. The unification of Wano Country continues. Although Kazuki Oden has restored his identity and continues to rule Wano Country with the bloodline of the Kazuki clan, being a woman does indeed pose problems. Fortunately, many pirates from the Beast Pirates have joined the 11th Division, suppressing some ill-intentioned individuals and intimidating many discontented citizens. However, even so, Kazuki Oden has not been able to fully control all the powers of Wano Country. Issues regarding gender, age, and the remnants left by Kaido still trouble her. What troubles her the most is food. Kaido had control over all the excellent food in Wano Country, leaving ordinary citizens unable to access it and forcing them to consume food contaminated by factory wastewater. Now that Kazuki Oden is in power, it is naturally impossible for her to act like Kaido. However, the land available for planting food is limited and production cannot be increased in a short time. Kaido also did not store much food, and facing the hungry mouths in the country, Kazuki Oden is also quite troubled. Fortunately, the world government's people have arrived. Kazuki Oden squinted her eyes, looking at the enormous ship. This is a vessel that Wano country currently cannot build. I heard that the people from the world government have come to discuss Wano countries joining the world government. Sake Temaru whispered. Uncle Sake Temaru, how do you know? Kazuki Oden asked in surprise. Sake Temaru's face turned red, and he turned his head away. Could he say he learned it from some members of the former Kaido pirates? Now the 11th Division, the Kaido pirates and Wano country have a deep feud. Although the greatest enmity lies with General Kaido, there is still animosity. Seeing Sake Temaru's expression, Kazuki Oden immediately thought of the truth. There is no way. Wano country has been closed off for many years, and although it has decided to open up, how could it be so simple to connect with the outside world? General, be careful. Sake Temaru's face was flushed, but he still said quietly, we have been away from the outside world for a long time. They may bring some traps when they come. Kazuki Oden nodded, a hint of pressure flashing in her eyes. The entire country rests on her shoulders, and this burden is too heavy for a little girl. However, she instinctively turned her head and saw that familiar figure. Fortunately, she is not without helpers. Yamamoto Jeanri Sai was also taken aback when he saw the world government's delegation. As it turned out to be a familiar face, Spandam's father, the head of the secret intelligence agency CP9, who had received the authority to activate the buster call from former Marine Admiral Sengoku over a decade ago, and was the man who destroyed Robin's hometown of O'Hara. He was also the one who issued the first bounty on Robin. Why would they send him? What is the world government thinking? Zhao Su pondered, feeling helpless. This time, the world government had a rare good move. They sent a familiar face as the chief envoy. Zhao Su's intelligence network could never infiltrate CP9, but it seemed Spandine was no longer affiliated with CP9. It was unclear whether he had been promoted or demoted, but his official identity was that of a government official. As soon as he disembarked, he revealed a flattering smile. This is the Queen of Wano. You should address her as General Kazuki Oden, right? Truly a person of great charisma and charm, far surpassing ordinary rulers. You must be Lord Jotaro. Your loyalty has been widely circulated among the countries of the world government. Many kings lament why they do not have a warrior like you under their command. And this must be Lord Yamamoto Jeanri Sai, the man who defeated the legendary four emperors. Just as he approached, there was a chilling aura about him that sent shivers down the spines of the small-minded. Before Kazuki Oden and the others could say anything, Spandine wasted no time in showering them with various compliments, his expressions utterly servile, eyes filled with admiration. If Zhao Su didn't know who he was, he might have almost believed him. What a sycophant. Zhao Su couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth at Spandine's flattery, while Yamamoto Jeanri Sai wore a look of disdain, completely ignoring him. He didn't care, as if he was used to kissing others' cold backsides, boasting about Wano's people. Even Kaido's subordinates were subjected to his exaggerated praises. Kazuki Oden, being relatively young and lacking much experience in foreign affairs, was blushing from the flattery and invited him back to the capital, Flower Capital. This time, the Navy did not enter through the only safe passage via the waterfall's hidden cave, but rather through the method of utilizing a giant koi fish. It was quite troublesome and still a distance from the capital. They took a considerable amount of time on this journey, and throughout, Spandine's stream of compliments never ceased, each one unique thanks to his vast vocabulary. Upon reaching the capital's castle, Spandine finally revealed the purpose of the world government's delegation, to invite Wano to join the world government. Joining the world government was not merely about being nominally part of it. It involved a series of rights and obligations. Trade, communication, taxation, and protection of the kingdom. Although the world government often plays the role of a villain, many countries desire to join because it has considerable benefits for their economy and politics. Of course, there are drawbacks, such as having a celestial dragon hovering above. However, since the celestial dragons reside in Mariehua, their interference with your country would only occur occasionally, which is a minor issue. From a broader perspective, joining the world government would yield numerous benefits. So why can't all countries join the world government? The reason is simple. Joining requires payment of heavenly gold. The heavenly gold is nominally money given to the celestial dragons, but apart from the celestial dragons spending it, it is also distributed to the Navy and CP for military expenses. This is why the Navy is so passive and must obey the celestial dragons' commands. Even admirals must act for the celestial dragons. The amount of heavenly gold is substantial for economically challenged desert countries like Alabasta. They often need to pay 30% of their national revenue as heavenly gold. This is still manageable for Alabasta due to its vast territory. There are over 170 member countries of the world government, not because other countries don't want to join, but because they cannot afford such a hefty sum of heavenly gold. Fishman Island, despite having many fishermen slaves under the celestial dragons, still joined. Why? Because joining the world government, even excluding the massive heavenly gold, is beneficial for the nation. Kazuki Odin and Jotaro exchanged glances, a glimmer of joy passing through their eyes. They had long discussed the future of Wano and naturally considered the issue of joining the world government. To open the country, they must join the world government. Especially now that Wano was lacking in food, they could obtain assistance from the world government. Kazuki Odin thought to himself, but remained calm and began to bargain with Spandine. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, even though some terms were quite steep, Kazuki Odin made a bold offer, and Spandine readily agreed without hesitation. This included, but was not limited to, the world government's assistance in establishing a complete diplomatic system for Wano and waiving Wano's heavenly gold for 10 years. Such favorable conditions felt like a feast being brought to Wano's doorstep. Of course, there were still some conditions attached. In exchange for agreeing to these terms, we would like to ask Lord Yamamoto Janri-sai for a small favor, Spandine said with a smile. What kind of help? Kazuki Odin's expression changed instantly upon hearing Spandine's words after being moved by the world government's advantageous conditions. Please, Lord Yamamoto Janri-sai, participate in our next encirclement operation to deal with a dangerous target. Of course, this is merely a matter for us who are powerless. I imagine this is nothing for you. Spandine spoke grandly, but his eyes were fixed on Yamamoto Janri-sai. Kaido and Jotaro squinted slightly. So the world government came for him. Chapter 183. Are you asking me to attack myself? The purpose of the world government was specifically aimed at Yamamoto Janri-sai, or rather, the entire 11th Division that included him. Kaido and the Calamities had joined the 11th Division, essentially merging the original 4 emperors, the Beast Pirates, into it. Wouldn't it be a waste not to utilize such power? Of course, in the eyes of the world government, while Kaido was not weak, he was comparable to Sengoku at best. However, in front of Uchiha Madara, he would certainly not measure up. But if they could have Yamamoto Janri-sai, who could subdue Kaido, lend a hand, would they provide food assistance to Wano? Would they support Wano's officials? Help Wano country join the world government? Exempt from 10 years of heavenly gold. Isn't it all about money when it comes to the 687? In front of the world government, which occupies the entire world, what is money worth? Even Bailey and the others can print their own. What is money if the world government would not hesitate to use it to crush Uchiha Madara? However, before King Makimba could respond, Kazuki Odin suddenly stood up. Who do you want King Makimba to deal with? Spandane was taken aback, then smiled and said, It's just someone who has occupied a place. Please don't worry, General. Who exactly is it? Kazuki Odin is not some naive fool. With a fierce expression, he pressed further. Can an insignificant person make the world government invite someone to take action? Uchiha Madara. Spandane no longer quibbled and comforted. Please rest assured, our navy will also go together. We absolutely won't let King Makimba face him alone. Before he could finish, Kazuki Odin's expression darkened, and he directly opened his mouth. Although their contact with the outside world has been short, in order to open the country, Kazuki Odin and Yamato have also investigated some external forces and strong individuals. In fact, there is Uchiha Madara. The various ideas of the Revolutionary Army have little to do with Kazuki Odin, who has just become a general. However, even she knows the legend of this man. Strong, really very strong. He has defeated naval encirclements several times and even captured a general known as the strongest combat power. You actually want King Makimba to fight such a person? Kazuki Odin's eyes instantly turned red, repeatedly saying no. Absolutely not. Spandane frowned and threatened. General, then we can only renegotiate the treaty we discussed before. Renegotiating is fine, Kazuki Odin said coldly. At worst, we won't join the world government, so what? Although joining the world government is very beneficial for the country, what will happen if we don't join? Do you really dare to attack Wano country? Spandane's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. This was the first time he had seen a queen like this, who would rather not take such a good opportunity than risk her subordinate's safety. Oh, Wano country is called a general. No wonder they are lacking in brains. Spandane's thoughts had some issues, such as Wano country and the 11th Division are not the same organization and have no superior subordinate relationship. After all, Wano country has been closed off for so many years, and he is unclear about many things. However, Kaido and the others were very clear. They looked at Kingmu Kenba, waiting for his response. Only he could command Kingmu Kenba. Hey, what do you want me to fight Uchiha Madara for? Kingmu Kenba suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse but with a hint of eagerness. Well, we in the world government can pay some more rewards for this. Spandane was taken aback, then said without hesitation. King Makimba was not polite, directly nodding. Sure. Really? Spandane showed a look of surprise. Kenba. Kazuki Odin frowned, showing a hint of worry. However, Kaido and the others exchanged glances, having no doubts about this outcome. King Makimba is a person who seeks battle. As long as he can fight, he would go without money. However, unexpectedly, King Makimba changed the subject and asked, "Are you planning to fight with me against that Uchiha Madara?" Of course. Spandane said without hesitation, "Our navy will do our utmost to help you. The admiral, the general, and the warlords of the sea will all be mobilized to surround him. We absolutely won't let you take risks alone." The last sentence, Spandane said with conviction. However, King Makimba frowned. Surrounding? Then how can I enjoy the fight? If you want me to go to battle, you all better get far away and let me handle it alone. Otherwise, I'll take you all down with me. The blunt words immediately stunned everyone. Kaido was taken aback, but a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. King Makimba never plays the surround game. If he can handle it alone, he absolutely won't let a second person interfere. What he wants is not victory, but battle. This is completely different from what the world government wants. Spandane's eyes widened, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. No surrounding. Just want to enjoy the fight? Such a thing completely does not align with his thoughts. And regarding King Makimba's suggestion to get far away, he absolutely could not accept. What if we leave and you are defeated? The world government wants victory. Even if you severely injure Uchiha Madara, what if he takes the opportunity to escape? The world government does not lack the land of the Goya kingdom. They only worry about Uchiha Madara. This is something the world government absolutely cannot agree to. Spandane said without hesitation. I won't gang up on others. How can I enjoy the battle like that? Wait until I'm dead, then you can come up. King Makimba said without any politeness. And, in his heart, he was even less polite. Damn it. You wanted to gang up on him? I'd be crazy to agree to that. Chapter 184. Spandane does not know. Second update requested. Chapter 184. Spandane does not know. Second update requested. Forcing Zhao Su to fight Zhao is something the world government has actually done more than once. Previously, Saitama refused to obey orders and did not want to fight Uchiha Madara. Of course, in order to maintain the character's image, Zhao Su, playing Saitama, provided a very good excuse: justice. The Navy does indeed exist to uphold justice, but they mostly uphold the justice of the world government. At this point, Sengoku and others are well aware, which is why they did not treat Saitama particularly harshly. Furthermore, at that time, they were confident that the summoned forces were enough to defeat Uchiha Madara, so Saitama did not face any difficulties. After some time, after Sengoku's defeat, Saitama directly made a big splash during the meteor incident. This completely eliminated the impact of Saitama's refusal to obey orders. King Makimba naturally could not choose Saitama's reasoning, but he also had his own excuse. No surrounding. One-on-one. Damn it, does he even know how strong Uchiha Madara is? Spandane cursed in his heart while continuously trying to persuade the other party, exaggerating Uchiha Madara's strength. If it weren't for Kazuki Odin suddenly saying, "Such a strong enemy. Why do you think you can let Kenba go?" With a pushback, it would probably allow him to praise Uchiha Madara to the heavens. One punch shatters the heavens. One kick destroys the earth. That has already become routine. In Spandam's mouth, Uchiha Madara could collapse the red earth continent with a single fart, killing billions of civilians. I didn't realize I was so strong. Zhao's mouth twitched slightly, and then he continued to push back in the unique, impatient tone of Yamamoto genre sigh. After pushing back for a while to make the other party fully understand his firm resolve, he finally came to a conclusion. How about this? Yamamoto said impatiently. You world government send someone to face me, and as long as you can have someone beat me, I will immediately obey whatever you say. Once you win, I will listen to you on everything. Kaido and Kazuki Oden's mouths twitched. This sounds like Yamamoto's style. Spandam also moved his lips. The world government needs allies. How can they waste useless combat power here? Besides, who doesn't know that this man defeated Kaido and made him submit? This man is not that easy to fight. Does it really mean he has to fight Uchiha Madara first? Spandam frowned, but heard Yamamoto speak again. Your world government is quite strong, right? I heard the Navy has quite a few experts. His eyes seemed to shine as he excitedly said, whether you send one person or 10,000, I will take it on. As long as you can defeat me, you can make me do anything. Upon hearing this, Spandam's eyes lit up. Is that true? Of course. Yamamoto said without hesitation, I just want to fight strong opponents. Although Spandam, the head of the delegation, had his share of bluster, he was indeed quite skilled at reading the room. He not only saw this fact from Yamamoto, but also drew similar conclusions from Kaido and others. All right, then let's say it like this. Spandam immediately agreed without a second thought. Don't underestimate the world government. Its strength is formidable. Among the Navy, there are experts like Sengoku, Garp, and the admirals, as well as many strong individuals in the world government's ranks. If it's one-on-one, I can't guarantee a win. But if you dare to let them gang up on Yamamoto, he's just Yamamoto. Do you think you're Uchiha Madara? Spandam sneered inwardly. Of course, he wasn't a fool. In that case, please let Lord Yamamoto compete with our people first. Spandam smiled faintly and then looked at the rear admiral who escorted them. Perhaps we can settle this today. A rear admiral naturally couldn't defeat Yamamoto, who had beaten Kaido, but he could at least test some of his strength. After all, Wano country is too closed off. No one knows how strong Yamamoto really is. Defeating Kaido is indeed impressive, but how he defeated Kaido still leaves many questions. After all, there are many strange devil fruits in this world, and perhaps there is one that targets Kaido specifically. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's eyes lit up, and he burst out laughing. Interesting. Kid, I like you. He laughed heartily and patted Spandam on the shoulder, then excitedly looked at the rear admiral. Come on, let's fight. The rear admiral escorting the world government's delegation to Wano country, facing the Yonko's pirate crew, is certainly not a weakling. Oni Spider, although his strength is not comparable to an admiral, among the rear admirals, he is definitely a top-tier existence. All right, Oni Spider said, let's find a place where there are no people. He also understood Spandam's intention. He was testing. If he found out that the other party was too strong, he would immediately back out. After all, the treaty had not been signed yet. Neither party had put their names down, so what does it matter? Moreover, even if they had signed, it doesn't mean they can't breach the contract. The so-called treaties between countries are just pieces of paper. After all, it's merely a question of whether the cost is too high and whether it's worth it. If there is someone who can take down Oni Spider with a single blow, I will immediately breach the contract. Spandam thought to himself. That kind of existence must have at least Yonko-level combat power, and if there are no weaknesses to exploit, then I can't agree to such conditions. But if it's not someone who could defeat the rear admiral in one strike, or if there are weaknesses that can be targeted, then this contract can be signed today, and when I go back, the Gorosei will reward me. However, Spandam did not know that the person in front of him always suppressed his own strength in battles, only seeking to fight freely. Chapter 185, Spandam's Report, third update requested. The action-oriented style is Yamamoto's consistent characteristic. Thus, after only about 10 minutes, they found an empty space next to Flower Capital, and he immediately drew his sword and engaged in battle with Oni Spider. Oni Spider, being a top-tier rear admiral, although not as strong as an admiral, is definitely someone who, apart from Kaido himself and the three calamities in the Kaido pirates, no one would dare claim they could defeat him. Like Yamamoto, he also uses a sword. With the 6 styles, Life Return, he manipulated his hair to form 6 arms resembling a spider, plus his 2 original arms, making him look like a spider. Seeing this, Yamamoto's smile gradually became sinister, and he unceremoniously slashed forward. The two fought fiercely, and, after just a few exchanges, Yamamoto was cut by Oni Spider. As proof of his strength, Oni Spider's blade indeed sliced through Yamamoto's body, leaving a wound. Kaido, as expected. The captain is holding back again. Drought Jack, just like when he fought me, the captain let him land a few hits first. Play Queen, he's bleeding again. This habit of bleeding in every fight isn't good, Captain. This was the scene in their eyes, but in Spandam's view, it was another story. He was actually cut so easily by Oni Spider. It seems this Yamamoto isn't anything special. He is skilled in political struggles, but not in combat. His evaluation of combat power was based on a few points: duration of the fight, who gets injured first, who gets cut down first. Although the battle had not reached its final stage, it was clear to see that Oni Spider seemed to be at an advantage. Spandam stroked his chin and glanced at Kaido. Kaido's strength is unquestionable. His submission indeed indicates that the man called Yamamoto must have used some means, right? Slave fruit? Submission fruit? Sovereignty fruit? What a stroke of luck to obtain such a fruit and acquire a subordinate of Yonko level. If I were to obtain such a fruit, I would definitely make the celestial dragons submit to me and then enjoy various beautiful slave girls, building a harem. Spandam thought, but the battle scene changed. The more Yamamoto fought, the more excited he became, swinging his sword without care. Even if hitting the opponent would lead to his own injury, he was completely unconcerned. Under this crazy offensive, after about a dozen more rounds of combat, the Ghost Spider finally fell, almost being bisected by Yamamoto's genre-sized sword at the abdomen. However, he survived, and the forces of Wano immediately dispatched medical personnel. Yamamoto genre-sai also did not have the habit of killing someone on the brink of death. Spandine, the novelist, didn't mind. He had initially intended for Ghost Spider to be a test. Now that Ghost Spider could still remain, and after treatment, he wouldn't have any lasting effects. It was already quite good. Spandine thought for a moment, watching Yamamoto genre-sai return, drenched in blood but nonchalantly carrying his sword, and then revealed a smile, continuing to discuss the upcoming contract with Jay, Tenmaru, and others. Yamamoto genre-sai's strength was not weak, but it wasn't extremely strong either. He was probably around the level of a general, perhaps a bit stronger, considering he defeated Ghost Spider. Although he was injured, he still maintained enough combat power. However, it was only to this extent. At this level, he would ultimately be defeated by the experts sent by the world government and go to besiege Uchiha Bido. Moreover, with Kaido as his subordinate, he had enough value to be courted by the world government. The agreements he discussed could naturally continue. Thus, Spandine showed a gentle smile and made enthusiastic concessions after discussing with Jay, Tenmaru, and others. As for Kazuki Hayori, she went to apply medicine to Yamamoto genre-sai. After friendly discussions and exchanges, Wano joined the world government and established a series of treaties with it. Then, Spandine boarded a ship and slowly departed. This time, they could enter Wano through a safe, hidden passage under a waterfall without the need for risky adventures like this one. Wano would also open up to the outside world, welcoming assistance from the world government, especially in terms of food aid. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his gaze. And then he realized where he was, in the military's medical room. The Navy had equipped its military with various personnel, and the warship Spandine had achieved was particularly well equipped in terms of medical staff. Spandine might be stingy about other matters, but he was always generous when it came to medical personnel. After all, it concerned his own life. Ghost Spider also benefited from this, enjoying high-level medical care. You're awake. Spandine happened to be nearby, watching Ghost Spider regain consciousness. Why are you here? Ghost Spider squinted and asked. He certainly didn't think Spandine was there specifically to see him. Sure enough, he immediately heard Spandine complain, I have no choice. Who knows how many pathogens are in this primitive world of Wano? How can I be at ease without a proper examination? Oh, right. Spandine paused, taking our report. Since you're awake, sign here. Ghost Spider looked over at the report, which basically outlined the work of their group, with more than half of the content detailing how Spandine had worked tirelessly and how he had been troubled by the people of Wano. Although it didn't reach the level of 72 difficulties, it wasn't far off. Ghost Spider had no interest in Spandine's various little thoughts. He only focused on the end of the report, narrowing his pupils. Your evaluation of that man's combat power, isn't it a bit low? Ghost Spider frowned. Low? It shouldn't be, Spandine replied with dissatisfaction. Although you were defeated, you still drew blood from him. My description of his combat power should be considered adequate, right? Upon hearing Spandine's words, Ghost Spider hesitated and did not continue. He always felt that the man named Yamamoto Genre Sai seemed to be hiding something. But fine, I understand. Ghost Spider finally sighed and signed a report. Chapter 186. Admiral Akainu decides to resign. Fourth update requested. Wano has joined the world government. This news quickly spread throughout the world. Of course, in reality, most people were not particularly concerned. The number of member countries of the world government continued to increase, and some even withdrew due to domestic issues, which wasn't a big deal. However, the world government enthusiastically promoted this for a long time. Wano had been isolated, closed off, and had consistently refused to join the world government. Now that it had finally opened up, although the relationship with the world government wasn't very strong, it could still be regarded as a political achievement for the world government. After all, the officials of the world government also needed accomplishments. As a result, Spandine was even personally received by the 5 elders and given a good encouragement, especially because the report he submitted privately was very complete, logical, and convincing. Thus, the 5 elders began to plot who should challenge Yamamoto Genre Sai. While on the other side, the fleet arrived in Wano. We want to join the 11th Division, Karakuri said bluntly, and we also want to request the 1st Division to protect our country, although they set out earlier than the world government. If it weren't for the world government announcing Wano's geographical location and entry methods, which Wano had to disclose for the sake of opening up, he estimated they would have had to search for a long time. After all, the Germa Kingdom and the world government were completely 2 different concepts. Oh, Yamamoto Genru Saisuated. Are you strong? Not bad, Karakuri replied with a slight smile, but when he saw Kaido beside him, he instinctively shrank his neck. I can't compare to you, but compared to ordinary people, our soldiers are absolutely excellent. Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, and others slightly lowered their heads, eyes on their noses on their hearts. Well, let's not talk about strength, let's talk about soldiers. In fact, Karakuri was indeed not weak, and his children were also powerful. Although they were unlikely to compare with the 3 calamities or the 4 commanders under the 4 emperors, they could still hold their own against those below them. However, in front of Gilgamesh and Yamamoto Genre Sai, it was better to be honest. Gilgamesh had subdued Charlotte Linlin, and Yamamoto Genre Sai had subdued Kaido. Although both were dubbed not living up to their names due to their defeats, Karakuri was not so naive. After careful calculation, he concluded that gaining Charlotte Linlin's support could unify the North Sea. And now that Charlotte Linlin had lost an arm, her strength might have significantly decreased. But Kaido was still intact. Yamamoto Genre Sai stroked his chin and was also straightforward. All right, then you can join my 11th Division. The 1st Division was still engaged in combat, but it could be considered aligned with the setting, being a team that protected the Soul Society, country, and could rightfully obtain supplies from the country, Soul Society. However, protecting a country requires not only high-end combat power, but also a sufficient number of reliable soldiers. The artificial soldiers created by Germa are fearless, cost-effective, and obedient to orders, making them excellent candidates as soldiers. Although their strength limit is not high, they are undoubtedly qualified as soldiers. Now, the 11th Division has taken over the various vassal states under Kaido, and there is an urgent need for soldiers to deal with some pirate challenges. Upon hearing Yamamoto Genryu Sai's response, Germa finally breathed a sigh of relief. This means he shouldn't have to worry about being attacked by Gilgamesh, right? Although he would lead some soldiers and a few of his children to join the 11th Division, he couldn't possibly bring all his soldiers into the 11th Division. His mercenary work could still continue, bringing funds to the country. By the way, Captain, Germa quickly changed the subject and said, I have had some conflicts with Gilgamesh. He didn't hide anything and detailed the conflicts he had with Gilgamesh. In fact, he didn't dare to hide anything. In such matters, would he want to offend the second emperor? However, Yamamoto was also not idle and casually said, "Don't worry, if that guy named Gilgamesh comes over, I'll chop him down immediately." Well, anyway, Yamamoto knows that Gilgamesh wouldn't issue any pursuit orders. After all, Yamamoto is Gilgamesh. So he simply took on the responsibility, which made Germa even more touched. Perhaps I should change my perspective. While moved, Germa was secretly calculating. Based on my understanding during this time, the 11th Division seems to be entirely Yamamoto's power. Whether it's Wano or Kaido, they can only influence but not control this power. If I gain Yamamoto's support, can I unify the North Sea? Germa squinted his eyes. He would not hesitate to defect from the world government in the future just to ally with Charlotte Linlin and then seize the North Sea. And now, it seems the plan can be adjusted to apply to Yamamoto. For example, a marriage alliance? Instinctively, he looked at his eldest daughter, Reiju. Reiju is tall, has an exquisite appearance, is graceful and poised, perhaps. I need to plan this out well. 3 months later, 2 emperors surrendered one after another, causing the seas to become turbulent, with ambitious individuals constantly moving in the shadows. However, as time passed and countless challengers to the emperors failed, the seas gradually stabilized again. Although the ambitious ones had not given up, their actions turned underground. The visible seas had become much more peaceful. At this time, a piece of news from the Navy once again stirred up the entire sea. Known as the strongest force of the Navy, the Admiral Akainu, who had once been captured by Uchiha, submitted his resignation to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, stating that he was ashamed to continue serving as admiral due to his captured status and decided to resign from his position and start anew. This news spread once more to all corners of the world, causing quite a stir. The place that stirred the most was, of course, the Navy. Chapter 187. Is Saitama going to take over as admiral? Navy headquarters. Akainu, are you sure you want to do this? Sengoku's voice was extremely deep, carrying a weight of seriousness. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I've been thinking about this for a long time, Akainu replied, his voice equally grave. As the highest combat power of the Navy, I absolutely cannot have any blemish. I hadn't made this request before because the sea was turbulent and unstable. But now, I can say this. He took a deep breath and said, I wish to resign from the position of admiral and start anew as a recruit. In fact, Akainu had thought about this matter more than once. Akainu is a proud person who embodies absolute justice. Justice cannot be tarnished. He is definitely not the kind of man who would cling to the position of admiral after multiple defeats. We've all lost. Why must you be like this? Kizaru behind him shook his head. That man is not someone who can be easily defeated. You merely lost. I was captured and later redeemed by the world government. Akainu clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. We are not the same. In the last war, other high-ranking officials managed to retreat, but only Akainu was captured. This was absolutely something he could not tolerate. Sengoku sighed. This was actually Akainu's mental block. Just as Akainu said, if he hadn't returned from Uchiha Madara's captivity, if he hadn't spent time recovering from his injuries, and if the sea hadn't been continuously unstable, he would have resigned long ago. I am willing to start from the bottom, to be a recruit in the new world, Akainu said again. Of course, he hoped to participate in the next battle against Uchiha Madara. As an admiral, he knew the Navy and the world government's plans against Uchiha Madara. Naturally, he did not want to miss such a significant matter. Once I kill Uchiha Madara, I will accumulate merits again and become an admiral once more. Akainu's eyes were bright. His voice was deep but steady as a mountain. Sengoku remained silent for a moment and sighed. Are you really not going to reconsider? No reconsideration. I've thought about it a lot, Akainu said in a deep voice. I have been considering this since the moment I was captured. Moreover, I made the decision early on. His resolute words made everyone understand Akainu's will. All right, I respect your choice, Sengoku finally sighed and said. Akainu did not leave the Navy. He would still serve the Navy. So, let us respect his choice. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. Akainu slightly bowed, his words carrying a hint of formality. Sengoku sighed again, and did not try to change his mind. Since he wanted to be a recruit, he should not always rely on his previous status and achievements. This was not an issue for Akainu. Of course, he also knew that although Akainu said he would start as a recruit, due to his status and achievements, no one would let him suffer hardships. In fact, superiors might treat him as a superior. Considering his strength, even if he started as an ordinary sailor, he could quickly rise again. After a long silence, Sengoku looked at Akainu again. Since you resigned as admiral, have you considered who will succeed your position? Although the admiral is appointed by the world government and the fleet admiral, as a former admiral, Akainu also has the right to nominate. However, Akainu glanced at Sengoku. Are you suggesting I nominate Saitama? Saitama is a rising star in the Navy, strong and powerful, with a strong sense of justice. Even the older generation like Garp and Zephyr praise him highly. His achievements are enough. He has participated in battles more than once. And the World Destroyer Wald was killed by him with a single punch. Akainu immediately saw Sengoku's intention, wanting him to help, but I don't like his personality. Akainu bluntly pointed out, no matter the reason, an order is an order. Those who disobey orders are not worthy of being soldiers. With his strict personality, he did not like Saitama's soft and fluffy demeanor at all. Is that so? Sengoku sighed. But after you resign, who else can take your place? Momotaro? Shibuya? They are much weaker compared to Saitama. Akainu was silent for a moment. Among the rising stars of the Navy, Momotaro and Shibuya were already considered the strongest. However, they indeed seemed unsuitable for the position of admiral. Akainu glanced at Kizaru and finally nodded. All right, I will recommend Saitama. Kizaru, why are you looking at me? Just nod if you're going to. The news of Akainu's resignation quickly spread within the Navy, and many felt regretful. In fact, Akainu's prestige was quite good. Compared to the lazy Akiji and Kizaru, he was the most diligent and ambitious one. Although there were some negative effects, such as being too strict overall, many hawkish Navy members admired this admiral. However, since Akainu was determined to resign and Sengoku had already agreed, the process began and no one could say anything. Soon, everyone started to ponder who would take over Akainu's position as admiral. Some well-informed people already knew about Akainu's recommendation. Congratulations, General Saitama, Daisuke said excitedly. I heard you were about to be promoted? It hasn't been decided yet, Tina huffed, her eyes no longer showing defiance. During this time, Saitama seemed not to have participated in any major operations, but he had been continuously cleaning up pirates. Capturing pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Capturing pirates with bounties of $1 billion. Capturing the Yonko with bounties in the tens of billions. Well, he hasn't encountered that yet. However, regardless of the type of pirate, or even whether they are pirates, as long as Saitama meets them, he charges straight in to arrest them. His expression seems silly and fluffy, almost like cotton candy. However, when it comes to issues of justice, he has never compromised. Because of this, Sengoku has had to deal with the troubles he brought several times, such as reports from high officials of the world government. Yet, nothing has ever made this man, who doesn't look like a soldier at all, compromise. As for the position of admiral, Saitama casually said it doesn't matter to him. After all, it's all about catching pirates, and there shouldn't be a hierarchy among heroes. Moreover, it's not confirmed that I will be promoted. There might still be some issues. How could that be? It must be you, General Saitama. Daisuke smiled sweetly. Tina rolled her eyes in annoyance. Now, besides you, who else can be this admiral? However, Saitama was right. A problem did arise. The world government proposed another candidate. Chapter 188, World Recruitment. Second update request, the Navy headquarters. What are you thinking? Sengoku's face darkened, and he rarely cursed. We are the Navy. We are the Navy. You actually want to veto a vice admiral who has fought for the Navy and nominate a name we've never heard of? 5 elders, what are you thinking? Sengoku proposed that Saitama take over Akainu's position. After some thought, Akainu nodded. After all, besides Saitama, the Navy only had 2 other substitutes left, Momotaro and Shibuya. Although they had been in the Navy longer than Saitama, their strength was far inferior, and their achievements were also much less than those of Saitama, who had been continuously fighting. But now, the 5 elders actually vetoed Sengoku's proposal and suggested another candidate? What a joke. The people you mentioned, I've never even heard of. Sengoku, we are not discussing this with you. The voice from the transponder snail was cold and firm. Our decision has its reasons. This is our order. You just need to obey. Aren't you just worried that Saitama won't obey you? Sengoku pointedly noted the root of the 5 elders' orders. Saitama is not a pure soldier. In his words, he is first a hero and then a soldier. Even his identity as a soldier is not important to him. He just wants to be a hero. Therefore, he didn't even intervene in the battle against Uchiha Madara because he felt that it wasn't heroic. Revolutionary Army? World government? In simple terms, these are just 2 forces. I'm not saying whether the royal system has problems or whether the Revolutionary Army is a clean government. Just the battle between these 2 forces has nothing to do with justice. Please don't call me for matters unrelated to justice. However, this is not what the 5 elders and celestial dragons need. They need obedient soldiers like Garp and Akainu, who understand what it means to obey orders. Are you sure you want to defy the superior's orders? Enough, Sengoku. The voice from the transponder snail was cold and ruthless. As a soldier, you cannot defy superior orders. But Sengoku is not easy to provoke, he coldly replied. As an important force for maintaining the world government, I hope the Navy gets your respect. If you want to select some outstanding individuals in strength and character to be admirals, I have no objections. But the people you mentioned, I haven't even heard their names. Let someone most Navy soldiers haven't heard of be an admiral? How could you even think of this? In fact, this is also the fundamental reason why Sengoku opposed it. I can understand if you don't want Saitama to be an admiral. After all, the Navy is indeed a subordinate of the world government. It's normal for you to have some influence. It's not strange to affect the selection of admirals. But at least give me a normal candidate. A guy who has never been a Navy soldier for a day to become an admiral? Don't even mention me. Would the soldiers below accept it? The voice from the transponder snail was silent for a moment and finally said, I understand. After a while, I will give you an explanation. Saying that, he hung up directly. Sengoku snorted coldly and pushed the transponder snail aside. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, don't always look so gloomy. Garp laughed heartily and then handed over a pack of senbei, saying to eat some to calm down. They have done this kind of trick before in the world government. Why should you care so much? Sengoku sat down angrily, biting into a rice cracker as if he were biting into some enemy. In reality, he knew that the world government was involved in too many things they found unacceptable, and there was really nothing to say about it. Not to mention the atrocities committed by the celestial dragons, which were enough to infuriate many Navy soldiers. But what could be done? In the end, he had to put on a smile and gradually appease the sailors. Sometimes, when it came to the celestial dragons, Sengoku felt that his sense of justice wasn't as righteous as it should be. In my opinion, not becoming a general isn't a big deal. Being a general comes with a lot of trouble, and it might not be the life that Saitama wants. Garp chuckled, munching on a rice cracker. What is the big deal about being a general? Isn't being a vice admiral just fine? Sengoku glanced at him, but said nothing. In fact, Garp was indeed qualified to say such things. This was the man who, 38 years ago, single-handedly blocked the unstoppable advance of the Rocks pirates at God Valley and teamed up with Roger to annihilate the entire pirate crew. Thus, he was hailed as a hero of the Navy. However, the reason he teamed up with the pirates was to protect the celestial dragons and their slaves. Due to some past events, he felt a deep aversion to becoming a general. When the celestial dragons were in danger, it was the generals who had to take action. That was why he remained a vice admiral and never got promoted. It wasn't he that the Navy didn't want to promote him. It was that he himself didn't want to be promoted. This time was different, Sengoku said coldly. Saitama's achievements, strength, and character all qualify him to be a general. And right now, we can't find a second candidate in the Navy. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig have enough qualifications, and their strength is barely comparable. But if we can have the best, why choose the inferior? However, the Navy is ultimately a subordinate department of the world government, and the soldiers must obey their superiors. Sengoku finally sighed. Let us see what the Gorosei will decide. About an hour later, Sengoku received another call from the Gorosei. Hearing the response on the phone, Sengoku's expression went from frowning to gradually relaxing. 3 days later, Saitama looked at the smiling Zephyr who was running over, and then at the flyer Zephyr just handed to him. To make up for the loss of the Navy headquarters' highest combat power, They decided to hold a selection for strong fighters to join the Navy, with the possibility of becoming a general. Saitama frowned at the words on the flyer. Zephyr laughed heartily. Don't worry. Old man has already put your name in. You should thank me and Sengoku for pushing through a lot of trouble to let you participate. That expression seemed to imply that the position of general was already waiting for Saitama. However, Saitama still looked perplexed and thought to himself, ISNT this just world conscription? Recommend a book to a friend Pokemon. Supreme Recharge System, a legendary work by the great author Xue Bing. Feels like it could be compared to this baby. Chapter 189. Saitama's Wig, Third Update Request. Chapter 189. Saitama's Wig, Third Update Request. World conscription was originally a remedial measure taken by the world government to fill the 2 vacant general positions due to the loss of the highest combat power, Akiji, and the promotion of Akainu to martial. Through a martial arts competition based solely on strength, outstanding warriors will be directly granted positions and join the Navy. In the future, the Navy headquarters generals Fujitora and Greenbull were both appointed this way. Now it seemed they were going to do it ahead of time. Zhao Su blinked, then heard Zephyr casually say that the Gorosei might be overstepping, trying to prevent Saitama from ascending to the position of general. If a conscription martial arts competition could solve the problem, they would have found a way to deal with the treasure map long ago. Zephyr was full of confidence in Saitama and was not worried at all. In fact, there was really not much to worry about. Saitama tilted his head. Thinking about the martial arts competition, there might be some masters of martial arts and swordsmanship. Zephyr casually remarked, don't underestimate it. Underestimate? Saitama blinked. Does that mean they're very strong? Yes, they're very strong. Zephyr nodded in agreement. If they were weak, the Gorosei wouldn't bother with a martial art competition and would have long since issued orders to suppress us. Saitama's eyes lit up. I'm suddenly a bit interested. Interested? Speaking of which, Saitama, you seem to say that you felt no interest in anything because you were too strong. Zephyr laughed heartily at this. You've already eliminated so many pirates. Do you still feel that way? Well, not at all. Saitama nodded, and then added in his heart, especially now as the realism increases. The news of the world conscription quickly spread throughout the world, with the power of the world government. It wasn't difficult to disseminate the news, which also attracted a lot of attention. The world government is indeed the legitimate power of the world. Although it is extremely corrupt internally, its exterior appears quite glamorous. Especially this time, the world government's large-scale conscription, even directly granting positions to experts, attracted the attention of many. That's the Navy's general. No need to accumulate merits. No need to hunt down pirates. No need to work hard for your superiors. You can rise to the top in one step, as long as you're strong enough. Of course, this matter couldn't be held immediately. It needed to wait for the selections to begin in various places. Otherwise, if a flood of applicants came at once, even the Holy Land, Mary Geos, couldn't handle it. Saitama, being a vice admiral and a seed sent by the Navy, naturally had some privileges, which meant he could directly participate in the finals later. Of course, similar cases weren't just one. There were also Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Since it was a competition anyway, might as well throw in 2 more. If those 2 performed well, even if they couldn't get promoted, they could still justifiably give them more responsibilities and raise their salaries, right? Well, that was Marshal Sengoku's idea. Saitama naturally didn't care. Whether the world conscription happened or not, the result would be pretty much the same. However, Dasky seemed a bit unhappy and said, why should everyone compete together? This should originally belong to our Vice Admiral Saitama. Tina looked at it openly and comforted her. Don't worry, he is so strong. There is definitely no problem. Dasky pouted for a while and nodded. Also, Vice Admiral Saitama is so strong. What can't he solve? Strength, ISNT everything. And Saitama stretched lazily, looking at the pirates he had just dealt with and the shattered pieces of pirate ships in the distance, sighed. Sometimes being too strong can also be a burden. Oh, Dasky asked curiously. You're already so strong. Is there really anything that troubles you? Of course there is. Saitama casually remarked. No matter how strong my power is, some things just can't be solved no matter what. Like what? Dasky asked curiously. For example, Saitama fell silent for a moment, his expression slightly unnatural. Hair? Tina, Dasky. 3 seconds later, both of them covered their mouths and their shoulders shook with laughter. No, we can't laugh. Mocking the commander is a great sin, and we might even get killed by Major Saitama. But I can't hold it in anymore. Saitama smirked and said, if you can't hold it in, then don't. Look at your faces, they're all red. In the next second, ha ha, I'm sorry, Major Saitama. I just couldn't hold it in. For a moment, the two girls on the ship were laughing uncontrollably, filled with a joyful atmosphere. The preliminary rounds for world conscription were taking place everywhere, and signing up was simple. As long as you had no criminal record, anyone could apply. Even minor criminal record wasn't a big deal. As long as it wasn't a major crime like robbery or murder, it was acceptable. In fact, this was also the standard for joining the Navy. Conscription was essentially for the Navy. Many strong individuals emerged from various places, first competing in their home country's contests, and then gathering on the island where the Navy headquarters was located, Marineford, for the finals. Saitama only needed to participate in the competition, which saved a lot of time. However, the Navy became busy because of this. The Saitama and Momoto participating in the finals originally had Navy jobs. Now that they were here for the competition, their original jobs naturally needed to be taken over by others. Plus, with so many strong individuals gathering in Marineford, the Navy had to allocate considerable manpower to maintain order. Therefore, many vice admirals went to various places to oversee things, and Zephyr even went to the New World to hunt pirates, unable to watch Saitama's match. And now the finals finally began. Strong competitors gathered here, and Momoto, tall and graceful, with clear eyes and a sword at her waist, looked at the opponents gathered below, her big eyes slightly squinting. There seemed to be quite a few strong fighters. Major Saitama, what do you think? Saying this, she turned her head to look at the person behind her. However, when she saw the person behind her, her expression became slightly strange. Major Saitama, what's wrong? Saitama replied calmly. Your image. Momoto hesitated and said, it seems a bit different from the image I understood before. Saitama fell silent for a moment, quietly touching the wig on his head. Well, don't mind these details. Chapter 190, Green Bull, 4th Update Request. Chapter 190, Green Bull, 4th Update Request. Saitama's wig was a gift from Dasky, who seemed to feel a bit guilty for laughing too much at the time. So 2 days ago, Dasky specially went to the Chambord Islands to buy a high-end wig made from supposedly the best materials, designed by professional stylists, and perfectly fitted to the scalp. Just this wig cost Dasky, who had just become a petty officer, 1 or 2 months' salary. It seems she wanted to express, Major Saitama, the hair problem can still be solved. Well, whether it can be solved or not, Zhao knows that as long as he maintains a blank expression, that's enough. Momoto blinked her beautiful big eyes, not saying anything. Sure enough, Major Saitama is quite strange. After thinking for a moment, she smiled brightly. Then, for the upcoming matches, please show mercy, Major Saitama. As a capable vice admiral, it would be impossible for her to say she didn't have a competitive spirit. Wanting to seize this admiral position was only natural. However, after watching Saitama's performance a few times, she wisely gave up on this little thought. For what she understood, Chafun was similar. That kind of power was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Show mercy, huh? Saitama's expression remained blank. It would be nice if there were a few decent experts. They're definitely experts. Momoto smiled and said, as far as I know, many masters of swordsmanship and martial arts have been attracted by the rewards from the world government. Swordsmanship? Martial arts? Saitama blinked. Major Saitama is a martial arts expert, right? Momoto smiled and asked, who do you think is stronger? I don't know martial arts. Huh? Momoto was taken aback, as if she thought she had misheard something. I don't know martial arts, Saitama repeated. What is that? Is it strong? Do you know martial arts? Can you introduce it to me? Momoto carefully looked at Saitama several times and found that he didn't seem to be lying. But you actually don't know martial arts? Momoto twitched her lips. If you want to know, why not just ask Teacher Zephyr? Teacher Zephyr knows a lot about martial arts and is very strong. He seems to appreciate you as well. What kind of talk is that? Saitama's voice was as lazy as ever. How can I bother the old man? The old man? The one who just called Sengoku a few days ago to brag about how he defeated a batch of pirates? Momoto slightly twitched her lips and said, it's okay. There are quite a few martial arts masters in this competition. You'll probably see them soon. The World Conscription Martial Art Competition is actually more like a martial arts tournament. After all, the selection mainly focuses on strength. As long as you have no criminal record, everyone competes based on strength. And even the decayed world government rarely pulls any tricks in this regard. However, although it is conscription and not a sports event, the world government still sent some hosts and even sold audience tickets as entertainment. It is said that some celestial dragons were even keen to come and watch. So what's the difference between this and a sports event? Zhao Su scoffed in his heart. The host took the stage and enthusiastically introduced the strong contenders. However, Zhao Su didn't even listen until they called for our Navy Vice Admiral, Saitama. Saitama walked up to the stage with a face of a salted fish. Then listened to the host excitedly ask, "Major Saitama, you actually participated in the competition this time. It is truly our honor to witness your battle. Do you have anything to say to the strong contenders below?" Saitama glanced at the various experts gathered below. They were all muscular, with fists that could stand on a person, arms that could race horses, and narrowed eyes filled with killing intent looking at Saitama. It was said that some individuals from the world government had contacted some of these strong contenders, promising certain benefits. For example, defeat Saitama, and you can be directly promoted to admiral. Saitama blinked and touched his head, more accurately, the wig on his head. "I hope when we fight later, you won't hit my head." Host, to the contestants across from you. "Audience, are you here to fight?" Saitama spent a month or two salary to buy a wig, which got ruined. After a moment of silence, voices erupted around him. Although this island is where the Navy headquarters is located, Marineford, more of the audience were personnel from the world government. Hearing Saitama say, "Don't hit my head," it was inevitable that some sounds came from the crowd. However, Dasky, who had spent a considerable amount of her salary on audience tickets, excitedly clapped her hands, almost creating afterimages. "Go for it, Vice Admiral Saitama." Next to her, Tina thought, "Should I keep my distance from this little fangirl?" The match began. As one of the contestants, Saitama sat on the contestants' platform with Peach Rabbit and others, watching the match below. The two fighters down there were not from the Navy, but rather experts recruited from around the world. However, despite being experts, the gap in strength was still quite significant. Bang! In just 3 punches, the opponent had already fallen. "The winner is Leopold," the host announced. Leopold yawned and said, "What a hassle, this conscription thing. It takes too long to fight." Saying this, he ignored the host and directly walked toward the contestants' area. "Huh." Saitama was taken aback as Leopold walked right up to him. Peach Rabbit squinted her eyes, thinking this man is very strong. The opponent definitely had the strength of a bounty over 100 million, yet he couldn't withstand 3 moves against this man. Was he here for something regarding Vice Admiral Saitama? "I'll defeat you and take your position as Admiral," Leopold bragged. "Someone called you Saitama, right?" Saitama replied, "Oh." Leopold continued, "Although we have no grievances, I'm sorry, but I want the Admiral position." Saitama responded, "Oh," his voice as calm as ever, as if nothing had changed. Leopold didn't care, yawning again and turning to leave. Before he left, he casually said, "By the way, what title should I have when I become Admiral?" Borsellino is called Kizuru. Kuzan is called Akiji. Sakazuki is called Akainu. I'm called Green Bull, how about that? Since Green Bull had not yet appeared in the original work, including his actual name and abilities, everything is original from this author. Chapter 191. Just don't hit my head, first update request. So, he is Green Bull. Zhao Su squinted his eyes, watching the departing figure. Green would later become an admiral of the Navy headquarters alongside Fujitora through world conscription, praised by Doflamingo as a super powerful monster. Looking at him now, he indeed has some capability, deserving of the admiral title. Even without using his devil fruit ability, he defeated an opponent with a strength definitely over 100 million in just 3 moves. This is the current admiral's level. It seems I might run into this Green Bull soon. The matches continued, with experts from various places stepping up one after another, including Peach Rabbit herself, who went out to fight once. Saitama and Peach Rabbit crossed paths. "Did you win, Peach Rabbit?" Saitama casually asked. "Didn't you see?" Peach Rabbit blinked her beautiful big eyes. I went to the bathroom," Saitama replied with a lazy expression. "You really are." Peach Rabbit's eye twitched. She now understood why her friend Tina always complained about this Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral Saitama, you need to be careful of your next opponent. Peach Rabbit squinted at the person who had already stepped onto the stage. Bounty Hunter Gary. He has captured pirates with bounties of 300 million before. Capturing pirates is a completely different difficulty compared to killing them. To survive, one needs extremely strong strength to crush their opponent. I watched his previous battle against another person. His strength is very formidable, and his methods are ruthless. That opponent had his arms and legs broken. Saitama seemed to ignore her and walked forward. Looking at his shoulder, this cloak doesn't seem to be worn properly. I shouldn't have gone up to the contestant area without asking her how to wear a navy cloak. Are you even listening? Peach Rabbit's eyes twitched. As expected, Tina was right. This Vice Admiral is really frustrating. Stepping onto the stage, the host loudly stirred up the atmosphere. Next up is the Navy's Vice Admiral, Saitama. How will Vice Admiral Saitama respond to Gary's furious attacks? What kind of display will Mr. Gary's terrifying hell assassination technique have on stage? Will this match once again be a crushing battle? It was clear that the host had received certain instructions from the world government. Saitama's strength is genuine, and his accomplishments are clearly evident. However, in the host's words, Saitama's strength was completely ignored, and Gary's strength was excessively praised, as if it were a given that Gary would defeat Saitama. Under such hosting, if Saitama really lost, the winner could easily and justifiably overshadow Saitama and take the admiral position without hesitation. Would Gary once again send his opponent to the hospital with absolute strength? The host loudly stirred up the atmosphere. I just want to teach some of the less aware guys a lesson. Saitama's expression was stern. Listen well, battle is not a sport, but a life and death struggle. Hey, are you listening to me? Saitama was focused on tying his cloak, thinking, damn, why is this navy cloak so hard to tie? I feel like the button I tied earlier is off. It's so uncomfortable to wear. Forget it. I'll just endure it. Saitama sighed and let go of his hands. I'm going to take you down. Gary's forehead was bulging with veins. The host loudly announced. The battle begins. Gary squinted his eyes. No matter what he thought inside, the opponent was still a Vice Admiral of the Navy, a person with a pretty strong reputation, so he couldn't be too weak. However, this guy is full of flaws. Gary squinted at Saitama. What is this man thinking? Or does he already know the world government's actions and is feeling hopeless, thinking of giving up? Does he really want to fight? In the next moment, Gary stepped forward. The two sides gradually approached, with Gary's muscular body giving him a vantage point to look down on Saitama. Hey, are you not going to fight? Hurry up and get into position. What position? Saitama looked up. The martial arts stance. Gary snorted coldly. Since you didn't bring a sword, you must be using martial arts. Don't tell me you're just an outsider. Actually, I'm quite curious about what martial arts is. Saitama's voice still carried a slow and silly tone. It seems like you play some kind of martial arts, right? Let me see it. All right. Gary's forehead was full of veins, and he suddenly bent down, grabbing Saitama's hair. Kid, I'm going to tell you right now, bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Saitama threw a punch. An incredibly swift fist seemed to create flames as it cut through the air. Gary was sent flying, soaring nearly 100 meters high. Don't touch my head, Saitama said lazily as usual. Darsky's salary is already low. It's not easy for her to save money. If the gift she spent so much on gets ruined by you, I can't explain it to her. Bang! Just as Saitama finished speaking, Gary began to descend and crashed heavily outside the ring. The ground trembled slightly, filled with dust. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. One punch. Just one punch. The once formidable bounty hunter Gary, who had captured individuals with bounties over 100 million, was swept away by a single punch. For a moment, the venue was silent. After a while, the host finally came to his senses and shouted, outside the ring, the victor has been determined. Gary is defeated. Then came the calls for an ambulance and doctors, and the scene became chaotic. Meanwhile, Saitama was momentarily stunned, then adjusted his wig. Oh no, it's all tied up. I haven't even experienced what martial arts are about. Next time, I should definitely observe martial arts before making a move. As long as the next opponent doesn't mess with my hair, yeah, that's the plan. Chapter 192. The host is a bit upset. Second update request. Chapter 192. The host is a bit upset. Second update request. Is he really that strong? Tao's pupils widened. instinctively touching her own arm. She even felt a shiver. Strong. Really strong. No wonder Zephyr and Sengoku wanted to recruit this man into the Navy. If his reputation for strength is true, then his sense of justice is undoubtedly worth it. He truly merits Sengoku and the 5 elders' attention. This man has that value. Even Green Bull narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder the world government offered such favorable conditions. Because this man is very strong. Can't I just have an easy time getting fat? However, this is troublesome. Green Bull sighed lightly, really. T-Turtle squinted, the corners of his mouth turning up. His expression unchanged. Saitama, of course, was unaware of the feelings of others. He walked straight back to the contestant bench and took off the wig. My scalp has been itching from wearing this the whole time. Did Darsky buy a fake one? Or is it just that wigs naturally make the scalp itchy? This is an unsolvable problem. However, luckily he doesn't have to wear the wig all the time. After this world recruitment ends, Darsky won't make me wear it normally, right? Saitama sighed. I can handle a competition, but wearing it normally is such a hassle. Meanwhile, in a room at the martial arts arena, he is really strong. A man squinted, his lips slightly pursed. How are we supposed to complete the task assigned by the 5 elders? The bounty hunter Gary was already one of the strongest among the participants in the world recruitment. It's not an exaggeration to say he had the strength of an ordinary vice admiral. He was considered a top contender in the world recruitment. Yet he was eliminated by Saitama with just 1 punch. The others are also unreliable. Among those we prepared, only Leopold, Tyler, and Elsie can compare to the bounty hunter Gary. The others are not even on the same level as that bald middle-aged man, whose face looked grim. We must ensure his failure. We can't allow any mistakes. Someone beside him chimed in. For a moment, the room was filled with silence. However, after the silence, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should use some small tricks. The world recruitment continued. The competition lasted a long time, but true experts naturally wouldn't be eliminated. Intense battles occurred continuously on the arena, with martial arts, swordsmanship, and even devil fruit users taking the stage. However, soon, Tao's brows furrowed slightly. The world government is up to something. She noticed that nearly all the strong fighters were matched against the weak. There were basically no clashes between strong opponents. The problem is that for fairness, all matches were supposed to be randomly assigned. In hundreds of battles, no powerful existence had the misfortune of encountering equally strong enemies. The results were mostly overwhelming victories. Although this approach was quite favorable for the Navy, it was somewhat unfair. The ultimate prize for this competition was naturally the position of Admiral, but there were also many positions below that: Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, Commodore. These rewards depend on one's strength and ranking in the world recruitment. Now, excluding luck and preventing strong opponents from clashing seemed advantageous for the Navy. After all, it could reward the strong without allowing a lucky fool to rise to a high position. But would the world government be so kind? Tao scoffed at this. Sure enough, looking at the battle list displayed on the screen by the snail phone, the outcome was clear. Saitama versus T-Turtle. Among the battles within the Navy, T's strength is also not weak. These two can be considered the only strong opponents to clash. This group is really... Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly heard T-Turtle speak beside her. I forfeit. Huh? The host was taken aback. I said I forfeit, T said calmly. I can't defeat Vice Admiral Saitama. I surrender. The host was stunned for a moment and could only say, all right, then T forfeits. Saitama wins. Hearing this, T-Turtle smiled slightly, showing a righteous smile directed at Tao. Tao breathed a sigh of relief. At least we don't need internal conflict within the Navy. Although T-Turtle probably wouldn't win, it also saved Saitama from wasting energy on meaningless battles. T-Turtle, Tao, aren't you going to look at me? Saitama, I still haven't seen what martial arts or swordsmanship is about. In the conference room of the martial arts arena. Damn it. T-Turtle actually withdrew. Adjust the battle strategy. It seems Tao might also withdraw. Don't give Saitama a chance. Let him face the weapons dealer Tyler in the next match. Yes, I want to see how he rests. The host must continue to suppress Saitama, not allowing him to gain any good reputation. Don't forget that this match is being broadcast worldwide. Thus, the subsequent arrangements became a series of changes. Under the orders of the world government, The host tried every means to lower Saitama's evaluation. For example, Tyler used his exceptional speed to circle around Saitama, trying to find a flaw. The host remarked, Saitama's strength is quite impressive, but his speed may not be that strong. Tyler has a chance. Bang! Saitama was instantly caught up by Green Bull and defeated in 1 second. Saitama, you're circling around me so much that your wig is about to blow off. For example, Elsie took a deep breath and used the slash technique. The sword wind was fierce. Elsie chose to charge his attack, which is not something a strong person should instinctively do. He gave Elsie a chance. Host, although General Saitama's strength is decent, he is too careless. Bang! Saitama countered with a punch, obliterating both the opponent and their sword. Saitama, what's with the sharp wind? You've already cut off 2 strands of my wig. The host tried to salvage the situation. This time, Saitama's opponent is not ordinary. Bang! The host was still trying hard. Saitama! Bang! The host was in tears. Who the hell can tell me how to speak to lower this man's evaluation? Chapter 193. Green Bull vs. Saitama. Third update requested. Chapter 193. Green Bull vs. Saitama. Third update requested. Saitama swept through everyone, resolving every encounter with a single punch. In fact, there's not much to say. Saitama's realism has reached 75. It can be said that this is Saitama in his prime. What does Saitama's prime mean? Playing back and forth could make his speed claim to be the strongest ninja. Jumping directly from a moon back to Earth. A serious punch is enough to destroy surface-level enemies. Destroying a meteorite with 1 punch? That's just the basics. In fact, Saitama himself is an almost conceptual issue. His character is such that he can defeat any opponent, no matter how strong, with a single punch. In other words, in his world, he is absolutely invincible. Strength is inevitable. Damn, how can he be this strong? The few people in the back were almost pulling their hair out. 1 punch. All enemies go down in 1 punch. Who's left? Someone asked. Leopold. Leopold, also known as Green Bull, has also won every match and hasn't used his abilities yet. Calm down. I heard from CPQ that the strongest among the participants this time seems to be Leopold. A middle-aged man said solemnly. He proved this in the previous battles. Although he didn't go all out, his actual performance against Peach Rabbit indeed demonstrated his strength. Since Peach Rabbit, we haven't arranged any strong opponents for him, so he should be very energetic, while that guy named Saitama has always faced powerful enemies. No matter how thorough the victories, there must be some consumption. This sounds somewhat reasonable, but everyone couldn't help but cast strange glances. Are you sure the guy who defeats everyone with 1 punch hasn't had any consumption until now? It's just 1 punch. What kind of consumption could there be? I heard that Saitama defeats anyone with just 1 punch. Someone besides suddenly interjected. Maybe he uses some kind of combat technique. Combat technique? Everyone turned to look. Exactly. The person nodded. For example, in swordsmanship, the drawing technique pursues a 1-hit kill. The sword drawn is the strongest strike. Saying this, he became more convinced. Perhaps General Saitama is strong precisely because of that 1 punch. Once he uses that punch, he might not have any abilities left. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, that must be it. Otherwise, how could that guy named Saitama be stronger than so many renowned, powerful figures? You should know that even a general can't take out a bounty of over $1 billion with every move. Yeah, it should be like that. Then, director. The host is asking what to do next. An employee suddenly ran over to ask. What to do? The middle-aged man frowned and asked sternly. The employee said. He said that under the current circumstances, it's already very difficult to suppress Saitama's evaluation. No matter how forcefully we suppress it, the audience won't believe it. In fact, by the time of the finals, the host had already been given the title of the most blind host in history. If it weren't for the people behind him, he would have changed his tune long ago. Every time he said something about Saitama, there would be a wave of noise from below, not only hurting his reputation, but also his heart. Continue to suppress. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Carrying a bit of authority, tell him that in this last battle, Saitama will definitely lose. He can use this as a basis to create some suspense. Then, without hesitation, break that suspense and let his evaluation become real. This time, the truth will be enough to overturn his previous mistakes. The employee was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, I'll notify him right away. Saying this, he quickly ran out. On the other side, on the competition stage, Saitama still wore his standard lazy expression, while Green Bull shook his neck and stepped onto the stage. This was already the final match, with everyone else eliminated. It could be said that the next victor would become a Navy general. At this moment, the host also received a prompt from his superiors. He turned his eyes and did not analyze it as clearly as his superiors. Instead, he imagined a different scenario in his mind. Had he made some secret deal with the world government to decide to give up on this match? But it's fine, this saves my reputation. The host thought to himself, then gathered his spirits and announced loudly. The World Recruitment Martial Arts Competition has reached its final stage. On one side, we have Rear Admiral Saitama from the Navy headquarters. On the other side, we have the last remaining strong contender from this world recruitment, Leopold. Will the Navy continue to hold the admiral position, or will the suddenly rising Leopold break the Navy's monopoly and become the latest supreme combat power? Peach Rabbit and other Navy experts frowned. This host really doesn't give the Navy any face at all, directly putting the Navy and most people in an opposing state. But the problem is that the Navy admiral should sit in this position. T-Pig also stood beside Peach Rabbit and whispered. A small host wouldn't dare to speak so casually. It's the work of the people behind him. Who are the people behind? Peach Rabbit didn't need to guess. It was definitely the world government. The world government is the superior of the Navy. They won't easily rebel against them. But a small host, of course, the host was completely unaware of these matters. He just announced loudly. This final match is filled with anticipation for the result throughout the venue. Of course, I believe our hero will not lose. And who is that hero? Of course, it's the ordinary-born, low-profile Green Bull, who resonates with most people. Green and Saitama stood facing each other. He was a tall man with thick hands. From his elevated position, it seemed he was looking down at Saitama's head. Did Saitama want to target the wig that Dasky bought? But this was the last match. Should he hold back and see what so-called martial arts are like? Chapter 194. Green Bull's Ability. Fourth update requested. Chapter 194. Green Bull's Ability. Fourth update requested. In fact, Zhao Su was not very curious about martial arts. There's no way. Although Saitama doesn't know anything, that doesn't mean other templates don't. Kenpachi Zaraki knows swordsmanship, even though he only learned for a day. Uchiha Madara knows body techniques, even though it's not martial arts. However, since there's a plot in Saitama's story that involves curiosity about martial arts, Zhao Su pretended to be curious. So, it seems he should hold back. Zhao thought to himself, while still appearing adorably clueless on the surface. In reality, Saitama often holds back against most enemies. It should be said that he tends to let his opponents use all their strength before he knocks them out, giving them no chance to strike back. It really is too pitiful, isn't it? So he should hold back. Green Bull stood in front of Saitama, looking down at him with a smile. The host took this opportunity to say, Leopold showed a smile. Was victory within reach? In contrast, Saitama, perhaps to relieve tension or for some other reason, had a somewhat dazed expression. This guy really is confident and dares to say anything. Bai internally believed that Saitama would definitely lose. Otherwise, why was he clearly wearing that expression from the very beginning? Saitama said expressionlessly. The match begins, the host announced. However, for a moment, neither of them made a move. Hey, Saitama, you're a vice admiral, right? Your gaze doesn't seem to be one that seeks fame or status. Green Bull grinned and said, so why not just let the victory be mine? Fighting for no reason is quite troublesome. Saitama was silent for a moment and said, sorry, I don't plan to lose either. Why? Green Bull asked curiously. Your gaze doesn't indicate a pursuit of fame or status. Saitama was silent for another moment and replied, the salary of a general is double that of a vice admiral. That's enough to buy a lot of fries. Green Bull, salary? How to put it? In reality, whether it's the government or the Navy, salaries are quite ordinary. Most naval officers only have a middle-class income, and generals earn quite a bit more, but they can't compare to merchants. However, everyone knows that as long as they use a little power, they can easily obtain income far exceeding their salary by 7 or even 100 times. Moreover, most of the time, these methods aren't even considered illegal. Yet, Saitama actually mentioned salary. Does he really need to care about that? Also, Saitama thought for a moment and said, I still want to see what so-called martial arts are like. But the people ahead, I'll finish them off as soon as I make a move. At this rate, it seems like I'll be wasting my time waiting for them to act. Green Bull was taken aback by this, then laughed heartily. Indeed, it's a waste of time, just busy work. However, he showed a smile, and his rugged face took on a serious look. I won't let you feel like it's a waste of time. Then let us begin. Whoosh! Green Bull suddenly charged over, stepping down and cracking the arena. He kicked out with great force. Saitama quietly watched his foot until it was about to hit him, then suddenly made a move, blocking in front of his head. Whoosh! The tremendous force sent Saitama flying until he barely stopped at the edge of the arena. Fast! So fast! The host shouted. Compared to before, Leopold's moves were even quicker. Whoosh! Green Bull was unrelenting, charging over and kicking out again. After Saitama dodged, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. Then one upward kick. Bang! Saitama, dazed, was directly kicked into the air. He hurriedly pressed down on his wig. Damn! This wig is about to fall off. It turns out Dasky was tricked by the wig seller. I'll take her to find the seller for compensation later. Green Bull was relentless, closely pursuing, appearing next to Saitama the next second, kicking him down again. Boom! Saitama was heavily kicked into the arena. Has the winner been decided? The host shouted. Is it over? Green Bull squinted his eyes. Just now you almost scared me. A lazy voice sounded as Saitama calmly crawled out of the pit. Really, almost scared him. His wig was nearly off. Green Bull's pupils contracted. Indeed, this man is strong. However, this makes my efforts to reach the finals worthwhile. He laughed heartily. Then a flash of lightning suddenly flickered around him. He crouched down, and his whole body surged forward. Whoosh! A silver-white lightning bolt crossed the arena and instantly appeared in front of Saitama. Bang! 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 His fists rained down, each carrying lightning. This is the lightning lighting fruit? Peach Rabbit and T-Pig squinted their eyes. They had heard that Leopold had the ability of a devil fruit, but they didn't expect it to be the fruit of lightning. However, it still felt a bit off. Green Bull laughed heartily, throwing a punch that sent Saitama flying far away. Yet before Saitama could land, he directly reached out a hand. Special magnetic field. Before Saitama's body could completely fly away, he suddenly decelerated under a force and was forcibly pulled back. It's not electricity, it's magnetic force. Saitama blinked, feeling a slight tingling in his body, and thought to himself, the magnetic field can not only attract but also generate electricity. Electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism generates electricity. This is a fundamental ability. Fujitora has gravity. Does he have magnetism? However, Eustace Kid also uses magnetism. The things that Zhao Su change in the pirate world are quite numerous, causing the devil fruits to switch masters. Or is one the magnet fruit and the other the magnetic force fruit? But no matter what, he is indeed a strong opponent. The next second, Saitama was pulled back in front of Green Bull. Saitama, right? Let me tell you what so-called martial arts is. Green Bull suddenly raised his iron fists. This is it. Bang. Chapter 195. So he lost with one punch. First update requested. Chapter 195. So he lost with one punch. First update requested. Each punch carried lightning, tearing through the magnetic field and generating immense electric currents. The faster the speed, the greater the power, and the stronger the electric current produced. The attraction of the magnetic field is indeed powerful enough to prevent the enemy from escaping. Bang! 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 Boom! Green slammed a punch, causing Saitama to float slightly before being pulled back immediately. Gravitational thunder fist. Green suddenly twisted his body, spinning like a whirlwind. Buzzing, the intense lightning flickered continuously, growing stronger. It was like a tornado, accompanied by increasingly powerful lightning. Then it burst forth with a loud roar. Boom! 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 Each punch landed mercilessly on Saitama. The speed of the turns almost creating a whirlwind of continuous strikes. The host shouted excitedly, "Stop the continuous strikes. It seems the victory and defeat have been decided." What victory and defeat? Outsiders don't understand, so stop babbling here. Green's face was slightly grim. He had hit Saitama countless times, but my moves had no effect at all. Bang! The last punch was thrown, But this time it didn't immediately pull Saitama back. Instead, it leaped into the air for a moment before crashing down. Boom! The arena shattered into 5 pieces. He took a deep breath and reset his stance, throwing a punch backward, as if a cannonball was brewing by his side. His body tilted slightly, his muscles rhythmically relaxing and tensing. Green's eyes suddenly widened, buzzing. A powerful magnetic force appeared around his body, as if the earth had turned into a magnet, restless. Come on! The next moment, a strong pulling force came. Saitama was stunned as he flew over, and the speed increased, almost forming a shadow. Toru, Daisuke, and Tina all focused intently. Years of combat experience made them aware that an enemy coming in fast would greatly enhance the power of their subsequent attack. Green took a deep breath. The moment Saitama got close, he threw a punch. The next second, lightning flickered. It was like a small sun. The intense white light made everyone squint. For a moment, even the sun struggled to shine. Only those with considerable strength, like Toru, could see that Green's punch had already struck Saitama. Bang! The atmosphere shook. Saitama flew horizontally. Then, there was no reaction. A trace of shock flashed in Green's eyes. He hadn't held back at all. A full-powered strike had only lightly knocked him away, and he landed steadily? So that is how it is. I think I understand something now. Saitama stroked his chin and said, "Do you understand what martial arts are?" Green squinted. Saitama nodded seriously, saying, "Martial arts are just cool moves, right?" Green, Tina, Torushallow. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Saitama. They were all experts with keen hearing. Even though only Saitama and Green were in the arena, many could hear their conversation. But if they could, they really didn't want to hear Saitama's words. "You've taken so many of my moves just to come to this conclusion." Green's eyes widened, his expression stiff. "Yes. It feels like martial arts don't have much use." Saitama nodded. "You turned so many times, but it was meaningless. However, I've experienced quite a bit, so..." Suddenly, Saitama raised his fist. It was just a plain lift, with no martial arts posture, just an ordinary raising of the fist. Green's pupils constricted, his face serious. Is he going to attack? The host also noticed this and shouted repeatedly. After taking countless punches from Leopold, is Saitama finally going to counterattack? But after enduring so many attacks from Leopold, is it too late to think of counterattacking now? With his strength, of course. He couldn't see the real situation in the arena. However, as a host, reading the atmosphere is a basic skill. But thinking about what the higher-ups had instructed, he stopped considering the illusion he felt and continued to boast as instructed. By the way, Saitama has resolved all his opponents with a single punch so far. This strength is enough to serve as a vice admiral in the Navy, truly deserving of the title. Now he was fiercely preparing to counterattack. Could he also defeat Leopold with a single punch? Is Leopold going to lose? The host tried to create suspense and build the atmosphere. He quickly said something tense, then shifted his tone. Of course, that's impossible. Leopold is a top expert in this world recruitment, with rich combat experience. And the ability of the Devil Fruit is quite tricky, with extraordinary strength. Others might be defeated by Saitama's punch, but this man absolutely will not. He can easily cope with it, so... Before he could finish, Saitama suddenly threw a punch. Boom! A tremendously powerful punch wind roared out. The sound explosion like a dragon's roar, surging with the punch wind. Green suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation rise in his heart. But he couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the punch wind. Boom! He was instantly sent flying far away, even creating a deep, human-shaped hollow in the audience seats of the arena. The violent punch wind swept through the entire venue, but no one made a sound. Everyone was silent, staring blankly, unable to speak. Only the host subconsciously finished his previous statement. So, Leopold was actually resolved with a single punch. Chapter 196. Sudden News, Second Update Request for Auto. Chapter 116. Sudden News, Second Update Request for Auto during the hot recruitment for World Military Service. In the Kingdom of Goya, Mr. Ban, this is the intelligence our Revolutionary Army has recently obtained, along with our actions. Robin, like a little secretary, handed over a document. Don't be fooled by Uchiha Ban's seemingly carefree attitude, focusing only on fighting. In reality, he is the true leader of this kingdom. Everything done by Robin and other officials will ultimately be decided and directed by him. Uchiha Ban nodded, taking the document. After Zhao Su showed Robin 2 historical texts, her mindset relaxed a bit. She no longer had the previous feeling of urgency and was instead steadily working little by little. Even though she knew Zhao Su had plenty of historical texts in hand, she remained silent, diligently working, her whole demeanor becoming more efficient, exuding a sense of elite femininity. Uchiha Ban glanced at the report Robin handed over, first looking at the movements of the Revolutionary Army. Although the Revolutionary Army has established a complete political system in the Kingdom of Goya, its activities are not limited to this kingdom. Although the previous treaty addressed trade and other issues between the Kingdom of Goya and the world government, neither party imposed any restrictions on whether the Revolutionary Army could export revolution to other countries or whether the world government could take action against the Revolutionary Army when encountering them elsewhere. They both knew that the other side would never agree to such terms. There is no need to discuss things that are impossible to agree upon. Just as Robin never requested that spies from the world government be prohibited from operating in the Kingdom of Goya, right? Uchiha Madara looked at the report and suddenly frowned. The dragon is going to take action against the Kingdom of Shinlan. Robin naturally had also seen the report submitted to Uchiha Madara. The Kingdom of Shinlan can be considered a medium-sized country, but it is very different from the countries the Revolutionary Army has previously overthrown. This country is near the Grand Line, yet is not part of the Grand Line. The Revolutionary Army has been developing, but it has only been a short time since its establishment. In the past, Dragon and others targeted some remote, economically disadvantaged small countries on the Grand Line, but now they have changed targets. It seems he doesn't want to just watch us make a name for ourselves in the Kingdom of Goya, Robin said. In fact, that is indeed the case. When the incident in the Kingdom of Goya occurred, Dragon had originally decided to abandon punishing the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Goya, but Uchiha Madara acted unilaterally and succeeded. As a result, the Kingdom of Goya has become the territory of the Revolutionary Army with the best economic conditions, the most abundant resources, the most comfortable living conditions for residents, and the most thorough reforms. It is worth noting that the other territories are revolutionary holy lands. Like the island of white soil, Baldigo, that place is all desert. This is not to mention that the Kingdom of Goya is not on the Grand Line, but is located in the Four Seas. The Grand Line is filled with pirates, and the climate conditions are variable, while the Four Seas have stable weather, detailed ocean information, and are easy to trade. It can be said that the Kingdom of Goya is currently the best developed territory of the Revolutionary Army, and this was the territory that the original leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, decided to abandon. Even now, Dragon has no face to step into the territory of the Kingdom of Goya, even though he is from the Kingdom of Goya. However, he is not one to easily admit defeat. He immediately chose to plan for another island in the Four Seas, the Kingdom of Shinlan. Of course, he did not act blindly. The Kingdom of Shinlan is small, significantly smaller than the territory of the Kingdom of Goya, and it is located in the West Sea, which has the worst public safety among the Four Seas. Perhaps the world government would not mobilize too many forces. Uchiha Madara frowned and said nothing. After all, Dragon is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He quietly continued to observe the movements of the Revolutionary Army, and only after that did he look at the various intelligence collected by the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army has done quite well in intelligence, capable of secretly opposing the world government. Especially after Zhao Su optimized it, the Revolutionary Army's ideology has become very appealing, attracting many people secretly. Even if they do not take sides, they will quietly provide some intelligence to the Revolutionary Army. Under these conditions, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence can be considered quite comprehensive, second only to the world government in terms of intelligence capabilities. As a senior member of the Revolutionary Army, Uchiha Madara naturally has the right to view all intelligence related to the Revolutionary Army, including the movements of the world government, the actions of pirates in various regions, and the fates of kings of various kingdoms. Uchiha Madara suddenly let out a light sound. What is wrong, Mr. Madara? Robin curiously leaned over to take a look and said, this is intelligence about pirates. Zephyr is going to the New World to hunt pirates. It should be the influence of the world recruitment. The world government cannot be without strong figures stationed there, and among them is the Navy participant Saitama. She is quite knowledgeable about this intelligence and casually introduced it before asking, "Is there a problem with this?" "No problem." Uchiha Madara slowly set down the report in his hand, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "This matter needs to be reported to the main body at the Marineford training ground." So, Leopold was actually taken down with a single punch, and the host was left dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. "Minister, you said he would lose, right? You're a liar." "Hey," Saitama suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you going to announce the results?" The host was taken aback, looking towards the backstage, but receiving no response. Could only say, "The winner is Saitama." "Oh," Dasky cheered. Tina also showed a smile. Peach Rabbit chuckled. "At least we didn't let outsiders take our Navy's 36 Admiral position." How could the Navy's Admiral position be taken by an outsider with no achievements? What face would the Navy have? Of course, that Leopold's strength is still considerable. Bringing him into the Navy for some training could yield significant results. Since the ministers backstage did not give any orders, the host could only proceed as usual. "Please allow Major Saitama to pause for a moment. There will be an awards ceremony for the world recruitment in a while." At this moment, Saitama suddenly paused, his eyes revealing a rare clarity and seriousness. Then, he immediately vanished, returning to his usual lazy demeanor. "Sai, it seems I won't be able to attend any awards ceremonies." Zhao Su sighed inwardly. Chapter 197, Edward Weevil. Third update request. Chapter 197, Edward Weevil. Third update request. The World Recruitment, a global scale event, requires a long time to unfold. Not to mention the preliminary rounds held all over the world. Even the finals do not happen all at once. After all, with so many experts, each one needs time to take the stage. The world government has invested considerable effort into this. In the future, Fujitora and others can be immediately respected, even if they have not achieved any merits, suddenly becoming admirals without facing too much questioning. This is because of the effort the world government has put in, making everyone aware that the winners of the world recruitment are extremely strong. For this recruitment, the world government has expended considerable manpower and resources. Just the global live broadcast is unprecedented, aside from the later ambush on Whitebeard. Thus, Saitama made a significant appearance. After the ministers reported this matter to the five elders, they could only helplessly sigh and then decide to proceed with the planned awards. Although the world government often acts shamelessly, it still needs to distinguish between good and bad. Although Saitama's rise to a higher position made the five elders feel somewhat uncomfortable, it is still better than causing internal conflict within the Navy. Moreover, while the world government doesn't care about losing face, avoiding it is naturally better. They plan to grit their teeth and accept Saitama's position as admiral. But then, what did you say? Saitama ran away? The five elders widened their eyes, listening to the reports from the ministers coming through the transponder snail. Yes, the minister wiped the sweat from his forehead. We have mobilized quite a few people, yet we still couldn't find him. Damn it. The curly-haired elder cursed loudly. I said that bastard was always listening. What is he trying to do now? Make our world government lose face in front of the whole world? Hurry up and investigate Saitama's whereabouts. What is he planning? The sword-wielding elder also had an unfriendly expression. It was only after 3 hours that they learned Saitama had already taken his army and crossed the Red Land to head to the New World. It seemed he had left a note. The gist of it was, there are too many of your matters, and your actions are too slow. I can't wait any longer and have gone to fight the pirates. As for the rewards, just save them for me. This further enraged the five elders, who immediately smashed the transponder snail. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Saitama, why did you suddenly set sail? Dasky asked in surprise. The award ceremony is about to take place. Tina also glanced at Saitama, equally curious. The award ceremony is coming up. Is it really okay to leave so many people behind? Oh, look at this news. Saitama casually took out a piece of news. The two women leaned over to take a look. It was a very ordinary report about a pirate attack. Such news happens every day at sea and is quite common. The awards and such are of no concern, but since someone needs help, I must go. Saitama smiled. We can't delay saving people just because of some trivial awards, right? However, there are other navies everywhere, and Dasky hesitated to speak. Furthermore, this time the report about the world conscription came from the five elders. What you're doing completely tramples on their face and then stomps on it hard. It doesn't matter, Saitama shrugged indifferently. After all, I'm just interested in being a hero. Positions and offending people don't matter. The two women fell silent upon hearing this. Then, they quietly turned off the ship's transponder snail. Once the transponder snail was turned off, the Navy could no longer contact Vice Admiral Saitama. A hero, huh? Tina squinted her eyes, secretly savoring the word. Meanwhile, Saitama returned to his room, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. I hope it's not too late. The World Conscription Award ceremony kept getting delayed. If it weren't for Sengoku's adamant disagreement, along with Green Bull's lack of support, the five elders would have stripped the general position from Saitama and given it to Green Bull. However, the pressure was immense. Sengoku called Saitama's transponder snail 100 times in one day, but unfortunately, no one answered. After another 3 or 4 days without a solution, Sengoku, feeling helpless, could only call Zephyr, who was the most familiar with Saitama. After all, Zephyr might guess some things about Saitama's situation. However, Zephyr also did not respond. What is going on? Sengoku suddenly felt a bit panicked. Even if Saitama was unreachable, Zephyr was not someone who would ignore orders. Unless the transponder snail on that side had been destroyed. Sengoku was not Zephyr's comrade, but he was very familiar with Zephyr's working style. Zephyr indeed had no time to reply because he was under attack. Damn it! Zephyr gasped for breath. How could this happen? He struggled to get up, but couldn't he manage to stand? Behind Zephyr, countless students had already fallen in pools of blood. He gritted his teeth, nearly biting his gums to pieces. This was supposed to be a naval training ship. He had relied on his strength, thinking it would be fine for a while, and brought the training ship with naval trainees to suppress the pirates in this area. After all, he had the strength of a general, and the trainees he had cultivated could not be compared to ordinary soldiers. But now, if given another chance, Zephyr would definitely not have brought this group of trainees to this sea area. After all, how did he end up in this sea area? Zephyr's eyes widened as he looked at the man in front of him. He was tall and stout, with hair that reached his legs, tied into braids on both sides. The most critical thing was those 2 mustaches that resembled the crescent shape of Whitebeard. Whitebeard 2, Edward Weevil. Chapter 198 finally arrived, 4th update request for automatic. On the Navy training ship, Zephyr gasped, tears in his eyes. They are dead, all dead. He watched helplessly as his students lost their lives at the hands of this man. Damn it! Zephyr gritted his teeth, only to see a flash of a blade. Swish! Another Navy recruit was cut in half by the giant sword, blood splattering everywhere. If it weren't for the waves constantly washing over the deck, it would probably create an indelible stain on the deck. Mom, it seems we're going to win this time. Edward Weevil let out a silly laugh. Of course. With Mom's planning, how could we lose? Miss Backen snorted, I am Whitebeard's woman, and you are Whitebeard's son. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's eyes widened. The pirates who attacked us were you doing? This battle was not just the current fight. In fact, long before Edward Weevil made his move, Zephyr had already been fighting fiercely with numerous pirates, exhausting his energy. Edward Weevil was merely reaping the benefits of other pirates. Of course, this also seemed to be the result of Miss Backen's plotting. Humph, we are pirates. Isn't it normal to use some despicable means against the Navy? Miss Backen disdainfully huffed. Yes, it's very normal. But Zephyr gritted his teeth, struggling to get up. If you have the ability, come and kill me. What does it have to do with my students? However, before he could fully rise, he was struck by a blade of energy and flew far away. The culprit was Edward Weevil. Of course, he wasn't in such good shape either. This former admiral's strength was extraordinary, and Edward Weevil was also seriously injured. However, Edward Weevil was young and robust. His ability to withstand damage was much higher than Zephyr's. Hey Mom, why not just kill him directly? Edward Weevil curiously glanced at Zephyr and asked, how could I kill him directly? Miss Backen coldly snorted. Wouldn't that benefit him? Back then, he was almost the culprit who captured my dear son. I can't let him watch all his subordinates die before finally finishing him off. Wouldn't that be a pity? However, in reality, this was just an excuse. The real reason is that Miss Backen is worried about this former naval admiral. Zephyr is already quite old now, in his 60s, and his physical strength has been severely depleted from previous battles. However, Zephyr has another weapon, Haki. If it were during his prime, Miss Bakine would definitely not have brought her foolish son to provoke him. It's just that the Navy is currently recruiting worldwide and is short on personnel, which has made Zephyr somewhat careless and overconfident in going in alone. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have acted. Yet even now, Zephyr has already sustained significant injuries, but he still possesses considerable combat power. The reason for this is his Haki. Haki is a latent power that all humans possess. It is an innate ability to manipulate unseen feelings such as momentum, killing intent, and fighting spirit, turning willpower into a weapon. Zephyr's Haki is extraordinarily powerful. Like Harp, he does not possess any devil fruit abilities, but he has defeated numerous strong enemies with his formidable Haki. He was once known as Black Arm Zephyr, having taken down countless pirates throughout his life, but never killing a single enemy, earning him the title of the non-lethal former admiral of the Navy headquarters. However, ultimately, Haki is just the power of will. When a will is weak, the Haki naturally weakens as well. When Zephyr was 42, his family was killed by pirates who bore a grudge against him, leading him to resign from his position as admiral to become an instructor. However, the real reason for his resignation was that his strength had diminished because the one who killed his family was a pirate he had previously captured but was released for various reasons. A non-lethal admiral captured an enemy, but because of his non-lethal stance, his family was killed. This directly led to a streak of self-doubt in Zephyr. Although it did not severely affect his strength, it nonetheless had some impact. Coupled with the various reasons for the release of that pirate, he resigned from his admiral position and ultimately became an instructor at the insistence of Sengoku and others. And now, Edward Weevil is also a pirate who survived because of Zephyr's non-lethality. Now, this pirate is slaughtering his own students. This will also strike at his will and reduce the intensity of his Haki. Miss Bakine squinted her eyes. After a while, she might be able to directly sever his head. In any case, Edward Weevil's strength is not weak, and his physical stamina is formidable, so it wouldn't be difficult to expend some stamina to kill those students. Haki is a force strong enough to make the body comparable to steel. Even if Zephyr were to clash his arm against Edward Weevil's large sword, he wouldn't suffer any damage. So why bother? Instead of fighting against Zephyr's strong Haki, it would be better to weaken the power of Haki fundamentally. Swish! Edward Weevil struck down with his sword, blood gushing. Zephyr, with tears streaming down his face, realized that those who were just killed by Edward Weevil had been shouting "Protect the teacher" just moments ago, charging at the opponent without even feeling they had a chance of winning. Now, how many of his students are left? The ground is littered with corpses, filled with fallen Marine soldiers. The fundamental reason for this is that he once failed to kill a pirate due to his belief in non-lethality. Unbeknownst to him, the black Haki wrapping around Zephyr's wrist gradually faded, the king's. Eventually, it disappeared completely. And now, Miss Bakine suddenly ordered, "Weevil, attack." "Yes, Mom," Edward Weevil replied loudly, striking down with his sword. Zephyr instinctively turned his body, but the blade still descended toward his arm. This arm, it seems, has reached its end, Zephyr thought to himself, feeling only pain, with no hint of nostalgia. It was all because of himself, because of his ridiculous belief, that led to his students and himself becoming what they are now. So whether or not he keeps his arm, what does it matter? However, the anticipated pain did not come. Zephyr raised his head in surprise, only to see a bald man in a cape standing before him. It seems he made it just in time. Saitama smiled. Chapter 199. Continuous Ordinary Punches. First update, please auto. Chapter 199. Continuous Ordinary. First update, please auto. Xiao Su smiled, finally making it in time. That's right, he didn't want any rewards. The reason he rushed to the New World was to provide information to Zephyr about the Revolutionary Army, as Edward Weevil had appeared in the area where Zephyr was wandering. Xiao Su immediately became alert. Edward Weevil? Isn't that the person who cut off Zephyr's arm? Later, he joined the 7 warlords, which made Zephyr completely lose faith in the Navy and the world government, leading him to defect and establish the new Navy. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the scene, just before the last moment. You're lucky. I'm quite fond of this disguise of mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother going through so much trouble to save you. Zhao glanced at Zephyr, feeling really annoyed. He knew it was impossible for him to inexplicably rush over without a reason, preferring not to accept rewards. Although the Navy has an intelligence network that rivals that of the Revolutionary Army, they probably know Edward Weevil's location as well. But how could he know that Zephyr would be defeated by him? Back then, Edward Weevil was almost captured by Zephyr. Such reasoning could not convince Dasky and the others at all. So Saitama could only use the rampant pirates outside as an excuse to justify why he couldn't just stay put and instead led them toward the New World. He also couldn't head straight toward Zephyr. He had to sweep away pirates and capture them while pushing them toward Zephyr's direction. Fortunately, he received the information early, and Edward Weevil didn't immediately attack Zephyr upon arriving. Otherwise, if he had gotten closer to Zephyr, it would have posed no significant problem. Zephyr is not stubborn. Some of his students had already called for help from nearby Marines. Although the communication snail was cut off, other warships were also heading toward Zephyr. Saitama had only gathered some information from them, which was enough for him to locate Zephyr's position and rush over here. This trouble is not something that can be solved easily. Yam, what are you doing here? Zephyr was indeed very shocked, exclaiming, "Aren't you supposed to be at the World Recruitment Ceremony receiving rewards and becoming an admiral?" "Oh, I found those ceremonies too troublesome. So I came over to deal with pirates first," Saitama casually replied. "I received your distress signal upon arriving here." Zephyr had been away for a long time and naturally didn't know about Saitama's situation. However, after hearing Saitama's words, his lips moved slightly, revealing a look of emotion. He doesn't even want to accept the award, just focused on eliminating pirates. What a person full of righteousness. But soon, Zephyr showed a hint of sadness. Saitama is a good person, but unfortunately, he came a bit late. Now, almost all the students on his ship have been killed, and the culprit is he himself? Saitama looked at the strong man in front of him. Edward Weevil showed a dissatisfied expression. "Who are you? Why are you bothering me?" "Be careful, that's Rear Admiral Saitama." Known as the Bald Cape Hero, Miss Bakken reminded, "His strength is not weak, son. Be careful." Saitama's mouth twitched. The Bald Cape Hero, such a familiar title. Although it was a name that Zhao Su himself had deliberately promoted, hearing it now was indeed quite subtle. Should he be happy that his efforts had an effect? Or should he be sad about this title? "Be careful, Saitama." Zephyr suddenly reacted, saying, "The opponent is very strong. Although I don't know if what that Whitebeard son said is true, he really has the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. The strength of the 4 emperors in their youth. Perhaps Edward Weevil is not as strong as Whitebeard himself, but in terms of pure strength, the young and strong him might have surpassed Whitebeard. With arms thicker than an average person's waist, a long knife similar to Whitebeard's, and that iconic white mustache. Although the image is vastly different, there is indeed some resemblance." Miss Bakken frowned. Although her son is currently injured, for a young and strong person, this injury is nothing. Although he is not at his peak, he is definitely not weak. This Saitama in front of them, although they don't know why he didn't go to the World Recruitment Awards, but came here, can still fight. Even a former Admiral Zephyr was defeated. What can he do? Miss Bakken coldly snorted inwardly and added silently, "Anyway, if it really doesn't work, we can run. If we can't kill Zephyr, then we won't. After all, there will still be opportunities. So, oh, Mom." In the next moment, Edward Weevil suddenly raised his large knife and swung it at Saitama. The force was tremendous. Before it even got close, the blade's wind could almost pierce through skin. Saitama slightly tilted his body, as if to dodge. "Humph. Do you think dodging is useful?" Edward Weevil roared, increasing the force even more. Because behind Saitama is Zephyr. Unless Saitama doesn't want to save anyone, otherwise he can only take it head-on. Although Edward Weevil's brain may not be sharp, he does possess considerable combat quality. Zephyr's eyes widened. He was actually being used as a weakness to threaten others. But I wasn't prepared to dodge. Saitama took a slight breath, tilted his body, clenched his right fist, and suddenly, consecutive normal punches. Bang, 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 bang. His fists transformed into phantoms, instantly creating dozens of arms. In an instant, An unstoppable, powerful fist wind obliterated Edward Weevil's blade light. And then the fist struck Edward Weevil's body, which could withstand the power of a battleship's cannon, but seemed as fragile as a cookie. Shattered, crushed, turned into meat paste. Along with the sea behind him, which was also blasted into waves by this fist wind. For a moment, the entire place fell into silence. Chapter 200. The Hero of Interest and the Navy of Interest. Second update requested. Chapter 200. The Hero of Interest and the Navy of Interest. Second update requested. The power of Whitebeard in his youth. Defeated the former Admiral Zephyr. Nothing is useful. In front of this man's fists, all common sense will be overturned. One down. Saitama clapped his hands and looked at Zephyr. So, old man, have a little faith in me. Zephyr's mouth twitched. He had always had faith in Saitama. But this is just too exaggerated. The enemy who almost destroyed himself and the entire naval training ship just disappeared in an instant. Oh, not completely gone yet, for example. Those two legs that are completely different from a strong body are still there. But what difference does it make? I remember Edward Weevil's bounty was around 300 million, right? Zephyr smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, this is still Edward Weevil's current bounty. After he takes down this former admiral, he will definitely have a significant increase in amount. At the same time, although Edward Weevil is inherently vicious, he does not habitually burn, kill, and plunder like most pirates. Nor does he form a large pirate crew. This means that his bounty is far lower than his actual strength. This is not uncommon. In fact, most of the current 7 warlords are in this situation. These people often belong to those who pose less danger to the world, but have strength, which is why they are selected to become 7 warlords. If we just consider strength alone, Edward Weevil might not be far from a billion-level bounty. And now, there are only those 2 legs left. Zephyr sighed bitterly, looking at Saitama's salty fish face, which is so salty that it couldn't be saltier, even with a bit of silly cuteness. It inexplicably gave everyone confidence. Although I have caused many tragic consequences because of my style of action, at least I can exchange for such a trustworthy expert. Zephyr took a deep breath and stood up. His arms returned to black. Hockey is back. Hockey itself is just a manifestation of will. The stronger the will, the stronger the hockey. Although it has not yet returned to its peak, it is enough for a battle. Edward Weevil still has someone by his side, seemingly his mother. Zephyr took a deep breath and said, "She is also a pirate." "Oh, really?" Saitama pointed blankly into the distance. No wonder she suddenly started to run. Zephyr's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he saw Miss Bakken crazily paddling a small boat in the distance. The clearly short-legged, short-handed old lady was paddling so fast that it seemed like an illusion, quickly fleeing from the warship. She was the mastermind behind so many pirates attacking us. It's a pity she actually ran away. A hint of regret flashed in Zephyr's eyes, then quickly turned into a fierce look. Next time, I will definitely kill her to avenge the countless students who sacrificed. He gritted his teeth, no longer mentioning his previous no-kill belief. Saitama blinked. Forget about next time. Huh? Zephyr was stunned, and then saw Saitama raise his fist again. Boom! A punch was thrown out, and the fist wind howled. The atmosphere and seawater were constantly pushed back under this punch. Then it crashed into the small boat of SS Bakken. In the next moment, wood chips flew, and the small boat, along with the surrounding seawater, instantly disappeared. Zephyr stood there in a daze, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. Well, I don't even need to seek revenge anymore. Meanwhile, Saitama was busy waving to the warship that was constantly approaching in the distance. Dasky, there are many injured here. Quickly call our ship's doctor. He ran over by himself, and the ship is still far away. The 2 warships were side by side, with countless medics carrying stretchers, bringing one heavily injured person after another back to Saitama's ship. There was no choice. The medical room on Zephyr's training ship was almost destroyed and unusable, so it was better to use the medical room on Saitama's side. Teacher Zephyr. Dasky and Tina stood straight and saluted. It's you guys. Zephyr sighed. Dasky and Tina were both his students. Dasky was fine, as she had only been taught for a few days before following Saitama. But Tina was an elite he had personally trained. You both have grown up now. Zephyr glanced at the medals on their shoulders and said, Daisuke is already a lieutenant, and Tina has even become a brigadier general. This was a rank they were supposed to earn years later, but they got it so easily now. The reason was that Saitama was almost always active, sweeping away pirates. Although they hardly had any opportunities to make a move, they could still gain some achievements. It's usually easy for junior officers to get promoted, and these two were like rockets. Not long ago, when they were at the Navy headquarters, they almost made some acquaintances envious. Zifa looked at them and sighed deeply again. They had matured, but many of his other students, although many had already. There were still quite a few who could be saved. Don't worry, teacher. Tina couldn't help but persuade. I looked at their injuries. Originally, everyone except Ein and Benz should have been killed in this attack, and Zifa himself would have lost an arm. But with Saitama here and the help of the medical staff on Saitama's warship, we can definitely save more people. Let's hope so. Zifa sighed. In fact, he also had some minor injuries. Although Saitama arrived in time, and he didn't lose his arm, he still had quite a few small wounds. It's fine, old man. Saitama walked over with a fish-like smile. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. You think so easily. Zifa forced a bitter smile. This is clearly my fault. If it weren't for my naivety, For a moment, the air around them fell silent again. Zifa sighed deeply, suddenly looking up at Saitama. Saitama, you seem to not be affected at all. No matter what bloody scene you see, no matter what kind of situation you experience, your expression never seems to change. Thinking about it, Zifa couldn't help but ask, even I, a former admiral, can become like this. Aren't you worried at all? Worried that your sense of justice might have problems. Worried that your decisions could cause unavoidable losses. Worried that your choices might disappoint your followers? Every high-ranking officer in the Navy carries a heavy burden. Saitama, aren't you worried at all? After all, I'm just a hero out of interest. Saitama showed his signature smile. Zifa was stunned, then revealed a bitter smile. Yeah, out of interest. If only I could grow old like you. Being a Navy out of interest would be great. Chapter 201. Return to the Navy headquarters. Third update requested. Out of interest, so there's no need to worry too much. Out of interest, so there's no need to care about the consequences. Out of interest, so there's no need to mind others' evaluations. Unfortunately, Zifa is not such a carefree Navy officer. He is reliable and steady, and he has even gotten used to being other support. Naturally, he cannot easily face the fact that his students have tragically died. However, it isn't like the catastrophic defeat in the original story. He didn't lose his right arm, nor is he left with only 2 students. When he returns to the Navy headquarters and meets his former students, he should still have a chance to rally again. At least, it won't be like in the original story, where he swings a heavy iron fist but can only rely on sea stone weapons to fight against devil fruit users. Struggling to use hockey. I need to report this to Sengoku. Oh right. Zifa sighed. Can I borrow your snail phone? Daisuke and Tina exchanged glances, then had a nod. I'll go to the communication room and get them ready, Daisuke shouted, quickly running off. Their communication has been in a semi-blocked state. If nothing unexpected happens, Zifa's words. Get ready, at least bring a doctor over, so the old man doesn't faint from anger. Zifa was a bit puzzled, but didn't say much. He is a qualified former admiral. Although his status is not low, he never commands others beyond their rank. After all, he is no longer an admiral, and doing so would make things difficult for others. So, when he was preparing to borrow Saitama's snail phone to report to Sengoku with a heavy heart. Sengoku. Aye, Saitama. Where the hell have you been? Before Zifa could speak, he was met with a barrage of curses from Sengoku. Do you know that the 5 elders are about to hate you to death? I'm about to hate you to death too. The world recruitment is all live-streamed. And we haven't even dared to film the award ceremony because you ran away at the last moment. If it weren't for my efforts to persuade them, the 5 elders would have wanted to give your victory to the second-place guy. Where the hell are you? Hurry back. Sengoku's roar echoed from the snail phone, spitting everywhere, his eyes wide open. If it weren't for the snail phone only simulating expressions, it felt like Sengoku would have already drawn his sword. Leaving the 5 elders hanging like this, is this something the Navy can do? Especially someone who is about to be promoted to admiral. Before Sengoku could curse again due to the prolonged silence on the other end, he suddenly heard the snail phone open. Sengoku? Zifa? Why are you with Saitama? Sengoku was taken aback, recognizing Zifa's voice. If he hadn't been so angry just now, he would have recognized it. Zifa's mouth twitched. It's me. I heard from you that Saitama didn't he go to receive the award? Why is he here with Saitama? Don't you know? You don't know? Sengoku replied, confused. No, Zifa's mouth twitched, glancing to the side. Daisuke, Tina, Saitama, none of them are here. No wonder these little brats ran away so quickly. There was a reason for it. However, in this situation during the Warring States period, I almost didn't make it back. Zephyr sighed and began to recount. Zephyr was injured, and half of the students suffer casualties. Such injuries naturally couldn't be treated on the ship, relying solely on the ship's doctor to solve all problems. In fact, the ship's doctor on the Saitama was not really able to address Zephyr and the others' issues. The battles on the Saitama relied entirely on Saitama's one-hit kills. Although Daisuke and others didn't claim that they had never practiced, they basically contributed very little, with the battles relying solely on Saitama's efforts, so there were naturally no casualties. Therefore, the ship's doctor on the Saitama, aside from occasionally dealing with issues like indigestion and constipation, was facing such severe injuries for the first time. Although the ship's doctors trained by the Navy were all quite capable, the sheer number of casualties this time, along with a lack of manpower and experience, left them a loss. Ultimately, they could only stabilize the situation temporarily and then bring everyone back to the Navy headquarters. In fact, this is also the most common way to handle dangerous situations. The Navy has a complete medical system. Although an individual doctor might not compare to greats like Chopper or Hogback, relying on a complete medical system and well-equipped medical instruments is enough to resolve all issues. Thus, Saitama, who hadn't been gone long, returned to the Navy headquarters once again. Sengoku looked silently at Zephyr lying on the sickbed. Zephyr's initial injuries weren't severe, but since the doctors on Saitama were limited, he had allocated medical resources to other students. After a few days, his condition had worsened a bit, but it's good that he made it back. Sengoku thought to himself with a sigh. After a moment of silence, Zephyr spoke. Sengoku, is Saitama all right? There are some troubles. Sengoku replied after a moment's pause, managing to squeeze out those words. In fact, if it weren't for Zephyr's injuries and the numerous casualties, he would have really thought that Zephyr was self-deprecating for Saitama's future. After all, what Saitama did this time was quite serious. It seemed like he just skipped an awards ceremony, but fundamentally, it was a violation of orders, coupled with his previous acts of defiance. The Gorosei had already tried to veto Saitama's position as admiral more than once with the most severe means. But you can rest assured, saving you is a great merit for him, and I won't let him be pressured by the Gorosei, Sengoku comforted. Saving you is enough to compensate for skipping the award ceremony. The position of admiral is his, and it will definitely be his. At this point, both of them actually knew that Saitama had only set out because he couldn't resist witnessing the pirates wreaking havoc, Daisuke and Tina reported. Theoretically, this could also be considered an act of defiance. However, since he saved Zephyr, then what was originally unreasonable must also become reasonable. That's good. Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief, but both of their eyes still carried some concern. Would it really be that simple? Would the Gorosei let such behavior slide after disobeying orders twice in a row? Chapter 202, Admiral Saitama. Fourth update requested for automatic release. In fact, just as the two of them were thinking, at the highest point of Mariehua, the Holy Land no way. Why should Saitama become an admiral? He has defied orders many times. The curly-haired elder among the Gorosei snorted coldly. Sengoku, are you planning to condone the Navy's repeated acts of defiance? Sengoku's expression remained unchanged. Saitama saved Zephyr. That is a great merit. And so what if it is a great merit? The curly-haired elder retorted. He has defied orders. Even if you prove to be right in the future and have merits, it won't benefit you. On the contrary, there will be punishment. Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he argued, Gorosei, no one gave him an order to participate in the award ceremony. Do you find such remarks interesting? The sword-wielding elder suddenly spoke, casting a glance at Sengoku. Or do you think our face means nothing to you? Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. Indeed, although there had been no direct order for Saitama to stay put and accept the award, the world conscription was an activity ordered by the Gorosei, rewarding the Navy's admiral. However, Saitama had suddenly run away after the Gorosei had already decided to compromise with the Navy and allow him to become an admiral. Compared to defiance, this blatant disregard for the Gorosei's authority was what truly infuriated them. He saved Zephyr, and Zephyr has merits for the Navy, Sengoku said softly. This is an admiral-level combat power. Can't we make some exceptions? However, the Gorosei merely looked at him coldly and said, Sengoku, whose face is more important, ours or Zephyr's? Of course, Zephyr's is more important. This statement circled around Sengoku's mouth, but ultimately remained unspoken. Zephyr's importance was the Navy's perspective, while the Gorosei believed their own face was more important. In fact, even the face of an ordinary celestial dragon was valued far more than the Navy in their minds. When the news of Doflamingo resigning from the Shichibukai spread, the then Admiral Akainu was furious and went to confront the Gorosei, resulting in quite a few arguments. But what use was that? In the end, it was still left unresolved. Let's not forget, Doflamingo was merely a former celestial dragon, now a pirate. Yet the Gorosei were the pinnacle of the celestial dragons, occupying the highest echelons of power in the world government. Sengoku remained silent for a moment. That man Saitama would not compromise, and the Gorosei would even less likely abandon their own face. Then, let my face be the one to be lost. Sengoku sighed and raised his head, saying gently, Gorosei, during the world conscription, we already announced the final reward of the admiral position. Are we going to deny it now? Or are we going to elevate a man who everyone knows was defeated by Saitama to the position of admiral? Upon hearing this, the Gorosei fell into a brief silence. Not speaking, this was indeed a problem. Outside of the celestial dragons, no one would consider their feelings. In the eyes of most people, Saitama was extraordinarily strong, having defeated everyone, so it was only natural for him to receive the rewards he deserved. As for the issue of not receiving an award, wasn't that a trivial matter? How could one punish a man who saved a former admiral over such a minor issue? Then what do you suggest? The long-haired elder glanced at Sengoku. How about letting Saitama become an admiral and then impose some punishment? Sengoku casually suggested. For example, how about deducting his salary? The Gorosei immediately frowned, looking at Sengoku with dissatisfaction. Is our face worth just a bit of money? The long-haired elder snorted. Then what do you think? Sengoku instead revealed a smile. It's good to be able to bargain. Politics is the art of compromise. You compromise a little, I compromise a little, and in the end, we get close to a solution that both sides can accept. As the admiral, Sengoku was able to balance between the Gorosei and the Navy, continuously striving to develop the Navy's strength with his considerable political skills. Listening to the 5 Elder Stars one by one demanding punishment, Sengoku's eyes flickered with a hint of depression. The world government, the celestial dragons, our Navy should be pursuing justice. Unlike the line countries that directly approached the 5 Elder Stars, Saitama continued to eat and sleep as usual, not worried at all. Occasionally, he would take a few bananas to check on Zephyr, casually eating his own bananas along with the fruits others had sent to Zephyr. He seemed carefree and indifferent to those matters. In reality, he truly didn't care. However, Zephyr looked at Saitama and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's really just out of interest. Because it's out of interest, success or failure doesn't matter at all. It's just a hobby. There's no pressure, nor much ambition for promotion. In this man's eyes, the biggest difference between a vice admiral and an admiral is probably just their salary, right? However, because of this, Zephyr must support this man to become an admiral, because his sense of justice is different from Akainu, Aokiji, and others, coupled with the life-saving grace. Even though Zephyr was recuperating in bed, he was still actively working, using the various naval officers he had trained to represent Saitama. Sengoku was dealing with the 5 Elder Stars while also bringing out the president of the 3 armies, Steelbone Kong. Together with the Navy's appeal and the results of world conscription, the 5 Elder Stars finally relented. They appointed the original Navy Vice Admiral Saitama as Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He became the highest combat power of the world government, holding a golden transponder snail and possessing the authority to activate the demon-slaying order. Sengoku didn't hold back, quickly organizing a simple ceremony, ensuring Saitama wouldn't be aimlessly wandering around. If this continued, he might run off to fight pirates again, and the 5 Elder Stars would really lose their temper. However, even if simplified, there were still the most basic formalities. The square in front of the Navy headquarters. World government officials took their positions. Countless Navy soldiers stood in formation. Even the 5 Elder Stars personally stood aside. This was a respect for a newly appointed Navy admiral. Sengoku also presided over the ceremony without hesitation, discussing Saitama's ideals, his achievements, the number of pirates eliminated, and the formidable enemies faced. Of course, there was the main character, Admiral Saitama. Do you have anything to say to them? Sengoku handed the transponder snail to Saitama, smiling. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru stood aside, watching this man. Zephyr had a gratified smile. When he brought Saitama to the Navy, he wondered if there would be such a day. Now he saw Admiral Saitama. Daisuke was moved to tears. Humph. Tina snorted in its Sundra manner, but her eyes showed some recognition. Admiral? Isn't that position just for my newly appointed Vice Admiral Green? Looking at Saitama's position, a hint of fervor flashed in her eyes. Other soldiers also looked at Saitama with admiration. Saitama was not someone without a reputation. He smashed meteors and saved countless lives. His achievements were astonishing. Under everyone's gaze, he finally picked up the transponder snail and spoke. Hello, Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. Comrades, good work. Saitama, with his usual lazy expression, said, Okay, I'm done. Can I leave now? Today is the supermarket's big sale, and the meat is very cheap. Sengoku, Akainu, Zephyr, Daisuke, and Tina, numerous Navy personnel. You just said that? Especially Sengoku, whose face was nearly as dark as a pot bottom. Damn it. Our Navy salary is not low, and it has never been delayed. Chapter 203. Saitama goes to the East Sea. First update, please auto-update. Saitama's financial situation always worries people. Although the salary of an admiral is considerable, the expenses are also significant. For example, broken clothes? Well, in reality, he has just gotten used to being poor. It's definitely not that the Navy's salary is too low. Absolutely not. Admiral Saitama. And yet he still ended up like this. Daisuke said with a bitter smile. Humph. Clearly the salary from the Navy isn't low, and there are more benefits and subsidies. Does it have to be like this? Tina huffed in dissatisfaction. Daisuke, where do you think Saitama's money has gone? It seems that apart from buying several sets of clothes, Saitama hasn't spent much else. Daisuke thought. He often buys clothes because Saitama wears his own yellow hero outfit, not the Navy's standard uniform. With Admiral Saitama's strength, it's normal for him to accidentally tear his clothes when he punches, especially with some average quality clothing. However, this kind of money can be reimbursed as combat expenses from the Navy headquarters. Why is he still like this? Discount items from the supermarket, even she is small lieutenant, doesn't need to buy. Wait, the two women exchanged glances, then suddenly froze. Tina, hasn't Admiral Saitama asked you for reimbursement? Daisuke, aren't you in charge of our ship's finances? Did you receive a reimbursement request from Saitama? The two women spoke simultaneously, then both froze in place. Then, they unconsciously looked towards Saitama at the front. It turns out this fool really doesn't know about reimbursement. Well, forget it. Let's not tell him for now. Otherwise, if Admiral Saitama is this poor, he might hit me. The two women exchanged glances, silently reaching an agreement, completing a dirty behind-the-scenes deal. Meanwhile, Zephyr was angrily grinding his teeth. What does this kid Saitama want? Why is he saying this now? Besides, what has he done to be this poor? Our Navy salary is quite good. He cursed angrily. Then his thoughts began to wander. Saitama's salary must be good. So why is he like this? Has he donated all his money to some wounded soldiers? Or has he been scammed into some stocks? Or did some bad woman steal his money? Perhaps he should find him a housekeeper. Zephyr quickly concluded. If there's a woman managing it, there should be plenty of money left over. Who should he find? I have a few good girls among my students. Should I let them meet him? Putting aside these words, Sengoku awkwardly forced the ceremony to continue. However, for the subsequent speeches, he unhesitatingly erased Saitama from the equation entirely, treating him as if he didn't exist. If he says anything more, he will completely lose face in front of the 5 elders. Sengoku left even earlier, his face flushed with anger. If it weren't for the pre-established handling of Saitama, They would have wanted to kill this guy with a single sword strike just for those words. I'm going to the East Sea? Saitama was taken aback. That's right. Sengoku nodded. This is the result of my discussion with the 5 elders. The East Sea is the weakest of the 4 seas. Of course, this weakness refers to pirates. However, since it is weak, it also means safety. At the same time, it indicates that the resources of the Navy in that area are relatively scarce, and the interests and power are quite mediocre. Throwing a vice admiral level existence to the East Sea is essentially an exile. This is the punishment discussed by the 5 elders and Sengoku. Of course, Sengoku doesn't see it as a real punishment. After all, Saitama doesn't seem like someone who cares about power and enjoyment. This punishment means nothing to him. It is merely a nominal exile. The key point is that although Saitama is in the East Sea, after a while he can completely be recalled back to headquarters, or even directly to the New World. Anyway, the 5 elders only care about the name of the punishment, not the result. After dealing with him for a while, they can casually find an excuse about rampant pirates, and then this admiral will have the authority to recall Saitama. The East Sea is the weakest sea, right? You want me to go there? Saitama frowned and said, there aren't many pirates there, right? Not many. Sengoku shook his head. In fact, pirates are everywhere, but there aren't many strong ones. Wait a minute, Saitama. Sengoku deliberately asked. You won't refuse just because the pirates in the East Sea are weak, will you? Of course not. No matter if they're strong or weak, as long as they commit crimes, I will go. Saitama answered without hesitation, and then hesitated. What about the pirates in other places? We will deal with them. Sengoku said solemnly. The world recruitment has brought a lot of strong people. Akainu has also been demoted to a soldier. They will all come out to fight. Hearing this, Saitama nodded. As long as someone is dealing with the bad guys. That's enough. Then I'll go. Sengoku nodded, squinting his eyes. The East Sea is the weakest sea. Although there are many pirates, it is considered peaceful on the surface. However, in reality, it is decaying beyond recognition. Because the pirates are weak, countless high-ranking officials and nobles can let loose and act recklessly. For example, Sengoku is not unaware of the situation in the Goa Kingdom. Even among the Navy, there are quite a few who have been corrupted. It's good for Saitama to go to the East Sea. He is not only targeting pirates, but also anyone who does bad things. Whether they are pirates, Navy, or even some members of the world government, he might be able to create a clean and just space in the East Sea. Chapter 204. Kenpachi Zaraki is just average strength. Second update requested. The East Sea is the weakest sea, and naturally, it also has the weakest navy. A strong navy wouldn't waste effort in the East Sea. In other seas, they could easily encounter many powerful pirates to boost their records. And what is the strongest pirate in the East Sea? A pirate with a bounty of 30 million, the magician Mondo. A 30 million bounty pirate is nothing in the Grand Line. Looking at the other 3 seas, they wouldn't be considered a joke, but they definitely wouldn't be seen as a strong enemy either. After all, in the North Sea, which has the worst public order, there are bounties exceeding 100 million. However, in the East Sea, this is the top combat power. So when Zifa learned that Saitama was going to the East Sea, he threw a fit and scolded Sengoku for a long time, although he also knew why Sengoku wanted Saitama to go to the East Sea. Dasbani and Tina also looked unwilling, but they were too insignificant to complain. It's okay. Monsters need to be eliminated regardless of their strength, Saitama said casually. Oh, pirates are the same. Oof. Zifa said unceremoniously that Sengoku is just useless. Why doesn't he dare to slam the table at the 5 elders? What use is he as the admiral? As long as we can eliminate monsters, I mean the Navy, that's enough. Saitama smiled nonchalantly. Zifa looked at Saitama with a complex expression. You're so naive. He could tell that Saitama really didn't care. That's why he felt even more emotional. In the end, he could only grumble a few words and then put on a smile again. Saitama, since you go to the East Sea, let me send you a few people. Saitama was taken aback. Dasbani and Tina exchanged glances. They were going to the East Sea, but did they need help? Is the East Sea the kind of place where even a general like Saitama needs assistance? Zifa ignored their thoughts, clapped his hands, and said, You all come in. Talp, tap, tap. A rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, and a group of people walked in and stood at attention, saluting sharply. "We have met General Saitama." "What is this?" Saitama was taken aback. "They're all my students." Zifa's expression slightly changed. They were the remaining students from the training ship. Saitama was surprised and indeed saw the figures of Ein and Bins among them. Originally, only these two should have survived under Edward Weevil's attack. But thanks to Saitama's timely arrival and subsequent treatment, they survived quite a few people. Saitama looked over. All of them walked steadily, their eyes full of spirit, and their bodies had only received short-term treatment, but had already recovered. Clearly, they were not weak elites. They could actually be deployed, Zifa said in a low voice. But my mindset is not very stable right now, so I plan to hand them over to you. As a general, you can't just have 1 or 2 ships under your command. You need subordinates. It's just right to let them belong to you to avoid them being left without a place. However, although he said this, in reality, Zifa's students are almost all over the Navy. The original 3 admirals, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, were all trained by him. Would someone like him really leave his students without a place? It's just a humble remark. If you have any objections, you can tell me. Oh, then I'll accept them, Saitama said with a carefree smile. We have nothing here at all, General Saitama. Everyone spoke in unison, their voices like thunder. This is the most standard military demeanor. Saitama nodded, casually glancing at Ein. That person's devil fruit ability is quite powerful. But it's fine. Let's take it slow from here. Saitama didn't linger and directly set sail. Although it was considered exile, on the surface, no one could particularly restrict a general. He estimated that he would, as usual, sweep away the pirates while heading towards the East Sea, ultimately stopping at the place closest to the entrance of the Grand Line, Road Town. There, it would become Saitama's base for a period of time. The Holy Land, Mariewa. Has he left? The curly-haired old man seemed to have a gaze that could penetrate space. Looking towards the Navy headquarters. He has gotten lucky. The long-haired old man snorted coldly. What use is a Navy that can't obey orders? Don't say that. They're still useful. The sword-wielding old man didn't even lift his head and said, for example, let him go to the East Sea and have a run-in with Uchiha Bido. Hearing this, the 5 of them laughed. Indeed, that person is in the East Sea. That old man from a Lion Kingdom really thinks we don't know his intentions? The old man with yellow hair scoffed. I want to see what they will say if Saitama really meets Uchiha Bido. As for whether Uchiha Bido and Saitama would actually encounter each other, although Saitama is just and does not listen to orders, can't they still create a collision between the two? Otherwise, we're the CP spies that the government supports for. But speaking of Uchiha Bido, it's time to prepare to deal with him. The sword-wielding old man narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Their injuries have healed. Nearly a year has passed, and the 7 warlords are about to be summoned again. Let's play it safe. The curly-haired old man spoke softly. If we fail again, we would lose too much face. Let us teach the Revolutionary Army a lesson first. Then the bald old man fell silent for a moment. Over in Wano country, Kenpachi Zaraki is also a combat force. Let us pull him over too. Saitama, Kenpachi Zaraki, Sengoku, and the admirals. We can send out a few more experts to reassemble the team. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. However, they still hadn't resolved the issue of Kenpachi Zaraki. Let us send someone to Wano country. Who should we send? How about Akainu? He just came down from the position of admiral and needs achievements. He is also someone who dares to fight and can be regarded as respecting us, unlike that Saitama. That's good. It's just right to give Akainu an opportunity to accumulate merits. If all goes well, he might quickly return to the upper ranks. Or even push Saitama down and make him a rear admiral again. Not bad. Makes sense. Anyway, judging from Spandam's report, that Kenpachi Zaraki is only generally strong. Akainu is among the admirals and is top-notch, so it should be enough. Chapter 205, Template 6, Void. Third update request for automation. Chapter 205, Template 6, Void. Third update request for automation. Kenpachi Zaraki in Spandam's report is only generally powerful. He should be stronger than the admirals. But how powerful is he really? Akainu is indeed a top existence among the admirals, especially after his defeat and capture. It has stimulated his nerves, making his breath shift from violent to steady. His strength has risen again. Plus, now that Akainu has become an ordinary Navy soldier, it is precisely the time he needs to accumulate achievements. Sending him out is the best choice. Although Kenpachi Zaraki boasts that he can take as many people as we send, but the world government also cares about its face. At least we can defeat him in a one-on-one fight, and they will definitely not send a group to beat him up. Resolving it in one-on-one combat can showcase the strength of the world government. Thus, the order was quickly issued, and Akainu had no objections. His style is very tough. But he doesn't like to defy orders like Saitama. Moreover, he is now nominally just a rookie who has just joined the Navy. A rookie should honestly obey the orders of superiors. Although apart from Akainu, no one would consider him a rookie. Has he contacted Kenpachi Zaraki again? Zhao Su squinted. He was still sailing towards the East Sea with the warship. The actions of the world government are not anything that needs to be kept secret, so it was naturally easy for him to notice. After all, these people did not hide it at all, and Zhao Su didn't mind. As Wano country was right there, he just needed to think of a way to get over. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito has not obtained the space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to run. Zhao Su sighed and complained. The Flying Thunder God is a ninjutsu that allows the host to traverse space, although it requires presetting the Flying Thunder God technique. However, it is still more convenient than running now. Currently, Zhao Su's main mode of transportation relies on Gilgamesh's Vimana, a flying throne that can move quickly. But no matter how fast it flies, it still takes time. At the same time, he needs to constantly pay attention to avoid the sight of others while flying, which naturally wastes a lot of time and energy. Other characters, Gilgamesh's treasures are too many. The fastest mode of transportation Zhao has found so far is this Vimana. Although Saitama has extremely strong physical qualities, he does not have any other special abilities. His speed is fast enough that he could jump to the moon if he wanted to. However, it would definitely attract attention, and there's no way to cover it up. Kenpachi Zaraki seems to be similar to Saitama, mainly relying on running for movement, at most using Shinigami as flash step, but that's not a skill for traveling. As for Uchiha Obito, he has not obtained the Flying Thunder God yet. He does have a summoning technique that can move himself through space. Reverse summoning. First, leave a summoning beast, like a frog, then let the frog summon you over. But unfortunately, Zhao Su does not want to summon anything in this world. Although, as Uchiha Obito at his peak, Zhao not only has a 9-star summoning contract, but can also summon the 10 tails. However, he has never used such things. Because in this world, using this kind of summoning to bring another person here, would it really not cause any problems? Zhao Su's eyes darkened. He absolutely would not easily expose himself, even if the summoning might very well be in existence from the Naruto world that no one knows about. Forget it. Let us continue flying. After all, the speed of Amana is not slow. With a bit of effort, I can fly over in a few days. Although it's a bit hard, it will definitely be on time. Just then, congratulations to the host, unlocking the 6th character template. The 6th template was unlocked a bit late this time. Zhao didn't mind and casually said, "It's random after all." Currently, the realism of the Itu Makoto template is close to 50. If it weren't for the clones not having officially engaged with the female classmates yet, it would probably have broken 50 already. However, the 6th template has just been unlocked. But he didn't care, just carefully looking at the new template. Zhao Su couldn't help but frown. It's actually him, someone even harder to play than Itu Makoto. The 5th template, Void. N0, Game N0 LTE. No Game No Life, S male protagonist, Sora, one of the blank, and Shiro's brother. No Game No Life tells the story of a brother and sister duo, known as Blank, who are so skilled at games that they become urban legends. They traverse to a different world where games determine absolute victory or defeat. The male protagonist, Sora, possesses good negotiation strategies and excellent mind-reading abilities. However, due to years of gaming, he has developed communication barriers and is somewhat of a gaming addict. While these traits might not seem significant, the real challenge is how to portray such a character. In the modern world, Sora is a reclusive gamer. However, in this new world, being a recluse can be resolved. But what about gaming? Where can I find an online game? There is also another issue. In this alternate world, Sora is a highly strategic king with foresight. However, he once remarked about the real world. It is filled with unclear rules, explicit goals, and 7 billion players acting recklessly, with no order. Winning too much or losing too much brings punishment, and there's no right to forfeit. Speaking too much leads to alienation. A world without parameters and unclear genres is simply a terrible game. Indeed, he can thrive in the alternate world because it relies solely on games to determine victory and defeat, with clear rules and visible outcomes. But in reality, losing doesn't matter, just deny it. If you talk to me about data, I'll talk to you about sentiment. If you discuss sentiment, I'll refer to the rules. If you mention the rules, I'll bring up culture. As long as one doesn't want to admit defeat, excuses can always be found, and if all else fails, they can resort to coercion. Thus, the blank siblings in the modern world are merely gamers. Jiaosu might want to act the part, but how can he? How can he create a world where everything is governed by rules for Sora? The most critical point is that Sora has communication barriers and other traits like being socially awkward. If he yes not with his sister Shiro, he'd immediately curl up and tremble. Where on earth can I find you a cute little sister? Jiaosu was so frustrated that his mouth twitched. He finally shook his head. Forget it. I'll just use transformation magic to change my appearance and achieve a basic level of realism. Let us head to Wano Country first. Chapter 206. The 11th Division is developing. 4th update request. Host. Jiaosu. Character templates. 1. Uchiha Madara. 84. 2. Saitama. 77. 3. Gilgamesh. 74. 4. Ita Makoto. 49. 5. Kenpachi Zaraki. 65. 6. Sora. 27. Relying solely on transformation magic to achieve a realism of 27 is already the limit. After all, external appearance can only be so realistic. The same character can evoke completely different feelings when played by a seasoned actor versus a fresh face. However, Sora doesn't seem as useless as I imagined. Jiaosu squinted his eyes, absorbing the newly acquired knowledge. Due to his inherent ability flaws, Sora excels at interpreting language and psychology. He is skilled in psychological analysis and predicting opponents' behaviors, almost able to foresee the future of battle situations, thereby setting traps to identify hidden loopholes in the rules and devising extraordinary solutions. Of course, this is of little use to Jiaosu, who can only gain knowledge. No matter how cunning the character is, Jiaosu must personally design the scenarios. Another point is much more convenient. To play strategic games, Sora has almost integrated an entire encyclopedia into his mind through various quizzes in the games. If it weren't for him playing games at home and having a sister by his side, he might have achieved great things in reality. At least in the future, he could do something within the Revolutionary Army under Jiaosu's identity. Jiaosu thought to himself with a smirk. Right now, Mr. Kenpachi Zaraki, the situation in Wano Country is as follows. Sakazuki murmured. The pirates from Kaido are also doing well, and the food being transported is no problem. Kenpachi Zaraki casually leaned against the side, waving his hand in boredom. Don't bother me with such tedious matters. If you're interested in having a fight with me, I'd be willing to oblige. Sakazuki twitched his mouth, silently closing it, but his eyes showed some relaxation. Wano Country has now opened its borders. Although many of the conditions promised by the world government are still being prepared, the first batch of food has already been sent to sustain the lives of the citizens of Wano Country. The food in Wano Country is almost depleted. There is no choice. Shogun Kurizumi Orochi initially did not plan to feed those who would not willingly submit to him. Everything has been polluted. The fruits, the rivers, everything. Hence, all the people have turned towards light and unity. As for Kazuki Oden, the first thing he did was search for food for the citizens of Wano. In the agreement signed with the world government, food was prioritized and could not be delayed. Kaido seemed to have noticed this and ordered his pirate crew to transport food from various territories to Wano Country. Kaido is one of the 4 emperors of a new world, and the territories and vassal kingdoms under him occupy nearly 1/5 of the new world. With a single command, he brought a large amount of food. That's why Sakazuki and others from Wano Country didn't say much about him joining the 11th Division. After all, the reason no one dared to rebel against Kurizumi Orochi is largely due to the support of this 4 emperor. At the same time, Kaido's subordinates are not too friendly towards the citizens of Wano country. Of course, on the surface, Sakazuki and others do not oppose Kaido. But private resentment and scrutiny are everywhere. For instance, Sakazuki is eager to inspect every grain of rice that is delivered. Kaido doesn't seem to care. He just obediently follows orders, occasionally drinking heavily, as if he has truly been subdued by Kenpachi Zaraki. For now, the food supply is temporarily stable, and environmentally safe plantations have started to be developed. As long as they get through this year without incident, Wano country situation will improve significantly. After all, this is a nation rich in resources. If it weren't for Kurizumi Orochi's special policies, Wano country wouldn't be in such a state. Not to mention, just the sea stone, which emits the energy of the sea and can restrict those with abilities, is enough to bring enormous benefits to Wano country. Wano country is the original source of sea stone and currently the only one. Whether it's making cages, handcuffs, or military equipment that can cross the windless zone, all of these require this material. In the contract signed with the world government, aside from Kenpachi Zaraki himself, the most valued aspect is the supply of sea stone. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Kenpachi Zaraki. How can you expect a person skilled only in fighting to have any political means? However, there is one thing that Sakazuki needs to report. Currently, we have found more than 30 craftsmen, led by Tengu Mountain Fei Che, who are manufacturing swords for the 11th Division. Sakatama reported that it is estimated that in a little while, the members of the 11th Division will be able to use high-quality swords. Tengu Mountain Fei Che is a member of a famous swordsmith family in Wano country, with ancestors who are the masters of the second generation of the two demons. He is also a decent craftsman. With him in charge of forging the swords for the 11th Division, the quality is somewhat guaranteed. It is estimated that the newly produced swords will be better than the weapons originally held by the 100 Beast Pirates. The 1st Division will also undergo a change in equipment. Oh, Kenpachi Zaraki remained unmoved, seemingly unconcerned. Sakatama also didn't mind. He just hoped that Kenpachi Zaraki would keep an eye on that fierce beast from the former 4 emperors, and everything else was fine. As for the issue of the new general of Wano country, Sakatama's mouth twitched. Suddenly, Kenpachi Zaraki looked up, and Sakatama was stunned for a moment, then looked over as well. Kazuki Hiyori came running over. Her well-proportioned figure was hidden beneath a luxurious kimono, and her hairstyle, reminiscent of a noble princess from the Edo period, appeared somewhat disheveled as she ran. "Your Excellency, what is wrong?" Sakatama couldn't help but ask. Kenpachi Zaraki also raised his head. "What is wrong?" Kazuki Hiyori was running hurriedly, but when she stood in front of Kenpachi, she fell silent for a long time. Finally, she bit her lip and spoke. "The world government people have come. The former Admiral Akainu." Chapter 207. Come on, let's fight first. First update requested. Chapter 208. Come on, let us fight first. First update requested. Is this Wano country? Collaborating with pirates. Wano country is nothing special. Akainu strode down, his gaze cold. After all, he was an admiral, and he had dealt with the 4 emperors more than once or twice. For example, that drought jack in the distance. They had fought more than once. Admiral Akainu, look, an official from the world government said with a smile. I am no longer an admiral. I am just a soldier in the Navy now. Before Akainu could finish speaking, he directly said, I need to obey orders from superiors and stay with the other soldiers. Saying this, he ignored the ugly expression on the world government official's face and walked straight to the deck of the warship, lining up with a group of new recruits. Although the expressions of the new recruits around him and the officers beside him were somewhat strange, this was the former admiral, standing obediently with the latest recruits. Moreover, it wasn't just that. This former admiral would also undergo basic physical training with the new recruits, obeying orders for arduous tasks like scrubbing the deck without any reduction. However, the vice admiral Tsu, who was in charge of the Navy contingent this time, nodded upon seeing Akainu's demeanor. Now, that looks like an admiral. If he could still maintain the dignity of an admiral while at the bottom, then Akainu shouldn't have voluntarily resigned as admiral. He didn't deserve to purify his mind and further his strength after resigning. Then, she didn't pay attention to Akainu's actions and directly ordered the troops to prepare to disembark. The new recruits lined up in several rows, disembarking in an orderly manner according to the division of the troops. After all, he was a former admiral. Even if he had demoted himself to a new recruit, he couldn't be left sitting idly. Sengoku and Zephyr were contemporaries, and as a senior naval advisor, her status was no less than that of an admiral. Furthermore, with her elder status, having Akainu under her command was not losing face. Of course, Akainu himself had no such thoughts. He simply obeyed orders from superiors without hesitation. And this atmosphere also influenced the surrounding soldiers. The world government official's mouth twitched as he watched Akainu, who ignored him and obediently acted like a new recruit. Cursing inwardly, "Serves you right for stepping down from Admiral." Then he walked to Tsuru's side and said, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, we'll be relying on you this time." "It's Akainu who will be putting in the effort," Tsuru replied calmly. "Is that guy really as weak as your world government's reports say? I'm a bit curious about that Kenpachi Zaraki. I've never dealt with him, but the Four Emperors Kaido is an old opponent of the Navy. This guy occasionally storms into the Navy headquarters for a suicide mission. Although the Navy can defeat him with all its might, they have never been able to kill him, and he always manages to escape casually. Such a person submits to Kenpachi Zaraki? However, the world government's report states that Kenpachi Zaraki is very weak. Are you kidding me? Our world government's report is like this, and so is the report from your Navy's Vice Admiral Spider." The official replied, "Both reports are like this. Do you have any doubts?" "Of course, according to our report, that Kenpachi Zaraki likely possesses some kind of devil fruit ability. So please let Admiral Akainu be a bit careful." Tsuru nodded, not correcting the official's mistake of calling Akainu Admiral. Suddenly, Tsuru abruptly raised her head. Akainu, who had just disembarked, also suddenly looked up. In the distance, a figure charged over without courtesy. Obstacle ahead. Someone ahead. As he charged recklessly, the person's speed did not decrease at all, but instead continued to rise. "Ha ha ha." Before the person arrives, the voice comes first. "You are the experts sent by the Navy?" Clang. It was a tall, fierce-looking man with a scar on his left cheek. The edges of his captain's haori were jagged, and his hair was tied into bunches, with bells tied on top. Both Tsuru and Akainu thought a name at the same time. Kenpachi Zaraki, the first man to subdue a Four Emperor. The world government official saw the incoming person and forced a diplomatic smile as he walked over. "Hello, I am from the world government." However, Kenpachi Zaraki completely ignored him, striding forward and walking past him as if he were invisible, heading straight for Tsuru. The world government official's face instantly turned bright red, as if about to explode. An old woman is surprisingly strong. The world government ISNT just talking big. Kenpachi Zaraki smiled, a smile that appeared like a grimace to outsiders. "Are you the one sent to fight me?" Or he turned his head to look at Akainu, who stood among countless soldiers. "Is it you? Or perhaps?" Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly laughed even more, as if he were a demon. "Come on." Akainu frowned sharply, but Tsuru calmly closed her eyes. The old woman has grown old, so she naturally make the first move. "The one fighting you is the other one. Akainu, come out." Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly looked over, the corners of his mouth rising, revealing his white teeth. Akainu remained silent for a moment and then strode out from the ranks. Since the superior of the superior of the superior has spoken, then Akainu's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. "Let's fight." "Wait." The officials of the world government looked grim and said sternly, "We have just entered the country, and we still need to submit the world government documents to you and unload the food we agreed upon. Your matters can be set aside for now." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The overwhelming spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, pressing down with infinite pressure on the world government official. In an instant, his eyes went blank, almost fainting. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Kenpachi Zaraki smiled. "How can this be compared to battle? Come on, let's fight first. The rest can be discussed later." Chapter 208. Akainu vs. Kenpachi Zaraki. Second update request. Chapter 208. Akainu vs. Kenpachi Zaraki. Second update request. Kenpachi Zaraki is a simple man. He only wants to fight and kill. Everything else can be put aside. Crane pondered for a moment and agreed to this plan. After all, the food supported by the world government is a minor issue, The real problem is this man. Kenpachi Zaraki immediately smiled and unceremoniously dragged Akainu towards a relatively remote place. Akainu did not refuse, merely watching his opponent quietly. Does he really enjoy fighting so much that he is not worried about what position he will be in if he loses? If he loses, he will have to go and hunt down Uchiha Madara for the world government. Although this should not be a big deal for this man. Without the world government needing to plead with Wano's status would surely decline. The fundamental reason the world government agreed to various conditions and granted various privileges to Wano is that they need Kenpachi Zaraki's combat power. Although they won't breach the contract as soon as it's exhausted, they won't give too many privileges either. Is he really that confident in himself to start fighting without discussing conditions while the battle hasn't even begun? Akainu narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. However, Kenpachi Zaraki, or Zhao Su, was completely unaware. Defeat is impossible. Not to mention that Kenpachi Zaraki has this berserker image. Zhao Su wouldn't do anything else. Just like playing cards. Zhao Su always likes to go all in. If he loses, he personally rolls up his sleeves to join the fray, and the result is naturally victory. That's right. He never plays cards with someone he can't beat. Let's begin. Kenpachi Zaraki walked to an open area, revealing a smile. In the next second, before Akainu could respond, he drew his sword. Boom! Without hesitation, he swung his sword directly at Akainu. After Akainu dodged to the side, it struck the ground, creating a small pit. What pure killing intent! Akainu's pupils constricted. That sword strike was aimed to kill. He really wants to kill this former Marine admiral. He doesn't even care about the world government officials and admirals. What a temperament. Crane let out a soft sigh, looking at the world government official being carried by an officer beside her. At this moment, both Akainu and Crane reached the same conclusion. This man, named Kenpachi Zaraki, is a madman. Ha ha, come on, let's kill each other. Kenpachi Zaraki laughed wildly and swung his sword towards Akainu. Akainu's expression darkened. Arrogant. With a swing of his arm, he threw a punch with his original magma dog. His rapidly extending magma-coated arm rushed towards Kenpachi Zaraki. The speed was incredibly fast, even causing a hint of admiration to flash in Crane's eyes. Akainu has become stronger. After experiencing being captured, his heart has undergone a sedimentation. Originally, Akainu was the strongest among the three admirals, even able to destroy Akiji's leg. Now, he possesses power that is not inferior to that when he fought Akiji. Interesting. Kenpachi Zaraki laughed heartily, excitement flashing in his eyes. Is this the power of a devil fruit user? Truly interesting. Swipe. He didn't dodge, facing the surging magma fist. He directly swung his sword. The sword energy surged, suddenly rising, even splitting the liquid magma in two. Akainu's pupils constricted, quickly retracting his hand, only to find a wound appeared on it. This sword can even ignore the abilities of a Logia Devil Fruit. A serious look flashed in Akainu's eyes. Logia Devil Fruit users have the ability to elementalize their bodies. However, elementalization does not mean disappearance. Haki can grasp the entity of Logia users, and that sword can do the same. It seems that Onimaru did not notice this point, because he does not have the ability of a devil fruit. Akainu narrowed his eyes. Before coming here, he had indeed seen Onimaru's report. The 8 sword-wielding arms of Onimaru relied on the ability of 6 styles, Life Return. And in that battle, Kenpachi Zaraki did not use Haki, so he judged that the other party had not learned Haki. There's no reason to learn Haki and not use it. This is why Akainu was dispatched. Besides Akainu's inherent strength, the need to accumulate merits, and other reasons. There is also the reason that the 5 elders plan to use his Logia abilities to gain an advantage. He didn't expect that sword to be a Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto. It feels as if it can really cut my soul. Akainu thought to himself, Wano has been established for a while, and naturally, it has developed quite a bit of intelligence network, becoming aware of some news, such as Kenpachi Zaraki's sword. Of course, most people only think it's an ordinary sword and won't think otherwise. In fact, a Zanpakuto is the weapon used by Soul Reapers. Its shape and abilities are built based on the Soul Reaper's own soul, belonging to their own power. Soul Reapers gain power by knowing the name of their Zanpakuto and engaging in a mental dialogue with it, achieving Shurkai and Bankai. This is not just a sword. It is the very power of Kenpachi Zaraki. Swipe. The shining silver blade sliced through, leaving a wound on Akainu's face, blood flowing down his cheek. Interesting. It seems we all underestimated you. Akainu's voice was cold. Who wrote the world government's report? Was that person's head stuck in shit when they wrote the report? And what about Anamaru? What is he doing? How could such a person even sign that report? This man is very strong, extremely strong. However, Akainu expressionlessly reached out and wiped away the blood. In the next second, a heat wave surged. The scorching magma turned a bright red color, and Akainu's arm transformed entirely into magma, the size of a grinding disc with signs of distortion in the air, indicating that the moisture in the air was being dried up. Then it suddenly erupted into a massive fire. This level of enemy, I'm sure to win. Chapter 209, this man surprisingly still holding back. Third update request, Chapter 209, this man surprisingly still holding back. Third update request. Have they started fighting? A group of people dressed in standard Wano country kimonos hurriedly rushed over. Tsuru slightly turned her head and recognized the person at the front, Kazuki Oden. It was clear that they were in a hurry. Although it wasn't to the extent of losing their dignity, they were indeed quite rushed. Good day, Your Excellency. Tsuru nodded as a form of greeting. However, Kazuki Oden completely ignored her, his gaze firmly fixed on the figure wildly laughing and wielding a sword. On the contrary, Jokimaru, with a slight smile, greeted Tsuru. Hello, are you the envoy representing the world government in our country? Envoy. Tsuru's lips twitched as she glanced aside. Over there. Jokimaru and the others followed her line of sight, seeing a person who had already fainted being carried by a naval officer. Judging by their attire, they did indeed resemble someone from the world government. Jokimaru frowned. What is a world government person doing here? Fainted? Drinking? A hangover? No way. Is the world government that unreliable? He was just overwhelmed by Mr. Kenpachi's aura. He'll all be fine after a while, Tsuru said lightly. She was quite familiar with such situations. Although the aura emitted by Kenpachi Zaraki was not similar to that of Conqueror's Haki, the results seemed to be no different. It was normal to faint from being unable to withstand the opponent's aura. Hearing this, Jokimaru's face turned red, and he coughed twice. I'm really sorry. I don't think Lord Kenpachi meant to target you all. He is not a professional official. And doesn't he have the level of lying through his teeth like the world government? However, Tsuru smiled and replied amiably, it's nothing. After all, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Feigning the envoy sent here is not a big deal. It really isn't. Once this battle is over, we still need Mr. Kenpachi to cooperate with our Navy's actions, Tsuru said with a smile. To our allies, we have always been very kind. The implication was that the outcome was already decided. Jokimaru squinted his eyes. Tsuru was right. Kenpachi Zaraki defeat was already showing. Just then, haha, interesting. Kenpachi laughed wildly, swinging his sword and attacking continuously. In contrast, Akainu's previously volatile temper became calm and composed. The power of the magma fruit continued to erupt, leaving damage on the man who was madly attacking in front of him. The scorching magma caused significant changes to the surrounding environment, and even the battlefield had now turned into a pockmarked lava lake. Kenpachi's eyes flashed with madness. He had multiple burns on his body, and his clothes were burned in several places. Yet he continued to laugh maniacally and charge forward. Useless. In the face of Kenpachi Zaraki's fierce attacks, Akainu remained unfazed. Your moves are too singular, just chopping back and forth. The speed is decent, but it's not something I can't keep up with, let alone the bells in your hair. Such simplistic attacks cannot defeat me. The ghost spider had also personally fought against Kenpachi Zaraki and naturally noticed many new aspects, such as the bell tied to Kenpachi's hair. This bell was specifically tied by Kenpachi for his opponents to notice him, always keeping him in a relatively advantageous state. Such a flaw was certainly noted by the battle-hardened Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, and it was reported up. Akainu not only read that report, but also had more battle experience than Ghost Spider. He naturally recognized the bell's purpose. Although he didn't know why Kenpachi would set up such a thing, Akainu was not one to remind his opponent for the sake of fairness. What he sought was only victory. Boom! A massive magma fist was slammed out, and Kenpachi blocked it with his sword, retreating dozens of steps. Surrender, Akainu declared arrogantly. I still need you to participate in another battle. Although your strength is not at the same level as the rumors, it's weak. Too weak. It was a tea that Kenpachi himself was weak, but this strength seriously didn't team match up with his feats of subduing the four emperors, Kaido, and slaying Orochi. Akainu himself could be considered the pinnacle among the admirals, and now with his spiritual breakthrough, his strength had risen another level, even against a four-emperor. He had confidence to take them on one-on-one. However, this man who claimed to have subdued the four emperors was nothing more than this. Akainu's gaze turned cold as he glanced to the side. On Kazuki Oden's side, Kaido and the others had finally arrived. How can someone like you make them obedient? Akainu looked at Kaido and the others. Or is Kaido just a hollow name, restrained by your sword? Kaido's strength was a kind of abnormal power. Possessing the title of the strongest creature meant not to treat him as a human. The superspecies' destructive power and the immortality made the Navy very troubled. If this man's sword really restrained him, perhaps it would make sense for him to be subdued. Akainu knew his thoughts were somewhat unreasonable, but he couldn't think of any other ideas. However, upon hearing Akainu's words, Kaido remained expressionless, while the three disasters showed anger. But it was not directed at Kenpachi Zaraki, the petty person who took the opportunity to subdue Kaido, but rather at Akainu. Jokimaru's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard Akainu's words. Kazuki Oden was still wearing a worried look. The expressions of these people didn't change much. Just as Kenpachi Zaraki shook his shoulders, a hint of excitement gleamed in his eyes. You're strong. It seems the world government also has a few capable people. If I were to face you, I might as well go all out. He suddenly reached out and removed his eye patch. The next second, a violent aura erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. Akainu and Tsuru's expressions changed dramatically, their faces showing shock. This man surprisingly still holding back. Chapter 255. I just didn't want to kill you earlier. First update request. Chapter 255. I just didn't want to kill you earlier. First update request. The next second, Zhao Su made his move. He didn't use any skills, but simply attacked with his physical techniques. A punch was thrown, but was avoided by the Golden Lion, who stepped back a few paces. However, it seems you really want to die? The Golden Lion's face darkened, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Then please go die. Kill him for me. He waved his hand, and the surrounding pirates exchanged glances before rushing over without hesitation. Anyone who offends the Golden Lion in this situation cannot be forgiven. Otherwise, their reputation as sworn brothers would be ruined. As for Madara's revenge, it must also be the Golden Lion. Zhao Su revealed a smile and charged into the torrent of people rushing towards him. Bang! At the moment of combat, countless pirates were sent flying. A pirate swung his right fist, but Zhao Su merely tilted his body slightly, perfectly avoiding the attack without wasting an ounce of strength, and then punched the pirate in the abdomen, sending him flying out of the hall, his life uncertain. Punches and kicks. The offensive was simple, yet 7 parts effective. The Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes, observing Zhao Su's movements, which were devoid of any excess. His actions were honed through countless battles, accurately causing enemies to quickly lose their combat ability. Some were dead, some were alive, but they could no longer continue fighting. Precise, accurate, and 7 parts swift. Uchiha Madara's brother seems to be even stronger than I imagined. The Golden Lion Shiki thought to himself. This extraordinary level of combat he had only seen in himself, an old man who had fought against the Navy his entire life. It wasn't just a matter of speed or power, it was more directly about technique. This represented inheritance. Any combat skill must be derived from experience. If it weren't for the strong warriors who frequently participated in battles and gradually summarized their experiences, someone of such age wouldn't possess so many combat techniques. For example, why is Zephyr's training camp so famous in the Navy? It's not just because Zephyr is a former admiral with good connections. It's also because Zephyr is a strong warrior who climbed out of a pile of dead bodies, possessing rich combat experience and skills. Experience and skills are not about strength and speed, but about the way of fighting. The pirates are not lacking in strong masters, but most rely on brute strength. In fact, currently, the most comprehensive and skilled combat techniques belong to the Navy, the world government, and the Elbaf Kingdom. The strong among them absorb experience from battles and continuously summarize that experience into skills. Ultimately, through the accumulation of time, they form a rich wealth of knowledge. For example, the famous Six Styles came about this way. His combat skills are surprisingly clean and efficient, with a unique flavor between attack and defense. Where did he and Uchiha Madara learn such techniques? Shiki squinted, pondering in his heart. In fact, this is also a question for the world government. Where do they learn it? How do they produce combat techniques that are not inferior, and indeed far surpass those of the Navy? Are there organizations that have participated in battles more than the Navy in Elbaf? If Zhao Su heard his thoughts, he would surely tell him. There are. The families of the Hokage have participated in battles for hundreds of years, fighting for hundreds of years. The heroic spirits are legendary heroes in human history, possessing legendary combat levels. As for Yamamoto, he has been cutting down opponents for hundreds of years. Such accumulated combat artistry is not something others can compare to. Bang! Countless pirates swarmed in, only to be sent flying out at an even faster speed. Blood splattered. Yet Zhao Su remained as he was at the start. With a smile on his lips, his body spotless, not a drop of blood on him. The surrounding pirates showed expressions of fear. This man is surprisingly strong. Most of those sitting here are either captains coming to form alliances or the strongest subordinates under those ships. Although their strength may not reach hundreds of millions, 4 to 5 tens of millions is still considerable. Yet, such a group of people has already fallen over 100. The once bustling hall had become sparse. Enough. The Golden Lion also noticed this issue, his face turning grim. Although the pirates here are not particularly strong, they are still his subordinates. This is simply too much of a loss. Step aside. He snorted coldly, exerting force with his feet and leaping out. Then he slashed down with one foot. Shiki had already severed his own foot while escaping from impelled down, and now tied to his foot were 2 famous swords. This was not footwork, but swordsmanship. Wave. The sword beneath his feet traced an arc, unleashing a massive sword aura. Everyone's eyes lit up. Not everyone was initially willing to submit to the Golden Lion Shiki. But soon they all completely surrendered, because many had seen Shiki's sword. One strike could cut through hundreds of kilometers of sea surface. Power was the true reason for their submission. The fierce sword light approached, and Zhao smiled slightly as a purple skeletal arm gathered outside his body. Susanoo. The next second, the sword light struck fiercely against the skeletal armor, producing a piercing sound. Creak. The skeleton emitted a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Yet it ultimately held firm. Clang. Clang. Shiki strode forward, a proud expression on his face. Did you withstand it? But you can only go this far. Zhao Su, I give you one last chance to submit to me, or else. Zhao Su smiled slightly, the Susanoo around him dissipating. You are quite confident. Why do you think I can't kill you? Because of strength. The Golden Lion Shiki declared proudly. Zhao Su is indeed very strong. Even his sword could be blocked, and his steps did not move too much. However, Shiki felt no significant threat from Zhao. Zhao Su chuckled, about to say something, when suddenly the snail phone on his arm rang. He answered it, and Robin's voice immediately came through. Zhao Su, I've got everything ready on my side. Oh, I see. Zhao Su replied softly. The next second, the Golden Lion Shiki's expression changed drastically as he suddenly retreated. A fierce, murderous aura emanated from Zhao, and the danger he had sensed earlier instantly magnified exponentially. Zhao Su calmly stood up, revealing a smile. Just now, I simply didn't want to kill you. But now it's time. Chapter 256. The world became quiet. Second update request for automatic. Strong individuals have a certain sensitivity. Those who have crawled out of the blood, sea, often develop a sixth sense regarding threats to themselves. This sense usually indicates their threat perception, or, to put it bluntly, their strength. However, in that instant, the Golden Lion Shiki felt a deadly danger emanating from Zhao Su. How is this possible? The Golden Lion Shiki's face changed dramatically, retreating frantically. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. His nerves were frantically alerting him. This feeling filled him with immense shame and anger. I am a golden lion. Even with an extra helm on his head, Even with his legs severed, he is still the Golden Lion. Now he is old, has lost his legs, and his head has become a fatal weakness. He even needs to ally with a group of pirates he would have absolutely looked down upon in the past to stir up the seas. But his strength is definitely above that of an ordinary general. In terms of pure attack, he is even stronger than a marine admiral. Yet at this moment, he still felt a deadly threat emanating from Zhao Su. Zhao Su smiled, his eyes slightly narrowed. He appeared to be quite sharp. He had been waiting for Robin to deceive the one controlling the floating island, then move the floating island to a considerably secure location. This would be the biggest gain. And now, Robin's task was complete. He no longer needed to hold back. Amaterasu, in Zhao Su's pupils, the Tomo instantly transformed into a peculiar shape. The next second, black flames suddenly ignited on the pirate he was watching. As his gaze shifted, the black flames followed. Fire! Fire! Damn! How do I extinguish it? In an instant, countless pirates screamed in terror, with some even pouring water on themselves in an attempt to put out the fire, but it had no effect at all. The black flames ignited, and within 3 to 5 seconds, that person was instantly reduced to ashes. All the remaining pirates in the area were wiped out in an instant. This is good. Zhao Su smiled slightly. I certainly don't want any fish that slip through the net. Zhao Su's name is not well known in the pirate world, but this is something he deliberately cultivated. Being unknown is better. Originally, playing the role of Uchiha Madara and other aliases was already exhausting enough, and adding his true identity as Zhao Su would only bring trouble, especially since Zhao Su is the brother of Uchiha Madara. Yet in terms of strength, he overlaps significantly with Uchiha Madara, with nearly all his skills being those of Uchiha Madara. This would greatly impact Madara's performance. Although Uchiha Madara has already surpassed 80 realism, Zhao Su has never felt that he has too much realism. So let's clear the field. Zhao Su smiled slightly, preparing to deal with the pirates outside as well. Next, the news of him taking down the Golden Lion would only circulate a bit among the Revolutionary Army, with nothing leaking out. So it's just you left. Zhao Su laughed heartily, raising his head to look at the Golden Lion flying in the sky. The Golden Lion, Shiki's expression darkened. He is also a top-level powerhouse. At least he used to be, and there is no possibility of him being timid. Watching the pirates, he had painstakingly gathered dye at Zhao Su's hands. The anger in his heart burned continuously. Even if Uchiha Madara came now, he couldn't save you. The Golden Lion, Shiki roared. How dare you say such things? You worthless piece of trash? Zhao Su Chuka. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion Shiki instantly became furious. Although the extra helm on his head is dangerous, it does not significantly reduce his strength. However, having lost his eyes as a swordsman greatly affected his abilities. He knew that his strength had declined, which is why he only gathered this group of ordinary pirates. But how could he accept such words from an enemy, especially someone who was originally just his junior? Kid, I lost my eyes. The Golden Lion roared, as if filled with the fury of a lion king. Even without my hands and feet, I'm not someone you can look down upon. Saying this, he extended his hands as if grasping something and suddenly twisted. The atmosphere around him immediately changed. Lion's might, royal air roll. The surrounding whirlwind instantly condensed, and the air gathered, almost becoming tangible, directly shattering the roof and exposing the outside. A powerful storm swept through, and even those far away on the floating island could clearly see the shape that had formed in the sky. A lion. The lion made of air. The next second, the air-congealed lion suddenly charged forward, roaring with a massive shockwave directly aimed at Zhao Su. Even Uchiha Madara would not remain indifferent in the face of my attack. The Golden Lion Shiki roared. Indeed, he has weakened a lot, but that does not mean his attack has weakened. With two famous swords in hand, he shifted from slashing to kicking. However, the power of his attacks remains just as fierce. Yet a trace of disdain flashed in Zhao Su's eyes. Uchiha Madara? That's just one of my aliases, all right? Uchiha Madara is strong. Gilgamesh is strong. Kenpachi Zaraki is strong. Saitama is strong. But none of them are stronger than me, because I am the sum of them all. Zhao Su smiled slightly, simply raising his fist. Well, now that there's no one around, I also plan to clean everything up. Suddenly, the Golden Lion's expression changed. Clearly, the attack he was controlling was about to hit the opponent. But he felt an unparalleled sense of danger. I'm going to die. I'm about to die. A feeling of fear that he had never felt since setting out to sea instantly spread in his heart. Escape. Almost instinctively, even the golden lion himself didn't realize it. He activated the float fruit, trying to fly away as quickly as possible. The farther away the better, the faster the better. Get away from that man. However, Zhao Su smiled slightly and threw a punch. A regular punch. Boom! In an instant, the world fell silent. Chapter 257. News about the historical mark. Third update request for automatic. Chapter 250. News about the historical mark. Third update request for automatic buzz. The ground shook. Originally, the floating island was shrouded in clouds. Yet now, on a floating island, a passage had been forcibly created. The sunlight directly shone down, bringing warmth and placing everyone in a state of confusion. What happened? What is going on? So strong. Robin hid in a dark shadow, her brow furrowed. She had spent enough time with Zhao Su to know he was very strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. However, this fighting style seems a bit different from Uchiha Madara's. Robin furrowed her brow and shook her head. If it weren't for the fact that the passage was created from the air lion summoned by the golden lion, she might have really doubted whether the golden lion was involved. After all, he is also an old powerhouse with considerable strength. But did Zhao Su break through the golden lion's attack? Could there be someone else lurking around here? She looked down, pondering for a moment. I should go take a look. The floating island hasn't fallen. According to her and Zhao Su's estimates, after defeating the golden lion Shiki, these islands should have directly fallen due to the loss of support from his abilities. But the floating island is still up in the sky, completely devoid of any sense of falling, making her efforts seem somewhat in vain. This doesn't align with the plan. Robin pondered as she quietly approached the island where the battle was happening. As someone who had escaped from the world government's pursuit for over a decade, her stealth skills were undoubtedly top-notch, especially now with the island in chaos. It gave her the opportunity to sneak closer, making her way to the palace, passing through corridors, and stepping over one corpse after another until she finally arrived at the hall that had fallen silent after the sudden incident. Then, her eyes widened in shock. Zhao Su, you captured the golden lion? Not exactly a capture. Zhao Fu looked at the golden lion, who had lost half of his body, and shook his head. He's just not dead yet. Zhao Su didn't hold back much. Defeating the golden lion was one thing, but capturing him unscathed would be too much. Such a reputation would spread, and even if Zhao Su didn't want fame, he would have to deal with it. However, defeating the golden lion wasn't too much of a problem, as the world government had long promoted the notion that the golden lion's combat power had declined, and after more than a decade, his reputation had weakened significantly. Therefore, he didn't hold back too much and didn't need to capture him. Yet, the golden lion was indeed an old powerhouse, managing to survive under Zhao Su's punch. How he survived was unclear. Was it because he had distanced himself beforehand? Or was it a subconscious dodging instinct in response to Zhao Su's punch? Zhao Su wasn't sure, but it was a minor issue. All right, leave the golden lion to me. I'll go sweep up those pirates, and you just need to reassure the residents of the floating island. Zhao Su stretched. The golden lion was gravely injured, and Zhao Su didn't want to see a living golden lion. That punch earlier was akin to Saitama's, completely different from Uchiha Madara's combat system. He initially thought he would kill the golden lion, so he didn't worry about it, but the opponent survived. So the golden lion must die. Of course, he could first interrogate him for information, such as whether the golden lion had left any treasures while traversing the seas. Perhaps he could also try using the Baitian god. Zhao Su thought to himself, so far I've only used Baitian god on a few strong pirates like Doflamingo and Shiryu, and not on Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Maybe I could test it on the golden lion. Doflamingo and the others couldn't resist the control of Baitian god, but that didn't mean others couldn't. The four emperors are all monsters. Who knows if they can handle it? So, Zhao Su didn't act rashly, only using Baitian god to subdue a few strongmen under Gilgamesh. And the golden lion. He was originally a powerhouse at the four emperors level. Although his combat power had declined, his will remained unchanged. If he could control him, it would mean he could also control Charlotte Linlin and the others. I understand, Robin nodded. Although the idea of capturing the Golden Lion felt a bit strange to her, most of it still followed the original plan. Zhao Su, find a time to bring the personnel from our ship up. They came with a batch of Revolutionary Army officials. The goal is to bring the entire floating island under control. I understand, Zhao Su nodded. With Robin's presence, the floating island was soon integrated into the Revolutionary Army system. The officials brought up by Zhao Su quickly took over the politics of the floating island with mature methods. The floating island had always been oppressed, first by Enel, then by the Golden Lion. Although many of the Revolutionary Army's policies had yet to show effects, anyone from the floating island knew that the Revolutionary Army's governance was much milder than the previous two. The floating island actually had quite a few specialties, but unfortunately, transportation was very inconvenient. Now that Zhao Su could come and go to pick people up without him, they would have to rely completely on the floating island's octopus hot air balloons. However, even so, it was still a strong support for the Revolutionary Army, especially the gold. The floating island had a lot of gold, all washed up by the ascending currents. The value of gold on the floating island wasn't significant, but below, it was highly valuable. This financial resource would greatly enhance the development speed of the Revolutionary Army, especially in the region governed by Uchiha Madara. While Robin busied herself with political affairs, she also took time to read through the historical texts of the floating island and did some archaeology for a long time. Finally, she felt somewhat satisfied. Just after taking over the floating island, there were indeed many things to manage, all quite chaotic. However, my plan in the East Blue has already begun to be implemented, but here, Zhao Su squinted. He hadn't planned to stay on the floating island for long. After all, the political work here was just ordinary, and he didn't care much. But he didn't expect to uncover a piece of information from the Golden Lion's mind. The news about the road poneglyph. Chapter 258. Women are all big pigs' hooves. Fourth update request. Chapter 258. Women are all big pigs. Fourth update request. The historical text? Robin immediately frowned. Yes. Zhao Su nodded. It's with Whitebeard. The Golden Lion was once a powerful figure who roamed the seas. A man who once wanted to subdue Roger. Although Roger later became the Pirate King, surpassing the Golden Lion in strength. It didn't mean the Golden Lion was weak or of lower status. The fact that, even after losing both legs and with a ship's wheel on his head, he could still gather thousands of pirates shows that this man is truly strong. Such a person is qualified to possess some information about the historical texts. Although to be precise, it is about the road poneglyph. Zhao Su thought to himself. The road poneglyph is indeed a type of historical text. But unlike the historical texts that record history, it only records the location of the final island, Raftel. The four road poneglyphs record islands. And by connecting their locations on a map, you can find Raftel. This is also the deepest mystery in the pirate world. According to the Golden Lion's intelligence, Whitebeard indeed possesses one of these road poneglyphs. Whitebeard, that man is very dangerous. A hint of seriousness flashed in Robin's eyes. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard has the highest bounty. He is also known as the strongest man in the world. Is your intelligence accurate? Why would the Golden Lion say such a thing? Robin analyzed rationally. Could it be a bait to lure you into a mutual destruction with Whitebeard? Her eyes were filled with worry. The Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirate crew. After Roger's disappearance, it was his era. And the Golden Lion? Let me see what. Robin took a deep breath and said, He is dead. Zhao Su shrugged. I used some small tricks, so he is dead. So, you don't have to worry about his intelligence issues. Interrogation is one of the essential skills for a ninja, and there are even specialized ninjutsu for interrogation. Uchiha Obito possesses quite a few of these ninjutsu. However, Zhao Su did use some small tricks, and the death of the Golden Lion is false. The reason for his death is simple. He was not controlled by the Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami is a type of jinjutsu that can control enemies, and in the pirate world, there are no such jinjutsu. And most people are not very clear on how to guard against such things. But that doesn't mean they are completely powerless against jinjutsu. The simplest way to resist is to rely on willpower, and as a former sea overlord, the Golden Lion also possessed considerable willpower. Perhaps his willpower, at the level of the four emperors, was already strong enough to resist Zhao Su's Kodo Amatsukami. Or perhaps the Golden Lion's suffering was worse than that of the other four emperors. Although his strength had declined, his will might be even stronger. After all, he had faced many setbacks and endured many humiliations, from his opponent Roger escaping due to a storm to losing his legs. In such circumstances, while his strength might diminish, his will might be strengthened instead. It seems one should not easily use this ninjutsu against beings at the level of the four emperors. Zaosu Saiyin Wali. Kodo Amatsukami is not truly an unbreakable skill. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi could simply use Onibido or Black Zetsu and resolve everything. There are ways to break it and means to guard against it, but because it hasn't been demonstrated much and is not shown in the original Naruto, it remains underappreciated. If the Golden Lion can break free from Genjutsu through willpower, then the other four emperors might also be able to do so. Perhaps the Golden Lion's willpower, as Zhao Su speculated, is stronger than that of the other four emperors, while the others might not withstand Kodo Amatsukami. However, Zhao Su saw no need to gamble on this possibility. Nevertheless, it's still good to obtain the road poneglyphs. Zhao Su Snai. There are a total of 4 road poneglyphs. One is with the Mink tribe of Zhou, an ally of Wano country. One is in the hands of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, and then it was sent to Gilgamesh. If the intelligence about the Golden Lion is accurate, then as long as he obtains the one in Whitebeard's hands, Zhao Su will only be one away from gathering all the road poneglyphs. Are you planning to find Whitebeard? Robin, who is adept at reading people's minds, immediately thought of something upon seeing Zhao Su's expression. That's right. Zhao nodded. Raftel, I'm a bit curious too. In fact, no one isn't curious. The focus of One Piece. What treasures are actually there? Is that okay? That's Whitebeard we're talking about, not someone like the weakened Golden Lion. Robin's eyes carried a hint of worry. Zhao Su rolled his eyes at Robin's concern. The fact that the Golden Lion is weak was something he later told her. After all, doing so would easily make Zhao Su famous overseas, which would affect his disguise performance. But how weak can the Golden Lion be? No matter how strong Whitebeard is, can I still be afraid of him? Of course, one can't say it so lightly. So Zhao Su smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of confronting him. I'm just planning to sneak a look at the poneglyphs and bring you a rubbing back." In reality, this is indeed the case. He didn't plan to draw attention to himself. He only needs to find the location and make a rubbing. After all, the poneglyphs are just texts and not treasures. As for the poneglyphs with Charlotte Linlin and those with the Ming tribe, I will bring those to you too, Zhao Su thought and said. He had mentioned the poneglyphs there to Robin before. Of course, unlike Whitebeard, he could directly take those too. Can't we let Kenpachi Zaraki take a look at the poneglyphs of Wano country? Gilgamesh has already sent over the original poneglyphs from Charlotte Linlin. He was also planning to ask Kaido and Charlotte Linlin about the last poneglyph's whereabouts. It's normal for these two to have information about the poneglyphs, as it's just a matter of taking a trip. Of course, one can't say it would be that easy. So, I'm quite curious about what Raftel is. Zhao Su said with a gentle smile, looking at Robin. As long as it's something you want, I'll find it for you. When he said this, Zhao Su almost gave himself goosebumps. However, upon hearing this, Robin's eyes were filled with warmth, as if they could melt into water. Zhao Su, indeed. Women are all big pig's feet. Chapter 259, Infiltration. The Moby Dick. First update request. Each of the 4 emperors seems to have their own personality and preferred base. For example, Kaido likes to roam alone. Although he cooperated with Wano country and even gifted them an island near Wano as his lair, he still spends most of his time wandering around. Charlotte Linlin loves treasures and welcomes envoys from all over like a queen. Whitebeard, however, is different from both of them. He prefers to stay on his ship. Found it, standing on the surface of the sea. Zhao Su looked at the giant ship in the distance and couldn't help but feel emotional. It wasn't hard to find Whitebeard's flagship, the Moby Dick. The government is also very concerned about these powerful pirates, often having surveillance ships nearby. While they can't determine the exact location of the Moby Dick, they can ascertain a general area quite easily. Of course, this general range is also hard to pinpoint, especially on the Grand Line, where even a compass is useless. As for the rampant pirates in the New World, that is another issue altogether. There are no traces on the sea, which is quite troublesome. Otherwise, I would have found them long ago. Zhao Su chuckled and quietly approached. The Moby Dick is an enormous ship with a prow resembling a whale, and its hanging white stripes look somewhat like teeth, reminiscent of Whitebeard's expression when he laughs. Zhao Su approached stealthily from underwater. While it's unlikely that many would dare to provoke Whitebeard, there are always lookout professionals aboard the ship. Going underwater is the safest route, relatively speaking. I wonder if my Kinbunchika hockey can catch me, Zhao thought, quietly getting closer to the ship and then surfacing to lie on the edge of the ship. The main purpose of this infiltration is to find the poneglyphs. Everything else is secondary. Although violence could solve the problem, that would definitely lead to a confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and Whitebeard, which is not the outcome Zhao Su desires. Therefore, his goal is to act covertly, sneak in, quickly locate the poneglyphs, and then make a rubbing of them. It is very difficult, even impossible, to infiltrate the vicinity of a four-emperor and search for their treasures. However, for Zhao Su, it is not absolute. Although his initial template was Uchiha Madara, who followed a domineering and cool route, his main profession is still a ninja. Ninjas are ancient special forces assassins and spies, skilled in infiltration, theft, assassination, and intelligence gathering. This is what Zhao Su is best at. In fact, there may not be anyone in the entire pirate world who is more skilled than him. He quietly crouched on the side of the ship, calming his mind and slowly ascending. He could already faintly hear the sounds of revelry above. Kulme, drink. Ace, come make a fire circle. A familiar voice of Zhao Su rang out. TCH, what's the use of a fire circle? Why not just catch a lion when we get to the next island? That's a good idea. Come on, cheers. Ha ha ha. Zhao Su squinted his eyes. It's Ace. He has already joined the Whitebeard pirates. Actually, it's not strange. Zhao Su knew about Ace setting out to sea, especially since the Goa Kingdom was being reorganized by the Revolutionary Army, causing Ace to leave a few years earlier. Well, there was no other choice. They mainly relied on stealing and robbing at uncertain endpoints to accumulate pirate funds. However, now that the uncertain endpoint was gone, it was all construction sites everywhere, and the Revolutionary Army's efficiency was very high. Several thefts have been ruthlessly arrested and locked up for quite a while. If they didn't set sail soon, let alone continue to store pirate funds, even their original capital would be lost. They seemed to be holding a banquet. The noise loud and chaotic. Zhao Su didn't mind. It was completely normal for pirates to hold banquets. Even that red hair guy held them almost every day, living extravagantly. Even if there was nothing worth celebrating, they could still eat and drink happily and make a ruckus. Glug, glug, glug. Who bought this wine this time? It's not good. Get a better one next time. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes. That was Whitebeard Edward Newgate. His voice was rough and bold, carrying a sense of cheerfulness. However, after he spoke, he was met with disdain from countless crew members. TCH, old man, if you think the wine is bad, go buy it yourself. Exactly. Stop stealing our wine. And aren't you in poor health? Why are you drinking wine? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Stupid sons. What I want to drink can't possibly be bad for my health. Besides, what is the big deal about me taking my son's wine? He didn't seem to care at all. Huh, that makes sense. This wine is indeed bad. We need to change it next time. Then came another round of loud laughter. Whitebeard was born in a village on an island in the New World, and because of poverty, he couldn't afford the fees to join the world government, making it an unincorporated country. There are many such countries, and they usually end up as lawless islands where pirates and human traffickers roam freely. After the country fell, more and more children became unfortunate orphans, and Whitebeard was one of them. Whitebeard always remembered the land where he was born, so he anonymously sent dirty money and supplies there. Originally without family, Whitebeard had no friends on this island either, but for him, it would always be his hometown, and he would spend his entire life sending all the treasures he acquired to this island. Therefore, in reality, he was very frugal. He didn't buy wine for himself, but always drank his son's wine. Of course, no one cared about this. Whitebeard had no family, so he turned his pirate subordinates into family. Family doesn't need to be polite. As for Whitebeard, Zhao Su squinted his eyes, and without hesitation, he flew up. Now that they were holding a banquet, it was the best time to infiltrate. Chapter 260, Whitebeard's Treasure Vault. Second update requested, suddenly. While Edward Whitebeard was holding a banquet on the deck of the Moby Dick, he frowned. He had a giant physique like a small giant, strong arms, and a crescent-shaped white beard on his face, which is the origin of his nickname Whitebeard. He was in a state of infusion, and the ship's doctor in a nurse's outfit shook his head with a wry smile, unable to stop this patient from drinking. At this moment, his expression changed slightly as he looked around, feeling uncertain. What is wrong, old man? Ace raised his head in confusion. Whitebeard, tall, and the captain, was the focus of everyone's attention, so it was easy to notice any change in his expression. No, it's nothing. Whitebeard looked around again, and finally he shook his head, saying, "It must be my illusion." Just now, he felt a chill, as if there were assassins lurking around. However, upon closer inspection, he sensed nothing. It must be an illusion. Who in this world could assassinate me? Whitebeard scoffed at the thought. He is one of the 4 emperors, the so-called strongest man in the world. Even if there are many skilled assassins in the world government as CP0, it is absolutely impossible to assassinate him. Haha, old man. You're getting old. I think it's time you passed on the captain's position to me, inheriting the family business. Get lost. I'm also your old man's son. Why not pass it to me? Everyone laughed and shouted. Whitebeard didn't mind, laughing heartily twice. However, Marco, the first division captain, hesitated and slowly walked to Whitebeard's side. Old man, do you feel anything? A bit strange, but it should be my illusion, Whitebeard casually said. After all, there is no one in this world who can hide from my observation hockey. He spoke without hesitation, full of confidence. Marco didn't deny it. He just casually leaned against Whitebeard's side and joked, Old man, the sea is quite turbulent now. 2 of the 4 emperors have already fallen, and the Marines have lost as well. Are you still this confident? Whitebeard squinted his eyes and said nothing. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were familiar faces to him. Sengoku and Garp were old friends he had dealt with his entire life. However, those who suddenly rose up defeated them. But I am Whitebeard. Edward Whitebeard laughed heartily and raised his wine glass. He has the strongest confidence in the world. This point, Marco and others firmly believed. As for the illusion that Whitebeard just felt, Marco didn't doubt it at all. Who could surpass Whitebeard on this ship? I can't. Zhao Su, hiding in the shadows at the back, thought to himself. He was now almost completely overlapping with the shadows, and even if someone really looked over, it would be impossible to see his figure. He glanced at the various renowned, strong figures at the banquet, among whom there were quite a few familiar faces. Ace, using the power of the devil fruit to act as fireworks, raised his glass, while Blackbeard Teach, drinking beside him, leaned against Whitebeard, with Marco at his waist. Of course, there was also that most prominent figure. Forget it. There's no need to do anything here. I should hurry to find the historical text. Zhao Su shook his head. The Moby Dick was very large indeed. Whitebeard's subordinates often took a warship similar to the Moby Dick, but one size smaller, which could be considered their signature ship. In fact, even the smaller warships were considerably larger than ordinary ships. The Moby Dick was incredibly massive. Compared to the Moby Dick, the future Thousand Sunny seemed like a small child. Zhao Su was not being polite. Now, most of Whitebeard's crew were having a banquet on deck, with strong figures at the captain level present. While there were undoubtedly experts on the ship, it was definitely much easier than sneaking in earlier. Perhaps Whitebeard could discover something with his status as one of the 4 emperors, but it was impossible for others to find Zhao Su. Of course, searching for the historical text was also quite troublesome. Normal spies needed a lot of time to investigate and determine the location of treasures to steal. Although Zhao Su did not need to steal the historical text, but only needed to make a rubbing, the actual difficulty was roughly similar to stealing the entire historical text. However, it was clear that he wouldn't have too much time. But for him, it wasn't a big deal. There were plenty of methods available for exploration, especially the means of Gilgamesh and Uchiha Madara, using treasure detection artifacts, reconnaissance ninjutsu, and even the Uchiha clan's most famous Sharingan observation abilities. Combined with information such as the depth of footprints, he could accurately find the location. Found it. Zhao Su smiled and walked into a room deep in the ship's cabin. The room was entirely made of sea prism stone, including the door. However, this couldn't stop a ninja. In the pirate world, the primary defense was against devil fruits, but it was ineffective against Zhao Su, who had never used a devil fruit. He didn't need to use too many means. Zhao Su simply transformed into a spiritual form of a more wooden Kenpachi and swaggered right in. There weren't many treasures in the treasury. Perhaps it was because Whitebeard's income had all been converted into money and sent back home, so the treasury held items that were difficult to send back to his hometown. For example, historical texts. That's right, not only the road poneglyph, but also other historical texts. This was quite normal. After all, he was one of the four emperors. Zhao Su didn't care. After all, they were all just rubbings. It was all the same to imprint a few. However, he tilted his head and looked at the shelf beside him. But there was actually another category of items that couldn't be sent back home and were also difficult to return. Devil fruits. Devil fruits were powerful combat abilities, especially those with special powers, which were very precious. Such items were retained by major forces to enhance their personnel's combat power, and few would sell them. Zhao Su stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing. There were quite a few. Indeed, it was truly impressive for the four emperors. So, should the original plan be changed? Chapter 261. Who exactly is it? Third update requested. The original plan was for Zhao Su to quietly make a rubbing of a historical text and leave. After all, the historical text was merely a carrier of history. The words were the truly valuable things. But now, seeing the nearby devil fruits, Zhao Su suddenly felt a bit tempted. 20 devil fruits. This number far exceeded that of the other four emperors. With several of Zhao Su's identities simultaneously gathering devil fruits, the price of devil fruit skyrocketed. Originally, the cheapest devil fruit could be bought for 100 million berries, but now, unless the seller raised the price threefold, they wouldn't even bother with you. And now, these 27 devil fruits represented at least 10 billion, because these devil fruits were all top quality. In the outside world, 10 billion berries was not considered an exaggeration. As a collection of a four emperor, he certainly wouldn't collect anything less than a premium devil fruit. After all, it's Whitebeard, the strongest among the four emperors. Zhao Su squinted, secretly thinking. In terms of bounties, Whitebeard had the highest among the four emperors. And don't forget, bounties not only represent strength, but also the extent of one's crimes. Eustace Kid, while weaker than Luffy, was ruthless and had quite a blood debt, which is why his bounty was even higher than Luffy's. However, among the four emperors, both Kaido and Whitebeard acted quite gently. It's not to say they never did anything wrong, but bloody massacres definitely had nothing to do with them. However, in reality, Whitebeard's bounty was the highest among the four emperors. This meant that Whitebeard was indeed stronger than the other four emperors. At least, that's what the world government believed. Therefore, Whitebeard possessed the most devil fruits among the four emperors. So, it was indeed time to take action. Zhao Su revealed a smile. Originally, he planned to come quietly and leave quietly, completing his task without a trace. However, now that he wanted to take the devil fruits, it was certainly impossible to hide. Of course, Zhao Su would definitely erase his traces for a long time, but being able to take devil fruits from Whitebeard's ship without being discovered was extremely rare. Among them, the most outstanding was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. He was once hailed as the world's strongest assassin for assassinating the celestial dragons in Marie Joyce. However, later on, Uchiha Madara faced off against Sengoku and others, not engaging in much assassination, which led to him gradually being forgotten. But now, with the treasures on Whitebeard's ship being stolen, it might be linked back to Uchiha Madara. Would it cause some impact? Zhao Su shook his head. He originally came here quietly to avoid causing too much impact. However, he still had to take action. Hundreds of billions, or rather, several hundreds of billions worth of devil fruits were enough to make him take action. He simply didn't want to cause an impact, not that he couldn't bear the consequences. At worst, I could give you some compensation, Zhao Su thought without hesitation. One devil fruit. While opening the system to absorb it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The banquet on the ship continued, and no one noticed the shadow slipping away from the ship. Marco, with a hint of drunken red on his face, staggered back into the ship. The drinks on the deck were nearly finished, and he needed to replenish them. These bastards, saying the wine this time was bad. Yet each one of them had barely left a few drops behind. Marco, feeling a bit dizzy, walked forward. Because he lost a drinking game? He had to obediently go fetch more wine. However, Marco's expression suddenly changed. His previously dazed look instantly turned serious. Something was off. Marco Esquintez. Alertly looking around, it was too quiet. Why is there no one around? Although most of the people on a ship are on deck eating, drinking, and having fun, it's impossible for there to be no one left on board. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he saw an unconscious crew member. Damn it, there are enemies. Marco didn't hold back and shouted loudly. Soon, the crew members on deck rushed in. What happened? Did someone attack? Who dared to provoke our Whitebeard pirates? Even Whitebeard himself looked grave. Someone has infiltrated. So my feeling at that time wasn't he a mistake? Thinking this, his expression became even more serious. How terrifying is a man who can evade the perception of the four emperors? Who could it be? Uchiha Madara? Just as Zhao Su thought. Whitebeard's first reaction was to think of Uchiha Madara. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head and asked, Marco, what is the situation? It's okay. He just fainted, Marco whispered. The attacker was very measured. But I find it a bit strange that someone who can evade even you, old man, would need to attack an ordinary crew member. The one who fainted is just a regular crew member, strong in other places. But the opponent is a powerful being that even old man couldn't detect. Let's search for now. Whitebeard waved his hand angrily. I want to see who dares to invade my ship. After saying that, he stepped out, and the other crew members began to search. The food storage, armory, ammunition depot, and even the rooms of various crew members were searched by several captains. Eventually, they arrived at the treasure room. They immediately discovered the shelves that had been completely ransacked of devil fruits. There was also a message engraved on the shelf, Beware of Teach. After the 4th Division Captain Sachi obtains the dark fruit, he will kill Sachi, seize the devil fruit, and then capture Ace, whom you sent to pursue him, ultimately relying on the ability of the dark fruit to defeat you and absorb your powers. Hearing this, the members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately showed anger and cursed. Damn it, that thief actually sowed discord among our Whitebeard pirates. Damn, he deserves to die 1,000 times. Idiots, do you think we could be so easily divided? Even Whitebeard's face showed anger, and he directly smashed the shelf where the engraved rumor was, snorting. How dare you provoke the relationship between me and my son? You are truly audacious. However, only Blackbeard Teach looked shocked. Who on earth guessed my plans? Chapter 262, The Historical Text Gather. 4th update request for automatic. The words engraved by Zhao Su made the members of the Whitebeard Pirates curse for quite a while. In fact, the familial atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates is still very strong. Everyone genuinely treats the crew as family. Even Blackbeard Teach initially had the mindset of if I can't find the dark fruit, I will follow Whitebeard for a lifetime. Naturally, there could be no exposure. Although he was now sweating coldly. Listening to the surrounding crew's comfort, Teach also cursed along with them, but felt extremely cold inside. Zhao Su didn't care whether Whitebeard and the others were cursing him or not. Anyway, once the dark fruit was found, the real situation would be laid out before them. He felt no guilt. After all, he had already given the reward. That unconscious person was merely someone he had deliberately knocked out. Treasures that could attract the 4 emperors are rare. If Whitebeard doesn't encounter such treasures in the near future, then his reward would not reach the other party, which would be quite troublesome. At this moment, Zhao Su had already left the Moby Dick far behind. With a historical text in hand, he narrowed his eyes. The other 2 should make their move as well. About a week later, in the land of Wano, also known as the Fur Kingdom, inside the largest whale tree in the Fur Kingdom's whale forest. This is the historical text? Yamamoto Kenpachi, holding his sword, looked at the red historical text in front of him and said casually, Yes, this is the historical text left by the Kazuki clan. Kazuki Oden nodded, feeling immensely emotional. The stone tablets of the historical text were all engraved by the Kazuki clan, a long-lost technique that is said to be indestructible, which is why they have been preserved for so long, still keeping the recorded history intact. Unfortunately, we are unfilial. Kazuki Hayori shook her head. The method of interpreting the historical text and the content of the stone tablets have been lost since her father's generation. And even the creators of this historical text, the Kazuki clan, do not know what this thing actually records. Similarly, they do not know the method of making this item. By the way, Kenpachi, why did you suddenly want to see this? Kazuki Hayori asked curiously. It was precisely because Kenpachi wanted to see the historical text that she considered visiting the land of Wano. Otherwise, although Wano country is an ally of the Kazuki clan, she still has a lot of matters to attend to and hasn't reached the point where she needs to visit another country. Suddenly a bit curious, Yamamoto Kenpachi laughed heartily and said casually, I just heard that this thing is quite valuable, and it seems many people are looking for it. Do you think if I bring this out, would anyone come to cut me? Kaido, Kazuki Hiyori, Dogstorm, Cat Viper. You came just to see this? The new general, too, actually brought you to see this kind of treasure. Yamamoto Kenpachi sighed. No choice. The Navy hasn't sent anyone over. It's been a long time since I had a proper fight. The Navy isn't stupid. After the defeats of Admiral Akainu and Shichibukai Mihawk, only a fool would send someone over. Although both of them are still alive and haven't been cut down by Yamamoto Kenpachi, who would be idle enough to seek a beating. Next time they come, they will definitely come with a group of people. Yamamoto Kenpachi stroked his chin, looking quite interested. Kazuki Hiyori smiled wryly. Sorry, Kenpachi, you're thinking too much. Even if word gets out that you have this thing, no one will come to cut you. You're too strong. As she spoke, she also had a face full of emotions. Why was it so easy for Wano country to open its borders? And why has it quickly revived after being harmed for so long by the former General Kaido? Because the world government has a need for this man. His strength is at least at the level of the four emperors. Even if such a person holds the most precious treasures, no one would dare to covet them. Anyone who dares to covet would first have to think about how many heads they have. All right, Yamamoto Kenpachi looked disappointed. Then he thought for a moment and said, by the way, this thing seems to be related to what you guys said about the One Piece treasure, right? The former pirate Kaido nodded. What Roger said should be true. As one of the four emperors, he had dealt with Roger quite a bit. And even the four emperors couldn't help but covet the One Piece. Kaido glanced at the historical text right in front of him and shook his head. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to interpret this thing. On the other hand, King Mujinba seemed more interested and said, do you think if I gather all of these, will someone come to kill me? It should be Kazuki, Oden hesitantly replied. A master at the level of the four emperors indeed has the qualifications to occupy a piece of historical text, but they may not necessarily have the qualifications to occupy the One Piece. The historical text is merely the coordinates of the One Piece, and it's only a quarter of the coordinates. But the treasure is a genuine treasure. Oh, now I'm interested. King Mujinba revealed a joyful smile. Kaido, do you know if there's anywhere else with this thing? If I have 4 historical texts, then someone should come to kill me, right? Kaido thought for a moment and said, I have another piece here. Would you like to take a look? Oh, then let's take a look, King Mujinba casually said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. 2 pieces of historical text are equivalent to half of the One Piece, right? Will someone come to kill me for this? A week later, Dressrosa. Gilgamesh looked at the directional historical text in front of him, narrowing his eyes. There was no one around, just him. After observing the historical text for a while and confirming that no one was nearby, he began to make a rubbing. This was already one. Counting this one, he had collected them all. Chapter 263, at least 3 days apart. First update requested automatically. Chapter 263, at least 3 days apart. First update requested automatically. So many. A genuine joy appeared in Robin's eyes. She looked at the large sheets of paper in front of her, and the characters on them seemed to lock her gaze firmly in place, unable to move. Zhao Su, how did you manage to get so many historical texts? The large paper in front of her, more than 10 sheets tall, was all filled with symbols of historical texts. You know, I went to Whitebeard's ship. Zhao Su shrugged and said nonchalantly, since I was already there, I just happened to take a stroll to Charlotte Lean's place in Kaido's side. It's not surprising that the 4 emperors have these historical texts. In fact, they do have some. Whitebeard's directional historical texts, and Kaido has privately collected some historical texts, although he doesn't have directional historical texts. As for Charlotte Lean's historical texts, well, Zhao Su didn't need to sneakily make rubbings like he did with Whitebeard. He could just openly look at them. Upon hearing this, Robin was deeply moved. You ventured through all 3 of the 4 emperors' territories, except for Shank's place. You've been to everyone else's. Those are the 4 emperors. One careless move, and you'd have to face these top-tier powerhouses. And all of this was for her small wish. It's not that exaggerated. Whitebeard can still be considered a four-emperor for now, but the other two are no longer counted. Zhao Su said indifferently. This is true. The four emperors can be said to be the kings ruling the seas. If a king submits to others, can they still be considered a king? Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Kaido and Charlotte Lin have actually been disqualified as four emperors. However, Robin shook her head and moved her lips. Not counted as four emperors. Yes, they indeed are no longer four emperors. But Kaido's side is more dangerous than Whitebeard, because there's a monster there that can defeat even a four emperor. If discovered, one might face a joint attack from the former four emperors and a monster. This danger is much greater than that posed by Whitebeard. Zhao Su, you're really good to me, Robin said softly, her face showing a sense of gratitude. Zhao Su blinked. Actually, I also need you to help me translate the historical texts. I have some interest in the One Piece as well. As the ultimate existence guiding the pirate plot, he was indeed very curious. However, Robin shook her head. You're just interested, which is completely different from my thoughts about the historical texts. One is merely interest, while the other is a lifelong pursuit. Can they be the same? Is interest worth taking such a huge risk? Zhao Su, actually, there's really not much risk. The biggest risk is just that Whitebeard discovers me, and then we have a fight. I'm not afraid of Whitebeard. As for Kaido and them, their boss is my disguise. However, this kind of thing cannot be told to Robin, so Zhao Su simply smiled and gently wrapped his hand around Robin's slender waist, whispering, For you. It's no trouble to take a little risk. Cheesy sweet talk. Every time this happened, Zhao Su would get goosebumps. However, Robin, the person involved, had a slightly flushed face and turned her head away, not even touching Zhao Su's hand on her waist, as if she tacitly accepted his actions. Seeing this, Zhao Su's eyes lit up, and his hand slowly began to explore deeper areas, slowly and unhurriedly. Suddenly, Robin seemed to remember something and suddenly pushed Zhao Su away. I need to focus on archaeology. Let's talk about your matters later, after I finish looking at this. Saying this, Robin took a few big steps, found a table, put on her glasses, and began to seriously examine the historical text rubbing that Zhao Su had sent her. Zhao Su, archaeologists might not be very suitable as girlfriends. If they come across something like a historical text, they might be cuddling with you 1 second and then kick you out the next second to start working. Forget it. Zhao Su shook his head and did not disturb the seriously focused Robin. After all, it was all mine. It was only a matter of time before it was all mine. He simply walked out of the room, leaving a quiet space for Robin. However, the moment Zhao Su walked out, Robin's pretty face instantly turned red. Without hesitation, she put down the historical text rubbing, leaned back in her chair, and took deep breaths. The book said not to give a man too many benefits at once, at least 3 days apart. 3 days. In the following days, Robin seemed to enter a state of complete immersion in archaeology. She had no thoughts of tea or food. Everything was for archaeology. Zhao Su could only occasionally get close during meal times, although this small moment had gradually escalated from simple hugs to more intense encounters. Damn it. The book said not to let a man gain benefits too quickly, but why have I still lost so much ground? Robin felt both shy and anxious but dared not speak to anyone about it. She could only use the excuse of continuing her archaeological work to push Zhao Su out again and again, leaving Zhao Su with a feeling of having lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Robin no longer takes charge, and the affairs of Sky Island are now overseen by Zhao Su, although he is not very accustomed to politics and does not understand governance methods. With the knowledge accumulated from the template and his strength to suppress, along with experienced members of the Revolutionary Army, there have been no issues. In fact, the situation on Sky Island has stabilized and has begun to provide support to the entire Revolutionary Army. Sky Island has a large amount of gold. Sandora was originally known as the Golden City, and Inaru even once built ships entirely made of gold. There is plenty of gold here. Although it might be difficult to spend gold on Sky Island and it may not have much effect, it is crucial below. The Revolutionary Army did not hesitate to accept this huge funding and began to expand their manpower in exchange for belly. Even Gilgamesh, the Golden Emperor, who was recently subdued, and who claims to control 20 of the world's belly, sensed something unusual. Under these circumstances, the Revolutionary Army seized another country. And it wasn't like the two small islands behind the former Goa kingdom, but a genuine major country, no less than, and even superior to, the Goa kingdom. Chapter 264. Uchiha Bito can no longer be tolerated. Second update requested. Another major country has been conquered by the Revolutionary Army, although it was also Zhao Su's plan. Initially, the world government helped Mihawk to quickly reach Zaraki Kenpachi, forcing Zhao Su to use his bad sense of direction attribute to pass through. He remembers this grudge. However, the world government is enormous, and even if he wants to take revenge, it is impossible to just find some random reason. If he wants to take action, he needs to do it decisively. Therefore, Zhao Su did not rush but calmly laid out his plans, and after a year, set up a trap. The focal point of this trap was a tribute known as Heavenly Gold. Heavenly Gold is the tribute that countries pay to the celestial dragons and feels somewhat like a protection fee. The reason the world government has always maintained control over the Navy is that they hold the financial power. Indeed, the root of finances is Heavenly Gold. Of course, it's not just Heavenly Gold. There are also some other sources of income for the world government. However, Heavenly Gold accounts for about 30 to 40 of a major country's tax revenue, which indicates how massive this financial resource is. With this financial resource, along with some other income, the world government supports the Navy, maintains the extravagant lifestyle of the celestial dragons, and funds intelligence agencies like CP9. It is easy to imagine how crucial Heavenly Gold is. It is not just about the wrath of the celestial dragons, but also about the financial source of the world government. This year, the Heavenly Gold from a North Kingdom was taken by pirates. Doflamingo once became a warlord by seizing Heavenly Gold. The reason lies in the fact that it must be paid. Even if it is taken by pirates, it still has to be paid. In fact, this is also a decision made by those celestial dragons of the world government, as some countries do not want to pay such a large sum and secretly allied with pirates. So, regardless of the reason, Heavenly Gold must be submitted to Mariewa. If it is taken by pirates, then you must get it back. What? You don't even know who took it? Then there is no other way. You must pay again. The North Kingdom, pressed for time, frantically issued bounties for the Navy and pirates to search, offering high rewards. However, they received no news at all. It was as if the escort ship transporting Heavenly Gold had suddenly vanished from this world. With no other choice, the North Kingdom could only pay a new sum of Heavenly Gold again. However, since Heavenly Gold accounts for about 30 to 40 of the national financial income, who can casually take out so much money? It is known that national financial income and expenditure are fixed. Soldiers' salaries, food, officials' remuneration, and relief supplies are all set. It is impossible to take out such a large sum of money again. Even if the king and nobles have some savings, can they produce it? If not, then the only remaining option is to demand it from the citizens. In no time, the North Kingdom was filled with resentment, and the people's livelihoods were strained. The entire nation was in turmoil, but under the swords of soldiers, they had to pay exorbitant taxes, especially as some nobles took the opportunity to amass wealth. At this time, the Revolutionary Army took action. They quickly contacted the citizens and initiated a large-scale uprising. In just half a month, under the leadership of the Revolutionary Army's experts, they captured the royal city and unhesitatingly announced their allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. Uchiha Bito was also not polite and immediately sent a clone to take charge. Everything was executed so swiftly that it was astonishing, as if they had been prepared all along. Indeed, they had been prepared. The one who seized the Heavenly Gold was Zhao Su's clone. The East Sea was once again shaken, and the reactions from various countries turned toward Lowtown. However, Saitama completely ignored it. In his words, "Isn't this democracy? What's wrong with that?" If he hadn't really killed a number of pirates, and even spared some pirates claiming to be part of the Revolutionary Army, the kings of various countries would have thought he was one of them. However, it was of no use. The North Kingdom was completely fallen, and all nobles below the king had nowhere to escape. The citizens celebrated wildly and quickly restored peace under the leadership of Revolutionary Army officials. The world government did not dare to take action, because Uchiha Bito stood quietly at the edge of the coastline. No one knew whether this Uchiha Bito was a clone or the real body, but everyone knew that whether it was a clone or the real body, It was not something that could be easily resolved. The clone also possessed the combat power of a general. What difference would it make if a general personally took charge? The world government was not ready to go to war with Uchiha Obito. Although they could definitely organize far more manpower and resources than last time, would having more people really mean they could defeat Uchiha Obito? The five elders did not dare to gamble. If they lose the bet, there will be trouble. Damn it. This cannot go on any longer, the sword-bearing elder angrily said. If this continues, the foundation of the world government will be shaken. The foundation of the world government relies on the support of major countries, the stable heavenly gold system, and the navy that can roam the world. However, now, the heavenly gold system has encountered a problem. The North Kingdom had to tax its citizens because of heavenly gold, although there were many issues with their actions. And the nobles were constantly scheming. In essence, it was because of heavenly gold. If they fell because of heavenly gold, what about other countries? If their heavenly gold is also seized, it can basically be said that they will meet the same fate as the North Kingdom. Now, everyone in the major countries is uneasy, and the morale of the world government is unstable. The five elders themselves know this, but they also know that the heavenly gold system cannot be shaken. Otherwise, the trouble will be even greater. Uchiha Obito must be eliminated, the sword-wielding elder coldly remarked. Not bad. The bald elder replied, I agree. The elder with long beard and hair nodded, and the other two also nodded without hesitation. The five elder stars quickly reached a consensus at that moment. However, does Uchiha Obito's strength really require us to take action ourselves? The curly-haired elder whispered. The forces gathered by the world government are not weak, but facing that man with a 5-7 advantage, they still lack confidence, unless they take action themselves. But everyone knows the dangers on the battlefield. Or should we let that one take action? The five seemed to think of something at the same time and looked towards the depths of Mariewa. Then, they simultaneously withdrew their gazes. That one must not be disturbed. The sword-wielding elder spoke. However, we don't necessarily have to mobilize. Isn't there someone we can use over in Wano country? As soon as this was said, the eyes of the other four brightened immediately. Not bad. They have already prepared to send her to Wano country. Kenpachi Zaraki is indeed very strong, but he can't possibly take on so many people, defeat Kenpachi Zaraki, and then deal with Uchiha Obito together. Chapter 265. The dragon has made his decision. Third update request for automatic. The Revolutionary Army has taken down another country. This news spread instantly, and the sea, which had calmed down slightly, began to shake once again. The world government's response was also very swift. As soon as the five Elder Stars finished their discussions, they immediately began to mobilize troops. Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, Kizuru. These masters quickly received orders to assemble. Even Saitama received orders to stay in the New World. Wasn't Saitama reluctant to fight such an unjust battle? Then just stand guard for others and maintain order in the sea. After receiving the order, Saitama didn't hold back and directly led Tatsuki and others towards the New World. With this order, his exile could be considered over. Nami, Tatsuki, and others, after learning the inside story, complained, really, when they don't need us, they throw us to the EC, but when they need us, they directly transfer us away, not even giving us time to rest. They had just eliminated the last pirate in the EC with a bounty of over 10 million and had not returned to base for long. It's okay, Saitama said with a face of indifference. If there are pirates and people in trouble, then heroes should go over. This has nothing to do with the world government. I'm just engaging in heroic activities. Upon hearing this, everyone felt even more moved. However, beneath Saitama's indifferent expression, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This news must be reported to the main body as soon as possible. But there is still time. The world where the Navy is stationed is vast. They have a presence almost everywhere in the world. To gather one strong person after another consumes a tremendous amount of energy. It's impossible to conceal it. Of course, they probably didn't intend to conceal it either. Such blatant actions are a direct response targeting the Revolutionary Army. The bigger the actions, the more security can be brought to other countries. At the same time, it can also bring a sense of oppression to the Revolutionary Army. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on Baldigo Island, In fact, with the movements of the world government, the members of the Revolutionary Army also felt immense pressure. Some couldn't help but complain, why does Uchiha Obito have to provoke the 5 Elder Stars? Doesn't he know how serious this is for the revolutionary cause? However, none of the higher-ups of the Revolutionary Army voiced such complaints. It's simple. The Revolutionary Army is an organization that opposes the world government. Attacks from the world government would come today or tomorrow regardless. What they find difficult is something else entirely. Dragon sat in his chair, his expression dark with a hint of disappointment. Are you still thinking about it? Ivankov whispered. Dragon nodded, a hint of gloom in his eyes. I really am not as good as Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, along with those from the Goya Kingdom, expanded the revolutionary cause to such a level, but under my leadership, you can only. In fact, before Zhao Su made a move to seek the North Kingdom in the East Sea, Dragon had also acted against the country. However, in the end, he still suffered a blow from the Navy. To avoid casualties and preserve the revolutionary forces, Dragon had no choice but to order a retreat. This is nothing unusual. In fact, most of the time, the Revolutionary Army operates this way. The people are oppressed by the nobles. The Revolutionary Army takes action, then calms the public and punishes the nobles, retreating before the encirclement of the Navy and the world government. They cannot afford to sustain heavy losses. Their foundation is too small, and their economy is not well developed. However, after the appearance of Uchiha Obito, the Revolutionary Army suddenly became more confident. The Goya Kingdom? Occupied. The last 2 island nations? Occupied. Sky Island? Occupied. The North Kingdom? Occupied. One country after another, and they were all economically strong nations, incorporated into the Revolutionary Army system, becoming a powerful supplement to the revolutionary cause. In terms of economy, the Goya Kingdom occupied by Uchiha Obito is equivalent to all the territories of the Revolutionary Army combined. Now, with several more countries, especially with the Sky Island that has a large amount of gold, the Revolutionary Army has developed rapidly. The strength of the Revolutionary Army has increased at least 5-fold compared to before Uchiha Obito joined. A large number of reserve talents have been cultivated, and even Dragon couldn't help but launch a revolution in the West Sea, although he was heavily beaten by the Navy. However, with the improvement in the Revolutionary Army's economy, their resilience has also increased. A year later, just recently, Dragon launched another revolution against a country in the early part of the Grand Line. Then, he was defeated again. The revolutions initiated by Uchiha Obito all succeeded, while I failed all of them. Dragon shook his head with a bitter smile. Ivankov, is the gap between me and Uchiha Obito really that large? We have had victories too, like Baldigo, Ivankov comforted. Dragon shook his head. Baldigo was indeed captured with my efforts, but that's because Baldigo is located in a remote area of the Grand Line. Even the Navy has to pass through. Such a country is worth 10 of the Goya Kingdom, and it took me several years just to completely occupy it. Don't think too much about it, Dragon. The Fishman Haku also comforted. Starting from scratch and subsequent development are different. Uchiha Obito's success also has reasons related to the foundation you laid. Dragon still remained silent, just bitterly shaking his head. Uchiha Obito may have initially relied on some officials sent by the Revolutionary Army, but afterwards he never sought help again, even continuously providing funding and manpower to the Revolutionary Army. If it weren't for him, the Revolutionary Army on Long's side should still be licking its wounds from a year ago, instead of attempting another coup. With Uchiha Madara, the Revolutionary Army's cause has improved exponentially. Compared to him, Long fell silent for a moment, to the point where even Ivankov and others felt a bit anxious. He suddenly stood up, a look of relief on his face. Ivankov, I've made my decision. I will hand over the position of the Revolutionary Army leader to Uchiha Madara. Chapter 266, Revolutionary Leader Uchiha Madara. Fourth update requested automatically. The Kingdom of Goya Government Building. So, you want to hand over the position of the Revolutionary Army leader to me? Uchiha Madara glanced at Long. Is this what you came to say for the first time after that? That's right. Long stood in front of Uchiha Madara, nodding without hesitation. This is what I came to say. Under your leadership, I believe the Revolutionary Army will develop even better. The last time he came to the Kingdom of Goya was during the initial fire disaster in the kingdom. Since then, Even if Uchiha Madara had been stationed in the kingdom of Goya, the kingdom has always been the economic center of the Revolutionary Army. However, he had never come here even once. Although this is his birthplace, Long let out a long breath, feeling somewhat relieved. The pressure was too great, especially in front of someone like Uchiha Madara. It should be known that in the original Revolutionary Army structure, he was supposed to be Uchiha Madara's superior. But who could be a good superior over Uchiha Madara? No one could. Perhaps some thick-skinned officials from the world government could cling to their positions. But Long was not that kind of person. He had already decided to step down. Uchiha Madara glanced at Long. The situation had changed, but as his avatar, he knew that what he should do now is to play his role well. That's a wise decision. Uchiha Madara revealed a proud smile. Well then, from now on, I will take over the Revolutionary Army. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the Revolutionary Army's high-ranking officials varied. Ivankov and others looked dissatisfied. Regardless of whether Long wanted to step down, didn't you accept it a bit too quickly? Meanwhile, the new high-ranking officials who had fought alongside Uchiha Madara looked pleased. They might have initially been sent by Long to the kingdom of Goya, but later they all became part of Uchiha Madara's faction. In fact, deep down, they harbored a hint of disdain for Long and the other old high-ranking officials. We've achieved so many victories, yet they couldn't do anything. Why do they still have the face to stand among the high ranks? This kind of thought was not something everyone had, but certainly some had similar ideas. Even when Long recently faced the failure of a revolution, he faintly heard complaint from his subordinates expressing similar sentiments. Uchiha Madara has successfully conquered so many countries, while we failed in conquering a small nation. Such comparisons could exist in anyone's mind. They might have just been casually complaining, but when Long heard those words, the inner turmoil was unimaginable for anyone else. Perhaps this will be better. Long sighed inwardly. At least he wouldn't have to worry about internal issues within the Revolutionary Army anymore. Uchiha Madara, with tremendous merit, led a group of newcomers to take office. Meanwhile, the old faction's high-ranking officials kept facing defeats behind Long. Although both the new high-ranking and old high-ranking officials still belonged to the Revolutionary Army, they inevitably looked down on each other. One group felt that the old officials were too weak to solve even minor enemies, while the other group believed that the newcomers' achievements were built upon the accumulation of the elders, questioning their qualifications to speak. There was already a sense of division in daily life, but now, with Long's transfer of power, this division would gradually dissipate. Long sighed again and quickly positioned himself. Leader, what should we do next? What to do? Uchiha Madara slightly turned his head. How do we respond to the world government's actions? Long whispered. I think you should know that the world government's trip to Wano country is to deal with our Revolutionary Army. How should we respond? Counterattack? Ambush? Or abandon the kingdom of Goya? As soon as these words were spoken, even the old high-ranking officials who initially had a bad expression turned to look at Uchiha Madara. Regardless of internal morale, the world government was always the Revolutionary Army's enemy, and they wanted to hear the new leader's decision. Uchiha was silent for a moment before speaking. After a while, I will go to Mariewa. Then, everything will be resolved. At this, everyone's expression changed. Meanwhile, in Wano country, Uchiha Madara became the Revolutionary Army leader. Zhao Su sighed lightly. This was beyond his calculations, but it didn't matter. The division over there was responding quite well. Who cares about the Revolutionary Army leader? As long as he played his role well, he didn't need to worry about anything else. Unless facing his own identity, he just needed to maintain his persona. Speaking of which, my identity seems a bit strange. Zhao Su's mouth twitched. The Revolutionary Army leader is Zhao Su's identity, Uchiha Madara. The Admiral of the Navy is Zhao Su's identity, Saitama. Gilgamesh, although not engaging in piracy, is easily perceived as a pirate due to his subordinate's image. And Wano country's Kenpachi Zaraki is completely the protagonist of a national system. Now it feels like as long as it's a battle between factions, it's basically related to my several identities. The Navy fights pirates, pirates seize countries, and pirates and the Navy. At this point, Zhao Su could proudly shout, "Everyone don't fight. Those present are all our people." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Kenpachi, what are you laughing about? Next to him, Kazuki Oden, with his exquisite features, looked a bit puzzled. It felt as if Kenpachi Zaraki's smile was different from usual. Kenpachi Zaraki was taken aback, then revealed his white teeth. I'm just genuinely happy. Happy? Yeah. Soon the experts of the world government will arrive, and I can finally go cut them down, of course. I'm happy. Kenpachi Zaraki displayed that signature wild smile, stroking his Zanpakuto, gazing into the distance with anticipation, saying seemingly ordinary yet profound words. Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Introduction. Transcending into the pirate world, Zhao Su obtained a god-level role-playing system. The more he resembles the original character, the stronger he becomes. Uchiha Madara, Aizen, Bone King, Deathwing, Saitama. You might not believe it, but the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy, the second Pirate King after Roger, and the new Revolutionary Army leader are all my identities.